Star City, civilian area. In a tile house, a handsome man slowly opened his eyes. His face was covered in sweat, and he had apparently just woken up from a nightmare. Siofan. At this time, there was a gentle call in my ears. The man looked up and saw a woman about 40 years old standing aside. Her skin is still delicate, but the traces of time have left their mark on her face. Next to her was a youthful girl, about 16 years old, slim, wearing a t-shirt on her upper body and light blue jeans on her lower body. Brother, it's okay. You are very good at studying. Even if you only awaken to ordinary talents, you are destined to be promising. The young girl comforted softly. At this moment, a large number of memories welled up in the man's mind. It turned out that he had crossed over, and the owner of this body was called Chen Fan. The middle-aged woman was his mother, named Chen Yu, and the young girl was his sister, Chen Shui. I didn't expect that I would be able to live a lifetime. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly brightened. In his previous life, he was seriously ill and finally only remembered the solemn environment around him and the crying of his parents. I thought I would be reincarnated, but I didn't expect to travel to this special era. Now I have a healthy body and am no longer frail and sickly. That's right, he was also called Chen Fan in his previous life, and he had the same name and surname as the original owner of this body. Suddenly, Chen Fan's mind tingled, and more information poured into his mind. It turned out that the owner of this body was a high school student, the top student in his grade. In ordinary times, top students are respectable and awe-inspiring, but this is not an ordinary era. No matter how good the results are, they are only good at reading, and it will be difficult to become a great weapon in the future. At most they will be a small official, and their future is limited. Today, the mainstream of this era is warriors. Every powerful warrior is a well-known figure and is the target of everyone's pursuit. They hold supreme power and are famous all over the world. According to Chen Fan's memory, the talents of warriors are divided into several levels: ordinary, excellent, elite, extraordinary, saint, and god. Everyone will have a chance to awaken when they become adults, and the higher the talent, the greater the future success. But he was quite unlucky. Although he is a top student, everyone thinks he will awaken to a powerful talent. After all, top students represent extremely high IQ, and people with high IQ in this era are more likely to awaken to powerful talents. But to everyone's surprise, he only awakened the most ordinary fire-type talent. The most ordinary talent means that it is difficult for him to become a true warrior in this life. Although there is still a glimmer of hope, it is extremely slim. Now that he has just entered the early stage of martial arts, this is a stage that almost all awakened people will go through. There are 10 small realms in the martial arts realm, the highest being 10 martial arts realms. Ordinary talents are only 10 layers of martial arts apprentices, and only a very few can enter the threshold of martial artists, and that's all. After the warriors, there are also martial masters, grandmasters, town generals, marquises, and kings. Each realm has 10 minor realms. As far as Chen Fan knew, the strongest realm was the venerable realm above the king. According to legend, those who reach this state are like gods with supreme power. Chen Fan has only seen such characters on TV, and it is extremely difficult to meet them in reality. It is said that they are almost 2 species from ordinary people, and they can slaughter a large number of fierce beasts in a gesture of power, and they are the needle of the dragon kingdom. Yes, although everyone can awaken their talent to become a warrior, this era is just as dangerous. A large number of fierce beasts invaded, and half of the human territory was eroded. In order to resist the beasts, the human race began to awaken their talents, and the ancestors built one city wall after another, successfully resisting the attack of the beasts. But each generation has its own mission. Although the ancestors built walls to resist, the beasts were endless, and there was a danger of breaking through the city at any time. Every warrior must personally kill the beast and experience and grow. Only by becoming strong can you survive. Otherwise, it will only be torn to pieces by the beast and turned into a cold corpse. According to statistics, the mortality rate of warriors who go to the front line for the first time is as high as more than 70%. But no one can retreat. If they don't become stronger, one day, those powerful beasts will tear apart the city walls, and their relatives and friends will be ruthlessly torn apart by the beasts. Only by becoming strong can you protect everything you cherish. Even if the mortality rate is extremely high, no warrior will choose to retreat. Of course, although every warrior has to go out to practice to resist the beasts, the more talented the warrior, the later he will be sent out to practice. Therefore, a warrior assessment was set up, and those who failed the assessment would be sent to the front line to resist the beasts as soon as possible, and there was a high probability that they would become cannon fodder. And once you pass the assessment, you can get more cultivation resources, and even have the opportunity to join the 10 great palaces. The 10 university palaces are equivalent to Chen Fan's existence in the former top universities, and they all cultivate the top warriors. It is said that each of the 10 university palaces has trained several venerables, so it is famous. The 10 great palaces are the holy places that all warriors dream of, and they are also the places where human resources are most concentrated. Once you enter the 10 university palace, your growth will usher in an explosive improvement. As long as the talent is strong enough, the speed of strength improvement will be extremely amazing. Of course, for Chen Fan, the 10 great palaces are still out of reach and almost impossible, because the 10 university palaces almost only recruit warriors with talents reaching the elite level and above, and the elimination rate is extremely cruel. Of the 10 elites, only one was able to successfully enter the 10 university palace. Therefore, being able to join the 10 great palaces is an honor for anyone to ascend to the sky, and even their families can be protected and move into the elite area ruled by the 10 great palaces. It was the safest place. Even if the beast broke through the city wall, there would be strong men from the 10 university palaces who would come to resist and kill the beast. The slums are not treated at all. The civilian area is close to the city wall. Once the beast breaks through, the first to bear the brunt of the civilian population. I don't know how many people will die because of this. Over the years, Chen Fan had witnessed with his own eyes that a terrifying giant bird and beast tore through the city wall and instantly devoured hundreds of people, but fortunately, the strong reacted in time and killed him, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. However, according to his current talent, the fate of this cannon fodder seems to be a foregone conclusion. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. After all, he has just crossed over, and if he fails the assessment a month later, there is a high probability that he will die again. So what is the point of this crossing? Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully awakening the god level system. The host only needs to bask in the sun to become stronger. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind, as if a robot was whispering in his ear. Brother, what are you doing? Although Chen Shui is young, she is already slim and has a pair of slender and round legs. At this moment, she saw that Chen Fan was silent for a long time, as if she was in deep thought, and couldn't help but ask. At this moment, the person the whole family is most concerned about is Chen Fan. Since his brother came back from the qualification test, he uncharacteristically stopped opening books and locked himself in his room for 3 days, neither eating nor drinking. The whole family was afraid that something would go wrong with him. Yes, Xiao Fan, even if your martial arts qualifications are not good and your reading grades are good, there are always other ways to go. I heard that people with excellent grades are sometimes favored by special departments to work for them, and they don't even have to go to the front line to kill beasts. Although Chen's mother is in her 40s, she can still vaguely see the demeanor of her youth, and her figure is well maintained, and she must have been a great beauty when she was young. She said this mainly to give her son a little hope. She understood that awakening ordinary talents hit her son too hard, especially Chen Fan, a genius among geniuses, but a genius in a book. Such people are usually arrogant, originally smooth sailing, suddenly hit hard, and those who are not strong may even collapse. However, at this time, Chen Fan's eyes flashed with ecstasy. The system has awakened. This is his golden finger, the capital for him to become stronger. What if the qualifications are ordinary? With the system, even the most ordinary talents can still reach the peak of martial arts in the future. Mom, Xiaoxue, don't worry, I understand all this. Chen Fan had a relieved smile on his face, as if his knot had been resolved. That's good. You haven't eaten for a few days. I've heated up porridge for you outside. I'll bring it in. After saying that, Chen Yu walked out the door, and the footsteps gradually faded away. It didn't take long for her to come back with a steaming bowl of porridge. Immediately behind her was a man with a black beard, wearing black casual clothes and smelling of smoke. Chen Fan recognized him as his father Chen Lu Yuan. It's good if you figure it out. Even if you can't become a warrior, it's not a big deal. Last time you came back from the front line, didn't you still live a moist life? Father Chen said with a smile. He is not good at words and is taciturn on weekdays. If you can't speak, don't talk too much. Don't make a mess here. Chen's mother glared at him and motioned for him to go out quickly. The son rarely calmed down. Okay, I'll go out now. Chen's father reluctantly retreated, and the family status was clear at a glance. After drinking a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, Chen Fan felt that his strength had recovered a lot. Mother, I want to eat another bowl. Chen Fan handed the bowl over. Chen's mother had a smile on her face. Her son was finally willing to eat. It seemed that he was hungry and felt that everything was fragrant. Brother. Chen Shui suddenly stood up. In fact, talent cannot determine everything. Ordinary talent can also become a warrior, as long as you work hard. Chen Fan looked up at his sister, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. I'm afraid my sister thinks he's holding on now. I know. Chen Fan nodded, his heart extremely calm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the newbie gift package. Suddenly, the voice of the system sounded in his head again. Chen Fan pondered silently. Ding. Congratulations to the host, successfully obtaining the sun god body. Legend has it that it can absorb the physique of the sun god fire, control the fire of all things, burn any enemy to ashes, and surpass the god level talent, which can be called the god king level talent. Such a prompt appeared in my mind. Chen Fan smiled. He always thought that the god level talent was already the strongest, but he didn't expect that there was a god king level talent above it. Sure enough, with the golden finger, all difficulties are solved. At this moment, Chen's mother brought in a bowl of porridge again. Chen Fan devoured it, feeling full of strength and ready to go out to bask in the sun. He put on his slippers on the ground and walked to the balcony. On the balcony, golden sunlight shines on the ground, dyeing the entire space a warm yellow. Chen Fan brought a small stool and sat on the balcony, feeling the warm sun. Ding! Energy plus 10. A lot of energy poured in, and he felt more and more happy. After awakening the sun god body, Chen Fan only felt that his whole body was warm and his strength was continuous. Especially when basking in the sun, it seems to absorb sunlight into the body and convert it into pure energy. Chen Fan slowly closed his eyes, and there was a trace of heat all over his body, as if he had just come out of the steaming room. He could clearly feel every inch of his muscles changing violently, as if there was a flame burning in his body. However, the strength is constantly increasing, and this sensation is unusually obvious. Chen Fan's eyes turned to the attribute panel in his body. Host, Chen Fan. Realm, Martial Arts 1 level, can be improved. Martial Arts, Rolling Stone Fist, energy value, 100, continuously increasing. Only 100 points of energy are needed to improve the realm? He chose to ascend without hesitation. Open. The energy was quickly consumed, and then a surge came from the muscles, as if every cell had awakened. His aura instantly became thicker, and the power of qi and blood in his body suddenly skyrocketed dozens of times. The martial arts quadruple actually increased 3 small realms in one go. Chen Fan tested his strength and couldn't hide his surprise. Originally, the martial artist weighed only about 100 pounds, but now, he felt that his power was endless, at least more than a dozen times larger. I'm afraid my strength has reached 3,000 pounds now. Chen Fan clenched his fists and was excited. Most of the muscles in the body seemed to be completely activated, as if they had experienced an awakening, and it was not surprising that their strength skyrocketed. However, he did not test his strength at home. After all, this was his residence, and it would be troublesome if he accidentally destroyed it. After the breakthrough, Chen Fan felt reborn and refreshed, and even his eyesight improved a lot, and he could see the figure dozens of meters away clearly. Sure enough, warriors are the mainstream of this era. He moved his muscles and bones and was full of confidence. Now, even if he goes out of the city gate to hunt the beast, he is very sure that he will be able to return safely. Thinking of this, Chen Fan walked to the bathroom, wiped his body briefly, changed into dry clothes, and then came to the balcony again, enjoying the warm sunshine. Chen Fan's actions surprised Chen's father and Chen's mother. They originally thought that their son had figured it out, and the first thing they would do was to devote themselves to learning. Unexpectedly, my son ran to the balcony to bask in the sun, seemingly having no interest in studying. Did my brother just give up like this? Chen Shui muttered. Only this explanation in her heart could explain Chen Fan's abnormal behavior. Chen Fan is usually an otaku, others stay at home to play games, and he stays at home to study hard. There is almost no sunlight, let alone take the initiative to run to the balcony to enjoy the sun. Alas, it's okay to give up, there is a way out to study hard. Chen's father sighed, but there was a trace of worry hidden in his eyes. When he was young, he also went to the battlefield to fight fierce beasts, knowing that it was extremely dangerous outside, and if he was not careful, he would die. I escaped back from death to have my current family. Now, his greatest wish is that his son can return safely from the battlefield. Go see Xiaofan. Chen's mother's face was full of worry. She didn't want her son to regret the battlefield and wrap his body in horsehide. The two walked to Chen Fan's side. Xiaofan, it's only a month before the assessment. Even if you don't want to study now, you have to practice more. The battlefield is extremely dangerous. Chen's mother was full of worry. If she could choose, she would never let her son go to the front line to fight the beasts. But in this era, it is only a matter of time before you have to go to the battlefield to become a warrior. Yes. Chen's father nodded and agreed. You must have enough strength to go to the battlefield, and my father only hopes that you can return safely. Looking at his parents in this life, Chen Fan felt a warm current in his heart. They gradually overlap with his biological parents before he crossed over. Since I have successfully crossed over, I should treat them as real parents. Chen Fan vaguely understood that the original owner of this body might have died from severe injuries, and he was just a fusion of his memories during his lifetime. Since he controls this body, he should bear the corresponding responsibility. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. I won't really go to the battlefield in a month, and I will definitely pass the martial arts assessment, Chen Fan said confidently. At this time, the energy in his body continued to rise, almost reaching 200 energy. Are you really okay? Chen's mother was still full of worry. It's really okay, you guys are busy. I'll bask in the sun for a while. Chen Fan's tone was a little impatient, which was a manifestation of integrating ontological memory. Chen's parents had to leave the balcony, leaving Chen Fan alone. Breakthrough! Chen Fan silently thought in his heart. 200 energy was quickly consumed, and he improved 2 small realms in one fell swoop. In half a day, it broke through 5 small realms, and if it spread out, it would definitely shock everyone. Even a god-level talent is difficult to achieve such a terrifying cultivation speed. As the realm improved, Chen Fan felt that the power of qi and blood became stronger and stronger, and every inch of muscle seemed to be scorching and churning. Body development is getting deeper and deeper. The breath is also constantly adjusted in a wonderful rhythm. It was as if a raging fire was igniting in his body, and a fiery force swept through his body. The strength has skyrocketed several times, and the muscle muscle lines are extremely obvious. When Chen Fan looked inside the body, a new line of numbers appeared on the panel. Host, Chen Fan. Realm, martial arts sixfold, strength 5,000 pounds. Martial arts, rolling stone fist, energy value, 0, continuously increasing. Such a terrifying growth in power made Chen Fan feel extremely powerful. Of course, he knew that this was partly an illusion brought about by the increase in strength, but now, he has far surpassed the 6th layer of ordinary martial arts, and his strength is extraordinary. It is said that if you want to reach 5,000 pounds of strength, you must break through to the 10th weight of the martial artist, but he broke this rule. The sun god body is indeed powerful. At this moment, Chen Fan's mind moved, and his palm actually ignited a golden flame, emitting an amazing temperature. Strength is only one of them, and the elemental power controlled by the sun god body is even more terrifying weapons. Thinking of this, Chen Fan stretched out and continued to sit on the stool, lazily basking in the sun. The day passed quickly, and the golden crow in the distance slowly sank westward, sprinkling a brilliant afterglow of the sunset. As dusk falls, the sun gradually dims. At this time, Chen Fan had successfully accumulated 300 points of energy, and a breakthrough prompt popped up on the interface of the martial artist sixfold. I really don't know what kind of qualitative changes will be brought about after stepping into the realm of warriors. Chen Fan faintly felt that once he broke through the martial artist, it would be a whole new world. However, the sun has set, and today there is a high probability that it can only hit the martial artist and it will have to wait a little longer to truly enter the realm of the warrior. With the breakthrough and the continuous increase in strength, Chen Fan also had the idea of going out to try in his heart. He left the balcony and greeted his mother softly. "Okay, Mom, my classmate invited me to dinner today and I won't be at home tonight." Chen Fan put on his sneakers, took his mobile phone and left. Of course, he made up this reason casually. "Don't play too late, go home early." The sound of my mother's instructions came from the kitchen. Chen Fan pushed open the door, left the house, and came to a park. At this moment, it was mealtime, and there were few people in the park. He found a corner and sat down, silently reciting. Breakthrough. 300 points of energy were quickly consumed, and Chen Fan felt that his body was gradually hot, and the white air above his head was rising, like a cooked prawn. His body also began to tremble slightly. A hot current raged in the body, frantically washing every inch of the skin of the body. Chen Fan sat still, breathing slowly and long. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp essence burst out of his eyes. The breakthrough was successful, and he reached the 8th realm of martial arts. At this time, the strength in his body had reached 8,000 pounds. This power is infinitely close to the threshold of martial artists, and he is still in the 8th stage of the martial arts, and his potential is still huge. Chen Fan threw a punch at will, and there was a sudden explosion in the air, as if even the air had been broken. The chi and blood on his body also became extremely ferocious, like a leaping true dragon. For the upcoming martial arts assessment, Chen Fan is full of confidence and firmly believes that he will be a blockbuster in a month. Mission trigger: get the first place in the warrior assessment, and double the amount of sun. The sound of the system sounded in my head. Chen Fan looked calm and had a firm belief in his heart. The first place in the martial arts assessment is none other than me. Subsequently, he was ready to test the power of this 8,000-pound force. Of course, the most suitable place to test is outside the city. Chen Fan's figure was as light as a swallow, and he walked towards the outside of the city. The night was as cold as water, and Chen Fan left the Star City smoothly and stood outside the city gate. Along the way, no one stood in his way. As we all know, fierce beasts are rampant outside the city gate, and if there is not enough strength, no one will easily choose to go out of the city and take risks like death. The sky was slightly dark, and gusts of cold wind blew from all around, with a hint of coldness. Chen Fan looked calm and continued to walk forward, entering a dense forest inaccessible to the crowd. Rustling dash, there was a sudden movement in the grass. Chen Fan stopped, squinted his eyes slightly, and stared in the direction of the grass. In a moment, a giant black wolf as big as a calf came out of the depths of the woods. The black wolf had scarlet eyes, staring at Chen Fan, and the crystal saliva at the corners of his mouth kept slipping down. Most of the beasts here have mutated into terrifying monsters, and almost all the animals outside the city walls have become fierce beasts. However, in the face of this black giant wolf, Chen Fan did not panic but was extremely calm. After all, it was just a first-level beast, equivalent to the realm of a martial artist, not far from the city wall. The black giant wolf obviously regarded Chen Fan as the prey sent to the door. Roar! The giant wolf roared angrily, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place, instantly pounced on Chen Fan, bringing a fishy wind. Chen Fan didn't dodge, and his fist suddenly exploded. Bang! The powerful blow directly shattered the black wolf's head, killing him instantly. The headless corpse fell from the sky, and Chen Fan's fists were stained with blood. This was the first time he had killed a fierce beast, and it stands to reason that ordinary people would feel fear, but Chen Fan's heart was calm as usual. In the records, the beasts are extremely ferocious, but in the face of absolute power, they are nothing more than ants. Chen Fan took out a tissue from his pocket, wiped the blood from his fist, his eyes fell on the headless corpse on the ground, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Beasts, but that's it. Of course, this is also because the strength of the beast he faced was not high. After all, this was not a frontline battlefield. Just now, it only took half of my strength to smash the head of this beast, Chen Fan thought to himself. After all, it was the first time he faced a fierce beast, and he used a little too much force and had no reservations. Chen Fan is very satisfied with his strong strength. He didn't use any martial arts skills just now, relying entirely on physical strength. If you use martial arts, the power will definitely be even stronger. At this moment, ding ding, jingle, mobile phone rang suddenly. Chen Fan took out his mobile phone and glanced at the caller ID, which said the word dead party. Zhao Heng. He silently recited the name of his close friend in his heart. The two have an excellent relationship. They are at the same table, and they are as close as brothers. Usually they occasionally go to internet cafes together, known as the Internet Cafe Twin Musketeers, and the canyon frightens the enemy. He didn't hesitate to press the green answer button. Chen Fan, are you okay during this time? A voice of concern came from the other end of the phone. I'm fine, Chen Fan replied indifferently. Listening to your good tone, it seems that you are in a good mood. Where is it now? Do you want to come to the Internet Cafe? Young Master Zhao treats you tonight, and you are one of the 5 blacks. Don't go. Chen Fan simply refused, feeling that the thinking of his close friends was always so out of the box. Forget it if you don't go. I'm relieved to know you're okay. I'm going to the canyon first. I have something to contact. Bye. After speaking on the other end of the phone, he hung up. In an office of number 1 middle school, a white-haired old man holding a thermos cup sat on a chair and enjoyed tea, surrounded by several middle-aged male and female teachers. This white-haired old man is the principal of number 1 middle school. You all know that there are no outstanding talented martial artists in our number 1 middle school this class, and the highest is just an elite-level wind talent. The principal said with a solemn expression, took a sip of tea. The teachers bowed their heads in slight frustration, clearly feeling a little ashamed. Number 1 middle school is a famous high school nearby and has always been one of the best schools, but this class did not have a top talent, and it was stolen by number 3 middle school. Alas, I was very optimistic about Chen Fan. His academic performance was so good, he thought he could awaken a powerful talent and was expected to be extraordinary, but it turned out to be just an ordinary fire-type talent, which is really a pity. A middle-aged man wearing gold glasses sighed. He was Chen Fan's class teacher and had high hopes for him. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The other teachers also showed sympathetic looks. In their eyes, the stronger their learning ability, the higher their comprehension, and the greater the possibility of awakening powerful talents. Unexpectedly, the result was so unacceptable. This nonsense is spared. This year, I am ready to apply to the upper authorities to expand enrollment, and I hope that all the teachers will work hard to dig out the top genius warriors from number 1 next year, the principal said firmly to everyone. After all, this is not the first time the principal has proposed such a plan, but the probability of success is always low. Moreover, if you don't look at your reading grades, you can't judge who is a genius or who is just an ordinary warrior except for waiting until the day of awakening. Even if enrollment is expanded, the effect is not great. Principal, I heard that the first popular candidate for this martial arts assessment is a student from number 3 middle school. It is said that he has awakened to the elite level extreme cold talent, and it is very likely that he will reach the late stage of the martial arts before the assessment. Is this true? A tall female teacher asked. She was well informed and had information in advance. The principal smiled bitterly and nodded. The 3rd middle school is indeed lucky. There are several elite talents, and what is even more rare is that one of the seedlings with great potential is expected to become a great grandmaster. Hiss! The surrounding teachers immediately gasped, and their faces immediately showed envy. Number 3 middle school has such a genius, and it will definitely be able to obtain more cultivation resources in the future, and it may even replace the position of number 1 middle school. No one can say. After all, in this era, the strong are respected. Elite talents are already divided into levels, and there is a huge gap between the most ordinary and top elite talents. And the extreme cold talent is the top of the best, and even in some aspects it is comparable to extraordinary. 15 years ago, because a student with the top elite thunder and lightning talent joined one of the 10 university palaces, number 1 middle school is now firmly on the throne of Star City. That student is now a grandmaster. Therefore, number 1 middle school firmly occupies the first place in Star City. On the other side, Chen Fan was preparing to practice F-level martial arts, Rolling Stone Fist. F-level martial arts correspond to the realm of martial arts. Chen Fan should have practiced more advanced E-level martial arts. But the assessment has not yet begun. As a civilian, he cannot obtain E-level martial arts, so he can only temporarily retreat. As for D-level martial arts, it corresponds to the realm of martial artists. C-level martial arts correspond to the realm of grandmasters. After that, there are 5 grades: B, A, S, SS, and SSS. It is said that only the venerable can exert the strongest power in the highest level of SSS level martial arts. But this is still out of reach for Chen Fan. After having a strong physique, he began to practice Rolling Stone Fist and found that this martial art was quite simple, and the core was to mobilize the power of chi and blood burst in the body. After the cultivation is complete, you can concentrate your strength on one point, break the surface with a point, and disintegrate the opponent's vitality from within. For Chen Fan, this is undoubtedly a breeze. Perhaps because of the scholar's physique and the sun god body, the cultivation was completed in a few breaths. Drink! Chen Fan burst out with a rolling stone fist and bombarded a blue stone more than a meter high. Only a shallow stone mark was left on the surface of the stone, but after a few breaths, the blue stone began to crumble from the inside, turning into countless stones and falling to the ground. Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction, and this improvement allowed him to burst out with stronger strength. What a powerful force! His face was full of pride, and his heart was full of ambition and pride. He can become stronger by basking in the sun, and in just one day he has reached the eightfold level of martial arts. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be invincible in this world, and it was only a matter of time before the venerable realm was reached. As for the assessment a month later, Chen Fan didn't take it to heart at all. With his current strength, winning the first place is easy and there is no suspense. After testing his strong strength, Chen Fan bid farewell to the outer city and returned to the city. This time he went out, which made his whole state of mind completely different. Once, he was worried about the threat of beasts, worried that he would not be able to pass the warrior assessment and eventually die on the front line. And now, Chen Fan's heart is like still water, and this tranquility and self-confidence are the gifts brought to him by strength. Pushing open the door, the indoor lights are still bright. He opened the door with the key and walked into the house lightly. Xiaofan, you're back. The father lying on the sofa rubbed his hazy sleepy eyes. Dad, sister, are they asleep? Well, I slept. Your mother asked me to wait for you to come back, and now that you are back, I can finally sleep well. Although the father and son didn't talk much, they only chatted a few words casually and then went back to their rooms. In Chen Fan's memory, he and his father have never been good at communicating. After washing, he lay back in his room and looked at his palm quietly. Delicate and smooth, without a trace of pores, like white jade. This is the transformation brought about by the powerful realm. I'm really looking forward to the day when the warrior is assessed. He closed his eyes with peace of mind and soon fell asleep. At night, he had a sweet dream. When I woke up the next day, it was already dawn. When the curtains were opened, the sun shone all over the body, and the increase in energy in the body kept ringing. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he came to the dining table. Steaming porridge and soft bean paste buns are placed on the table. He sat down skillfully, took a bite of the bun, drank a mouthful of porridge, and the warm current quickly spread throughout his stomach. In the morning, you should eat such steaming food. After eating, Chen Fan was refreshed. The power of qi and blood became stronger, and the amount of food increased. 8 bean paste buns with a bowl of porridge made him half full. Usually, he only eats so much a day, and if he eats too much, he can't eat it. Mom, cook more at noon. Meanwhile, he shouted towards the kitchen. The mother who was washing the dishes in the kitchen quickly responded, okay. With a smile on her face, she felt that her son had a big appetite these days, and it was a good thing to be able to eat, but he was afraid that he couldn't eat it. After breakfast, Chen Fan leisurely walked to the balcony to bask in the sun, feeling the warm sunshine, and the energy in his body continued to grow. In high spirits, he estimated that he would be able to break through the 10 layers of martial arts today, and his strength would increase again. Unknowingly, a morning of sunshine passed, and although the energy rose, it was still not enough to break through. He is not in a hurry, and his recent breakthrough has been surprisingly fast. Son, when are you going to go to school? The mother asked with concern. Mom, I won't go to school before the martial arts assessment. Chen Fan answered while eating. The mother frowned, and then relaxed for a moment. Take a break of school for a month. As long as her son figures it out, it is a blessing to be safe. After all, she only has this one son. I'm back. The door opened, and my father went home. He took half a day off from the company today. After eating, Chen Fan came to the balcony to bask in the sun again, looking very comfortable. If he doesn't read books or practice, he is simply self-defeating in the eyes of outsiders. This kid won't go to school? When my father heard my mother's words, he was surprised and confused. His son has always loved learning, and his grades have always been among the best, and he has hardly taught much. Now that I have awakened my talent, I can't even be interested in going to school, which is really difficult. Don't say it so loudly, don't let the children hear it. The mother glared at her father. My father immediately lowered his voice. If you don't go, don't go. When he retires from the front line, it's not bad to find a good job. The couple did not disturb Chen Fan and prepared to go out for a walk. As soon as I walked out the door, I happened to meet Chen Shuet, who was returning home. Mom and Dad, why did you come back so early? Don't go to school? Today the school school is cleaned and there is a half day off. I was a day student and planned to read a book at home. Don't disturb your brother. Chen Shui took off her small black leather shoes and put on slippers. When I passed by the living room, I saw my brother basking in the sun on the balcony and couldn't help but sigh. She knew that her brother was probably really completely self-defeating. She likes to read, to some extent following in her brother's footsteps. After my parents went out, I happened to meet a middle-aged couple who were also walking. Lao Chen, you guys come out for a walk too? Yes, just walk around when you're full, digest your food. By the way, is Xiaofan okay? It was a pity to hear that he had awakened the fire-type talent of the normal system. Father Chen was silent for a moment. The people in this community are too familiar, and almost everyone knows where there is a wind in grass. The people who live across from him are Lao Lu and his wife, but most of the time everyone is more accustomed to calling them Lao Chan or Lao Lu, which sounds kind. My child is not very good at reading, but he has awakened to an excellent level of fire talent, which surprised me. Lao Lu is a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing black slacks and a t-shirt, with a smile on his face at the moment. Speaking of his son, he is even a little proud. I originally thought that my son's grades were not good and his talent was just ordinary, but he didn't expect to awaken to an excellent fire talent, which made them very happy. Both husband and wife are ordinary talents, but their son is better than blue. In the future, I will definitely be able to live a better life, move out of this community, and live in a better place. Thinking of this, Lao Lu and his wife were jubilant in their hearts, and their future was bright. Now that kid in my family has broken through to the 4th level of martial arts, he is expected to break through the 10th level of martial arts during the assessment, and even have the opportunity to successfully advance to the martial arts realm. When Lao Lu said this, his face was red and his words were endless. Chen's parents could only listen silently, knowing that Lao Lu and his wife's words were showing off. They have heard this countless times, and Lao Lu and his wife say it to everyone, and the whole community knows it. On the other side, the sky darkened like a dark curtain, the stars were obscured, and everything became dim. Chen Fan yawned, and the energy in his body had reached 500. Breakthrough. Suddenly I felt a lot of power surging in my body, and every inch of muscle became active. Close your eyes to feel this enhanced power, and open your eyes after a long time. Traces of white smoke rose from his body, and sweat soaked his clothes. He immediately took a shower and changed into new clothes. Successfully broke through the 10 layers of martial arts, and the strength in his body reached 10,000 caddies. This power is comparable to that of a true warrior. It's time to test the combat power. He stood up, opened the door, and strode out of the house. Chen Fan walked slowly along the road of the community, and many young people who ran and exercised at night greeted him warmly. Xiaofan, good evening. Good evening. He also replied with a smile on his face. After all, most of these people were acquaintances in the community, and they had a good relationship with his parents, so they were naturally warm when they saw him. After walking for about a few dozen minutes, Chen Fan came to a fitness place in the south of the community. The facilities here are different from the previous life. In addition to the common strength training equipment, more importantly, equipped with a combat power test machine. This machine has an LCD screen of about 10 inches to detect the user's combat power value. This kind of test machine can be seen everywhere in the city, but this one in their community looks a bit old and is considered an old-fashioned device. The maximum combat power of the test is 10,000 points. It doesn't sound like much, but I am afraid that there are not many people in the entire community who can reach 10,000 combat power. After all, only strong warriors are qualified to live in this community. Most of these warriors will move to more resourceful and advanced communities. Looking around, there is almost no one here at night, and most residents are accustomed to exercising in the morning and walking mostly in the evening. What is my true combat power now? Chen Fan felt apprehensive. Taking a deep breath, he walked to the machine, mobilized the strength in his body, and gathered in the palm of his hand. Then he slapped it hard. The roar sounded, the machine trembled slightly, and the screen quickly lit up with a string of numbers, 5,000. The numbers were fleeting, and Chen Fan's eyes suddenly brightened. Sure enough, his combat power has reached the level of a warrior. This power is enough to deal with ordinary warriors. And this is just an easy blow for him, without using any martial arts. If he exerts the power of martial arts, it will definitely be stronger. Chen Fan was satisfied with this value. There are still 29 days left, and I will definitely be able to break through to become a martial artist during this time. I just don't know how strong my combat power can be at that time. His eyes became sharp, and he raised his fist again and slowly closed his eyes. There was an inexplicable force condensed in the fist, and the power of chi and blood in the body was fully mobilized. He used a rolling stone fist, which was even more terrifying, and bombarded the test machine. The machine trembled violently, fluctuating significantly, more intense than just now. The original 5,000 combat power began to climb wildly, and finally fixed at 7,000. Comparable to the warrior triple. Chen Fan was excited, but he didn't expect that in just 2 days, he would jump from a martial artist to a realm comparable to a martial artist's triple. This talent even surpassed the god-level talent, and it was indeed worthy of the strongest god-king level talent. The sun god body really brought a huge surprise. He let out a light breath, firmly believing that if he he participated in the martial arts assessment, he would definitely pass. And at the moment, he only practiced the most ordinary F-level martial arts. If he switched to E-level martial arts, breaking through 10,000 combat power was just around the corner. Got it. Full of confidence in the future, excitement makes the face slightly red. With his current strength, he has been able to join the Ordinary Academy. In addition to the 10 great palaces, there are many academies suitable for ordinary warriors. As long as you contribute enough, you can also practice powerful martial arts. Although it is not as comprehensive as the 10 great palaces, it is a rare opportunity for ordinary warriors. After entering the palace, you can also open a martial arts hall after graduation to improve the family's life. Don't forget that the annual income of an ordinary martial arts gym is comparable to the money that ordinary people earn in a lifetime, just like the gap between the two classes. It seems that I still underestimated myself or underestimated the sun god body. At this moment, a faint golden light glowed in his pupils. This kind of god-king level physique can even absorb the true fire of the sun. The physique itself, as well as the elemental power it controls, are comparable to ordinary martial arts. It's a pity that the realm is still shallow now, and the full potential of the sun god body has not yet been explored. Once fully developed, it can burst out with unimaginable power even without performing martial arts. However, this is not something to consider right now. After all, the most important thing at present is to break through to become a warrior. Convergent strength. The breath gradually stabilized. With his hands behind his back, he walked slowly in the direction of his home. On the way, I happened to meet several classmates, one of whom was a couple walking hand in hand, very affectionate. In this era, high school students can talk about marriage. Most people have to go to the battlefield after awakening their talents. Many people even give birth to offspring before going to war. After all, no one can guarantee a safe return from the front. So Chen Fan is used to seeing loving couples, and he doesn't feel new. Nowadays, the era encourages childbirth, and the legal age of marriage has been lowered to 16 years old, and it is not uncommon to start a family and have children early. Chen Fan, good evening. The students greeted him warmly. When studying, he often patiently guides them, and they are grateful. Good evening. Chen Fan nodded politely in return. Chen Fan, are you going back to school? A girl wearing a light blue school uniform and awakening to ordinary talents asked. Let's wait for the warrior assessment. I'll go home first, bye-bye. Chen Fan waved goodbye and continued to walk in the direction of home. It's really arrogant. But what is awakened is just an ordinary talent, no different from us. A male classmate snorted coldly. This male classmate usually has poor grades and is jealous of Chen Fan's good grades. Now Chen Fan still ignores them, and his heart is naturally unhappy. Chen Fan was at least a top student before, so it's normal to be a little arrogant. The handsome woman in the school uniform opened her mouth to defend. Wang Ying, I know you have a good impression of Chen Fan, so let's help him speak. Someone next to him directly broke it. Wang Ying glanced at the man and said no more. At this time, the boy in the couple among the students said, if you like it, chase it. Anyway, once the assessment is over, you will die on the front line, don't leave regrets. Wang Ying has a slender figure and a beautiful appearance, and there is no shortage of suitors around her. As long as she is willing to take the initiative, the probability of success is still quite high. Don't make up your mind here. The girl in the couple pinched her boyfriend's waist dissatisfiedly. The boy smiled and said, I'm not talking nonsense, the front line is too dangerous, ordinary warriors are cannon fodder, just telling the facts. The surrounding students were silent, most of them were 18 years old, and only a few were still young and had not yet awakened their talents. Most people awakened to ordinary talents and were destined to be the first to go to the battlefield, and no one dared to guarantee a safe return. After all, there are very few people like himself who have awakened to excellent talents. Lu Ling, what state have you cultivated to now? A female student asked. She is better than Wang Ying and is recognized as the class flower of the school. Hearing the beautiful woman's question, Lu Ling looked up proudly. Martial arts quadruple level, average. So powerful. Ban Hua was surprised. She has not yet awakened. She is 1 year younger than Lu Ling, but she also understands the weight of the martial arts quadruple fold. This means that it is very likely that he will break through the realm of warriors within a month, and he is expected to pass the assessment at that time. Why don't I know that you broke through? Lu Ling's girlfriend was pleasantly surprised. She was very happy to see her boyfriend so powerful. Lu Ling touched her head and walked towards the exercise ground. I just broke through yesterday, and my family has prepared a lot of cultivation resources for me, striving to become a martial artist within a month. His girlfriend's eyes lit up and she smiled. It seems that you are full of confidence. No problem, not even a whole month. Now that the combat power is 1,000 and there are sufficient resources, it is not difficult to break through the warriors. His eyes were firm. Looking around, the classmates looked admiring, and even the class flowers were no exception, which made him even more proud. Alas, it's a pity that Chen Fan has awakened to ordinary talent, otherwise he is expected to become a martial artist. After all, his reading grades are so good. Ban Hua sighed. She actually has a good impression of Chen Fan. After all, Chen Fan is gentle and elegant, the most dazzling existence in the class. class, and often comes on stage to give speeches. After a long time, everyone knows him, and he dominates the rankings all year round, and everyone thinks that he is most likely to awaken to excellent or even higher talents. Reading well does not mean awakening to strong talent, but the probability is higher. It's a pity that Chen Fan is not so lucky. Lu Ling's face was full of arrogance, feeling that he had far surpassed Chen Fan. In the past, he could only envy him, but now he has awakened to his excellent talent and overtook him, which made him feel happy. Although Chen Fan is still the focus, most people are more regretful. Unlike him, the future is destined to widen the gap, and Chen Fan may die on the frontline battlefield. Let me show you now how much specific combat power I have. Lu Ling walked towards the machine in public. The red light went out. Obviously someone had just used it. He didn't care, took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and bombarded the machine hard. Powerful force hits the machine, and the screen displays the number 1000. 4 layers of martial arts. Banhua's pupils shrank slightly. His face was full of envy, and his eyes were a little more admiring. Lu Ling's girlfriend was excited, and her appearance was similar to Wang Ying's, slightly inferior to Banhua. She found a good man, with deep feelings, and when she saw her boyfriend so powerful, she felt a light on her face. Too strong, Lu Ling. Sure enough, it's an excellent talent. If I awaken to such a talent, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Everyone complimented Lu Ling, and even Wang Ying had a good impression of him. In this world, it is normal to worship the strong, and people with high talent are naturally more popular and easy to attract favor. As for Chen Fan, Wang Ying had no intention of thinking too much. Although he used to have a good impression of him, he now feels that he is too ordinary, no different from himself, and no longer dazzling. Maybe there are other reasons. By the way, this machine was still light just now. It should have been used by someone 2 or 3 minutes ago. Why don't you look at the record? Banhua Chu Wei proposed. 2 or 3 minutes ago, only Chen Fan passed by here, and it was likely that he had tested it. Okay. Lu Ling also felt that it made sense and began to check the machine records. When he opened the record and saw the red font appearing, he was stunned. There was an expression of disbelief on his face, rubbing his eyes, suspecting that he was wrong. Others also gathered around, staring at the screen, their pupils clenched. 7000. This is a warrior-level combat power. There was only one person here just now, and that was Chen Fan. Isn't he an ordinary talent? Chu Wei speculated. Otherwise, how could he become a powerful warrior in just a few days? Could it be Chen Fan? Wang Ying was puzzled. Got it. But there was silence here, and it was clearly illogical to guess. I know. Lu Ling's eyes lit up, as if he had figured something out. Chen Fan is actually what he awakened was extraordinary talent. Lu Ling suddenly blurted out. In his opinion, only extraordinary talent can make a person break through to become a warrior in just a few days. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. This guess was outrageous. The people around were also silent, and apparently no one believed this statement. It shouldn't be Chen Fan. He is indeed just an ordinary talent. Even extraordinary talent cannot become a martial artist in a few days. A student wearing glasses said calmly. He also has excellent academic performance, but he has always been the second oldest in 10,000 years, and the first place has always been occupied by Chen Fan. His name is Zhang Wu. He is not yet 18 years old, and he has not awakened his talent for the time being. If it's not Chen Fan, who will it be? Banhua asked curiously. Everyone lowered their heads and thought. Obviously no one thought of a more suitable candidate. I don't think it's Chen Fan either. Although he is good at reading, it is absolutely impossible to awaken his extraordinary talent. Extraordinary talent is 1 in 10,000, and no one in the entire high school or Star City has it. Wang Ying said coldly. She is the one who least wants Chen Fan to counterattack from scrapwood to a genius. After all, not long ago, she felt that Chen Fan was no longer dazzling and no longer the ideal boyfriend in her heart. If Chen Fan really created this miracle, wouldn't she have looked away and become the laughingstock of the whole school? Thinking of this, her face turned slightly pale. Then which warrior tested this 7000 combat power? Someone couldn't help but ask. But no one knows. Warriors are big people to them, except for Lu Ling, who has the opportunity to become a warrior. Others will most likely not reach that level in this life. This is the cruelty of talent. The higher the talent, the easier it is to be strong. People with low starting points find it difficult to finish side by side with others. This is the truth summarized by the sages of all generations, and everyone understands that strong talent determines the level and status of life. Forget it. Why guess? Sooner or later, I will become a warrior. Lu Ling was full of confidence, firmly believing that he was destined to become a martial artist, and even expected to break through to become a martial artist in the future. At this moment, he seemed to be full of light, and even Banhua couldn't help but look at him twice. After all, in the class, he is already at the top with excellent talent. Although Banhua is beautiful, she understands that for the strong, beauty is not the key at all. There are too many beautiful ordinary people, and there are countless beauties around real warriors and martial artists. In this era, strength is the only truth. Lu Ling, don't forget us when you become a warrior in the future. Yes, remember to support each other. Lu Ling, the martial arts hall is open. Call me. The students around him them flattered each other, knowing that it was a luck to be in the same school as Lu Ling now. Once they graduate, their status will be very different. At that time, Lu Ling will become a big man, and his intersection with them will naturally decrease. Don't worry, I won't forget you when I'm developed. Lu Ling is generous and full of confidence. My girlfriend was both proud and worried. She felt the change in the eyes of Ban Hua and the others, but knew that they were not the biggest threat. When he leaves the school, Lu Ling will face more beautiful women and higher power, and that will be a big change. She has heard many rumors that those who have risen in strength often abandon their wives and children and no longer take into account their old feelings. Speaking of which, is it possible for Wang Long to cultivate to the realm of a warrior now? Wang Ying asked suddenly. Everyone immediately turned their attention to her and felt that the question was ridiculous. Impossible. Although Wang Long's talent is an elite-level fire type, it also takes time for his powerful talent, and he is at most a martial artist. Lu Ling categorically denied. The realm of warriors is not cabbage. How can it be so easy to cultivate? I don't think it's possible either. Ban Hua Chuwei spoke. Her father was a powerful martial artist who understood the difficulty of becoming a martial artist better than ordinary people. This must not be Qin Fan's fight. It must be a warrior with strong combat power passing through here. By the way, we didn't see him because we couldn't detect the traces of the warriors. Wang Ying breathed a sigh of relief. She typically doesn't want Qin Fan to be too bad, and she doesn't want him to be too good, he muttered in his heart. Soon, everyone left, and the venue was quiet again. Chen Fan returned home, turned on the light and lay on the sofa, turning on the TV. Peppa Pig was playing on the screen, and he glanced at it casually and changed the stage. I saw a TV series called Extreme Hurricane, which tells the story of a fish seller growing into a big boss. He watched a few episodes casually and found them interesting. In the play, the protagonist grows into a powerful grandmaster, and the fight is extremely cool. You can easily summon flames to wrap around you, and the attack power is amazing. With the power of one palm, it can smash mountain peaks and tear apart fierce beasts. What a powerful martial art! Chen Fan sighed in his heart. Looking at the martial arts performed by the great grandmaster on the screen, he knew that his martial arts were far inferior, so he began to think that if he wanted to improve his combat power, he must learn stronger martial arts. But now, how to get higher martial arts? He wondered in his heart. Gently tapping the sofa with my fingers, my thoughts are no longer on the TV. Chen Fan knew in his heart that his current martial arts level was far from enough. Rolling Stone Fist is a martial art that everyone can learn, and its power is naturally limited. Basically, as long as you take the time, anyone can cultivate perfectly. This kind of martial arts is the most ordinary in F-level martial arts, and there is nothing peculiar about it. Such martial arts could not exert his true strength at all, and could only increase his combat power by 2,000 points at most, not even doubling. And he knew that some powerful martial arts could increase their combat power dozens of times. In other words, if the basic combat power is 5,000, the power displayed can reach 50,000, which is extremely shocking. If he could master such terrifying martial arts, even in today's realm, he could easily defeat ordinary martial artists. However, Chen Fan also knew that this level of martial arts was probably already S-level, or even higher, and it was not something he could touch now. Moreover, the cultivation of such extreme martial arts requires extremely high physical strength, and the combat power must also meet the standard, otherwise it is very easy to cause the tragedy of exploding and dying. Therefore, it is stipulated that only F-level martial arts can be practiced by warriors and below, although there are a few days to learn E-level in advance, but after all, it is rare. With my current combat strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to cultivate E-level martial arts, but this kind of martial arts is too expensive to afford at all. Chen Fan sighed. Schools will sell this type of martial arts, and there are also stores outside, but the price is high, and ordinary families cannot afford it. In fact, he felt that even if it was a more advanced D-level martial art, he was confident to learn it. Perhaps only after it is ripe can real combat power break out. After turning off the TV, Chen Fan's mind was all about how to get more advanced martial arts, and his heart was itchy and uncomfortable. After all, there is a powerful talent, but there is no matching martial arts. It is simply a violent thing. It's like brute force, but it won't be used. It's wasted. By the way, I suddenly thought. He remembered the story of the rise of the fish seller in the TV series just now. The man went out of the city to kill beasts, gained a lot of wealth, bought more advanced martial arts, and finally rose. I didn't pay much attention to it when I first watched it, and it was entertainment. After all, the TV series is somewhat exaggerated, and the warrior dares to go out of the city to kill the beasts that appear in the space cracks as soon as he realizes those beasts were far more terrifying than the giant wolves he had killed. Not to mention the first layer of the warrior, or even the fourth layer of the warrior, may not be able to retreat with all his body. However, his goal is different, not to challenge high-level beasts. He only wanted to kill low-level beasts, mutated from animals, similar to the giant wolves he had encountered not long ago. Although fierce, it has a single action and limited moves, making it easy to deal with. The disadvantage is that the value is not high. After all, this kind of fierce beast that even ordinary martial artists can kill is too weak. If you want to make a lot lot of money, you must kill a warrior-level beast. Even ordinary animals mutate after reaching level 2, making them more ferocious and powerful. Maybe after I break through the realm of warriors, I can try to kill the beasts in the space cracks. Chen Fan thought to himself. He was reluctant to challenge the high-level beasts easily. The risks were extremely high, but the benefits were equally attractive. He vaguely felt that after breaking through into a warrior, his strength would be earth-shattering, and his combat power would probably surpass that of ordinary warriors. I can't blame him for this. The children of the poor have long been in charge. His parents couldn't give him a higher level of martial arts, and he could only rely on himself. But he does not resent his family and origin. After all, there are too many ordinary people in the world, and it is impossible for everyone to become strong. Bang! But the human race needs hope and needs to continue to reproduce. As long as there is a new life, there is a flame of hope, and the future of the human race will be bright. I really hope to break through the realm of warriors as soon as possible. He got up from the sofa, poured a glass of water and drank it all in one gulp. Although I was anxious, there was no shortcut to the breakthrough, and there was no sun at night, so everything could only be taken slowly. He was a little bored and picked up his phone to watch the video. Suddenly, a video title stands out. Assessment Reform. 36 cities jointly participate in the Warrior Assessment. Who will win the championship? Here's another video. Top 10 geniuses in 36 cities. 10th place, Wang Yan, awakening the top elite fire talent, must reach the late stage of the martial artist before the assessment. 9th place, Lu Sheng, awakening the top elite ice talent, comparable to extraordinary. 1st place, Feng Changtian, awakening the top extraordinary talent, comparable to the holy level. Seeing this, Chen Fan's eyes flashed slightly, and a trace of pressure surged in his heart. Some geniuses have strong family backgrounds, have sufficient cultivation resources, and top talents, and it is not uncommon for their current cultivation to reach the middle stage of martial arts. He remembered that Lu Sheng was the first in Star City's awakening talent this year, but he didn't expect to rank 9th among the top 10 geniuses. Sure enough, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. These geniuses are all stronger than me, have a strong family background, and have deep martial arts. Especially the 1st place, although it did not explicitly state the realm, but it is very likely that it has reached the martial artist at the time of the assessment. Chen Fan was both under pressure and full of expectations. He is a God King level talent, and although he awakened late, he is destined to surpass them. Chen Fan went out early and returned late, not knowing what he was busy with. Bang! When she returned home, her mother was full of worry. Where have you been lately? Go out early and return late every day, and don't eat lunch? She asked. She is still worried about her son's poor health. It's just going out for a walk and going to eat buffet at noon, Chen Fan explained. Then eat heartily. Although white rice is ordinary, Chen Fan has a big appetite, and one person eats 6 servings at the lunch buffet. He still remembers the surprised look of his boss when he left. Brother, why have you been able to eat so much lately, and you haven't grown any meat? Sister Chen Shui came over and said with a smile. Chen Fan ignored it and responded lightly, you should study hard, don't worry about adults and children. Chen Shui rolled her eyes, humph. You are just a few years older than me. He still ignored it, continued to eat, and was soon full. A few days later, 1,500 points of energy were accumulated in 5 days, and the system prompted that it could be broken. Sure enough, the energy required to break through the martial artist realm far exceeded before, several times more. How strong will the combat power be after the breakthrough? Chen Fan's eyes flashed with anticipation. Take a deep breath and recite, breakthrough. The energy in the body quickly dissipated, and the body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Countless warm currents surged in Chen Fan's body, and the golden flames burned on the surface of his body, as if to burn him completely. Fortunately, he is not at home at the moment, but in a park off the beaten path. He felt the power in his body crash like a tide, as if it was about to burst out of his body. As a martial artist, he is like a cup of almost full water, filling the last gap. Boom! With a loud noise, the terrifying power of chi and blood gushed out of his body, and his robe danced without wind, making a hunting sound. Everything fell into place. He successfully broke through and entered the realm of warriors. Chen Fan felt every inch of his muscles ache abnormally, but with it a terrifying surge of power. This power was like sublimation. The flames around him gradually dissipated, and his strength soared tenfold. He had only 10,000 pounds of combat power before, but now his combat power has soared to a terrifying 100,000. With this power, he can kill an ordinary warrior with a single punch. My current strength can compete with the martial arts quadruple master without martial arts. Chen Fan was full of confidence. His combat power has increased several times, far from being comparable to the past. As the saying goes, the soldiers are separated for 3 days, and they look at each other with admiration. He stretched his muscles and bones, and threw a punch. The sound of breaking the air shook the sky, the speed skyrocketed several times, and the air seemed to be torn apart and let out a tragic scream. My own strength is so strong, but unfortunately I don't have the right martial arts to help. The rolling stone fist that was just performed could not burst out with full combat power at all, and the increase was too small. The top priority is to learn a more powerful martial art. Chen Fan firmly believed believes that as long as he gets a strong martial arts, he will definitely be able to match the martial artist sixfold, and there will be no worries about defeat. It seems that the school's official website says that those who have awakened their talents can teach an E-level martial arts. Although it is mostly the most ordinary E-class, it is also far better than F-class. After learning this martial art, go outside the city to hunt fierce beasts. The danger will naturally decrease, and you can exchange it for a stronger martial art. Made up. He immediately got up. If you want to learn strong martial arts, you must save enough money, and hunting fierce beasts is the best way. But as a student, he could only go to the first floor area of the outer city, where he could hardly see the second-level beasts. You must ask for leave and get approval to enter the second-level area, and then there are second-level beasts comparable to martial artists. As far as Chen Fan knew, Star City was divided into 4 layers of areas. The outermost 4th layer was the front line, and it was said that there were terrifying 4th-level beasts, comparable to the Grandmaster level. Leaving the park, he went home first to say hello. Mom, I may rarely come back during this time when I go to school. You want to live on campus? Is there enough money? Enough, I'll go first. He didn't tell his mother that he was going out of the city. He just wanted to reassure his family. Chen Fan crossed the street, came to the bus stop from memory, got on bus number 8, and threw a few coins. The car was speeding, there were no empty seats in the car, and he could only stand. Looking around, there are men and women, old and young, as if they have returned to their previous lives. Although there are warriors and fierce beasts here, other daily life is no different from the past. On the bus, the students wore school uniforms and their faces were full of youth. Someone talks about favorite stars, smiling excitedly. Female students cast glances from time to time. Chen Fan was calm, and after breaking through the warrior, his skin was more delicate, his body was stronger, and his masculinity was getting stronger. That little brother is so handsome, just like the star I like. Yes, could it be a warrior? How can a warrior take the bus? The female students whispered. Chen Fan's ears were extremely sensitive after breaking through the warrior, and even the subtle sound could be clearly captured. This is due to the all-round enhancement brought by the sun god body. His breakthrough far exceeded that of ordinary warriors, and the difference in strength was obvious. Star City No. 1 Middle School has arrived. Please prepare the passengers who get off the bus in front. The radio in the car sounded. Chen Fan stopped next to the station gate and got off the train steadily. In front of the platform, a college is impressive, and the 4 red characters, Star City No. 1 Middle School. He walked quickly into the campus. This place is no different from memory. After all, it is only a few days away. People come and go, and it is between classes. Students buy things or chat together, and bask in the sun. He quickly came to the door of the first class of the second year of high school, looked over, and the head teacher was not there. Chen Fan, why don't you go back to school and tell me? A chubby student greeted with joy in his eyes. He wore a blue school uniform with a blessed face. This person is Chen Fan's close friend Zhao Hang. Our Canyon twin musketeers haven't been in the dark for a long time. You haven't even played games during this time. I'm really worried. Zhao Hong nagged. Chen Fan listened silently, not because he didn't want to speak, but because he really couldn't interject. Zhao Heng's words are extremely tuberculous and talkative, which is really a headache. Chen Fan is back. Look at him accepting reality. After the martial arts assessment, you have to go to the front line, come to school to learn something, and you have a better chance of surviving. A class of students whispered. Most of them awakened to ordinary talents and were uneasy about the front line. Now I just want to practice hard and strive for a safe return. By the way, why haven't you come to school these days? There is not much time left before the martial arts assessment, and if you delay for a few days, I am afraid that you will fall behind. Zhao Hong asked with concern. After all, the relationship between the two of them is very iron, although they are not related by blood, but they are better than brothers. Over the years, we have gone through ups and downs together, and our feelings are deep. Chen Fan smiled slightly, and was about to respond when suddenly an inopportune voice sounded. Yo, isn't this Chendiba? A burly student wearing a school uniform, nearly 1.9 meters tall, walked up to him. Although he is not very old, he looks like he is in his 30s, and his face looks a little mature. You haven't come to school during this time. I thought you had encountered some opportunity to pass the martial arts assessment with confidence. Now it seems that you are cowardly, right? Afraid of being beaten by Wang Xiao? I heard that the current Wang Xiao can press you down with one finger. He said mockingly. This person's name is Lu Hai, and he has a bit of a holiday with Chen Fan. In fact, it is not that there is really much conflict between him and Chen Fan, but the relationship between Wang Long, the Wang Xiao behind him. Wang Long is a rich child, his father is a powerful martial artist, and now he has awakened to an elite talent and is one of the most talented people in the school. Lu Hai, you can't spit out ivory with your mouth. Zhao Hong was very angry when he heard this. Lu Hai was just Wang Long's lackey, and the master didn't come, so he came to provoke Chen Fan first. Zhao Hong, don't meddle in your own business. If you offend Wang Xiao, you won't end well. Bang sneered. Chen Fan, get to know each other. Hurry up and apologize to Wang Xiao. Kneeling down and begging for mercy, Wang Xiao may open the net, but if you are obsessed and dare to rob Wang Xiao, wait to be beaten. He stared at Chen Fan contemptuously contemptuously, full of disdain. Chen Fan's eyes were calm, remembering that Lu Hai had awakened to an excellent talent, and he was not impressed, only that he was a follower next to Wang Long. "Where is the Wang Longren?" Chen Fan asked. "Wang Long? You deserve to call him by name?" Lu Hai's face showed disdain. He looked down on Chen Fan and felt that he had no merits except for good grades. What made him even more upset was that the school flower Chu Xian actually fell in love with Chen Fan and even ignored Wang Xiao. Chu Xian, the most beautiful girl on the entire campus, has an outstanding temperament and a prominent family background. Her father was a master of horror, a dragon-like existence that left them in the dust. Lu Hai was jealous in his heart, feeling that this little white face was not worthy of getting close to Chu Xian at all. "Don't bully people too much." Zhao Hong was furious, his fists clenched, obviously wanting to do it. "Zhao Hong, why do you keep messing around with Chen Fan and being his follower? What's the point?" Lu Hai deliberately sowed discord. Zhao Hong didn't take these words to heart at all, and didn't hear them at all. "Enough!" Chen Fan's breath suddenly became dangerous, and the air seemed to be stagnant. As a warrior, he has an inexplicable majesty that instantly silences the surroundings. Even Lu Hai felt uneasy, thinking that he used to treat Chen Fan as a little sheep, but now he was like a tiger out of the cage. That's impossible. Lu Hai struggled in his heart, and his breath quickly returned to calm, telling himself that it was just an illusion. "The voice is so loud. Do you want to do it? I can beat you down with one hand." The bangs continued to provoke. He had a small calculation in his heart: if he could beat Chen Fan, it would definitely reach Wang Xiao's ears, and he would still be valued. As the saying goes, people go to high places, and water flows to low places, using Chen Fan as a stepping stone. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Chen Fan had awakened to an unprecedented talent for horror. Now Chen Fan, who is a martial artist, can slap him to death with one hand, and his chi and blood strength is far inferior. By the way, there is something I didn't tell you. Chu Xian has also awakened her talent. She is an elite-level wind system, and she will become a grandmaster in the future, and the gap between you will only get bigger and bigger. Liang laughed maliciously. He wanted to break Chen Fan's mentality and hit his self-confidence. Chu Xian. Chen Fan thought of her in her memory, with black hair and shawl, exquisite makeup, as beautiful as spring flowers, beautiful and refined. She is the school flower of the whole school, and she is a top existence in terms of appearance, temperament, strength, and grades. If she is just an ordinary talent, I am afraid she will have nothing to do with her in the future. But now it is different. He awakens to his legendary talent and has a peaceful mind. Although beautiful and moving, beauty is a side story after all, and becoming stronger is the goal. "Bangs, you did it on purpose." Zhao Hong was furious and seemed to be going to do it. Chen Fan's eyes were cold and locked on the bangs. Although he couldn't kill him, he had to let him remember the lesson. The bangs are only 5 layers of martial arts, and the chi and blood are not strong, so there is little threat to Chen Fan. "What are you doing?" At this time, a woman with long hair and a shawl walks slowly. Her face is flawless, as delicate as a porcelain doll, and she wears a red precious bracelet on her wrist with an elegant temperament. Chu Xin. Lu Hai saw the woman who suddenly appeared, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Although he dared to mock Chen Fan, he would never be rude to the woman in front of him. After all, she is a woman who must be chased by Wang Xiao. What's more, Chu Xian himself is also a genius, awakening to elite talents. He doesn't have to come to school every day to practice. There is a stronger inheritance in the family, and the school is only the foundation. "We just chatted casually." Bangs forced a smile on his face, trying to hide his embarrassment. "Just chat?" Chu Xian frowned slightly, and her voice was cold. "What I heard just now doesn't sound like a casual chat at all." Lu Hai's face changed, knowing that Chu Xian must have heard the whole conversation. "Hurry back to your second shift. Don't be an eyesore here." Chu Xian said coldly. His tone was like a 1,000-year-old iceberg, cold and biting. Lu Hai's face was ugly, but he didn't dare to spread his anger on the school flower, so he had to turn around and stare at Chen Fan coldly. "Chen Fan, you wait for me. I will definitely teach you a good lesson in the practice class." After saying that, he returned to the second shift angrily. "When is the practical class?" Chen Fan asked Zhao Hong next to him. "At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There will be exchanges with each other." Zhao Hong replied. "Okay, I know." Chen Fan nodded. Since Liang Hai has to find trouble, he still gives him some color in the practice class. He sneered in his heart, but his face was calm, which became a sign of his fear in the eyes of outsiders. "It's over." Chen Fan offended Lu Hai, and he will never be lenient in the practice class. Someone whispered. Although Lu Hai has awakened to a good talent, he is a small belly and chicken intestines, and he will take revenge if he has a grudge, and Chen Fan is in big trouble this time. "In fact, I just endured it, but Chen Fan's temper is still the same." A group of classmates talked about it, thinking that Chen Fan might be unlucky next. After all, the practical class is not a joke, and it is normal to get injured and broken bones when you really fight. "Chu Xian, thank you just now." Chen Fan sincerely thanked him. "It's okay. You have to be careful with your bangs. Although he is a villain, his martial arts cultivation is much stronger than yours, and he deliberately makes trouble for you, so you have to be mentally prepared. If you really can't do it, you can skip the practical practical class, Chu Xian said with concern. She remembered the scene when she met Chen Fan a year ago. She was originally the first in her grade, but was later overtaken by Chen Fan and became the second oldest in 10,000 years. The gap in grades made her continue to work hard and even took the initiative to consult Chen Fan. Gradually discovered that although Chen Fan was taciturn, she was really good at learning, and she was ashamed of herself when she had multiple answers to one question. She once thought that Chen Fan would also awaken to strong talents and reach the peak alongside her. Boom! Unexpectedly, Providence made people, and Chen Fan awakened to the lowest level of talent, which was very different from her. I know, I'll be careful. Chen Fan agreed on the surface, but didn't care in his heart. There is no need to tell more about some truths, others may not believe them, so why waste your words? Chen Fan, even if you awaken your ordinary talents, as long as you practice hard, you can become a powerful warrior. Come on. Chu Xian showed an ethereal smile, stunningly beautiful. The people around were stunned. Even Chen Fan was shocked by her beauty, like the rising glow in the morning. I will. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Chu Xian turned around and left, leaving behind a beautiful back. Chen Fan watched her go away, his heart unfazed, as if water was still. Chu Xian walked to the corner, sighed, and looked back at Chen Fan's direction, full of regret. How nice it would be if you awakened to an elite-level talent. Her beautiful eyes showed disappointment. She once had a great affection for Chen Fan, but she knew that talent determined everything. Most of the wives of powerful warriors are also strong. Strong alliance, descendants inherit strong talents, and the family prospers. She and Chen Fan have no chance now, and if they meet again in the future, they can only be strangers. This time to help Chen Fan is also the last time, and he will not make another move in the future. The gap between the two will only get bigger and bigger, and the probability of Chen Fan surviving on the battlefield is extremely low. He was an ordinary talent and delayed school for a few days. No one pointed it out, and the chances of survival were lower. These are cruel times. After awakening the talent, if you don't become stronger, you can only die on the battlefield or become an ordinary person. Ordinary people are the most dangerous, and they bear the brunt of the invasion of fierce beasts. This is the last time I'll help you, Chen Fan. I hope you can come back alive, even if you do nothing. Chu Xian withdrew his gaze and turned around and left. Chen Fan, Colonel Chu Hua just glanced at you, and it seems that he still has affection for you. Zhao Heng smiled. He really hoped that the two would become a fairy couple. Don't joke. Chen Fan was helpless. I just set the mood. Colonel Chu has a strong momentum, and when the martial arts apprentice is assessed, I don't know what kind of cultivation he will achieve. Zhao Heng sighed. He thought of the powerful qi and blood emitted by Chu Xian when he appeared, and his heart was shocked. I'm afraid the strength has reached 5,000 pounds, and the sense of oppression is extremely strong. Chen Fan was calm. Yes, it's quite strong. He laughed. Zhao Heng comforted. Chu Xian's awakened elite talent can be called a monster, and we ordinary people can't compare to it at all. The conversation changed. Chen Fan, are you sure of dealing with Lu? If you're not sure, don't go to practice classes. Impossible. Chen Fan shook his head. I must go, but I want to see what methods Lu Hai has learned. Zhao Heng saw that he was confident, and although he was puzzled, he didn't say much. He knew that Chen Fan was stubborn and no one could persuade him to decide. The first class of the second year of high school. Chen Fan walked into the classroom and saw that his previous books were still scattered on the table, but some dust had accumulated on them. After all, he hadn't been to school for a while. Chen Fan, are you really planning to participate in the practical class? A beautiful woman stood in front of him. It was Wang Ying. Once upon a time, she regarded Chen Fan as an unattainable top student, with amazing results. But now, she feels that Chen Fan is a bit stupid to make such a decision. Yes. Chen Fan glanced at her lightly, remembering that the two usually didn't have much intersection, except that he had instructed her to study, nothing else. You should give up. Lu Hai awakens to an excellent talent, far stronger than you. If you don't give up, I'm afraid it will end tragically. Wang Ying kindly reminded. She knew very well how big the gap between excellent talents and ordinary talents was. Take Lu Ling as an example. The last time the combat power was already 1,000, and it was not seen for a few days, and the strength was even more unknown. He didn't come to school today, and it is estimated that he is making a solid breakthrough. Excellent talent means that he will be a real powerhouse in the future, and he is even expected to become a martial artist. Those of them with ordinary talents can only be out of reach. Wang Ying is right. Chen Fan is averagely talented, and he is not Lu Hai's opponent at all. Although the bangs are annoying, he is destined to surpass many people after awakening his talent, and he is Wang Xiao's follower. I heard that Wang Xiao is expected to break through to the mid-level realm in the martial arts assessment. When it comes to bangs, everyone cares more about Wang Xiao behind him, Wang Long. Wang Long is one of the few elite talents in the school, and he is very likely to become a future grandmaster, with a status on par with the principal. However, the principal Shun Long saw the beginning and the end, and everyone had only seen each other at the awakening ceremony. Once you become a grandmaster, you are a big man, and it is rare for ordinary people to come into contact with it. In contrast, bangs can only be considered ordinary. Tragic? Chen Fan listened, chuckled, and didn't say much. He felt that although Wang Ying's words seemed to be concerned, they were actually prejudiced, as if he believed in his bones that he was inferior to Lu. Wang Ying, don't talk too much. Chen Fan will decide what decision he makes. Zhao Hong interjected dissatisfiedly. Although it is true, it is uncomfortable to listen to. Zhao Hong, will the head teacher come to class in the morning? Chen Fan asked. Zhao Hong shook his head. No, self-study in the morning, and there will be practical classes in the afternoon. After awakening the talent, there is no need to take ordinary courses this month, just practice. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that he came a little early, but there was no need to go home now. He was ready to wait until the afternoon. At this time, he noticed a mirror on Zhao Heng's desk, reflecting a familiar and unfamiliar face. The facial features are handsome, the eyes are deep, and the occasional flash of sharp light. The calm demeanor and momentum give people an inexplicable shock, like an instinctive fear, like a frog meeting a natural enemy. The people around him didn't notice. It was Chen Fan who tried his best to restrain his breath. If not, I'm afraid no one dares to approach. His original combat strength was 5,000, but now it has reached 50,000, a tenfold increase. The real strength has not yet fully exploded, and even he himself does not know how strong it is. My hair is a little long, it's time to get a haircut. Chen Fan thought to himself. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone gathered in the school's martial arts hall, which was spacious and divided into multiple practice venues. Soft blankets are laid on the ground to ensure the safety of practice. These venues are equivalent to practical classrooms, not only in the second class of high school, but also in other classes. Chen Fan and Zhao Hong found the venue of their class and walked quickly. Everyone was already waiting, and in the middle stood a middle-aged man wearing gold glasses. The man was thin, but the power of qi and blood was terrifying. Obviously, he deliberately restrained his momentum. In this practical class, I will teach you a powerful E-level martial arts. The man spoke. He is the head teacher Zhang Jinghua, a powerful martial artist who has killed countless fierce beasts on the battlefield. Although he wears glasses and is gentle, his body has far more qi and blood than ordinary beasts. Therefore, the students respected him greatly. In the past, when they did not awaken their talents, they did not understand the strength of the class teacher. Now that he knows that he has reached the realm of a martial artist, he is even more in awe. Teacher, I heard that only true martial artists can practice E-level martial arts. Will our cultivation be dangerous? A student raised his hand and asked. The content of your books is a bit outdated, although it has not changed, but now, even if you are not a warrior, after many generations of improvement, you can still cultivate E-level, but the power cannot be fully exerted. Zhang Jinggui explained. The book will be sent, and I will show you it again. He ordered the squad leader. The squad leader immediately stood up and put the books in front of everyone. Chen Fan turned the pages of the book and saw a martial art called collapsed palm. Collapse the palm, gather qi and blood in the palm of your hand. The book explains in detail. In short, the collapsed palm is similar to the rolling stone fist. The difference is that the collapsed palm can mobilize stronger qi and blood, and the power is greater. Look, Zhang Jinghua demonstrated. I saw him mobilizing his qi and blood, and his palms were slightly red, like a scorching soldering iron. Then he slapped his palm in front of him, and the sound of a whistling wind blew in the air, and a gust of wind came to his face. Everyone seemed to see a huge palm print coming towards them, enveloping their sight. This is exactly the coercion of the martial arts master. Reaching this state, every move is a terrifying force. The palm print just now was just an illusion, but it was shocking. Damn, this is too strong. Zhao Hong couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at the book in his hand, his heart was boiling, and he wanted to practice this martial art immediately. Other students were also aroused and began to seriously understand it. They know that the deeper the understanding, the greater the hope of surviving on the battlefield in the future. But Chen Fan gently closed the book at this moment. For him, this martial art has long been integrated, and the difficulty is almost zero. Just as everyone was immersed in it, a female teacher suddenly hurried into the door. Although he is 40 years old, his charm is still there, and his temperament is extraordinary. Zhang Jinghua, I have something to do. Please help me take the practical class of Class 2 today, she said. Zhang Jinghua nodded in agreement, and soon the second class of students poured into the classroom, including Bangs. Lu Hai glanced at Chen Fan coldly when he walked in, and a provocative smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He opened his mouth to speak, although he did not speak, but his movements were obviously deliberately insulting, trying to provoke Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't pay attention at all. The bangs in his eyes were just a small role in the mortal world, insignificant. Today's practical class, I will teach you. Zhang Jinghua repeated the old-fashioned opening, ordered the second class leader to distribute books and practice on the spot. The students in the second class were also shocked and began to seriously practice the collapsed palm. However, this martial art is not small, and many people frown and find it difficult to get started. But there are also a few people who are full of confidence and study hard. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Jinghua scanned the audience and asked, who wants to come up and demonstrate and practice with me? This is a rare opportunity, and everyone is eager to try it. I haven't started yet, yet, otherwise I want to be a sparring partner. Zhao Heng sighed helplessly, feeling that he could almost break through. Lu Ling didn't come, then you go up with bangs. Zhang Jinghua finally chose the bangs of excellent talent. Only this kind of person can enter the palm of his hand, and others have almost no hope. Lu Hai stood up proudly, his face full of pride, ready to show his strength. Excellent talent is awesome, and you can go on every drill. Blame us for our low talent, no chance. The students talked a lot, envy and jealousy were intertwined. Suddenly, Chen Fan raised his hand. Teacher, can I go up? The move shocked the audience. Everyone knows Chen Fan, but it's only been an hour. How can he learn to break his palm? How dare you go on stage to practice? It's just asking for trouble. Whispers sounded, but Chen Fan didn't care. He had already mastered martial arts, and at this moment he was not trying to show off but wanted to go out of the city to hunt fierce beasts as soon as possible in exchange for more advanced martial arts, and he didn't want to waste time. Chen Fan, you haven't even started breaking your palm, and you still want to practice on stage? Lu Hai said disdainfully, seeing Chen Fan as a sensational clown. Zhang Jinghua frowned and looked at Chen Fan, secretly regretting in his heart. Although the awakening talent is important, no matter how good the results are, if you can't become a powerful warrior, it will be difficult to be promising after all. Since you want to practice, let the students compete with each other. He decided to let them entertain themselves and guide them by his side. After all, ordinary talented students have poor understanding, and there is a big gap between them and excellent talents. The students' eyes flickered, and they were all eager to try, looking forward to practicing on stage, receiving guidance from martial artists, and making up for their shortcomings. Teacher, I have completely learned to break my palms, and I am afraid that competing with ordinary students will hurt them, Chen Fan said lightly. Everyone listened to it but laughed at it. Who believed that he learned so quickly? Ah, you're crazy, learn it in your dreams. Lu Hai laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, and he thought Chen Fan's words were too funny. Zhang Jinghua glanced at Chen Fan and wondered if he had been hit. How talented is it to learn in such a short period of time? Top extraordinary? He didn't think much and turned to everyone. Okay, if anyone wants to come up and raise their hands for the exercise, I will arrange it. Almost all the students raised their hands, all eager to show their skills. I know, don't worry, I'll arrange them one by one. He was about to distribute when Lu Hai interrupted. Teacher, Chen Fan said that he learned to break his palm. Why don't I compete with him first and come to the first drill? Zhang Jinghua thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Yes, but you should be lighter. Seeing this, Zhao Heng looked at Chen Fan anxiously. He will definitely win with such a powerful talent. You have to be careful. This is obviously bullying you. Chen Fan responded with a smile. Don't worry, I really learned it. Zhao Heng didn't listen, thinking that Chen Fan said this to comfort him, and his face was full of anxiety. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhang, since you can take the initiative to select people, I want to be the first to go on stage with Lu Hai. Zhao Heng raised his hand and said he really didn't want Chen Fan to be beaten. After all, Lu Haigang had just released harsh words and would never be spared. On the surface, he promised to stop, but once he got out of control, there was an excuse. If he goes first, the bangs may not be too much. After all, Teacher Zhang Jinghua will not let him continue to do things to other students. You really have the courage, Teacher Zhang. In that case, I don't mind sparring with Zhao Heng first. Bangs responded with a sneer. He knew in his heart that no matter what, Chen Fan would compete with him sooner or later. Now he just wants to teach Zhao Heng a hard lesson in public, and then he doesn't believe that Chen Fan can still bear it. Zhang Jinghua frowned slightly. As a martial artist who had been on the battlefield, he could see that there seemed to be some personal grudges between Chen Fan and Lu Hai. But he didn't want to mix. After all, this was a matter between students, and the teacher would not care too much. After all, most people have to go to the battlefield after the assessment, and this little friction is harmless. If you really want to go to the battlefield to fight against the beast, that is the death penalty. I agreed. Zhang Jinghua nodded and allowed Zhao Hengxian to come on stage to compete with Lu Hai. He also wanted to take the opportunity to observe the level of the two and guide them by the way. Of course, he is still more optimistic about bangs in his heart. After all, there is a clear gap between excellent talents and ordinary talents. This is a well-known fact. Although he was optimistic about Chen Fan and expected him to awaken to a stronger talent, it was a pity that Chen Fan was just an ordinary talent and it was difficult to stand out. Now he doesn't pay much attention to Chen Fan and regards him as one of the ordinary students. Zhao Heng quickly stepped forward, facing his opponent with a solemn expression. He worked hard to adjust his chi and blood, ready to explode his strongest strength, and only in this way could he have a chance of winning. You're so weak. The bang spoke in a flat tone, as if stating facts, without mockery. Zhao Heng's face changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, then let me see what you can do. Lu Hai didn't care, stretched his waist in public, and his blood exploded. He had stepped into the 6th layer of the warrior yesterday, and his blood was far better than Zhao Heng's. As soon as it broke out, Zhao Heng only felt like a mountain of pressure, as if he was facing a tiger, but he was a little sheep. The gap is so big? Before he punched, he only felt the pressure of chi and blood pressure, and Zhao Heng's hands trembled slightly. He is only a martial artist, and the gap is huge. But he gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and clenched his fists. Rolling stone fist. fist. He punched out, condensing the chi and blood into a point, and bursting out with terrifying power. The faces of the surrounding students changed slightly, obviously shocked. The bangs also showed a hint of emotion. It's a bit interesting. It seems that your rolling stone fist has been practiced, but in front of my entry-level collapsed palm, you are still vulnerable. The words fell, and the bangs looked sharp and slapped out with his palms. Chi and blood mobilized, and a palm was split. Zhao Hong felt overwhelming pressure. Bang! With fists and palms clashing, Zhao Hong took a few steps back and almost fell. Fortunately, a force behind him caught it steadily, so he didn't fall. Chen Fan, why are you here? Zhao Hong was surprised, thinking that teacher Zhang had made the move. Chen Fan was expressionless. Zhao Hong was not seriously injured, only chi and blood disorders. This is just a competition. Lu Hai has not made a dead move. He may just want to test it. Chen Fan. Zhang Jinghua didn't pay much attention to Chen Fan. But when Chen Fan stood up from the crowd, Zhang Jinghua suddenly felt that he was as powerful as a lion, and everyone around him was like sheep. The natural momentum made him feel that he was not an ordinary student, but a real warrior. Teacher, Zhao Hong lost. I'll come to the next game. Chen Fan walked up to Zhang Jinghua and said calmly. Zhang Jinghua looked at Chen Fan carefully and found that he was extremely strong, although he only broke out for a moment, but he had surpassed Lu. Is this person really an ordinary fire-type talent? He secretly doubted in his heart. Could it be that the awakening instrument is wrong? Teacher Zhang? Chen Fan saw that the teacher was in a daze and reminded softly. Zhang Jinghua looked up and down with appreciative eyes. Your cultivation now? A warrior. Chen Fan replied calmly, no longer hiding it after breaking through. Ah, Chen Fan, you are really sick. No one can break through the martial artist even with elite talent. You are good. You call the martial artist first. Lu Hai laughed wildly. The other students also laughed, thinking that Chen Fan was too ridiculous, as if they were playing with them. Zhang Jinghua didn't smile. His eyes lit up. Although the aura released by Chen Fan is usually difficult to detect, as a martial artist, he naturally perceives it. What Chen Fan said was not a joke, but really became a warrior, so he was calm. Okay, I'll allow you to go on stage to compete. Zhang Jinghua is looking forward to seeing Chen Fan's true strength. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Chen Fan thanked him and walked towards his bangs. Lu Hai sneered on his face. He had been waiting for a long time. His eyes were full of anticipation, and he vowed to teach Chen Fan a hard lesson. By the way, the two of you will use the broken palm I just taught, and I will help you point out the shortcomings in your movements after the end. Zhang Jinghua added that he obviously didn't want the two to really have a real fire. Yes. Chen Fan nodded calmly and walked steadily to Lu Hai. With a relaxed smile on his face, Lu Hai waved his fist and mocked in a low voice. Although Teacher Zhang said to let my subordinates show mercy, I will not leave it easily. If you kneel down and admit your mistake now, you may still be saved. Chen Fan was speechless for a while. Don't hold back, do your best, he responded unceremoniously. These words were undoubtedly provocative in Lu Hai's ears. He felt that Chen Fan did not take himself seriously at all, just like Wang Xiao, who was so high that he regarded himself as an ant, and his teeth were itchy with anger. Okay, good. Lu Hai roared angrily and responded repeatedly. The anger on his face gradually thickened, and his blood surged rapidly. I am now a martial artist sixfold, and I will go all out. Maybe I will break your bones directly. Don't kneel down and beg for mercy then, he threatened arrogantly. The surrounding students suddenly exclaimed. Damn, are the bangs so strong? The martial arts are sixfold. His strength can rank 15 among the awakeners of number 1 middle school. Sure enough, it's bangs. Hearing the admiration, Lu Hai was pleased with himself, showing the confident look of an elegant prince. He said coldly to Chen Fan, are you ready? The competition begins. I will never stay. Yes. Chen Fan still looked indifferent. Not to mention that Lu Hai is just a martial artist now. Even if he is a martial artist, he doesn't care. However, Chen Fan did not intend to attack with all his might, otherwise it would not be difficult to kill Lu Hai with one palm. I'm here. Lu Hai deliberately reminded loudly. His figure flashed, his chi and blood condensed in his palms, and he pounced on Chen Fan. Zhang Jinghua, who was watching, looked at the movements of the bangs and couldn't help nodding in praise, which was excellent. The students in the audience were imagining, as if they had foreseen Chen Fan being knocked to the ground. Only Zhao Heng's eyes were worried and he couldn't bear to look at him directly. Lu Hai did not go all out when he fought Zhao Heng before, but now he is even more aggressive, and the sense of crisis has increased sharply, obviously serious. A figure was slammed away and slammed into a wall 10 meters away. The scene was instantly silent, and everyone was as dull as a ghost. It was the bangs that everyone was optimistic about. He clasped his palms in embarrassment, groaning in pain, his face full of disbelief. Chen Fan, on the other hand, stood steadily, looking relaxed and unmoved at all. The air seemed to freeze, and the sound of a needle falling was clearly audible. Everyone's eyes gathered on Chen Fan, their faces full of disbelief. Chen Fan, one trick to blow the bangs away? Could it be that he is really a warrior? Some people suspect that they are dreaming. Even Zhang Jinghua was stunned. He felt that the power of chi and blood released by Chen Fan was equivalent to that of Lu Hai, and they were about 6 layers of martial arts. But Chen Fan's broken palm has reached the state of roundness and flawlessness, and the the integration of elements. Only by practicing the collapsed palm to perfection can it burst out with such power. In other words, in just 1 hour, Chen Fan actually cultivated this powerful E-level martial art to the extreme. How can such a talent be only at an ordinary level? Zhang Jinghua had doubts in his heart. Chen Fan never lied, and he didn't look away. Chen Fan is indeed a warrior, and his awakening talent is probably far beyond ordinary people's cognition. Could it be that Chen Fan has really awakened to extraordinary talent? Or is it a natural dual talent? Zhang Jinghua secretly speculated. It is true that there are a few people in the world who have 2 talents, but they are extremely rare. Other cities have such precedents, but Star City has never appeared. Quick, send 2 people to help Lu Hai to the infirmary, Zhang Jinghua ordered. Everyone came back to their senses and acted quickly. Their eyes were full of awe when they looked at Chen Fan. Even a genius like Lu Hai is so vulnerable under Chen Fan, and the former top student seems to be back. Impossible, this must be fake. Wang Ying's face was pale, as if she was hallucinating. She found it difficult to accept reality. How could Chen Fan be so strong? Obviously he is also an ordinary talent. How can he cultivate so well? My heart is full of unwillingness and jealousy. Chen Fan's other classmates were amazed and firmly believed that his talent was at least excellent, or even higher. By the way, do you remember that incident in the park some time ago? Lu Ling's girlfriend suddenly spoke. The faces of several students around her suddenly changed, remembering the astonishing numbers displayed on the test machine. His eyes fell on Chen Fan again, and his heart was surging. If this is the case, Chen Fan was already a real warrior a few days ago? So how terrible is his current strength? Everyone didn't dare to think about it, feeling that it was beyond the limits of cognition. Amazing. Zhao Hong came back from surprise and smiled. Chen Fan, I have to rely on you to cover me in the future. Even if Chen Fan's strength has increased greatly, Zhao Hong is still fearless, because he regards Chen Fan as his closest friend and brother. Chen Fan responded with a smile. Chen Fan, what you just performed was a perfect level collapse palm. It seems that you really learned it. Zhang Jinghua walked over quickly and praised. As soon as the words came out, the students were shocked again, looking at Chen Fan as if they were facing a monster. Such a difficult martial art to practice in just 1 hour? They are simply unbelievable. This talent is really perverted. Even the elite level is much inferior. In the venue, all the students opened their mouths wide, as if they could stuff an egg. After a short silence, heated discussions quickly erupted. Damn, why is Chen Fan so fierce? In such a short period of time, he has completely learned such a strong martial art. The most outrageous thing is that he slapped his bangs away with 1 palm. Lu Haidu was a martial artist. Last year Chen Fan couldn't stop it at all. Is he really a warrior? Hiss dash everyone gasped, their heads confused. They felt that they had encountered a monster that was rarely seen in 100 years, and Chen Fan was probably extraordinary. Otherwise, how could it be possible to cultivate advanced martial arts as simple as drinking water? And the realm improved rapidly, far exceeding the elite level talent. At this time, Lu Hai slowly woke up, in pain all over his body, and was stunned by being beaten just now. He knew that both of them were breaking their palms, but Chen Fan was obviously more advanced. The next day, the power of that palm was extremely mysterious, and his bones broke when he collided, and he still couldn't lift his hand. After awakening the talent, the physique increases greatly, and the bones can repair themselves, but it takes time. As soon as he woke up, he heard the voices around him exclaiming at him, as if they had become a stepping stone for Chen Fan. I was depressed and almost bleeding. Chen Fan, you are very strong. I underestimate you, but you can win me, but you can't win Wang Xiao. On the day of the martial arts assessment, Wang Xiao will definitely teach you a lesson, and then you will know what a real genius is. Lu Hai said weakly. Chen Fan sneered. Waste is always waste. He didn't take Wang Xiao seriously at all. What is Wang Xiao? He can't even look down on the geniuses of the 36 cities. It's just an ordinary elite level talent, and the gap between it and the top genius is too big. Even if there are resources, there is a high probability that the martial artist assessment can only reach the middle stage of the martial artist, and he himself has the confidence to deal with it. When the martial arts will be stronger, the realm will break through, or the martial arts will be able to fight in the later stage, and even compete with the martial artists. Soon, the 2 students left with Lu Hai in their arms. Chen Fan, come with me. Zhang Jinghua was ready to take Chen Fan to the office. He also taught everything he should have taught in this class, and he didn't bother to take care of the rest of the discussion. Chen Fan nodded and followed. Chen Fan, you are so strong. Should you really break through the martial artist? The last time you awakened your talent, was there a mistake in the instrument? Zhao Hong asked with admiration and curiosity. Chen Fan responded lightly. Let's talk about it later. There is something to do now. See you another day. Then he entered the office with Zhang Jinghua. Zhang Jinghua stared at him with burning eyes. To be honest, how heavy have you broken through to the martial artist now? Zhang Jinghua didn't believe that Chen Fan was just a warrior, and that terrifying qi and blood strength was by no means so simple. Chen Fan said innocently, it is true that the martial artist is heavy. Maybe the awakening of the physique leads to a stronger increase in qi and blood. He didn't lie, he was all telling the truth. Zhang Jinghua was speechless for a while, although he heard that he he had the talent to increase qi and blood, but it was unheard of for Chen Fan to increase so much. Okay, test it out for me first. Chen Fan nodded. A few moments later, the test results were released. Zhang Jingguo's expression was complicated, shocked and joyful, and a little suspicious, making it difficult to distinguish between true and false. Chen Fan has not used martial arts, and his combat power has reached an astonishing 50,000. If you use martial arts now, I am afraid you will be able to fight with the martial artists in the later stages. Zhang Jingguo was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and tried to calm down. Can you fight with the warrior in the later stage? Chen Fan was surprised. He thought that he could match the mid-stage powerhouse of the martial artist at most, but he didn't expect Zhang Jingguo to rate so highly, and it seemed that he underestimated himself. Yes, the combat power of ordinary warriors is only over 50,000 martial arts, and you have reached it now. It's a monster. Zhang Jingguo did not hide his shock, and at the same time realized that there was a real horror genius in the class. So powerful, the martial arts assessment will surely be a blockbuster. In this 36-city competition, Star City is just around the corner. He was secretly glad that Star City No. 1 Middle School had picked up the treasure. Teacher Zhang, I came to apply for special leave to go to the second floor outside the city to hunt beasts. Chen Fan bluntly stated the purpose. The broken palm is already strong, and after hunting fierce beasts for stronger martial arts, the strength will definitely be better. He can't wait. Are you going out of the city now? Zhang Jingguo was shocked. I feel that Chen Fan is still too tender, and the battlefield is changing rapidly. Although the second layer is a second-level beast, it is not strong or weak. If you encounter a terrorist level 2 late beast, a crisis is inevitable. Do you have to go? Zhang Jingguo asked seriously. Yes. Chen Fan's eyes were firm, without hesitation. Understand, I'll issue you a special leave slip. Zhang Jingguo wrote the leave slip and stamped it. Take it well, be careful when going out of the city. The outside is far more dangerous than the inside of the city, and you may encounter danger at any time. He solemnly advised. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Chen Fan nodded, a smile appeared on his face, and finally he was able to step out of the city gate. In a luxurious villa of the Wang family, the blonde and handsome young man sat lazily on the sofa, exuding the majesty of a high-ranking person. In front of the sofa, Lu Hai knelt down with his head down, his face full of shame. Wang Xiao, please give me another chance. Next time I will definitely teach Chen Fan a good lesson. Liang Hai's nails were sunken into the palm of his hand, and he was in pain, hoping that Wang Long could give him a chance to turn the tables. Wang Long said coldly, I don't need a follower of a waste like you. Just now Lu Hai came here to bring an important news, but Wang Long didn't care about it at all. For him, Lu Hai is just a small follower, and although his talent is excellent, he is far inferior to himself. Followers use it instead, and he dislikes that bangs are useless and can be discarded at any time. Wang Xiao, Chen Fan is very likely to have broken through the martial artist. He is far better than me. You can't blame me for failing. Lu Hai hurriedly defended. Wang Long's eyes were cold. I only look at the results, not the process. Being strong is king. No matter how strong Chen Fan is, he is just a small role and not worth mentioning. His body suddenly bloomed with an unrivaled domineering aura, and his momentum was invincible all over the world, like an awakened beast, and his qi and blood power was amazing. Lu Hai's whole person was like falling into the deep sea, as if he was oppressed by the endless blue sea. With no oxygen, his limbs were numb, and he was almost suffocated. He had never felt such a terrifying pressure of qi and blood pressure. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Lu Hai said in shock, warrior. His voice trembled, knowing that this young man was extraordinary. Even elite-level talents are difficult to break through warriors at this moment. And the aura emitted by Wang Long was so strong that it resembled a warrior, even more terrifying than Chen Fan. Lu Hai even felt that as long as Wang Long worked a little harder, he would definitely die. In front of a true warrior, it was difficult for him to even maintain stable qi and blood, like an ant. It is difficult to even move a finger, and the limb is stiff due to fear. Wang Long looked out the floor-to-ceiling window, where there were many prosperous buildings and occasional pedestrians. Star City is too small. He whispered to himself. My father gave me a lot of cultivation resources, and I will not live up to expectations. My goal is to step on the top 10 geniuses in the 36 cities, step on them one by one, and replace them. The power of qi and blood once again bloomed with terrifying light, and Lu Hai could no longer bear it at all, crawling on the ground, trembling all over, and had no strength to stand. He was extremely bitter and once proud of his excellent talent and regarded it as superior. Now the arrogance is shattered, and it is just a waste in front of Wang Long, and it can be replaced at any time. Chen Fan, it's all your fault. Lu Hai could only curse Chen Fan, because Wang Long was too strong. He did not dare to covet it. Star City No. 1 Middle School. In an office, Zhang Jingguo was called for tea. Opposite was a white-haired old man, the principal of Star City No. 1 Middle School, holding a thermos cup. Although he has the same surname Wang, he is not related to Wang Long, only with the same surname. Xiao Zhang, I heard that there is a genius in your class, named Chen Fan. I heard that he showed great power and defeated Lu. The principal asked. Zhang Jingguo nodded proudly. I suspect that Chen Fan has awakened to the second talent, although the probability is extremely low, but it is the most likely. The principal's face changed, and he quickly regained his composure after being surprised. Interesting, I heard that he has reached the realm of a martial artist? Zhang Jingwei replied calmly. It is indeed a heavy warrior, but its combat power is extraordinary. The principal drank. It looks like a good seedling. I rarely hear you praise others for their extraordinary combat power. Zhang Jingwei smiled and did not answer, not revealing Chen Fan's true combat strength. He privately hoped that Chen Fan's martial arts assessment would shine, and he would have a light on his face. Looking at your demeanor, do you think Chen Fan can shine in the martial arts assessment? The principal seemed to be able to see into the mind and explain it in one word. Zhang Jingwei hurriedly denied. The principal was joking. To tell you the truth, that demon in number 3 middle school got a lot of resources, and he may break through the martial arts before the assessment. I underestimated it before. The principal's words were serious and not a joke. Zhang Jingwei's smile froze, and he exclaimed, martial artist? How is that possible? I went through life and death to become a martial artist, and that demon became a martial artist in 2 months? He was ridiculous. Yes, it's unbelievable. But the principal of the 3rd middle school called 10 minutes ago to boast that Lu Shang was already a warrior triple. The principal of the 3rd middle school is an old acquaintance and has always been honest. Zhang Jingwei's face trembled and he felt a huge impact. These demons are perverted in their cultivation speed. Chen Fan can fight by leapfrogging, and the demon in the 3rd is probably the same. More importantly, Lu Shang's talent ranks 9th, and at least 8 people are stronger. How powerful are they? Unimaginable. Especially the 1st middle school in the Qingqing era of the 36 cities, Feng Changtian, the legitimate son of the Feng family. Lu Shang may be able to break through the martial master, and Feng Changtian will almost certainly become a martial artist and rank among the 10 great palaces. Compared to these demons, even the king dragon looks mediocre. The principal sighed. He used to be optimistic about Wan Long, but now he felt that the gap was too big compared to the demons. Chen Fan successfully left the city and arrived at the 2nd outer area. There is a gate here, guarded by soldiers. Chen Fan handed over the leave slip, and the soldiers checked it carefully and confirmed that it was correct before letting him go. Little brother, young people dare to come to the 2nd floor of the front line alone, be careful, a soldier kindly reminded. Chen Fan smiled and thanked him. Thank you. Passing through the city gate and stepping into the 2nd floor area, Chen Fan felt a barbaric atmosphere. The ground here is not flat, and there is no cement floor, it is all dirt and grass. The 2nd layer area is heavily guarded here, and on the city wall, there are strong people guarding this place to prevent the beasts from breaking through and breaking into the city wall inside. In addition to the soldiers in the 2nd layer, there are also some people who come to take risks. They are also warriors, and everyone has extremely strong chi and blood, and they all have a hint of evil on their bodies. Obviously, this is contaminated by killing fierce beasts all year round. As long as there are too many killings, people will carry evil energy on their bodies. But in this era, everyone has no choice. Warriors must keep killing beasts, because in human cognition, beasts are almost endless. No matter how many beasts you kill, it won't take long to fill this vacancy. The beast is a disaster for mankind, and if people do not kill the beast, they will be killed by the beast and become food. If you want to live, you have to kill the beast to become stronger. Some of these beasts can be made into weapons, some parts can be made into soft armor, etc., all of which can be regarded as some treasures. Chen Fan looked ahead. There was a lush forest, and there was a river outside the woods, and he took steps towards the jungle. Now that he has decided to hunt the beast, there will be no hesitation. Coming to the river and looking at the crystal clear river here, Chen Fan felt a lot better. The sun in the sky shone on his body, constantly increasing his energy. Unknowingly, Chen Fan found that his energy had reached 1000. The hints in the body can break through again. You must know that it has only been 2 days now, and because this place is relatively far from the city, it took Chen Fan a long time to come here. Normally, it stands to reason that your energy should only be about 600 to 700. Is it because the sun was too abundant when I came, so I got more energy? Chen Fan thought in his heart. After thinking about it, this is the only possibility. However, Chen Fan didn't delve deeper. Since he could break through the realm now, why bother so much? It just so happened that Chen Fan felt that his strength was actually not enough, and if he broke through, it would be even better. Chen Fan found a relatively safe place, and even if he did it, he recited silently, "Breakthrough." Immediately afterwards, his body shook, and the breath on his body began to grow stronger, and there seemed to be golden flames burning all over his body. The temperature in this area is starting to rise. After about half an hour, Chen Fan stood up from the spot, and he found that he seemed to have become a little taller. But more importantly, it was the changes in chi and blood in his body, and his strength directly increased by 10,000 pounds. Now he has only broken through to the 2nd level of martial arts, but now his real combat power should have reached 55,000, which is still without the use of martial arts. Try to break the palm. Chen Fan waved his palm forward, bursting out a powerful aura, and slapped his palm in front of him, directly leaving a half-meter deep palm print on the stone wall in front, with white smoke emitted from it, as if it had been burned. The entire ground shook at this moment. Unlike the rolling stone stone fist, the power of the collapsed palm is more comprehensive, and the power that bursts out is also greater. Just as he withdrew his palm, the stone wall in front of him cracked into a crack of tens of meters, and then collapsed with a bang, as if he had been hit by something. There was a lot of smoke and dust splashing all over the sky, and Chen Fan left the place with a light tap of his toes. Sure enough, it is an E-level martial arts. Chen Fan exhaled softly, a smile on his face. Now this martial art can probably increase his strength by half. You must know that the original Rolling Stone Fist can only enhance his combat power by 5,000 at most. In other words, the power of his palm just now has reached more than 82,000 combat power. If such a palm is slapped on a person's body, I am afraid it can tear a person's body apart. If you slap on the body of the beast will definitely die. After testing his strength, Chen Fan was still relatively satisfied and continued to walk deeper into the woods. He did not forget the purpose of this trip, mainly to hunt fierce beasts and earn money. Deep in the woods, there was a tiger roar, which shook the surrounding flowers and trees to tremble. There was a terrifying coercion in this howl, which made people tremble. This is a tiger with black markings. This tiger is close to an elephant, and its body exudes a bloodthirsty aura. On the opposite side of the tiger, there were several warriors who were very embarrassed, and their faces were full of fear. These warriors, 5 men and 1 woman, still had a corpse lying on the ground, but this corpse was no longer complete. Half of it was gnawed off, and it was difficult to distinguish between men and women. Run! Let's quickly disperse and flee. Several warriors were wearing loose clothes, and it was the female warrior who spoke. The appearance of this female warrior can be regarded as above average, dressed in black, with a cold temperament, delicate skin, and a good figure. But now, on top of a pretty face, only fear remains. The 7 of them were originally a squad of people who formed a team to hunt the beast. It's just that they never expected that as soon as they came in, they encountered a powerful second-level beast. Ghost-faced tiger. The strength of this second-level beast is too terrifying. Its speed is fast, its damage is extremely high, and it is very bloodthirsty, and it is not something that ordinary warriors like them can deal with at all. The strongest among them is only a warrior triple, and the ghost-faced tiger has reached the martial arts quadruple level, and there is still the combat power to fight by leapfrogging. So one of their companions was eaten on the spot and became a cold and mutilated corpse, and they didn't have any ideas, and continued to fight against this terrifying ghost-faced tiger. People need to be self-aware. The ghost-faced tiger, a monster that ranks among the second-level beasts, is not something they can compete with at all. Several people dispersed and fled without hesitation. But at this moment, the warrior in black suddenly saw a boy appear in front of him, who looked very young, even a little immature, and looked like a student. It should be said that it is a student. Run away! This is a second-level beast, a ghost-faced tiger. The warrior in black reminded the boy. Ghost-faced tiger? The young man seemed a little excited when he heard this, with an eager expression. The warrior in black felt that the boy was crazy, and although the ghost-faced tiger was valuable, he had to have his life to kill it. The young man in front of him looked at it. That is, he had just become an adult. What stake could such a person's cultivation reach? If you die, you will be a warrior. If you want to fight against this ferocious ghost-faced tiger, you are simply going to die. But before she could say the second sentence, the boy had already disappeared in front of her and rushed towards the ghost-faced tiger. The warrior woman in black sighed and didn't even look back, as if she expected the outcome. But, unexpectedly, what she heard was the wailing of the ghost-faced tiger. It was also a tiger roaring, but there was pain and begging for mercy in this voice. She turned around in disbelief and saw a scene that she would never forget, and her face was full of shock. The boy burst into a cold drink, and with a loud dull sound, everything calmed down. The young man showed a handsome face in the sun. He was Chen Fan. Chen Fan wiped the blood from his face and looked at the tiger lying on the ground in front of him. The surrounding warriors all stopped running away, turned around slowly, their throats rolled, and their eyes were filled with a strong shock. Ghost-faced tiger, this kind of powerful monster that makes ordinary warriors change color when they hear it. In front of the young man in front of him, he was vulnerable and ended the battle in an instant. The surrounding warriors saluted Chen Fan one after another, with respectful expressions. They didn't care how old Chen Fan was, they only knew that Chen Fan had saved them just now. Among them, the black-clothed female warrior looked at the forehead of the ghost-faced tiger, where the flesh and blood were blurred, and even white brain pulp came out. Obviously, he was killed by the young man in front of him in one move. Scary? Who is this young boy in front of him? Could it be a certain Tianjiao? It is said that there are some young Tianjiao who have strength that is difficult for ordinary people to have at a young age. But this kind of person is generally far away from ordinary warriors like them, and it is difficult to see. The most valuable thing about this kind of beast is the tiger skin, as well as the demon pill in their bodies. Chen Fan remembered the record in the book, so he was ready to peel off the tiger skin. Of course, the most important thing was the demon pill in his body. This kind of thing is the essence of the beast, priceless. In fact, tiger meat and tiger bones can also be worth some money, but unfortunately, Chen Fan can't take them away. This beast is too big. It is impossible to let him carry it on his back and go deeper, right? However, the demon pill can be worth hundreds of thousands, as long as the demon pill is sold, the rest is a small amount of money. Moreover, a real D-level martial art has a price of at least millions, and hundreds of thousands are not enough at all. However, Chen Fan was not in a hurry to hurry. Since the tiger meat and tiger bones could not be taken away, it was better to stew some soup on the spot. Which of you brought the pot? Chen Fan looked at the warrior behind him and asked. A male warrior raised his hand, and a pot that came out of nowhere was just enough to stew some tiger meat to eat. The other warriors went to find firewood, and soon the fire was boiled, and Chen Fan used a knife to cut some tiger meat into pieces and threw them into the pot. The warrior brought salt and other condiments, and there were quite a few of them. This surprised Chen Fan a little. The benefactor hasn't asked for your name yet? The warrior woman in black asked with a smile. Chen Fan. Chen Fan threw a piece of tiger meat into the pot. Benefactor, you are really powerful. You can kill the ghost-faced tiger at a young age. A warrior exclaimed, looking at Chen Fan's eyes full of envy and admiration. Being able to become a powerful warrior is everyone's dream. Chen Fan didn't have any fluctuations in his heart. This was just a ghost-faced tiger, and he had to continue to kill more powerful beasts in depth. Soon, the huge ghost-faced tiger was dismembered, and there was a clean tiger skin on the ground and a demon pill of a fierce beast. Only when the second-level fierce beast has demon pills. This demon pill was about the size of a bead, and the whole body was blood red, and Chen Fan was also the first time he had seen this kind of thing. However, Chen Fan didn't know much about the decomposition work, mainly because he saved the warriors to help. These people are very skilled in their movements and look like veterans. Chen Fan also learned from chatting with them that they were originally a squad, working together to kill the beasts, and also brought enough food. They were going to stay for a few months, but now they have gained enough and don't want to continue the adventure. After eating tiger meat and tiger soup, Chen Fan parted ways with them and continued to move deeper into the woods. And these warriors returned to the city wall and did not dare to continue to take risks. Chen Fan continued to deepen. There were no fierce beasts encountered along the way, and it seemed that the beasts here would be cleaned up. Chen Fan frowned and didn't know where to go for a while, and there was no one around here. But at this moment, a huge wild boar beast suddenly rushed out of the woods next to it, chasing a young warrior all the way away. Dare to chase me, I'll kill you. After being chased for a distance, the male warrior suddenly stopped and a smile appeared on his face. Then the ground collapsed, and the wild boar beast fell, which turned out to be a trap set early. The boar beast let out a mournful wail, and then was killed by the male warrior. This process seems to be smooth, but in Chen Fan's perception, this male warrior was only a threefold warrior, and he was able to kill a warrior quadruple beast through a trap. Chen Fan was also an eye-opener. Lao Lu, your ability is not small, and you killed another beast. Soon a group of warriors appeared in the woods, all of them wearing blue clothes, about 10 people, all with smiles on their faces. But they all carried different degrees of evil energy. A warrior in blue suddenly glanced in Chen Fan's direction, with a puzzled expression on his face. How did a warrior get here? Most of these people here are warriors quadrupled, and there are even martial arts fivefolds. Only a small number of people are warriors in Sanchong. Then there is only Lao Lu, but Lao Lu is very good at setting traps, and his ability to escape is also powerful, so he can join their team to come here. And Chen Fan looked very young. There was no one around. Obviously one person went deep into this place. Either a real Tenjia master, or a Lengto Cheng? The beasts here are the lowest in strength comparable to the martial arts quadruple ones, and the power of chi and blood is amazing. Ordinary people come here, and there really is no chance to get out alive. Hey, why did you run here alone, and you didn't hurry up? This place is deep. Unlike the periphery, there are dangers everywhere. One of the warriors in blue, about 1.7 meters tall and thin, kindly reminded. I came to the depths on purpose, Chen Fan said calmly, without the slightest fear on his face. I don't know if you know where there are powerful beasts here? Chen Fan asked everyone. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome for him to find it alone. I advise you to leave. Your strength is too low. Lao Lu is a young man who looks about 23 years old, also wearing a blue dress, but his hair color is a little peculiar, dyed red, and he looks like a delinquent. But if you want to die, keep going. There is a high possibility that you will encounter a powerful beast there, and it is likely to tear you to pieces. Lao Lu saw that Chen Fan did not have any idea of leaving, and deliberately agitated. Chen Fan was excited and bowed his hands in thanks. Lao Lu was stunned for a moment, full of doubts in his heart, and some suspected that Chen Fan might have hidden his cultivation. The other warriors in blue also had the same idea. Chen Fan followed the direction mentioned on the opposite side, walked about 50 meters, and suddenly felt a coolness behind him. Chen Fan instinctively turned around and saw a fierce beast that was 2 or 3 times larger than the ghost-faced tiger he had encountered before. The aura emanating from this fierce beast was also much more powerful than that of the ghost-faced tiger. This is Flame Tiger. He was going to follow Chen Fan to see the lively blue-clad warrior. His lips were trembling, and he turned around and ran away without hesitation. Everyone didn't stop until they ran a few hundred meters, looked back, and their hearts were beating violently. They gasped for breath, thinking that they had picked up a small life. How could there be a beast of this level here? Among them, Lao Lu, who had the weakest cultivation, was full of doubts. The same is true for were other warriors. That was the flame tiger. Even the weakest had strength comparable to that of a warrior sixfold. Even if they were combined, there would be no chance of killing this terrible beast, but they might all die there. Who knows? Someone said while panting, with a hint of regret in his eyes, but it seems that the young boy just now is more than lucky. In their opinion, Chen Fan, a warrior, was destined to be torn apart and become food for that kind of beast. Let's leave quickly. There is a beast like the flame tiger, and we can't stay here any longer. Someone suggested that it was safest to leave now, because once the flame tiger appears there, it means that it will be divided into the territory of the flame tiger. Whoever dares to continue to roam the wild here will surely die. Unless the warriors who reach the 6th level of the warriors, or even higher level warriors, come, no matter how many people come, they will become the food of the flame tigers. You guys go first. That young man died because of me just now. I want to see if I can get his body back. Although Lao Lu has red hair, he is actually a kind-hearted person in his heart. The main reason was that he deliberately stimulated Chen Fan to go there, and as a result, Chen Fan became the food in the mouth of the beast, and he felt guilty in his heart. Louis, are you crazy? That's a flame tiger. Even if you run fast, as long as you get slapped, you will die. Let's go with us. They were all in a small team, so when they saw that Lao Lu was going to die, they all persuaded him, hoping to make him turn back. Don't persuade me. I'll just look at it from a distance, and if I really don't have a chance, I'll run away as soon as possible. Lao Lu was very stubborn and still wanted to give it a try. I really can't do anything about you. Among them, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, with a lot of bloodstains on his body, stood up from the crowd. Since you want to go, I'll go with you. The others are waiting in place. If we don't come back in 5 minutes, you can leave first. When the other blue-clad warriors heard this, they nodded one after another, obviously following the middle-aged man's instructions. Lao Lu was a little moved. The middle-aged man in front of him was the strongest person in their team, had reached the realm of the 5th level of warriors, and was also their captain. But the people of their squad usually respectfully call their captain the boss. Okay, don't mother-in-law, it's late. I'm afraid I won't even be able to see the body. The two quickly left the place and continued to return the same way. Chen Fan looked at the huge tiger in front of him. The hair on this tiger was a blood red, a bit like a burning flame. 2nd level fierce beast flame tiger. Chen Fan didn't have any idea of escaping. He was very excited in his heart. He moved his muscles and bones, and made a crackling sound. You are much more valuable than the ghost-faced tiger. Chen Fan's eyes were full of excitement, and he was going to make a lot of money again. In fact, Chen Fan didn't know how strong his real strength was, but killing a flaming tiger shouldn't be a big problem. If he really can't beat it, he can leave calmly, which is his confidence in his own strength. The flame tiger let out a tiger roar, which actually formed a sound wave and spread towards Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan felt that his eardrums were about to be torn. The moment he covered his ears, the body of the flame tiger had disappeared in place and quickly pounced on him. Even a black light spewed out of the mouth of this flaming tiger. Chen Fan was as light as a swallow, quickly left the place, dodged the opponent's attack, and then his eyes became sharp. In Chen Fan's palm, the power of qi and blood rolled, and the palm became red, like a red soldering iron. Chen Fan took the initiative to rush towards the flame tiger, jumped on top of his head, and slapped his palm downwards. With this palm, Chen Fan used his true strength and burst out with unparalleled power. His palm slapped on the body of the flame tiger, and the bones on the beast's forehead cracked, and countless cracks appeared. Then a large amount of red blood flowed down. Before dying, the flame tiger let out another roar. Struggling violently, the entire woods were shaking, and there were even countless cracks on the ground, like spider webs, densely packed. But soon, a large amount of green smoke burst out above his head, and more blood flowed down. This terrifying beast closed its eyes unwillingly. He couldn't figure it out until he died. He was just out to hunt casually, but he was easily killed by a human who didn't seem to be very strong. Chen Fan stood on the body of the flame tiger and looked at the place where he had just left, and there was an extra pit half a meter in size. Reaching the 2nd level beast, in addition to its own pure strength, there are other means. If you are not careful, it is really possible to be caught. I remember that the flame tiger seems to be worth almost 1 million, and now it's a big profit. Chen Fan had a smile on his face, and he was indeed poor and rich. A powerful warrior. It's really too easy to make money. In his memory, his parents' salary was only about 15,000 a month for the two of them. Even if you don't eat or drink, it will take several years to save enough 1 million, and he can get so much money just by simply killing a fierce beast. Lao Lu and the middle-aged man witnessed all this, and both of them were frightened and dull on their faces, and even wondered if they had read it wrong. Boss, how is this possible? Lao Lu's words were a little intermittent. His heart was filled with disbelief, and he even felt that seeing all this in front of him was an illusion. A warrior doubled, instantly killed a flame tiger. How strong is this combat power? If you want to kill the flame tiger in seconds, you must have at least 40,000 combat power. This person is probably a top elite talent, a true genius. The middle-aged man known as the boss had a solemn face, and his whole body was a little frightened. It's really too powerful. It looks like a young teenager, but it turns out to be a peerless pride, a real invincible powerhouse. In his opinion, Chen Fan's true cultivation activation may have reached the 7th level of a warrior, but it was just hidden, and they couldn't see it. Of course, this invincibility is also for them. No wonder he dared to go deep into this place alone. This is full of confidence in his own strength. Top elite talent? Lao Lu's eyes were full of envy. He was just an ordinary talent, and he broke through with difficulty to become a warrior. A genius with top elite talent. He is not qualified to connect. Chen Fan didn't know what the two of them were thinking. He waved his hand at the two of them and said, "Do any of you dismember the flame tiger?" The two were stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. "We don't know much, but there are people in our team who do such things, and I'm going to find him now." The middle-aged man quickly left and went to ask his companion to come over. Since they did not leave far away, soon the middle-aged man returned with a large number of his companions. Next to the warm bonfire, the fire shines on everyone's faces. There is a large pot in which fragrant tiger meat is stewed. Everyone had a dreamlike feeling. They didn't expect them to be able to eat the flesh of the flame tiger, which they had never thought of before. Next to the cauldron, there was also a handsome young man sitting in place, his eyes slightly closed. He breathed evenly, and the breath on his body was actually rising at this moment. Suddenly there was a shock, smoke and dust billowed in place, and the handsome boy opened his eyes, and he actually broke through in front of everyone. In everyone's perception, although Chen Fan was only a warrior triple, they all thought it was a disguise. Otherwise, how could a normal warrior triple be so terrifying? As for the martial arts displayed by Chen Fan, these warriors have actually learned them. In the E-level martial arts, the martial artist is almost a human being, so it is not a profound martial art. But the power of this martial art that erupted in Chen Fan's hands was really terrifying and terrifying. Another breakthrough. Such a powerful aura is really enviable. The middle-aged man known as the boss looked at Chen Fan in the direction with a solemn expression, his eyes full of amazement. He didn't expect to be able to meet such a peerless Tianjiao here, and seeing that Chen Fan is so young, I'm afraid he hasn't participated in the martial arts assessment yet. If you participate in the assessment this time, I am afraid it will shake the 36 cities. Thank you. Chen Fan saw the tiger skin on the ground, as well as the demon pill, and the tiger meat that had already been sprayed fragrantly. After all, the other party did him a big favor, otherwise it would probably take a long time for him to dissect this flame tiger by himself. You're welcome. These blue-clad warriors are even full of respect for Chen Fan. In this era, the more powerful the warrior, the more respected he is, and he will go to the front line to resist powerful beasts, which is worthy of being praised by everyone. Although Chen Fan looks younger than them, they all admire Chen Fan from the bottom of their hearts. With such strength at a young age, he may be able to become a great master in the future, and maybe he will be able to see Chen Fan again on TV. Chen Fan looked at everyone and felt that the atmosphere was a little subtle. You don't have to be so polite. Sit down and eat tiger meat. Chen Fan took the lead in eating meat, and then everyone started. Although it was a little cold at night, after eating tiger meat, everyone felt warm and their physique improved. But it didn't have much effect on Chen Fan, except for satisfying his hunger. There was no obvious improvement. The night passed quickly, and Chen Fan took the demon pill and tiger skin, ready to continue hunting the beasts deeply. However, Chen Fan thought for a moment, stopped, and asked the middle-aged man next to him, "Do you know the price of D-level martial arts now?" Although it is recorded in the book, these warriors in front of them have been on the front line, and if there is any change, they should know about it immediately. D-level martial arts? As far as I know, the cheapest is about 1.5 million, and the more expensive one is 3 million. The middle-aged man said truthfully. Chen Fan nodded, which was similar to what was recorded in the book. Goodbye. Chen Fan waved his hand at him and continued to go deeper, and this group of blue-clad warriors left this place. Star City. A dazzling piece of information went directly to the top of the hot search. Tianjiao comparable to the top 10 geniuses. Kill the flame tiger with one blow. There is a picture. All the people holding the mobile phone couldn't help but click on it and saw a young back, and at his feet, a huge flame tiger was no longer breathing. It's just that this back looks a little blurry. It looks like it has been processed, which makes it difficult to see. Is this really fake? It's not a picture. Look at the text description below, saying that this teenager may have just become an adult. This is too fierce, so young to kill the second-level fierce beast flame tiger? It seems that this year's martial arts assessment has an extra dark horse. I don't know what the top 10 geniuses think now. Everyone quickly announced the news below, and the news reached thousands in an instant, and it kept increasing, just like building a building. Wang family. A blonde king dragon was holding a glass of red wine in his hand, shaking gently. He was holding his mobile phone in his other hand and happened to see this hot search, so he opened it and took a look. Kill the flame tiger? What's the big deal? Wan Long snorted coldly, didn't care, and calmly turned off the hot search. Now he can do this, but he doesn't want to be overwhelmed with publicity. In his opinion, the owner of this figure spent money to deliberately buy the hot search. This picture is so blurry, and there is no process of killing the flame tiger. Who knows if it is true or false? I definitely want to make a name for myself. Such a sensationalist person, when it comes to the real warrior assessment, is a big joke. The top 10 Tianjiao also saw such news. They were dismissive in their hearts, and they did not regard the figure in the the video as an opponent at all. The top 10 Tianjiao. Everyone is extremely confident in themselves and thinks they have hope of winning the championship. Even Feng Changtian has the highest talent. But the other Tianjiao talents are not weak. As long as there are enough cultivation resources, the cultivation speed in the early stage may not be slower than Feng Xiaotian, and this warrior competition is said to have more generous rewards than in previous years. Therefore, the 10 Tianjiao are all working hard to cultivate, preparing to shine when the warriors are assessed, and then join the 10 great palaces after receiving rewards. 2 days later, the original hot search had already fallen, allowing the new hot search to take over. Everyone's discussion about the dark horse gradually decreased, and at this time, a teenager appeared in Pictet Commercial Company. Although the young man looked young, he had a strong evil aura on his body. This kind of evil aura made ordinary people dare not approach, and the eyes that looked at the young man were full of fear and shock. The young man didn't say a word, carrying a big baggage behind him, and he didn't know what was in it. The boy came to the front desk of a trading house, where sat a young and beautiful woman, looking about 20 years old, wearing black stockings, high heels on her feet, and a black dress. "Welcome to Pictet Commercial Company, how can I help you?" The woman had a polite smile on her face, but her legs were trembling slightly, because she felt the evil aura of the young man in front of her. The person in front of him didn't look like a teenager at all, but more like a beast. She was even a little timid, but the merchant company stipulated that any guest must be received politely. "I'm here to sell things, can you be the master?" the handsome boy asked. A smile appeared on the front desk of the beautiful woman and said, "I should be able to make the decision for things worth less than 1 million. Then you should call your manager." The handsome boy found a seat and waited in place. The beautiful front desk hurriedly left, and it seemed that she was going to call the manager. "Why do I feel that everyone around me seems to be a little afraid of me?" The young man was Chen Fan. He went into the depths and killed several more beasts, and they were all beasts with strong cultivation, and the value had already exceeded 3 million. This time, Chen Fan wanted to exchange a powerful D-level martial art in the trading house. Pictet Trading Company is very famous among the entire human race. They not only sell things, but also collect things, and there are many chain stores. There is basically a Pictet Commercial Company in every city, and the background of the real owner behind it is unfathomable. Some people speculate that behind Pictet Commercial Company, it may be supported by the venerable, so it can bloom everywhere, and for so many years, no one has dared to hit the idea of Pictet Commercial Company. Chen Fan did it in place for about 3 minutes, and a man who looked like he was in his 30s hurriedly ran out. "Xiao Yu looks extraordinary. I don't know what you want to sell to our trading company?" The man was wearing a black suit, and at first glance he looked a bit like an insurance seller, with a gentle smile on his face. He is thin and has short black hair. Chen Fan saw that the person who could make the decision was coming, and opened the contents of the baggage directly. There were a few demon pills lying quietly inside, as well as some beast horns and tiger skins, etc. "Let me estimate." The manager's expression became a little solemn, and then he began to estimate seriously, because he is also a warrior with a strong cultivation, and he is also an appraiser. "Flame tiger pill, worth 1 million. Tiger skin is worth 100,000. Second level beast, furious rhinoceros, demon pill worth 1.2 million. The manager counted the contents of the baggage and finally gave Chen Fan a satisfactory transaction price. "These things are worth a total of 6 million. I don't know if you have any objections?" The manager's tone towards Chen Fan became more polite. "These beasts are all extremely difficult to kill, very ferocious, and I don't know how many warriors have died in their mouths." Unexpectedly, he died at the hands of the young man in front of him. This also shocked the manager, knowing that this teenager was likely the one who had been hanging at the top of the hot search list some time ago. So he became more and more polite to Chen Fan, and even had respect in his tone. "I'm very satisfied, but don't rush to pay for it yet. I want to buy a powerful D-level martial art. Do you have any recommendations?" After all, money is something outside the body, and Chen Fan values martial arts the most. D-level martial arts are Pictet Commercial Company. There are probably thousands of kinds for you to choose from. The manager became more and more enthusiastic and personally took Chen Fan to choose martial arts. An hour later, Chen Fan left satisfied, and there was an extra balance of 500,000 yuan on his bank card. That's right, the remaining 5.5 million, Chen Fan Quan spent it all. Of these, 5 million was to buy D-level martial arts, and the remaining 500,000 was to buy an elixir called Ningxin Pill, which could calm one's heart and dispel one's own evil energy. Chen Fan also knew when he saw the performance of the crowd that he was afraid that he had killed too many beasts and formed evil energy on his body, so he would make ordinary people afraid. According to the manager's strong recommendation, he bought a pill to take. He has to go home during this time, and if the family feels that he is full of evil, it will really be impossible to explain clearly. Maybe parents will take turns bombarding and asking, and they don't know how to explain it at that time. After Chen Fan left the commercial bank, he did not go back to school and go home immediately, but went out of the city again. D-level martial arts. Let me see what is different about this kind of martial arts. After Chen Fan came outside the city, he began to cultivate and obtained the martial arts flame 9 slashes. There are a total of of 9 styles of this martial arts, and when they are displayed, the power will continue to increase, and when the 9th style is superimposed, the power will reach the extreme. This is also the top among D-level martial arts. However, it is indeed a little more difficult to cultivate than other martial arts. Chen Fan also spent half a day to finally learn all this martial art and cultivate it to perfection. The power of qi and blood on Chen Fan's body exploded, and golden flames surged on his palm, directly condensing into a golden long knife, about a meter long, exuding a dangerous aura. When this move broke out, there was an instant 5-meter-long crack on the ground, and the entire ground seemed to be unable to bear it, making a violent shaking sound, as if an earthquake was coming. What a terrible increase! Chen Fan's current combat power is about 60,000, but when he broke out of the first style, his combat power has increased by 10,000, reaching 70,000. You must know that the power of each subsequent time will gradually increase, even if it is not doubled. The final increase in combat power can reach 90,000. Coupled with his original 60,000 combat power, he can reach up to 150,000 combat power. With such strength, I am afraid that you can wrestle with martial artists. However, Chen Fan also knew his own shortcomings. The power of qi and blood was still too weak. If he really wanted to break out with the last style, I am afraid that he would also be exhausted. Therefore, the top priority now is to improve one's cultivation and better exert the power of this martial art. And the best way to improve cultivation, except for fighting, must be basking in the sun. Chen Fan didn't want to kill the beast during this time, but was ready to dispel the evil energy on his body. Chen Fan swallowed the elixir, calming his mood, gradually dispelling the evil energy on his body, and making everything stable. As for why Chen Fan came outside the city, it was because he found that the sunshine here was warmer than the sunshine in the city, and the speed of energy growth was much faster. Chen Fan found the sunniest place, and after basking in the sun for a day, he finally saved enough energy. Then, the aura broke through again smoothly, reaching the martial quadruple layer, and once again increased the combat power by 5,000 pounds, that is, 10,000 pounds of strength. It's just that this place is outside the city after all, although Chen Fan doesn't want to kill anymore, but there are also a few fierce beasts who don't know whether they are alive or dead, and they take the initiative to approach this place. Chen Fan used the simplest martial arts to kill them easily, and he didn't even bother to look at the corpses. Because this is only the first level area, the value of the beasts here is very low, and there is no need to pick up the corpses. After the evening, Chen Fan returned to the city and had a good meal, preparing to go home tomorrow. Then bring some dry food and go outside the city for a longer period of time to absorb more energy. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Today is Sunday, and Chen Fan knows that his parents are absolutely at home. Xiao Fan is back. Why don't you say it in advance? Let's prepare the meal in advance. Chen's father and Chen's mother were very happy, and after chatting with their son for a while, they went out to buy food. They knew that their son was used to eating the taste of the family, and when he went to the restaurant to eat, there was no taste of the house at all. Chen Fan sat on the sofa watching TV, watched it for a while, and then came to the balcony to bask in the sun, feeling the increasing energy in his body. Chen Fan felt the power of the thick qi and blood in his body, and there was actually an unreal feeling in his heart. Because this force is so powerful, compared to my previous life, I don't know how many times stronger it is. He looked at the skin on his hands, which became tighter and tighter, flawless, and more transparent than white jade. Brother, you're back. Sister Chen Shui saw Chen Fan say hello. Chen Fan nodded lightly, looking at his sister's dress, wearing a long skirt, a pink butterfly hairpin on her head, and canvas shoes on her feet, looking youthful and beautiful. After basking in the sun for a while, Chen's father and mother came back, carrying 2 large bags in their hands and buying a lot of sumptuous food. After another 2 hours, there were 10 more dishes on the table, exuding a fragrant smell. Eat more beef. Chen's mother smiled and picked up vegetables for the rice, knowing that Chen Fan loves to eat beef the most, so he bought a lot today. Chen Fan ate a piece of beef, but he didn't feel anything. He only felt that the taste was okay. Some ordinary foods, for warriors with strong qi and blood, need to eat a lot to replenish the body's needs. So today Chen Fan had a big appetite and ate 8 bowls of rice directly, which shocked his sister Chen Shui. Brother, how many days have you not eaten? Chen Shui was very surprised. She was already full after eating only 1 bowl, and Chen Fan's food intake was 8 times that of hers, which was really outrageous. Xiao Fan, are you short of money? Chen's mother asked with concern. Chen Fan thought that the balance of his bank card was actually hundreds of thousands, and he shook his head. I'm not short of money, I just eat a lot, and I also got a scholarship from the school, so you don't have to give me money. Anyway, as long as you hunt fierce beasts, you can easily get millions, and Chen Fan doesn't attach much importance to money now. What's more, it's much harder for his parents to make money than him, so let them keep the money. Chen's mother was full of worry, thinking that Chen Fan didn't want to tell them. Chen's father was big-hearted, had been eating, and didn't say anything, looking like a qualified cook. I know how to eat, and I don't know how to care about my son. Chen's mother glared at Chen's father. Chen's father looked up, looked at Chen Fan and said, if Xiao Fan is short of money, tell me, how can you be rich? Are you hiding private money? Chen's mother frowned when she heard this. Chen's father knew that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly said, no, I'm just about to pay my salary, and and then I can give the money to Xiaofan first and then hand over the rest. Dad, it's not fair, I want money too. Chen Shui also wanted more pocket money. Chen Fan looked at all this, with a smile on his face, feeling that the family atmosphere was very good. After eating, Chen Fan was ready to rest at home for a night before leaving. However, when he left, he also told his parents that after leaving this time, he might have to wait until the warrior assessment to go home. The night passed quickly, and the next day he returned home, leaving home and coming out of the city. The sun outside is very vicious, the temperature has reached more than 50 degrees. If it is an ordinary person, under such a high temperature, I am afraid that I will faint from the sun. But for Chen Fan, this is a kind of enjoyment. The speed of increasing energy is constantly getting faster. In this way, Chen Fan returned to the city when he was hungry, and basked in the sun outside the city when he was not hungry, and killed some beasts that were not long-eyed. Before I knew it, more than 20 days had passed. Chen Fan, who was basking in the sun outside, was getting more and more terrifying at the moment. From a distance, it looks like a burning stove, emitting an astonishing heat. Breakthrough! Chen Fan thought silently in his heart. At this moment, a large amount of pure power poured into his limbs, washing over his body over and over again, and at the same time rapidly increasing the power of his qi and blood. During this time, Chen Fan had cultivated to the 10th level of martial arts, and completely had 100,000 combat power, that is, 200,000 pounds of strength. And now that Chen Fan is breaking through the martial arts, he can feel that once he breaks through his combat power, I am afraid that he will increase significantly. This process lasted for about half a day, and when Chen Fan's qi and blood power grew to a peak, it finally stopped. This is the realm of martial artists. Chen Fan opened his eyes, shook his palms, and felt that he was stronger than ever. After the breakthrough, Chen Fan directly increased his combat power by 100,000, reaching an astonishing 200,000 combat power. His own strength also reached 400,000 catties. Chen Fan exhaled a breath of turbid air and found that there were a large number of black and gray impurities on his body, which were a little smelly. Breaking through the martial artist is equivalent to washing the tendons and cutting the marrow, and the power is so powerful that it is a little incredible. Flame 9 styles. First style. Chen Fan mobilized the strength in his body and condensed a long knife condensed by flames, which directly reached about 3 meters, exuding an amazing sense of threat. The power of the first style directly increased by 50,000 combat power, reaching an astonishing 250,000. If you superimpose it later, the power of the last style has reached an astonishing 450,000. Such combat power is probably not weak even among martial arts. At first, Chen Fan still thought that the head teacher Zhang Jingguo was very powerful, but when he broke through to become a martial artist, he felt that Zhang Jingguo was actually not as terrible as he imagined. At least the power of his own qi and blood is close to Zhang Jingguo. The mobile phone in Chen Fan's arm suddenly vibrated. He took out his mobile phone and turned on the screen to take a look, and saw today's headlines. The assessment of warriors in the 36 cities begins, and everyone is watching. Chen Fan didn't click on the title at all, but was about to go to the place where the warrior was assessed. The place of this warrior assessment is in Star City, so he just needs to go back to the city now. On a huge oval square in Star City, a large number of people have gathered here, and it looks like a sea of people. On the square, it is divided into many pieces, all covered with soft carpets, and there are many machines on the square, which are used to test combat effectiveness. Many people were whispering under the square. People from all major cities began to set off and gathered here. The most eye-catching is Feng Changtian of the Feng family. He is the most talented person among the top 10 geniuses, so he is in full swing. Other geniuses also attracted a lot of attention, and many reporters were already waiting outside their doors, filming them with cameras and constantly asking them what they thought. This can be described as a cloud movement of all parties, and the attention of this warrior assessment has reached an unprecedented level. The golden light tore through the clouds and sprinkled over the city. On the horizon, a young figure slowly appeared. This person was full of youthful vitality, a very young-looking teenager. The boy was wearing relatively loose casual clothes, which were black and white, and although his eyes were clear, if you look closely, you will find that occasionally a sharp gaze will bloom, giving people an inexplicable sense of shock. It's like an ordinary person encountering a fierce beast, which makes people's hearts tremble. Chen Fan ignored the guards and returned directly to the city. The two guards guarding the door looked at Chen Fan's back and talked in a low voice. This is a certain Tianjiao. Sure, I've seen him go out of the city dozens of times, and he comes back from outside the city every day. I'm afraid he is a ruthless person who has experience in killing beasts. It's not that they haven't seen people who go out to kill beasts, but someone as diligent as Chen Fan and so young has only seen Chen Fan alone. Others who kill beasts have to worry about encountering a life and death crisis, but Chen Fan kills beasts. It seems to be like eating and drinking. This kind of person is too scary. It can even be said to be a madman and a hero to some extent. The first thing Chen Fan did when he returned to the city was not to go to the assessment place, but to go home first. This is a major event in life, and his parents and sister will also go to watch it, so Chen Fan is ready to go with his family. Coming downstairs to the community, Chen Fan saw his parents and sister who had already been ready. The father wore a suit, the mother wore a red dress, dress, and the sister wore a long pink dress, black round leather shoes on her feet, and a pair of white socks. From a distance, it looks like a beautiful landscape. Mom and Dad. Chen Fan smiled and walked over to say hello. Then he glanced at his sister Chen Shui and said, "You are dressed very beautifully today." A trace of doubt flashed in Chen Shui's eyes. She had almost never heard it. What good words did her brother Chen Fan say to her? Is this a change of sex today? Brother, you have to come on too. After coming back to her senses, my sister held the little pink fist and made a look of trying to cheer up. Chen Fan smiled and nodded and said, "In fact, it should be someone else who wants to cheer up, and this time the first place in the martial arts assessment should be me." Sister Chen Shui couldn't say a word immediately and was silent on the spot, feeling that her brother was a little floating. "You really dare to think about it," the sister slandered in her heart. However, there is no language to hit Chen Fan's confidence. It is a good thing to be ambitious, but it is too outrageous. It makes people feel ridiculous. As expected of my son, he is ambitious. Chen's father laughed and was very happy. Chen's mother smiled softly on the side, thinking that Chen Fan had become much more sunny and cheerful during his time in school. "You dare to think about the first place," a young-looking teenager sneered, exuding a powerful force of qi and blood. "This boy is Lu Ling, who has been practicing hard during this time and finally broke through to become a warrior." However, the news he got was that this time, the top 10 geniuses, I am afraid that the lowest cultivation level has reached the late stage of martial artists, and even many of them have become martial artists. He immediately knew the gap between himself and those top geniuses. "Old Chen, your son's tone is quite arrogant, but people have to recognize the gap between reality and ideals." Neighbor Lao Lu shook his head, and he also thought it was very ridiculous. Including Lao Lu's wife, she also felt that her neighbor's son was really crazy. Chen's father and Chen's mother showed a hint of displeasure. Originally Lao Lu was their good neighbor, but after a talented son, it seemed to have changed his face. Gradually I felt that they were superior, and the tone of their speech changed from showing off to a feeling of being superior. And the other neighbors generally agree with Lao Lu's family. After all, everyone knows that his family Lu Ling is a genius, and there is a high probability that he will be able to pass this martial arts assessment. At that time, they will not continue to live in this community. Forget it, let me tell you something. Lu Ling shook his head. He hadn't gone to school during this time, and the martial arts school had sent someone to send him home. He didn't even have contact with his girlfriend during this time, and he had been working hard to cultivate, and he actually looks down on his girlfriend in his heart now. This time he will definitely be able to pass the martial arts assessment, and he and his girlfriend will be people from two worlds at that time. The lifespan of warriors is generally longer than that of ordinary people, and he doesn't want to wait for him to be young in the future, but his wife is already gray-haired. At this moment, he finally understood why most people change partners after becoming powerful warriors. Chen Fan didn't bother to explain to them, and he didn't take their words to heart. He just said these words to his parents. As for what the others thought, what does it have to do with him? Isn't it tiring to care too much about one person? "Mom and Dad, let's go," Chen Fan said. As soon as he finished saying this, there was a sound of a car not far away, and a bus stopped outside the gate of the community. The students and parents who are going to take the martial arts assessment are all on the bus. A person on the bus shouted with a loudspeaker that they were specially sent to pick them up. Today is a grand event, and even people from major companies almost don't have to go to work. Everyone quickly lined up in an orderly manner to get on the bus, and the driver stepped on the accelerator to control the bus to move forward. On the bus, many students were talking about it, and they had no bottom in their hearts. "I hope you can bless me to succeed in the assessment." Most of the students put their hands together and prayed in their hearts, but this was just comforting themselves. The warrior assessment must reach the realm of the warrior, or reach the corresponding combat power, and most of them have not reached this level. At this moment, the bus suddenly stopped, the door opened, and soon a new person got on the bus. Chen Fan. After one of them saw Chen Fan, he had a smile on his face and sat directly next to Chen Fan. Zhao Heng. Chen Fan also had a smile on his face. "Where have you been during this time? I originally wanted to ask you to open the black." As soon as Zhao Heng sat down, he began to mutter. Chen Fan asked, "Why are you so cheerful? Aren't you worried about this warrior assessment?" This warrior assessment is the situation that determines the fate of people, and if you don't pass, you can only go to the battlefield to kill the beast, and the probability of surviving is very small. Even if they survived, I am afraid that many people were unwilling to come down from the battlefield, because ordinary talented people wanted to become stronger, and only by killing fierce beasts to obtain more cultivation resources. It's like having seen the real supreme powerhouse, and you won't be willing to be an ordinary person in your heart. I could have gotten used to the darkness if I had never seen the light. That's probably what it means. What's the use of worrying about it? If you can get by, you can't pull it down. Zhao Heng was very open in his heart. In this martial arts assessment, I am afraid that the number of warriors who can become warriors is scarce, and among the 10,000 people, 500 people are not bad. After all, there are only a small number of talented people, and if they don't practice hard, they may not be able to break through the martial artists. An ordinary talent like him is almost impossible to understand, so instead of worrying about such a boring thing, it is better to enjoy it more. Although after becoming a martial artist, you can be absorbed by the martial arts hall and even join the forces of all parties. If you want to be free, you can open a small martial arts hall yourself, but this is too difficult. Sometimes people have to accept their fate. When Zhao Heng said these words, he sighed heavily. There was yearning in his eyes, but more of a loss. Although some things can be controlled and not thought about, once they are mentioned, they are still unwilling in their hearts. Chen Fan naturally understood the changes in his friend's eyes. If you don't have an awakening system, I'm afraid that like your friends, you can only feel endless despair, and you can only accept your fate unwillingly. You're right. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Okay, let's not talk about these unhappy things. We should go to the battlefield together. When the two of us kill the beast together, we may not be able to achieve anything in the future. Zhao Heng patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and said optimistically. Chen Fan just wanted to explain at this moment that he should not go to the battlefield first for the time being. But at this moment, a young man with an unruly face came over and sat in the back row of Chen Fan and the others. Isn't this Chen Fan? Suddenly, this unruly young man saw Chen Fan's appearance clearly and stood up directly. Yin and Yang were strange. I heard that you taught Lu Hai a lesson last time. The trash is not worthy of my brother's follower and has been kicked away. But you offended my brother. This martial arts assessment, I will teach you a good lesson. The unruly young man was called Wang Kai. He had short black hair, black clothes, and a pair of sunglasses, looking invincible. A dog-legged man, he speaks quite arrogantly, but waste is always waste. Chen Fan faced the other party's provocation and replied in a cold tone. Wang Kai also knows him. He is a cousin of Wang Long, has some relatives with the other party, and is also an excellent level of talent. Wang Kai was so angry that he almost beat Chen Fan, but in the end he endured it. Today is an important day for the martial arts assessment, and if he wants to do something today, then I'm afraid he won't be able to participate in the martial arts assessment today. Chen Fan, your tone is still so arrogant. A flat voice sounded, and everyone's eyes converged on this person. A teenager in a black suit walked over slowly. He has long soft blonde hair, a pair of eyes that shine sharply, and a precious watch on his hand, and his family is very rich at first glance. Generally, this kind of person has a special car to pick up and drop off when traveling. But today is the martial arts assessment, and you have to take a bus to go uniformly, otherwise ordinary people will not be able to enter the examination room. Wang Long is here. He is an elite level talent, and he has an extremely terrifying power of qi and blood, so he will attract everyone's attention. What a powerful strength. There were some young people whose pupils constricted, even Lu Ling, and their eyes were full of shock. They could all feel that the power of Wang Long's qi and blood was much stronger than theirs. It's a pity that although you are arrogant, you don't have the strength to match accordingly. After Wang Long finished saying this, he found a seat in the back and sat down. He was more arrogant than his cousin. In addition to saying a word to Chen Fan, he directly ignored the others around him, looking like a stranger. Cousin. Wang Kai, who was still arrogant just now, saw Wang Long coming, and immediately leaned in, with a smile on his face. Zhao Hong looked at Wang Kai's dog-legged appearance and rolled his eyes directly. Soon, more people got into the car one after another, and several of them all got up after seeing Wang Long. They are all followers of Wang Long, and almost all of them are excellent level talents. Wang Xiao, the one who did it in front is Chen Fan. It is said that he offended you before. Do you want to teach him a lesson? Someone volunteered to beat Chen Fan. This person has long black hair, looks like a boy or a woman, and those who don't know think he is a woman, and his appearance is very beautiful. His name is Hatsuchuan, and he is also an excellent level talent, and he is sure to pass this martial arts assessment. But he looked humble in front of Wang Long, because he knew that he was only able to pass the martial arts assessment, and Wang Long would definitely shine this time, and he would still be a big man for him in the future. You can teach a lesson after the martial arts assessment later. Don't tell me about this kind of trivial matter. My goal is the top 10 geniuses. Ordinary people are not worthy of my shot, let alone a waste. Wang Long said the most domineering words in the calmest tone, looking like he was staring at everything, and he didn't care about other people's thoughts at all. Hatsuchuan nodded and replied respectfully. Chen Fan, who was not far away, heard this sentence and smiled silently. This group of people wanted to teach him a lesson, and they dared to say in front of him that it was really arrogant. However, if you meet later, the identities of the hunter and the prey should change. Chen Fan didn't have any waves in his heart, although Wang Long and the others were very arrogant, but Chen Fan didn't regard them as opponents at all. This time his goal is also the top 10 geniuses, and it is also the first place. The most important thing to pay attention to should be Fengchang Tian. As for the other geniuses, Chen Fan has a great confidence in his heart to be able to defeat the other party. The bus quickly drove to the door of the examination room and successfully entered the examination room. I saw several flags from a distance, all of which had the name of the school written on them. Chen Fan and the others walked in the direction of the flag of Star City No. 1 Middle School, where a large number of students had already arrived here in advance. Chen Fan and the others joined the crowd, except for Wang Xiao, who was more conspicuous and the teacher was more enthusiastic. The others did not get much attention. Chen Fan's parents and sister are in the audience on another floor, and they do not need to participate in the martial arts assessment, so they are different from Chen Fan's place. Lu Shang is here. Suddenly someone exclaimed, and everyone's eyes instantly converged on a young man. This is also a teenager, but this boy has a sense of coldness. His figure is even. The upper body is wearing white long sleeves, the lower body is wearing light-colored jeans, and the lower body is wearing a pair of canvas shoes. Without saying a word, he attracted everyone's attention. He is the most dazzling genius in the entire Star City and one of the top 10 geniuses. Ing by Ruo. After Lu Shang left, there was another exclamation. This person received more attention because he was the fifth among the top 10 geniuses. Is also a tall boy, his skin is bronze, and his body exudes the power of qi and blood, making people feel like a ferocious beast. Bai Qiu Yu E. There was another burst of exclamation, and a woman with blue hair appeared. This woman was incredibly beautiful, her skin was as snowy, and she looked like a fairy descending to earth. Her appearance is unusually outstanding, and it is said that there are countless suitors at school, and even the goddess of countless people's dreams. At this moment, the woman appeared in a blue school uniform, attracting everyone's attention. She is the third among the top 10 geniuses, and it is said that she has awakened her extraordinary talent and is destined to become a powerful female warrior in the future. A beautiful female warrior can attract the attention of others even more, because the number of powerful female warriors is relatively rare. The wind is coming. There was another exclamation, and a young man who looked a little lazy appeared, wearing a red and white school uniform, with an expressionless face, and in his eyes, it seemed that everything was more boring. As soon as this person appeared, everyone seemed to become a foil. This is a top extraordinary talent. It is said that it is a rare encounter in 100 years, and it is destined to become a powerful warrior. Even in everyone's cognition, it is destined to join one of the 10 great palaces. That's Feng Tian. It looks like it really has an extraordinary temperament from a distance. Zhao Hong sighed, his eyes full of envy. It is said that in this 36-layer assessment, the top 5 can join the training camp and get C-level martial arts awards, which will be focused on cultivation and have martial arts and various resources that are unattainable in the school. In the future, there will be hope to join the 10 great palaces, which is the holy place of the human race. Everyone else is quite controversial, but the wind is long. No one can match it. Now the internet is overwhelmingly promoting the wind, and everyone knows that he is the first to win the championship. C-level martial arts. Chen Fan was a little moved, although his current martial arts were already very good, but there were more powerful martial arts Chen Fan naturally wanted to practice, and what he values more is better cultivation resources. Chen Fan was in the area, and after waiting for about half an hour, a teacher came over and said, "You all lined up, follow me, and prepare for the martial arts assessment." When the students heard this, they immediately began to line up honestly, and followed the teacher to the outside of a huge square. 9 gates were built here, each overcrowded, and special soldiers were responsible for maintaining order. Under the leadership of the teacher, everyone began to line up in an orderly manner, entered one by one, then received a number at the front desk, and then waited. Chen Fan and Zhao Hang are naturally together. One is number 1000 and the other is number 1001. Number 1 came to power and tested combat power. A voice came from above. A young man walked up and soon walked down disappointed because his combat power was only 3000, which did not meet the standard of a warrior. The tester inside the gate was a woman, expressionless, and she didn't even need to announce it, and the huge LCD screen on the tester directly displayed the results of the first tester on stage. You need 5000 to pass. It seems that we have no hope for this warrior assessment. Many people showed disappointed expressions, even clenched their fists, and their hearts were full of unwillingness. The martial arts examination is really too difficult. Just the first item. I don't know how many people will be stumped. After all, most people's combat power has not reached 5000. One by one, the teenagers tested with disappointed expressions on their faces, making the atmosphere here a little dull. Successfully passed. At this time, it was suddenly announced on the stage, and everyone looked up and saw a young man with unruly eyes, which was Wang Kai that Chen Fan saw not long ago. Wang Kai glanced at Chen Fan provocatively, but Chen Fan ignored him. The other teenagers looked at Wang Kai with envy, eager to replace him. The assessment is still being carried out in an orderly manner, and only 5 out of 100 people have successfully reached the combat power standard. The assessment officer of the test shook his head next to him, thinking that the quality of this assessment was a bit low. The next moment. But at this moment, Wang Long, wearing a black suit, came to the stage. He was not wearing a school uniform, and he looked a little out of place with others. Bang! There was a loud noise. But no one cares about these details at the moment. Whether you are willing to wear a school uniform on the day of the assessment depends on your own mood. Wang Long bombarded the test machine expressionlessly, and blood-red fonts quickly appeared on it. 50,000. Seeing this number, even the tester was shocked, and he couldn't help but take another look at Wang Long. The combat power is qualified. Please step down and wait on the other side. The assessor issued a token to Wang Long, and with this token, he could conduct the test of the next level. Wang Long took the token and quickly walked down the stage. Damn! Who is this Wang Long? His combat power is so perverted. excited. 5,000 is qualified. He directly doubled 10 times. What a freak. Looking at his relaxed appearance, it seems that he hasn't used all his strength yet. There has been a lot of discussion below, as if the pot has exploded, and they are all discussing this matter. Wang Long instantly became the focus of everyone. Then some people continued to come forward to test, but most of them only barely passed the assessment, and more people, who did not have such a strong combat power at all, were directly brushed down. Where is Lu Sheng? Where is he? Someone looked left and right and asked. Wang Long was already so perverted, they wanted to see how terrible Lu Sheng was. Don't look at it. The 10 geniuses have a separate assessment place, and they don't need to test the combat power of the first level, and they all pass by default. Someone explained. When everyone heard this, they were even more envious. They still have to line up for the test here honestly, but the top 10 geniuses can directly pass the customs, which is equivalent to being guaranteed. But they couldn't say anything, because the top 10 geniuses were definitely able to pass, and the assessment of the first level was indeed dispensable for them. At this moment, there was another loud noise, and everyone's eyes looked at a teenager on the stage. This teenager was also not wearing a school uniform, and he also dyed his hair red. This is Star City No. 3 Middle School, by Guiyuan. Someone below recognized the teenager. The others suddenly realized and felt that it should be, because this person was an elite fire-type talent, and the fire-type talent had the effect of increasing chi and blood and improving combat power. It's really shocking, the combat power of the first level test. We are just a foil. Yes, compared with these geniuses, I feel like a waste of waste, and I can't even pass the first level. Originally, I thought that after reaching 5,000 combat power, I would be relatively strong among everyone, but compared with the real genius, it was just the gap between Firefly and Haoyue. The people below are sighing, whether they are ordinary talents or excellent talents, because they feel that they are still far from real geniuses. They are not completely on the same level, and these geniuses are afraid that they can easily kill them in seconds. Number 980 is on stage. Another teenager took the initiative to take the stage and began to test. After testing so many people, 9 geniuses appeared, all of whom had a combat power of 50,000, which made others envious. The assessor originally thought that the quality of this test was a bit low, but after these geniuses appeared, he changed his mind. I didn't expect to be like this year. The combat power is comparable to that of the geniuses in the late stage of the martial artist, and it is much better than the batch of the year before. There was even some expectation in his eyes, looking forward to the appearance of some more talented and demonic geniuses. Although this probability is a bit low, what if it appears? Chen Fan, I think we shouldn't have to go up for the assessment. Zhao Hong looked desperate. He knew that his combat power was about 3,000 when he tested it yesterday, and this time he went up, and the result would not change much. Chen Fan did not answer his question. His face was always calm, and he didn't feel anything in his heart in the face of the combat power measurement played by those geniuses. In the eyes of others, these people are geniuses, but in Chen Fan's eyes, he only regards these people as ordinary people, equivalent to passers-by. He had already reached 50,000 combat power, and now he had broken through the martial arts master several times, so he naturally didn't feel anything in his heart. Soon, Zhao Hong also went up to the test, and as he expected, he did not successfully pass the test, and walked down from the stage with a lost face. Number 1001 came to power. The test officer announced above, and Chen Fan walked up with a calm face, looking at the machine in front of him. At this moment, the tester took the tablet and glanced at Chen Fan, who was lit up and down, to make sure that Chen Fan was himself. The evaluation rules are very simple. You can make moves at will, you can use martial arts, but there are only 3 chances. I will intercept the average of them, but if you are confident, you can only make 1 shot, or if you want to give up, the same is true. Chen Fan nodded slightly. The evaluation of combat power, he did not have any sense of nervousness, because he is destined to pass. The assessor looked at Chen Fan carefully, and then raised his eyebrows carelessly. In her eyes, Chen Fan didn't have much advantage except for being handsome, and the power of chi and blood was mediocre among everyone, and he couldn't even perceive it. From the information I read just now, Chen Fan was just an ordinary talent, and she didn't care even more. In the eyes of the assessing officer, Chen Fan is a person who is doomed to failure, and after the assessment, he has to go to the front line. If you're ready, you can start testing, the assessor said casually, and wantonly Chen Fan can act. Chen Fan nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state. Chen Fan punched out, and the power of chi and blood on his body converged into a little explosion at this moment. A huge sound sounded, the machine did not move, and the LCD screen on it suddenly lit up and began to increase rapidly. In just a few breaths, it has exceeded tens of thousands and is still increasing. The assessor didn't care, and his eyes were a little light. In her opinion, Chen Fan was destined not to have any great achievements, but she didn't expect that Chen Fan had already passed the first level of the test. Even if he no longer increases his combat power, Chen Fan can be regarded as a real warrior. The value is still growing, and it didn't take long to break the 50,000 mark, and it didn't mean to stop, and it was still sprinting. This made the assessment officer's expression become slightly solemn, and he looked at Chen Fan with surprise in his eyes. Chen Fan's information can show show that he is an ordinary fire-type talent. How can the cultivation speed be so fast? The assessment officer's heart gradually evolved from a careless to a shock. Chen Fan was not in the assessment officer because he did not stay strong just now but burst out his true strength. Although he did not use martial arts, but the real combat power, among the martial arts, can be regarded as good. When the combat power of the test grew to 100,000, it suddenly flashed violently, and then it began to smoke, and in front of everyone, there was an explosion. Then the machine completely broke down. The surroundings were silent, and all the students were full of shock. Looking at the young back on the stage, they couldn't help but widen their eyes, feeling incredible. 50,000 combat power is outrageous enough. It can be regarded as a genius, but Chen Fan's combat power has exceeded 100,000. What kind of monster is this? Zhao Hong was also off stage, and at this moment countless noisy voices appeared in his mind, which felt like a dream. He originally thought that Chen Fan was just like him, but he had a strong comprehension. After all, some people learned martial arts fast. As for the last time Chen Fan said that he had broken through to become a warrior, Zhao Hong still thought that Chen Fan was talking nonsense. But now, the real combat power shown by Chen Fan has exceeded his imagination, and the combat power of more than 100,000 yuan is comparable to that of a martial artist, right? Chen Fan, you hide so deeply. Zhao Hong smiled bitterly, feeling that what he said to Chen Fan earlier was simply that he was being a clown. However, Zhao Hong is also sincerely happy for Chen Fan. His good friend can have such terrifying combat power, and he will definitely be a big man in the future. Maybe I can still get it in the future. This is a real dark horse. A genius with a combat power of 50,000 said in surprise. He is an elite level talent, and naturally knows the gap between more than 100,000 and 50,000. This gap is too big, more than twice as much as the strength. If he really starts to do it, I'm afraid he will be killed in seconds. Such a person is simply a monster. Can people still understand his genius? But this kind of monster-like talent is really out of reach. It's a pity that you are still a genius and can say such a thing. At this time, another genius with red hair, by Guiyuan, sneered again and again, thinking that what this person said was too ridiculous. Another genius frowned and looked at Bai Guiyuan very dissatisfied. Bai Guiyuan said lightly, "This looks like the machine is broken. How could he be so terrifying? I also know that this person is originally a top student of Star City No. 1 middle school called Chen Fan, but what he has awakened is only an ordinary talent, and it would be good if he had a real combat power of 10,000. The other geniuses all showed expressions of sudden realization. If the machine is broken, they will be able to understand. Wang Long always had a flat face, and his expression didn't seem to have changed. Even when Chen Fan's real combat power exceeded 100,000, his gaze was still as calm as water. It seemed that there was nothing under this world that could shake his state of mind. Test pause. The female assessor also thought of this possibility and thought that the machine was malfunctioning, so she left for a while. It didn't take long for her to bring up a new machine, and the broken machine was carried down, scrapped and dismantled, and the parts were disassembled again. This is a new type of machine that can detect up to 300,000 combat power, the female assessor said, and then asked Chen Fan to retest. Can the highest test be 300,000 combat power? Chen Fan originally wanted to be a blockbuster, but this time he went all out and used his strongest martial arts. But if you really use the Flame 9/stack, this machine will definitely have to be scrapped again. This delays the test of the people behind it. Forget it, the first level is not very important anyway. Chen Fan stepped forward and took a deep breath, raised his hand and punched out, without even using all his strength. The combat power was constantly rising, and soon the blood-red number 110,000 was revealed on it. Seeing this dazzling number, the following fell silent again and became silent. It can be said that the machine is broken before, but what does this test say now? Could it be that the second machine is broken again? This is simply impossible. It is nonsense. How could you have such terrifying combat power? The female assessor was shocked, and even thought that what was recorded above was wrong. How could an ordinary talent have such a high combat power? Even if there was, it would have to go through a long time of cultivation. But he remembered that Chen Fan woke up more than a month ago. In such a short time, how could the cultivation speed be so fast? What's going on here? The assessors of other tests, hearing the huge movement here, also rushed over. The tests in other places are also over, and now Chen Fan is left with it, because the replacement of the machine has been delayed for a while. Then these assessors saw the dazzling numbers, and their hearts were full of shock, and they all thought that they had appeared comparable to the top 10 geniuses. I think it is very likely that it is a dark horse, and it may be possible to enter the top 5 in the assessment. Chen Fan's close friend Zhao Hong was shocked again at this moment, and even his lips trembled a little. How much combat power does he have? 3,000. It is impossible to even reach the standard, and Chen Fan is dozens of times him, which is really shocking. The rest of the testers were all desperate and felt that Chen Fan's figure had become particularly tall. Some young and beautiful women have even more glowing eyes, looking at Chen Fan's back, as if they are looking at an idol. In this era, strong or highly talented warriors will become the focus of attention. The most attractive thing is the opposite sex, and almost every woman wants to cling to these talented warriors. but most people just have an imagination. A talented warrior is equivalent to a star in Chin Fan's previous life, and he will have many fans. Like the Prince Charming in everyone's hearts, it is out of reach. The 9 assessors all gathered together, looking at the numbers on them to discuss. What kind of talent is this person? Why didn't anyone notice it before? With a combat power of 110,000 in more than a month, I am afraid it is an extraordinary talent. It seems that the top 10 geniuses have added one more. The assessors discussed this matter and were a little excited, and the more geniuses appeared in the test, the better the rewards they could get. Suddenly, among the 9 assessors, a woman who looked to be in her 30s made a sound on the spot. This female assessor has capable short hair, fair skin, and rich chi and blood, and is at the peak of her life. She wore a tight uniform on her upper body, black silk on her lower body, high heels, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. It looks a bit like a sexy beauty teacher matching. Why is he just an ordinary talent? The beauty assessor shook her head, with a disappointed expression on her face. When the other assessors heard this, they all showed disbelief in their eyes, and then they also showed disappointment. It's a pity. The other assessors sighed and suddenly lost interest. Assessing officer, I want to ask, why do you disdain ordinary talents when they reach 110,000 combat power? Some students in the audience raised their questions. The female assessor knew that the voice of their discussion was not small, so it was normal for the people below to hear it. Since you want to know, let me explain it to you. As we all know, talent is divided into several levels. I won't talk too much about this, I think you all know it. But do you know why there are these hierarchies? It is because talent determines the upper limit of everyone, the highest upper limit of ordinary talent. But to become a martial artist, if you want to break through the grandmaster, unless there is a big opportunity, it is impossible in this life. I see that this student named Chin Fan must have gained some special opportunity to enhance his combat power, but his own potential has almost been tapped, and if he wants to improve his strength in the future, it will become extremely slow. And like the excellent talents of a higher level, it is much easier for them to become the top martial artists than ordinary talented people. As long as they practice logically, they can become martial artists, and they don't need chance. And the elite level talents grow smoothly, they can become grandmasters, and even top elite talents, and there is hope to become a grandmaster. These people don't need chance, their own talent is the greatest opportunity. So ordinary talents may be able to shine at this moment and have shocking combat power, but as time goes by, such people will eventually disappear from everyone. Of course, I am not the only one who has the final say in this matter, but there have been such people before, and they have been recorded. There is more than one such person, and more than a dozen have been found so far, all of which were blockbusters in the early stage. For example, Zhang Ai, I think you have all heard of it. A few years ago, he was a blockbuster, and even joined the top academy, but later he was surpassed by the people around him, one by one, although he has now cultivated to become a martial artist, but the people who were defeated by him before have now become grandmasters, which is the gap in talent. Such words from the beautiful assessor made everyone's hearts unable to calm down for a long time. Zhang Ai and the others had indeed heard that the person who was very dazzling at the beginning was even known as the light of the Star City, and it was said that he had the hope of becoming a great master. I didn't expect that after such a long time, it was still just a martial artist realm. It is said that after this person awakened in the assessment, he got a kind of natural material and earth treasure, and after devouring it, the power of chi and blood increased greatly, and his combat power increased greatly, but he didn't expect it to be such a result. They knew that Zhang Ai had broken through to become a martial artist at the beginning, but they didn't expect that there would be no improvement after so many years, and it seemed that they still had to use their talent to decide everything. When Chen Fan heard these words, he smiled disdainfully. If he was really an ordinary talent, I am afraid he would be very disappointed now. But he wasn't, so he didn't take these words to heart. His talent, his potential is higher than everyone's, so naturally there is no need to worry about encountering bottlenecks or anything like that in the future. Just bask in the sun and upgrade. The Grandmaster realm, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to reach this realm. Congratulations, you passed the first level. The assessor threw a token into Chen Fan's hand and asked him to walk to the other side. That is the area of the passerby. Chen Fan took the token, nodded slightly, and then waited on the sidelines. Soon, everyone was tested. Those who pass will be tested for the next level, and those who do not pass can leave on the spot. Of course, you can also continue to wait and watch in the audience. The assessment of the second level, let me briefly explain to you, is to pass through the passage, but there are fierce beasts in the passage. You must kill the beast to clear the level. The first place to clear the fastest level, you can get money and martial arts rewards. Second place gets. This assessor explained briefly, but the main thing was to reward the first place, and he could actually get a powerful C-level martial arts. As soon as these words came out, there were some friars below, and hundreds of geniuses gathered together, all gearing up to compete for the first place. You must know that the lowest value of C-level martial arts is also 30 million, which is several times more precious than D-level martial arts, and I didn't expect to take it out and reward it directly. Okay, there are 18 passages in front of you, line up in order later, and go in one by one. The assessor pointed ahead, where there were more than than a dozen small portals, with light flowing on them. As long as you opened the door to enter, you would have entered the passage. Everyone nodded one after another, watching the token number in their hands start to line up. First of all, a genius went in, and the rest of the people waited outside, but they couldn't see the scene inside. Do you think Chen Fan has a chance to pass through the passage? The assessors were bored and chatted quietly at this moment. I think it's a real combat assessment. Even if you have the strength, you may not be able to beat it in the face of some fierce beasts. If you want to kill the beasts, you can't rely on strength alone. Even if they pass the assessment, I'm afraid there are no top academies that will be willing to accept students with ordinary talents. After all, they have already learned a lesson before. You're right. The first batch of people who were assessed came out soon. A few of them turned pale with fright, and even some could never get out. In this actual combat assessment, these assessors cannot interfere. They are all life and death, and wealth is in the sky. Only about 13 of the 18 people succeeded in coming out, and 6 of them looked like they were soldiers, still very nervous, and their spirits were tense. Let me tell you again, this is an actual combat assessment. You may die, because after you enter it, you will encounter powerful beasts and experience a real life and death crisis. Although it is rumored outside that if you can pass the martial arts assessment, you don't need to go to the front line, but the real warrior should not be the flowers in the greenhouse, so the beasts inside are all captured from the front line, and the fierce beasts, even in the face of these beasts, are more dangerous than going to the front line. If any of you want to quit, you can bring it up now. Looking at the tall and powerful male assessor officer, after saying this, several people really had the heart to retreat and silently took 2 steps back. But the male assessor's expression did not change, and he seemed to have gotten used to it. If you want to quit, leave, even if you fail the assessment. Not everyone has the courage to face those fierce and powerful beasts, and every year some people take the initiative to give up the assessment. I gave up. I'd rather go to the front line to kill the beast. After a genius with about 20,000 combat power voluntarily gave up, several people followed this genius and took the initiative to leave, and they didn't want to continue the assessment. The rest of the people seem to be ready, but this time I have to remind you that this time a 3rd level beast will be released, that is, a beast comparable to a martial artist. You must be mentally prepared. The assessment officer's words made the remaining geniuses' faces change drastically. Among them is Wang Kai. His own combat power is not high, and he also knows that he has a few pounds in tails. If he really encounters a 3rd level beast, wouldn't it be certain that he would die? What kind of 3rd level beast? A genius asked. The assessment officer said calmly, "You will know this when you enter the channel. We can't say it directly." Okay, the chat is over. The rest of the people please enter the passage. This time there were 10 geniuses who entered the channel, and the assessment officers mainly focused on the top 10 geniuses. In their opinion, these 10 people will definitely be able to pass. This time, the release of the 3rd level beasts is not to kill them, but to test their survivability. As long as you encounter a level 3 beast, you can hold out for 5 minutes to pass the level. Of course, it is also possible that you will not be able to meet the 3rd level beasts, because this beast passage created by the human race has a very wide area, and there are hundreds or thousands of beasts in each passage, which may not be able to be encountered. This is mainly to see how lucky they are. If you are lucky, you can successfully pass the assessment even if you don't encounter any 3rd level beasts. Chen Fan looked at the token in his hand, which had a word written on it. Obviously he was the second batch to enter. Chen Fan took the initiative to step forward, pushed open the door in front of him, and entered the beast passage. When Chen Fan entered the passage, he immediately felt a vast aura, which seemed to be somewhat similar to the second layer of the outer layer, and should have been imitated and created. As soon as he came in, Chen Fan saw a terrifying beast, which was the ghost-faced tiger that Chen Fan encountered for the first time. However, the aura of this ghost-faced tiger was even more terrifying than the one he encountered at the beginning, and even more than the flame tiger he encountered at the beginning. This is a fierce and terrifying 2nd level beast. Its eyes exude a dangerous light, which is terrifying. But Chen Fan didn't feel anything in his heart, because in his opinion, the beast in front of him was just a garbage beast, at least in my own eyes. It's just that the aura is fierce, outside the human race, but there are even more terrifying beasts, more powerful than these beasts. I don't know how many times. If you can't even pass this assessment, let alone go outside Shangguan to kill more terrifying beasts in the future, you're unlucky to meet me. Chen Fan burst out with the power of qi and blood and began to operate martial arts, and the ghost-faced tiger felt the crisis and suddenly let out a tiger roar. The next moment, in the woods next to it, the leaves swayed slightly, and then 2 ghost-faced tigers appeared again, and it turned out that there were a total of 3 ghost-faced tigers here, outflanking Chen Fan's 3 directions, blocking all Chen Fan's retreat routes and putting him to death. Bursts of tiger roars sounded, and 3 ghost-faced tigers spewed out black light from their mouths at the same time, turning into beams of light to run through Chen Fan, and their limbs are running quickly, approaching quickly. This is a fatal crisis for ordinary warriors, and as soon as they come in, they will die. But Chen Fan always had indifference in his eyes. Come on. He even laughed, and then the power of qi and blood exuded without any scruples, releasing a terrifying domineering aura, and the momentum even countered encountered the 3 ghost-faced tigers. Chen Fan staggered past them, and the 3 ghost-faced tigers were directly shot in the head, and the headless corpses fell to the ground, exuding the smell of blood. And this smell of blood directly attracted more beasts nearby. The assessors are watching the video. They are mainly watching passages 1 to 10, which shows the scene of the 10 geniuses breaking through. Sure enough, there is no false man under the fame. Feng Chantian is really a demon, the assessment officer of the number 1 beast passage exclaimed. As soon as Feng Chantian entered, he encountered several warrior 9-fold beasts, but he was easily killed by him, looking very easy. This Lu Sheng is also good. He killed a warrior 8-fold beast with 1 move. Ying Bai Qi and Bai Chou Yue's performance is also extraordinary. It seems that as long as they don't encounter a level 3 beast, they may be able to directly kill the beast passage. The assessors were full of emotion in their hearts. This kind of genius was really too dazzling. In addition to having strong combat power, they could also easily kill the beast without changing their face. These 10 geniuses all deserve their names. Such a performance is simply impeccable. Even if it goes to the battlefield, I am afraid it is also a slaughter machine for fierce beasts, and the psychological quality is really good. Just as they were sighing with emotion, suddenly the tablet in their hands made a beeping sound. This means that there is an abnormality in the passage, and the assessors start clicking in unison, and then a picture appears on the tablet. The passage on the screen is channel 12, which is the passage that Chen Fan enters. When the assessors saw the scene in the passage, their eyes shrank instantly, showing an expression of disbelief. How can it be? Is the tablet out of order? The assessors couldn't believe it, because the picture above was even more amazing than the scene they saw the top 10 geniuses killing fierce beasts, which they would never forget. Number 12 Beast Passage. On the ground, a large amount of blood flowed, but these blood were all belonging to fierce beasts. A young boy is like a demon god, and the corpses of the beasts under his feet have reached an astonishing 12 heads. And they are all fierce beasts with extremely terrifying breaths. Even after death, they still exude an amazing aura. Among them were 2 terrifying beasts comparable to the 10 layers of warriors, which were the kings of the second-level beasts, the burst rabbit. The 2 beasts were covered in muscles, and their height reached an astonishing 10 meters, and they looked very large, with a pair of rabbit ears and scarlet eyes. But now such a powerful beast completely fell to the ground without a trace of breath. After Chen Fan killed these 2 terrible beasts, he found that there seemed to be something glowing inside these 2 beasts. He stretched out his hand and cut open the beast's belly directly, and saw that there was a crystal inside, emitting a red light. This is beast crystal. Only some powerful beasts, the demon pill in their bodies mutates, will give birth to this kind of spar. The price of this kind of thing is extremely expensive. Even the cheapest is tens of millions. He now directly got 2, which was simply a great luck. It's just that Chen Fan has a feeling in his heart, a desire in his body, and he feels that he can absorb it. But the books he read recorded that this kind of thing was extremely dangerous, and it needed to purify the evil energy on it in order to absorb it, and it was best to refine it into an elixir. Chen Fan was silent for a while, closed his eyes and thought, and then opened his eyes, emitting a sharp light. I am an unprecedented God King level talent, and I may not need to refine it into an elixir to absorb it as stated in the book. Chen Fan was ready to give it a try, but if it really didn't work he would stop absorbing it. Chen Fan mobilized the power of qi and blood in his body and began to refine it, only to see this fierce beast crystal pouring into his body as pure energy. Chen Fan's qi and blood power was constantly increasing, and he did not feel any discomfort. As for the evil energy, it has long been easily purified by the flames burning outside his body. Chen Fan immediately began to devour the second fierce beast crystal, feeling the power in his body constantly growing, and the power of qi and blood became more and more terrifying. Chen Fan felt like a volcano about to erupt, and he had endless strength all over his body. This feeling is wonderful and comfortable, making people want to roar happily. After about 10 minutes, Chen Fan felt the strength on his body and directly increased by another 100,000 caddies, and his physical strength reached a terrifying 500,000 caddies. If converted into combat power, it is 250,000 combat power. You must know that this is only his basic combat power. It's broken through again, and each breakthrough seems to increase the strength of 100,000 caddies. Chen Fan shook his palm and felt the incomparably powerful power in his body. He originally thought that this actual combat assessment would not be challenging to him, and his interest was not too high. It should be said that he can get the first place no matter what he does. But now Chen Fan's interest has been completely raised. There are still many fierce beasts here, and maybe he can still encounter that level 3 beast. If you kill a level 3 beast, you may also drop the beast crystal. After all, the more powerful the beast, the higher the probability of dropping. Now he has also reached the second level of martial arts, so he is full of pride in his heart, and even hopes to encounter a third level beast as soon as possible. It seems that this is my chance. Chen Fan grinned and walked deeper towards the beast passage. If you want to pass here, you must get out of this beast passage, and you will encounter a large number of beasts on the way. Chen Fan didn't go far, and suddenly there was a warning sign in his heart, and he felt deep, and there was a dangerous aura in the air. Chen Fan looked back and saw a huge monster beast, which was more than some 10 meters long, with a tongue sticking out of its mouth, and was spewing out a strange black liquid. Chen Fan instinctively jumped to the side, subconsciously avoiding these strange liquids. Then he saw the black liquid fall where he had just been. White smoke actually came out of the ground, directly corroding a pit more than a meter wide, and at the same time exuding a disgusting stench, hundreds of times more than the smell of durian. Poison. Chen Fan's face changed, and he quickly covered his mouth and nose with his clothes. Although his chi and blood power are strong and his physique is amazing, the beast in front of him contains poison, and it seems that he has to be careful and make a quick decision. This huge python, with a pair of scarlet eyes, stared at Chen Fan, revealing an extremely dangerous aura. Chen Fan found that this beast was even more terrifying than the two warrior tenfold beasts he had encountered before. But this is not a third-level beast, after all. If it is, the power of chi and blood on its body will reach an amazing level. The improvement of warriors and martial artists is also huge, almost 2 levels. As long as the fierce beast exudes such an aura, it can be felt. Dare to sneak attack me, I will kill you. Chen Fan happened to be greatly strengthened, and he wanted to see how many moves this fierce beast could hold on to himself. The giant python beast saw Chen Fan taking the initiative to rush over. His body was also fierce, his temperament was fierce, his mouth kept spraying venom, and a huge tail was thrown towards Chen Fan. There was a deafening sound above the ground. The giant python beast just now had no breath on its body and fell into a pool of blood. The head of the giant python was smashed abruptly, leaving only a headless corpse. Sure enough, there is a fierce beast crystal. Chen Fan cut open the body of the giant python beast and saw a blood-red crystal, which was of great use to him. Chen Fan absorbed it on the spot, although he did not break through the realm, but added another 50,000 pounds of strength, and if he came with another piece next time, he would be able to break through again. Then Chen Fan killed all the way, and the beasts fell in pools of blood one after another, but no more beast crystals were found. After all, the probability of this kind of thing appearing is too low. Several assessors, the whole person was in a state of stun. When they saw the content on the tablet video, the shock in their hearts was indescribable, which was simply outrageous. Who is this fierce beast? A male assessor whose lips were trembling slightly, feeling incredible. The other side. In the video, a teenager is frantically slaughtering beasts, and no beast can withstand this teenager's move, and they are all killed by a precise move. As long as the speed is a little slower, it will be torn apart by powerful forces. What are you talking about? Zhang Lin, the beauty assessor of Channel 3, also clicked on the video at this moment, and then she was immediately dumbfounded, and her exquisite and flawless face was full of shock. In the video, the young teenager seems to think that the speed of killing the beast is too slow and begins to accelerate. His speed began to increase the power of chi and blood, and it became more terrifying. No matter what kind of beast it was killed in an instant, and it didn't even have the strength to resist. The fierce beast is now like a flock of sheep, and the boy who rushed in to kill the beast turned into a tiger and began to slaughter wildly. This is simply a massacre feast. That's the king of the second-level beasts, the golden cicada. Suddenly, Zhang Lin exclaimed. He felt that Chen Fan had kicked to the point of hard stubble now, and he could slaughter those ordinary beasts, but now he encountered a terrifying existence among the second-level beasts, and he could never kill them easily. The other assessment officers also felt the same, because Chen Fan killed the beast too fast, which led to the abnormality, and they were a little unhappy in their hearts. So I hope Chen Fan learns a lesson. The second-level beast, with a golden color all over its body and a golden sharp horn on the top of its head, looked like a cicada that was magnified 1,000 times. At this moment, this ferocious beast, as soon as the surrounding beasts appeared, showed a frightened expression and began to retreat. The handsome young man glanced at the second-level beast coldly, and then stretched out his palm and clenched it into a fist. Rolling stone fist. After a while, this powerful beast's body was blown up on the spot, torn apart, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and it was still killed in an instant by a move. The battle ended like this, and the assessors outside were stunned one by one, and even couldn't help but swallow a mouthful. This is an ordinary talent? How can such a freak appear in ordinary talents? It's really violent and ferocious. I feel like he's even more terrifying than the top 10 geniuses. The assessors talked a lot, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. Only the beauty assessor Zhang Lin shook her head and said, even if it's this level, so what's the good performance? He is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, he is just an ordinary talent after all. Even if he is strong now, he will still be easily surpassed by other geniuses in the future. Even his physical strength is now comparable to that of a martial artist, and his actual combat experience is rich enough, but his achievements in this life can only reach the level of a martial artist. Maybe he got some chance to cultivate to such an extent with ordinary talents, but his future road was almost coming to an end after all. Sometimes people have to accept their fate. Hearing Zhang Lin's words, the other assessors were silent. Although these words are indeed a bit ugly, and Zhang Lin is indeed a bit extreme in this regard, this is the truth. Most of them are excellent talents, so the highest achievement in the future can only be martial arts. If you want a breakthrough, there is no great chance that it is impossible. Zhang Lin said this. Isn't she talking about themselves? That's right. No matter how amazing this person named Chen Fan is in the early stage, in the the end he is just about the same as us. Forget it, don't pay attention to him anymore. Even now, no matter how good it is, I'm afraid there won't be an academy that will let him join. Let's go and see the other 10 geniuses. Those geniuses are extremely talented, and maybe they can produce a few great masters in the future. The assessors suddenly lost interest and then switched the screen on the tablet video again. The first to appear was still Feng Changtian, this young man. The speed of slaughtering beasts was not as fast as Chen Fan, and he was also one move at a time, but it gave people an elegant feeling. The Feng family behind Feng Changtian is said to have produced several great masters and is a veritable warrior aristocracy. So Feng Changtian had such a performance, and everyone was not surprised. This by Choyue, the evaluation is a bit low. An assessment officer, looking at the video on the tablet, his eyes narrowed slightly. Other assessment officers have tuned the video to the number 3 beast passage. There was a girl with blue hair, and this girl was as cold as a piece of 1,000-year-old black ice. The ground froze wherever she passed, apparently releasing his ice talent. Because she has awakened to extraordinary talent, endless ice seems to be able to freeze everything. This is the Bai family's D-level martial arts. The ice is frozen. An assessor recognized this martial art, which was not sold on the market but was a martial art exclusively inherited by the Bai family. It is said that this kind of martial arts is the most powerful martial arts among D-level martial arts, and it will also have additional characteristics, such as those in circulation on the market. This characteristic is said to save people's physical strength, so this Bai Choyue can release martial arts unscrupulously. You're right, this Bai Choyue should be able to rank second. One of the top 10 geniuses who originally ranked second is indeed inferior to him. Another assessor nodded in agreement. His tablet was playing a scene from Channel 2, a boy with an ordinary face, slaughtering a beast. This person looks ordinary, like an ordinary passerby, who makes people look at it and forget about it the next day. His name is Sikon Yen, and he has awakened to an extraordinary fire-type talent, and he will carry flames when he uses martial arts, and behind him is the Sikon family, which is also a powerful family. Meanwhile, this Lu Sheng is a little surprised. Zhang Lin opened the video of Channel 9. The man in the picture is also a talent for ice, but the martial arts he displayed were not freezing everything. Instead, the ice is condensed into a blade to kill the beast. The speed of killing is also extremely fast, like a ruthless beast harvester, and its performance is also very eye-catching. Lu Sheng should be able to rank in the top 5. There is an assessment officer, and this Xing Baiqi, it is said that his talent can only rank 5th, but I think his strength should be able to rush into the top 3. In the picture of Channel 5, a bronze-skinned boy tore dozens of beasts alive, bathed in the blood of the beasts, and looked like a god of killing. His eyes were full of evil energy, and the murderous aura on his body felt like it was about to condense into substance. When others kill beasts, most of them kill them in one move, but he is different. He beats the beast to death, and the mournful wailing is terrifying. And no matter what kind of beast he is still extremely strong, and it seems that the land strength of his physical body is not much weaker than Chen Fan. He is also an existence comparable to the combat power of a martial artist, and even the assessors think that he is stronger than Situ Yen. Of course, in addition to the top 10 geniuses, there is another genius that is very dazzling, and that is Wang Long. His talent is also elite, but not the top, but his performance can actually rank in the top 7 compared to the other top 10 geniuses. This Wang Long's father seems to have broken through to become a grandmaster some time ago. There is an assessment officer who inquires about the channel, which is very powerful. No wonder he has such a performance. The cultivation resources that a grandmaster can get are much better than the cultivation resources that a martial artist can get. However, if you have cultivation resources, you may not be able to cultivate quickly. It seems that this Wang Long is still very good. The assessors had a good evaluation of Wang Long and felt that he could rank 7th, but there was no hope for the top 5. Even the lowest ranked Lu Sheng in the top 5 is not comparable to Wang Long. As for the position of the first Wind and Sky, they felt that no one could replace them, and they were indeed worthy of being top extraordinary talents. The other party seems to have not moved the real character of killing the beast. It looks very relaxed, and even the powerful martial arts are not used, and there is an extremely obvious gap with other geniuses. Channel 1. Boring, so boring. The boy, who looked a little lazy, was walking forward step by step, and this dangerous-looking beast passage was simply like walking on the ground for him. Even the aura he released made some fierce beasts dare not take the initiative to approach. Because at this moment, Feng Changtian has truly broken through the martial arts, and the power of qi and blood is amazingly powerful. In addition, he had cultivated the most powerful martial arts of the Feng family, and he was even able to increase his momentum. It's just that he hasn't used it all the time. In his opinion, the second-level beast is too weak to be worth using him at all. Only a third-level beast is qualified to let him use his martial arts. In Feng Changtian's view, the first place this time is none other than him, because its speed is extremely fast, although he did not count the beasts he killed carefully, but there were at least hundreds of them. Channel 3. Bai Choyue was also full of confidence. She felt that the martial arts inherited by the family could make her easily win the first place in the actual combat assessment, and there was not much pressure at all. well. Whoa! Channel 9. Lu Sheng was also full of confidence, feeling that the first one this time was none other than him, which was the confidence of a genius. The same is true for Wang Long. How weak are the top 10 geniuses of this confident people? Death. This time, which geniuses will participate in his foil? Among the other channels, those top geniuses all think so. The actual combat assessment, for ordinary practitioners, it is hellish level difficulty, and if you want to pass, you will die and die. But for those top geniuses, there is no difficulty in the actual combat assessment, it is just the speed of passing. There was not much pressure at all, unless it encountered a level 3 beast. Feng Changtian is about to come out, but he is too lucky, he hasn't even encountered a level 3 beast yet. An assessor felt a little sorry. The scoring standard here is that if you encounter a 3rd level beast, you will get extra points if you can support it. Thank you. However, Feng Changtian, even if he encountered a 3rd level beast, he might be able to easily survive for a few minutes, and he was a veritable first. The first place is Feng Changtian. We don't mean anything. The other assessors all think so. Feng Changtian passed the assessment all the way, and he didn't use the real one at all, and his comprehensive strength should be the first. Bai Qiu Yue should also come out. It's not good that she met the 3rd level fierce beast Silver Moon Wolf, and it seems that she will come out a little later. She actually froze the Silver Moon Wolf directly. It's really a terrible martial art. The assessor of Channel 2 was full of shock, and when others encountered the 3rd level beast Silver Moon Wolf, they were constantly dodging and struggling to support it. And this genius can pass directly through freezing, which is really amazing. Ying Baiqi also encountered the Silver Moon Wolf. His strength was even more terrifying than the Silver Moon Wolf, and he suppressed it. Damn it, defeat the Silver Moon Wolf away. The speed of the Silver Moon Wolf is extremely fast among the 3rd level beasts, and its strength is indeed a little weaker, but it can beat the 3rd level beasts away, and this power of the White Ruler can be said to be a monster. It really shocked them. At the entrance of Channel 1, the Silver Moon Wolf actually ambushed here and attacked Feng Changtian. The Silver Moon Wolf failed. He was cut off by Feng Changtian and fled. An assessment officer kept exclaiming, seeing that Feng Changtian easily cut off the forelimbs of the Silver Moon Wolf, and he was even more emotional. The top 5 people who performed amazingly were almost as they guessed. As for Lu Sheng of Channel 9, his performance was also very extraordinary. He was not afraid of the Silver Moon Wolf at all, but fought with him head-on. Channel 12. The beasts here were about to pile up into mountains, and hundreds of beasts fell in pools of blood, exuding a foul smell. The blood of these beasts gathered together, which made people feel nauseous and want to vomit. 500 fierce beasts. There are only 3 fierce beast crystals. This probability is really touching. Chen Fan refined all these fierce beast crystals, but only then did he break through to the triple realm of martial artists. It seems that the martial artist realm is not so easy to improve. Forget it, the warm-up is over. I should go out early. Chen Fan burst out with astonishing speed and disappeared in an instant. Originally he deliberately stayed to hunt the beast, but now he rushed out directly towards the passage. Nothing can stop him. After about 10 minutes of walking, Chen Fan suddenly stopped. He saw a pure white giant wolf. The teeth of this giant wolf, like the fangs of a saber-toothed tiger, looked extremely long. The giant wolf exuded an aura that was more terrifying than other beasts, and he was looking at Chen Fan with a fierce face, looking like he might pounce on him at any time. Level 3 fierce beast Silver Moon Wolf. Chen Fan recognized this kind of beast, which was not the most terrifying among the 3rd level beasts, but it was extremely fast and unguardable. If you kill you should drop a new beast crystal. Chen Fan was not surprised but happy. His eyes bloomed with a sharp light, and the aura on his body became dangerous. Meanwhile, the assessors were all staring at a picture, that is, Channel 1. Feng Changtian was only 10 minutes away from Channel 1, and as long as he passed, he would be in first place, and there were no fierce beasts to stop him along the way. They are all waiting for the birth of the first place. But at this moment, an assessment officer unintentionally skipped the scene of Channel 13, and the tablet showed that Chen Fan also encountered the Silver Moon Wolf. He suddenly became interested and wanted to see how Chen Fan broke through the Silver Moon Wolf and rushed to the back of the passage. However, the next moment, he opened his mouth wide, and the whole person stood motionless as if he had been electrocuted. People can't make a sound when they are most shocked, just like the assessor at this moment. This is a male assessor, and at this moment, he feels like he has seen a legend. He actually killed the Silver Moon Wolf, and he only used one move. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses and exclaim. At this time, when the other assessment officers heard this, their hearts trembled fiercely, and they all gathered their eyes and landed on Channel 12. Boom! They saw that after Chen Fan killed the Silver Moon Wolf, he burst out at an astonishing speed and rushed towards the exit of Channel 1. And it seems that if you move forward at such a speed, I am afraid that it will only take 3 minutes to come out completely. Their guesses are all wrong, and it seems that the real first place is probably Chen Fan. Because Chen Fan's performance is the most amazing, this level not only tests the speed of clearing the level, but also tests the killing of beasts. Even if Chen Fan was not the first to clear the level, he even killed the 3rd level fierce beast Silver Moon Wolf, and the comprehensive evaluation should be regarded as the first. It seems that we all guessed wrong. The first place should be Chen Fan. An ordinary talent is the first, which is a bit unacceptable. Do you want him to join the genius training camp? Ha! The assessors were very shocked at the moment, and there was an indescribable feeling. If this kind of thing gets out, people in other cities will probably laugh at the people of their 36 cities. Not far from the assessors, there are teachers and principals of major schools. At this moment, the principal of Xingqing No. 1 Middle School was holding a thermos cup in his hand, smiling, looking very happy. And next to him, Zhang Jingguo was also excited. He originally listened to what the principal said, thinking that this time Chen Fan would not be able to shine, and he might not even be able to squeeze into the top 30. But I didn't expect Chen Fan to give him such a huge surprise, which was simply too surprising. Other teachers looked at the huge LCD screen in front of them, which was hundreds of inches. There are a total of 18 such screens here, representing 18 beast passages, all of which are numbered. These teachers can also be watched, because the assessors are selected from the teachers of these major schools. Each school rotates every year. No, it's impossible. You must not let Chen Fan be the first. The female assessor Zhang Lin was out of control, and she couldn't accept such a reality when she saw the scene on the video. She didn't want them to become a big joke in other cities again. This was the case at the beginning. The genius was still excavated by her father, although it was just an ordinary talent, but it was extremely amazing. Who knew that later it was so ordinary? Even her father, who was supposed to be promoted, was expelled from school. The reason for the expulsion was that there was a big man in the top 10 university palaces who was very dissatisfied, but he just said it casually, and someone took it to heart. In front of those big people, these martial artists are just ants, and the other party can decide their fate with just one word. She will never allow the original thing to be repeated. Thank you. Why not? How is it impossible? The female assessor's voice was too loud, which made Principal Wang of Star City No. 1 Middle School very dissatisfied. Is this denying them? Zhang Jingguo also looked indignant, glaring at Zhang Lin fiercely, and his heart was extremely unhappy. Zhang Lin saw Principal Wang. A trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. The ones who could serve as principals were grandmasters, much stronger than him, so she naturally did not dare to offend easily. Looking at Principal Wang and Zhang Jingguo who came over, Zhang Lin explained, Principal Wang, you misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to give Chen Fan the first place, but to give him the first place, it's really a waste. Feng Changtian is a top extraordinary talent. If he is given the first place and joins the genius training camp, he will definitely be able to grow up quickly. But Principal Wang and the others did not agree with his words, including other assessors, and they all shook their heads. Run away. If you really do this, wouldn't it mean that there is a shady scene? The martial arts assessment they conduct must be absolutely fair and just, otherwise how can they be convinced once exposed? I don't agree with your explanation. I think Chen Fan is a well-deserved first. With his assessment speed, he has broken the record of 36 cities, coupled with his strength to kill the Silver Moon Wolf alone. The first place is difficult to convince anyone except for Chen Fan. Other assessors and teachers also nodded in agreement, thinking that the male assessor was right. Principal Wang was also very satisfied with what the male assessor said. The assessment of the 36 cities they organized may not be once in 10 years. This is a grand event, and it is natural to maintain absolute fairness. Otherwise, it would be an insult to these assessment geniuses. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Why don't you understand? Do you know how cruel the genius training camp is? With enough cultivation resources, those powerful geniuses can surpass Chen Fan in an instant, and even if Chen Fan enters it, he will soon become the countdown, and he is even likely to be eliminated. Moreover, those real top geniuses are almost all aristocrats. Those people have unlimited resources from childhood to adulthood, deep foundations, and their strength may have already surpassed Chen Fan. I don't know how much. It is not a level at all. Only by making Feng Changtian the first place, with his top extraordinary talent, and the foundation he has built since childhood, can it be possible to add glory to our 36 cities. As for others, as long as they can stay in the genius training camp, the first place largely determines the face of our 36 cities. Do you really want Chen Fan to go? When everyone heard Zhang Lin's words, they were all silent, because what he said was indeed very reasonable. Nonsense. Zhang Jingguo was angry and looked very unhappy. What you said is all crooked. This is what Chen Fan got by his own ability, and there is no cheating. The first place can only be him. Zhang Lin's face turned cold, and she said, then can you guarantee that Chen Fan will be able to break through and become a grandmaster in the future? He is just an ordinary talent? How do you know that he is an ordinary talent? Can't he awaken the second talent? Zhang Jingguo argued vigorously based on reason. Zhang Lin sneered, geniuses who can awaken dual talents are truly rare, even rarer than the highest level of god-level talents. Even other people felt that what Zhang Jingguo said was indeed a bit outrageous at this moment. How could a warrior with a natural dual talent appear in a small star city? If it is true, I am afraid that the 10 great palaces have sent people to take the initiative to take Chen Fan into the academy. Martial artists with dual talents are said to have extremely high potential and are not weaker than god-level talents, and the rarity of this kind of person can simply be described as looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhang Jingguo's face darkened. He really couldn't be sure whether Chen Fan was born with dual talent. Okay, it's pointless for us to argue about this. I'll just tell you this, if the first place is given to Feng Changtian, in the future, our human race will have an extra peerless powerhouse, and he can also add glory to our entire 36 cities, but if you give it to Qin Fan, it will be a violent destruction of heavenly things, and then it will ruthlessly lose the face of our 36 cities. How to choose, you should know in your own hearts. I also know that none of you want to be this evil person, but for the sake of the 36 cities, I am willing to be this evil person, and I will personally go to him and persuade him to give up this reward. Boss. Zhang Lin's righteous speaker, at this moment seems to be her incarnation of the messenger of justice. Everyone began to discuss. Some people thought it shouldn't be like this, some people thought it should be like this. The results of the discussion are difficult to unify. Okay, since no one can convince anyone, then I will enter the number 12 beast passage first. I will meet with Qin Fan and discuss with him. If he agrees, you have no opinion, right? Meanwhile, Zhang Lin's eyes swept over everyone's faces. That's all. One principal stood up and nodded in agreement, and then the other principals and assessors also nodded. Zhang Lin then left the crowd and went directly to channel 12. Among the 12 channels, a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament exhaled softly, and a gust of wind rolled up in place, making a violent whistling sound. Devour the beast crystal, and finally step into the martial arts quadruple layer. Roar! The young man was Qin Fan, and he now felt that his whole body was full of endless power. This silver moon wolf's crystal was indeed greater than the crystal of other beasts, and it brought him a greater improvement. His current strength has reached 700,000 catties, and it is still growing, because he has not completely digested the power of the silver moon wolf's crystal. Now converted into combat power, the simple combat power has reached 350,000. This is a very terrifying number. You must understand that this is just a simple basic combat power, without using any martial arts. Looking for death. Now Qin Fan has come to the entrance of the passage, only a few meters away, and he can leave at any time. But at this moment, Qin Fan suddenly heard footsteps and felt an incomparably thick power of qi and blood. Could it be that there are still fierce beasts? Click. Qin Fan could feel that this power of qi and blood was even more terrifying than the silver moon wolf, and he was very interested. There was a sharp light in his eyes, mobilizing the power of qi and blood in his body, and staring ahead. Roar! In Qin Fan's sight, a shadow gradually lengthened, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Qin Fan burst out instantly, like a tiger. The terrifying power of qi and blood burst out at this moment, and then clenched into a fist and bombarded it forward. The power of this punch was terrifying, making people's scalp tingle, and this void seemed to be crushed by pure and powerful power. At this moment, Qin Fan didn't look like a person at all, but like a terrifying beast that was going crazy. That amazing and unparalleled terrifying power, which made people's hearts tremble. Zhang Lin had just stepped into channel 12, and after not walking far, she felt a terrifying force attack. She didn't care in her heart, knowing that this power was Qin Fan. He found that Qin Fan seemed to like to kill fierce beasts and wanted to obtain beast crystals. But he can also understand, after all, Qin Fan is just a child of an ordinary family. It's different like other big families. For geniuses, they can get the cultivation of beast crystals from an early age, so most of those geniuses rely on clearing the level, and they don't want to kill the beast here and slowly obtain the beast crystals, because they did not lack such cultivation resources, and they had already laid their own foundation. Let me see how strong your strength is. Zhang Lin sneered. She didn't feel that Qin Fan's strength could hurt herself. This was his confidence as a martial artist in the later stage. The people who can serve as this assessment officer are all the elite among the teachers, and it is even possible to break through to become a grandmaster in the future, but the probability is extremely small, and a certain chance is required. Not far away. If there is no chance, the highest achievement in this life is only a martial artist. She stretched out a pair of white palms and grabbed them forward, and the power of qi and blood on her body also exploded at the first time, and she used martial arts for the first time. Martial arts dragon grabber. Her two pairs of jade hands became harder than steel at the moment, seemingly indestructible, invulnerable, and with a strong pulling force and absorption. Qin Fan felt that his fist was forcibly absorbed by a powerful force, and he directly removed 3/10 of his strength. But Qin Fan's face didn't change much. He just felt a little surprised. I thought it was a fierce beast, but I am afraid that only people can display such an exquisite martial art. However, Qin Fan had no intention of stopping. He also wanted to see how powerful he would be to really burst into power now. It just so happened that this strong man who suddenly appeared should be an assessment officer or something, and he could have played with him. At the entrance of passage number 1, a lazy teenager walked out of it. He looked at the other passages, and then withdrew his gaze and showed a bored expression. It seems that the first place is mine. Feng Changtian didn't feel much. He had won too many first places since he was a child, and he was the first every time, and no one could compare with him. Even this time, there were other geniuses, none of whom could compare with him. They were just some waste, not worthy of their own attention. He thinks that his opponent can only be met in the talent training camp. It is said that this is a genius training camp which will recruit geniuses from all over the country, and it will be really interesting when the time comes. Unlike now, the loneliness of not being able to meet an opponent opponent is really boring. Subsequently, other geniuses appeared from the exit of the passage. The second one appeared was a blue-haired girl by Choyue. The martial arts she practiced could freeze everything, and it was also extremely energy-saving, so she was in second place, and everyone expected night. But the third place was a little unexpected. It turned out to be not Sikongyan, but Ing Baichi. The fifth place is Liu Shang, and more geniuses appear one by one. The top 5 have been completely born, and Sikongyan has a place. But the ranking is only 4th. The top 5 have been completely born. This ranking is too unexpected. It seems that some of the top 10 geniuses have infinite potential. Boom! Everyone was in an uproar. What, the top 5? Aren't we only 4 out? Ing Baichi heard someone talking and his face was full of doubts. Not only him, but also other geniuses, because they heard other people discuss that the top 5 has been completely born. It's just that they didn't think much about it. Anyway, it will all be announced later, and they can also get the answer if they are wrong at that time. At this moment, in the 11th passage, Wang Long also walked out of it. He looked at the number of people he could see, and his expression was a little gloomy. He thought he could surpass those top 10 geniuses, but he still underestimated the other party. He was only the 10th to come out now, which means that he was ranked 10th. Can he only surpass one of the top 10 geniuses? Wang Long was unwilling in his heart, but he could only accept this reality. However, such achievements are different in the eyes of others, such as his followers. Those geniuses with excellent talents are all extremely excited. I'll just say it, Brother Long is definitely no weaker than the top 10 geniuses. Brother Long can rank in the top 10 this time. It's really a good look. The top 10 geniuses have all been brushed down. Brother Long is awesome. In the 12th passage, a huge and dull bombardment sounded, and Zhang Lin, who was wearing black silk, was very embarrassed at the moment. Her arms were trembling non-stop, and there was a surprised expression on her face. What a little monster! Zhang Lin never thought that her dignified martial artist Sevenfold would be repelled by a junior's punch. Even if she used her martial arts to weaken Chen Fan's strength, she still had a feeling that her arm was about to break. There was a numbness in my arm now, and it began to shake uncontrollably. However, as a powerful martial artist, she adjusted her own chi and blood power, and quickly suppressed this feeling, and her arm no longer felt tingling and tingling. Interesting, come again. Chen Fan saw the appearance of the female assessor clearly, but he still didn't seem to want to stop. It was the first time he had seen someone who could withstand the power of his punch, although he had not yet used martial arts, but such a power could not be withstood even if it was replaced by a fierce beast. It seems that the beautiful assessor in front of him is more powerful than the power of the beast. Isn't it interesting? Finally found someone who had a few tricks with him. Chen Fan naturally didn't want to give up, but wanted to give full play to his strength. Stop! I'm not here to fight you. Zhang Lin saw Chen Fan's eyes and the words that came out of his mouth, and suddenly felt that the situation had changed. She was just here to persuade Chen Fan, not to fight with Chen Fan. It's just a pity that although Chen Fan's strength is strong, his achievements are still not as good as others. Compared with the real top genius, it makes people feel amazing in the early stage, and then it will become weak. This is how the gap between geniuses and ordinary people widens. Time will verify everything. Chen Fan saw that the assessor had said this, so he naturally couldn't continue to do it, so he had to restrain his blood and energy, and then looked at the assessor. What did the other party want to say? He didn't believe that the assessor would come into the beast intersection for no reason. After all, this assessor had said before that they would not interfere in anything in the assessment. Now that he suddenly ran in, he must have something to explain, and this matter is likely to be related to himself, otherwise the other party would not have to run in and explain in advance. Your performance in the actual combat assessment is indeed amazing enough, and we assessors are also shocked. Half a day later, Zhang Lin did not express her thoughts at the beginning, but praised Chen Fan first. There's no need to talk so much nonsense, let's get straight to the point. Chen Fan was too lazy to listen to these words, because it was meaningless. Okay, then I'll say it directly, I want to discuss it with you. I hope you can give up this ranking. Zhang Lin looked serious, and it seemed that she was not joking with Chen Fan. Chen Fan's expression darkened, then he glanced at her and said, if this is an assessment, this is not necessary. If this is not an assessment, then you are sick. Zhang Lin was not angry when she heard Chen Fan's words, but continued with a pleasant face. Do you know what your score is in this assessment? It's number 1. The first representative is the face of our 36 cities, and people must be self-aware. What can an ordinary talented person like you do even if he joins the genius training camp? It is a place where geniuses gather. If you go in, you will be left behind by other geniuses, and it will hit your confidence when the time comes, and it is even very likely that you will be devastated from now on. Meanwhile, Chen Fan didn't listen to anything else the female assessor said. He only chose what he liked. So I was the first place. Chen Fan's result was not too surprising. He just took it for granted. At this moment, Zhang Lin was still chattering and said, you are just a civilian after all, and the others have family support behind them. They can get better cultivation resources and build a better foundation early. If you give them sea-level martial arts, they can become stronger in an instant, and they can also successfully cultivate in a very short time, and if they are given to you, they will not be able to exert the full power of sea sea-level martial arts in this life. Although you may be very angry if I say this, but nobles are nobles, commoners are commoners, you should give up this first place reward. Chen Fan didn't take the other party's words to heart, but when he heard the last paragraph, Chen Fan was very unhappy, and the female assessor mentioned the word civilian every day. What's wrong with being a civilian? With a big family behind it, can the nobles cover the sky with one hand? On the other side, if this is really the case, then why set up a warrior assessment so that both commoners and nobles can participate together? How can the sparrows know the ambition of the swans? Your brain is sick doesn't mean my brain is sick. Get out, Chen Fan said to the beautiful assessor in front of him completely unceremoniously. Although this assessment officer is still quite beautiful, coupled with wearing black silk, it is indeed pleasing to the eye. But what she said was like a fool, always thinking that everyone was the same as the person she knew. When Zhang Lin heard Chen Fan's words, she immediately snorted coldly, I don't know what to do. When the time comes to the genius training camp, you will definitely regret it. Since Chen Fan didn't go in with oil and salt, she didn't persuade her too much. She was fortunate to visit the genius training camp at the beginning, and saw the geniuses there, some of whom had a lower level than her, but their power of chi and blood was amazing. She even saw in a video that some geniuses directly killed some terrifying beasts. Those were all level 3 beasts, and even if she encountered them, she had to run away as soon as possible. So she knew very well that the genius training camp was a real concentration camp for demons and arrogant. None of them were good stubble, they were all some talented geniuses. These geniuses, after leaving the genius training camp, I am afraid that they have now grown to the point where they are beyond his reach, and maybe there are 1 or 2 great masters now. Zhang Lin turned around and left, leaving Chen Fan with a back. Chen Fan didn't care and walked towards the exit. He was confident that he would not fall behind anyone, and when he arrived at the genius training camp, that group of geniuses would eventually be trampled under his feet one after another and unable to turn over. Chen Fan believed in his God King level talent and believed in his own efforts, which was not something that others could easily surpass. Chen Fan stepped out of the passage and looked outside. Many geniuses had come out, and those geniuses looked at themselves with arrogance, and even looked at themselves with a scrutinizing expression. Chen Fan was a little unhappy in his heart. After all, he knew that he was the first. Even if these people came out earlier than himself, he could only be ranked behind him. If it weren't for the female instructor who suddenly appeared, he would probably be the first to appear in front of everyone. The last one to come out, Chen Fan, you are really a waste. Wang Kai sarcastically said, it's just that you can come out alive to my surprise. I thought you would die there. He said these words unceremoniously, deliberately sarcastically mocking Chen Fan. Chen Fan glanced at him coldly at this moment. Wang Kai suddenly felt as if he was locked, his whole body was cold, and then he looked around, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, Chen Fan, my brother Wang Long is the 10th, and he is now one of the new top 10 geniuses. Wang Kai lowered his voice and whispered. He also thought that a certain genius disliked him just now and was too noisy, so he released coercion to deter him. 10th place? Chen Fan smiled disdainfully and didn't take this ranking to heart at all. What ability does a person who barely ranks 10th have? He didn't even qualify to join the genius training camp, he was just a piece of waste. But in Wang Kai's eyes, he thought that Chen Fan was shocked, and suddenly showed a triumphant expression. Wang Long heard Wang Kai praise him like this, and his heart was also very comfortable, and he glanced at Chen Fan, not taking it to heart at all, thinking that Chen Fan would be in the sky and the other would be underground in the future. Their future achievements will also be very different. Or look back many years later, and today's events will be laughed off. Wang Long didn't pay too much attention to Chen Fan. In the future they were destined to be people from 2 worlds. They used to be opponents, but in the future, they may not even have the qualifications to meet. Although the 10th place cannot join the genius training camp, he can join the academy and obtain a higher level of martial arts, and can even surpass his father. Hiss. Then, the remaining geniuses also entered the Beast Channel for assessment. By the time all the geniuses entered the Beast Passage and came out, it was already dawn the next day. Now that you are all out, it's time to announce the assessment rankings. A tall and burly assessor stood up. He was the chief examiner this time. Everyone's eyes converged on the chief examiner. They don't know the name of the examiner, but they are looking forward to the ranking that the examiner will read next. Next, I will arrange the results on the screen. Of course, only the top 30 will be announced, and the rest can be regarded as official warriors through the martial arts assessment, but they will not be recorded in the rankings. The chief assessor said these words to everyone. Hundreds of geniuses are all very nervous. Only the top 30 are qualified to rank, and the rest are probably not geniuses. Number 30, Awakening. Number 29, Li Fei. The rankings were announced one by one, all the way to the 11th place. Wang Long looked at the penultimate place without Chen Fan's name, and knew that Chen Fan was completely eliminated, but this was too much for him. Chen Fan was an ordinary talent in his opinion. It may be a little stronger, but when encountering a real beast, it must be helpless, so it cannot be on the ranking list. This Chen Fan is really a waste, and he can't even make it to the ranking list. Wang Kai sneered again and again, although he didn't go up, but Wang Long got on. He is a follower of Wang Long, and he is also a relative, so he will have many many benefits in the future. He knew that Wang Long hated Chen Fan very much before, so now he wanted to keep hitting Chen Fan and show more in front of Wang Long. Wang Rong's other followers also criticized Chen Fan at this moment. I used to dare to rob a woman from my brother Long. Don't pee to see what you look like, is it worthy? Waste is waste, no matter how much the chicken can't become a phoenix. Chen Fan was peaceful in his heart, and he didn't take the trash talk of these fools to heart at all. I'll hit them hard in the face later. Chen Fan also knew very well in his heart that these extremely stupid fools were not from the same world as himself. Why bother with them? Isn't scolding these fools they're lowering your grade? Maybe it will be photographed by people with a heart, and it will directly rush to the hot search when the time comes. The first place in the assessment of warriors in 36 cities, there is no quality in scolding people. In Chen Fan's view, these people who deliberately target themselves are the same as keyboard warriors on the internet, and they start to spray without figuring out the truth of the matter at all. When the truth was revealed, they reversed again. Anyway, they didn't have to pay any price, as long as they didn't spray it brainlessly. If you quarrel with this group of people here, then you will be hopelessly stupid. Drink. 11th place, Wang Long. Wang Long, who was still proud, saw the broadcast on the LCD screen, and the whole person was stunned on the spot, and his eyes were full of disbelief. I don't believe it. Why am I number 11? Wang Long felt that the whole person was about to go crazy. His ranking was above one of the top 10 geniuses. Why could he only give him 11? Who replaced him? Could it be that there is a shady scene in this assessment? Or was it booked in advance by a disciple of a certain big family? Wang Long clenched his palm nails and pierced his skin, feeling nothing, thinking that he had been humiliated and injusticed. As for the audience in the audience, they were also shocked. They remembered that this Wang Long was indeed the 10th to come out, but why did he rank 11th? So who is the 10th place? The answer was soon revealed. 10th place, Morong Fuxue. This is one of the original top 10 geniuses, which should have been ranked 9th in everyone's perception, but it was ranked one place behind. The subsequent rankings were also announced one by one, and the assessors and teachers were all very calm, because they had known this ranking for a long time. When these assessors were discussing rankings, they stood by them. This warrior assessment, the real ranking, they are qualified to watch from the side, and even have the qualifications to give opinions. But as for these opinions, whether the assessors accept them or not is their own business. But the only certainty is that absolute fairness and justice must be maintained. The audience exclaimed again and again. Obviously, this ranking was beyond the expectations of all of them. 5th place, Lu Sheng. 4th place, Si Kongyan. 3rd place, Haku Kuzuki. 2nd place, Feng Changtian. When this ranking was announced, Feng Changtian's eyes burst out with amazing light, like two lightning bolts, cutting through the void like lightning. The surrounding geniuses all felt a terrifying sense of oppression, feeling like a sleeping beast, awakening at this moment. They felt a sense of threat and couldn't help but get goosebumps. What a terrifying power of qi and blood. I'm afraid this is not the early stage of a martial artist. Bai Qiuyue felt the power of qi and blood and made an evaluation. Because she is also a martial artist, but Feng Changtian's momentum is obviously much stronger than her. Even Feng Changtian can only be the 2nd place, so who is the 1st place? When did such a freak come out of these geniuses? It can surpass the wind and the sky. Other geniuses also suspected that there might be some inside story about this assessment. In their opinion, if the 1st place was Feng Changtian, they would definitely agree with it, but if it was a different person, they would not be able to accept it. In the face of Feng Changtian, many of them feel that they are not opponents. But if the 1st place that suddenly emerges is not as strong as them, then why can it be the 1st place? And among the remaining geniuses, they don't think that some people's strength will surpass Feng Changtian. 1st place, Chen Fan. Just when everyone was suspicious and speculating, a blood-red number was displayed on the screen, and the 1st place in this assessment was finally displayed. But what greeted this 1st place was not shock, but the silence of the audience. Even the people in the audience thought this was incredible. Chen's father and Chen's mother, the two looked at each other, looked at the numbers displayed on it, and felt that they should be people with the same name and surname. Mom and Dad, that's my brother's name. Is my brother the 1st place? Chen Shui was still young. She was very excited, and she didn't have any other doubts. She only thought that Chen Fan was the 1st place, and she felt very face-saving. Be quiet, it doesn't have to be your brother. Chen's mother hurriedly interrupted her daughter to continue talking nonsense. Those of them in the audience can only see the rankings, not the content of the assessment. They thought in their hearts that Chen Fan could pass the 1st level of assessment, and the test of the power of qi and blood was already good, let alone win the 1st place in the later assessment. I'm afraid this will make others laugh. It's really not that they don't want to believe it, but their own son, just an ordinary talent, how can he overwhelm the crowd? Unless the son comes out and tells them in person, they don't believe it much. On the examination room, Wang Long's face was full of jealousy, and he questioned on the spot, I don't believe it. Chen Fan is clearly the last to come out. Why is he the 1st place? Is this shady? If so, what is the significance of this martial arts assessment? What is the purpose of letting us geniuses be a foil for an ordinary talent? The examiner heard the doubts, and he stood up from the crowd. The terrifying power power of qi and blood on his body exploded, and everything around him became a little thicker at this moment, and the surrounding air seemed to be emptied at this moment. Everyone felt an unparalleled pressure, as if a mountain was weighing on their shoulders. As the head of the assessor, the strength of the chief examiner is undoubted. He is a person who was only one step away from stepping into the grandmaster level. His voice spread out like a loudspeaker, and immediately suppressed Wang Long, who was about to riot. Wang Long was clenching his teeth at the moment. His face was unwilling, and he didn't feel that the chief assessor was right, but felt that the other party was deliberately covering up, and it was too disgusting to make a shady scene here. Although he didn't know why Chen Fan was able to buy these assessors, he was just unwilling. Why can an ordinary talent step on his head? Assessor, you should give us an explanation. Feng Changtian spoke. He was such a proud person. If it weren't for this matter, he would also feel full of weirdness, and he would never take the initiative to ask. The chief assessor glanced at Feng Changtian with a kind smile on his face. He could not care about Wang Long's thoughts, but Feng Changtian, this is a big man in the future, and sooner or later he will surpass himself. In the face of such a genius, the chief assessor will naturally be polite. Feng Changtian, I know you all have objections. Presumably other geniuses think the same way, right? But our warrior assessment this time is to ensure absolute fairness and justice, and then you can watch the video on the screen to know if it is true or false. He then opened a video and began to play it on the big screen. On the huge LCD screen, a handsome teenager was frantically slaughtering beasts, and the ground was full of blood. Hundreds of fierce beasts fell into pools of blood, which was shocking to watch. But this is not the most shocking. The most terrifying thing is that the teenager encountered the silver moon wolf. This third-level beast is fast. Even if it is stronger, they may not be able to kill them. Then, the handsome boy on the screen made a move. There was no superfluous movement, just a simple burst of martial arts. The silver moon wolf screamed, was hit by a blow, and fell down on the spot. Blood splattered on the spot, and he died directly. Seeing this, Feng Changtian's pupils shrink slightly. He had also encountered the silver moon wolf, but this kind of beast was extremely cunning, and seemed to sense that his aura was stronger than him, and he was very vigilant against him. That's why he only cut off one of the forelimbs of the silver moon wolf, allowing the monster to escape and completely disappear. I have no objection. After watching this video, Feng Changtian no longer questioned the authenticity of this matter. In fact, he could also kill the silver moon wolf, but he didn't hide his breath in advance to make the other party on guard. Originally, he looked down on the kind of thing that liked to converge the power of qi and blood, but now he knew that sometimes a decision could change fate. For example, he can only rank second this time, but if he knows how to restrain the power of qi and blood in advance, he may be able to rank first. He lost this game, and he was convinced. Principal Wang and Zhang Jinghua saw the content played on the video, and the smiles on their faces did not stop. Not long ago, they saw the scene on the video and thought it was incredible, and they didn't understand how an ordinary talent could be so powerful. Being able to kill the silver moon wolf shows that Chen Fan is already a martial artist. This is an 18-year-old martial artist. It's just a pity that it's an ordinary talent, and it's too difficult to break through the grandmaster in the future, and the probability is almost equal to 0. However, being able to become the top martial artist in a place where there are many geniuses outside may not be anything, but in Star City, you can change your class. Ding! And since a person like Chen Fan can break people's cognition once, maybe there will be a second time. Wang Long saw the silver moon wolf fall to the ground. His face was full of disbelief, and even his expression gradually became hideous. I don't believe it. You are fake. Wang Long felt that he was about to go crazy. Why did the person who was clearly left behind by him suddenly suppress himself? Meanwhile, even Wang Long's followers had expressions of disbelief, and no one dared to speak again. Originally, they were still mocking Chen Fan, but now, they just hope that Chen Fan will not hold a grudge and settle accounts with them in the future. Even if Chen Fan's talent is like this, Chen Fan's current cultivation is much stronger than theirs, and he can join the genius training camp, which is stronger than them. On the other side, if you want to teach them a lesson after returning from the genius training camp, I'm afraid they won't have the power to fight back. But at this moment, Chen Fan didn't care at all what Wang Kai and these people were thinking. Chen Fan, if you dare to accept my challenge, if you don't dare, it will prove that you are cheating. Wang Long pointed at Chen Fan and roared. When Chen Fan heard this, he smiled disdainfully and said, why should I accept your challenge? Whether it's true or not, I don't need to prove it to you. When Wang Long heard this, he burst into laughter on the spot. Haha, if you are afraid, I know that this must be a fake, otherwise, how could you come this far with an ordinary talent of a waste? He now believes more and more that Chen Fan cheated on purpose. As for the other geniuses, they all thought Wang Long was crazy. Being able to kill the silver moon wolf in one blow, how could this be faked? Could it be that the third-level beast will also cooperate with Chen Fan to act? Chen Fan, since he questions you so much, you might as well try it with him. Zhang Jinghua said. He is Chen Fan's class teacher, and Chen Fan naturally has to give this class teacher some face. Since teacher Zhang said so, then I agreed to compete with him. Chen Fan nodded and agreed. For him, it was actually a matter of a punch, and the words he deliberately said just now were also to anger Wang Long. This Wang Dragon, in his memory, had fought against him a lot before, and even did some very excessive things, deliberately targeting him. "Do you want us to prepare the venue?" the chief assessor asked Chen Fan. Chen Fan shook his head. "It will be solved soon, you wait a moment." When Wang Long heard Chen Fan's words, he smiled sarcastically and said, "Do you think you can suppress me with one move? Who do you think you are?" Chen Fan did not explain, and said calmly, "You make a move, otherwise there will be no chance to make a move." Wang Long angrily rushed to the crown, mobilized the power of his qi and blood, and directly displayed the D-level martial arts double snake whip. I saw the flames surging on his body, condensed into 2 flame whips, and waved them towards Chen Fan. In the face of this blow, Chen Fan didn't even look at it, and simply used the most ordinary F-level martial arts rolling stone fist. Of course, the rolling stone fist is not a big increase for him now, but Chen Fan doesn't care. His own basic combat power is enough to crush the opponent. Sure enough, after the fist touched the flame whip, it directly defeated it, and then landed on Wang Long, forcing him back dozens of steps and leaving a fist mark on him. The battle ended like this, and Feng Changtian and the others were moved, with shocked expressions on their faces. "It's interesting, it's so interesting." Feng Changtian was even a little excited, and finally met someone who could be his opponent. Bai Qiuyue had a solemn face, and there was some emotion in her heart. Why did there be another freak like Feng Changtian? Lu Shang, Si Kongyan, including Ying Baiqi, who ranked 6th this time, were also secretly shocked, and Chen Fan's erupted power of qi and blood. Of course they knew that Chen Fan didn't move at all, otherwise it would be impossible to use only the lowest level of martial arts. But even so, he directly suppressed Wang Long, so how terrible should his real strength be? His qi and blood power is stronger than mine, and if he goes head-on, I shouldn't be an opponent. No wonder he can rank first. Lu Shang thought to himself. He also broke through to become a martial artist, and also practiced the top D-level martial arts. I thought I could be the first this time, but I only ranked 5th, which shows how high the gold content of this warrior assessment is. It seems that whoever comes out first will have a higher ranking, and this actual combat assessment, killing the beast, should also be a plus. Ying Baiqi understood this best. He was clearly from the ground, but he was only ranked 6th, and he should have killed too few beasts in the passage. Now he regrets it a little. There is only one short. He is not on vacation, genius training camp, but he can do his own talent, no worse than the top 5. Just when everyone was shocked, the female assessor Zhang Lin shook her head and said, "Chen Fan, what if you are out of the limelight now? In the genius boot camp, you are just a clown after all, and then you will know how ridiculous your choice is today." At this moment, Wang Long's psychological defense line completely collapsed at this moment. He couldn't accept his failure. His face was hideous, and his face was distorted. He even knelt on the ground, looking like life was worse than death. But now no one pays attention to him. In the crowd, there was a young woman wearing a precious and exquisite bracelet, and her face was also shocked at the moment. The woman was beautiful, and her eyes were very bright, like 2 beautiful gems. She even helped Chen Fan at the beginning, but later felt that Chen Fan and her were people from 2 worlds, so she didn't have too many ideas. I just didn't expect that Chen Fan successfully passed the assessment this time, and he also won the first place, and the thoughts in his heart became active. Originally, she wanted to keep a deliberate distance from Chen Fan and deliberately avoid each other, because she felt that helping Chen Fan at the beginning was already the final repayment to Chen Fan. Chen Fan should also be grateful to her, otherwise he would be a white-eyed wolf. But she thought that when everyone thought that Chen Fan was not the first place just now, she was laughing at that time, but now she slapped her in the face. Xu Xian felt a little hot on her face, but after thinking about it, since this is true, then she can continue to contact Chen Fan, maybe they can be together? She knew that Chen Fan also had a good impression of him at the beginning, although neither of them said it explicitly, but their attitude was actually a little ambiguous. If I take the initiative to contact him now, he should be very grateful to me. Xu Xian smiled. After all, he was also an elite talent now, and he could become a grandmaster with the lowest achievement in the future. Being able to marry a female grandmaster as a wife, is this something that many people dream of? Presumably, people like Chen Fan would not refuse. Xu Xian took the initiative to step forward and wanted to get closer to Chen Fan, but at this moment another woman was standing in front of Chen Fan. This woman has long blue hair, her momentum is amazing, and the power of qi and blood is even more powerful and a little terrifying. Chen Fan, I didn't expect that an ordinary talent of yours could overwhelm us geniuses. It's really amazing. Bai Qiuyue admired. Her temperament was very cold, but when she laughed, she was like a blooming snow lotus. Chen Fan, I didn't expect you to be unknown, and in the end you were able to suppress Feng Changtian and become the first. It's really amazing. Lu Shang also took the initiative to express his kindness. Feng Changtian heard this, and he didn't care in his heart. He had won too many first places since he was a child, even if he lost it once. So what? After all, he is a top extraordinary talent, with unlimited achievements, and he is destined to become a top big man in the future. Temporary success or failure does not determine anything. Other geniuses also expressed their kindness to Chen Fan, and Xu Xian couldn't get through it the first time, because the power of those geniuses was too strong. Although she is also an elite level talent, she is still much worse than Wang Long. Her current combat power, even if she broke out martial arts, could could only barely reach about 30,000, which was a big gap with these top geniuses. But after those people left, Zhu Xian hurriedly walked up. She had beautiful and soft long hair, coupled with a delicate face. It was easy for people to notice her. Chen Fan, congratulations on becoming the first place this time. Zhu Xian's face bloomed with a smile and she stretched out her white palm. Chen Fan also stretched out his hand, and the two shook each other gently, and then separated. At this moment, Chen Fan could naturally feel that Zhu Xian's eyes were more fiery when he looked at him, which was completely different from the way he helped himself. When I helped her at that time, my eyes were actually high-minded, giving him a sense of almsgiving, as if helping him was a gift. Chen Fan nodded and thanked him, but he didn't feel anything about Zhu Xian. Although this beautiful school flower is beautiful, it is very realistic in itself. As long as she thinks that your future achievements are limited, she won't pay too much attention to you. But now she seems to have a bright future, and she took the initiative to come up. Such a woman can betray herself at any time, and she can't do it at all. She just wants your future, and once you have no future in the future, I am afraid she will abandon you without hesitation. Zhu Xian saw that Chen Fan expressed a sense of distance from her, but she did not give up. Chen Fan, we are still good friends, right? Zhu Xian asked with a smile. It's a friend, and I will contact you on my mobile phone in the future. Chen Fan also replied with a smile. Zhu Xian's face changed all of a sudden. Chen Fan said this. Did he not want to contact her in reality in the future? Men are so realistic. Zhu Xian turned her head and left, her face sullen. After all, she is a school flower. Even if there is no Chen Fan, she can find someone else. It's just that if you get a first place, people will really become faster. However, she actually regretted it in her heart, knowing that Chen Fan had a lot of contact with him after awakening his talent, instead of deliberately keeping a distance from him. When Zhao Hong saw the school flower leaving, he shook his head and showed a disdainful expression on his face. I also say that others become faster, but I am not the same. He originally wanted to match Chen Fan and Zhu Xian, but now he felt that the two of them were not people at all. Zhu Xian, a woman, although she is a school flower, is completely a dish when she sees people. He never had a good face for himself and Chen Fan, and looked like a cold goddess every day. Now seeing that Chen Fan won the first place, he took the initiative to get up and wanted to return to the previous relationship. Where is there such a good thing? In the crowd, a man in a fine purple robe stood up. This man looked to be in his 30s, but the power of qi and blood on his body was incomparably strong, and he suppressed everyone as soon as he appeared. Even the principals of major schools respect him greatly. I am the person sent by the academy to supervise the assessment this time, Bohemia. He took the initiative to introduce his identity. In view of your particularly excellent performance, there will be 2 more places for those who can join the Genius Training Camp this time, and I hope that after entering the Genius Training Camp, you can practice harder. Hearing this, the genius, who was originally a little lost, instantly brightened his eyes and showed an excited expression. It seems that I am also eligible to enter. Ing Baichi grinned. The 7th-ranked genius is also very happy. Everyone was envious, knowing that the first 7 geniuses would be very different from them in the future. Especially Chen Fan, his figure seemed to be taller than the mountain peak at this moment. At this moment, Chen Fan didn't care about the envious expressions of others, because the system's pleasant voice sounded in his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host and start a new mission. Entered the Genius Training Camp and graduated with the first place. Get rewards, double the amount of sun and unlock the vision of the sun god body. As a divine body that can absorb the true fire of the sun, tempered 1,000 times, and awaken vision, it will have the power to burn the sky and destroy the earth, and at the same time, it can greatly enhance its combat power. A new mission has begun, which makes Chen Fan very excited. As long as you can complete this task, your strength will usher in a leap and bound. Rewards will begin to be distributed, and the top 10 will receive different degrees of rewards, starting from the 10th place. Bohemia's voice spread throughout the audience, and almost everyone could hear it. The first to take the stage is the 10th place, and you will be rewarded with 1,000,000 money. The rewards began to be distributed one by one, and soon came to Chen Fan. First place, please come on stage. Your performance is excellent, so this time, I specially reward you with 1 more C-level martial art, which is also a special reward for the first, and there is also a cash reward of 5 million, which will be directly hit on your card. Bohemia personally put on a medal for Chen Fan, which was a golden medal with a word written on it, which represented honor. Chen Fan bowed and thanked him. There are a total of 10 C martial arts. You can choose for yourself. Bohemia directly took out 10 books for Chen Fan to choose. Chen Fan looked at them carefully, and finally chose a boxing technique and a breathing technique. Your vision is really good. Bohemia saw the breathing method chosen by Chen Fan and nodded. The breathing method is called the solar breathing method, which is the most precious and valuable among all C-level martial arts. Okay. The more you cultivate to the later realm, the more you will know the preciousness of the breathing method. Because the breathing method can greatly enhance one's combat power in other martial arts, there is no conflict that can be superimposed at the same time. As for another C-level martial arts, it is a boxing technique called explosive fist technique. This explosive fist fist technique is a more terrifying martial art than the Flame 9 slashes, and the increased combat power is said to be twice as high. If his current combat power of 350,000 can be doubled, he can directly reach millions of combat power. Of course, Chen Fan values breathing the most. He knows the preciousness of breathing. Among all martial arts, the value of breathing is 10 times more precious than ordinary martial arts. If the value of the explosive fist is 30 million, then the martial arts of breathing may have to reach 300 million. Although it sounds outrageous, this is the right price for the market. The breathing method can additionally enhance combat power, and it can also strengthen the power of one's qi and blood, so the preciousness is self-evident. It's just that when Chen Fan opened these books, he found that the books were all blank. Chen Fan showed a puzzled expression and looked at Bohemia. He knew that this was a big man, and it was very likely that he was a top grandmaster or a grandmaster. Such a big man, logically speaking, will not laugh. How can he give him two wordless books? Sea-level martial arts are extremely precious. Naturally they won't be given to you so easily, and if they are really given to you, I'm afraid there will be grandmasters on the way who can't help but snatch them. So, these martial arts, when you get home, I will personally deliver them to your door. Hearing these words, Chen Fan showed a clear expression, knowing that he was wrong with this big man. Other geniuses are envious. Of course they knew that this Bohemia was the real chief assessor. Although there is already a chief assessor, that is just a representative sent by major schools. And Bohemia was sent by the academy. This kind of big man, I am afraid that no one dares to disobey what he says, and has absolute decision-making power. Moreover, it is a great honor to have such a big man personally send martial arts to the door. I really envy the first place. If I had known that I would have killed more beasts, maybe I could compete for the first place. Just don't talk nonsense here. This ranking is only ranked 9th, and you are not even qualified to join the talent training camp. You are just ranked 8th, one place higher than me, and you are also not qualified. These geniuses began to talk to each other, and they were all envious. And at this moment, a pleasant voice sounded in Chen Fan's body again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task and doubling the energy of the sun. Ding! Energy plus 20, plus 20. Seeing the hint in his body, Chen Fan was particularly happy. The sun here was so scarce, the speed was so fast. If it was outside the city, the increase would be even faster. While the energy was increasing wildly, a genius who had not expressed much suddenly stood up and walked in the direction of Chen Fan. At this moment, the other top 7 geniuses all looked at this person, because this person is none other than Feng Chantian, who ranks 2nd. This is the true pride of heaven, who has had countless honors since childhood and is the child of other people's families in the mouths of all parents. The same is true for Feng Chantian. He has always been the first in his grades before he has awakened his talent, and he has never lost to anyone after awakening his talent. Even the head of the Feng family thought that Feng Chantian would lead the Feng family to another height. Feng Chantian's whole person looked a little lazy, but when he got serious, he instantly became extremely dangerous, and several other geniuses felt a strong sense of threat. It's like encountering some kind of natural enemy, which is an instinctive reaction of the body. Their expressions instantly became serious, staring at Feng Chantian nervously. Only Chen Fan had a calm face. Even in the face of Feng Chantian's stormy momentum and the extremely powerful coercion, he didn't feel anything in his heart. Chen Fan could feel that Feng Chantian's qi and blood power was indeed strong, but compared with himself, he was still a little weak. Faced with the coercion released by people weaker than himself, Chen Fan naturally didn't feel anything. Feng Chantian stood in front of Chen Fan, standing with his hands behind his back. Chen Fan, you are very powerful. I remember your name too. No, you are one of the people who can make me remember the name, but after entering the talent training camp, I will regain the first place. Ordinary people said this. I was afraid that others would laugh, but when Feng Chantian said this, no one laughed, and they all showed solemn expressions. Obviously they all knew what Feng Chantian said, not just talking. He is really very sure to surpass Chen Fan. In fact, other geniuses also have such thoughts in their hearts, but they don't say it explicitly. Although Chen Fan is dazzling enough now to be regarded as a first genius, his talent is too average after all. Such talent, in the eyes of these true geniuses, is nothing more than ordinary. As long as they are given enough time, each of them is sure to surpass Chen Fan. Of course, this premise is that Chen Fan did not get any opportunities in the future. Of course, many geniuses still think about another possibility in their hearts, thinking that people like Chen Fan may have a glimmer of opportunity in the future to break through and become a grandmaster. That's why they will express goodwill to Chen Fan. It can be said that it is a step of idle chess. If Chen Fan becomes a grandmaster in the future, they will at least not offend Chen Fan. If they don't become grandmasters in the future, then they won't have any intersections. But they would not stand directly in front of Chen Fan like Feng Chantian, and made no secret of saying that they wanted to surpass Chen Fan. You are very sincere, but I also want to tell you that the people I have defeated will never see my back again in this life, and they will eventually live under my shadow. Chen Fan declared domineeringly, did not cowardice in the face of Feng Chantian, and even took the initiative to say some slightly provocative words. This made the other geniuses frown, thinking that Chen Fan's words were a bit arrogant. Temporary success or failure does not mean future achievements. Boom! Feng Changtian looked calm and not angry. It's good that you have confidence, but when you experience the harsh reality, you may regret what you said now. Feng Changtian was personable and looked very atmospheric. He didn't care what Chen Fan said, he only cared about the goal he insisted on in his heart. His goal was never a small 36 cities, but 10 university palaces, and he wanted to become the best among them within the 10 university palaces. He heard that there was no shortage of geniuses in the academy who surpassed his own talents. For him, Chen Fan may just be a pebble he encountered on the road, and those geniuses in the academy are his real goal. Of course, if you want to enter the academy, you must first join the genius training camp, and the best there will also be students of the academy in the future. Chen Fan smiled and said nothing, too lazy to argue with Feng Changtian anymore, because it was meaningless. He will tell Feng Changtian with practical actions what is a real genius. I like this personality. Maybe I can continue to suppress Feng Changtian in the future. Ying Baiqi, at this moment, felt that Chen Fan was very interesting, worthy of the first place in this assessment. Feng Changtian can be said to be a mountain that weighs on all their geniuses, and no one dares to talk to him like this. But Chen Fan has this courage, so he rushes to this point. Chen Fan is stronger than most of them here. It's so energetic. Bohemia looked at all this and said with a smile. Other principals and teachers nodded in agreement. Only the female assessor Zhang Lin sighed. I really don't know the height of the sky. Ordinary talents dare to say such arrogant words, and they still want to be able to suppress Feng Changtian all the time? It's ridiculous. Within a year, you will definitely regret what you said today. Maybe it won't be long. When you really join the genius training camp, you will know what true cruelty is. At this moment, Bohemia suddenly spoke. By the way, there is one thing that I almost forgot to inform you. In a month, you will participate in the genius selection competition, which is also an assessment to enter the genius training camp. This selection competition will also eliminate geniuses, and the better the performance, the more cultivation resources will be obtained after entering the genius training camp. You must be mentally prepared. In this genius assessment competition, you will meet geniuses in other cities, and as far as I know, there may be grandmaster level geniuses this time. When the big man finished saying these words, the audience was shocked, and everyone showed an expression of disbelief. Boom! Some people even feel like they can't make a sound, and the whole person is in shock. What is a grandmaster? In the past, those who were perfect in their skills were grandmasters, but on the road of martial arts, the real grandmaster represented absolute strength. Every grandmaster can dominate the rise and fall of a family. For example, in the 36 cities, once you become a grandmaster, you can immediately transform into a big family, and you will directly become a nobleman. A real grandmaster can release his true body and chi, and he can take people's heads from 100 meters away. If the older generation can become a grandmaster, everyone can still understand that the younger generation has a grandmaster, which is like listening to a myth. Feng Changtian's pupils shrank, and then a burning fighting spirit emerged from his body. He seemed to be glowing all over his body at the moment. Grandmaster level genius. I really want to see it. Feng Changtian was extremely confident, and it seemed that he wanted to fight against the real grandmaster genius in the genius trial, just like a madman. As for the other geniuses, they all feel unprecedented pressure. You have to show the style of the 36 cities. Don't lose face in Jingling. Don't be eliminated in the first round. Bohemia warned. He is also a genius who went out from here, so he naturally hopes that his hometown will develop better and better. Everyone nodded one after another, and they all secretly made up their minds that they must cultivate well this month. Chen Fan, come here. Principal Wang waved his hand to Chen Fan with a pleasant face. Chen Fan walked over, and Principal Wang praised. You did a good job this time. We can produce a genius student like you in Star City No. 1 Middle School. I am very satisfied. The principal has won the award. Chen Fan stood in front of this Principal Wang and found that the other party had restrained his powerful chi and blood power, looking like an ordinary person. Zhang Lin watched Principal Wang keep praising Chen Fan, and she didn't care in her heart, and even felt that it was too pity and waste. Let an ordinary genius, when they are the first in Jinling, will probably lose face in the genius selection competition. Although he felt that Chen Fan was likely to pass this trial, after all, his strength was here. But so if it passes? Didn't you enter the training camp as the bottom? Sometimes she really doesn't understand. What do these teachers think? And those assessors who presided over with her were simply foolish and wasted this first place in vain. If Jinling continues like this, I'm afraid that the 36 cities of Jinling will become a big joke for other cities, and it is even very likely that it will be directly at the bottom in front of other cities, and the cultivation resources obtained will be even less at that time. Zhang Lin felt that the future was bleak, and she was full of worries about the fate of her hometown. Teacher Zhang, why do you want to think so much? A majestic voice suddenly came from her ears, and then he saw Bohemia in a purple robe. Zhang Lin quickly saluted politely and said, I have seen the purple Grand Master. This big man sent from the academy was about 10 years older than her, and she was the third place in the martial arts assessment, and she still had an impression. In fact, your worries are completely unnecessary. Even if it is an ordinary talent, maybe Chen Chen Fan can create miracles. Bohemia seems to be very optimistic about Chen Fan. Zhang Lin said, but the genius from our Jinling at the beginning, isn't he also amazing and talented yet? Drink. You're talking about Junior Zhang AI. Boom. Bohemia knew who she was talking about as soon as she heard it. Junior brother Zhang. It is true that he has not yet broken through the Grandmaster, and he did not join one of the 10 great palaces in the end, but it is said that there is a top Grandmaster in the ordinary academy he has joined now, and he is very optimistic about him and is searching for genius treasures for him. Although talent did drag down Zhang Xueti, as long as there are enough natural talents and treasures, his achievements will definitely be above mine. When Zhang Lin heard these words, she showed a surprised expression. There is a great Grandmaster in front of him, who actually said such a thing? Could it be that Zhang AI is really so terrifying? But why were the big people in the palace of the 10 universities angry and removed her father from his position? She couldn't figure this out. I've also heard about your father. The adult in the academy was in a bad mood at that time, and he thought he could accept a top genius as a disciple, but he returned disappointed, so he vented his anger on your father. That adult only values talent level, he doesn't care about anything else, so he learned that junior brother Zhang couldn't break through the Grandmaster for a long time, so he was dissatisfied. Bohemia told such a secret. Zhang Lin lowered her head slightly and felt extremely wronged. Why did her father endure such pain? Bang! But I still think that ordinary talents, since they can't break through the Grandmaster, it means that his lifelong achievements are limited, and the real natural materials and earthly treasures are extremely precious. Not to mention the top Grandmasters, I'm afraid that more powerful characters may not be able to get it. Everything has to rely on chance. If the chance is not deep enough, it is still impossible to break through. Bohemia nodded slightly. Looking at the azure sky, there were a large number of white clouds above the sky, forming various shapes. What you said is right, but who can say whether you will get the opportunity in the future? Principal Wang, with a red face, promised Chen Fan to reward him with 3 million yuan. Hearing this number, Chen Fan may have been very excited before, but now he is very calm. This money is nothing to a powerful warrior. Zhang Jingguo was also extremely happy, feeling that he had dug out a true dragon, even if Chen Fan could not be the first every time in the future, but the first place in the martial arts assessment was bound to make their reputation in Star City No. 1 middle school soar. As for Wang Kai and the others, their faces were ugly, and they didn't dare to look directly at Chen Fan and bowed their heads. Chen Fan, I'm sorry. In the end, Wang Kai came over and apologized to Chen Fan. They mocked Chen Fan so much just now, and if they don't apologize now, I'm afraid they will be held a grudge by the other party, and it will be miserable then. Chen Fan glanced at Wang Kai and the other group of clowns, but did not express his thoughts and ignored them at all, because he didn't take it to heart at all. As the top God King level talent, there will be no chance to meet Wang Kai and the others in the future, so why bother with this group of clowns? His goal is even more on the talent trial. The task this time is to enter the talent training camp and graduate with the first place. Then in the genius audition, he will definitely win the first place. He doesn't want those people to see the joke, especially the female assessor. She was upset when she thought of what she said. Then he wants to show those who want to see the joke how he got another first place? What do you mean? What if there is an opponent with a Grandmaster level? When the time comes, suppress them all. Chen Fan's eyes burst out with a blazing light, and his eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. At this moment, he was extremely confident and even more arrogant. Now this warrior assessment is just the beginning, and there is still a long way to go, and when the time comes, he will definitely join one of the 10 university palaces and compete with those really top demons. The rewards for this ranking were announced, and the people in the audience dispersed, and they could only see the rankings, and they could hardly see the real people. So when the ranking came out, they were all talking about the first place. The same is true for Chen Fan's parents. It's just that they don't think their son can take the first place. It's like an ordinary family. Suddenly someone tells you that your son has a noble status, has the posture of the 95 Supreme, and is like a true dragon emperor. Such a thing appears in a TV series, and they can still have fun, but in reality they think it is impossible. Chen's father and Chen's mother waited outside the door for a long time and found that Chen Fan had not come out. Let's go home for dinner first. Wait for you to call Xiao Fan and let him go home for a hot meal, Chen's mother suggested. Father Chen thought about it and thought it was okay, and it was okay for them to go home first. Then he dialed the phone, and the phone rang quickly. Learning that his parents were going home to cook first, Chen Fan naturally had no opinion, just nodded and said he knew. After all, now I can't do without it for a while. Principal Wang and teacher Zhang are really too enthusiastic. In addition to giving money, they keep praising him, and even encouraging him to cheer for the genius training camp. Chen Fan finally returned to the community. Standing downstairs at home, he turned on the elevator, took the elevator back to the door, and then just wanted to walk in, but heard some words coming from the opposite door. Boom! Ha! Our family is finally going to produce a truly powerful warrior. With your grades, although you can't go to the 10 University Palace, you can definitely be admitted to a good university, and you will be able to glorify your ancestors when the time comes. Listening to this voice, you know that it is the voice of his neighbors, Lao Lu and his wife. He remembered remembered that their son seemed to be called Lu Ling, who was in the same school as himself, but he didn't have much impression. After all, he is not sociable on weekdays, and except for a close friend, he doesn't have much impression of most of his classmates. Chen Fan changed into a pair of slippers and walked into the house. When you walk into the house, you can smell the fragrant aroma of food. On the table in the living room, there is a lot of delicious food, 6 dishes and 1 soup, which is not so rich on weekdays. Xiao Fan is back. Chen's mother had a smile on her face, and she put 2 more meat dishes on the table in her hand. 8 dishes and 1 soup. It seems that today is a blessing. Chen Fan found a seat and sat down. Unceremoniously, he put a piece of beef in his mouth, chewed it, and felt that it tasted great. The warrior has passed the assessment, but I will go to the genius selection competition after a while, Chen Fan said while eating. Chen's father and Chen's mother looked at each other, feeling that their son was too good at joking. They know that they want to participate in the talent audition, and it seems that only the top 7 are there. If their son can pass this assessment, they will all burn incense, let alone want to participate in the talent selection competition, which is almost impossible, and the probability is extremely small. Brother, you've been joking more and more lately. Sister Chen Shui walked out of the room and laughed on the spot when she heard what Chen Fan said. Chen Fan looked at his sister's disbelieving look and said, "What if I am the first place?" When Chen Shui heard these words, she smiled even happier. "Ah, brother, you can really blow, now you are the first place." When she was in the audience, she saw that the name of the first place was indeed Chen Fan, and she thought it was really her brother at this time. But after being taught a lesson by her parents, she knew that the first place should not be his brother. Ordinary talent is the first. Who would believe this? I'm afraid everyone else will think they're crazy. This kind of thing with an almost 0 probability, so don't have too many delusions. Okay, let's eat. Ha! Chen's mother thought that Chen Fan wanted to save face, so she deliberately said this and quickly began to round things up. You eat more food. What's wrong with your brother first? In our hearts, he is the number 1. Chen's father taught Chen Shui a lesson, meaning that she should stop provoking Chen Fan. Chen Shui had no choice but to stop laughing and started eating honestly. Chen Fan looked at this warm picture, and there was also a smile on his face. He was going to take out the money first, and his account now has a full 8 million. Presumably, after the parents read the money, they will know that this is true. But this matter is not urgent. Let's talk about it after eating. Old Lu's house. When they knew that their son was going to become a warrior, the two were very excited. With such a genius, their family will soar in the future. Son, you are so powerful. You really give us the face of parent Lu. On the table, Lao Lu gave a thumbs up to praise his son, with a proud expression between his eyebrows and eyes. It is the luck of his life to have such a son. Who else should not look up to him? As the saying goes, hope for a son to become a dragon and hope for a woman to become a phoenix. In their opinion, their son has now become a dragon and has become the envy of everyone. Presumably, it won't be long before the people who propose marriage will break through the threshold. Who doesn't want to climb them? Lao Lu's wife is cooking in the kitchen, and she is also very energetic today, feeling that the future is bright. Their son is really going to become a dragon. It's exciting to think about. This is what many people dream of. Xiaoling, didn't the son of the old Chen family next door go to the assessment with you? How is his grade? Lao Lu mentioned it casually. Lu Ling thought for a moment and shook his head. I guess it's not very good. I didn't test in the same place as him. Maybe he was brushed down on the first level. He was very nervous during the assessment and didn't pay much attention to Chen Fan at all. Besides, a character like Chen Fan won't let him pay too much attention at all. In addition, after he successfully became a warrior, he left, and he didn't stay there to see the top geniuses. He was a little arrogant in his heart, seeing that so many geniuses were stronger than him. He naturally felt a little uncomfortable, so he came back alone first. After becoming a warrior, he naturally has a better future and doesn't have to care about other people at all. Although compared with top geniuses, his achievements are indeed nothing. But what he compares is generally some ordinary people, and he can naturally find a sense of superiority. Let's see that the name of the first person on the screen is Chen Fan. It should be the same name and surname. Lao Lu remembered the ranking they saw when they were in the audience. When Lu Ling heard this, he was startled at first, and then his expression became normal. With Chen Fan's ordinary talent, he also deserves the first place? There are more people with the same name and surname in this world. Maybe it is a top extraordinary talent. He didn't believe that Chen Fan could win the first place at all, and he didn't care about this matter and didn't take it to heart at all. Lao Lu also sneered and said, I'm also confused. Why mention this? Then the father and son were talking about what kind of academy they would join in the future. To become a martial artist is to have the right to choose the academy. Although the top academies cannot be chosen, some ordinary academies can be chosen arbitrarily. The academy is the university. Chen. After Chen Fan's family finished eating, Chen Fan was about to pay for his parents to take a look, but his parents didn't stay at the table for a long time and left directly. However, her sister Chen Shui leaned in front of Chen Fan and said, Brother, are you hiding your private money? Why don't you give me some? Chen Shui saw that Chen Fan seemed to want to take out something, and felt that Chen Fan was hiding his private money. Chen Fan glanced at his young and beautiful sister and said, Is the the homework done? Don't go back and study hard. Chen Shui immediately snorted coldly when she heard this, and left the place. She was not happy when it came to homework, and just after finishing her homework, she asked her to do her homework. Nasty brother. Xiaofan, you should go back to the house to rest. You have worked hard today. If there is something to talk about tomorrow. Chen's mother's voice came from the kitchen. Chen Fan had no choice but to go back to the room first, but not long after he returned to the room, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chen Fan immediately rushed out of the room, looking very excited. Chen Fan took the initiative to open the door, and sure enough, he saw a man in a purple robe. At this moment, Bohemia restrained its own powerful qi and blood power, looking like an ordinary person. This is your martial arts, but remember, don't spread it, otherwise you will be held responsible. Bohemia warned. This is a special reward for the martial arts assessment competition, especially the breathing method. This kind of precious martial art, ordinary people are not even qualified to see it, and of course it cannot be passed on casually. Truly powerful martial arts are like this. I know, thank you. Chen Fan took 2 C-level martial arts and bowed in thanks. Teacher Z, would you like to come in and drink saliva? Chen Fan asked. Chen Fan only knew that the other party was a big man who came out of the academy, and it should be nothing to call the teacher. Bohemia shook his head and said, I still have some things to do, so I won't stay here longer. You remember to cultivate well and strive to shine in the genius selection competition. After explaining, his figure disappeared in an instant, looking like teleportation. Chen Fan only saw after images. This is a martial art of body magic. Chen Fan found that the martial arts displayed by the other party were extremely mysterious and looked more powerful than C-level martial arts, and I am afraid that they were higher-level martial arts. Sure enough, this teacher is even more powerful than he imagined. I am afraid he is a great master. You must know that there is not a single grandmaster in the entire Star City. Why do I think so much? Let's hurry up and practice martial arts. Chen Fan closed the door. Xiaofan, who was it just now? Chen's mother came out of the kitchen and wiped her palm with a handkerchief. It's an assessment teacher who came to send me martial arts. Chen Fan left his sentence and hurried back to his room. Seeing Chen Fan's confident appearance, Chen's mother suspected in her heart that her son might really have passed the martial arts assessment. If you say this, her son will not have to go to the battlefield but can join the academy. Chen Fan returned to the room and began to practice breathing techniques on the spot. He found that the difficulty of breathing was the most difficult, and it took him a full hour to practice successfully. As he exhaled, Chen Fan found that his qi and blood power was actually increasing. The breathing method was so terrifying that it could draw some energy from the air, which continuously replenished his qi and blood and even his physical strength. As the saying goes, entry is the most difficult, and the speed of cultivation after entry is much faster, and with the passage of time, Chen Fan's breathing method becomes more and more exquisite. He found that breathing can always squeeze out new strength at the most critical time, constantly developing the body and making his physique stronger. Every time he felt muscle soreness, his own qi and blood power would increase. Even on his body, the water vapor began to evaporate, and he found that he exuded a temperature that exuded beyond ordinary people. Of course, when his qi and blood power felt like it was about to reach its extreme, another power was born in his body. This kind of power is more powerful than the power of qi and blood. If the ordinary power of qi and blood is a chopstick, then this newly born power is like a bundle of chopsticks tied together. Chen Fan opened his eyes and felt the sound rushing in his veins, and a golden light appeared in his hand. This is the new power that has just been born after practicing the breathing method. Is this the legendary true qi? The power of this gold is so powerful that it can be condensed into any shape, and this true qi kept running in his body, making him feel more powerful than ever. After reaching the second level of martial artists, you can cultivate into true qi, but according to the records in the books, it will be extremely painful and extremely difficult to cultivate true qi. But once the cultivation is successful, it will be extremely powerful. Roar! And when he was cultivating, he didn't seem to feel that extreme pain. It was more like it came naturally. It is said that after having true qi, in addition to saving one's physical strength to a large extent, the martial arts that burst out will be more powerful. Roar! Chen Fan shook his palm and wanted to try it in the room, but he was afraid of ruining the whole room. But it is said that after reaching the Grandmaster, you can release your true qi, and Chen Fan looked at the golden light he had condensed, and he didn't know what to say. When others see him like this, they may think he is a Grandmaster. Chen Fan put away the golden true qi and returned to the body to flow. It is said that after becoming a Grandmaster, the true qi is released, which can protect the body and kill the enemy. If the enemy can't break these true qi, they can't hurt him at all. In other words, below the Grandmaster, in the face of the real Grandmaster, almost all of them have no power to fight back, and they can't even break the defense. Meanwhile, outside, there is also a book of explosive fist techniques. I should go out to practice, so as not to disturb my parents. It was late at night, and the sky was full of stars, and Chen Fan gently opened the window and jumped directly from here. Ordinary people are almost certain to die if they jump from such a height. But he was now a powerful martial artist. He used breathing techniques, jumped from here, and fell to the ground gently, without alarming anyone, and he was not injured. injured in any way. Subsequently, Chen Fan came outside the city. I found a quiet and uninhabited place and began to practice here. Of course, he also directly burst out with his own chi and blood power to deter those fierce beasts who did not know whether they were alive or dead. Burst fist techniques are much easier than breathing techniques, and Chen Fan spent half a day cultivating them to perfection. This fist technique is indeed much more powerful than the Flame 9 style. However, Chen Fan still likes to call it the Flame 9 slash. After all, it is a 9 to slashing. Chen Fan operated the breathing method, and a gust of wind rolled up silently around him, and then the power of Honor's chi and blood burst out, and a punch blasted forward. There was a violent whistling sound in the void, and a large amount of flames condensed to form fist marks. A huge 5-meter-long fist mark bombarded forward, and the ground exploded, leaving a crack more than 10 meters long and a deep pit several meters long, which was in the shape of a fist print. Some of the surrounding beasts that were close to this place ran away in an instant, and were directly scared away. What a powerful power! If you cooperate with true chi, I'm afraid it will be even more terrifying. Chen Fan was very excited. This was a real sea-level martial art, and it was really powerful enough to make people excited. The main thing that was just now was not destruction, but pure and extreme power. At that moment, Chen Fan felt that his combat power had exceeded 1 million combat power. This is directly doubled compared to before, and the strength has been qualitatively improved. Chen Fan exhaled a long breath, and the whole person's mental state reached its peak. The power of chi and blood on his body was extremely thick, and it was emitted at this moment, giving people a terrifying feeling like a beast. Such a place of rich chi and blood is not weak among martial artists, and it may even be able to wrestle with the Grandmaster. However, Chen Fan has never really done anything with the Grandmaster, and there are very few strong Grandmasters, so Chen Fan is actually not very sure in his heart. Those who can be called Grandmasters are afraid that breaking through 1 million combat power is just the foundation. Otherwise, how can he be called a Grandmaster? Of course, this is also Chen Fan's guess. The real Grandmaster, that is, the principal of major schools. But these principals don't explode with amazing blood power on weekdays, because no one is worth it. The Grandmaster is strong, high above, in the Star City. It is completely a word. Chen Fan shook his head, no longer thinking about these complicated issues. Anyway, it won't take long for him to become a real Grandmaster, and he will know when the time comes. But before that, Chen Fan wanted to try, if his explosive fist technique was combined with the true chi in his body, how powerful would it be? Just do it when he thinks of it. Chen Fan does not hesitate, gathers his strength at one point, condenses it on his fist, and at this moment, the fist seal condensed by Chen Fan is only 1 meter in size. But on top of the fist seal condensed purely by flames, there was a layer of golden light, which was flowing, exuding a mysterious aura. Chen Fan shouted in a deep voice and punched out. The air suddenly froze, and then erupted with a sound like thunder, and the void seemed to explode at this moment. Chen Fan saw a golden light crossing the sky, and then landed on a huge mountain dozens of meters away. Inside the city, a young warrior, full of confidence, came to the first city area outside the city. This warrior was about 22 years old, with dark skin, short and thin, and he was a little apprehensive at the moment. He also went out of the city to kill the beast. Of course, he wanted to go to the second floor. I'm going to the battlefield again, facing the beast. This young warrior has no bottom in his heart. His family was particularly short of money, so he had the idea of going outside to kill the beast. Otherwise, with your own salary, although you can make yourself quite rich, if you want to buy a good house, you may have to do it for a lifetime. The fastest way to get money is to kill the beast. He was ordinary in talent, and after going to the battlefield, he lived 9 deaths in 1 life. Successfully returned to the city. Although he longed for the life of a strong man, he also knew that he was not this material. Unexpectedly, in the city, he was lucky enough to successfully break through and become a warrior, and he could have the strength to independently kill second-level beasts. I thought I would never go to the battlefield again, but I didn't expect that now. I still have to go to the battlefield to face those terrible beasts. However, just as he had not gone far from the first floor area, he suddenly heard a thunderous sound. Then he saw a golden lightning flash passing in front of him. That strong sense of danger made his eyes freeze on the spot, and then collapsed to the ground, and then gasped. He felt his heart beat and his soul trembled. That was true chi just now. It was the Grandmaster who practiced here. The young warrior was called Lu Huan, and he had also seen the Grandmaster back then. When that Grandmaster killed the beast, it was like a sun. Invincibility. Powerful. I thought I would never see the Grandmaster make a move again in this life, but I didn't expect to feel it here. Then his eyes moved to the area where the golden light fell, and on the huge mountain wall, there was an extra crack, and white smoke was constantly emitting from this crack. Then the mountain wall collapsed, turning into countless stones, falling from the sky, falling to the ground, and splashing dust all over the sky. Snort! With just one punch, he directly smashed a hill more than 20 meters high. Except for the Grandmaster, I'm afraid no one can do it? Grandmaster spares life. Grandmaster spares life. I didn't mean to disturb your cultivation. Lu Huan suddenly remembered that some Grandmasters had a bad temper, and if they were disturbed, they would probably kill someone. After all, the Grandmaster has a noble status, and if he kills a small warrior, I am afraid that no one will dare to stand up for him. Of course, this kind of thing is rare, and the Grandmaster has the temperament of a Grandmaster. But I am afraid that there will be an accident. If this kind of thing happens, and I am killed by a Grandmaster, wouldn't it be unjust? Therefore, the top priority is to beg for mercy quickly. He took the lead in admitting his mistake, and presumably the Grandmaster would not do it. At this moment, Chen Fan looked at the punch he burst out and finally knew why the Grandmaster was so powerful. True Chi was released, condensing its own power together, and then bursting out like a bolt of lightning. He couldn't estimate the combat power of that punch just now, but it should be more than 1.2 million combat power. Coupled with that speed, it is simply unguardable. After a while, below the Grandmaster, I'm afraid no one can resist it. Chen Fan was very satisfied with the power of the True Chi to be released and ignored the figure kneeling on the ground, but smiled slightly on his face and turned to leave. Anyway, the other party didn't see himself clearly. Shortly after Chen Fan left, Lu Huan quickly got up from the ground. He had lingering fears and hurriedly left the place. At this moment, Chen Fan has returned to the city and returned home. He lay on the sofa, feeling his growing strength, but he felt that it was still not enough. Although True Chi can stimulate one's own musculoskeletal power, thus giving birth to a more powerful power of Chi in blood. On the other side, but those geniuses can also do the same, and the martial arts they master are probably more powerful than their own. He remembered the sea-level boxing technique, which seemed to be clearly divided into 3 levels: lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade. The sea-level boxing techniques mastered by those nobles are likely to be middle and upper grade, and maybe they can also master B-level martial arts. If you want to take the first place in your own combat power, it should not be enough, but this matter is not in a hurry. At least he has now exceeded 1.2 million combat power, and if he basks in the sun more during this time, he can enhance his cultivation. As for the 8 million in his hand, it seems like a lot, but this money can't buy higher level martial arts, and he can't even afford burst boxing. If you want to get a more powerful martial art, you may have to go outside to kill fierce beasts to make money. The third level beast should be more valuable, and with its own strength, it may not be too difficult to solve any third level beast. Chen Fan determined the goal, first basking in the sun for half a month, and then going outside to kill some powerful beasts. With a clear goal, Chen Fan got up from the sofa and drank a large bottle of water, then stretched and prepared to go back to his room for a good night's sleep. When he came to the room and saw the soft bed, Chen Fan lay down directly and soon began to fall asleep, feeling a burst of relief. This night Chen Fan had a sweet dream. The next morning, Chen's mother got up early and made breakfast there, made some fried dough sticks, some soy milk, some steamed buns she wrapped, and some white porridge. Although these things are also bought outside, Chen's mother prefers to make them herself, because what she made was more in line with her family's taste. She persevered. Chen Fan heard a noise in the room, opened his eyes, and felt energetic today. In fact, after his cultivation became stronger and stronger, Chen Fan felt that he was always in a state of peak. After getting up, Chen Fan began to brush his teeth and wash his face, ready to have breakfast. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning, and there was a sudden knock on the door, and Chen's mother walked over to open the door and saw Lao Lu and his wife. "Please come in." Chen's mother entertained them politely. After all, the two families were neighbors, and they had been neighbors for so long, so some superficial work still had to be done. After Lao Lu and his wife came in, they sat directly on the sofa, looking like the owner. Chen's mother poured them 2 glasses of water. The two of them didn't even look at it, but began to get down to business. "How is your Chen Fan's martial arts assessment score? If it doesn't work, send him to the battlefield early." This is also a helpless thing. Everyone who has not passed the martial arts assessment has to go. Unlike our Lu Ling, he passed the martial arts assessment and achieved a good ranking, and he will be able to join the academy after a while, and we will move out of here when the time comes. As soon as the couple came in, they said something that people didn't like to hear. Chen's mother had a gloomy face when she heard this, and wanted to blast these two people out directly. "Originally, I was still thinking about the relationship between my neighbors and didn't want to make too much trouble with them, but these two people, after their son passed the martial arts assessment, showed off everywhere. Now it is an insult to run home and say such things." This was too much, and Chen's mother was so angry that she wanted to hit someone with the lid of the pot. "Humph, you guys hate it." Sister Chen Shui was at home because she didn't have to go to school today, but as soon as she came out to prepare for breakfast, she heard what Lao Lu and the others said. So Chen Shui was angry, although she was quite quiet on weekdays, but when she saw these people and said that her brother, she was very unhappy in her heart. No matter how Chen Fan is, she is still her brother. How could she allow others to step on it so much? Even if Chen Fan really didn't pass the martial arts assessment, what does it have to do with them? "Yo, why are you so rude to this little girl? I'm your elder. Do you talk to your elders like this?" Lao Lu began to rely on the old and sell the old, and glared at Chen Shui fiercely. He has been proud lately, and no one has dared to contradict him yet. "You also know that you are an elder. How could an elder run to someone else's house to say these things? Let's have a face." Chen Shui was unceremonious. Lao Lu stood up angrily, shook his sleeves and sat down again. "I'm too lazy to care about you, and I'm kind enough to be a donkey's liver and lungs." Chen Shui didn't want to pay attention to the other party anymore. Chen's mother felt a bad breath. At this moment, Chen's father also came out and said to Lao Lu, I know that your boy warrior performed well in the assessment, but if you want to say these things, go to someone else's house to say it. Our family does not welcome you. You can say anything, but his son Chen's father is unhappy. Let's go, a group of ignorant guys. When my son joins the academy in the future, you will know the gap between genius and mediocrity. Your son Chen Fan, even if he is cultivating, it is a waste of cultivation resources. You may want to use his salary to help him buy cultivation resources, but he can't have any great achievements in this life, so don't waste money. Lao Lu and his wife also said some heart-wrenching words before leaving, completely with a high-ranking expression, looking like a villain who was successful. Chen's father and mother held back their anger and didn't bother to say more to this group of people. Lao Lu and his wife are no longer the neighbors they used to know, and their son is promising and has become a contempt for ordinary people. And at this time, a gate creaked. Chen Fan walked out of the room, and Chen Fan naturally heard everything the other party said just now, so he looked at Lao Lu and his wife, and his tone was not polite. Aren't what you just said that I am a waste? But I tell you, even if I am a waste, I am 100 times stronger than your son. Your son Lu Ling is nothing in my eyes. I can knock him down with one finger. Seeing Chen Fan say these rampant words, Lao Lu and his wife laughed on the spot. You are an ordinary talent, and you dare to say these words that don't know the height of the sky, and sure enough, waste is waste. If you are sick, go to the hospital to see a doctor. Lao Lu and his wife sarcastically said that Chen Fan was going crazy. But at this moment, the whistle of a car suddenly sounded downstairs. A black car was parked downstairs, and on this car, there was a sign of 4 golden stars on it, which represented the owner of the car and was a real grandmaster. The door opened, and 3 people walked down from it. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a black suit, with a face like a knife and looking extraordinary. And behind him was an old man, looking very kind, holding a thermos cup in his hand, like an ordinary old man. It was Principal Wang, and next to him was Chen Fan's head teacher Zhang Jinghua. They came to the door this time to explain something to Chen Fan. At this moment, another car came from behind the community, and the owner saw that there was no parking space and immediately cursed. Who is this? The parking spaces in the community are already insufficient, and they dare to occupy a place. Beep beep. The owner had a hot temper, honked his horn a few times, vented his dissatisfaction, and then got out of the car. The sun was too bright today, and he didn't see the license plate number of the vehicle clearly just now. But when he approached, he saw the clear license plate number on the vehicle X000001. Immediately sweating profusely with fright, he hurriedly returned to his car. The city lord's car represents the arrival of a grandmaster-level figure, and the strong strength of this era also represents a strong identity. How could such a character suddenly appear in their community? And the Lu family couple, who were at Chen Fan's house at the moment, heard the sound of the horn outside, stood by the window, and looked down. As a result, their eyes widened on the spot, and the two of them were confused, and the whole person was in a state of shock. They saw the license plate number, which was the exclusive license plate of the city lord. The city lord has come to the community. Such a big man came here specially. Is it for Linger? Lao Lu and his wife were extremely excited in their hearts, and their faces were full of excitement. If it really is, this is boundless glory. It can be described as smoke rising from the ancestral grave. The other people in the community, after hearing the whistle, also walked out of the door one by one, and then looked down. This is the city lord's car. Why did the city lord come to our community? Isn't the best in our community the Lu Ling of the old Lu family? Someone inside came out, and they were going in the direction of Lao Lu's house. Lao Lu's family is going to soar. The residents of the community talked excitedly. Such a big man, they are not even qualified to meet on weekdays, but today they took the initiative to come to this community. Lao Lu and his wife hurriedly walked out of Chen's house and came to the elevator. Chen's father and Chen's mother were also here at the moment, saw the license plate number downstairs, and also wanted to see the rumored city lord, and walked out of the gate. They haven't seen this kind of big man yet. Lao Lu and his wife glanced at Chen Fan's family intentionally or unintentionally, with a look of disdain and disgust on their faces. What bad luck! A family of waste, worthy of living in a community with them? It simply lowered the grade of their community. Lao Lu and his wife are now extremely disgusted with Chen Fan's family. At this time, Chen Fan and his family, except for Chen Fan, were all ignorant in their hearts and didn't know what happened. What is the city lord doing in our community? What a strange thing that is unprecedented. Chen's father, Chen Lu Yuan, sighed. You must be looking for me for something, Chen Fan said. Sister Chen Shui smiled and said, Brother, you have become more and more humorous lately. Chen's mother shook her head with a smile. Obviously she also thought Chen Fan was joking. What kind of person is the city lord? How could he come to his son for no reason? It's funny, the city lord will come to you? Who do you think you are? Chen Fan, wait until you see the city lord. Don't be so scared that you kneel on the ground. Lao Lu and his wife looked bitter and mean, and looked down on Chen Fan at all. In the past, Chen Fan had good grades and might awaken to a powerful talent, so they were polite. But now, Chen Fan is a waste, so naturally he doesn't need to be polite. Chen Fan didn't bother to care about these two ordinary people. people, and they would know later. Principal Wang, who was holding a thermos cup in his hand, was coming up from the elevator at this moment, and the elevator opened and happened to meet Chen Fan. Lao Lu and his wife took the initiative to step forward, smiling and wanting to say hello, but Principal Wang and the others did not look at Lao Lu and his wife at all, but waved to Chen Fan behind them and said hello. Classmate Chen, we meet again. Principal Wang had a kind smile on his face. Meanwhile, Chen Fan won the first place this time, but he gave them a long face in Star City No. 1 middle school, and he was even more famous, and he didn't know how many parents of students wanted to send their children to their school. Hello Principal Wang. However, Chen Fan's attitude towards this Principal Wang is neither humble nor arrogant, because he believes that sooner or later he will surpass this Principal Wang. Classmate Chen, this is the Lord of Star City Dragon City. Principal Wang smiled and introduced the identity of the middle-aged man. I've seen the Dragon City Lord. Chen Fan greeted and saluted. Sure enough, he is a dragon and phoenix among people, a talent. The Dragon City Lord looked at Chen Fan and praised. The Dragon City Lord is overly prestigious. It's not convenient to talk here. Please a few inside. I've worked the road. Let's go and drink water first. Chen Fan invited. The Dragon City Lord nodded and walked to the room. At this moment, Chen's father, Chen's mother, including his sister Chen Shui, the three of them opened their mouths slightly and could stuff a cup. They are in the midst of an indescribable shock. The Dragon City Lord is a truly powerful grandmaster. Such a big man is not qualified to see on weekdays. As a result, when they visited today, although they looked like ordinary people, they didn't feel the power of chi and blood, but they knew that this was a grandmaster and deliberately restrained their own aura. Outside, the most important thing is that they are so polite to their son. You have raised a good son. He is the leader of this martial arts assessment, the real first place, and the pride of our school. Zhang Jinguo informed. Chen's father and Chen's mother were shocked in their hearts, in great excitement and joy. My brother is the first. Chen Shui was also shocked. She thought it was the same name and surname, but she didn't expect it to be really her brother. The first place in the martial arts assessment turned out to be their son, Chen Shui's brother. Chen family Chen Fan. Lao Lu and his wife, at this moment, their faces were extremely ugly, and they thought that their children were the most dazzling in the community. But compared with the children of the Chen family, they are simply very different, and they are not at the same level at all. Even the comparison is an insult. No wonder Chen Fan said such a thing just now. It was not because he was arrogant, not because he was sick, but because this was a fact. Lao Lu and his wife turned pale, their heads were buzzing, and both of them stood unsteadily and slumped on the ground. They thought that their identities were different, and they could look at everyone in the community with a high-ranking attitude, and even had a complete stalemate with Chen Fan's family. The two struggled to get up from the ground, and just as their son Lu Ling came back from buying fruit, he was still wearing Bluetooth headphones on his ears, but the two of them bumped into each other. The bag full of apples immediately fell and smashed to the ground with a sound. Mom and Dad, what's wrong with you? Lu Ling took off the Bluetooth headset, not knowing what happened, but saw his parents in despair, and kept muttering, "It's over." The son of the old Chen family turned out to be the first in the assessment. Lu Ling originally looked leisurely, but now, his eyes suddenly widened and he showed an expression of disbelief. Mom and Dad, did you hear it wrong? How could Chen Fan be the first in the martial arts assessment? Whoever is the first is fine, but Chen Fan is the first. He thinks it is impossible. That's right, he is really the first. The city lord has come in person, and he just entered Lao Chen's house. Lao Lu looked disheartened and regretful. He originally had a good relationship with Chen Fan's family, but now, I'm afraid he won't be able to get a little light. Even the other party may hold a grudge. Other neighbors also pointed out Lao Lu's family. Lao Lu really floated. I didn't expect to offend Lao Chen. Lao Chen's son is so promising, and I haven't seen him talk about it everywhere. Compared with Lao Lu, the gap is out. Originally, they thought that the city lord was looking for Lu Ling, but they never expected that he was looking for Chen Fan. So now they deliberately keep their distance from Lao Lu's family and don't want them to talk more at all. After all, Lao Lu has long advertised that they are leaving this community and going to a better community, with a heart higher than the sky. Anyway, they already look down on the people in their community, and they just dare to be angry and dare not speak out on weekdays, not wanting to offend Lao Lu. But now it is different. Lao Lu is afraid that he will not be able to protect himself now. The disturbance outside is not heard clearly in Chen Fan's house, but the city lord and Principal Wang, as grandmasters, heard it clearly, but they didn't care about it. To them, the Lao Lu family is just a group of ordinary people, and they are not qualified to contact them. This kind of small thing, Chen Fan and the others can solve it by themselves. Dragon City Lord and the others were sitting on the sofa at the moment, and Chen Fan personally poured them a few glasses of water. The Dragon City Lord took the water glass and said, "Classmate Chen took the liberty of visiting this time. First of all, congratulations on your good results in the first place in the martial arts assessment and won glory for my Star City. At the same time, I hope you can have a good performance in the talent training camp and strive to get good results in the national exchange competition in the future." The Dragon City Lord organized the language and said such a thing. "I'll work hard." Chen Fan smiled and nodded. The Dragon City Lord took a sip sip of water and said, "This genius training camp, it is said that those who win the first place can get A-level martial arts, as well as a large number of cultivation resources, and other rewards, which are very generous. And it is said that the top 10 will have other different generous rewards." Hearing such an important news, Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he was suddenly full of interest. A-level martial arts, this level of precious martial arts, generally cannot be bought with money, and need to be bartered. Of course, you can use money, but the probability of being able to buy it is extremely small. The real A-level martial arts, only by becoming a town general can you give full play to the mystery of martial arts. I didn't expect that the training camp would have this level of martial arts. It seems that this first place must be obtained by itself no matter what. Classmate Chen, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the training camp. There are genius demons from all over the country. Although it is difficult to perform well in it, but I hope you can cultivate your performance well, and I hope you don't lose face in Jinling, the Lord of Long City said earnestly. Chen Fan represents not only the face of Star City, but the entire Jinling, so he will come in person to inform Chen Fan of this. Presumably, after listening to his words, Chen Fan will work hard to cultivate, at least not at the bottom of the genius training camp. Otherwise, it will really make people in other cities laugh. Don't worry, Dragon City Lord, this genius training camp, I will get the first place. Chen Fan spoke confidently in a calm tone, as if this first place was within reach. The Dragon City Lord put down the water glass and said with a smile, "Okay, it's a good thing that you have this confidence. I'm very optimistic about you, and you have to work hard during this time." For Chen Fan's words, this Dragon City Lord actually didn't fully believe it, and if he wanted to get the first place, this was simply a fantasy. Although the talent training camp is divided into several areas, if they want to win the first place in a division, no one in Jinling has been able to do it. There are too many geniuses in the outside world, especially some geniuses in larger cities, who have better cultivation resources and better talents since they were young. Therefore, the genius training camp, the most important resource, is also reserved for the top talents. As for Jinling, this is almost impossible. If you can squeeze into the top 50, it is already a high incense. After all, it is a place where geniuses are like clouds. Chen Fan, practice your newly acquired martial arts well, Principal Wang said with a smile. Those sea-level martial arts, if they can be successfully cultivated when entering the genius training camp, they will definitely have good performance. But he didn't know that Chen Fan had cultivated all the two martial arts to perfection. When Chen Fan heard Principal Wang's words, he also smiled and nodded slightly. Lord Long and Principal Wang did not eat here, because they felt that Chen Fan's family was a little uncomfortable. After all, with an identity like them, if they come to an ordinary person's home in person, the other party is destined to be restless. Let's leave first. The Dragon City Lord stood up, Principal Wang also stood up, and Zhang Jinghua also quickly got up. Walk slowly. Chen Fan got up to see them off, sent them downstairs, and waved goodbye. The roar of the car sounded, and Chen Fan took the elevator back upstairs. He found that the neighbors in this community were all looking at him and smiling. Chen Fan didn't care about this, but when he came to the door, he saw Lao Lu and his wife holding several exquisite gift boxes in their hands. Chen Fan, we were wrong just now. We came to apologize. Lao Lu and his wife changed their faces and became flattering. Chen Fan glanced at their gifts, pointed behind them, and said, "You guys hurry up, I don't know you." Lao Lu and his wife held the gift in their hands, their faces were ugly, and finally bowed to Chen Fan, and then left in disgrace. At the same time, they also clearly knew that the relationship with the Chen family was completely deadlocked, and there was no room for easing it. If they offend Chen Fan, it will be difficult for them to get along in the community, and no neighbor will continue to interact with them, which is equivalent to being directly isolated. You deserve it. Looking at Lao Lu's appearance, I'm afraid it won't take a week to move away. It's okay to move away, so you don't have to brag to us every day about how powerful his son is. People in the community talked a lot, and many even hoped that Lao Lu's family would move out quickly. At the same time, they are also very envious of the Chen family, and a character like Chen Fan can appear. The first warrior assessment is said to be a powerful martial artist, and in terms of realm alone, he has surpassed everyone in their community. Chen Fan returned home. I found my parents sitting at the table, waiting for Chen Fan to come back. Chen Fan walked over with a smile, found a table and sat down. Is there anything you want to ask? Chen Fan looked at their curious appearance and knew that there must be a lot of problems. Kill. Brother, when did you become so powerful? The city lord came to visit in person, that is the Grandmaster. Master. Chen Shui kept emphasizing those two words, her eyes full of excitement and shock. When will your brother and I not be powerful? Chen Fan asked rhetorically, touching Chen Shui's beautiful long hair. If she does this on weekdays, Chen Shui will probably explode and say that she is not a child. But Chen Fan did this today. Chen Shui didn't feel anything at all, but took it for granted. Yes, my brother is the best. Chen Shui didn't think much about it, and gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. As for Chen's father and Chen's mother, he had nothing to ask Chen Fan. Originally, they wanted to ask a little in their hearts, but after thinking about it, they felt that it was unnecessary. Now Chen Fan is their pride, as long as he knows this. In a car. This Chen Fan is not bad, but I don't know how he will perform after entering entering the talent training camp. The Dragon City Lord sighed. As the lord of a city, he also had a lot of troubles in his heart. It should be a good performance, although we can't even get into 100 of Jinling's annual Jiangnan Mansion Genius Training Camp, but this year it may be possible. Principal Wang originally didn't believe in Chen Fan, but Chen Fan created a miracle. Since one miracle can be created, why not create a second one? So now he is the person who believes in Chen Fan the most. I hope so. The Dragon City Lord slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, outside, Jinling has been in a row for too many years, and the ranking is too low. If they can produce a few more amazing geniuses, then they can also get more resources here. At that time, he can also successfully break through to become a grandmaster. So the Dragon City Lord attaches great importance to this matter. The day passed quickly. Chen's mother came out of the room in the morning and was about to go grocery shopping when she suddenly saw a middle-aged couple standing at the door. The middle-aged couple was Lao Lu and the others, carrying a lot of gift boxes in their hands, with a humble and pitiful posture. Since what happened yesterday, everyone in the community has ignored them, treating them like air, and there is not even a single one to talk to. So they came to the door again today to give gifts. Chen Fan is young and vigorous, and it is normal not to want to accept gifts from them, but they can engage in roundabout tactics and give these gifts to Chen Fan's parents. Presumably they are soft and will accept their gifts. What are you doing standing in front of my house? Chen's mother asked. This is our little apology. What happened yesterday was our fault. It was our mouth that was cheap. Can you forgive us? Lao Lu and his wife said very humbly. Mother Chen didn't bother to pay attention, walked past them, and treated them as air. I want her to forgive. How can it be so easy? After this incident, Chen's mother can be regarded as completely seeing the Lao Lu family, and she doesn't want to have too much contact with them, so as not to be angry with herself. Looking at the back of Chen's mother leaving, Lao Lu was angry and vented his anger at his wife. It's all your fault. It's next to my ear every day. Talk about it. Now it's okay. If we offend the old Chen family, we won't have any good fruits to eat. Lao Lu's wife, her face full of grievances at this moment, said, Didn't you say that your son is amazing outside every day? Why is it all blamed on my head? Lao Lu's face was ugly at the moment, and he slapped his wife in the face directly. Shut up for me. What do you know about a woman's family? Lao Lu's wife covered her face and glared at Lao Lu coldly. You hit me. You dared to hit me. I fought with you. Because Lao Lu and his wife could not bear the huge pressure, they began to fight inwardly. But later Lu Ling heard the movement and came out to stop them. On the other side, this incident also spread in the community. Everyone was snickering, watching the jokes of Lao Lu and his wife. Boom! At this time, Chen Fan didn't seem to want to cultivate at all, and he came to the balcony in the morning to bask in the sun, constantly increasing his energy. But this is lazy in the eyes of others, but only Chen Fan knows that the power of his own qi and blood is constantly increasing. The powerful breathing method allows him to absorb the pure energy between heaven and earth with every breath and temper his body. Moreover, more and more true qi was born in his body, and the speed of enhancing the power of qi and blood was getting faster and faster, and if this continued, I am afraid that in half a month, it would more than double. Now Chen Fan's strength has reached 800,000 caddies. You must know that this is not produced by breaking through the realm, but by the quenching of the true qi. Unknowingly, at noon, Chen Shui suddenly came over, looked at the sun in the sky, and then looked at Chen Fan who was enjoying himself. Brother, aren't you very powerful? He is the first place in the martial arts assessment. Why do you bask in the sun here every day? Chen Shui was very puzzled. How did her brother practice? Why does it look like she has rested more than her, but why can she get the first place in the martial arts assessment? Basking in the sun is a kind of practice, and you brother and I can become stronger by basking in the sun. Chen Fan didn't open his eyes and said casually. Chen Shui was a little speechless. Was she so perfunctory? She's not a child anymore. Mom, brother said that he can become stronger by basking in the sun. Do you believe it? Chen Shui ran directly to the kitchen to find Chen's mother. Chen's mother was cooking in the kitchen, glanced at the direction of the balcony, and said, Don't disturb your brother if it's okay, he has his own considerations. Father Chen sat on the sofa and swiped his mobile phone, and said something at the moment. Your brother is already in first place, so naturally he will know what to do. You have to study hard and learn from your brother in the future. Chen Shui saw that her parents were not on her side, and she was a little angry. He walked up to Chen Fan angrily and said, Brother, I will become a warrior who is even more powerful than you in the future. Chen Fan opened his eyes and made a cheering look, but his tone was a little careless. You have to work hard. Chen Shui didn't have any advantage here in front of Chen Fan, so she ran to the living room to watch TV again. Or watch the pleasure in TV, and the grudge is relatively loose. Brother is so annoying. Ding! Energy plus 20, energy plus 20. Chen Fan was comfortably basking in the sun, listening to the constant prompts in his body, and felt a burst of relaxation all over his body. This feeling of being able to get stronger while lying down is really comfortable. Soon he smelled the fragrant fish soup, and immediately came to the living room and served a bowl of soup to drink. After eating and drinking, he continued to bask in the sun, as if he planned to live like this day after day. Chen Fan opened his eyes and twisted his body gently. There was a crackling sound all over his body, and Chen Fan ran his hand across his skin, leaving a layer of black stains on his hands. These are discharged from his body, and since the birth of true chi, this feeling of getting stronger all the time is simply intoxicating. The strength is almost 850,000 catties. Chen Fan exhales and exhales, giving people an extremely wonderful rhythm, which is the power of breathing. I'm afraid no one knows that Chen Fan directly cultivated the breathing method to perfection in a short period of time. You know, even the most ordinary breathing method is dozens of times more difficult to cultivate than other martial arts. Chen Fan took a shower after getting up in the morning to get rid of the stains on his body. Chen Fan stood in the bathroom and looked in the mirror. The person in the mirror had longer hair and a sharp light in his eyes. If you look closely, it makes people feel deep and unfathomable. Is this me? Chen Fan smiled slightly, feeling that after he became stronger, his height became taller and more handsome. If I had to describe it in words, I am afraid it would be incomparable. Drying his hair with a hairdryer, Chen Fan walked out of the bathroom, finished breakfast, and was calmly basking in the sun on the balcony. The days are lazy like this, day after day. And downstairs in Chen Fan's house, there were a few sneaky people looking at Chen Fan's house. Doesn't this Chen Fan practice? We've been staring at him for days, running on the balcony every day to bask in the sun. I really don't understand. Master Feng also specially sent us to keep an eye on him, and that's it? That's right, this group of people was sent by Feng Changtian, but the other party just wanted to see what Chen Fan was doing during this time. After all, Feng Changtian believes that Chen Fan is his only opponent. And Chen Fan, who was basking in the sun at this moment, had actually noticed the people below the community for a long time. This group of people didn't do anything, stayed downstairs every day, and looked in his direction every day, which was hard not to notice. However, after he basked in the sun for a few days, these people did not continue to stay downstairs, but left one after another. Chen Fan didn't bother to care about them. As long as they didn't do anything out of the ordinary, there was no need to pay attention to it. Soon, Chen Fan was basking in the sun at home every day, and the first to get the news was Feng Changtian. At this moment, Feng Changtian was cultivating the family's martial arts, and endless winds emerged around him, which mixed together to form a tornado. A 10-meter-high tornado formed in place, and finally hit the front, causing the machine to beat violently, showing staggering numbers. 400,000. Feng Changtian also breathed in a strange posture, and true chi was also born in his body. Haha, it really deserves to be the unicorn of my Feng family. A white-haired old man came over with a smile. He was the old lady of the Feng family and a real grandmaster. The old lady has won the award. Feng Changtian said modestly. I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate the wind-breathing technique to the point of entry so quickly, and now that you are only in the 5th realm of a martial artist, you can have such a powerful combat power, and you will definitely be able to surpass me in the future. The old lady Feng is very optimistic about Feng Changtian, and at this time, several servants of the Feng family ran back. After seeing the old lady Feng, he hurriedly saluted excitedly, and then began to report. Master Feng, you told us to keep an eye on Chen Fan and see what he has been doing these days, and we found that he sleeps in the sun every day and doesn't leave the house at all. Feng Changtian frowned after listening to the report, and then sighed again. That's it, he's too arrogant. I thought he could be my opponent. It seems that he can't go far on the road of the warrior. Hurry up and watch him, withdraw them all, he's already useless. As a powerful warrior, it is simply a joke that he does not cultivate well and tries to improve himself in this golden time, but wastes time basking in the sun every day. He thought he could meet a real opponent, but he was greatly disappointed. Old Mrs. Feng patted Feng Changtian on the shoulder and said, Tianer, your opponent should not stick to a small geneling. After you enter the Jiangnan Mansion Genius Training Camp, the genius there is your goal. Feng Changtian nodded, looking forward to it more and more, and entered the Genius Training Camp. Unknowingly, a few days have passed, and half a month has passed since the last martial arts assessment. In the past half month, Chen Fan's daily sunbathing has spread throughout Star City. Many people are even discussing it. After all, the martial artist is the first in the assessment, and he gives up on himself to bask in the sun every day, which is very hot. Many people like to watch it, and the number of views is amazing. After getting the news, the Dragon City Lord also frowned and angrily threw his phone on the ground. Why is this Chen Fan so arrogant? Now that time is running out, which genius no longer works hard to cultivate, he just basks in the sun every day and wastes his time. The Dragon City Lord was very angry. At this time, Chen Fan had already come to the outside of the city to bask in the sun. The sun here allows it to increase its energy faster. No, during this time, Chen Fan has broken through 3 realms in a row, and now he is cultivated to the 7th level of martial arts. Of course, what is more important is that due to the surge of true chi, Chen Fan's speed of enhancing the power of chi and blood is getting faster and faster, and now the basic combat power may have exceeded 1 million. Chen Fan can feel that his simple strength has reached 2 million catties. You must know that this is without using any martial arts. My strength is getting stronger and stronger. Chen Fan shook his palm casually, and his own chi and blood power was like a furnace, exuding infinite light and heat. At this moment, he was in the second layer area, but none of the fierce beasts here dared to approach him, and he was scared away by feeling the power of chi and blood from a distance. Chen Fan exhaled lightly, the invisible power condensed, the terrifying power fell on the ground, and the stones on the ground exploded. This skyrocketing force made Chen Fan feel that he could be invincible in the world. Of course, this is due to the fact that the power is growing too fast. You must know that a month and a half ago, he was just a small martial artist, but now his strength is many times stronger than at that time. I don't know, if I use martial arts, can I kill the Grandmaster? Chen Fan's eyes exuded a sharp light, and then he stepped on the ground, and his body left the place like an arrow off the string. Chen Fan originally wanted to go back to the city directly, but when he came to the defense area on the second floor, he suddenly stopped, because he saw a machine that was testing combat power placed in an open space. It says that the new machine can test up to 2 million combat power. Chen Fan looked around and found that there was no one. He became interested and walked to the machine. The strength of the whole body condensed on the palm of the hand, and he slapped forward hard. The machine shook violently, the numbers kept beating, and finally it was frozen. 1 million. The machine has blood-red eye-catching numbers, which is full of millions of combat power. Looking at this number, Chen Fan had a smile on his face that was similar to what he had estimated. Originally, he only knew his approximate combat strength, but now he can be determined. Its own combat power has indeed reached this level. Try martial arts. Chen Fan performed the breathing technique, and at the same time, the flames between his palms beat, and then in one breath, 9 fire blades were condensed. Flame 9 slashes. The 9 fire blades were combined into one, forming a slash forward. This D-level martial art. Now he no longer needs to superimpose one move at a time. He can directly superimpose it. The huge bombardment made the machine tremble, and the numbers on it were also beating non-stop at this moment, and the machine seemed to be about to be unable to bear it. In the end, the above figure was fixed at 1.6 million. Indeed, Chen Fan knew that the D-level martial arts he originally relied on were no longer so big for him. Maybe it's because he's too powerful. If you use an explosive punch, it is very likely to break through 2 million combat power, but it may damage the machine. Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided not to do so, then turned around and left the place. Shortly after Chen Fan left, several staff members came. These workers are responsible for cleaning the stains on the machine every day, as well as maintaining and repairing it. These machines are extremely expensive. Xiao Lu, why do you rub your shoulders all the time? The staff were all dressed in blue, and one of them looked older and asked a young staff member who looked to be in his 20s. I bumped into someone just now, and it still hurts here. Xiao Lu was a fat man with a big belly, rubbing his shoulders at the moment, looking uncomfortable. Young man, don't be so false, that young man just now looks younger than you. The older staff member laughed, and the others laughed as well. These people are all warriors, and the power of chi and blood on their bodies is not weak, and they don't have to go to the front line to kill fierce beasts every day. I don't know how many people envy them. Boss, look at the numbers on this. Suddenly a staff member exclaimed, and everyone was curious and looked at the numbers on the machine screen. Then everyone was stunned by fright, still in place like a sculpture. How is this possible? The elderly staff member collapsed to the ground in fright at this moment, recalling the young boy they met when they came in just now. The boy looked very sunny, especially his appearance was extremely handsome, just like a person who came out of a painting. Just now, the boy and Xiao Lu bumped into each other, but because Xiao Lu didn't see clearly, he accidentally bumped into each other, and then quickly apologized. Beyond 1 million combat power, is the one just now a real grandmaster? The older staff member muttered. The rest of the staff all swallowed their saliva, and then looked in the direction Chen Fan left, their eyes full of indescribable shock. They actually passed by a great grandmaster just now. Especially Xiao Lu, he even bumped into the other party. Fortunately, this great master had a good temper, otherwise, Xiao Lu would have died. Grand Master. At this moment, Xiao Lu opened his mouth slightly in shock, and he could stuff a cup into his mouth. His legs were shaking, and his mind kept thinking about the young face just now. At such an age, he turned out to be a peerless powerhouse. Chen Fan, who had already left the second layer of defense zone, had returned to the city. And while walking on the road, I suddenly met an acquaintance. Zhao Heng. Chen Fan greeted with a smile. Zhao Heng saw Chen Fan's face in surprise, and said, Chen Fan, you won't contact me much after taking the first place in the martial arts assessment. I thought you forgot my brother. Chen Fan said, how can you forget? Chen Fan knew that Zhao Heng was joking with him. The two chatted for a while, and then Zhao Heng invited Chen Fan to a milk tea shop. This milk tea shop has a good style and is very popular. Chen Fan and the others found a corner and sat down, and then ordered 2 cups of bubble tea. Chen Fan, I heard that you have been basking in the sun recently, and those geniuses said you are useless. Zhao Heng mentioned this question. When Chen Fan heard this, he said without care, what do they know? Next time the first place will be mine. The first place Chen Fan said at this time was the first place in the genius audition, and he had to get this first place. Amazing, ambitious. Zhao Heng gave a thumbs up, because he knew that Chen Fan never said things that were not sure. Chen Fan said that he would take the martial arts assessment, and the first one got it now. By the way, how are you? When are you going to the front line? Chen Fan asked. Mentioning this question, Zhao Heng sighed and said, I have a relationship and can still delay for a while, but at most a year, I should be going to the front front line. Chen Fan really hoped that Zhao Hong could survive from the front line. After all, this was his close friend. The two chatted for a while, and then separated and left. Chen Fan returned home, entered the bathroom to take a shower, changed into clean and tidy clothes, and started watching short videos with his mobile phone. Quiet. After brushing for a while, it was already late, and Chen Fan fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already the next day. Although yesterday's Chen Fan boasted to Zhao Hong, saying that he could stand out in the talent selection competition and win the first place, Chen Fan also had no bottom in his heart. It is said that this time, there is a genius at the level of a grandmaster. Although Chen Fan knew that his combat power had reached an extremely terrifying level, he had never really competed with a grandmaster level genius. Although he has more than 1,000,000 combat power, those grandmaster level geniuses may be even more terrifying. I still need to get stronger. Chen Fan sat in place and thought for a while, and finally decided to go to the Kanglan Mountains to hunt powerful beasts. There are a lot of fierce beasts there, and if you want to get stronger martial arts, you may not be able to buy it if you have money. But in the Kanglan Mountains, there are countless fierce beasts, and it is said that it is possible to encounter a 4th level fierce beast at the Grandmaster level. Those fierce beasts are extremely valuable, and they may be able to exchange things for higher level martial arts. Chen Fan's mind was lively, and he immediately prepared to set off for the Kanglan Mountains in Nanchang. However, before leaving home, Chen Fan still said hello to his parents and told them that he would not go home for a long time and did not have to prepare meals for him. Chen's father and Chen's mother didn't ask much, but told Chen Fan to be careful. Then Chen Fan went into battle lightly and went to Nanchang. After half a day in the car, Chen Fan finally came to this place, where a huge city was built, hundreds of feet high, like a giant standing up to the sky. Whoa! The city feels indestructible and an endless sense of oppression just by looking at it. You need to go out from here to reach the Kanglan Mountains, where terrifying beasts are rampant. Of course, there are also a large number of warriors here, and there are not a few martial artists, and even occasionally you can feel some grandmasters who are extremely terrifying in the power of chi and blood. This is a real big city, and it is also an extremely dangerous front line, and there may be an incident of a beast attacking the city at any time. But Nanchang has stood here for hundreds of years and has been standing firm. Coming to this rumored city, Chen Fan was also a little shocked in his heart. This is not an area of Star City. If the strength is not enough, Chen Fan will definitely not come here. Originally, Chen Fan wanted to choose the 4th layer area of Star City, where there were Grandmaster level beasts. But if you want to go there, you must get the approval of the city lord, and there are various troublesome procedures. So Chen Fan Kai simply came here, to the Kanglan Mountains. This is a relatively open area, anyone can come here, or go out of the city to kill fierce beasts and earn a lot of money. But the danger here is also far greater than that of other places, and many people die in the Kanglan Mountains every day, turning into a dry bone. At this time, Chen Fan walked in front of a grandmaster, and even if this grandmaster restrained the power of chi and blood, he still gave people a feeling like the sun. This grandmaster was a middle-aged man in his 40s, expressionless, but exuded a dangerous aura. No one dared to approach within a few meters of the surrounding area, and the eyes full of awe when he looked at the grandmaster were full of awe. But Chen Fan was less than half a meter away from this grandmaster, and he didn't feel any coercion or danger. Seems this grandmaster poses little threat to him. Chen Fan and the grandmaster passed by and walked towards the outside of the city. At this time, the grandmaster glanced back at Chen Fan and muttered, "What a strange power of chi and blood, even without fear of my coercion. Is it also a grandmaster? You know, he has just returned from killing the beast outside the city." The others looked at Chen Fan's back and were also full of shock. In the face of a powerful grandmaster, how could he be so calm? This young man is amazing. The middle-aged grandmaster withdrew his gaze and quickly left this place. At this time, Chen Fan came outside the city. Energy plus 20. Bathing in the sun, Chen Fan's body energy increases. What a young warrior. There is a faint coercion on his body. Some warriors who went out of the city were there to discuss, and many of these warriors had powerful martial artists, but when they looked at Chen Fan, their eyes were a little shocked. "Hello, do you know where there are powerful beasts?" Although Chen Fan didn't know these warriors, he still found someone to ask casually. "There are powerful beasts everywhere here, little brother. Do you want to hunt beasts?" A burly warrior dressed in black asked with a smile. Chen Fan nodded and said, "The powerful beast I am talking about refers to the beasts above level 3. The black-clothed warrior was silent for a moment, and then looked at Chen Fan carefully. To be honest, he couldn't see through Chen Fan at all. Although the power of chi and blood on Chen Fan's body was not fully radiated, he always felt that the young man in front of him was very dangerous. This level of danger was like the feeling of being chased by a level 4 beast and desperately fleeing. But he could feel that Chen Fan was not a grandmaster. Because the true grandmaster has a strong will and coercion, as long as he feels it, he can feel it. "I know where there are level 4 beasts." Next to the black-clad warrior was a young man in his 30s, who had long shawl hair, was wearing sun protection clothing, and had fair skin, looking a bit feminine. Chen Fan said politely, 5,000 meters forward from here, I heard someone who escaped a few days ago say that there is a level 4 fierce beast golden two-headed lion lion there, and that is its lair, some feminine young men informed. When everyone heard this, they all looked in the direction the man was pointing and secretly wrote it down in their hearts. Looking for death. The fourth level fierce beast was a deadly existence, and it was a fierce beast that was truly comparable to the Grandmaster level. Although the fourth level fierce beast does not have the wisdom of the Grandmaster level powerhouse, it will be hunted by the Grandmaster powerhouse. But it is not something that these martial artists can covet, because the fourth level fierce beasts could kill them with one move with their strength alone. As long as they were touched, they would surely die. Therefore, in the face of this terrible beast, it is generally avoided. Chen Fan politely thanked him. Then he left this place as light as a swallow and headed in the direction of the golden two-headed lion. If he wanted to obtain a more powerful martial art, he had to obtain something of sufficient value. The fierce beast crystal of the fourth level fierce beast is extremely precious, but this is far from enough. However, there are usually elixirs next to the lair of fourth level fierce beasts, and these elixirs may be exchanged for higher level martial arts. Because the value of elixirs is also very precious, it can enhance people's physique, and some are necessary items for refining elixirs. Everyone looked at Chen Fan's departing back, and their faces showed some surprise. Who is this young man, so bold? He should be a powerful genius, so confident. I don't know if it's alive or dead. How dare a martial artist hunt a level 4 beast? Everyone shook their heads, feeling that Chen Fan was finished. It was not that there were no people who were extremely confident before, but the price was very serious, and almost all of them paid their lives. In the face of a fourth level beast, most of the martial artists will undoubtedly die, and only some of them can escape death. Deep in the Kanglan Mountains, a group of people appeared here. One of them is still an acquaintance of Chen Fan. This person has blonde hair, no longer as unruly as before, but a little restrained. He is Wang Long. Since being defeated by Chen Fan last time, he finally understood that talent is not what determines everything. Since he can surpass the top 10 geniuses, one of them, then it is reasonable for Chen Fan to be able to surpass him. Chen Fan, I definitely want to be stronger than you. Sooner or later I will defeat you with my own hands. Wang Long secretly made up his mind in his heart. This time, he wanted to break through to a higher realm faster, so he specially begged his father. Most of the people behind him were the guards of his royal family, and of course, among this group of people, there was also a thin man with a black beard. The man was wearing a black suit, and a pair of tiger eyes exuded a dangerous light. Uncle Bai, I'll trouble you later, Wang Long said politely to the man. Uncle Bai had a smile on his face and nodded. Your father has already told me. This time I will help you kill the golden two-headed lion and obtain the elixir. He grew up watching Wang Long, and he was also a friend of Wang Long's father, so he took the risk to deal with the powerful fourth-level beast. Thank you, Uncle Bai. Wang Long was full of gratitude to this person. Chen Fan had already come to the lair of the golden two-headed lion, and there were some warriors crouching nearby. Most of these warriors were good at hiding their breaths, and their purpose was not to kill the golden two-headed lion, but to steal the elixir in the lair. This is a priceless thing. If it can be successful, you will definitely be able to make a windfall, and you will not have to worry about it in this life. That's why countless people took the risk, even if they knew it was dangerous. And at this moment, a sound of footsteps came, and everyone saw a young and handsome boy walking directly towards the lair. Is this person crazy? The golden two-headed lion is now in the lair. Let's hurry up. In case this level 4 beast is furious, we will all die. Some people have already developed a heart to retreat and quickly leave this place. There are also some people who love money and do not want to die, and they are still squatting around, their eyes shining with light. Hey, it's better not to die. It's best to lure the golden two-headed lion away, and I'll go in and steal the elixir. A warrior who looked a little obscene sneered at the corner of his mouth, thinking that Chen Fan would surely die. There are no rules here. What is a dead person? What's more, they don't know people, so these warriors are very indifferent. Originally, their group also wanted to get someone to die, so that they could steal the elixir. Some of the people who stayed behind thought the same way, but they were all jealous of each other because they were all competitors. At this moment, Chen Fan had already come to the lair, but before he could go deeper, a huge coercion attacked. Then the ground shook violently, like an earthquake. There was a huge sound inside, and it seemed that some behemoth had appeared. It didn't take long for a huge 10-meter-tall lion to walk out of it, and this giant lion had 2 heads and looked fierce, and the chi and blood on his body were as thick as mercury slurry, and his body was like stainless steel, invulnerable. Of course, the coercion released by him also made people's hearts beat violently, and they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Originally, there were some people outside who wanted to steal the elixir, but now they were instinctively trembling with fear. The Grandmaster level beasts are incomparable to ordinary beasts at all. They are completely 2 levels. Just like these martial arts masters are like ants compared to real Grandmasters, the other party can be killed with a snap of their fingers. Thank you. The 4th level fierce beast golden two-headed lion. This appearance is powerful. Chen Fan looked up at this huge level 4 beast and felt how majestic it would be if he could subdue a beast. But it's better to kill it now. The golden two-headed lion made a sound of breaking through the air, and the golden giant claw slammed down towards the place where Chen Fan was, setting off a gust of wind. The wind blew Chen Fan's hair, fire, but he was breathing steadily, and his body exuded a faint light. Come on, let me see the strength of the 4th level beast. Chen Fan took a deep breath, and then the pattern of breathing began to change. Solar breathing. At this moment, Chen Fan's whole body was glowing, like a sun, and flames were emerging from his body. Then Chen Fan shook his body and disappeared in an instant. After casting the breathing technique, its speed would also become extremely amazing, and it rushed directly in front of the golden two-headed lion, clenched its fists, and blasted upwards. This terrifying level 4 beast was directly blasted out several meters, and then stopped, staring at Chen Fan with a pair of cold eyes, and crimson flames spewed out of its mouth. Chen Fan did not go head-to-head this time, but dodged the blow. The crimson flames fell to the ground, spreading 10 meters away, and some warriors hidden in the woods were suddenly set on fire and turned into firemen rolling on the ground. In just a few breaths, it turned to ashes. Seeing someone dead, Chen Fan's eyes were very calm. This group of people didn't know whether they were alive or dead, and they were squatting outside trying to pick up bargains, and it was normal to be affected. And the man was not killed by him, but by this fierce beast. It seems that we have to make a quick decision. The flames of this level 4 beast are too dangerous. Chen Fan thought to himself for a moment and decided to end the battle quickly. This terrifying beast, seeing no, killed Chen Fan as soon as possible and let out a roar again. He ran quickly on the ground and rushed towards Chen Fan, constantly spraying flames from his mouth. Meanwhile, and the warriors hiding in the shadows at this moment were sweating profusely on their foreheads. They couldn't leave at the moment. The coercion of the 4th level beast was too terrifying. If it was affected again, they would probably end up the same as the warrior just now. The terrifying flames raged, and the crimson flames erupted in all directions, igniting the woods. But these flames did not touch the corners of Chen Fan's clothes, because Chen Fan's speed was too fast. Explosive fist. Chen Fan used breathing techniques, coupled with the strongest martial arts he mastered, and broke out without hesitation. Chen Fan's heart beat violently, and the power of qi and blood all over his body exploded, almost turning into a red pillar of light and rising into the sky. At this moment, Chen Fan was burning with golden flames, which looked even more terrifying than the crimson flames, giving people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Chen Fan clenched his fists, his strength condensed, and he flew out with a bang. The terrifying bombardment fell on the golden two-headed lion. I saw that this terrifying beast, which was still powerful just now, flew out like a rag, smashed the stone wall, and smashed it all to pieces. Then the 4th level fierce beast began to emit green smoke, his eyes darkened, and he was completely lifeless. The warriors hidden around them picked up a life and breathed a sigh of relief. This is the Grandmaster. Being able to kill the golden two-headed lion in an instant is probably the top Grandmaster. Maybe it can be comparable to the great Grandmaster. The surrounding warriors were startled, and their eyes were full of awe when they looked at Chen Fan. In this era, the strong are always respected. These warriors, after seeing Chen Fan's strength, left one after another. The existence of a level 4 beast that can be killed with one punch is not something they can afford to offend, whether they are top Grandmasters or not, but killing them is probably similar to pinching an ant to death. And Chen Fan, after killing the golden two-headed lion, cut open his abdomen with his hands, took out a red beast spar from it, and took it away. Chen Fan entered the depths of the lair, which was very spacious. After all, it had to accommodate the huge body of the golden two-headed lion. Chen Fan was inside, and he saw a few snow-white lotus flowers, and he was immediately happy. This is the 4th level elixir White Lotus. Chen Fan hurriedly took off all these elixirs and put them in a box. Originally, Chen Fan thought that there would be almost one harvest, but he didn't expect to harvest a full 5. These are all priceless things, enough to exchange for more powerful martial arts. Chen Fan had a smile on his face, and then turned around and walked outside. Outside the golden two-headed lion's lair, Wang Long came here with a group of people, but at this moment these people were on guard. Because there are traces of fighting here, there are crimson flames burning on the large woods, and thick smoke is soaring into the sky. Uncle Bai looked at this scene of destruction and said, "It seems that someone has taken the lead. Only the Grandmaster can cause such great damage." Wang Long frowned. "Young master, what should we do?" a guard about 30 years old asked. At this moment, Wang Long was also thinking in his heart, what should he do? Because this matter is very troublesome now. Someone is the first to take the lead, and there is a high probability that he is also a Grandmaster. If you want to snatch something in the other party's hand, the other party will most likely not hand it over easily. Uncle Bai, are you sure to deal with this Grandmaster? Wang Long asked. Uncle Bai looked solemn and said, "Any Grandmaster has his own strengths. I can't guarantee that he will be able to win against the other side, but he will definitely be able to protect you and leave safely." When Wang Long heard this, he had a bottom in his heart. "Let's go in and take a look. The rest of the people are guarding outside, and no one can be let out," Wang Long ordered. "Yes, young master." The guards nodded one after another. Some stayed outside, and Uncle Bai followed Wang Long, responsible for protecting his safety. They walked into the lair, and after not going far, they suddenly saw a corpse, which was a huge golden lion with 2 heads, but now their eyes were darkened. Although there was still a coercion released on his body, he had no breath of life. Half of his body seemed to have been burned by something, and it looked like a fist print. His stomach was was also cut open, as if something had been taken away. Uncle Bai immediately stepped forward to check. Looking at this amazing fist print, he turned to Wang Long and said, "The Grandmaster who did it is probably stronger than me. It is best not to be an enemy of him." Wang Xiao's heart beat violently when he heard Uncle Bai's words, and then nodded. In the depths of the nest, after Qin Fan collected 5 white lotuses at this moment, he was very happy in his heart. But as he walked out, he suddenly saw a spiritual grass not far away, emitting a crimson light, and his eyes suddenly brightened. "This is a 4th grade high-grade flame grass." Qin Fan was very excited. This thing was even more precious than the 5 white lotuses he had just now. The white lotus can only be regarded as a 4th grade inferior plant, and the price of 10 plants can be comparable to that of a superior plant. Qin Fan took off the flame grass and put it in a beautiful box, which he had prepared a long time ago. "With this flame grass, maybe I can buy a B-level high-grade martial arts." Originally, Qin Fan felt that he could only exchange for low-grade B-level martial arts, but now he was full of pride in his heart, completely different. "I'm really looking forward to it. The powerful B-level martial arts will bring me an improvement in strength." Qin Fan's eyes seemed to have lightning flashing, giving people a sense of oppression that was stronger than that of ordinary grandmasters at this time. His current power of qi and blood is not inferior to any grandmaster, plus he can also release his true qi. Although he is not a grandmaster, but he is better than a grandmaster. Now Qin Fan is looking forward to the genius selection competition even more. The first place must be his, and whoever dares to grab with him will be subdued. Qin Fan was in a very good mood today, and after restraining his breath, he walked outside. When he was about to reach the exit of the nest, Qin Fan suddenly saw a few shadows, and it seemed that someone had come in. But Qin Fan didn't care. Now he didn't go to anyone at all. Even if he was a grandmaster, he would be defeated by him. This is his confidence as a strong man. Wang Long and Uncle Bai were chatting while walking at the moment. "Uncle Bai, is the grandmaster who killed the golden two-headed lion really so powerful?" Wang Long was very curious. Uncle Bai said, "It's even more terrifying than you think, but this doesn't look like a grandmaster's hand. It looks like it's a one-hit kill. The powerful force penetrates from the outside, shattering all the vitality of the golden two-headed lion, and the other party doesn't seem to have used his true qi." "What?" Wang Long was startled. He was so scared without using his true qi. "Who is this?" "It is also possible that he is a great grandmaster, but the great grandmaster should not look down on the 4th level beast, and he will not come here on purpose." Uncle Bai was also full of doubts at the moment. "I can't figure out who killed the golden two-headed lion in my heart. Could it be a great grandmaster who passed through this place, killed the beast and left?" Wang Long guessed. Uncle Bai felt that there was such a possibility and nodded slightly. If it was true, although they failed to kill the golden two-headed lion, they were able to obtain the elixir inside, which was also a chance and saved a risk. After all, if you fight with a level 4 beast, you may be seriously injured or fall. But at this moment, Bai Shuran raised his eyebrows and said, "Someone came out of it, but it was not a grandmaster." As a grandmaster, he could naturally sense whether the other party was a grandmaster or not. "Is it a grandmaster?" Wang Long asked. Uncle Bai shook his head and said, "It's a very strange feeling. It should be a martial artist, but it is much more powerful than the qi and blood of an ordinary martial artist." When Wang Long heard this, he showed an indifferent expression on his face and said, "Then I'll trouble Uncle Bai to take action later and snatch all the things on his body." Uncle Bai nodded. It was normal for the weak to be robbed by the stronger outside the city. There are no rules outside. Life and death are up to fate, and wealth is in the sky. Soon, they saw a young figure in their sights, a slender figure, without a trace of blemishes on his face, handsome like a mythical character. This teenager is even more handsome than a TV star, and he has a special temperament. When Wang Long's guards saw this person, their eyes were full of murderous intent. Including the Uncle Bai, he was ready to do it. "It's strange that this boy wants to come out of it. Is the opportunity in it so easy to get?" When Wang Long saw this young man, his pupils shrank and he showed a surprised expression. Uncle Bai waved his hand and motioned for the guards to take action. With his identity, there is no need to take action immediately. Let the guards take action first, and then let him take action if it can't be solved. Wang Long looked at his guards with murderous anger, but quickly stopped them. "Don't do it. I know him. You all get out of the way." Wang Long's sudden words made these guards look confused and restrain the murderous aura on their bodies. Uncle Bai also showed a puzzled expression. "Uncle Bai, I'll explain it to you later. Get out of the way first." Wang Long apologized to Uncle Bai. This grandmaster restrained his own qi and blood power and did not intend to do it. And Wang Long looked at the young man who appeared in front of him, but his heart was in awe. "Qin Fan, we meet again." Then, he greeted Qin Fan with a smile. He is not stupid. Qin Fan has become the first in the martial arts assessment from an ordinary person, and it is impossible without chance. But he didn't expect that Qin Fan would dare to come to the lair of the golden two-headed lion alone, and he was worthy of his respect with such courage. And when Qin Fan defeated him, it took his state of mind to a higher level, and he was also a little grateful in his heart. Of course, more importantly, he couldn't see through Qin Fan more and more now, because Qin Fan came out of it. Even if he saw so many people here, there was no change in expression on his face. Either it was because Qin Fan Fan was strong enough that he was not afraid of them. Otherwise, it's because Chen Fan has other trump cards, or someone behind him. Perhaps killing the big man of the golden double-headed lion is inextricably linked to Chen Fan. Of course, this is all Wang Long's guess. Wang Long. Chen Fan looked at Wang Long, and he was a little surprised, but he didn't expect to meet this person in the same school outside. At the beginning, the other party was overwhelmed by him, and his reading grades could never surpass him. Later, in the martial arts assessment, he was directly crushed by him. You've gotten stronger. Wang Long looked at Chen Fan with fear in his eyes. Although he really wanted to surpass Chen Fan, he was indeed not Chen Fan's opponent now. Maybe there will be this possibility in the future, but it is definitely not now. What are you doing here? Chen Fan felt murderous just now, and it seemed that this group of people wanted to do something to him. But he didn't care in his heart. If they dared to do it, he didn't mind scrapping this group of people. After all, this is a place where there are no rules. Killing people in the city is paying for one's life, but outside the city, even if you kill someone, as long as no one knows, there will be no problem. After all, there are so many warriors every day, and it is normal for them to be killed when they encounter powerful beasts. Although Chen Fan usually feels that his temper is quite good, if he faces someone who wants to kill him, Chen Fan will never show any mercy. Chen Fan, you must have already obtained the opportunity in the nest, Wang Long said bluntly. Chen Fan squinted his eyes revealing a hint of murderous intent. Uncle Bai hurriedly stood in front of Wang Long. He could feel that Chen Fan had a strong evil aura on his body. Although Chen Fan hid it well, he could still feel it. Uncle Bai is fine, he and I are friends. Wang Long smiled and stepped forward. Grandmaster. Chen Fan felt the difference released from the middle-aged man in front of him, and knew the cultivation of the person in front of him. But now he doesn't care very much. What about the Grandmaster? If he dared to ask for what he was holding, he wouldn't mind killing a Grandmaster today. Although it may not be possible to kill it, Chen Fan is also absolutely sure that he can leave calmly. This is a master sent by my father to protect me, and there is no malice, Wang Long quickly explained. He didn't want Uncle Chen Fan to do it. It didn't do him any good. The murderous aura on Chen Fan's body disappeared, and he said, "Then can I leave?" Now he doesn't want to stay here for a long time. He wants to exchange for more powerful martial arts. Wang Long signaled, and everyone quickly got out of the way, leaving a way for Chen Fan to leave. Chen Fan saw that they really didn't have the idea of doing anything, so he walked calmly in front of them. Chen Fan, this genius selection competition, I hope you can get a good ranking and win glory for Jinling. Wang Long waved his hand and shouted from behind. Chen Fan turned around and looked firm, and said calmly, "The first place this time will also be mine, and anyone who dares to compete with me will be defeated by me." When Chen Fan said this, the golden sunlight shone on his body, and he looked like a person coming out of a painting from a distance. At this moment, it is like a world-famous painting. Everyone was finally shocked by Chen Fan's rhetoric. Even Uncle Bai thought he was looking away. After saying this, he dared to turn around and leave without hesitation, disappearing from everyone's sight. Wang Long looked at the direction Chen Fan was leaving, with respect in his eyes. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. Sure enough, as a genius who is more powerful than me, his ambition is even greater than mine. Wang Long sighed. He also heard that there might be a grandmaster-level genius in this genius selection competition. Chen Fan dared to say such a thing, from which you can see how confident he is. Anyway, he didn't have the courage to say such a thing. Chen Fan, is he the first place in the martial arts assessment? Uncle Bai asked. Wang Long nodded. It's him. The surrounding guards showed shocked expressions. They had all heard of this time. The warrior assessment was extremely intense, and the geniuses of the 36 cities participated. In such a fierce assessment, winning the first place is indeed worthy of respect. Young master, I heard that he is an ordinary talent. Is this true? A group of guards asked. Meanwhile, it's true. Wang Long naturally felt that these things did not need to be hidden. After all, they had already spread. When Uncle Bai heard that it was an ordinary talent, he immediately lost interest. He originally thought it was just a rumor, but if it was really an ordinary talent, the potential was too limited. It's a pity that a good seedling, otherwise, he may become a great grandmaster. Wang Long heard Uncle Bai's words and said, "You still underestimate him too much, and I also felt that his ordinary talent couldn't make any waves. But the truth is that I was crushed. He is a miracle worker. Such a person has unlimited potential. Although I also thought in my heart that sooner or later I would be able to surpass him, my intuition told me that it was just my delusion. Especially when I met him today, I completely understood the gap between me and him." Uncle Bai was a little surprised. He hadn't heard Wang Long comment on a person like this. It seemed that he really admired and respected this person very much. "Young master, you think too highly of him. It's just an ordinary talent. It's not worth it at all. Go to win glory for our Jinling, and if you want to go, you should let Feng Changtian go." One of the guards stubbornly believed that talent was everything, because he was an excellent talent that could not compare to elite-level talent. So in his cognition, if the talent is not good enough, it is waste. Wang Long sneered when he heard this, pointed to the corpse of a level 4 beast not far away, and said, "If you are an ordinary talent, can you kill a level 4 beast?" This This guard was immediately speechless. He looked at the corpse of the 4th level beast. His heart was full of uneasiness, let alone solve this kind of beast. If you really want him to do it, I'm afraid he will be scared to death. This level 4 beast is not necessarily killed by him, it should be the master behind him. Uncle Bai spoke. He didn't believe that Chen Fan had this strength at all, and he still agreed more in his heart that there should be a strong man behind Chen Fan. Wang Long didn't talk too much about this issue. Regardless of whether Chen Fan killed it or not, the beast was dead anyway. Uncle Bai, do you think someone will be able to hide their talent? Wang Long asked suddenly. Uncle Bai thought for a moment and said, talent cannot be hidden unless he awakens to a twin talent. Wang Long nodded thoughtfully when he heard this. Before, he actually couldn't understand why Chen Fan became so powerful all of a sudden, but now he seems to have figured it out a little. Chen Fan's ordinary talent may really be just one of his 2 talents, and the remaining one is not revealed. It is said that Chen Fan is now basking in the sun every day, and he is destined to become a joke in the talent selection competition. It seems that this is all a rumor. Wang Long sighed. They felt that the current Chen Fan was much stronger than the one who was in the martial arts assessment competition, and a look would put him under indescribable pressure. The other guards were all silent. Chen Fan returned to the southern city smoothly, where there was also a Pictet commercial company, and Chen Fan strode into it. Pictet commercial company, the decoration here is more luxurious, and it is very lively, and a large number of warriors come here to exchange money, or exchange precious items. An hour later, even lined up directly into a line of hundreds of people, and if you want to change things, you have to line up honestly. And there is only one staff member here, and it seems to be very busy. Chen Fan did not line up honestly, but stepped forward to ask first. Hello, is your manager here? The front desk is also a young and beautiful woman, helping customers exchange things and estimate the price of things. Hearing Chen Fan's question, he didn't raise his eyes and ignored it completely. Young people line up at the back honestly. Don't always think about finding a manager. Think that if you have a relationship, you can go through the back door. Someone in the crowd spoke, feeling that Chen Fan was a little sensational. There are many people who want to find a manager every day, but the Pictet manager in Nanchang is a busy person, talking about big business. How can he come out easily? When Chen Fan heard this, he was also a little unhappy. He took out a red beast crystal directly from his arms, placed it on the table, and said, "Can this thing let your manager come out?" The front desk, who didn't care, immediately widened his eyes when he saw the blood-red crystal. This is level 4 fierce beast crystal. The front desk was shocked. I am afraid that the only one who can kill this kind of beast is the Grandmaster. Most of the people in line here are warriors, and only a few are martial artists, and the things they take are naturally not too precious to Pictet Trading Company. But for a young Grandmaster, the value of what he took out was too high. By the way, there are these. Chen Fan took out a few more elixirs and placed them on the table, wafting with the fragrance of medicine. The eyes of those in line were about to pop out, and they wanted to grab the items on the table. A warrior who just thought that Chen Fan wanted to go through the back door was now a little frightened. He didn't expect that the young-looking teenager in front of him could take out these things. Otherwise, if there is a relationship at home, ask the Grandmaster to accompany him to hunt fierce beasts to obtain elixirs. Either the young man in front of him is a Grandmaster. No matter what kind of relationship, he can't afford to offend. I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. Papa. The warrior directly slapped himself twice, and the sound spread directly in all directions, and everyone present could hear it. Chen Fan waved his hand impatiently. Thank you. The warrior who had just ridiculed Chen Fan hurriedly opened this place even with rolling and crawling. The eyes of the other warriors around him looked at Chen Fan with respect and fear. If the person in front of him is really a young Grandmaster, his future achievements may be limitless, and it is a blessing for them to be able to see such a genius with their own eyes. My lord, please wait, I'll call the manager. The phone call from the front desk briefly told what happened here. It didn't take long for the manager here to come out. The manager was a woman who looked to be about 30 years old, wearing a well-fitting black dress, black stockings on her feet, and a pair of high heels. Distinguished guest, do you want to sell items? Meanwhile, the beautiful manager looked at the items on the table, and her tone and attitude were extremely respectful. Chen Fan Dao, this is not the place to talk. Please come with me. The beautiful manager has a professional smile on her face and shows neat white teeth. Chen Fan followed this beautiful manager to the place where Pictet Commercial Company entertained people. All of them are finely decorated, with exquisite white slabs pasted on the walls, and beautiful floral patterns painted on the slates. The beautiful manager personally poured a cup of tea for Chen Fan and sent it to Chen Fan. Distinguished guest, I don't know if you want to exchange these things for money or for things. The beautiful manager is starting to get to business. How much are these worth? Chen Fan also wanted to know the value of these things. The beauty manager introduced, in terms of elixir, the price of 5 plants is about 50 million, and the 4th level beast crystal can be worth 20 million. Listening to such an offer, Chen Fan felt that the money came too easily. Poor and rich in martial arts, with strength like him, you can get so much money by killing a beast once. Of course, Chen Fan also had more precious elixirs, but he didn't take them out at the first time. If I want to exchange exchange these things for B-level martial arts, is that enough? Chen Fan took a sip of tea and then asked lightly. The beautiful manager nodded without hesitation and said, it is enough to be able to exchange for B-level inferior martial arts. Chen Fan heard the satisfactory answer and then took out another box and opened the box, which contained a red elixir, and there was even a faint flame on it. Flame grass. Seeing this elixir, even the beautiful manager was shocked. This kind of thing is priceless. The lowest price is 100 million, and it may not be auctionable. Can this be exchanged for a more powerful B-level martial arts, such as a high-grade martial arts? Chen Fan asked. What he wants now is a high-grade B-level martial arts, and he doesn't look down on the rest. If you want to exchange for a high-grade B-level martial art, you have to add everything together. The beautiful manager replied truthfully. You know, the high-grade B-level martial arts are all uniformly priced, and the price is ridiculously high. First place? Chen Fan nodded and prepared to change without hesitation. These things are all things outside his body, and now what is more important is to obtain more powerful martial arts. Dear guest, but I have one thing to tell you. B-level martial arts are not allowed to be taught privately, although these things can be exchanged, but the martial arts you practice have strict rules. Once you teach them privately, you will be held responsible. The beautiful manager told Chen Fan with a serious face. Chen Fan did not show an unexpected expression on his face at this, because he knew that martial arts of this level were created by powerful people. The descendants of those strong people can obtain wealth that ordinary people cannot imagine just by relying on the income from selling martial arts. And this wealth is used to strengthen the family. They buy with money or things, but they just buy the right to use it, and they don't have the qualifications to teach others. Don't worry, I'm just cultivating by myself. Chen Fan said he knew. The beautiful manager took a tablet beside him, scratched it a few times, and then put it in front of Chen Fan. These are all B-level martial arts. You can choose for yourself. Chen Fan took the tablet and began to choose martial arts. Destruction, swordsmanship, pagoda poem. Chen Fan began to choose martial arts on it, but he was a little dazzled because each of these martial arts looked very powerful. The power of the destruction sword technique can be increased by up to 4 times, but it must be used with a sword, which is another additional expense. There are other martial arts that also have their own strengths, as well as various effects superimposed. For example, pagoda poem can make a person's body stiff for a short time and fall into paralysis. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, and finally chose the last B-level high-grade martial arts he saw. Crazy Sun Boxing. This martial art can increase the power by up to 5 times, but the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, there are no other special effects. Get me this book. Chen Fan handed the tablet to the beautiful manager. The beautiful manager nodded, left the place, and quickly took a book and handed it to Chen Fan. Please burn it after cultivating. The beautiful manager informed Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded and said he knew, and then left the place. Welcome next time. The beautiful manager sent Chen Fan out of this place, and then bowed and saluted. Chen Fan left without looking back, then left Nanchang by car, returned home, and reported to his family that he was safe. Then sit down at the table for lunch. I have to say that my mother's cooking skills are good. Chen Fan never gets tired of eating, eats 3 bowls of rice, and then returns to the room. When he came to the room, Chen Fan began to practice the Crazy Sun Fist technique. This is the most terrifying martial art he has mastered now, and when he opened the book, his eyes lit up directly. Crazy Sun Fist, the ultimate increase in combat power. One force breaks 10,000 methods, can greatly mobilize one's own strength, and burst out with a fatal blow. There were a lot of introductions on this, and Chen Fan didn't bother to read too much, so he began to watch how to get started with cultivation. Because the grade of this martial arts was really high, it took Chen Fan 3 days to finally cultivate it to perfection. After cultivating to perfection, Chen Fan's whole body was a little hot, and he felt like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Even Chen Fan can feel his musculoskeletal body and become closer. The true qi in the body flowed faster. The faster the flow of true qi, the faster it means that the speed of tempering the physique is also faster. But Chen Fan also felt that the pain in his muscles began to intensify, and he felt tempered all over his body. But Chen Fan was very happy, because he felt that there was a kind of pleasure in this kind of cultivation, and the whole person was extremely comfortable. He let out a soft breath and walked out of the room, with hot food on the table, obviously reserved for him. After Chen Fan stepped forward to eat some food, he left home and went out of the city. Coming to the second floor area of Star City, Chen Fan saw that the machine that tested combat power was still there. He didn't use martial arts, but simply burst out with power and bombarded the machine with a punch. The numbers on the machine flashed wildly, and finally froze at 1.2 million. The power has become stronger again. Chen Fan's own basic combat power unknowingly increased by another 200,000. Although he has now broken through the first realm and reached the 8th level of martial arts, it is more because of the tempering of true qi. This made Chen Fan understand that cultivating a higher level of martial arts has too many benefits for himself. Not only did his true qi flow speed increase, but it also grew. Chen Fan operated the breathing method, and there were bursts of whistling sounds in the air, and then a punch bombarded the machine. When Chen Fan punched out, his palm was instantly wrapped in a layer of golden flames, which had an extremely violent aura. The expensive machine suddenly made an explosive sound, and the numbers on it kept beating, and finally disappeared completely and dimmed. The machine was broken by Chen Fan's punch. I almost forgot on a whim, the highest combat power here can be tested at 2 million. What Chen Fan had just performed was the crazy sun fist technique, but he didn't expect that this blow would break the machine. Chen Fan looked around and saw that there was no one around, and quickly left the place. Anyway, this machine is here, just for people to test, and it should be no problem if it breaks. Chen Fan was also very satisfied with the crazy sun boxing technique. He didn't use all his strength just now, but used about half of the strength of the crazy sun boxing technique, and he had already broken through 2 million combat power. As expected of a great grandmaster level martial arts, the increase in oneself is really terrifying. Shortly after Chen Fan left this place, the last batch of staff came again. They talked and laughed, but when they saw the damaged machine, they suddenly had a headache and hurriedly reported it to the top. They were a little speechless in their hearts. I am afraid that the one who could break the machine was the great grandmaster. A great grandmaster? Why did he run to the second level area if he had nothing to do? It's really too idle. Chen Fan returned home and basked in the sun for several days, and one day, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Fan immediately clicked on his mobile phone, and there was a message on the mobile phone, which was specially sent to him. Chen Fan clicked on this message, and a line of text appeared on it. Chen Fan, the genius selection competition is about to start. Please go to the northern mountains, participate in the assessment, and arrive as soon as possible within 3 days. This was sent to him by the teacher at the school. Is it finally starting? Chen Fan had an expectant expression on his face. Let them go to the mountains. I'm afraid they are going to kill the beasts outside the real city, which is really interesting. Of course, what Chen Fan wanted most was to fight against other geniuses, especially those who had reached the Grandmaster. Feng Jia. Feng Changtian also received the news at the first time. A terrifying force of qi and blood erupted from his body, and countless winds emerged around him, and the wind moved at will. I've been waiting for the day of the genius selection for a long time. Other geniuses also received the news. Bai Chouyue, who was cultivating, opened her eyes and smiled, left the Bai family, and began to go to the northern region's mountains. Of course, in addition to the 7 geniuses of the 36 cities of Jinling, there are also geniuses from other cities who received the news. Looking at the capital, Xianyuan family. Boom! This city is extremely huge, and the area of a city is equivalent to the sum of the 36 cities of Jinling. In a room, there was a young man with short black hair. This teenager's face looks very ordinary, but when he opens his eyes, it gives people an indescribable sense of oppression. Around it, there was even red true qi bursting out of the body. True qi is released. This is the sign of the Grandmaster. Has the talent audition started? The young Grandmaster took his phone and looked at the information on it, and then put the phone aside. Come on, prepare the car. Ha! The gate was opened, and a group of bodyguards dressed in black stood outside. Yes, Master Xianyuan Hui. An old man stepped forward and nodded respectfully. He was the housekeeper of the Xianyuan family. Jiangnan Prefecture. In total, there are also 36 cities. The 36 cities of Jinling are also one of them, but compared with other cities, although Jinling has a large territory, there have been no overly amazing geniuses in the past dynasties. Most of them were brilliant for a while, and then fell quickly, as if there was some kind of curse. The strongest genius and highest achievement in Jinling is just a Grandmaster. And in other cities, there have been strong people above the Grandmaster, the town general. Therefore, the cultivation resources obtained in the entire Jiangnan Prefecture Jinling are the least. After all, for a place where there are not many geniuses, there is no need to invest so many cultivation resources. Baiyun City. This is the top 3 cities in Jiangnan Prefecture, and it is said that there have been 2 town generals. Drink. In a luxurious mansion, the decoration here is exquisitely dignified, just like the palace in ancient times, very stylish. This is the territory of the Morong family, the head of the 3 major families in Baiyun City. Boom! Baiyun returned to Morong, which is known to everyone in Baiyun City. The Morong family is the head of the 3 major families, and the city lords of all dynasties have the surname Morong. The 10 geniuses from Baiyun City participated in the genius selection competition, all of which belong to the Morong family. At this moment, the 9 young geniuses of the Morong family gathered here and chatted here. Are there any dazzling geniuses in Jiangnan Prefecture recently? Isn't it just these few people who come and go? Xianyuan Hui of the Xianyuan family, Gulong of the Gu family, and Qingfeng of the Qingfeng family. Qingfeng looking at the moon. That's right, but those are all freaks. There's no need to compare with them. When talking about these names, these geniuses showed jealous expressions in their eyes, as if these names were taboo, because these people they are talking about are all young grandmasters. You must know that it is not difficult for them to break through to become a grandmaster, but those who can break through at this age are all some top demons, much stronger than these geniuses. These people may become famous town generals in the future and look down on them. Don't talk about these demons, it's too shocking. Let's talk about other geniuses. Morong Jun quickly changed the topic. Boom! This young man, wearing a purple dress and a soft and loose black hair, hair, looked a little immature and a little thin. But when he finished saying this, the other members of the Morong family were very obedient and stopped talking about this issue. Morong Jun is the second genius of the Morong family, although he is not comparable to the first genius, but the other children of the Morong family respect him very much. Brother, I heard that there is also a genius in Wangdu City this time, and it is said that he is about to break through to become a grandmaster, and it seems that he is not from the Shen Yuan family. Someone spoke. What's your name? Morong Jun asked. My name is Zheng Tian. The children of the Morong family thought for a while and said the name. It's a bit interesting. I hope I can meet it during the genius audition. Bang! Morong Jun nodded slightly with a smile on his face. He is a genius at this level, but if he wants to break through and become a grandmaster, he is always only half a step away. But this half step is like a moat. It takes time to accumulate before he can step into this realm, and those top talents don't have this limit. Speaking of genius, I thought of a good anecdote. A young man in gray stood up, licked his mouth and said, "What's interesting?" Others asked, "Interested. Wait for me to drink my saliva." The gray-clad boy first took a sip of water, whetting everyone's appetite, and looking at everyone's impatient appearance, he slowly spoke. "It's Jinling. Do you know who was the first in this Jinling warrior assessment? That poor and remote place. Who would pay attention to their warrior assessment first? I can knock him down with one hand for their first place." The genius children of the Morong family completely looked down on the people of Jinling, comparing it to a real poor and remote place, and no one took it to heart, and they do have that qualification. Because of the genius of the Morong family, every year someone will join the 10 great palaces and achieve extremely high achievements. Jinling, in the eyes of these geniuses, is a place that cannot be on the stage. Do you know what's the most ridiculous thing? This year's first place in Jinling's martial arts assessment is an ordinary talent. The young man in gray laughed heartily. The scene was silent for a while, and then the group of geniuses of the Morong family all began to laugh. I really laughed to death. Jinling is getting more and more declining. Ordinary talents can get the first place. Is it a bodyguard of my Morong family who can also get the first place? These geniuses are smiling from ear to ear, and this is the funniest joke they have heard this year. Even Morong Jun couldn't help but chuckle, with a sarcastic expression in his eyes. Jinling is really a place full of waste. A few years ago there was a guy named Zhang Ai who was blown to the ground by them, and now even the grandmaster has not broken through. Other geniuses of the Morong family also nodded in agreement. If I want to say that Jinling will be removed from our Jiangnan prefecture and integrated into other cities, wouldn't everyone be happy? I think what you said is that the 36 poor and remote places in Jinling should not exist. Fortunately, this group of waste will not leave Jiangnan prefecture, otherwise I am afraid that people elsewhere will laugh at it. This group of young geniuses talks loudly and doesn't care if others hear or not. If you want me to say, I will inform the other geniuses in the group, and when the time comes, let them eliminate Jinling first, so as not to be embarrassed. The gray-clad boy said with a smile, with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. These geniuses have established some groups, because most of them have known each other since childhood. For example, they have played together since they were children, and they have friends. This is a good idea. Brother 2, go to the group and inform others and remove them. Other Morong family geniuses echoed. Morong Jun also acquiesced and nodded. It's just a bunch of waste, and they don't deserve to participate in any talent audition, or even enter the talent training camp. Brother Jun, I'll send a message now. Morong 2, a boy in gray, took out his mobile phone to edit the information and send it to the group. Soon, the other geniuses also received the message, and all of them showed disdainful smiles on their faces. Agree. Eliminate the group of waste in Jinling. Don't let them lose face in our Jiangnan mansion. Garbage ordinary talent. Participating in the genius audition with him is an insult to me. Don't let me meet this Chin Fan, otherwise I will make him regret being born in this world. Morong 2 looked at the news in the group, and a brighter smile appeared on his face. Jinling is a city rich in waste, and it shouldn't exist. Next to the high-speed rail, a group of heroic boys and girls are queuing up to get on the bus. And there are several assessors here, and these assessors have true chi flowing outside their bodies, and they are obviously grandmasters. They were sent by the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion to personally pick up this group of geniuses to go to the assessment location. The breeze is looking at the moon. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. A beautiful woman, walking slowly from not far away, she was dressed in red, slender, her skin was like snow, and her beautiful melon-seed face had a sense of coldness. Her gaze was like amber, very bright and clear. Seeing this woman, the group of geniuses gave way one after another and let this person board the high-speed train first. Even when several assessors saw this woman, they couldn't help but show their expressions of amazement. Young Grandmaster, it's really enviable. Qingfeng family, there have been young Grandmasters in all dynasties. At such an age, you have cultivated to become a Grandmaster, and your future is immeasurable. The assessors discussed and allowed this privilege. It seems that Jinling is going to be at the bottom again this time. It is said that there was originally a top and extraordinary wind talent there, but it turned out to be the second. If the first place is given to that top extraordinary wind talent, maybe they can still achieve certain results, and they won't make them a joke in other cities in Jiangnan Prefecture. I really don't know what that group of people think. A female assessor shook her head, and when she mentioned Jinling, she was not optimistic at all, and even with a hint of ridicule. The other assessors did not speak, acquiescing to what the female assessor said. When all the geniuses entered the high-speed rail, the white high-speed rail began to gallop into the distance like a roaring white dragon. Star City. At the entrance of the community, there are a lot of figures standing. You, Chen Fan, will be promising in the future. You gave birth to a good child. This is Chen Fan's community. Knowing that Chen Fan is going to participate in the genius audition, they all took the initiative to come out to see him off, and smiled and said good things. Chen Fan's father and Chen's mother also felt that their faces were very bright, and the people in the community were extremely good to them during this time, and even had some flattery. They knew that it was all because of their son that he won the first place in the martial arts assessment. Chen Shui, your brother is so powerful. My dad said that in the future, I will be half as powerful as your brother, so he will buy me a remote-controlled plane to play. There was also a woman next to Chen Shui who looked about the same age as her, with bright eyes and white teeth, wearing a long white dress. This was her best friend. Chen Shui heard her best friend's words and said, "That's natural, he is my brother after all." She also had a feeling of great pride in her heart. Chen Fan, I heard rumors that you have been basking in the sun all this time, but I don't believe it. You have to work hard to stand out in this talent audition and shut up those who spread rumors. Principal Wang stood beside Chen Fan with a serious face. Chen Fan, you are the most powerful student I have ever taught. You must use practical actions to let those who spread rumors know how ridiculous what you say is. Zhang Jingguo also stood next to Principal Wang and encouraged Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will win the championship in this Jiangnan Mansion trials." After cultivating powerful martial arts, Chen Fan is now extremely confident. At this moment, a business bus with a banner of Genius Selection Camp came not far away. "Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself." And Chen Shui, write and read well during this time. Don't let your parents worry about it. Chen Fan waved goodbye to his family and then boarded the bus in front of everyone. The bus restarted and then walked away. Chen Fan boarded the bus and drove a driver in white gloves, driving expressionlessly and attentively. There was a middle-aged man at the front, who should be the assessor leading the team this time. And when Chen Fan entered here, he found that in addition to the assessment officer, there was also a terrifying power of qi and blood, and figures were sitting here. These people are all teenagers, full of vitality, but everyone's power of qi and blood is powerful and terrifying. All of them are martial artists, and there are many of them who exist in the late stages of martial arts, that is, martial artists above the 7th level. These geniuses just sitting there make people feel a little restless. But this didn't have much impact on Chen Fan. After all, he was stronger than everyone in the car now. Chen Fan came to the back of the car and found that there was an empty seat, and the people sitting behind them were all geniuses from Jiling. "Chen Fan, sit here." Bai Qiu Yue greeted Chen Fan with a smile. Chen Fan nodded and sat down. Looking at the people next to him, there were Si Kongyan, Lu Shang, Ying Baiqi, a young man Chen Fan didn't know, and a genius with an indifferent face, who was closing his eyes and recuperating. And this indifferent genius is Feng Changtian. Chen Fan could sense that in the entire car, except for Feng Changtian's breath, which was not inferior to those geniuses, others seem to be slightly worse than these geniuses. They are also geniuses, and even if the gap is small, they will be surpassed by other geniuses. Feng Changtian, because it has improved a lot during this time, so among the geniuses in the car, it belongs to the top, almost no weaker than anyone. Chen Fan, do you think we can achieve a good ranking in the talent selection competition this time? Ying Baiqi asked. Although he and Chen Fan are not very familiar with each other, they came from the same place after all. Are you confused? Chen Fan glanced at Ying Baiqi and shook his head. Ying Baiqi lowered his head slightly. He thought he was a genius, even in the genius selection camp was a leader. Otherwise, how could he break the rule and let him participate in this kind of competition? But before he started comparing, he knew that Jinling's genius was too weak. Except for Feng Changtian and Chen Fan, who seemed not to be afraid of the geniuses in the car, the rest of them felt indescribable pressure. Here it seems that everyone is stronger than them, completely shattering their genius arrogance. The other geniuses in the car, when they first saw Chen Fan, their eyes lit up. After all, Chen Fan is really handsome, and he has a unique temperament on his body, and his appearance is really eye-catching. And the aura on Chen Fan's body, this group of geniuses can't see through. Chen Fan also looked relaxed when he looked at them, and seemed to feel no pressure at all. But when they saw Chen Fan walking to the group of people in Jinling, the eyes of these geniuses began to relax. Especially after hearing Chen Fan's name, some geniuses with solemn eyes showed a disdainful smile on their faces. It seems that he despises Jinling very much. Jinling, in their eyes, is a poor and remote place, although it is said that 36 cities are subdivided, but in their opinion, it is like 36 villages, which is completely a joke. As for Chen Fan, they have heard that he is just a waste, an ordinary talent, relying on eating natural materials and earth treasures, and his physical strength is strong, and he actually suppressed all the geniuses in Jinling to win the first place. It's just a joke. The others in Jinling are a group of waste, and none of them are on the table. This time it is destined to be eliminated first. The bus stopped after driving to the station. The leading assessor standing in front at this moment opened his eyes and said, "Get off the bus and follow me, and go change to the high-speed rail." The geniuses got up one after another, followed the assessor step by step, and got back on the high-speed train. They didn't even have any waiting, because there was no one else here, and the high-speed rail was the special seat for their group of geniuses, which was the special treatment of the genius selection competition. However, entering the high-speed rail, Chen Fan and the others immediately felt a more terrifying atmosphere. Because there are geniuses from other places here, the aura of these geniuses is even more terrifying. Young Grandmaster, Bai Choyue, who had blue hair and outstanding temperament, suddenly looked at the person in front of her with her beautiful eyes wide open. That person was a handsome young man, dressed in black, closing his eyes to recuperate, with white true chi flowing on his body, giving people an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. It's like a sheep meeting a lion, and the feeling of fear is difficult to suppress. "It's Gulong!" the group of geniuses who came with Chen Fan and the others exclaimed, and when they looked at the teenager, they were full of awe. Feng Changtian originally had no change in the divine beast, but now, his pupils suddenly shrank, showing an extremely fearful expression. The word Grandmaster was like a mountain pressing down on him. He was sure to surpass Chen Fan, but he was not sure to deal with the young Grandmaster. Only Chen Fan had a calm face, facing the Grandmaster. His heart was very calm. Chen Fan and the others found a seat in the car and sat down, but their hearts could not calm down for a long time. These people are one of the best geniuses in Jinling, but compared with the entire Jiangnan prefecture, their group of people is like a group of hillbillies. If you find any person, your aura will be stronger than most of them. Especially Bai Choyue. At this moment, she was the most difficult to accept in her heart. She has been the proud daughter of heaven since she was a child, and she is the focus of attention wherever she goes. But here, she is the most ordinary genius, not dazzling. Compared with the young Grandmaster, she is more like a waste. Let the other party not even have the qualifications to face it. Can we really shine in the talent audition? Bai Choyue was extremely disappointed. Other geniuses are no better. What about the young Grandmaster? He hasn't participated in the selection yet. You are all dejected. It's really embarrassing. The wind was long and the sky snorted coldly. Although he was also shocked, he quickly came back to his senses. After all, he is a top extraordinary talent, and sooner or later he will become a Grandmaster. Chen Fan didn't say a word, leaned by the window and looked at the scenery. It seemed that he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Bai Choyue glanced up at Chen Fan, then moved her gaze to the young Grandmaster in front of her, and finally sighed. This time our Jinling is afraid that we will be at the bottom again. Only when they left Jinling did they know how they were sitting in a well and watching the sky. How many geniuses there are. They originally thought that this time their group could be at the top even if they couldn't come out on top, but now it seems that this is a delusion. Even she felt that Chen Fan would not be able to shine again this time, and he would probably become an ordinary genius. After traveling a certain distance, the high-speed rail stopped again, and another group of geniuses came up and found a place to sit down. There are even a few people in this group of geniuses, and the power of a few people's chi and blood actually surpasses that of Feng Changtian. There are already more than 400 people on the high-speed train, but that's not all. I don't know how long it has been traveling, and there are 1,000 geniuses on the high-speed rail. Although they are all in different carriages of the high-speed rail, they can also feel the powerful power of chi and blood. Some geniuses have strong enough chi and blood, like a big furnace, and can be easily perceived. Especially the Grandmaster level genius is even more awe-inspiring. After driving for another 2 hours, the high-speed rail slowly stopped, and the assessor leading the team began to let everyone get off the train in an organized manner. When the destination arrives, you all line up and get off the bus one by one. The geniuses stood up one after another and began to line up to get off. Bang bang bang. When everyone walked out of the high-speed train, they came to a huge square, which was an oval square with a large number of people around, who had arrived here in advance. They are all young geniuses, and several of them are particularly eye-catching because their aura is particularly powerful. One of them was a woman in a red dress, with a beautiful appearance and red true chi flowing on her body. There was also a young man with an indifferent face, who had a noble aura on his body, and countless people surrounded him to compliment him. What? These two people are Qingfeng Wangyue and Shen Yuanhui. But at this moment, a path suddenly gave way in the crowd, and a tall teenager walked out. This young man, with sharp eyes, gave people an extremely dangerous feeling, and seemed to be even more terrifying than other young grandmasters. Morong Xingchen, you came a little late. Shen Yuanhui spoke. Morong Xingchen, with an unruly look on his face, smiled and said, "What's the use of coming early? It's not all my foil." He was extremely confident in his words and didn't care about the feelings of other geniuses at all. But no one dared to stand up and say anything. This is the first genius of the Morong family. It is said that he has killed 3 grandmaster-level beasts, and he is really notorious. When Chen Fan looked at this person, he was also a little moved, because he felt that this Morong Xingchen was more dangerous than the grandmaster he had encountered at the beginning. The person in front of him is probably even more terrifying than everyone sees. You are still as loud out as ever. Qingfeng Wangyue wore a red dress, and her temperament was dusty, like a goddess who came out of the sky, attracting the attention of countless geniuses. Sister Mochizuki, if you say this again, I won't hold back when the assessment is conducted later. Moron Xingchen had white true qi flowing on his body. The breeze looked at the moon and smiled disdainfully. They are all grandmaster-level geniuses, and she doesn't feel that she will be weaker than anyone. Gulong soon joined the conversation. Although they were competitors, they also knew each other early. Several grandmaster geniuses have their own circles, and other geniuses also have their own circles, and they all gather together to discuss. On this huge square, dozens of planes are parked in front, with cameras everywhere and countless surveillance equipment. At this moment, a helicopter slowly took off, and the helicopter door opened, and a woman in military uniform stood on it. This woman also had a flow of true qi on her body, and she was obviously a grandmaster. The woman stood on the helicopter, jumped from above, jumped on the ground, and landed on a stone platform in the middle of the square. Everyone's eyes converged on the female grandmaster. Let me introduce myself. I am one of the assessors who presided over the selection this time, Jiang Meng. This selection will be cruel as before. Most of you will be eliminated. What we want is a real genius, without enough strength to qualify for the genius training camp. Now let me briefly talk about the rules. First, if you take these helicopters, you can leave the square and really enter the northern mountains. Your task is to hunt the beasts, and successfully stay in it for a day and a night. Second, killing the beast will get points. According to the strength of the beast, determine the number of points. Before entering, you will wear a smartwatch. After killing the beast, it will automatically record the points you get. You must get 1000 points to pass the level. Of course, you can also compete with each other, as long as you can come out in time. Hearing the first two rules, most geniuses were a little uneasy and began to be wary of their friends. In this talent audition, most people will be out, and they may not be betrayed by their friends, especially this one that can compete for points. This must be vigilant. Third, this is also the most important point. If you think the beast inside is too dangerous, quickly press the watch alarm on your hand, and we will send someone to pick you up. Don't think about holding on. This is a trial, not a pediatric. If you must hold on, even if you die in it, it is just a white death, which makes your family sad. After my words, someone will send you a watch later, and when you receive the watch, you must sign the contract. If there are no other problems, you can board the plane into the mountains now. If any of you are afraid, you can get up and leave now. The assessor Jiang Meng explained the rules and the content of this selection. The geniuses were silent for a moment, but none of them quit. They are all geniuses selected from various places, and naturally they have their own arrogance, and they will not stop going because of danger. In the northern region's mountains, they had heard of the bad reputation here for a long time, and it was said that countless warriors died in it every year, many of whom had grandmasters. If you want to survive successfully in it, I am afraid that you must not only have strong strength but also have a certain amount of luck. In case he was besieged by a level 4 beast, even an ordinary grandmaster would have to drink hatred on the spot. But if they were really afraid and heard the 4 words Northern Mountains, they would not come to participate in this selection. The truly strong will encounter countless dangers and thus grow up. A young man suddenly walked in front of Feng Changtian. This young man had clear eyebrows and looked thin, but his body contained terrible power of qi and blood. He could clearly feel that the person in front of him who suddenly walked by was probably only a little weaker than the 4 young grandmasters. This is Lu Tian. He is one of the top 10 geniuses, and it is said that he is only one line away from the grandmaster. Among the top 10 geniuses, except for the 4 young grandmasters, the others are also the top powerhouses of the 10 layers of martial arts, and they have all been born with thick true qi in their bodies, but they cannot be released, and they can even be called half-step grandmasters. Only they can be considered real geniuses, and they are destined to join the genius training camp. The surrounding teenagers began to discuss top 10 geniuses of Jiangnan Mansion. Chen Fan heard those people's conversations and became interested. Nowadays, people seem to like to rank geniuses, and they have not yet started the talent selection, so they have begun to rank first. However, Chen Fan was not afraid in his heart, but was looking forward to fighting them. The top 10 geniuses in Jiangnan Prefecture are the real geniuses, and ours are really ordinary. Bai Qiu Yu's side. Chen Fan did not fully agree. The top 10 geniuses are indeed real geniuses, but it doesn't mean that he is weaker than those geniuses. Soon, some staff members issued a watch to each genius and asked them to sign it. Everyone did it, full of anticipation. But there are also most geniuses who have bad intentions when they look at Chen Fan and the others, and they are ready to start eliminating these wastes in Jinling as soon as they enter the northern region's mountains. After signing, they boarded the helicopter one after another. With bursts of whistling, helicopters flew high into the sky, carrying many geniuses to the northern mountains. On each helicopter, there are a large number of geniuses, which are sent in batches. There were about 30 people on the plane where Chen Fan and the others were, but these people all showed cold eyes to Chen Fan and the others. Even, in front of Chen Fan and the others, they started talking. Which of these Jinling wastes is not pleasing to the eye? Let's eliminate them later. This woman is quite beautiful. It must be very interesting to break her face later. later. A group of waste, actually participating in the selection competition with us, really lowering our grade. Hearing these words, Bai Choyue glared fiercely at the genius who had just said about her with eyes that seemed to want to kill. It was a relatively ugly-looking teenager with 6 large moles, about 1.6 meters tall, short and fat, and he didn't seem to see anyone else as good. I didn't offend you, why are you targeting me? Bai Choyue asked. She didn't understand why these geniuses from other places would harbor too much malice towards them. It's not against you, it's against you group of trash. The people of Jinling should be eliminated. A young genius, dyed yellow hair, looked a bit like a delinquent, and his tone was like ice in the ice and snow. Feng Changtian frowned, and an extremely terrifying force of qi and blood emerged from his body, revealing a dangerous aura on his body. Chen Fan glanced at the genius who spoke and wrote him down in his heart. How dare a waste make a big fuss here? If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't do it here, he would have slapped him. But he didn't join the quarrel. This was completely unnecessary, and he would be the first to eliminate this waste that he didn't like later. You group of unambitious people, what is the ability to eliminate women? If you want to eliminate them, you have to eliminate the first place, the one with ordinary talent. A feminine-looking man stood up and looked at Chen Fan mockingly. Chen Fan didn't bother to pay attention to this person, but he also added this person to the elimination list in his heart. You like to target him so much, right? Let this person know what pain and despair are in a moment. Your watches are numbered. Come over first. A male assessor shouted in front. The short and fat boy walked forward and then was dropped by a helicopter, opened his parachute in midair, and successfully landed. One after another, at intervals, one person will be thrown down. Soon waited for the 7th place in Jinling, and Chen Fan didn't have much impression of this person. However, this person had an accident in the process of putting it down. The genius who had been put down, the short and fat number 1 Zhaobin, suddenly attacked when this person was about to land. His hands were like blades, slashing fiercely on the head of the 7th place, beating the man to the ground. Waste. On the other side, the short and chubby Zhaobin spat out a mouthful of phlegm, and his eyes were full of contempt. The height of the helicopter is very high, and ordinary people will definitely not be able to see the scene below, but the helicopter is a group of geniuses with excellent eyesight and can see everything below clearly. Ing Baichi and the others watched as their fingernails pierced their skin and red blood flowed out, and they didn't feel pain, only humiliation. Although the chubby genius was a sneak attack, a blow seriously injured their 7th place in Jinling and eliminated them directly, which was stronger than most of them. The people of Jinling know each other, so hurry up and go back. The selection competition is not something you can participate in. A teenager mocked. The remaining Jinling geniuses felt humiliated. But at this moment, Bai Choyue was about to be dropped. She took a parachute and jumped directly from here, and soon it looked like she was going to land. But when he was about to land, the chubby Zhaobin attacked again. It's just that Bai Choyue is on guard. Ice frozen. When she landed, a large amount of frost appeared on Bai Choyue's body, and it began to freeze towards the ground, briefly trapping Zhaobin's movements. Then when it landed, the ice condensed on the palm of his hand and slapped Zhaobin's head with his backhand. Because Zhaobin was too careless, before he had time to use martial arts, he was slapped on the temple with a palm, and the whole person was stunned, spit out a large mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground unconscious. Did ED. The watch automatically sounds, which is eliminated. Geniuses elsewhere were silent and even a little surprised. It seems that Jinling is not all waste, and there is another person who looks at it. Other geniuses don't care, even if there is one with similar talent to them. It's just that the person just now was too careless. As long as he gets serious, Bai Choyue will also be eliminated. The other geniuses in Jinling felt a bad breath, and Feng Changtian felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. Can I do it in a helicopter? Suddenly, the genius who looked feminine and was wearing pink clothes just now asked the assessing officer. The assessor glanced at him and said, theoretically, it is possible, but if the helicopter is destroyed, I will be the first to break your leg and eliminate you. The assessor is also a grandmaster, and the true chi flow on his body gives people an extremely dangerous feeling. The feminine man is called Huang Yu, and he doesn't plan to wait for Chen Fan and the others to go down before doing it. The first place in Jinling, do you dare to do it here and make a quick decision? Huang Yu asked with a provocative face. Chen Fan originally thought that he couldn't do anything to avoid problems with the helicopter, but now, the assessor said yes, just don't destroy the helicopter. It was very simple for him. What dare you do? In Chen Fan's eyes, the essence burst out, and a fierce evil aura instantly appeared on his handsome face. Snap! One of his palms slapped forward, without using any martial arts, simply relying on the power of strong chi and blood. The surrounding temperature began to rise sharply at this moment, and an extremely dangerous feeling surged in everyone's hearts. At this moment, all the geniuses changed color. Even the Grandmaster Assessor who had been calm stood up directly at this moment, staring at Chen Fan, with a little suspicion in his eyes. The 5 fingers clenched, Chen Fan's palm burst out at this moment, an indescribable force of chi and blood, and the fiery aura spread. His opponent Huang Yu wanted to mobilize the power of chi and blood in his body and use martial arts to resist, but he found that his meridians seemed to be blocked by something, and and were forcibly suppressed by a terrifying force. He watched Chen Fan's palm and slapped it on his face. Huang Yu roared unwillingly. He was a genius, so he would not be defeated so easily. The slap slapped Huang Yu's face fiercely, and even a few teeth were slapped out, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out of his mouth. But at this critical moment, his watch suddenly lit up, and a unique power erupted that protected his life. This is the protection mechanism of the trial, and this watch has the power to protect their personal safety at once. But this was not made clear to them, just because they were afraid that they would not encounter danger, so they would hunt beasts that were much stronger than themselves. Huang Yu knelt on the ground, his eyes lost focus, and finally fell to the ground, his breathing becoming weak. Chen Fan withdrew the strength on his palm and looked at the boy who fell to the ground on the ground. There was some doubt in his eyes. Is this person so weak? He didn't use all his strength at all. He only used half of his strength to beat the other party like this. Chen Fan originally thought that the other party would fight back and resist. Who knew that he was so weak? The most important thing is that this person still doesn't know whether to challenge himself or not, looking like he is invincible in the world. This is also considered a genius? Chen Fan asked Feng Changtian beside him. At this moment, Feng Changtian glanced at Chen Fan, and his heart was difficult to calm. Originally, he thought that he would surpass Chen Fan sooner or later, but he felt that his idea was simply wrong. Now Chen Fan actually gave him a grandmaster-like feeling. But when Chen Fan's breath converged, this feeling disappeared again, which made him feel even more incredible. How much control do you have over your own power? And the power of that slap just now has probably reached 500,000 combat power. And he hasn't used any martial arts amplification power yet. If you move the real character, wouldn't it be able to reach 1,000,000 combat powers? Millions of combat power can be called grandmasters. Of course, it is only close to the level of the grandmaster. After all, the basic value of the grandmaster is 1,000,000 combat power. Of course, this is without using any martial arts. The assessor sitting in the helicopter took a closer look at Chen Fan and said, "No need to do it anymore, he has been eliminated." Chen Fan nodded slightly, then looked at a yellow-haired boy and said, "Come here." He remembered this person just now, and also said that the people in Jiling were all waste and would target them the next morning. So now let him see who is the waste. The yellow-haired boy looked at Huang Yu's miserable appearance on the ground, and he quickly shook his head. "I don't accept your challenge." Chen Fan pricked up his ears and asked, "What? I didn't hear clearly?" The yellow-haired boy, seeing Chen Fan's appearance, trembled with fright and quickly looked at the assessment officer. "Assessing officer, he wants to do it. He should be eliminated." But the assessor ignored him. "Because the moment you get on the helicopter, the assessment has actually begun. Chen Fan, you can continue to do it, as long as you don't damage the helicopter." The assessment officer took the initiative to remind Chen Fan, because he thought this scene was very interesting. Anyway, there were 2,000 geniuses this time, and 1,000 had to be eliminated. It doesn't matter if these geniuses on the plane are eliminated, there will be the next wave anyway. "Thank you, assessor." Chen Fan continued to do it, and also slapped the yellow-haired boy in the face, but this time he deliberately stayed strong and whipped 3 times in a row. The yellow-haired teenager swollen like a pig's head, which also stimulated the protective mechanism, and did not die, but was seriously injured and did not lie in bed for months, which was not good. Who else just said that our people in Jiling are waste? Chen Fan looked up at the geniuses around him. Except for their people from Jiling, there were only 6 or 7 people left, and the rest went down first. "We give up the talent trial." The remaining geniuses rang their watches one after another, making a drip sound. They are not fools. If they don't take the initiative to be eliminated now, they will be beaten and delay their practice for several months. People must be self-aware. The person in front of him, the power of qi and blood is terrifying. I am afraid that he is close to the grandmaster. Such people are not opponents. I am afraid that only the top 10 geniuses can defeat them. They no longer believe in ordinary talent. This is an ordinary talent. Who believes it? There are also a large number of cameras on the helicopter, which are flashing red at the moment. A huge control room, where several figures are sitting. There were 4 people in total, 3 men and 1 woman, all wearing military uniforms, each with a majestic gaze. These people all looked like they were in their 30s, and only the woman was very well maintained, looking like young people in their 20s. At this moment, they were looking at the screen in front of them, which had thousands of pictures, but soon a picture attracted these people. This Chen Fan is a bit interesting, very interesting. The power is very strong, and the use of martial arts may really reach 1,000,000 combat power. But the potential is not good, otherwise, entering the talent training camp should be able to shine. It is destined to become a foil for the top 10 geniuses. These people, who are the highest commanders in this assessment, can all be called chief assessment officers, and the 4 of them, the power of qi and blood on their bodies far exceeds that of the grandmasters, obviously the 4 great grandmasters. They only noticed Chen Fan a few times, and then looked away, not paying too much attention, because in their opinion, more attention should be on the top 10 geniuses. As for Chen Fan, although his performance was good enough, he could not attract more attention from them. In the eyes of the great master, these are just small fights. The people in Jiling who were on the same plane with Chen Fan looked at Chen Fan at this moment as if if they were looking at a monster. Many of those geniuses were not weaker than them, and as a result, they were frightened and admitted defeat directly. Two of them were beaten so badly that they seemed to have been abused. What a powerful force this must have. Chen Fan, thank you for venting your anger on our Jiling. Thank you. Lu Shang and the others thanked Chen Fan one after another. It's just a small thing. Good luck. Chen Fan waved goodbye to them, because now it was his turn to land. Feng Chantian watched Chen Fan jump from the plane and open the parachute in midair. Not good. That's a group of beasts. His eyes glanced down, and his pupils contracted violently. Where Chen Fan landed, there were hundreds of terrifying beasts, which was almost a mortal situation. Then he looked at the male assessor again and found that the other party had a smile on his face, as if he had deliberately arranged it. Let me see what kind of strength you have, the male assessor muttered. Chen Fan felt the whistling breath in midair, and the cold wind blew on his face, but he didn't feel anything. The temperature here in the northern regions is lower than in other places because it is in the north and it snows heavily every year. Chen Fan had already sensed the many fierce beasts below, and these beasts exuded a blood-red light in their eyes, and the look they looked at him was like looking at a piece of food. Most of the other warriors who were the first to be thrown over saw this scene and sneered. I feel that Chen Fan is too unlucky, and it is hellish difficulty from the beginning. Most of the places they put are open space, and there is no danger, and falling into the group of beasts is almost a mortal situation, and there is no possibility of surviving at all. Even Lu Shang and the others who were on the helicopter thought so, thinking that Chen Fan was angry for them in Jinling just now, but now he was going to die in the mouth of a beast. He really didn't feel good in his heart. Hundreds of fierce beasts, even if they are grandmasters, they have to avoid the edge for a while, not to mention that Chen Fan is not a grandmaster, he just has the power to approach the grandmaster. When Chen Fan was still 30 meters from the ground, he tore off the parachute behind him and performed the solar breathing technique, breathing in a strange rhythm. The true chi in his body began to flow, the chi in blood began to burst, and he became extremely hot, and golden flames were burning on his arms. But these golden flames did not burn Chen Fan's clothes, and they were obviously controlled by him. Explosive fist. Chen Fan jumped from the sky like a meteorite falling, not relying on the cushion of the parachute at all. This terrifying impact, even those fierce beasts felt the danger, and directly gave up a large open space for Chen Fan to land. But they were greeted by a pair of fists harder than steel, and Chen Fan blasted forward with a punch when he was about to land. A large amount of fire shot into the sky, and a fist seal blew up a third-level fierce beast double-headed giant snake alive. Then he turned around, and with another punch, a huge white wolf, his teeth were broken, and his head exploded on the spot. These are all ferocious third-level beasts, but in Chen Fan's hands, they are like sheep. Chen Fan simply turned into a tiger, and his combat power was terrifying and terrifying. Blood splattered at the scene, and there were sunken pits on the ground, which happened in just a few tens of minutes. It was as if it had been ravaged by a powerful beast. But the corpses of the beasts that fell to the ground were not complete, and among the many corpses, Chen Fan was standing there, looking at the 3,000 points on his watch. Normally, these points mean that he has passed the test of the talent trial. He also held 3 crystal beast crystals in his hand, although there were quite a lot of these beasts, but there were very few beasts that gave birth to beast crystals. However, Chen Fan was also very satisfied. With these fierce beast crystals, he could improve his strength again. Boom! He wiped the blood on his body, found a river nearby, washed his face. The water was very cold, but for Chen Fan, it was acceptable. Then, Chen Fan sat on the ground and began to refine the beast crystal. The level of these fierce beast crystals was higher than the level of those fierce beasts he had killed at the beginning, so the improvement it brought to Chen Fan was also high. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan refined all these fierce beast crystals, and he could feel the terrifying power in his body. And his realm has also reached the peak of the 8th level of martial arts, and the power of chi and blood in his body has become thicker. The true chi in the body increased by a quarter. My current combat power is probably 1.5 million. After so many tests of combat power, Chen Fan can now estimate how much he has improved. After improving his combat power, Chen Fan was able to release even more terrifying coercion. It's time to continue hunting beasts. Chen Fan stood next to the river and looked not far away, and could feel the breath of a fierce beast there. He stepped on the ground, and the ground suddenly exploded, and his figure flew out like a cannonball, crossed the sky, and disappeared in place. After a while, 2 powerful beasts fell to the ground, and the blood quickly stained the ground red. Both were third-level beasts. These were 2 boar-like beasts, and they still had human arms in their mouths. Obviously other assessors, those people were eliminated, although they did not die, and they were probably useless if they broke an arm. Chen Fan didn't feel anything about this, since he had thought about participating in the talent selection camp. If his strength was not enough, he was destined to pay a certain price. In a wide open space in the northern region's mountains, there were 7 figures here, the leader of which was a young man in gray. This gray-clad boy has a melon seed face and fair skin, but his eyes give people a vicious feeling. Brother too, it's not good. Suddenly a teenager outside hurriedly ran in. What are you panicking about? Morong too, the young man in gray, glanced at this person, and his expression was calm. Eliminated. The young man who ran in was out of breath and couldn't speak clearly. Isn't it normal for the group of waste in Jinling to be eliminated? Morong Tu looked like he knew it well. No, it was Zhao Bin and Huang Yu who were eliminated from the competition, and those geniuses in Jinling successfully landed. Hearing this, Morong Tu's eyes burst out with a cold light. This group of waste can't even do such a small thing well. Morong Tu shook his head, feeling that it was really ridiculous. The followers around him also laughed. Brother Tu, why don't you let me go? I'll get rid of those wastes in Jinling. A burly young genius who looked very mature said. He wanted to behave well in front of Morong Tu. On the other side, don't do it. Help me find out where the group of waste in Jinling is. I want to do it myself. Let them feel what fear is. Morong Tu licked his lips and said in a cold tone. Seeing Morong Tu's appearance, his followers shuddered. They know that this is going to be serious. Although Morong Tu is not ranked among the top 10 geniuses, he is also a veritable genius, and the gap between him and the top 10 geniuses is very small. He is in 12th place in the ranking of geniuses. He has awakened to an extraordinary level of ice talent. He can use ice to condense weapons against enemies, and can also use chill to freeze the opponent's actions. These of his followers took action, soon found out the whereabouts of one of them, that is, Yu Bai, and came back to report to Morong Tu. Morong Tu left this place after getting the news. On a hill, there was a lot of white gas on the ground, and there were a lot of ice cubes, and there were potholes in some places. Only 100 points. Bai Choyue, after killing a fierce beast with difficulty, sat on the ground, looked at the points displayed on her watch, and felt that it was too difficult. An ordinary level 3 beast only adds 30 points, and a powerful one adds 50 points. And she wants to kill such a fierce beast, which consumes an amazing amount of physical strength, and it is too difficult to make up 1,000 points if this continues. Tread. Bai Choyue heard a voice nearby, turned her head to look, and saw a boy in gray. The boy in gray quickly stood in front of her, glanced at Bai Choyue's beautiful face, and said, I'll give you a chance to make a move. Bai Choyue knew that this person had bad intentions towards her, and she didn't ask who the other party was. Instead, he used martial arts, and the ground condensed into ice and spread forward. The amazing power of chi and blood in Morong Tu's body burst out, shotting the ice on the ground. Then a large amount of ice on his hand condensed into a blade, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. After a while, Bai Choyue fell to the ground, and the watch in her hand made a drip sound, which meant that she had been eliminated. Bai Choyue had never been so desperate. As a genius, she was defeated by her opponent with a single blow, and she had no power to fight back. Chen Fan, you must join the genius training camp. Bai Choyue slowly closed her eyes. Soon a helicopter landed and took her away. Bai Choyue was out of the game and returned to the square, casting countless eyes around her, some of which were with regret and some with sneering. In fact, Bai Choyue's strength is not too bad. If it weren't for being deliberately targeted by Morong Tu, she wouldn't have been eliminated so quickly. The people of Jinling are really waste materials, and they were eliminated so quickly. Isn't Jinling in Jiangnan Prefecture notoriously bad? This result is also deserved. There are some geniuses who were eliminated in advance, and they forgot that they were eliminated before Bai Choyue. Of course, they did this because they hated Chen Fan for eliminating them. Bai Choyue lowered her head, and at this moment, her pretty face felt particularly humiliated with a flush of redness. Bai Choyue, it's okay. There was a sound of footsteps, and Bai Choyue first saw black stockings, and then looked up to see a beautiful face. This is Zhang Lin, the assessor of their warrior assessment, and she also came to watch the genius selection at this moment. However, he came here just to be a spectator. Of course, he was also blessed by the city lord, and he came with the Dragon City Lord, otherwise he would not have the qualifications to watch. You have worked very hard. Your opponent is too strong. He is a child of the Morong family. Morong Tu, the tall Dragon City Lord sighed. He has had a list of these geniuses, and Morong Tu's true strength should be able to compete with the top 10, and among these geniuses, he belongs to the most top-notch. It's strange that Bai Choyue can resist. The achievements of this kind of person are unimaginable, and they are destined to become top grandmasters. Bai Choyue can only be regarded as below average among these thousands of geniuses, so it is expected that she will be eliminated. Morong family. Bai Choyue was originally very disappointed, but when she heard these 4 words, she felt that it was natural for her to lose. Although there is also a big family behind her, which can be regarded as a nobleman, compared with the Morong family, it is not a concept at all. Her aristocracy is equivalent to the nobility in the countryside, and the Morong family is the aristocracy in the big city. The Morong family is famous, and in the area of Jiangnan Prefecture, basically no one dares to disobey what they say, but almost everyone who dares to do so has been eliminated by them. No wonder she had no power to fight back when she faced this person just now, and she was completely crushed. You must know that the Morong family's cultivation resources are much more than that of her, an ordinary nobleman. Even though they were all talented at the same level, the children of the Morong family were definitely several times faster than his cultivation speed. Why are the people of the Morong family targeting me? Bai Choyue was full of doubts at the moment. She found that the other parties seemed to be deliberately targeting her, but but it was completely unnecessary. A big family like the Morong family, aren't their opponents other families? Is it the same as the group of geniuses who targeted them in front of them because Chen Fan won the first place in the Jinling assessment? Bai Qiuyue thought this idea was a bit ridiculous. It shouldn't be like this. Soon, Zhang Lin solved her doubts. Unfortunately, according to the information I got, Morong 2 deliberately targeted the people of Jinling. He sent someone to find you and forcefully eliminated you. It was he who thought that the people of Jinling were not worthy of joining the genius training camp with him. As soon as Bai Qiuyue heard this, the whole person was stunned on the spot, thinking that this Morong 2 was really sick. Although he is a genius, there must be a mental problem. He should also eliminate other people from Jinling next, and none of them can leave. Zhang Lin sighed and looked at the LCD screen in front of her. It's also blamed for my weakness. If I was a little stronger, even if it wasn't his opponent, I could escape. Bai Qiuyue clenched her palms, her eyes full of unwillingness. She came with a dream, but was shattered by her opponent. Although Morong 2 is a genius, he has a small belly and acts more crazy, and Chen Fan and the others are afraid that they will also suffer next. At this moment, the Dragon City Lord was also very unwilling. He wanted some people in Jinling to enter the genius training camp to shine, but the result might be lost halfway. If you don't pass the talent audition, you won't be eligible to enter the training camp. As a grandmaster, the Dragon City Lord should have been very conspicuous, but here, in addition to the students, there were a large number of grandmasters who were city lords from other cities, and they were also watching the battle from the side. The people of Jinling are really unlucky. They offended the Morong family. It seems that no one can pass the genius trial. That Feng Chantian is not bad. I haven't seen him use all his strength yet. The city lords of other cities talked about it without scruples, and they were all optimistic about Feng Chantian. Because Feng Chantian is a top extraordinary wind talent, such a person has great potential in their opinion. Although the cultivation speed is still slow now, the height of growth is destined to surpass those of them city lords. I would like to hear the details, but it's a pity that Feng Chantian is from Jinling, and now once he is eliminated, he will delay a lot of cultivation time and waste this amazing talent in vain. Hearing this, Zhang Lin felt uncomfortable in her heart. Although she always hoped that Chen Fan would not be the first, and hoped that the first place could be given to Feng Chantian, all this was for the good of Jinling. But now hearing others say this, she feels very uncomfortable. These people now fully believe that the people of Jinling are destined to be eliminated, and no one can stay. If this is really the case, wouldn't Jinling become the biggest joke in Jiangnan Prefecture? Hey! Zhang Lin sighed heavily. If you could have given up the first place to Feng Chantian, maybe none of this would have happened, and you wouldn't have been eliminated in the first round. In the end, she still felt that it was all because Chen Fan had harmed everything, and an ordinary talent had to be strong, and I was afraid that it wouldn't take long to be eliminated. Bai Qiuyue did not answer this question, but was thinking, thank you. But she didn't blame anyone, she just felt that it would be nice if her strength was a little stronger. If you are strong enough, you will not be eliminated so easily. As a genius, she doesn't blame others for her faults, but likes to find her own reasons. The Dragon City Lord stared at the LCD screen without saying a word, trying to find Chen Fan's traces. But now Chen Fan seems to be in a corner where the camera can't shoot, so he can't see it for the time being. Next to a lake, willows are reflected. On the shore, under the willows, there was a young man. This young man, holding several fierce beast crystals in his hand, was refining them. I don't know how long it took. The boy suddenly opened his eyes, and an amazing aura broke out, rolling up a gust of wind, and the water on the lake was sparkling. He looked at the skin on his body, which was white and flawless, but faintly golden. The chi and blood on his body were like the roar of an angry dragon, and at this moment, he was even more terrifying than ordinary level 4 beasts. The martial artist is ninefold. The young man was Chen Fan, and he looked at the points in his hand, and it had reached more than 10,000. Just now, he hunted a Grandmaster level 4th level fierce beast, and after refining some of the fierce beast crystals he had accumulated before, he finally broke through the realm again. Meanwhile, Chen Fan could feel that his combat power had increased a lot, and he was afraid that he would reach 2 million combat power. Not far from Chen Fan, a figure came riding the waves. This person was wearing gray clothes, stepping on the lake, and the lake's surface was frozen by ice. The huge lake, under the exercises performed by the boy in gray, froze a long road. At this moment, the boy in gray was like a god who controlled the ice, and his control of the power of the ice was fascinating, far above Bai Qiuyue. Chen Fan stared at this gray-clad boy, and he could sense the power of chi and blood on this person. I am afraid that he was only below the Grandmaster, and he was stronger than Feng Chantian. Are you one of the top 10 geniuses? Chen Fan asked calmly. The boy in gray stopped when he was still 3 meters away from Chen Fan, but a cold air came towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan was unmoved, and the power of chi and blood on his body easily offset this power. Do you think you deserve to let the top 10 geniuses make a move? The boy in gray asked rhetorically, his tone full of sarcasm. Chen Fan smiled and said, they should be able to get me serious, and it's impossible for me to go all out. Chen Fan's strength has improved a lot, so he is now very confident and not afraid of any enemy. Even the most powerful genius in Jiangnan Prefecture can only be his defeat. defeated general. As a genius, you have to have such self-confidence, otherwise how can you step into a higher realm? You're quite interesting, but it's a pity that you're a waste talent, otherwise we might really be friends. On the other side, let me introduce myself. I am Murong II from the Murong family, and I am here today to defeat you and eliminate you. Of course, if you can't resist my attack and die at my hands, then you deserve it. You are such a useless ordinary talent. Participating in the genius audition is an insult to the genius audition in itself. A waste like you shouldn't stay here. Murong II looked superior, his eyes were higher than the top, and he seemed to say a few words to Chen Fan, which was his gift to Chen Fan. Who told you that I am an ordinary talent? Chen Fan asked. Murong II glanced at Chen Fan, sneered repeatedly, and said, in addition to the fame of genius, it is the name of waste, and it is notorious. Don't you even have this bit of self-knowledge? I heard that you came from an ordinary family. It shouldn't be easy for your family to train you to become a warrior. Why do you want to come to the genius selection competition to be embarrassed? Chen Fan saw this person's appearance like a clown, and knew that this person might be a little sick, so he didn't bother to tell him more. If you want to make a move, but you only have one chance. Chen Fan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The other party wants his life, so how could he show mercy? Even if you don't kill him, give him a lesson that will never be forgotten. The tone is very arrogant, then you go to death. Countless ice surged around Murong II, and these ice condensed into ice spikes in the sky, locking on Chen Fan one after another, exuding a dangerous aura. Countless ice spikes flew towards Chen Fan, making Chen Fan unavoidable. Around, some geniuses who followed Muto stood not far away and watched this scene, shaking their heads, feeling that Chen Fan was going to be unlucky. Murong II was obviously serious, and he was not sure that he would be able to resist such an attack. And Murong II is a madman. He doesn't care about killing, and even accidentally killed someone when he was very young. Of course, the miss was just a statement to the outside, but because that servant was not pleasing to Murong II's eyes, he stabbed his heart with a small knife and killed him. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be arrested and imprisoned, but in the Murong family, if a servant died, he would only compensate some money to the servant's parents, and then end the matter easily. Now they think that it is very possible for Murong II to kill Chen Fan. Of course, they are not as crazy as Murong II. After all, there are a large number of cameras here. Although the cameras move in the sky, they may not be able to capture here. But in case you are filmed intentionally killing, it will always have a bad impact on yourself. And they don't have such a cruel heart. They are not madmen like Murong II. They have no scruples. Do you have this ability? Chen Fan stood on the spot and burst out with terrifying chi and blood power, accompanied by gusts of howling wind, rolling and roaring. Chen Fan's body even lit up with golden light. At this moment, he gave people a feeling that he couldn't look directly at, like the only true god in heaven and earth. Before all the ice spikes approached, Chen Fan was shattered by the powerful power of chi and blood, melted in midair, and turned into water droplets that fell to the ground. Chi, blood, golden body. Stepping. Murong II was shocked when he saw the scene, and a hint of fear appeared in his indifferent eyes. The chi and blood are golden, and the blood is as thick as the scorching sun, which is a power that only top grandmasters can master. And not all top grandmasters can be condensed, and some even have to reach the great grandmaster to condense. But Chen Fan is condensed now. How is this possible? Even the 4 genius grandmasters could not have come to such a point. All of this is fake. Maybe it's an attack like spiritual illusion. Murong II tried hard to suppress his fear, raised his right hand, and a large amount of ice condensed, turning into a huge ice palm, and slapped towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan still had no idea of dodging, clenched his fists, and blasted out with a punch, without using any martial arts. The simple power of chi and blood had suppressed everything. The ice giant palm shattered, turning into countless ice blocks and falling to the ground. However, in Chen Fan's sight, Murong II had disappeared. Rushing in front of Chen Fan, he had condensed into an ice sword, pressed against Chen Fan's throat, and was about to stab hard. I don't know if it's alive or dead. The golden light on Chen Fan's body dissipated, and a golden flame burned, and on his left arm, there was an unparalleled power of chi and blood. Explosive fist. The ice sword shattered. Murong II was knocked out 10 meters away, and hit the ice fiercely, disheveled, looking extremely embarrassed. On top of his gray clothes, more than half of them were burned by the golden flames, revealing a large amount of dark skin and becoming ragged. How could he be so powerful? This untouchable. Murong II's expression was hideous. His heart was full of unwillingness, and he was even more full of anger. He believes that the people of their Murong family are the royal family, and those ordinary people are a group of people who serve them, including those warriors of ordinary families. Anyone who dares to disobey their Murong family deserves to die, just like the servant who deserved to die in the first place, who dared to disobey his orders, then he deserves to die. And he won't lose. He is cultivating the Murong family's B-level martial arts, and it is impossible to be beaten like this so easily. He must have cheated, and he was carrying a forbidden weapon. Boom! The so-called forbidden weapon is a weapon refined by a strong person, which contains powerful power and can be used by any warrior, but the forbidden weapon can generally only be used once and will be completely scrapped. He also had one in his hand, which he originally planned to use in the final stage of the talent audition, but now, now, he couldn't accept the fact that he had failed. Untouchables, you give me death. He pulled out a short blade from his arms, and the short blade emitted an ice-blue cold light, and when the power of his chi and blood was infused into it, the short blade suddenly burst into blue light, and a cold air that made people come to the ice and snow swept wildly, and the entire lake surface was instantly frozen by ice. The willows on the shore were also frozen into ice in silence. The blue sword light, with an unrivaled aura, rushed towards Chen Fan, and everything froze. The geniuses who were watching the battle were so frightened that they took dozens of steps back to avoid approaching the area. The power of the forbidden weapon is not a joke. It contains the power of the Grandmaster, and it is not something that these martial artists can resist at all. Young Master Morong even used the forbidden weapon. This Chen Fan is dead, and the body will not be left. Count him unlucky, and those who offend Master Morong too will not end well. The blue sword light carries a strong wind sound, and there is a chill that can freeze everything. This was almost a mortal blow, and no one below the Grandmaster could resist it. Even in the early stages of the Grandmaster, if you want to resist, you may have to get hurt. Chen Fan had to be a little serious. I saw him step on the ground, and the ground suddenly exploded, with countless cracks, and flint flew everywhere, with a huge momentum. Immediately afterwards, his body re-emitted golden light, and the terrifying power of chi and blood was emitted without any scruples. Boom! These chi and blood powers began to boil, and Chen Fan felt incomparably strong at this moment. Chi, blood, and golden body. This terrifying power made his body's defense reach an astonishing level. But Chen Fan did not intend to use martial arts to resist in the face of the blow of the forbidden weapon, but wanted to try the power of chi and blood. Chen Fan crossed his hands in front of his chest, abruptly resisting the blue knife light. He could feel a strong tingling sensation coming from his arm, and even an extra white mark. But this blue knife light could not really hurt him. Boom! This violent power lasted for about half a minute before automatically dissipating into the air. You monster! Morong too had witnessed all this with his own eyes recently, and he finally knew that this was not fake, nor was it a spiritual martial art, but Chen Fan was a monster. No wonder he was able to overwhelm the heroes and win the first place in the Jinling martial arts assessment. This monster definitely hides its talent. At such an age, it has condensed a golden body of chi and blood, more powerful than Morong Xingchen and the others. I have to run away quickly. Morong too is not a fool, although he looks down on Chen Fan's origin and thinks that he is of noble origin, but if he does not leave under such circumstances, Chen Fan will never let him go. After all, he scolded Chen Fan for being a pariah just now. Presumably no matter how good-tempered he was, he would not show mercy to his men. I have to tell Morong Xingchen and the others of this news. We must be careful of this monster. Morong too turned around and fled, in stark contrast to the calmness he had come. He ran away several times faster than when he came, and the direction he fled was the direction of his followers. Those followers were also some geniuses. Just now the cold wind was raging, and a large amount of wind and snow buried everything. They didn't really see it. They didn't know what was going on. I only saw Morong too begin to frantically flee towards them, and there seemed to be a look of fear on his face, and they were a little puzzled. Morong too, stay. A whistling sound came out. Chen Fan stepped the ground, and the whole person rose from the ground like a cannonball and rushed into the sky. Roar! A long whistling sound came out of the sky. These geniuses all looked up and saw a golden figure, and the power of chi and blood emanating from the other party was even more terrifying than some level 4 beasts. A coercion has spread. Everyone knelt on the ground uncontrollably, and they didn't even have the strength to lift their fingers. Chen Fan jumped more than 30 meters to get here, and his speed began to decrease, and gravity caused it to descend, landing on the ice on the lake. A large amount of ice shattered, and countless ice blocks flew out violently, with an amazing momentum. Chen Fan looked up and looked at Morong too. At this moment, this genius no longer had the arrogance he had just now, only his face was full of fear, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. Those geniuses who followed Morong too, looking at Chen Fan's face, finally knew why Morong too wanted to escape. I didn't die after being hit by the forbidden weapon, which was outrageous. What made them even more difficult to accept was the coercion of chi and blood emanating from Chen Fan's body, giving people a feeling of invincibility. It was even more terrifying than facing the 4 young grandmasters. You just called me a pariah, right? Honorable young master Morong too? Chen Fan's tone was calm, but he could feel the anger in his heart. A chill appeared in everyone's hearts, and they shivered. This chill is not a change in temperature, but the fear in their hearts has reached its peak. Especially Morong too. At this moment, he wanted to slap himself twice. But you can't even break my body. Are you a little too weak? Chen Fan asked, and did not kill the killer immediately. But this was the most difficult time for Morong too. He even broke out in a cold sweat on his head, and his palms were unconsciously clenched together, but he couldn't help but tremble. The person in front of him is really likely to kill him. He could feel Chen Fan's murderous aura on Chen Fan, because he was very sensitive to this feeling. Chen Fan. Morong too had a flash of inspiration, and suddenly shouted, although you are powerful, you can't hurt me, you can't eliminate me, you have to give me all the points. Boom! Otherwise, even if you can win the first place in the talent audition, you will regret it. When Chen Fan heard his words, rules. He immediately laughed and said, "Tell me what you can make me regret? You have parents, you have family. If you don't listen to me, I will send someone to secretly solve your parents." Morong too was full of confidence, thinking that Chen Fan would definitely listen to him obediently. Bang! If it really doesn't work, he will quickly press his watch, and the big deal will be eliminated first. But he will take revenge on Chen Fan fiercely and his family. Can't you deal with Chen Fan? Can't you deal with those ordinary people? Others have scruples, he has no scruples. Chen Fan is powerful here, but does he dare to enter the Morong family? Any great master of the Morong family can easily suppress Chen Fan, so he dared to say these words. Click! DD! Morong too suddenly heard a crisp sound, as if something was shattering, only to see his watch form a light shield that wrapped him in it, but the light mask was already shattering at this moment. He saw a golden fist with a large amount of flames burning above it. The fist was like a sun burning, releasing an amazing aura. No, doesn't it mean that there is a protection mechanism, and there will be no danger? Morong too's face changed greatly in fright at this moment, and the fear of death enveloped his heart. He kept pressing his watch, trying to increase the power of the shield, but unfortunately, he was facing Chen Fan. The protective shield formed by the watch completely exploded, and Morong too's head was directly engulfed by the fire on his fist, and melted in an instant, falling on the ice on the lake. Chen Fan exhaled lightly. This was the first time he had killed someone, but he didn't feel much. The person in front of him dared to threaten him and even touch his parents. Disaster does not affect the family, understand? Since he dared to violate this rule, he didn't care about anything. Young Master Morong too is dead. The sky is falling. These geniuses, the fear in their hearts spread at this moment, and the eyes that looked at Chen Fan were full of awe and fear. They were afraid, and Chen Fan accidentally killed them. But obviously Chen Fan didn't have this thought, he just glanced at them coldly. Those geniuses pressed the watch in their hands without hesitation. DDD. This means that they are all eliminated. All the points belonged to Chen Fan. Chen Fan turned around and left, and did not continue to kill again. Morong too offended him, but the people watching the battle were innocent, and he did not feel the murderous intent from these people. Obviously they were all Morong too's followers. Chen Fan is not a murderous maniac, he killed Morong too because the other party wanted to endanger his family. A conference room. The four great masters stood up directly from their chairs, and all four of them showed gaff expressions on their faces. And on the screen in front of them, Chen Fan's figure was revealed. Obviously they had just witnessed everything. Who put this freak in? Chi, blood, and golden body, what a freak. Whoever tells me again that he is an ordinary talent, I will let him and Chen Fan do it. Even the Grandmaster level protective shield can be smashed with one punch, and the combat power is probably more than 2 million. I don't know if the forbidden weapon was used. These four great masters found it difficult to calm down at the moment, and their hearts fluctuated. They could only see the power of Chen Fan's punch through the screen, which directly killed Morong too, but they couldn't perceive what kind of power it was. But they really saw the chi and blood golden body. Chen Fan was definitely not an ordinary talent, it was definitely a mistake. This is probably a top extraordinary talent, even a saint-level talent. Hey, it's just that he is still too impulsive, and the Morong family probably won't let him go. A great grandmaster sighed. The Morong family is an ancient family, deeply rooted, and there are many strong people. Morong too is a direct descendant. Such a person dies, the Morong family will never give up. I am afraid that they will send a great grandmaster to kill Chen Fan and maintain their prestige. One of the male grandmasters snorted coldly and said, even if it's the Morong family, can he still go against the sky? This genius selection competition signed an agreement, even if you die, you can't retaliate. Does the Morong family still want to provoke the majesty of Jiangnan Prefecture? The Grandmaster and Chief Assessor had a righteous face and felt that Chen Fan was not at fault at all, because he was also an ordinary person before, but fortunately awakened and had a powerful talent. But his cultivation resources were too small, and compared with those nobles of the aristocracy, his cultivation speed was much slower. He was also bullied by these nobles, but at that time he could only endure it. Even after becoming a Grandmaster, he still had no way to deal with these nobles. Every noble family has a large number of strong people, including many great Grandmasters. If one of them was easily retaliated, those nobles would hunt him down at all costs. Even if he joins Jiangnan Prefecture now, it is the same. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion, in order to calm the anger of those nobles, will most likely hand him over. Because the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion is also a nobleman of the family, they have common interests. But those nobles also had to abide by the rules of Jiangnan Prefecture. Morong too, arrogant and domineering, invincible, once killed innocent people, but because his family was powerful, although he was a genius, I didn't like him long ago. This great master was called Long Hai, and when he mentioned the Morong family, there was a hint of hatred in his eyes. The person who bullied him at the beginning was a member of the Morong family, and that person is now much stronger than he is now, and it is said that he is cultivated into a top grandmaster and is already spying on the threshold of the town general. So seeing Morong too killed, the great grandmaster Long Hai also felt a sigh of relief in his heart. The people of the Morong family are used to being arrogant and domineering, and this time they finally kicked the iron plate, and a court child died, which is deserved. Meanwhile, at the same time, he was also shocked by Chen Fan's amazing talent. He knew how much effort it took for ordinary talents to reach Chen Fan's height. Most of the cultivation resources are controlled by the nobles, so they can produce a lot of strong people, and the cultivation speed is several times, or even dozens of times that of ordinary cultivators. Chen Fan, as an ordinary person, can cultivate so fast. I am afraid he also has his own opportunities. As for Chen Fan, he is an ordinary talent, and he only believes it when he says this. Maybe those geniuses who don't know about it may believe it, but these great masters know that Chen Fan's talent is definitely far beyond everyone's imagination. Otherwise, how could it be possible to cultivate a golden body of qi and blood at such an age? If you want to cultivate the qi and blood golden body, your own combat power must reach at least 1.8 million, which is an amazing concept. Generally speaking, some ordinary grandmasters, with 1.8 million combat power, are already in the late stage of grandmasters. Of course, for some geniuses, 1.8 million combat power is also in the middle of the grandmaster. But many warriors, they have not reached this level, and they all think that more than 1 million combat power is a great master. But in fact, even the weakest grandmaster will have a basic combat power of 2 million. Not to mention some powerful grandmasters, some geniuses, can even reach 3 million combat power when breaking through the great grandmaster, or even higher. However, almost all of those powerful grandmasters were born from those true nobles. That's why the real top powerhouses are generally aristocrats, and there are very few people from poor families, and they have almost no right to speak. Although the 10 great palaces are open to the world, most of them are also aristocrats, and they are the real rulers of this world. The other grandmasters were silent when they heard Long Hai's words, although they said there was an agreement, but no one could guess what small actions a nobleman like the Morone family was secretly doing. They may not have to take action themselves, as long as they throw out some cultivation resources, they can make some strong people flock to help them. So Chen Fan is safe on the surface, but secretly, he says not necessarily. By the way, do you think it's possible this Chen Fan awakened to the elite talent of amplifying power? One of the great masters spoke. His name was Xian Yuan Kong. Unlike Long Hai, he is a nobleman and prefers to think from the perspective of a nobleman. In his opinion, Chen Fan should be killed by the people of the Morone family. There is also this possibility, but if you can cultivate the golden body of qi and blood, I am afraid it will be difficult for anyone among the grandmasters to break his defense. The female grandmaster said, "That's not necessarily." Xian Yuan Kong smiled mysteriously. It was late at night, and a full moon hung high in the sky, casting bright moonlight and illuminating the face of a handsome boy. The young man was slender, his skin was like jade, and his eyes exuded a sharp light. He wears a watch in his hand with a score of 14,000. The young man is Chen Fan. With his current points, as long as he waits for tonight to pass, he will definitely be able to successfully pass the selection assessment. But Chen Fan was not ready to rest. This was an upgrade treasure land. So many beasts, he would definitely be able to get more beast crystals. Chen Fan stepped on the ground and exploded on the spot, and there was a violent whistling sound around him. He jumped into the air, looked at the ground, and soon found traces of the beast. A minute later, dozens of fierce beasts fell to the ground. Chen Fan shook his head in disappointment. These third-level beasts did not have a single beast crystal. Chen Fan continued to hunt the beast, and tonight was destined to be a tragedy of the beast. On the square, a group of assessors were full of shock at the moment. These assessment officers were a group of grandmasters, a full 8 people, all holding a tablet in their hands, and they could see the picture coming from the camera for the first time. As for the group of people in the square outside, the pictures they saw on the screen were several steps away from them at night because they recorded and sent them out. They are the ones who can see the simultaneous live broadcast, and the picture sent out is just a screen recording. At this moment, the 8 assessors were in an unimaginable mood, although they were all grandmasters, but now their faces were shocked. Especially the male grandmaster who took Chen Fan into the examination room. His face turned pale with fright at this moment. Chen Fan was able to slaughter a large number of fierce beasts. He felt that it was powerful enough, but he could even resist the forbidden weapon, and he dared to kill the genius of the Morone family, which was simply lawless and ruthless. Do it! How to get rid of this kind of demon in this year's genius audition? The male assessor sighed. Wait! The other grandmaster assessors all looked solemn, knowing that this matter was too serious, although it had not been sent out yet. But once this picture is really spread, I am afraid it will cause a great sensation. In the mountains of the northern regions, Morong Xingchen, there was a huge wolf-headed beast lying at his feet. This beast exuded an amazing aura, which was the coercion of the grandmaster level. In other words, this is a grandmaster level 4th level beast. I'm so lucky to be able to find a level 4 beast. Morong Xingchen still had the blood stains of the beast on his body, and his body exuded a domineering coercion. Okay, he ranked first among the top 10 geniuses, a genius audition, a real top powerhouse. Master Xingchen, we just got the news that Master 2 went to hunt down a man named Chen Fan. A teenager came over and reported the news. He is a follower of Morong Xingchen. Tell me about this little thing? Morong Xingchen glanced at him. In his eyes, Chen Fan is just a small person, and he can't remember remember such a character. At the same time, the other 9 geniuses also received reports from their followers. It's interesting, it seems that this person named Chen Fan is unlucky. Xian Yuanhui didn't care about this matter, he just thought it was interesting. Morong too is really a madman, just like that Morong Xingqian. Xingfeng looked at the moon and smiled, not taking it seriously. When Gulong learned the news, he didn't even open his eyes, he had already collected enough points, just waiting for the end of tonight. Morong Jun, along with several other top 10 geniuses, also laughed when they heard the news that Morong too was chasing Chen Fan, and didn't care at all, because the result was already doomed. Time flies. At this moment, the sky was already bright, and the sun's brilliance rose from the east and began to spread rapidly to light up everything. The assessment time for the first level has arrived, and all the geniuses will come out one after another. Zhang Lin stayed on the square, thinking in her heart that Chen Fan was destined to be eliminated, and she would definitely regret it later, and she would definitely regret it after a while, and she robbed Feng Changtian's first warrior, which led to this result. Morong too, a member of the Morong family. These powerful children of the family are not at all something that ordinary people can shake. The helicopter roared in the sky, making the sound of a violent fan turning, began to enter the northern mountains and picked everyone up. The first to get off the helicopter was Morong Xingqian. The aura on his body was unfathomable, and the power of qi and blood was like a furnace, extremely conspicuous. As he stepped out of the helicopter, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. They also saw the number on Morong Xingqian's watch clearly, a full 12,000 points, more than 10 times more than the required qualification. At this moment, Morong Xingqian became the focus of the audience, and everyone was amazed. That's the Morong star of the Morong family. Sure enough, he is a child of a big family. The young grandmaster is really extraordinary. Everyone was praising and full of envy and awe for Morong Xingqian, the first of the top 10 geniuses in Jiangnan Prefecture, worthy of its name. Zhang Lin looked at Morong Xingqian and said, how good it would be if we could produce such a genius in Jinling. The Dragon City Lord shook his head, feeling that what Zhang Lin said was really a fantasy. By Qiuyue, Chen Fan's figure suddenly appeared in her mind, and then she shook her head, thinking that this idea was too ridiculous. She knew that Chen Fan was powerful, but she couldn't compare with people like Morong Xingqian. Subsequently, other geniuses came out, and the other 3 young grandmasters were also eye-catching. The most eye-catching thing is Qingfeng looking at the moon. Her appearance is beautiful, giving people a proud swan-like feeling. The true qi on her body flows freely, and the breath is terrifying. Often beauties can get more attention because they look very eye-catching. Then other geniuses also came out, Zheng Tian, Morong Jun and other geniuses. They were all among the top 10 geniuses, and they also received a lot of attention. At this moment, the 4 young grandmasters were standing together chatting, and the others were not even qualified to join, and automatically stepped aside from a vacant lot. Even the remaining 6 geniuses did not come close to this place. You can't join that circle until you reach the grandmaster. Morong Xingqian, I heard that a child of your Morong family went to hunt down a man named Chen Fan. I don't know if it was successful. Xian Yuanhui said with a smile. Morong Xingqian was expressionless and said that Chen Fan should be dead. Although I don't like Morong Tu's style of doing things very much, but he is a member of my Morong family after all. The people of my Morong family will never make a mistake. When he mentioned the Morong family, he had a sense of confidence and pride. Of course, what if you don't die? Qingfeng Wangyue chuckled, still hoping that the Morong family would take a somersault in his heart. Although they are all big families and nobles, she is a little unaccustomed to the Morong family's style, especially that Morong too. When she didn't break through the grandmaster before, the look in her eyes was a little aggressive, which made her extremely uncomfortable. It's useless if you don't die. Morong Xingqian replied without hesitation. It seemed that this was the truth. Gulong stood aside, didn't say much, just listened quietly. He didn't need to join in the discussion of this small issue. Everyone in Jinling also came out at this moment, except for Feng Changtian and Lu Shang, Ying Baiqi, and they were all eliminated. They didn't make up enough points, and in the first level of assessment, it became a joke. They knew that the talent audition was difficult, but they didn't expect it to be so difficult. Feng Changtian and Lu Shang looked at each other and couldn't help but smile a little bitterly, and then heard everyone talking, and the expressions of the 2 of them also became gloomy. Logically speaking, if there are really only the 2 of them left, Jinling may have to be at the bottom again, then it will really become a joke. The Dragon City Lord was also full of disappointment, feeling that Jinling had no hope again, and he had no resources to become a grandmaster. It's like this every time, every year, and it's inevitable that people don't despair. Even he, the city lord, didn't want to come here. He could obviously see the other city lords, and his eyes were full of mockery. Zhang Lin also felt extremely humiliated and lowered her head slightly. Feng Changtian and the others clenched their palms, extremely unwilling in their hearts, but they were powerless to change anything. In fact, there were more than 2 of them in Jinling, and they were able to pass the trials. The main reason is that there are a large number of geniuses who will actively pursue them and want to forcibly eliminate them. That's why they didn't have much time to kill the beast, which led to today's result. In the northern region's mountains, on the top of a high mountain, there was a young man sitting in the clouds and mist. The power power of chi and blood on this young man's body was thick and frightening. Just sitting there, it gave people a standing up to the sky like a mountain, standing steadfast. The momentum on his body gives people a feeling of invincibility. After a night of killing, Chen Fan finally gathered enough beast crystals, and at this moment, the points displayed on his watch reached an astonishing 24,000. However, these are not the point. Chen Fan has successfully reached the 10th level of martial arts because he has devoured a large number of fierce beast crystals. There is only one last step left to leap to become a grandmaster. It is said that once he becomes a grandmaster, his combat power will be greatly improved. Chen Fan's combat power has now increased again, about 200,000, reaching an astonishing 2.2 million. Of course, this is Chen Fan's inner estimate and it has to be tested with a machine. However, it is indeed a bit rare to find a machine that can test such high combat power. At least he has never seen it in Jinling. After all, with such a high combat power, I am afraid that even the grandmaster can be easily killed. It's time for the assessment of the students below. Please come up quickly. There was a sound of an airplane roaring in the sky, and it began to land slowly, and a rope was thrown from it. Chen Fan grabbed the rope with his hands, and the breath on his body was restrained, and he soon came to the helicopter. Chen Fan, we meet again. There was a grandmaster assessor sitting inside, the one who sent Chen Fan in at that time. Hello, assessor. Chen Fan didn't know the other party's name. Introduce yourself. My name is Bai Shu. The assessor put Chen Fan in the same position as himself with good intentions. Chen Fan didn't know why this assessor named Bai Shu had such a good attitude towards him, but he didn't think much of it. There is no need to think deeply about things that you can't understand. You performed very well this time. I hope you can continue to work hard and shine. Bai Shu looked extremely enthusiastic and even a little excited because he was also a poor child and he climbed to this position step by step. Chen Fan nodded and slowly closed his eyes. On the screen of the square, the picture began to change, and soon it froze, and the numbers were displayed on it. List of passing the first level: Chen Fan, Morong Xingchen, Xian Yuan Hui. There are only 500 of these names, and all the other more than 1,500 people have been eliminated, which shows its cruelty. You must know that this is only the first level, and the elimination rate has reached an astonishing 3/4. But this most conspicuous name made everyone feel unbelievable. Chen Fan also showed the number of points later, more than 20,000 points, surpassing Morong Xingchen, which is really unbelievable. Zhang Lin and the others, the whole person was dumbfounded, staring at the screen, and even a little flustered in their eyes. She originally thought that Chen Fan would definitely be eliminated, but she stayed in first place in the first pass of the assessment. Bai Choyue looked at the dazzling name, and the shock in her heart was indescribable. The Dragon City Lord froze in shock, and then showed an expression of ecstasy on his face. The other Jinling geniuses showed happy expressions. At this time, a child of the Morong family came to Morong Xingchen. Brother Xingchen, brother 2 is dead, murderer Chen Fan. He said such a message in a trembling voice, and the surroundings were suddenly silent. Morong Xingchen's eyes became sharp and dangerous in an instant, as if they would run amok at any time. Dare to kill the children of my Morong family, I will definitely make him pay the price. Morong Xingchen's voice was cold, and the person who killed the Morong family was a provocation to the Morong family. It's just that he didn't take Chen Fan seriously. He regarded him as an opponent. He was a young grandmaster, and he had cultivated to the middle stage of the grandmaster. No matter how strong Chen Fan was in his eyes, he was vulnerable. I have some skills to kill Morong too. It can give us the qualifications to face up. Several young grandmasters talked about it, but no one was relieved of this matter, just casually talked. 6 of the remaining 10 geniuses were a little surprised at first when they heard the news, and then they didn't care. Although Morong 2 is strong, in their opinion, he is weaker than them after all, otherwise how could they rank above Morong 2? Morong 2 may have been killed by Chen Fan because he was too careless, but they wouldn't be like this. And Chen Fan is notoriously strong, and they all have means against Chen Fan. Impossible, how could he get the first place? Zhang Lin came back to her senses and shook her head vigorously, not accepting this result at all. She secretly guessed in her heart, maybe it was a duplicate name or something. Chen Fan couldn't be so strong, she wouldn't believe it. On the contrary, the Dragon City Lord accepted this reality, with a happy smile on his face. Who said it was impossible? Since Chen Fan's name can be ranked first, then he is the first in the first level. When he heard Chen Fan basking in the sun every day, he thought Chen Fan was going to be abolished, but he didn't expect to give him such a big surprise. Basking in the sun is definitely just an appearance, and it should be used to confuse others. If it were him, he would be strong by his body. Zhang Lin was a little unhappy. She couldn't accept Chen Fan breaking her cognition again and again. The Dragon City Lord glanced at Zhang Lin and said, "Can't you still understand it now? Chen Fan is definitely not an ordinary talent, otherwise he would not be so strong and his cultivation speed is so amazing." Not an ordinary talent? Zhang Lin frowned, her face full of doubts. But she felt that this possibility was very low. Could Chen Fan be the legendary twin talent? This kind of talent is 1 in 10,000, how is it possible? According to my observation, being able to have such a fast cultivation speed is probably at least an elite level talent. Maybe it's a twin talent, or maybe something went wrong when it was detected. The Dragon City Lord felt his eyebrows raised, and the more he looked at Chen Fan's ranking, the more pleasing it was to the eye. His gaze swept over the faces of the other city lords, all with surprised expressions, which made him very comfortable. So what about the many geniuses in your city? Get out. It's not as good as Chen Fan. Zhang Lin couldn't figure out why Chen Fan broke her cognition again and again, but she still stubbornly believed that Chen Fan couldn't go to the end, because there were other demons here, and the most demonic Morong Xingqian is a member of the Morong family, and Chen Fan is destined to pay the price if he offends the Morong family. However, at this moment, a video suddenly appeared on the big screen in the square. In the middle of the video, there is a tall boy with an indifferent face. The power of qi and blood on his body is roaring, and people can feel an indescribable coercion across the screen. And the boy's opponent is Morong 2. This video is only briefly played. The duel between Chen Fan and Morong 2. All geniuses are staring at the screen, and when the video is fully played, it is silent. Everyone was silent, obviously shocked, completely crushed. Yes, qi, blood, golden body. The Dragon City Lord's lips were trembling slightly, although he had also condensed his qi and blood golden body. But how old was he? How old is Chen Fan? And Chen Fan doesn't seem to have broken through the Grandmaster yet, and there is no true qi released at all, which is even more terrifying. Okay. In other words, Chen Fan has reached at least 1.8 million combat power in the martial arts realm. No wonder he can easily kill Morong 2. Any method used by Morong 2 was simply a joke in Chen Fan's eyes, completely vulnerable. This is not a duel at all, but a one-sided battle. Zhang Lin's pretty face was even more frightened, and she sat on the ground with a pale face. How can his physical body be so powerful? If it weren't for this video, she couldn't believe that Chen Fan, who was the least optimistic about her at the beginning, had come to such a height. Chen Fan, you are really not an ordinary talent. Feng Changtian's eyes were hot, and he secretly vowed in his heart that he would definitely catch up with Chen Fan's footsteps. Not long ago, watching Chen Fan slaughter the beasts below on the plain, he knew that Chen Fan's talent was probably not weaker than his own, and he was biased towards enhancing his strength. Is this Chen Fan? Lu Sheng was also startled, feeling that the figure in the video exuding golden light was too terrifying. Chen Fan is too strong. Bai Qiu Yue looked at the figure on the screen with admiration, and felt that she was raising her eyebrows. At the scene of the genius audition, there was a man sitting here. This person had golden pupils, wore a delicate blue suit, a pure white tie around his neck, and a pair of gold wire glasses, with the temperament of a high-ranking person. When he saw the video, there was no waves in his heart. It's a bit interesting. It should be the talent to enhance the physical body, but with such strength, I'm afraid I still can't squeeze into the top 5. The aura on this person's body was extremely terrifying, and the place where he was sitting was a special position, and a huge chair was built here, like a throne, and this person was sitting here alone. Not because of anything else, because he is a member of the Qingfeng family, named Qingfeng Zhentian, and he is also the uncle of Qingfeng Mochiyu. He was very optimistic about Qingfeng Mochizuki, a junior, so he came to watch the game in person. He is a real top grandmaster, and it is possible to step into the level of a town general, a person who is more powerful than the 4 grandmaster assessors, and a real big man. He believes that Chen Fan's ability to reach this level is already the limit. After all, he is not an aristocrat, and simple combat power is not the factor that determines everything. Chen Fan's combat power relies on the strength of the body, and there are too many flaws. Yes, even if they have the spirit of qi and blood, they have many means to deal with it. So Chen Fan is not worthy of his too much attention. Top 10 geniuses, looking at the broadcast video, disdainful in their hearts, just great power. Can they still go against the sky? Most of them have cultivated the means of spiritual attack, which is the confidence brought to them by the family behind them. Martial arts, like ordinary civilians who are not qualified to access mental attacks, are monopolized by these big families. Even if you can touch it, you can't afford it. Not only is it expensive, but it is also difficult to practice. People from big families like them will practice first, meditate, and temper their spiritual power from an early age, until they are completely awakened, and they can practice, and spiritual martial arts can be practiced day by day. This is the confidence of their big family. So they felt that Chen Fan could not compare with them, who called him low status. There is no big family support behind him. At this time, a female assessor in military uniform appeared, and this person was Jiang Meng, the assessor who explained the rules. At this moment, he stood on the high platform of the square, so that everyone could see it. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the initial selection, but don't be proud. This is just the beginning. There will be a qualifying round next. I won't say the rules first, but I can tell you that the top 3 in the qualifying round will be able to represent Jiangnan province in the final talent trial. The final talent selection competition is held together by the whole country, and you will meet the strongest geniuses in other cities. When the assessor Jiang Meng said these rules, Morong Xingqian and the others had a fighting spirit in their eyes. They are young grandmasters in this area of Jiangnan Prefecture, and they can't find any opponents at all except for a few of them. They have been the pride of heaven since they were children, and they all have an invincible self-confidence that they are not weaker than anyone. They also also hope to meet more powerful geniuses to fight against them so that they can have greater growth. Otherwise, it will be too boring. Chen Fan's eyes also lit up. He must get the top 3. And in addition to being able to participate in the National Unified Talent Selection Competition, there should be other benefits. The assessor Jiang Meng saw that many geniuses were rubbing shoulders and rubbing their hands, and the fighting spirit emerged on their bodies. Obviously it was inevitable to win the top 3. She was very satisfied with the performance of the geniuses and continued. The top 3 in this qualifying round will get huge benefits, and the third place can get B-level high-grade martial arts and get a biling pill, which can improve the power of chi and blood. The reward for the second place is also good. There is also a B-level high-grade martial arts, and you can also get 3 biling pills. As for the reward for the first place, the reward is A-level lower-grade martial arts, as well as the elixir of the cold attribute, which is a level 4 elixir, which can increase the strength of the true chi in the body. Hearing the reward for the first place, Morong Xingchen's eyes were shining. He knew what this cold attribute level 4 elixir represented. This thing is extremely precious. As for A-level martial arts, he doesn't have much in his mind, because he has also practiced this kind of martial arts, but he can't exert his full strength. A-level martial arts are only those who are strong at the town general level to burst out with real power. There are also rewards such as elixirs and level 4 crystals in the back, which are nothing to them, because their big family will provide it. They don't know how much they have used. It is a 4th level cold attribute spiritual grass. This kind of thing is priceless and may not be able to be bought. It can increase the strength of true chi, and it can also make true chi come with cold attributes, and one more means against the enemy can make people defenseless. Chen Fan's eyes were burning. He was also very greedy for the reward of the first place. Of course, the most important thing was martial arts and cold attribute spiritual grass. The effect of this spiritual grass on it will definitely be beyond imagination. Plus those cultivation resources, it can make him leap to the realm of grandmasters. Although you can slowly accumulate energy breakthroughs by basking in the sun, it will take a long time. And the top 3, in addition to generous rewards, will also be selected by the people of the 10 great palaces and successfully join the academy. Jiang Meng told everyone. This sentence is what all geniuses want to hear, and they all become a little excited. What are they participating in the talent audition? Isn't the ultimate goal just to join the 10 university palace? If you get the top 3, you can book and join the coveted academy. Who doesn't work hard? Other geniuses also have to join the genius training camp, and only some people join after selection. And the top 3 represent direct guarantees. It's just that although many geniuses were excited, they also knew that the top 3 were likely to be those young grandmasters, and it had nothing to do with them. Only Chen Fan felt that this first place belonged to him, and he must work hard. There is also news, that is, if you can participate in the final talent selection competition and can get the first place, you can get more than 10 times the generous reward. When the assessor Jiang Meng finished saying this, the bottom was completely exploded, and there was a direct noise, and there was a clamor, and they began to discuss. Oh my god, more than 10 times the reward, this is too generous. Doesn't it mean that there will be A-level martial arts? With so many cultivation resources, the realm of the Grandmaster can be raised by several levels. Sure enough, it is worthy of the National Genius Selection Competition. If only I could get the first place. Dream, unless you can beat a young Grandmaster. Everyone was talking about this matter, and they couldn't suppress their excitement, and even some of the more silent geniuses said a few more words. Shen Yuanhui, Morong Xingchen and the others, these young Grandmasters, were also tempted. Boom! This is a resource that can allow the Grandmaster to improve several levels of cultivation, and even these big families like them have limited control. Bang! Chen Fan stood in the crowd without saying a word, but he had completely made up his mind in his heart. He wants the first place in the genius audition. He knew that he was different from the geniuses of those big families, because he was extremely short of cultivation resources, especially such a rich one. With so many cultivation resources, how much time can be saved in the sun? If you want to bask in the sun, it depends on whether the weather is sunny, and if it is a rainy day, you have to waste a day. The first place is mine. Don't think about any of you. Morong Xingchen said domineeringly, not caring about the thoughts of other young grandmasters at all. Xingfo Mochizuki blinked and said, but I think the first place in this genius selection should be mine, including the first place in the National Genius Selection Competition. Shen Yuanhui looked arrogant and said, then let's see the real chapter in the qualifying round. None of you want to surpass me. Gulon's tone was firm. I will not be weaker than anyone. The 4 young grandmasters all set their sights on this first place, and they also set their sights on the National Genius Selection Competition, all of whom wanted to be the first. At this time, Zheng Tian, one of the top 10 geniuses, said, what about the 4 young grandmasters? I won't give up the first place to anyone this time. When he said this, there was actually true chi flowing out of his body. Obviously he had also broken through the grandmaster, but he didn't make a sound, and he didn't tell others. The other top 10 geniuses also had the mind of competing, and even a few of them had true chi flowing, obviously becoming grandmasters, but they deliberately hid it, and did not want others to know, and now because of the reward, they also wanted to work hard hard to fight for the top 3. As for Chen Fan, these geniuses directly ignored it, and it could even be said that they ignored it. So what if Chen Fan can kill Morong too? It is still not conspicuous, and he has no qualifications to compete with them at all. After all, what they awakened were all top extraordinary talents, and even saint-level talents, the power of the elements they mastered, and even thunder and lightning, and so on. It is much more powerful than Chen Fan's awakening talent. Even if Chen Fan is not an ordinary talent, but a special elite talent, it is vulnerable in their eyes. If he really wanted to break out with all his might, Chen Fan would only be eliminated, and it would be impossible to compete with them. This is the confidence of the top 10 geniuses. Of course, if Chen Fan does not have a system, there is indeed a big gap compared with these geniuses. But they didn't know what kind of demon they encountered. Meanwhile, they didn't take Chen Fan seriously, and Chen Fan didn't take them too seriously. Even Chen Fan thinks that no one can make him deal with these top 10 geniuses with all his might. Otherwise, even the Grandmaster would have to die. Chen Fan has never used really powerful martial arts because it is a trump card, and there is no need to break out immediately. For example, in B-level martial arts, he really exploded with all his might, even if he couldn't exert his full power. As long as he triples his combat power, who can resist these young Grandmasters? Breaking all laws with one force is his confidence. Okay, stop discussing. Next, it's time to tell you about the rules of qualifying. The voice of the assessment officer Jiang Meng spread throughout the audience, so that everyone could hear it clearly. This qualifying match is also a real combat match. In order to make your competition for rankings more intense, select the 3 strongest members to participate in the national selection competition. The rules are as follows. Each of you will have an initial point of 100, and after having points, you can exchange them for various items, as well as various training rooms, which can speed up your practice. Remember that your life is only these 100 points. You will enter a specific area later, and after entering that area, I will tell you how to earn points. Remember, everyone's points can be earned by others, which means that you must be wary of everyone, even good friends, and you must be on guard. The assessor Jiang Meng briefly explained the rules to everyone. These geniuses don't think so. Isn't this similar to the assessment content of the first level? Jiang Meng sneered. How could it be so simple? When they enter the camp later, they will know how difficult it is. Okay, you all come with me. The assessor Jiang Meng led the way in front, and the 500 geniuses followed him in an orderly manner, and soon came to a passage where there was a gate. The crowd walked through the gate, passed through, and saw a huge camp with a large number of buildings built here that looked like a small town. This is your camp, but remember that everything here requires points, and if you don't have enough points, you will be eliminated. Also, you need to be careful when you sleep at night, because the beasts may come to sneak up here at night, and you have to be tense here at all times. It's not just teammates who are on guard, but also beasts. After the assessment officer said these words, many geniuses looked solemn, and then they realized how big the gap was between this and the first level. Because there is no time limit at all, they are eliminated one by one, and their spirits have to be in absolute tension, and they can't go crazy after staying in this place for a long time. Of your 500 people, only 50 will stay, and the last 50 will face each other to determine the final ranking. So boys and girls, the first thing you have to do is to work hard to stay first, so that you will not be eliminated until the end, and then try to improve your strength and adjust your state and participate in the final showdown. As for how to get points, please look at the screen. The assessor informed everyone of the rules completely. Everyone looked up and saw the huge LCD screen, which began to display the rules for obtaining points. Earn 10 points for cleaning. Kill a level 3 ordinary beast and get 30 points. Kill the 4th level beast and get 3,000 points. The way to get points is difficult, and the biggest benefit is to kill the level 4 beast. But most of the geniuses present were not sure to deal with the ferocious 4th level beasts, and it is not always possible, so everyone almost ignores this option. Sell C-level martial arts to get 5,000 points. Sell the 4th level spiritual weapon to get 7,000 points. The level of spiritual weapons also has a strict hierarchical division, and the 4th level spiritual weapons are generally used by grandmasters, and so on. Seeing this exchange rule, some geniuses felt that it was a little unfair, which was too dominant for people from big families. But they can't refute it, because these are the rules of the trials, which are unified across the country. Suddenly a genius exclaimed, as if he had seen something incredible. At the bottom of the screen, some numbers began to appear, which were the rules for consuming points. 20 points for eating once, you can eat 1 meal. 30 points for accommodation once, you can stay for 1 night. When everyone saw this rule, they were a little numb, which means that 100 points can only stay here for 1 day. If you don't get more points, you'll be eliminated after 3 hours, so you'll have to hunt or clean up quickly. However, at 10 o'clock in cleaning, these geniuses are a bit unattractive because they can't even afford to eat a meal, and there is no need to waste time doing these things. Unless you are not confident in your own strength, you will do it. Chen Fan's eyes fell on the bottom of the screen, and his eyes suddenly lit up because he saw that points could be exchanged for better things. C-level fine mystic method, special martial arts, points required for redemption, 30,000. This kind of essence mystery mastery method is similar to the breathing method, which can give birth to true chi in advance, making oneself stronger and continuously increasing strength. Spiritual martial arts are special spiritual attacks, which are said to restrain the owner of all absolute powers. No matter how strong the body is, it is useless, because it attacks your soul, and once the soul is damaged, it may become a fool, or even dementia, and it is useless to have a strong body. This kind of special martial arts, Chen Fan has never seen them sold in the store. Obviously the price is amazing. Ordinary people should not be able to afford it, so it is not put out. But now it can be obtained here for free, just to kill some fierce beasts. 30,000 points seem like a lot, but as long as you slaughter the beasts like crazy, you will be able to make it up sooner or later. This is exactly what I need most. Chen Fan also knew that spiritual martial arts were something he had to get, and he hoped that he would not have any shortcomings. As for Moron Xingchen, when they saw the spiritual martial arts, a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes, because they did not expect that the selection would come up with this level of martial arts. But they didn't care too much, because they had been cultivating for a long time, and now they didn't look down on it at all, and there was no need to change it. The spiritual martial arts in their family are even more advanced, but the cultivation is too difficult, and most of them only cultivate to the point of small achievement. But this is enough. Facing people who have not practiced spiritual martial arts, they can easily defeat them. There is even a storage ring, a full 100 cubic meters. A genius suddenly exclaimed. He was also a nobleman, but this level of precious items was usually owned by his father, and he was not qualified to own it at all. His father told him that he would buy him one after he became a grandmaster. I didn't expect that points can also be exchanged here. When Chen Fan heard this, he quickly looked down the screen, and sure enough, he saw it. Ha ha ha. Storage ring, redemption requires points, 10,000. The price of this thing is only 1/3 of that of spiritual martial arts. It can be worn on the finger, there is almost no weight, and there is a special space in it to store a large number of items, which is excellent news for Chen Fan, because almost all of these things are priceless, and money may not be able to buy them. And here you only need to use points, since hunting beasts, the points you get are the fastest, then you have to kill more beasts. Beast pill, redeeming points required, 100. There is also an elixir on the upper panel, which can attract a large number of fierce beasts, but there are not many geniuses who will focus on this elixir. Although this elixir can attract fierce beasts, it is also extremely dangerous. Who knows how many fierce beasts will be attracted to trigger such a terrifying beast tide? Unless several young grandmasters join forces, they may be able to try to trigger it, but there is also a great risk. If a few terrifying level 4 beasts came from the beast tide, it would be a disaster, and it might ruin one's own life. Only Chen Fan looked at this elixir, his heart was hot, and he wanted to exchange it without hesitation. This is dangerous for others, but for him, the risk is worth taking. So what if there is danger? Generally, the risk and the benefit are directly proportional. Maybe the beast he attracted only needs one wave to satisfy it, and the points he needs can be exchanged for spiritual martial arts, as well as storage rings. This place is heaven for him. No matter how many fierce beasts come, he will not hesitate to kill them and convert them into points. Chen Fan looked at his watch, and the points on it had become 100. You want to redeem the rewards and the points? There is a special staff here. Just ask her to redeem it. Jiang Meng pointed to the bottom of the screen, where there was a room where a woman in a black professional uniform with short hair looked beautiful and a polite smile on her face. It's time for you to explain everything, and next, the second round of ranking matches will officially begin. The assessor left this sentence in his dream, then turned around and left, waiting for the final ranking. Exchange the beast attraction pill. Chen Fan came to the bottom of the screen. The woman expressionlessly scratched away the points in Chen Fan's hand and gave him a brownish-yellow elixir. You only need to crush it to attract the beast, the short-haired woman informed. Chen Fan nodded and took the elixir with his hand, his eyes burning like flames. On the other side, this time he wants the first place, and he also wants to exchange these good things. What a madman! A man in long black sleeves shook his head, his eyes full of contempt. He is one of the top 10 geniuses, and the Qingfeng family is cracked. He was more than 2 meters tall, but his figure was slender, and he looked like a bamboo pole from a distance, and his eyes burst out with dangerous light from time to time. The surrounding geniuses were obviously a little in awe of this person, as if they were afraid. When Chen Fan heard this, he looked back and looked at the breeze, and he could feel that this person's spiritual power was extremely strong. Qingfeng cracked sneered. Originally he thought that after Chen Fan had collected a certain amount of points, he would take action to solve Chen Fan to grab points, but now he felt that there was no need for this. Who do you think you are? Awakening the Qi and Blood Golden Body, dare to attract the beast group? Isn't this pure seeking death? The Qi and Blood Golden Body also has a limit, not that it cannot be broken. He is good at mental power, there are some special beasts, and he is also good at mental power attacks. When the time comes, Chen Fan will surely die. Even if Chen Fan's physical strength is strong, he will be powerless to resist in the face of mental attacks. The other top 10 geniuses, when they saw Chen Fan changing the elixir without knowing whether he was alive or dead, they all sneered. No wonder you dare to kill Morong too, acting too crazy. On the beautiful face of Qingfeng Mochiyu, there was a hint of regret. regret. She originally wanted to see how Chun Fan disgusted Morong Xingchen, but now he wanted to find death by himself, and no one could save him. Gu Long glanced at Chen Fan and said, sensationalism, or hopelessly stupid. Morong Hui smiled and said, maybe a miracle will happen? Jinling. Morong Xingchen snorted coldly, why don't you try a beast pill and see if a miracle will happen to you? Even he was unwilling to use the beast attraction pill to attract the beast, unless he joined forces with others. Fool. The more Morong Jun looked at Chen Fan, the more ridiculous he felt. Originally, he also wanted to solve Chen Fan, but now it seems that he doesn't need it at all, saving him from wasting his time. Chen Fan felt bursts of spiritual power probing from his body, and each of these people's spiritual power was stronger than himself, and even Chen Fan felt a little depressed. Mental power attacks are unstoppable, and they can be resisted briefly with true qi and the same mental power, but they cannot be supported for too long. In everyone's cognition, spiritual power is the road of complete restraint, but Chen Fan doesn't think so. In the face of absolute power, even spiritual power cannot resist. If you want to erase my spirit first, I will destroy you first, so that you will die first without a place to be buried. We should go to practice. There is no need to pay so much attention to a civilian. Morong Xingchen was the first to turn around and leave. He was a member of the Morong family, and he didn't need to take the initiative to hunt the beast at all. Among the 500 geniuses who cleared the level, they all have followers, and those people will take the initiative to help them hunt the beasts and get enough points. And even if no one helps them hunt, they can earn points by selling weapons and selling their own cheats. This is the benefit of the big family, and the gap between these ordinary warriors. They have too many cultivation resources, and they don't need to be as difficult to obtain as ordinary warriors. Chen Fan now went to attract and hunt the beasts, and during this time they could practice well in the training room and improve their cultivation. They had the best cultivation resources and didn't need to worry about so much at all. Even if Chen Fan was lucky, the beast attraction pill did not attract the terrifying beasts, and the wave of beasts he successfully killed, it was not a matter at all for these geniuses. Because they have never taken Chen Fan seriously, perhaps because their origins are different, they have stood on high places since they were children, looking down on those ordinary warriors, so each of them actually looked high, and there was a natural look down on Chen Fan. No matter how strong Chen Fan is, he is just a commoner who struggles to obtain cultivation resources, and by the time Chen Fan worked hard to hunt fierce beasts, their strength had already improved by leaps and bounds. Chen Fan could not be their opponent if he survived by chance, and he was thrown out of 108,000 miles by them. This is the pity of the common people. Even with the same talent as them, Chen Fan can never surpass them, and can only surrender to them like other geniuses and be their followers. Or he practiced hard and climbed up step by step, but he would soon fall down and fall all over his body. The top 10 geniuses left one after another, and they all went to the cultivation room to practice, and as for their followers, they took the initiative to find fierce beasts to hunt and collect enough points for the top 10 geniuses, because most people know that they are just foils for the top 10 geniuses and can never surpass them. Chen Fan, the beast attraction pill cannot be used easily. Feng Changtian also came in and advised Chen Fan. Although he had set a goal to surpass Chen Fan before, now, he and Chen Fan came out of the same place and could be regarded as comrades in arms. They are honored and humiliated. If Chen Fan is eliminated first, this will be a serious blow to Jinling. Although Feng Changtian was proud and confident, he knew that the gap between him and other top talents would take a certain amount of time to make up. Now the strongest in Jinling is Chen Fan, who must not be eliminated at the first time. Chen Fan smiled and said, don't worry, I won't do anything unsure. Chen Fan didn't care about this matter at all, as if there was no danger. Lu Shang wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't say it, so he still respected Chen Fan's choice. Feng Changtian was also silent. Geniuses all have their own arrogance and stubbornness, and he himself has them, so he understands that Chen Fan is also normal. Only when you fall on your head will you figure it out. I know, Chen Fan, you must work hard to stay until the end. Feng Changtian and Lu Shan left such a sentence and left. They also needed to get points, and they had to work hard to stay. The assessor hadn't said the time yet, and none of them knew how long they would stay here, so they could only try their best to stay and become stronger. Zhang Lin was completely sure that Chen Fan was the first place in the first level, especially when she saw Chen Fan killing Morong too expressionlessly. Her heart trembled fiercely, obviously frightened. She couldn't imagine that in the martial arts assessment competition, the boy who looked a little stubborn would be so strong. Not a grandmaster, better than a grandmaster. Hey, it's a pity that he was just born in an ordinary family. The Dragon City Lord sighed heavily. Although he was shocked by Chen Fan's strength, he also clearly understood Chen Fan's weakness. Those children of big families, I am afraid that some of them have mastered spiritual attacks, and they are too restrained by Chen Fan. If Chen Fan is also a child of a big family, then he will have no weaknesses, and he may even compete for the first place. However, his fatal flaw is destined to be out of chance with the first, and it depends on the disciples of those big families who can get the first place, and several of them have practiced spiritual martial arts. Although he stopped here, he is also the pride of Jinling. Zhang Lin felt wrong for the first time, and at the same time felt a sense of regret threat for Chen Fan. In such a game, even the wind can't dazzle, but Chen Fan breaks her cognition again and again. Stop here? Bai Choudue did not leave, but repeatedly looked at the video. The indifferent young man killed Morong too. She always felt that Chen Fan was full of mystery and seemed to have no limits. Chen Fan, I don't know how much you can rank, Bai Choudue muttered to herself. The northern mountains are in a valley. This valley is full of flowers, and from time to time you can hear the sound of birds singing, which can be described as the fragrance of birds and flowers. There is a bright sun above the sky, radiating a bright light that shines on the earth and brings warmth. Unlike the biting cold wind at night, at noon, the temperature is the most comfortable. And now here, a figure appeared. This is a young man, his eyes are like stars, and his face is like a perfect masterpiece of God's delicacy, without a trace of flaws, smooth as jade. At this moment, he was holding an elixir in his hand. Chen Fan came to this valley because he saw that it was far from the base camp, and he didn't want to hurt the innocent. Let me see how many fierce beasts the beast attraction pill can attract. Chen Fan squeezed hard, and the elixir turned into powder, and then a strange fragrance spread quickly. Chen Fan sat in place and waited, knowing that it would not be long before a large number of fierce beasts would frantically gather here. And in a place that Chen Fan couldn't see, someone was staring at Chen Fan with his eyes. It was several boys and girls, and the leader of them was a woman. This woman looks a bit similar to Qingfeng Mochizuki, with a slender figure, but she is wearing a white dress and looks like a pure jasmine. She is one of the top 10 geniuses. The breeze is shallow. Moreover, she also stepped into the realm of grandmasters, but in the early stages of grandmasters. Cousin is really, why pay attention to such a civilian? Qingfeng Qian complained. It turned out that not long ago, Qingfeng Wangyue told her to observe Chen Fan's movements and report to her. For his cousin's order, Qingfeng Qian naturally did not dare to disobey, so he hid in the dark to watch. But whether to save Chen Fan or not depends on her mood. If she is in a good mood, she will be saved, and if she is in a bad mood, she will be too lazy to save. After all, her time is precious, and she will have to practice later. Yes, this is called Chen Fan. Forget it. He is a madman, and he still wants to attract fierce beasts to come. He is simply looking for death. Civilians are stupid. Behind Qingfeng Qian were his followers, who echoed her words. Qingfeng smiled slightly, making everyone can't help but look at it a few more times, because the smile is very beautiful. It's too boring to stay here and watch him. Why don't we make a bet? How long will Chen Fan be torn apart by the beast? Qingfeng Qian looked at the followers and said softly, I have a level 4 beast crystal here, as this colorful head. Whoever guesses it will be given to whoever you guess. Although these followers are also nobles, they are not as powerful as the Qingfeng family. A level 4 crystal was an extremely precious thing for them, and it could improve a large amount of cultivation. I guess 10 minutes. I think 5 minutes. These followers became enthusiastic and made remarks, hoping that they would guess. Then I'll bet for a minute. If I guess correctly, this level 4 crystal will not be rewarded to you. Qingfeng smiled slightly, and then continued to stare at Chen Fan, wanting to see how long Chen Fan could last. For Chen Fan's life, she didn't attach much importance to it. She died when she died, and the big deal was to tell her cousin that the beast that came was too powerful and she couldn't save it. It's just a civilian, who cares? And at this moment, a burst of beast roars came, and terrifying roars spread in all directions, and then the earth was shaking, and the stones were beating, as if an earthquake was coming. The birds that originally perched on the trees were now flapping their wings in fright and flew into the distance. The ants on the ground felt the crisis and began to flee. Chen Fan heard the sound of vibration. His heart was calm, there was no waves, and he was still sitting in place and waiting quietly. The sound was getting closer and closer, like thousands of horses galloping, and the frequency of vibration on the ground was faster. Chen Fan only opened his eyes at this time, and saw at least hundreds of fierce beasts in his sight, including 2 fierce beasts, which were extremely conspicuous. It was a giant snake that looked more than 20 meters long, with 2 small horns on its head, and it looked like it was about to turn into a dragon. There is also a fierce beast, a huge ape, about 10 meters tall, covered in black hair, just like King Kong in the movie. These were 2 4th-level fierce beasts, and the power of qi and blood emanating from their bodies was obviously very different from other fierce beasts. Qingfeng Qian, who was hiding in the shadows and watching, saw 2 4th-level fierce beasts, and suddenly turned pale with fright. That's a level 4 beast, Black King Kong. Level 4 beast, Mad Snake. They recognized these 2 terrifying beasts. Even among the 4th-level beasts, they were considered ferocious beings. The bloodline power of these 2 fierce beasts is relatively strong, and the average grandmaster will almost surely die when he encounters this kind of beast in the early stage. Qingfeng Qian was shocked, wondering if he should leave here quickly. These 2 beasts are not vegetarians, and once they start to go crazy, she will have to die. In the monitoring room, the 4 grandmasters and chief assessors, looking at what happened on the video, showed surprised expressions. Is this kid Chen Fan really crazy? The great grandmaster Shen Yuan Kong shook his head, feeling that Chen Fan was taking the initiative to seek death. The beast pill, this kind of thing, is for them to use it in a team. Chen Fan alone dares to attract so many fierce beasts, and it is strange that he does not die. What if it is a golden body of qi and blood? The 4th-level fierce beast Black King Kong is infinitely powerful, and its maximum combat power can reach more than 2 million, even the golden body of chi and blood cannot withstand it, and it will be blown up alive. He's still too young and too confident. The great Grandmaster Long Hai felt a little regretful. He was originally very optimistic about Chen Fan, and felt that Chen Fan could go to a higher height. But now it seems that he will not be able to pass the assessment of the second level, which is a situation that is certain to die. The female Grandmaster was silent and did not express her opinion. She found that she couldn't see through Chen Fan at all, so she didn't comment easily and looked at the follow-up performance. At this time, the fierce beasts in the valley were getting closer and closer to Chen Fan, less than 20 meters away. Roar! These beasts roared, their voices rising and falling in the valley, almost tearing apart the sky, and the entire valley boiled. The beasts rioted. The small ones were 3 meters high, and the large ones were more than 10 meters high, all of which were terrifying beasts, surging like a torrent, roaring wildly. These beasts seemed to have gone crazy, attacking Chen Fan, as if they were going to completely submerge him. The first thing that approached Chen Fan was a huge black wild boar, which was just a second-level beast, showing its snow-white fangs at this moment, and slammed into Chen Fan, wanting to kill him. Chen Fan's face darkened, the power of chi and blood exploded, and his body exuded a faint golden light, which was a punch to the wild boar. Quiet! This beast was like a blooming firework, and it was blown up on the spot, but this could not stop the other crazy beasts from continuing to pounce on Chen Fan. The number on Chen Fan's watch changed slightly, 10 more points, but he didn't care at all, because now he is going to kill. In his eyes, all the beasts are just points. Let's go! A follower of Qing Feng Shallow looked at the overwhelming tide of beasts, his face turned pale with fright, and he didn't want to stay here for a long time, because the scene you see next will definitely be cruel. Qing Fengqian was silent for a while, did not answer him immediately, and then said, "You coward, what are you afraid of? We hide here and the beast can't find us. I want to see what Chen Fan has to do to attract the beast like this." Those followers had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue to stay where they were, looking at the battlefield in the valley. Too weak. Kill, kill. Chen Fan was going crazy at the moment. The true chi in its body flowed, emitting golden light and shining brilliance, and every punch could blow up one or even several fierce beasts. The ground was full of blood, directly staining the valley and the surrounding flowers. This scene is simply chilling and chilling to the bones. Because this was a complete massacre, Chen Fan had killed hundreds of fierce beasts in just 10 minutes. Even the spectators who were hiding in the dark were trembling their teeth slightly at the moment, and they smelled a smell of blood. The smell of blood was too strong and very pungent. At this moment, a shocking roar came, and Black King Kong finally couldn't help but shoot, and as soon as he made a move, he rolled up a gust of wind and rushed towards Chen Fan. His figure was like a mountain, and the terrifying power gathered in his fists, and the huge fists were taller than Chen Fan's body. It seems that once he is hammered, he will probably die without a place to be buried. Chen Fan did not have the idea of dodging, but let out a long howl, and began to condense 9 flame blades in front of him, and finally fused together, turning into a 3-meter-long giant blade and slashing over. The two forces collided with each other, sonorous, and the huge Black King Kong was forcibly repulsed. This fierce beast beat its chest hard and made a sound of metal and iron, which shows that its body is powerful. So strong. At this moment, there was a roar, and the terrifying sound even formed a coercive Chen Fan attacked. Chen Fan was as motionless as a mountain, and the true chi in his body began to flow rapidly and manifested outside the body's surface. If you don't know, you will definitely think that Chen Fan has broken through to become a grandmaster. The true chi covered the fist. Chen Fan had a feeling at the moment, and he did not hesitate to use the crazy sun fist technique. Although he did not use the full power of this martial art, Chen Fan directly used the double increase, and the power directly doubled, reaching an astonishing 4.4 million combat power. His fist looked small, but the golden true chi covered it shone brightly at that moment, which was equivalent to a round of sun shining. This punch blasted out, and Chen Fan was blessed to his heart, feeling that his whole person had undergone a sublimation. From the martial arts he performed, he felt an inexplicable power and blessed himself. As a result, the combat power rose again, directly surpassing 5 million combat power, and it is still increasing. Chen Fan also realized this power for the first time, only feeling that he was free, and felt that this punch could destroy everything. At this moment, Chen Fan was empty in body and mind. Everything he saw disappeared, and he could only see his fists glowing. The same is true for the people around them, as well as the fierce beasts. Their eyes all fell into darkness in an instant, only the fists like the sun, very dazzling. The moment the fists collided, Black King Kong's huge body flew out backwards and hit the walls of the valley, cracking the walls, and there were more cracks like spider webs on them. The Black King Kong tried to struggle on the ground a few times, but he could never stand up. His eyes quickly dimmed at this moment, and the aura on his body began to dissipate. With just one move, Chen Fan killed this powerful level 4 fierce beast alive. The power of that punch could simply shatter the sky, and its combat power reached an unimaginable level. Even the wild beasts around them were shocked and did not continue to go crazy. Hiding in the dark, Qing Fengqian and the others, who witnessed all this, felt that there was no trace of temperature all over their bodies at this moment, and the whole person was almost cold. Why is it so powerful? What kind of martial arts is that, at that moment I felt that my body couldn't move, I could only see a round of the sun. This Chen Fan is simply a monster. King Fengqian's followers were frightened at the moment. Even Cheng Fengqian was shocked, although she was one of the top 10 geniuses, but she felt that if she met a freak like Chen Fan, she would definitely die head-on. The combat power of that punch just now is definitely at the level of a grandmaster. Under such a blow, any grandmaster would probably die. The 4th level fierce beast Black King Kong, who has always been powerful, verified this result. He was killed alive by a punch. I am afraid that Chen Fan's fist strength shattered all the vitality in his body and shattered his internal organs in an instant, so Black King Kong would die. Demon! Her true strength is probably not weaker than my cousin, or even stronger. Qing Fengqian felt that a civilian was so terrible for the first time. Who can stop this kind of power? Even among the top 10 geniuses, few can withstand it. I am afraid that only geniuses with extremely strong mental power can defeat Chen Fan, and ordinary spiritual attacks are probably completely ineffective against such people. Qing Fengqian currently knew that the two of them had extremely strong spiritual power, that is, Xian Yuanhui and Morong Xingqian, and their awakened talents had the effect of increasing spiritual power. Therefore, these two young grandmasters had far more spiritual power than others, and she didn't know how many others among the top 10 geniuses were hiding. After all, everyone has a whole card, and it is impossible to expose them all. In the monitoring room, when the 4 grandmasters saw this scene, their pupils contracted violently, obviously frightened. The power of that punch just now is probably at least 4 million combat power. This is a top demon. Black King Kong can't withstand the power of that punch. I'm afraid it's comparable to the Great Grandmaster. These 4 Great Masters only now know that they still underestimate Chen Fan. This is a figure who is not weaker than the top 10 geniuses at all, and even stronger. It's just that although he has physical strength, is outrageously powerful, and can resist mental attacks for a short time, it is still difficult to win the championship. Unless Chen Fan can awaken the artistic conception, but the power of artistic conception is 1 in 10,000. Even among the top geniuses, none of them can awaken their artistic conception, at least they don't have it in Jiangnan Prefecture. Being able to awaken the artistic conception means that it is possible to become a king-level powerhouse in the future. His power is really terrifying, but I heard that Morong Xingqian has cultivated B-level high-grade spiritual attack martial arts, and can directly and forcefully erase people's souls. He can't resist. Grandmaster Xian Yuan Kong said, such strength should be able to enter the top 3. Long Hai nodded, agreeing with Xian Yuan Kong's statement. This is also something that can't be helped. He has also heard of Morong Xingqian's genius name. This is one of the most terrifying geniuses in the history of the Morong family, and he is almost destined to become a town general in the future, and there is even a glimmer of hope to step into the realm of the marquis. Such a demon, coupled with the support of a big family behind him, is almost destined to win the top spot in this audition. That's enough to surprise us. There is no big family to rely on to be able to come to this point, overwhelm many geniuses, and hope to enter the top 3. This is the first time I have seen such a civilian demon. The female grandmaster sighed. Then several of their grandmasters continued to look at the screen, wanting to see the follow-up development. This is also the first time they have paid so much attention to a civilian genius, and what Chen Fan did was too exaggerated, refreshing their cognition again and again. A huge roar sounded, and the beasts fell into a pool of blood, and Chen Fan was like a god of killing, slaughtering wildly. No fierce beast can hold on to a move under him. The huge body of the black evil snake swept across the ground, leaving a ravine. A pair of eyes turned blood red, and the body crashed into Chen Fan like a train. The terrible impact made the surroundings keep whistling, and the air exploded at this moment. This was the fatal blow that this level 4 beast had found the right time to give Chen Fan, because he saw that Chen Fan had been killing for too long. His physical strength should be consumed. After reaching the level 4 beast, there will be a certain amount of wisdom, especially the level 4 beast with a strong bloodline. At this moment, he roared over, and the overwhelming momentum was enough to make ordinary grandmasters feel frightened. This terrifying 4th level beast has power that is incomprehensible to ordinary people, and the impact of its body can knock down a mountain peak. At this moment, Chen Fan didn't notice the black snake at all, but kept waving his fists. He felt that he was about to comprehend some kind of powerful power. And now there is only one line left. Chen Fan continued to kill frantically, his fists swung faster and faster, and the speed at which the beast fell was getting faster and faster, and the black snake was already less than 2 meters away from Chen Fan. But at this moment, Chen Fan looked up, his cold gaze, and glanced in the direction of the black snake. This terrifying 4th level fierce beast, his body suddenly stiffened. He saw a darkness, in that endless darkness, full of destructive power. His mental power suffered an unimaginable heavy blow, and his huge body stopped instantly, looking at Chen Fan's eyes full of fear, and then turned around and fled. His huge body displayed an amazing speed of escape, and the beasts behind him were forcibly knocked out by him. The black snake's body was extremely resolute, not much weaker than the Black King Kong, but at this moment he was full of fear, as if there was something amazing behind him. Okay. Chen Fan's figure disappeared in place, like a a wandering dragon quickly approaching the black evil snake. His fist was covered with a layer of true chi, and powerful power converged. And there is also an inexplicable power blessing in his hand. Chen Fan feels that his spiritual power is constantly improving at this moment. This power also carried an amazing coercion, shocking the mind of the fourth-level beast. There was a shocking loud noise, and the huge body of the black evil snake was torn apart on the spot and fell to the ground. Chen Fan was bathed in blood, his eyes were cold, and then he took out a beast crystal from the body of this fierce beast and refined it on the spot. But he still didn't feel enough, so he turned back and took out the fierce beast crystal in Black King Kong's body. The ground was also full of corpses of beasts, and there was no one standing there, all of them were killed. Chen Fan sat in place, absorbing all the beast crystals of the two level 4 beasts, and the power on his body skyrocketed again. Chen Fan could feel that his combat power had increased by at least 300,000, and his basic combat power had reached 2.5 million, and such a power would explode with unimaginable power with martial arts. Of course, this is not the most important thing, because now Chen Fan's mental power has directly increased dozens of times, and the terrifying mental power allows him to easily probe the situation within hundreds of meters around him. My current strength has reached the peak of a martial artist, and I should be regarded as a half-step grandmaster. Chen Fan seemed to have lightning surging in his eyes at this moment, and a destructive force spread out from him. That's the power of artistic conception. Chen Fan had heard before that if he wanted to become a strong man at the level of a king, he must understand the power of artistic conception. No, and if you want to comprehend this power, in addition to giving amazing comprehension, you must also cultivate at least B-level martial arts, and you must cultivate to a complete level. Snap! And he met both of these conditions. This kind of artistic conception power brought him not only an increase in combat power, but also a terrifying increase in spiritual power. Even with the power of this artistic conception, if you release coercion, you can scare ordinary people to death. Of course, if you practice spiritual martial arts, you can even use your spiritual power to defeat powerful opponents. Puff! Now I shouldn't have any weaknesses. Chen Fan was extremely confident, carrying two powerful fourth-level beasts in his hands, ready to return to the camp. The meat of the fourth-level beast is a good thing, not only delicious, but also may improve its own physique to a certain extent. Suddenly, Chen Fan glanced at a forest, and he could feel that there were several breaths lurking there. Glancing over coldly, Chen Fan released the power of the destructive artistic conception slightly. Qing Fengqian was startled, and at that moment, she felt that she could not move at all. She could only see a piece of darkness and a huge fist attacking her. But just as he was about to touch her body, the fist suddenly disappeared, as if nothing had appeared. This is... Qing Fengqian's face was full of fear. She knew that she still underestimated Chen Fan. This person was simply too terrifying. At that glance just now, she felt Chen Fan's amazing spiritual power. This person's spiritual power was absolutely incomparably powerful, reaching an amazing level, at least much more powerful than him. What a terrible look. This is an ordinary talent? Qing Fengqian's followers were also frightened, and at that glance they also saw endless darkness, and their legs were shaking. Compared with Chen Fan, they found that they were like ants, and if Chen Fan wanted to kill them, I am afraid they would have to die in one move. He found us. Chen Fan may be qualified to compete for the first place this time, Xing Feng said with a solemn expression. She used to have her own arrogance, but now that she met Chen Fan, she knew what a real genius was. This is definitely a top demon. Even if it is not as good as Morong Xingqian, I am afraid it is not much different, and it is also difficult for people to catch up. Everyone looked at each other, obviously feeling that the breeze was shallow, and this evaluation was too high. What kind of person is Morong Xingqian? That was a famous genius when he was young, and in the entire Jiangnan mansion, who didn't know this name in all the big families? Qing Fengqian actually compared Chen Fan with Morong Xingqian, which is too exaggerated. In the monitoring room, the four great masters, when Chen Fan killed the black evil snake, had already stood up from their chairs, and one of the great masters had taken a sip of tea, but also spat out, and it was difficult to hide the shock in their hearts. What did they just see? That kind of indomitable force killed the black snake with one blow, and even when it was killed, the black snake didn't even dare to move, as if it was forcibly given by some force. Isn't this the power of artistic conception? Impossible, his potential can't be so strong. Only the demons who are expected to become kings and powerhouses can comprehend this legendary artistic conception. That power destroyed everything, and one punch beat the black evil snake into two pieces. If it was the power of artistic conception, I am afraid it was the legendary artistic conception of destruction that was the artistic conception of the first attack. This kind of artistic conception power, even among the recrowned powerhouses, belongs to the top. How can it be comprehended by him? The four great masters opened their mouths to express their thoughts, but he felt that this matter was too outrageous. Destroying the artistic conception, that kind of power, was not something that the geniuses of this place in Jiangnan Mansion could comprehend. Maybe it's just because the murderous aura is too heavy, temporarily deterring the black snake. Grandmaster Xin Yuan Kong guessed. The other grandmasters also nodded in agreement with this guess, and only this result they could accept. The dark clouds covered the nightlight, and the ground looked looked even darker, plunging into pitch darkness. But at this moment, there was a loud noise, as if some behemoth was moving. Several young geniuses patrolling the camp were full of vigilance, turned on flashlights, and shone forward. At this time, they saw that they were two huge beasts, but they looked extremely miserable. But the evil energy emanating from these two fierce beasts made their souls feel a throbbing and chill. Even if it is dead, there is such a terrible evil aura and coercion. This is definitely a level 4 beast, and it is not an ordinary level 4 beast. This is Black King Kong. The patrol genius carefully identified it and suddenly exclaimed, his pupils full of shock. Each of the 4th level beasts of this level can be worth 6,000 points, because this is not an ordinary 4th level beast, but the overlord among the 4th level beasts. Generally, grandmasters have to turn around and run away when they encounter them in the middle stage, otherwise they may be torn apart by this fierce beast. Who the hell is it? Even this kind of beast can be killed. Meanwhile, that person seems to be Chin Fan. Damn, is he so terrifying? The geniuses on patrol saw clearly at this time who was dragging the corpses of the two level 4 beasts. It was a young man with picturesque eyebrows and eyes, fair skin, resolute eyes, and a vague coercion. All of them originally thought that Chin Fan was dead, but he managed to come back alive and kill two terrifying beasts. Hey, do you have a pot? Do you want to eat some meat? Chen Fan asked. One of the geniuses suddenly raised his hand and said, I have. Chen Fan smiled and said, okay. An hour later, a large pot was set up, and there was a smell of meat from the cauldron, which was the meat of a level 4 beast. Chen Fan started first, eating a big piece, and the others also ate some meat, but soon they couldn't stand it anymore, and their whole body seemed to be about to burn. Those geniuses immediately ran in place, looking full of energy. More than half of the meat of these two 4th level beasts was eaten by Chen Fan, and this was the first time Chen Fan had eaten so much. He felt that he could go without food for several days, and the meat of the 4th level beasts was so delicious. I'm afraid my combat power has increased by another 100,000. After Chen Fan ate this meat, he could feel that his physique had strengthened again, and the power of qi and blood became more and more terrifying. On the other side, after eating and drinking, Chen Fan came to the front desk of a beautiful woman and began to prepare to change things. The points on his watch, because he slaughtered fierce beasts like crazy yesterday, now the number displayed on it is already 36,600. It can be said that he has the most points now, but he doesn't care much. These points are just what he uses to exchange things. Exchange for storage rings, Chen Fan said. The beauty at the front desk nodded and took out a storage ring with a dragon head for Chen Fan. This is called the Tsanglong ring. As long as you inject spiritual power into it, you can open the recognition of you as the master. The beauty told Chen Fan. Chen Fan followed her words and began to inject spiritual power into it, and sure enough, he saw a wide space. What a wonderful thing. Chen Fan also got this thing for the first time, and it felt very novel. A small ring can actually open up a space, and the refining weapon is indeed mysterious. The remaining points are not enough to exchange for spiritual martial arts, and if you want to exchange them, you have to continue to hunt fierce beasts. But now Chen Fan does not plan to exchange it. Because he figured it out, he had now awakened the power of artistic conception, and his spiritual power was extremely stable, and no mystical method could hurt his spirit. His current soul power is not weaker than anyone else's, and with the power of artistic conception, it is enough to make him invincible. Even if he did not cultivate any essence and mystery method, his spiritual power was still impeccable. I should now exchange some elixirs to improve my strength and spiritual power. Chen Fan quickly clarified his goal and chose 2 elixirs. Those were 2 4th-grade high-grade elixirs. Pure sunflower, ghost grass. These 2 elixirs directly swept away his remaining points, leaving only a few hundred, which made Chen Fan feel a burst of pain. The hard-earned points are gone. The top 10 geniuses, they got the news and knew that Chen Fan had come back alive, and they all showed surprised expressions. In Morong Xingqian's cultivation room, Morong Xingqian opened his eyes at this moment and said, it's a bit interesting. It seems that his life is still quite big, but if he can come to me, I will defeat him with my own hands. Then he closed his eyes again. Shen Yuan Hui and the others also felt a little surprised, but they didn't feel much threat. They thought Chen Fan was just lucky. And in the top 10 geniuses, Qingfeng Wangyue, she heard different news. What did you say? Chen Fan killed Black King Kong with one blow. Qingfeng Mochizuki looked at her cousin opposite with an expression of disbelief on her face. Even she can't do it. Why is Chen Fan so strong? I saw with my own eyes that there was nothing wrong with it, and his mental power was particularly strong. Just looking at me made me sink into the darkness and almost woke up. When Qing Fengqian said this, he still had lingering fears. Chen Fan's handsome face appeared in my mind again, but I felt a shiver all over my body. When Qingfeng Wangyue heard this, the whole person was stunned on the spot, with countless thoughts in his mind, and a pretty face frowned from time to time. How can I listen to your description? This is a bit like the legendary power of artistic conception. Qingfeng Wangyue expressed his guess. Cheng Fengqian shook his head. Impossible. How could he awaken this kind of power? Is he even more demonic than Morong Xingqian? In the beautiful eyes of Qingfeng Wangyue, there seemed to be a light lit up. There are too many geniuses in this world, and perhaps the most unlikely result felt is the most correct. When Cheng Fengqian heard his cousin's words, he froze in place on the spot, his mouth open slightly, but he didn't know what he was saying. If it's true, then Chen Fan is too scary. She is also a young grandmaster, but the grandmaster is a fart. Compared with the genius who understands the place of artistic conception, it is the difference between clouds and mud. After Chen Fan replaced the 2 elixirs, he also opened a room, preparing to absorb the elixir in the room to make himself stronger. But at this time, an unruly young man suddenly appeared in front of him, about 1.7 meters tall, looking at Chen Fan with a jealous face. I heard that you can survive the tide of beasts, and your ability is not small, but hand over your things, I want it. This person didn't see Chen Fan dragging the 4th level beast back, thinking that Chen Fan was just lucky. As for the points obtained by Chen Fan, they may have been obtained by other means. After all, everyone has their own opportunities. Chen Fan didn't know the other party, so he said coldly, "Okay, how dare you talk to me like this?" As soon as the unruly teenager finished speaking and was about to do something, he was blown out by a punch and fell to the ground, like a dead dog. I can't even catch a punch, and I still want to learn from others to grab things? Chen Fan shook his head and snatched all the points in his opponent's hand. Only 200. Chen Fan looked a little disgusted and walked past the other side. But at this moment, this unruly teenager began to doubt life. Isn't this Zhang Hui? Why did he fall to the ground, thinking about life? You came late and didn't see him trying to rob other people's things, but your points were robbed. Laughing to death, even if he dares to grab points? Many geniuses looked at the unruly boy who fell to the ground, laughed one after another, and treated it as a joke. Zhang Hui heard the sarcastic voices around him, couldn't stand it anymore, got up from the ground, and quickly left the place. But just after being punched by Chen Fan, he felt pain all over his body, and he felt pain after taking 2 steps, and finally fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang Hui fainted. It seems that he is going to be eliminated. A few hours later, his watch would sound an alarm and be eliminated, so no one cared about Zhang Hui. By the way, have you heard about it? Yesterday, Chen Fan caught 2 terrifying 4th level beasts, one of which was a black king. Just listen to it as a joke. Even if Chen Fan is strong, he doesn't have this strength. How can he kill Black King Kong? Many geniuses don't believe that Chen Fan's strength will be so strong. The horror of Black King Kong, after all of them know it. But some people didn't speak. They were the guys who ate black diamond meat yesterday, and they were still digesting the improvement brought to them by the 4th level beast meat. But this Chen Fan is really strong. Being able to defeat Zhang Hui in one move is not to be underestimated. Stronger than us. Do you think he will be able to rank 10th? You're crazy. How can Chen Fan be compared with the top 10 geniuses? The top 10 geniuses are not on the same level as us at all, so don't ask for trouble yourself. Everyone talked about it, and they all felt that although Chen Fan was very powerful, he should still be a little short of the top 10 geniuses. The top 10 geniuses are not only famous, they are all real powerhouses, so powerful that they are in awe of them, and even regard them as invincible beings. So most of them thought that although Chen Fan was very strong and more powerful than all of them, he was still not comparable to the top 10 geniuses. This is an essential gap that cannot be easily bridged. Chen Fan also heard their conversation, but there was not much explanation. As a strong man, there was no need to explain anything to them. What about the top 10 geniuses? Chen Fan is now not afraid of any opponent. Even if the opponent has awakened the power of artistic conception, he will not flinch in fear. He believed that he was invincible and that no one could defeat him. Chen Fan returned to the room and began to swallow the elixir. The first thing he swallowed was the elixir that increased qi and blood. Originally, Chen Fan felt that his physical strength should have reached its limit, but after eating the meat of the beast, the power of qi and blood increased again. Yes, his physique seems to have strengthened again, without any limits. This made him feel surprised, and according to this situation, he would soon be able to reach 3 million combat power. Of course, what Chen Fan values most is the cold attribute spiritual grass, which is a special elixir, a mutated elixir. The 4th level elixir can have the effect of the 5th level elixir, but it can only be obtained by winning the championship. Ordinary people have 2 million combat power, and they should have broken through to the realm of grandmasters long ago, but why can't I sense it yet? Chen Fan was actually a little strange in his heart. His combat power was no longer weaker than that of any grandmaster, but he was unable to step into the grandmaster realm for a long time. I don't know what is missing. Perhaps it was because his God King level talent was too terrifying and had too much potential, so it was difficult to break through. After Chen Fan improved his qi and blood, he began to refine the second elixir and began to enhance his spiritual strength. It's just that when Chen Fan refined the netherworld grass, he suddenly felt as if he had been stabbed hard by a black needle in his mind. Although he felt the pain, he also felt a sense of refreshment, which brought him a kind of mental improvement. Chen Fan's power of artistic conception began to be refined rapidly, and sure enough, the pain quickly disappeared, and the spiritual power increased again, almost instantly becoming 2 or 3 times stronger. Spiritual power is the strength of soul power, which makes Chen Fan more confident. Because the stronger your soul power, the stronger the power of artistic conception will be, and the more you will increase yourself. Click. Unknowingly, 2 days had passed, and Chen Fan had completely digested the effects of the two elixirs. When he opened his eyes, his pupils turned into pure gold in an instant, giving people a noble and majestic feeling. These pure golden eyes seemed to be able to see everything, and even carried a terrifying coercion, like the eyes of a god. Under these eyes, Chen Fan saw the world a little differently. He could see even the tiniest creatures, and he could also observe the changes in the expressions on everyone's faces. Is this the legendary eye of martial arts? Chen Fan thought of the record in the book. Rumor has it that there are some peerless demons who will awaken the eye of martial Dao, which can see through all the flaws of the opponent, and can also release coercion, forcibly immobilize the opponent, and various other effects. For example, a lot of mental strength enhancement, etc. He never thought that he would be able to awaken to this terrifying power now. This is really an unexpected joy. Chen Fan's eyes gradually changed back to their original color, because at this moment he had all the aura on his body restrained. After having the eye of martial arts, he became even stronger, and the top 10 geniuses were destined to become his stepping stones. Unknowingly, more than 10 days passed, during which time it was almost difficult for everyone to see Chen Fan, and they didn't see Chen Fan make any big moves. But there are also some people who see Chen Fan every day, that is, people who are staring at Chen Fan. The group of people watched Chen Fan bask in the sun every day and felt that it was too boring. Obviously, as a top genius, he does these things every day, inexplicable things. I don't spend points to practice in the training room, and I bask in the sun every day, for fear that I won't bask enough. It's really hard for them to imagine. How did a person like Chen Fan cultivate to this point? I heard that some time ago, he dragged 2 level 4 beasts back. Could it be that he asked someone else to take action? How could the top 10 geniuses help him? Maybe I was lucky. I encountered 2 level 4 fierce beasts fighting in fire, and both were killed, so I picked up a bargain. Surely, with his strength, even if he wanted to kill those 2 level 4 beasts, it was impossible not to suffer any damage. But I wish I had this kind of luck. This period of time also completely spread, confirming that Chen Fan did drag the 2 beasts back, but they never knew who killed them. If it is an ordinary beast, it is acceptable for Chen Fan to kill it. But those were ferocious beast overlords, who started to go crazy, and even ordinary grandmasters couldn't resist being injured in the later stage. Although Chen Fan has awakened his chi and blood golden body, he will not be outrageous to this level. When he came back, he was like a normal person. How could he be so strong? You know, even if the beast fire is desperate, as long as the death of the beast is sensed by the watch they wear, it will be turned into points. Now Chen Fan, who likes to bask in the sun every day, seems to not want to work hard. This is absolutely useless. It should be completely rotten. Everyone felt that Chen Fan might not be able to enter the top 50 because his current state was too poor. In fact, it's a good thing that he doesn't make it to the top 50, so he won't meet the 2 geniuses of the Morong family. That's right, after all, he is a civilian child. Maybe he is afraid of retaliation, so he did it on purpose. Just when everyone was talking about Chen Fan being eliminated in a short time, Chen Fan had already walked out of the house. During this time he basked in the sun to improve his strength, and his combat power had reached 3 million. You must know that this was only the basic combat power, without the blessing of martial arts. During this time, I finally completely controlled the power of the eye of martial arts. Let me see how much combat power I can achieve. Chen Fan came to a machine that had no one around it. Chen Fan didn't want others to discover his trump cards. His pupils turned golden at this moment, and a mysterious power flowed through his eyes. The breeze around was surging, and 2 golden lights burst out in Chen Fan's eyes, shooting towards the machine. In addition to enhancing mental strength, the eye of martial arts can also burst out mental attacks, which is not weaker than spiritual martial arts. A huge sound sounded, and the machine began to beat rapidly, and a line of amazing values was quickly displayed on it. The golden light that burst out of Chen Fan's eyes left a crimson number directly on the machine. 3.5 million combat power. Such combat power is enough to shock people and make people feel incredible. You know, this is just the eye of martial arts with its own artistic conception of destruction to burst out such terrifying combat power. This spiritual attack, Chen Fan has not practiced much at all. In other words, he really doesn't have any weaknesses now. Whether it is the strength of its own combat power or the strength of its mental strength, it is no longer afraid of any opponent. Now even the spiritual chant master can't cause any harm to me. Chen Fan's eyes were like lightning, and the golden light in his pupils slowly dissipated. Spiritual teachers are geniuses with spiritual talents, but the number of such geniuses is not large. And go to Chen Fan to learn that the talent of the spiritual master is also hierarchical. In the eyes of some top geniuses, ordinary spiritual chanters don't look down on them at all. For example, only ordinary elite-level talented spiritual masters. This kind of person has limited talent for growth, and they are not regarded as opponents at all. The first place in the martial arts trial, no one can stop me. Chen Fan was very confident at the moment, and even looked forward to the arrival of the last day early. During this time, most people were eliminated because they did not have enough points. Some were defeated when dealing with beasts, and some were eliminated by others who were robbed of points. As for the status of the top 10 geniuses, no one dared to provoke them, because in their eyes, the top 10 geniuses are all symbols of invincibility. In a dense forest, two figures were frantically fleeing, and behind them, a terrifying beast was chasing them. This beast was huge and extremely fast. It was a pure white giant wolf with strong hair and a cold light in its eyes. This is a level 4 beast, comparable to a grandmaster. And the people who were chased were Feng Changtian and Lu Shang. The two of them often killed fierce beasts outside in order not to be eliminated, but this time they were unlucky and encountered a 4th level fierce beast's lair. As a result, they were chased all the way, and the two of them ran away like crazy. From a distance, you can see a camp like a small town, and Feng Changtian and the others fled at a faster pace, hoping to return to the camp in time. Although the 4th level fierce beast is powerful, there are too many geniuses in the camp. If this fierce beast dares to chase it, it will surely die. Suddenly, Feng Changtian and the others stopped and felt a tearing sensation coming from their souls, which made them can't help but stop and take 2 steps back. Even the 4th level fierce beast that was originally chasing them showed a look of fear in his eyes. The beast let out a roar, then turned to leave, as if it had encountered something extremely terrible. Feng Changtian and Lu Sheng couldn't help but look up at this moment. They seemed to see a pair of terrifying eyes just now. Those eyes, pure gold, like the eyes of the gods, appeared in their hearts, and seemed to be able to easily destroy their souls. Meanwhile, those eyes seemed to have a terrifying power of destruction, which could easily destroy everything, so they scared away the beast just now. What a terrifying spiritual power! Which spiritual master is it? Feng Changtian was a little shocked, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. The same is true for Lu Shang. Under that vast spiritual power like the sea, they felt that they had entered the deep sea at that moment, constantly diving, and the huge oppressive force made them blind and deaf in both ears. Such an opponent is really desperate. In the cultivation rooms, one breath after another also awakened one after another. The first to get out of the customs was Morong Jun. Morong Jun was still wearing a purple robe with soft and loose black hair, although he looked thin, but his body contained the terrifying power of qi and blood, comparable to that of a 4th level beast. After this period of cultivation, this one of the top 10 geniuses also stepped into the realm of grandmasters. I saw that there was a flow of true qi outside his body, and his body exuded a trembling coercion. Finally found you. Finally broke through. With my spiritual martial arts, the top 5 should be able to compete. Morong Jun was extremely confident at the moment. He was originally at the bottom of the top 10 geniuses, but now, he felt that except for the 4 young grandmasters, no one was his opponent. In the other cultivation room, Qing Fengqian also left the customs. She had already broken through to become a grandmaster, and this time only allowed her to go further, enhance the true qi in her body, and rise to the 2nd level of the grandmaster. She also practiced spiritual secret methods, but she only practiced C level. Not that she couldn't cultivate better, but that she didn't have much talent in cultivating spiritual masters. The other top 10 geniuses also left the customs one after another, and Zhang Tian also walked out of the cultivation room, and there was also a flow of true qi outside the body, obviously stepping into the realm of grandmasters. The top 10 geniuses all have the potential to step into the grandmaster, but it's just a matter of speed and slowness. During the trials, it was obvious that the top 10 geniuses broke through this shackles. Everyone was motivated by the reward. Originally, there were only 4 young grandmasters, but now all the top 10 geniuses have broken through to become grandmasters, and the terrifying power of qi and blood is emitted, and qi flows in the air. The coercion emitted made ordinary geniuses dare not approach, and could only watch from a distance. However, at this time, in the largest cultivation room, a woman came out. She was not wearing red clothes at this time, but wearing pink clothes, looking quite girly. Her hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were clear, like a pool of clear water, but the coercion released by her made several geniuses feel depressed. Qingfeng Wangyue was out of the customs, and the true qi coercion on her body was stronger than the true qi coercion on Morong Jun and the others, and she was obviously stepping into the middle stage of the grandmaster. And from time to time, golden light appeared on her skin, obviously condensing the qi and blood golden body. Qingfeng Wangyue, it seems that your cultivation during this period has improved a lot. Gulong also left the customs, and there was also a golden light on her body, and the true qi on her body was thick, accompanied by an amazing spiritual coercion. This made Qingfeng look at the moon, a little surprised. In her cognition, Gulong should not have the talent of a spiritual teacher, and it seems that this person is hidden. But everyone has a whole card, and she also has a whole card. It's so lively. Shen Yuanhui also appeared. He didn't have any amazing coercion on him, but in the face of Qingfeng Wangyue and the others, he had a relaxed expression on his face. This made Gulong can't help but take a look at Shen Yuanhui. The people he couldn't understand the most were Morong Xingchen and Shen Yuanhui, both of whom were the strongest geniuses in their respective families. Although the aura on Shen Yuanhui's body has not changed much, he can't really believe that Shen Yuanhui has not improved any during this time. It seems that I am the latest to leave the customs. The door of a cultivation room opened. Morong Xingchen walked out of it, and Morong Xingchen at this moment did not hide the aura on his body at all. The top 10 geniuses looked at Morong Xingchen's head in horror, where they seemed to really see a star, emitting bright starlight. An indescribable sense of oppression spreads. Go! Among the top 10 geniuses, most of them have a sense of suffocation and feel that they can't even breathe. Spiritual coercion. Morong Xingchen is so terrifying. It is said that his talent in spiritual recitation has reached the holy level. Top 10 geniuses. At this time a secret broke out in the talk, because most of the others didn't know that Xianyuan Xingchen's strongest talent was actually above the spiritual chanter. The spiritual master is a more dangerous existence than the martial arts grandmaster. A grandmaster at the level of a spiritual chant master can almost sweep away the grandmasters of the same realm. As long as he is not close, he can easily obliterate your soul. Morong Xingchen, you are really my biggest competitor to win the championship. Xianyuan Hui knew that the stars they perceived were nothing more than spiritual martial arts practiced by Morong Xingchen. It's just that he seems to be very confident and has the means to deal with Morong Xingchen. The top 10 geniuses left the customs, which made the geniuses who continued to stay in the camp also appear. Because of that amazing coercion, they can feel it even if they are far apart. Geniuses, please note that 500 people have successfully eliminated 450 people, and the rest are ready to really start qualifying. This qualifying match will determine your ranking. Please hurry to the square to gather. In the sound of the horns, the voice of the assessment officer came. Qualifying has finally officially begun. Chen Fan heard the sound in the speaker, and his face showed a sense of anticipation. On the square of the camp. In the end, the 50 geniuses who remained appeared here. It also includes Feng Changtian and Lu Shang. Feng Changtian has this qualification. After all, his cultivation is not weak, although he is not comparable to the young grandmaster, but he is also stronger than most geniuses. Lu Shang is different. His talent is not as good as Feng Changtian, and it is purely luck to stay. However, Lu Shang is also very satisfied to be able to stay, because he is now staying, which means that he can enter the training camp, which has surpassed most geniuses. As for this ranking, he didn't attach much importance to it, thinking that it would be good to just take a random ranking. As for whether it is 50 or 49, he doesn't care. Boom! Where is Chen Fan? Lu Shang's eyes were searching for Chen Fan's figure, and they had heard about Chen Fan's amazing deeds during this time. It was not eliminated at all, and it was said that it had obtained a large number of cultivation resources, catching up with the top 10 geniuses. Where is Chen Fan? Feng Changtian's eyes quickly fixed on the body of a young man. This young man was restrained, looking like an ordinary person, not exuding a powerful aura like other geniuses. Rumble. The gap between me and him is getting bigger and bigger. Feng Changtian couldn't see through Chen Fan, so he knew that the gap between himself and Chen Fan was really unimaginable. You must know that he has also improved during this time, and he is already comparable to the half-step grandmaster, but he still can't see through Chen Fan at all. Isn't this the group of wasting Jinling? Chen Fan, although he is strong, but he is now giving up on himself and basking in the sun every day. Do you think he can still get a good ranking? Chen Fan is afraid he won't even be able to squeeze in the top 20. Some of the remaining geniuses sneered at Feng Changtian and them, looking down on them completely. Sunbathing? Hearing these three words, Feng Changtian frowned. When he was in Jinling, Chen Fan also basked in the sun every day, and everyone thought he was useless. A bunch of idiots. Feng Changtian sneered in his heart, and didn't explain anything to this group of geniuses. He would know when they stumbled. At this time, a male assessor stood in front of everyone. The rules adopted in this ranking match are one-on-one, and after a while, numbered cards will be issued in turn, and 2 numbered cards will be randomly drawn to compete in a duel. As for the ranking rules, it's very simple. You have 2 chances, and after losing once, you can find another loser for a solo duel, and the winner will advance. The assessor briefly described the rules. Everyone nodded one after another, knowing the rules was very simple, and everyone began to draw numbered plates one by one. The number plate drawn by Chen Fan is 10. Okay, you all have drawn the number plates. The qualifying has officially begun, and the first to play is number 12 versus number 13. As soon as the assessment officer finished speaking, 2 geniuses walked out of the crowd and came to the high platform. I'll beat you. Number 12 is a woman wearing white stockings, but her hair is dyed colorful, and she looks like a delinquent girl. Boom. Number 13 is a handsome boy, and he smiles disdainfully when he hears the girl's words. The 2 each used their own means and fought for more than 10 minutes before ending the battle, and finally the girl in white stockings was defeated, her eyes full of unwillingness. Next, continue to go on stage. This time it was Morong Jun who came to power, and his opponent was a burly teenager, but he was sweating profusely when facing Morong Jun, and he was obviously not sure to deal with it. Sure enough, Morong Jun solved the opponent without any pressure at all. Subsequently, Xingfeng Crack, one of the top 10 geniuses, also played, and his opponent was still vulnerable, and he didn't even have the courage to fight him, so he directly admitted defeat. This surprised everyone. After all, the people present are all geniuses, and if they really can't win, they won't admit defeat directly. You don't know, Xingfeng Crack has a quirk. He likes to kill his opponents when he fights. If you lose, he will break your bones, although he can catch it, but he will also lie on the bed for half a year. There is a genius in the know, whispered. This made the remaining geniuses suddenly realize Morong Xingchen is on the field. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. All the geniuses geniuses looked at the stage, because no one expected that Morong Xingchen, the favorite who won the championship this time, would play so early. And his opponent is a girl who looks like a lowly, very cute, wearing a long blue dress, and has a delicate appearance. But in the face of Morong Xingchen, the girl beat the drum in her heart. She had long heard of Morong Xingchen's reputation, but she didn't expect to be the opponent of the other party now. Please teach me. The girl in the blue dress did not admit defeat, but wanted to fight Morong Xingchen. You are too weak. Morong Xingchen's eyes widened, and a wave of spiritual power spread out. The girl in the blue dress, the power of qi and blood on her body exploded, but she could not resist the spiritual attack. The soul seemed to be hammered hard by a hammer, making her eyes flash with gold stars, staggered back several steps, and fell off the stage. Morong Xingchen turned and left. This made those geniuses in the audience agitate their Adam's apple, and when they looked at Morong Xingchen, they were like looking at a god. Sure enough, it is the favorite to win the championship, and it is really scary. Please come on stage on the 10th and 16th. Puff. Soon it was Chen Fan's turn. Chen Fan's opponent was a fat-looking fat man, more than 2 meters tall, and his body was huge, like a moving mountain of meat. Chen Fan, I know you are powerful, but the martial arts I practice have the effect of using strength to fight against strength. If you don't break through the Grandmaster, you can't break through my defenses. Click, click. This fat genius is very confident and is not afraid of Chen Fan at all. Chen Fan was a little speechless in his heart. So what if he wasn't a Grandmaster? Chen Fan casually punched over, not even bothering to use the power of martial arts. This fat man fell to the ground on the spot, foaming at the mouth, and the fat on his body did not play any role in resisting. When the power is strong enough, any defense is a joke. This is what Chen Fan thinks. So powerful, as clean and neat as the top 10 geniuses. No wonder you can condense the qi and blood golden body, and the strength is really amazing. It seems that only the spiritual master can deal with him. Many geniuses were discussing below, and no one wanted to meet Chen Fan. In the monitoring room, there was an additional figure wearing a blue suit and gold glasses. This person was the previous big man, and the breeze was shaking the sky. He could have been without using this place. He just needed to let someone else send the video to him. But in this ranking match, in addition to Qingfeng Mochizuki, his daughter Qingfeng Qian was also there, so he wanted to see the results of the qualifying round as soon as possible, so he came to the monitoring room. The 4 grandmasters also agreed. After all, the other party only said that they were watching the ranking match, and did not say that they would intervene, which would not destroy fairness or break the rules. This Chen Fan is very good. As long as he doesn't meet the spiritual master, he may be able to achieve a good ranking. Qingfeng Jintian watched Chen Fan's competition and commented. The other 4 great masters nodded with a smile. The qualifying round was in full swing, and soon it was Chen Fan who appeared again, and this time his opponent was a boy with long hair and a shawl. The young man was wearing a pair of sunglasses and holding a folding fan in his hand, and he did not panic in the face of Chen Fan. Because he can enter the top 20 among many geniuses, the most important thing is that he is also a spiritual teacher. The assessor Jiang Meng, along with several other Grandmaster assessors, was staring at the big screen. What is playing on the screen is exactly what was in qualifying. As assessment officers, they naturally have the right to know the content of the qualifying round in advance. This Chen Fan is really unlucky. He has met the spiritual master now. The assessor Jiang Mengyao headed. She also often noticed that Chen Fan was a civilian genius after all, and it was not easy to get to this point. But obviously he is unlucky now, and when he encounters a spiritual master, he can only end up being eliminated. In fact, as long as you don't rank in the top 3, it doesn't matter where this Chen Fan ranks, a male assessor said. He is also an aristocrat, and he thinks that only nobles can rank in the top 3, and it is already his limit for a commoner like Chen Fan to come here, and it is impossible to continue walking. Maybe he can be in the top 3? The assessor Bai Shu is also a civilian who has grown to this point, so he hopes that Chen Fan can go further. Bai Shu, don't daydream. The assessor Jiang Meng shook his head, not thinking that Chen Fan could continue to advance. Bang! Although she also saw that Chen Fan could kill the murderous 4th-level beast, she had never seen Chen Fan use any means such as spiritual power, so she concluded that mental strength was Chen Fan's weakness. Okay, it's boring for us to argue, let's wait and see. One of the assessors stood up and rounded the field. These assessors were only responsible for the assessment, and there was no need to argue about this matter that didn't mean much to them. The rest of the assessors fell silent and began to watch the ranking match. The content on the screen continued to play. I saw Chen Fan slowly re-enter the stage. He looked at his opponent opposite, and he couldn't arouse any interest in his heart, because the opponent is too weak. And even if his opponent is weak, he still feels that he is very good and does not take himself seriously at all. Faced with such an opponent, Chen Fan felt boring in his heart. An ant always thinks that he can be invincible in the world, but in fact he is a rat-eye, sitting in a well and watching the sky. Even defeating such an opponent does not mean much to Chen Fan. Seeing Chen Fan fall into thought, his opponent Long Chen's eyes were full of contempt. If you're afraid, hurry up and go down. Don't be ashamed of losing to the spiritual master. Long Chen looked generous. I felt that Chen Fan was frightened and stupid, and he should have gone down earlier. But among the top 10 geniuses, there were 2 women who shook their heads helplessly at this moment. Xianxian, isn't this Longchen your hair? I remember you played together since you were little, and the relationship was not bad. Looking at the moon and the breeze, standing in the crowd, is a beautiful scenery. Meanwhile, cousin, I don't know this person on stage. Qing Fengqian quickly denied. This is simply embarrassing. Long Chen, a fool, thinks that he has a little mental talent, so he dares to provoke Qin Fan wildly, and it will be miserable later. She didn't want to lose this person. Qing Feng looked at the moon and smiled slightly, a pair of beautiful eyes. Looking at the stage, his eyes kept falling on Chen Fan's body. She found that Chen Fan was the same as Shen Yuan Hui and the others, which made her a little unable to see through. Chen Fan slowly came back to his senses at this moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up, because he thought of a good idea at the moment. Instead of such a slow competition, it is better to have a big one. Chen Fan made up his mind in his heart, then looked at Long Chen in front of him and said, "You are very interesting. I will give you a chance to shoot." Because he thought of the good idea in his heart, Chen Fan was in a much better mood at the moment, and he didn't bother to care about what Long Chen had just said. Anyway, he would lie down and go out later. What? Long Chen was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Are you talking to me about some fantasy? But since you want me to take action, I won't be polite. The martial arts I practice are sea-level soul thorns, and I can't grasp the attack power. If your mental strength is weak, you will directly become a fool. When he performed martial arts, he also reminded Chen Fan. Of course, he was also showing off the strength of the martial arts he practiced. You talk so much nonsense. Chen Fan was a little impatient and prepared to end the battle quickly. Soul Thorn. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes, and his mental power mobilized, forming a black pointed cone, exuding a cold aura. Everyone could only perceive it through the spirit, and this was the soul attack performed by the spiritual master. Broken. In the face of the roaring attack that hit the soul directly, Chen Fan did not have any idea of retreating, and his fist was covered with a layer of true qi, and he bombarded the past. The powerful true qi directly shattered the sharp cone, and with its indomitable strength, it fell on Long Chen's body. Before he could react, he fell off the stage like a rag, slid on the ground for 10 meters, left a long bloodstain, and then tilted his head and fainted. The scene was silent, and everyone looked at Chen Fan with an unbelievable look, especially looking at the true qi circulating on Chen Fan's body. They were shocked and didn't know what to say. He stepped into the realm of grandmasters. True qi protects the body. True qi is released out. This is indeed the symbol of the grandmaster. No wonder you can defeat the spiritual master. Chen Fan is too terrifying. It seems that we have all underestimated him, and this time the top 5 may have a place for him. These geniuses now mistakenly think that Chen Fan is already a grandmaster. Chen Fan didn't explain so much to them. He did want to step into the realm of grandmasters, but not so quickly. But he doesn't care. Even if he is not a grandmaster, he will not be weaker than any grandmaster. The grandmaster's thick true qi can temporarily resist the attack of the spiritual master. This Chen Fan is a bit interesting. What if he steps into the realm of grandmasters? As long as he stands in front of me, I will personally defeat him and make him repent of his previous crimes. Morong Xingchen and Shen Yuan Hui were talking at this moment, and neither of them took Chen Fan seriously. Both of them were already in the middle stage of the grandmasters, and the methods they used were very powerful, and they were not comparable to Long Chen at all. So they were extremely confident and didn't really take Chen Fan seriously in their eyes at all. Even the assessor who presided over the competition was shocked, and did not even announce it at the first time. Long Chen was eliminated. At this moment, Chen Fan stood on the stage, facing everyone, and said, "Everyone, I have a good suggestion. Do you want to hear it? This suggestion can make the qualifying session end quickly and not waste your time." All the geniuses looked at Chen Fan with puzzled eyes, not understanding why he suddenly said such a thing. The assessor was also confused, staring at Chen Fan with a pair of eyes, wanting to see what he wanted to say. To be honest, it's really boring and troublesome to play against your group of so-called geniuses one by one. Change the rules of the ranking match. You all go on together. Whoever can stay on the stage last, who is the first place. Isn't it much simpler? Chen Fan's sharp eyes swept over many geniuses, and there was a domineering aura in his eyes, as if he didn't put many geniuses in his eyes at all. Everyone, hearing this, had uncontrollable anger in their hearts. Most of these geniuses have their own arrogance, especially the top 10 geniuses, thinking that they can look down on other geniuses. But now, Chen Fan looked down on them like this. The pride and confidence in his eyes were unabashed, as if he had never regarded them as opponents. Monitoring room. Qing Fengzhentian and the 4 great grandmasters, watching Chen Fan say these words in a rampant tone, even they were shocked. This Chen Fan, is this going to start a big brawl? Such a competition is unfair. In fact, it's about the same anyway. The top 10 geniuses will definitely be able to stay until the end, and there shouldn't be much change in the rankings. Several great masters spoke one after another. Some people thought this method was not good, some thought it was feasible. Of course, they felt that Chen Fan was too arrogant, and if they dared to make such a request, they were afraid that the first one would be eliminated, and the ranking would directly become the penultimate number. What's the point of doing this? They couldn't figure it out. Young people are a little young and vigorous. vigorous, which makes sense. Xingfeng Jintian was very open-minded. He was also arrogant when he was young, and he also felt that he was invincible in the world. Later, I met a more powerful genius and experienced a lot of things, and then I realized that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. Chen Fan is not yet at his age, a little arrogant, but it is actually normal, but he still has some appetite for him. On the other side, maybe I can introduce my daughter to him. The breeze shook the sky and thought to himself, anyway, his daughter is also a genius, and there should be a lot to talk about between geniuses. If he can facilitate this matter, he can also protect Chen Fan on behalf of the Qingfeng family. Even the Morong family would not offend their entire Qingfeng family because of a Morong too. On a wide square, all the geniuses are sneering. Chen Fan thinks he is invincible in the world? One person wants to challenge everyone else who is left. Meanwhile, even if you defeat a spiritual chanter, you shouldn't be so arrogant, you really don't know the height of the sky. I'll teach him a lesson. A genius was surrounded by thunder, his clothes were windless, and even his eyes were flashing with thunder. His awakened talent is the thunder attribute, which has an extremely terrifying explosive power. Wait, let me go. A dark-haired teenager stood up, and a flame burned on him, a crimson flame that exuded an amazing temperature. What he awakened was an extraordinary talent, and his flame was a flame of the red sun, which had a higher temperature than ordinary flames, and the temperature was infinitely close to magma. Chen Fan, you are too arrogant, even if you are a grandmaster. Another genius stood up. This genius, with an ordinary face, looked like a passerby, which was easy to ignore. But the spiritual power he exuded was at least 3 times stronger than Longchen just now, reaching the level of a grandmaster. Even the other genius aura was slightly suppressed by this genius. Who is he? Could it be that he is a dark horse comparable to the top 10 geniuses? I know him, his name is Yi Chang, and he is a member of the Yi family. Soon someone knew the true identity of this genius with strong spiritual power. These geniuses who stood up released coercion one after another and attacked Chen Fan. Ordinary people, I'm afraid their faces have changed a lot, but Yi Fan faced the coercion of everyone like a breeze, and his face did not change at all. Although you have broken through to become a grandmaster, you are not the only one who has made a breakthrough. During this time, my improvement is not weaker than yours. Yi Chang's huge spiritual power, in the sky, formed a huge tiger phantom, which was the embodiment of his spiritual power, and the terrible spiritual coercion made most of the geniuses present breathless. Feng Changtian sensed the tiger phantom in the sky in horror, and his heart was trembling. It's too strong. The genius audition, there are so many people who are stronger than me. Feng Changtian thought that except for Chen Fan and the top 10 geniuses, there were very few people who could defeat him. But now he realizes that he is wrong. This sudden appearance of Yi Chang is simply shockingly powerful. Lu Sheng's face was solemn, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't even want to stay here any longer. So many geniuses make him, a genius in Jinling, look very ordinary. Outside, he also tried the feeling of looking up to others for the first time. This is indeed a place of genius. Chen Fan, just a civilian, defeating an ordinary spiritual master, daring to challenge all of us, it's a joke. Beat him and let him know what a true genius is. Among the top 10 geniuses, there were also 2 geniuses who spoke. They did not do it themselves, not that they didn't want to do it, but that they thought Chen Fan was not qualified enough. Isn't it too much to lose your identity if you challenge them casually? So they wanted to see Chen Fan, who was ravaged by other geniuses, and made him regret it. Recognize the reality and the gap. Your luck is very bad. The first to strike me, you will be eliminated first. Chen Fan looked at Yi Chang and said calmly. There was no mockery in his tone, as if he was talking about a fact. When Yi Chang heard this, he laughed on the spot. Then I'll wait and see if you have such strength. After saying that, he began to use his mental power to attack Chen Fan. Spiritual martial arts, watching tiger skills. The reason why he was also cultivating sea-level spiritual martial arts, which was stronger than Long Chen, was because he had cultivated this spiritual martial arts to a level close to perfection. Therefore, the power displayed is extremely terrifying. Some of the geniuses around them were slightly weaker, and they felt a sense of separation in their souls, and some couldn't bear it, and they all took several steps back. In a trance, everyone saw that there seemed to be a tiger roar on the stage. At this moment, their souls kept shaking, as if they were about to explode. Many geniuses quickly stabilized their souls and reduced the damage of this kind of soul coercion. The top 10 geniuses looked at all this coldly. They were not affected by the coercion of the soul. The 2 geniuses who awakened the thunder element and the fire element also took action at the first moment. One person was lightning bolted, and the crimson flames on the other person burst out, forming a fire dragon rushing towards Chen Fan. The 3 geniuses shot together, and it seemed that they wanted to eliminate Chen Fan instantly. Faced with the attack of the 3 people, Chen Fan sneered and said, "One punch, defeat you." Chen Fan didn't say this arrogantly, but just said the truth. The 3 geniuses did not put any pressure on him at all, and such an opponent made him feel that this ranking match was getting more and more boring. The golden true chi on his body began to flow, and then he clenched his fists, bowed slightly, took a deep breath, and swung a punch without hesitation. His punch contained the power of true chi, and in a trance, trance, everyone saw a fist seal burning with golden flames coercing the void with explosive power and huge oppressive force, attacking many geniuses. With this punch, Chen Fan directly burst out with 3 million combat power, showing an incomparably terrifying violent force, which swept towards the three geniuses like a stormy wave. Such a battle made the top 10 geniuses, who originally didn't care, open their eyes wide, trying to see the outcome of this duel clearly. Yi Chang, who was originally high-spirited, and the other two geniuses, when faced with Chen Fan's punch, their faces suddenly changed, and a ridiculous feeling was born in their hearts. They felt that they couldn't resist, but they had no way out and could only fight desperately. He increased the output of his spiritual power, and the tiger's roar became louder and louder, as if he wanted to tear everyone's souls apart. The remaining two geniuses, the power of thunder on one person, condensed together, turned into a 3-meter-long thunder hammer, and bombarded towards Chen Fan. The remaining geniuses, the crimson flames, condensed a blade and slashed towards Chen Fan. Everyone used their own powerful means, and in the next moment they collided together, making a deafening sound. The attacks of the four people collided fiercely. One touch is a split. Three of the figures took several steps back, their faces solemn. The lion phantom formed by Yi Chang's spiritual power was much darker, and the remaining two geniuses, the power of qi and blood on their bodies was greatly weakened, and their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Originally, they thought that Chen Fan was just bluffing. Even if he had just broken through the realm of grandmasters, he could not be the opponent of the three of them. But Chen Fan's punch just now, with indomitable strength, if he hadn't regained his strength in time, I am afraid that the three of them would have died. Just now, a fear of death enveloped them, causing them to pass by death. Chen Fan carried his hands on his back and looked at the three geniuses calmly. Yi Chang lowered his head and took the initiative to admit defeat. He knew that he could never be Chen Fan's opponent with his own strength. The gap between them was too big. The other party could restrain their own strength at will. It seemed that he didn't even use half of his strength, and in the face of such an opponent, a kind of despair emerged in his heart. Continuing to fight is just self-inflicted. Thank you, we also admit defeat. The remaining two geniuses restrained their arrogance and took the initiative to admit defeat. Meanwhile, a person who can even kill them is not something they can defeat at all. If you want to continue fighting, I'm afraid Chen Fan won't stay. The audience was silent, and even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Everyone was shocked, and even the top 10 geniuses, their eyes became solemn. In the monitoring room, the breeze that was originally calm was shaking the sky, but when he saw Chen Fan swinging that punch, his eyes suddenly lit up and he showed a surprised expression. How can it be so powerful? Qingfeng Jintian was shocked. He only knew that Chen Fan had condensed his qi and blood golden body, and at most he was afraid that it would only be about 2 million combat power. But the punch just now contained true qi, and there was a feeling of suppressing everything, and that kind of power probably reached at least 3 million. 2 million and 3 million are completely different concepts, which can be said to be very different. Several great masters were also shocked at this time. The punch that Chen Fan unleashed just now followed some kind of perfect arc. In the process of swinging that punch, the muscles on Chen Fan's arms seemed to be alive, flowing rapidly, and erupting with terrifying fist marks. They could obviously see that the punch was very easy for Chen Fan to use. This means that Chen Fan may still have a lot of strength hidden. However, several great grandmasters exhaled lightly and regained their composure. After all, they had seen Chen Fan kill Black King Kong with their own eyes, so they can still accept this scene. Although this Yi Chang can be comparable to the top 10 geniuses, in fact, it is close to the point, and the spiritual attack is only barely stepping into the realm of the grandmaster. It is normal for this method to be defeated by Chen Fan. Perhaps, this Chen Fan can really create a miracle. The breeze shook the sky, and at this moment he paid great attention to Chen Fan. Chen Fan is too strong. He has condensed into a momentum. We must defeat him. A genius stood up, although he witnessed Chen Fan defeat other geniuses, but he was not reconciled. Chen Fan pressed on his head. He was not willing to let Chen Fan become the second Morong Xingchen. If you want to form a momentum, you have to keep overpowering geniuses, and there are many geniuses who can defeat you, and you can make some ordinary geniuses afraid with just one look. Morong Xingchen was like this back then, sweeping all the way, invincible all the way, and never encountered any opponents. The breeze looks at the moon, Xian Yuan Hui, and the others are the same. In fact, they all have a kind of momentum. Standing there gives people a feeling of invincibility, making people feel that they can't catch up. On the other side, if you want to suppress my aura and form your own momentum, then I'll see if you have this strength. Qingfeng Crack, one of the top 10 geniuses, stood up, grinned, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Chen Fan, today I will cut off your martial arts path. A huge aura emerged from Morong Jun's body, and the true qi flowed rapidly, and at the same time performed spiritual martial arts. I saw that above his head, a huge black python emerged, sticking out its tongue and exuding a sense of spiritual coercion. Chen Fan, even if you are very strong, don't try to suppress all of us. Qing Fengqian also joined the resistance, because the coercion released by Chen Fan at this moment had suppressed all the geniuses except for the original 4 young grandmasters. If they don't take action against Chen Fan now, they will have fear and timidity in their hearts, and even nightmares. others. At that time, it will really never be possible to surpass Chen Fan, and I can only look at his back. The two geniuses didn't have any words and rushed towards Chen Fanfei. Chen Fan's eyes were calm, and he faced the two geniuses who rushed up and swung a punch at each of them. Bang bang! This time he didn't hold back, used part of his strength, and the two geniuses quickly retreated out, like cannonballs, flying off the stage, spitting blood out of their mouths. However, this did not stop other geniuses from rushing towards Chen Fan, and everyone was unwilling to be suppressed. This time, there were 12 geniuses who rushed towards Chen Fan, each of whom burst out with their most powerful martial arts, and the terrifying power of qi and blood was permeated. Among the 12 geniuses, there is also Qingfeng Crack, one of the top 10 geniuses, and he also uses spiritual attacks. What his spiritual power condensed was a knife which seemed to be able to tear through space, and with indomitable strength it swung forward and slashed at Chen Fan's soul. The power of his knife was obviously stronger than the power displayed by Yi Chang. And at this time, the 13th day made a move, and the black python condensed by Morong Jun opened its bloody mouth and bit Chen Fan, wanting to tear Chen Fan's soul. All kinds of overwhelming attacks, even the original 4 young grandmasters, I am afraid that they did not dare to neglect anything, and they had to go all out to face many geniuses. So arrogant, delusional to form your own momentum, will fail after all. Gu Long said indifferently. Although he felt that Chen Fan was also very powerful, it was absolutely impossible to resist the attacks of so many geniuses. After all, among the top 10 geniuses, several of them have made a move, and they have all shown their own unique skills to completely defeat Chen Fan. Chen Fan stood there and looked up at the overwhelming attack. He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Many geniuses were besieging Chen Fan alone, and the scene looked extremely spectacular, but Morong Xingchen and the others had not yet done it, because they disdained it. But at the next moment, Chen Fan's eyes suddenly changed, although his original eyes were sharp, but more gentle. But now, there was indifference in his eyes. Chen Fan clenched his fists, only to see golden flames lit up above his fists, destroying the fist intent bonus, and a terrifying coercion spread from him. Many geniuses, at this moment, their hearts beat violently, and even many people were sweating on their heads. Even Qingfeng Crack and Morong Jun also felt an unusual feeling. There was an explosion in the sky, and everyone saw a golden fist mark again, but the power of this punch seemed to suppress the sky dome in an instant. There is a bonus of destruction on it, with a supreme willpower. Morong Jun's condensed python curled up together, trembling. The blade condensed by Qingfeng Lai's spiritual power broke directly into 2 pieces in midair, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his eyes were full of horror. The other geniuses were also uncomfortable. All of them felt indescribably depressed, and their breathing became uneven. You know, Chen Fan's punch has not really attacked them, but it has just condensed the fist mark and appeared in the void, giving people such an unparalleled sense of oppression. Morong Xingchen, who had been watching coldly, became serious at this moment and said, "This is destruction fist intent?" Monitoring room. The breeze shook the sky, and holding the chair with his hands, his heart was greatly shocked. The same was true for the remaining 4 grandmasters, their expressions showing strange expressions, their faces full of shock. Destruction fist intent, the power of artistic conception. Chen Fan, what a peerless demon. In their hearts were surging, and they were even a little excited and shocked. Such a supreme Tianjia was actually born in their Jiangnan mansion. The 4 young grandmasters, originally arrogant, looked down at Chen Fan's farce of wanting to challenge all geniuses. But now, their hearts were shaken, their faces became extremely solemn, and their eyes were full of fear when they looked at Chen Fan. This kind of Tianjia should not have been born in Jiangnan Prefecture. Unexpectedly, they were touched by them, and they would all become Chen Fan's foil and a stepping stone for each other. I don't believe that the destruction fist intent can suppress everything. Shen Yuanhui changed his previous relaxed state, and a terrifying force of qi and blood emerged from his body, and his body glowed with golden light, which was the golden body of qi and blood. However, no one cares now. The qi and blood golden body is before, although it can be regarded as a kind of trump card, but now it is completely not enough. The 4 young grandmasters, each of them condensed the golden body of qi and blood, which could be said to be unbreakable and invincible before. But in the face of the destruction fist intent, the qi and blood golden body was completely vulnerable, not at the same level at all, and the gap was too big. Above Shen Yuanhui's head, it quickly condensed, and the wind and snow were all over the sky. This is exactly the spiritual martial arts he practiced. That's B-level martial arts, wind and snow skills. A genius exclaimed and recognized this terrifying martial art. Countless snowflakes fell, and everyone's souls felt a tingling pain, and then countless wind and snow condensed into a sword blade, flying out of the wind and snow, wrapped in terrifying power, and quickly slashed down. Morong Xingchen, a star above his head condensed, bloomed with infinite brilliance, and swept towards Chen Fan. This is the spiritual martial art he practiced, immortal stars. The 2 terrifying spiritual coercion was much stronger than the surrounding geniuses, and with an indomitable force, they attacked and killed Chen Fan. Qingfeng Wangyue and Gu Lon looked at each other, and they were unwilling to be suppressed by Chen Fan. They are top geniuses, they all have their own arrogance. Even if they know it, they are likely to be unable to resist Chen Fan's Fan's punch, and they are unwilling to let Chen Fan easily step on them and condense their invincibility. Gu Long folded his hands, and the power of qi and blood on his body surged rapidly, and then a large amount of thunder erupted from his body, which quickly condensed into a spear. The violent thunder power spread in all directions, and the surrounding geniuses took several steps back, with shocked expressions in their eyes. On the other side, those violent thunders, just some overflows, fell on their bodies, making them feel trembling in unbearable pain. It's hard to imagine how terrible this trick will be. This is not a spiritual martial art, but the power is probably irresistible. What Qingfeng Wangyue displayed was not a spiritual martial art, only to see the elemental power on her body, condensing around of crescent moon. The crescent moon emitted bright moonlight, which looked soft, but had an amazing lethality, and the moonlight shone on the ground, and the ground quietly melted a half-meter deep pit. The four young grandmasters all used their strongest means to defeat Chen Fan's general trend and attack. Other geniuses, gritted their teeth, also used their strongest means, even Feng Changtian and Lu Shang. However, they were also forced to help. Chen Fan's momentum was too strong now, and he was relentless to suppress everyone. If they completely retreat at this moment, they will leave a shadow on the road of martial arts in the future, and some people may even find it difficult to improve for the rest of their lives, and always stay in this realm at the moment. It's just that no matter how many people make a move, Chen Fan's eyes are always indifferent and don't care. I saw that his eyes froze, and the golden fist mark he condensed instantly bloomed with an unimaginable coercion and momentum, suppressing all the geniuses. And the assessor who was standing here, presiding over the assessment, was completely frightened. Although he was also a grandmaster, he felt that these geniuses were too outrageous, especially Chen Fan, who was even stronger than him. That destructive fist intent made his soul tremble, and he felt an indescribable fear. But fortunately, he was not Chen Fan's opponent, otherwise endless despair would emerge in his heart. Today, I may have to witness the birth of a peerless Tianzhou. The male assessor's side. He and other assessors were on duty in turn, and today it was his turn, but he didn't expect to encounter such a lucky thing and witness it with his own eyes. In the monitoring room, the breeze shook the sky, and he couldn't suppress his excitement and shock at all. His eyes stared at the screen, and he was reluctant to blink. The same was true for the other four great masters. Their eyes almost stared out, because this matter was too much to do. This may be a future king-level powerhouse, such a character they have no qualifications to connect and touch before. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion once told them that ordinary people are not even qualified to look directly at the king. A strong man of this level has a lot of qi and blood power, and for the great grandmaster, he is like a real god. The king and the strong can suppress all turmoil. They are the pillars of the human race, and they can bless the peace of the party for good deeds. If they do evil, they will surely be bloody and millions of bones will be seized. It is conceivable how terrifying is such a strong man? In the eyes of the king powerhouse, these great grandmasters of them are probably just a bigger ant, as long as they can be easily killed with just one finger. But Chen Fan in front of him has this potential, and even has a great probability. Not because of anything else, but because he awakened the intention of the Fist of Destruction, which was the strongest power of artistic conception. In the future, my human race may have to give birth to a new one, the ultimate king. In the eyes of the breeze, there was an unparalleled shock, and today, he will witness with his own eyes the demeanor of such a supinant king in his youth. That is the height that their Qingfeng family will never reach in this life. As long as Chen Fan can successfully become a king, one person can create a big family, far surpassing their Qingfeng family. The fist seal pressed the sky, with a force that people couldn't resist. Everyone couldn't even escape. They could only release their strongest martial arts to meet the fist seal. However, Chen Fan's punch used the strongest martial art he had cultivated, the crazy sun fist technique, and directly burst out with a double amplification. The combat power was directly doubled, and with the destruction fist intent, the power of this punch had reached an astonishing 7 million. Therefore, all the attacks of geniuses were destroyed by destruction, whether it was the spiritual attack of the spiritual master or other martial arts attacks. Under this punch, they were shattered one after another. Even the attack condensed by the four young grandmasters did not support Chen Fan's fist mark for more than 2 breaths, and then it shattered. Immediately, everyone's figures flew out like rag dolls, all vomiting blood and falling to the ground, and the scene was a mess. Especially Morong Jun, Qingfeng Crack, the first to attack Chen Fan. They were the closest to Chen Fan and suffered the most damage, and they were all in extremely bad condition, and the clothes on their chests were stained red with blood. Especially Morong Jun, he felt like a joke, his eyes contained shock, and he said in a bitter tone, "I'm really ridiculous. I even tried to cut off his martial arts path, but he cut off the martial arts path." After he was defeated by Chen Fan, he knew that it was impossible to surpass Chen Fan in this life, and he could only live in the shadow of Chen Fan. Qingfeng cracked his head and gritted his teeth, his heart full of unwillingness, but he also had to accept this reality. The difference in strength between them and Chen Fan is really outrageous. The power of Chen Fan's punch made him feel like he was facing a real grandmaster, leaving him powerless to resist at all. This sense of powerlessness and despair is really uncomfortable. There were still some genius fingernails that pierced into the skin fiercely, and even blood spilled out, and they didn't feel it at all, because because they were all extremely uncomfortable at the moment. Most of them looked down on Chen Fan's origin, but such a person defeated them, the so-called aristocratic geniuses, and strongly reached the top of the first place. Chen Fan stood alone on the high platform, his eyes sharp, and his body was heroic, giving people a young and vigorous feeling. But all geniuses, when they look at Chen Fan, are like looking at a god and demon. They could feel that Chen Fan had condensed an invincible momentum, which made them feel fear and awe in the depths of their hearts when they saw Chen Fan. That is an existence that they can never surpass, and it is a well-deserved first. Everyone's eyes contained awe. A person who came out of a small place, with the body of a commoner, defeated all the nobles to win the first place, and also comprehended the rumored fist intent. The future achievements are immeasurable. As for Chen Fan, who was originally an ordinary talent, no one cared about it anymore. They could already be sure that they made a mistake during the test. If ordinary talents can really come this far, then they might as well hit a piece of tofu to death, which is completely unreasonable. Morong too died at his hands, not unjust. Morong Xingqian's voice was heavy, even hoarse, and there was a deep sense of powerlessness. He originally wanted to save face for the Morong family, and he also wanted to cut off Chen Fan's martial arts path and let the other party live in his shadow. This feels more uncomfortable for him than killing the other party. But now, he has become a stepping stone for Chen Fan and fueled his reputation. His path to martial arts invincibility was broken. In the future, when everyone mentions this trial, they will definitely mention that Chen Fan overwhelmed the crowd, single-handedly defeated all of them, and reached the top, and he will become the defeated loser. Morong Xingqian, who has been extremely proud of his life, has never had any defeat. He is almost synonymous with the invincibility of the younger generation, high above, looking down on all geniuses. But now, he was looked down upon by Chen Fan. It was also the first time he experienced this feeling, powerless and desperate, difficult to catch up. Originally, he thought that he would only feel this way when he left Jiangnan Mansion, but now he completely understood that every place could produce the best tianjia. Even in Jinling, which he thought was a poor and remote place, where all kinds of cultivation resources were backward, there were still people who could easily surpass him and defeat him as a nobleman. Shen Yuanhui was also not comfortable. The strongest attack he unleashed, under the golden fist mark, was so vulnerable, and he would collapse if he touched it. That destructive force simply suppressed everything, making any of his means futile. This is a bit like a dimensionality reduction blow. This kind of power is simply irresistible. Under the destruction fist intent, all means of resistance became futile, and everything would be easily crushed. Shen Yuanhui's self-confidence and pride have now been completely shattered. He is now a six-fold realm of grandmasters, and he is about to enter the late stage of grandmasters, and his own combat power has also reached more than 2 million, plus he still has the talent of spiritual masters, which can be said to have no shortcomings. He originally planned to win the championship in this trial, but now he is completely shattered. Gulong and Qingfeng Wanyue, the two are also very lost, as top geniuses, but now they are defeated so desolately, it is really unacceptable in people's hearts. The assessors Jiang Meng, Bai Shu, and the others, looking at the screen and the pictures that emerged, were stunned on the spot, and there was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. All of them guessed wrong, and they were all ridiculously wrong. They originally thought that Chen Fan was just a wolf, but now they found that Chen Fan was completely a tiger, ran into the wolf pack, and directly swept and crushed him. All the geniuses have become Chen Fan's foil and a tool for Chen Fan to make a name for themselves. After today, the entire Jiangnan Mansion, I am afraid that everyone knows the name of Chen Fan's Tianjiao. All this did exceed the expectations of all the assessors, and an assessor flashed his eyes, picked up his mobile phone and immediately dialed a number. Hey, Lord, I have an important piece of news to report to you. This matter is of great importance and must be notified to the Lord of Jiangnan. Generally speaking, the Jiangnan Mansion Lord is busy with affairs, and these geniuses can only be seen when participating in the National Genius Selection Competition. But now that this incident occurred today, I am afraid that even the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion will come in person. Monitoring room. One of the four grandmasters also dialed the number at this moment to inform the Lord of what was happening here. I know about this, you are too slow to deliver the news, I am already on my way. A thick male voice came from the other end of the phone, and then hung up. The breeze shook the sky, and from the content of the phone, he learned that the main person of Jiangnan Mansion came without the slightest surprise in his heart. Such a terrible genius is enough to alarm the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion. This is their Jiangnan Mansion, a rare tianjiu in hundreds of years. Anyway, in his cognition, there has never been such a tianjiu in Jiangnan Mansion. It's a pity. The breeze shook the sky, and he suddenly sighed, feeling that Chen Fan's luck was really bad. If tianjiu like him had been born in a bigger place, he would have been discovered long ago. But Chen Fan is an ordinary family, and he has reached this position step by step, which is one step slower than others. Coupled with his own talent, although it is not an ordinary talent, but he guesses the highest, I am afraid it is only a saint-level talent. Such a talent to grow into a king-strong man, I am afraid it is already the limit. If Chen Fan was born in a bigger family, in a broader place, then his potential might go to a higher level, and he might be able to become a venerable. You must know that one step is slow and sometimes one step is delayed, and the future achievements are very different. Although the king's powerhouse is invincible and powerful, if he can become a venerable, the entire Jiangnan mansion will receive the key care from above, and all kinds of cultivation resources will be in a steady stream. Being able to become a kingly powerhouse is enough to shock me. This is a miracle. I will also have a king in Jiangnan mansion in the future. The four great masters were all very happy and felt that Jiangnan mansion would definitely get better and better in the future. Whether it is a king or a venerable, they are all beings that are difficult for them to reach. The assessor coughed twice and recovered from the shock. Talents, the qualifying round is not over yet, although the first place has been determined, but there are still top 10 to confirm. This time it was mainly decided to come out of the top 3 and let them participate in the national selection competition together. However, the top 10 have rewards and must also be ranked. As for entering the genius training camp, the top 50 geniuses are fine, which means everyone present can enter. Most of the geniuses have completely given up the rankings at this moment, because they know the gap with the top geniuses. So the second and third places were decided among the 4 young grandmasters. The top 10 are determined among the original top 10 geniuses. The 4 young grandmasters began to compete. Qingfeng Moon versus Morong Xingchen. There was no suspense in this battle, although Qingfeng Mochiyu was strong, but her strength was still not as good as Morong Xingchen after all, and she was defeated by the other party. Shen Yuanhui also successfully defeated Gulong, and there was no doubt that they were the second and third place. Then the two began a separate duel. The two of them can be described as a dragon fight, and the methods displayed are dazzling. And when they faced each other, they were evenly matched, not the kind of completely devastating crushing. In the end, it was Morong Xingchen who was even better and won the second place. But Morong Xingchen didn't have any excitement in his eyes. After all, he originally wanted to reach the top. Shen Yuanhui was defeated, and he didn't feel much, because he and Morong Xingchen were not very different in strength, and as long as they worked hard, they could catch up. But Chen Fan, he felt that he could not catch up in this life, which made him a little desperate. Unless he can also comprehend the power of artistic conception, he can only look up to Chen Fan's back in this life. Other talents also began to compete and finally successfully completed the ranking. In the audience, the city lords of major cities were waiting outside to announce the rankings. Damn! Zhang Lin looked up at the big screen in front of her, and had already expected in her heart that Chen Fan would definitely be eliminated, and with so many nobles, it was impossible for him to break out of the encirclement. On the huge LCD screen, the name began to slowly appear. However, only the top 10 are shown above, and the genius rankings behind will not be revealed. Number 10, Zheng Tian. 9th place, Qingfeng Shallow. Number 4, Clear Breeze and Moon. Number 2, Morong Xingchen. Looking at this, the names kept appearing, and there was no Chen Fan until the second place. Zhang Lin and the Dragon City Lord both thought that Chen Fan had been eliminated, but this was also expected by them. The competition for the top 10 is extremely fierce. How can it be possible to win the ranking? In the top 50, there are 3 geniuses in Jiling, which is a good thing. The Dragon City Lord looked at it very openly. Even if he didn't make it into the top 10, he was very satisfied with this result. Chen Fan, have you disappeared from everyone? The blue-haired girl by Chou Yue sighed lightly and felt regretful. She originally wanted to see Chen Fan create a miracle, but the miracle did not come. This is normal. There are too many geniuses here. Zhang Lin's heart was full of powerlessness. Under so many geniuses, it was really difficult to break out of the siege. But at this moment, the first place began to be displayed on the screen. Everyone stared intently at it, wanting to see who could beat Morong Xingchen. Number 1, Chen Fan. When the name appeared, the scene immediately became silent, as if everything had stood still for a moment. Lord Long, isn't this Chen Fan from your Jinling? A city lord with a white beard asked. Dragon City Lord. The expression at the moment is also very rich, shocked and puzzled. It is hard to imagine so many expressions, constantly changing at the same time. Chen Fan won the first place in this selection competition? At this moment, he really didn't know what to say in his heart. After all, he never thought about this first, not even dreamed of it. After all, the first place in the selection competition in Jiangnan province is extremely high, which means that Chen Fan's strength is probably not weaker than himself. Being able to defeat Morong Xingchen and the others and win the first place is simply a miracle. Chen Fan is the first. Bai Qiuyue was also shocked. She originally thought that Chen Fan, among the many geniuses, was probably not conspicuous, but she didn't expect that she would still be the same as at the beginning, creating a miracle. Chen Fan, you are really a person who is completely incomprehensible. Bai Qiuyue sighed. At this moment, the most unbelievable thing in my heart is Zhang Lin. At this moment, she remembered what she had said to Chen Fan at the beginning. She believes that after Chen Fan joins the talent training camp, he will become the bottom figure. But now Chen Fan won the first place in the trials. He will go to a bigger stage and will not stick to a small Jiangnan mansion training camp because he is already the top Tianjiu here, and there is no one. Being able to get the first place represents Chen Fan's potential to become a town general. Thinking of this, her mind went blank instantly, as if she had forgotten to breathe, and there was no reaction for a long time. Even the grandmaster is a big man to him, let alone a town general, who is a person at the level of the Jiangnan mansion, and such a person has no qualifications to connect and touch. In the entire Jiangnan mansion, the lord of Jiangnan mansion said one thing, and it could even be said that he was a soil emperor, and his words in this area of Jiangnan mansion were equivalent to imperial decrees, and no one dared to disobey. Thinking that Chen Fan would become such a big man in the future, Zhang Lin was so remorseful that she wanted to slap herself twice and beg for Chen Fan's forgiveness. The other geniuses of Jinling are now proud, although they have been eliminated, but they are the first in Jinling, which is enough. Many aristocratic geniuses, the expressions on their faces are also very complicated: shocked, confused, uneasy, trembling hearts, heavy faces, etc. It was difficult for them to accept this result. If it was other geniuses who replaced Morong Xingqian, they could accept it in their hearts. However, they were trampled under the feet of a civilian, which simply shattered their pride for a long time. As a big family, as a nobleman, they have their own pride, which is innate. But now they understand that even civilians can have geniuses who can easily surpass them and seize the first place. I announce that this genius selection competition has officially ended, and I invite all geniuses to return to the square and accept the rewards. The voice of a great grandmaster came from the speaker, and the voice spread in all directions, and it could be clearly heard from dozens of kilometers away. Many geniuses have also returned from the camp, and of course, the most dazzling is Chen Fan standing in front. Okay, now he has defeated many geniuses and condensed in invincibility. Standing in the crowd extremely conspicuous, it seems that all geniuses are shorter than him. Chen Fan's temperament has become more dusty, and he still has a domineering aura on his body, which seems to be the only one. Many aristocratic geniuses did not dare to look directly into Chen Fan's eyes, and lowered their proud heads. Many geniuses have returned to the square, but the award presenter has always been in the future. At this moment, the four great grandmasters appeared at this moment, and there was another person beside them, that is, the Qingfeng family of Qingfeng Jintian. A full 5 great grandmasters. The aura released by their bodies directly enveloped the audience, and most of the geniuses looked at these 5 great grandmasters with awe. But the original top 10 geniuses in Chen Fan did not have much awe in their hearts for these 5 great masters, because they felt that sooner or later, they would be able to cultivate to the realm of great grandmasters. Especially Chen Fan, if he goes all out now, even if he is a great grandmaster, he may not be able to defeat him. Everyone, there will be a big person to distribute the awards in person. One of the grandmasters stood up and informed everyone. This made everyone can't help but whisper about it. Who is the person who can make the great masters call them big men? Could it be that the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion came in person? Probably not. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion usually only sends his cronies to preside over the talent selection competition. He is very busy himself. How could he come over in person? Maybe it happened. We didn't expect it. Some people guessed that this time, the genius selection competition had something they didn't expect. Just as everyone was talking, a round of sun suddenly appeared in the sky. To be precise, it should be a person. The man walked in the air, and behind his head, there was a golden aperture, and countless spots appeared on the aperture, like shining stars, rotating in a very orderly manner. This is the town general's ring. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, knowing, what is the identity of this person who came? Only after reaching the town general, the power of qi and blood will reach an astonishing level, and the back of the head will condense into a divine ring, which represents the strength of one's own combat power. It is said that even the weakest town generals can reach 15 million in basic combat power. It's an unimaginable concept. If they use martial arts, they will have the power to destroy the world. I saw the invincible town general in the sky slowly falling, and the golden ring behind him was also restrained by him, manifesting his appearance. It was a young man who looked 30 years old, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes. Even if he restrained the power of qi and blood, everyone could feel that powerful breath of life. Awe and fear involuntarily arise in my heart. Meet the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion. The 5 great grandmasters saluted at the same time, completely letting everyone know the identity of the town general in front of them. Sure enough, he is now the highest ruler of Jiangnan Prefecture, the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion. It is said that this lord is over 70 years old, and he can't imagine his appearance. He looks so young. Some people in the crowd were very surprised. At the same time, I am also envious. The strong man at the town general level has a lot of energy and blood, and can even maintain a young appearance, which is really desirable. This is the strong strength that gives them a long life and a youthful appearance. It is said that the strong man at the town general level can live to be at least 300 years old and watch the vicissitudes of the world. For ordinary people, the town general is already them, thinking that they are like gods. You are Chen Fan, you are indeed a hero out of a teenager. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion came to Chen Fan. I've seen the Lord. Chen Fan bowed. The reward hasn't been issued yet. You are the first place. I will give you the reward you deserve now. Jiangnan Mansion Lord, with a flash of light in his hand, appeared a low-grade martial arts, a 4th-level cold attribute elixir, and a 5th-level fierce beast crystal. This is the reward for first place. Thank you, Lord. Chen Fan received all these things into his Tsanglong ring, ready to use them later, and try to break break through to the realm of grandmasters. Then, the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion issued other rewards, but he didn't say as much to other geniuses as Chen Fan, but only encouraged them. When all the rewards were distributed, the Jiangnan Mansion Lord walked up to Chen Fan again and said, "Chen Fan, I have something important to explain to you, you come with me." Chen Fan had some doubts in his heart, but he did not hesitate and followed the Jiangnan Mansion Lord all the way to an office. The office was very spacious, and some people took the initiative to hand over the brewed tea. "Let's have a sip of tea first." The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion spoke gently. If he didn't take the initiative to show the power of qi and blood, it was hard to imagine that this was actually a town general. Chen Fan took a sip of tea and felt an endless aftertaste in his mouth, which tasted much better than ordinary tea. "Chen Fan, you are very good. You can awaken the destruction fist intent at this age, and you have a bright future." The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion praised, with a smile on his face, very happy. The Lord of the house is overly praised. Chen Fan said modestly, "I, Jiangnan Mansion, it is the pride of my Jiangnan Mansion to be able to appear like you, but I called you over this time. I have something to tell you. You are now the first place in the genius audition, but you are about to face the national audition, and in this national audition, you will meet even more powerful geniuses, so I hope you can go all out in the national selection competition and strive for a good ranking." The owner of Jiangnan Mansion said earnestly. Chen Fan nodded and said, "I will perform well in the national trials, but if I just explain this, the Lord of the house should not call me here on purpose, right?" The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion took a sip of tea, put down the teacup again, and continued, "You are the Tianjiu of my Jiangnan Mansion, so naturally there are more important things to tell you. This time, the National Genius Selection Competition, if you can get a good ranking, you will have a bright future, because this selection is a little different from the previous selection. Even, there will be a large number of peak Tianjiu, among which there are many Tianjiu who understand the artistic conception, and there are even those who have cultivated to become a great grandmaster at a young age, and you are actually not the most conspicuous among them." When he said this, the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion also had a hint of emotion. He originally had no idea in his heart, thinking that it was impossible for the entire Jiangnan Mansion to appear a genius who could win the ranking in the national selection competition. So this time, in the talent selection competition in Jiangnan Prefecture, he himself was too lazy to come over to watch the game, but told his subordinates to deal with this matter, because he had long known that this session, there would be a large number of peerless Tianjiu, far more than before. Meanwhile, you must know that in the past, Tianjiu, who could comprehend the artistic conception, was destined to get the ranking, but this time it was not necessarily, all because people who were at the same level as him got an important news. Therefore, major families are sparing no effort to cultivate young talents, hoping that they will achieve good rankings in the national selection competition. Chen Fan was also a little surprised when he heard the news, because listening to the meaning of the Jiangnan Mansion Lord, there seemed to be a lot of Tianjiu who awakened their artistic conception, and there were even Tianjiu who surpassed the realm of grandmasters. It seems that the quality of this national selection competition is indeed very high. Jiangnan Mansion Lord sorted out his thoughts and said, "Chen Fan, you have to be very clear this time that the final assessment reward of this national selection competition will be extremely amazing, and it may even reward S-level inferior martial arts. But that's not the most important thing. There are various other rewards that you can't imagine. The most important point is that as long as you achieve a good ranking, you will even be directly favored by the big people of the 10 University Palace, and you will be directly included in the academy, and you may even directly worship those big people as teachers." He said these words to make Chen Fan really go all out in the national trials. When Chen Fan heard these words, he secretly made up his mind that he must achieve a good ranking. Of course, his ultimate goal was the first. He doesn't think his talent will be weaker than anyone's. As long as there are enough cultivation resources, and even as long as you bask in the sun every day, you can keep getting stronger. It's just that the speed of getting stronger in the sun is still a little slower, and you still have to get more cultivation resources, so that you go hand in hand, and the speed of cultivation will far exceed that of other geniuses. Next, I want to tell you the most important point. Don't get too excited after hearing it. Don't say it about it, just know it yourself. The Jiangnan Mansion Lord had a solemn expression when he said this. Obviously this matter was very important. Listen carefully. Chen Fan was also very curious in his heart. What did this Jiangnan Mansion Lord want to tell him? This national selection, according to the information I got, is to cultivate immortal seeds. Immortal? When Chen Fan heard this, he had some doubts in his heart, because he had never heard of this realm, and the highest realm he knew was only the venerable. Yes, immortal. When the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion mentioned these two words, his eyes were full of yearning. You are a commoner, you have not reached a certain level, and it is normal not to understand this realm. Next, let me tell you what immortality is. This is the realm above the venerable, known as the immortal realm. After cultivating to this realm, the human body will break through an amazing limit and achieve the sublimation of life. After reaching this realm, you will have a lifespan of at least 3,000 years, so it is called immortal. But this is not the most important thing. After cultivating to this realm, they are the top combat power of my human race. They can slaughter tens of of millions of fierce beasts. Alone, and in a gesture, they have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and in an instant, they can make the mountains and rivers collapse and the stars are dim. This is the state that I and other town generals dream of achieving, but my potential is limited, and I know that this is just a false idea in my heart. But you are different. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion looked at Chen Fan as if he was looking at a kind of hope. This time, the above suddenly informed that you need to cultivate immortal seeds, which means that you have a chance to reach this realm. This is a great opportunity. You have to remember that this time you have to do whatever it takes to get ranked. As long as you can break into the top 30, you can get the attention from above. Even if you are only in the 30th place, you can enter the academy as a key cultivation, and you can directly become the core disciple. You may not have much concept of the core disciples of the 10 great palaces. I can explain it to you. The disciples of the academy are divided into several levels, namely, outer gate, inner gate, elite, core, true inheritance, and holy son. If you just enter the 10 great palaces with the first place in the Jiangnan selection competition, the treatment you get is only the treatment of the outer disciples, and you will get fewer cultivation resources, and you need to rely on your own continuous efforts to become stronger step by step. But if you directly become a core disciple, the cultivation resources you will get every month will be dozens of times that of the outer disciples, and there will be a special teacher who will teach you individually every month, which can make your strength improve faster. The title of disciple, I said I am used to it, and it should be called a classmate in the 10 great palaces. Of course, it is no problem to say that I am a disciple. Chen Fan, you must remember that to get a higher ranking, as long as the ranking is higher, the more resources you will get, and the better the treatment, especially the first place, will be the most focused training, and it is also the most likely to become an immortal existence in the future. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion, the last sentence, his voice became louder, and even became a little heavy, obviously to make Chen Fan remember it firmly. His potential is limited, but Chen Fan is different. As long as Chen Fan becomes immortal, he will bring the entire Jiangnan Mansion to an unimaginable height. At that time, he, the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion, will also be improved. The entire Jiangnan prefecture finally appeared such a good seedling as Chen Fan, and he naturally hoped that Chen Fan could shine in the national selection competition. Thank you for telling me. I have written it down. Chen Fan nodded. He knew that his sun god body was different from the general genius physique, and there were a lot of cultivation resources he needed to obtain, so this time he also wanted to take the first place. Of course, the most important thing is the immortal seed, which can become a true immortal in the future. This is also what makes Chen Fan most excited. It turns out that above the venerable, there is also an immortal realm. Chen Fan is also full of confidence in himself. As long as he has enough cultivation resources, he will definitely be able to cultivate to this state in the future. Audience. The Dragon City Lord's face was full of red light, and he was surrounded by city lords from other cities, all complimenting him. Congratulations, congratulations, there is such a peerless genius as Chen Fan, and Jinling will be famous in the future. I knew at first sight that Chen Fan was not simple, he was a peerless genius. When the Dragon City Lord heard these words, he was very happy in his heart. He knew that these people were all afterthoughts, and he saw such a genius in Jinling, so he would get close to him. Roar! But he was still very happy, with a proud look on his face, which was really beautiful. Zhang Lin was a little disheartened at the moment. She was sitting alone on a chair in the audience, which was a corner where no one paid attention. Just now she saw with her own eyes that Chen Fan was called away by the Jiangnan Mansion Lord alone, and it seemed that there was something important to explain. Being able to be so valued by the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion will have a bright future in the future. At least in the entire Jiangnan Mansion, I am afraid that no one dares to offend Chen Fan easily, otherwise they will meet the anger of the Jiangnan Mansion Lord. Zhang Lin. At this moment, a voice came from her ears, and when she looked up, it was a young man. The man had long golden hair, a handsome appearance, a white shirt, and was smiling at her. Zhang Lin looked puzzled. She remembered that he didn't know the man in front of her. Let me introduce myself. I am from Wangdu City. My name is Bai Hu, and I want to make friends with you. Zhang Lin was even more confused. She remembered that the people who looked at the capital had always had eyes above the top, and the surname Bai should be a member of the Bai family. And the Bai family was also an aristocratic family, although it was not as good as the Morong family, but there were also strong people at the level of the great grandmaster. How could such a person take the initiative to come and make friends with her? With doubts, she talked to this Bai Hu for a few words, and she completely understood the other party's purpose. It turned out that Bai Hu didn't know where to find out. She was the assessor of Chen Fan's martial arts assessment, thinking that he had a good relationship with Chen Fan, so he was inquiring about Chen Fan's affairs. Zhang Lin, is this Chen Fan really an ordinary talent? Bai Hu asked very sincerely. After Zhang Lin learned the other party's purpose, she shook her head and took the initiative to confess. You don't have to ask me anymore. I thought he was an ordinary talent, and I persuaded him to give up the first place to others. He must hate me very much now. Before she finished speaking, Bai Hu directly changed her face, no longer looking gentle and elegant, but a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, it's really unlucky. It's the first time I've bothered to get close to someone. Bai Hu turned his head and left, not caring about about Zhang Lin's thoughts at all. Zhang Lin offended such a peerless genius. If she got involved with her, it would definitely not end well. Zhang Lin smiled bitterly, looked at the other party's distant back, and sighed heavily. She also had a headache now, and she didn't know what to do. What she regrets most now is that what she said to Chen Fan at the beginning. Now that she thinks about it, she is simply stupid and hopeless. I shouldn't have been prejudiced at the time, but unfortunately it's too late to regret it now. The 5 great masters are also chatting. The lord of the house values Chen Fan too much, and he actually talks alone. It should be to explain Chen Fan's national selection competition. In the past, our Jiangnan prefecture was at the bottom every year, and this year it may be able to do a miracle. Jiangnan prefecture is actually a province, but there are 36 provinces in the country, and they are at the bottom. There are no amazing geniuses every year, resulting in the entire Jiangnan mansion being very faceless in the outside world. Don't look at Morong Xingchen, they are talented in Jiangnan mansion, but once they go to the national selection competition, such geniuses are not a few at all. You can hardly get a good ranking and will be eliminated in the early stage. But now it's different. A Chen Fan has appeared, which may bring them different hopes. Maybe you can break this curse. Chen Fan was ready to take his leave and go to cultivate quickly, wanting to break through the Grandmaster. Bang! Chen Fan, I still have 2 level 5 beast crystals here. You can take them to improve your strength first. The Jiangnan mansion lord waved his hand, and the 2 crystals fell into Chen Fan's hands. Thank you, lord. Chen Fan bowed his hands in thanks. The lord of Jiangnan mansion squinted his eyes, as if he was thinking about something, and then opened his eyes and said, by the way, there is one more thing I almost forgot to tell you. Since you have won the first place in the genius selection competition, there is no need to enter the genius training camp. The cultivation resources obtained there are of no use to you now. Chen Fan was a little reluctant when he heard this. He remembered that the task of the system was to win the first place in the genius training camp. How could he get the first place if he didn't participate? At the same time, you are also the first place in the genius training camp, and those 2 level 5 crystals just now are considered a reward for your first place. The lord of Jiangnan mansion took another sip of tea after saying these words. Chen Fan was a little reluctant, but when he heard this, he immediately felt relieved. I thought it would take a while to finish the mission, but now it seems that the mission is complete. I'll retire first if there's nothing wrong. Chen Fan Dao. The lord of Jiangnan mansion nodded. Chen Fan walked out of the office, and the sound of system prompts sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting a reward. Double the amount of sunlight. The divine body vision is being unlocked, and the unlock is successful. In an instant, behind Chen Fan, a round of sun vaguely appeared, with a raging fire burning on it, filled with an amazing coercion. However, all this is not over yet. I saw that in the sun, there was still a golden little man sitting. The face of the little man was exactly the same as Chen Fan, but with a noble aura on his body, like a high god. Roar! Solar divine body vision, phase 1 10 times the coercion, permanently increases combat power by 50%, and can summon a ray of solar true fire every month, tempering the body and increasing combat power. When this vision appeared, the Jiangnan mansion lord, who was drinking tea in the office, stood up from the spot and looked up at the sky, with a little suspicion in his eyes. But this feeling quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. It's good. It should be that I sensed wrong. How can our Jiangnan mansion have such a genius? The lord of Jiangnan sat down again and shook his head. Boom! He sensed a terrifying aura just now, and there was an extremely high aura. He had only sensed such an aura in Tianjiao, who was a god-level talent. Chen Fan restrained his vision at this moment, and a prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for starting a new mission. Won the first place in the national selection competition, doubled the amount of solar energy, and awakened the second stage of the sun god body vision. Chen Fan looked up at the bright sunlight on the horizon and strode over. Now it's time to find a place to break through the Grandmaster. When Chen Fan returned to the audience, Feng Changtian and other Jinling geniuses gathered around and looked at Chen Fan with envy. That was a powerful town general, talking to Chen Fan alone. They were all very curious. What did they say? Chen Fan, what did the Lord talk about with you? It's nothing, it's just that I have explained some things. Chen Fan didn't say in detail, because now he really wanted to break through to the realm of Grandmasters immediately. You go back to Jinling later, I still have some things to do, so I won't go back with you. After Chen Fan said this, he left the place, leaving everyone with a back. Boom! Seeing that Chen Fan was unwilling to say more, they didn't ask much. Chen Fan left the northern region's mountains alone and came to a training room, where he needed to spend some money, but the advantage was that it was quiet and no one disturbed him. Moreover, the cultivation room was very strong, and even the great Grandmaster could not cause any cracks in it. Chen Fan paid some money and entered the cultivation room, then took out the 4th level cold attribute spiritual grass and swallowed it on the spot. After swallowing the spiritual grass, Chen Fan could feel that the true qi in his body was increasing violently, and even brought a chill to his body. However, as a sun god body, he quickly fully adapted to this chill, refined it all, and transformed it into his own pure true qi. But this was not enough. Chen Fan felt that if he wanted to break through the Grandmaster, he had to absorb the power of the 5th level fierce beast crystal. crystal. Without hesitation, he took out a spar from the azure dragon ring and began to absorb it. Chen Fan practiced like this, and he practiced for half a day. When Chen Fan opened his eyes again, his whole body was full of liquid like true qi, and these true qi exuded an extremely hot aura. Even Chen Fan felt that his soul seemed to be condensed in true qi. The countless meridians in his body in the dark were all pure true qi, at least several times thicker than the true qi he had before he broke through the Grandmaster. Wang Yuan returns to the sect. This is the feeling of the Grandmaster. Chen Fan's heart moved, knowing that he was now a Grandmaster. After reaching the Grandmaster, the meridians of the whole body can produce true qi, and the purity is greatly improved. The meridians in his body were like streams. Once it reaches the Grandmaster realm, the true qi is condensed and formed. The power is greater, the physical strength is longer, and it can be stronger than the martial artist realm and support for a longer time. When Chen Fan broke through the Grandmaster, he also felt that his basic combat power had directly increased by millions, and now it has probably reached about 5 million. If you use the amplification of the solar vision, the combat power can directly reach 7.5 million. But Chen Fan was not satisfied, because he still had fierce beast crystals, and he wanted to take advantage of this time to refine all of them to improve the realm again. Reached the middle or even late stage of the Grandmaster in one fell swoop. Chen Fan calmed down and began to continue refining. Many geniuses have also returned to their own cities. It's just that each of them had a lost expression on their faces, because this time the warrior assessment was beyond everyone's expectations. When these geniuses brought the news back, the entire Jiangnan mansion was in an uproar, and everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Morong family. The head of the Morong family was a relatively young-looking man, wearing a black dress with a black dragon carved on his clothes, with sharp eyes and not angry. However, now the head of the family looked ugly. There was a broken cup on the ground, and there was freshly brewed tea in it, which had now been knocked over to the ground. Morong Xingqian knelt on the ground, bowed his head, his heart full of unwillingness, but he was helpless. The head of the Morong family is his father. Xingqian, you let me down so much, you actually lost, and you lost at the hands of a civilian. The head of the Morong family was full of disappointment. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. He originally thought that this excellent son was destined to crush all geniuses, but now it is beyond his expectations. Father, a temporary failure does not mean a permanent failure. I will try to catch up with him. Morong Xingqian clenched his palms tightly and swore. The head of the Morong family said, Xingqian, remember what you said, shine in the national selection competition. During this time, I will ask the ancestors for the 6th level special elixir artistic conception grass. I hope you can also comprehend the power of artistic conception. Thank you, father. Morong Xingqian was ecstatic in his heart. Xian Yuan family. Xian Yuan Hui's father was an old man with a white beard, and he looked like he could be his grandfather. Huir, you did a good job this time. Keep working hard next time. The head of the Xian Yuan family had a son in his old age and loved Xian Yuan Hui, his only son, very much. Father, although I failed miserably this time, next time, I will definitely catch up with Chen Fan. Xian Yuan Hui's eyes were burning, and he made up his mind. Okay, tell me what cultivation resources you lack. The head of the Xian Yuan family said with a smile. Wangdu City. In this city, in a magnificent hotel, dozens of Grandmaster-level powerhouses were gathered, all of whom were members of major families, and they got the news brought back by those geniuses, so they gathered here. But at this moment, the faces of these great Grandmasters all looked unbelievable and incredible. As Grandmasters, they shouldn't have been so gaff, but now they were really shocked by the news they heard and were speechless. You must have heard of it. A great Grandmaster stood up. He was the great Grandmaster of the Bai family, Bai Wuchang. The first place in the genius selection competition was taken away by a civilian. It's really incredible. It is said that that person is still an ordinary talent, which is really outrageous. It's not an ordinary talent, it must be a wrong test, but how can this civilian genius cultivate so quickly? Even if he is talent, he can't reach such a state without enough cultivation resources. These great masters particularly did not understand this question in their hearts. Generally speaking, once they find out about this kind of genius, it will recruit them into the family in advance, so that these geniuses can enjoy special treatment, and even marry the women in their family, so as to strengthen the strength of their family. But Chen Fan and the others found out too late. When they found out, Chen Fan had already won the first place in the trials, and if he wanted to recruit it now, it would become very troublesome. Boom! After Bai Wuchang and everyone finished speaking, he continued to speak. Everyone, Chen Fan's son, is jealous of evil, and his own talent is strong. We must not offend. If we offend this person, there will be endless disasters in the future. Everyone nodded one after another. This kind of genius who grew up, they naturally did not dare to offend easily. Did I let you go? I said ugly things ahead, although several of our families form an alliance, but if anyone wants to offend Chen Fan alone, I will kick him out of the alliance without hesitation. Everyone nodded and agreed with the decision. The entire Jiangnan mansion, the big family that got the news at this moment, was also talking about it. Bang! Originally, I thought that the top 3 in the selection competition were born from 4 young grandmasters, but I didn't expect expect a dark horse to suddenly come out. The name Chen Fan is probably destined to resound throughout the country. Xingfeng Wanyue and Gulong didn't rank in the top 3, it's simply unbelievable. The geniuses they were originally optimistic about are now not qualified to participate in the national trials, which makes them feel embarrassed. Morong family. In a small courtyard, there is a woman crying. The woman is extremely beautiful, and she looks like she is in her 30s, but her actual age is in her 40s, and she is well maintained. Morong Yunhai, your son was killed, and you are still cultivating here. In front of the beautiful woman was a man with a majestic face. He was the strongest grandmaster under the head of the family, and he was also the second in command of the Morong family. Morong Yunhai, when he learned that his son Morong Tu had died at the hands of a man named Chen Fan, he was also very angry in his heart. But this time Chen Fan was the first in the genius selection competition, and he was also valued by the lord of the house. If he killed Chen Fan directly, once he was found out by the lord, he would definitely die. Although the grandmaster is strong, he is like an ant in front of the town general, so this must be done in secret. Ronger, don't worry, I will never let go of the murderer. Morong Yunhai, with a fierce light in his eyes, secretly vowed in his heart that he would definitely kill Chen Fan himself. It's just that this matter has to be done secretly and cannot be discovered by others. A hot search is quickly dominating the list and soon ranks in the top 3. Obviously, someone is fueling this matter and wants more people to know. In an office, the Jiangnan Mansion Lord looked at it with satisfaction, the list of the top 3 hot searches, and there was even a video in it. The content in the video is the scene where Chen Fan overpowered many geniuses, and such news should be known to the whole country. That's right, the person behind the scenes is the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion. Jiangnan Mansion finally produced such a genius, so naturally it had to be hyped. Tianhe Province. It occupies a vast area, dozens of times that of Jiangnan Prefecture, and has a large population, so the geniuses born have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. At this moment, in a bamboo forest, there is a stone pavilion here, sitting a young man carrying a treasured sword. This boy, with a unique majesty, just sitting there, gives people a feeling of being like a mountain, unfathomable. The true chi on this person's body is even thicker, and he is surrounded all the time. The true chi in his body and the power contained in him were obviously much smarter than ordinary grandmasters. Although the speed of flow is not very fast, whether it is purity or thickness, it is dozens or even hundreds of times that of ordinary grandmasters. At this moment, the young man opened his eyes, as if a bolt of lightning pierced the sky, and his terrifying eyes seemed to be able to instantly control people's souls. The surrounding bamboo leaves were cut by an invisible force and fell one after another, and at the moment they fell, the bamboo leaves shattered and dissipated into the air. If ordinary grandmasters saw this scene, they would probably tremble with fright, and their souls would throb. Such a method is simply appalling. The sword boy, with a pair of bright eyes, seemed to be shining at any time. His appearance looked only about 18 years old, but his aura was terrifying to an amazing level. Even Morong Xingchen and the others, if compared with the young man in front of them, they are like waste. The sword boy, he clicked on his mobile phone, checked the hot search, and soon noticed the third hot search. The first genius of Jiangnan Mansion, comprehend the power of artistic conception and destroy the fist intent. When the sword boy saw this title, he was a little interested and clicked in. He clicked on the video and watched the powerful boy overwhelm many geniuses. His body was filled with the intention of destruction, and there was no wave in his eyes. Meanwhile, then he looked through the comments below and soon saw several comments. I heard that this Chen Fan is an ordinary talent. Ordinary talents can come this far, aren't you joking? It is said that Chen Fan took some kind of natural material and earth treasure, which should have raised his talent to extraordinary, and may even be a saint. The natural materials and earth treasures that improve talents are difficult to get even for kings, right? This Chen Fan's luck is really against the sky. Looking at these comments, the sword boy sneered and said, it's a bit interesting that a waste can be lucky enough to get this kind of treasure and change his life against the sky. But for him, this was just a little bit of interest. The genius of Jiangnan Mansion was simply ridiculous to him. Their Tianhe province can participate in the national selection competition every year, and the indicators can exceed 30 each time, while a small Jiangnan prefecture has only 3 indicators every year, which is the gap. Although Chen Fan is powerful and has comprehended the destruction fist intent, in his opinion, there is no need to be afraid at all, and he has not broken through to the great grandmaster now. Such a person does not pose any threat to him. He put his phone aside and began to concentrate on cultivating and improving. A picturesque place with a beautiful lake on which there are many drifting boats, and on one of the luxurious boats, dozens of teenagers gather. Night fell. They were looking at the scenery on the lake and felt a lot better. However, at this time, their mobile phones suddenly rang. They took out their mobile phones, and soon saw one of the pushed contents, and clicked on it to go directly to the hot search list. They also see attractive content on the hot search list and click in to watch the video. Damn! In a place like Jiangnan Prefecture, there can be a genius who understands the artistic conception. Destruction fist intent, but it seems that it has not been comprehended for a long time, and it is not as good as the peerless Tianjiao. What are you thinking? This one named Chen Fan, how can he be compared with the peerless Tianjiao. The peerless Tianjiao they are talking about does not only refer to Tianhai province, but also to geniuses from other places. Those geniuses are famous, even if they have not yet participated in the national selection competition, they have already obtained the information of those geniuses. They are most famous in Tianhai province, that is, the sword boy is heartless. It is said that this person already has the combat power of a town general, and even once, he forcibly forced a terrifying 6th level beast back with a knife, which was a well-known Tianjiao existence for them, which made everyone look up to him. But like this genius, other provinces also have it. For example, the province next door, Xingyue province, there is also a peerless genius there, a person from the Tai family, and the name is also extremely domineering. It is said that the name is the Prince, which means to make the world surrender. However, this person is also extremely powerful. Of course, his personality is also domineering, and no one is allowed to disobey his will at all. It is said that even his father is not good. This is a solipsistic character. Suddenly, one of the young geniuses pointed to the front. Their eyes looked over one after another, and they saw a young man in a golden cloud robe standing on a pleasure boat. This young man had short hair, and he looked very energetic, and he was standing at the bow of the boat at the moment, as if he was feeling something. Isn't this the return of the twilight clouds? A genius recognized the identity of this person. This person is one of the 4 major families in Kyoto, a member of the Twilight family. It is also their recognized genius, not weaker than the sword boy Wuxin. Is it the Tianjiao who only took half a year to cultivate A-level martial arts to perfection? Someone asked. That's right, it's him. It is said that back then, a strong marquis took a fancy to him and accepted him as an apprentice, but he rejected it. When everyone heard the news, they all felt incredible. If there was a marquis and a strong man who accepted them as apprentices, they would agree without hesitation. Mu Yungue, who was also swiping the content on his mobile phone at the moment, saw the wonderful hot search and raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that in that broken place, there could also be a genius who could be seen, qualified to be my follower. He took his eyes back from his phone and then looked at the sun in the distance, bathed in golden sunlight, and even his body was emitting a burst of golden light. Behind him, there was a sword light like the scorching sun looming, and the terrifying sword light illuminated the entire lake. This is the A-level high-grade martial arts he cultivated. If he wants to do it, everyone present will have to die in one thought. The power of the artistic conception he comprehended was the sword intent, and the power of killing was not weaker than the destruction fist intent. Soon, more geniuses saw this hot search, but most of them sneered. I feel that Qin Fan is just lucky. He has improved his talent, and he has also comprehended the power of artistic conception, which is like using up all the luck in this life. It's just that Tianjiao, who is preparing to participate in the national selection competition this time, does not really regard Qin Fan as an opponent. In their opinion, Qin Fan, a so-called Tianjiao, can only bully people in small places. If you really get to the big stage, you can only be bullied by others. The young grandmaster may be amazing in Jiangnan Mansion, but in the eyes of geniuses across the country, this is a normal cultivation. After all, most of their geniuses have already broken through the great grandmaster, and even some of them have reached the pinnacle of the great grandmaster, and they can even try to sprint to break through the town general's realm. So these top geniuses, when they looked at Qin Fan, they all looked at Qin Fan with a scrutinizing gaze, and did not regard Qin Fan as an opponent at all. After all, Qin Fan does not have this qualification yet. This is a province that covers an area and is not very large, only about 3 times the size of Jiangnan Prefecture, but here, a large number of cultivation resources are gathered. Every year, the top places of Tianjiao appear, and Kyoto is one of them. At this moment, one of the 4 major families in Kyoto, the Xianyuan family. On the leather sofa, there is a young man sitting here. This young man looks not very old, but he has the majesty of a superior. He is wearing black trousers and a white shirt, with a pure white tie, and he looks quite mature. Master Honglang, Xianyuan Ku of Jiangnan Mansion, once again applied to our master's family to ask us for an artistic conception fruit. Standing next to him stood an old man in his 50s, but who looked quite energetic, who was the housekeeper of their Xianyuan family. And the Xianyuan Ku he was talking about was the head of the Xianyuan family in Jiangnan Prefecture. Xianyuan Honglang's eyes were indifferent, and he said, "A small branch dares to ask for such a thing from our master's family, and directly refuse." Xianyuan Honglang remembered that this branch seemed to have only produced a few town generals, and there were no 2 amazing strong people. So when he treated this branch, he didn't have much politeness. Meanwhile, the housekeeper nodded respectfully. "By the way, go talk to that branch and collect some materials about this Qin Fan for me. I want to take a look. Tell them that if you can't do this little thing well, you don't deserve to be a branch of my Xianyuan family anymore. Obey the young master." The housekeeper retreated respectfully. Xianyuan Honglang picked up a transparent glass and poured a glass of red wine, then brought it to his mouth and took a sip gently, showing a look of enjoyment. He paid attention to Qin Fan because this person understood the artistic conception of destruction that he dreamed of. Although he also comprehended the power of artistic conception now, he was only good at guarding the artistic conception of defense, so he was eager to comprehend a new artistic conception. Perhaps Perhaps, take this Chen Fan with you and let him cast it on me several times a day so that I can comprehend it faster. He did not lack cultivation resources, and could even comprehend an artistic conception again at any time, but people like him could be picked, not just awakening an ordinary artistic conception casually, which was meaningless to him. One of the four major families, Bailey family. In a villa, in an independent swimming pool, there was a well-even-figured, 8-pack teenager swimming in it. He swam in it for about half an hour before crawling out of the pool, but he didn't wipe his body with any towel. Instead, the body naturally released a high temperature, which instantly evaporated the water on the body, and a large amount of white smoke came out. Comfortable. Bailey Shang enjoyed this kind of life, and this was his rare leisure time. Master, an interesting thing happened on the hot search list just now. A young teenager came over and said, on the other side. He was a friend of Bailey Shang and is now his follower. Oh, what interesting things? Bailey Shang asked casually. The young man told Chen Fan about it. A genius from Jiangnan Prefecture can actually comprehend the power of that artistic conception? After hearing this, Bailey Shang also found it particularly interesting. He found that Chen Fan was a bit like him at the beginning. He was not a member of the Bailey family before, but because of his good talent, he was favored by a king of the Bailey family, personally accepted him as an apprentice, and accepted him as an adopted son, and gave him the surname Bailey. Get out! This is one step to the sky and has reached this level. This Chen Fan interests me very much. It just so happens that I still lack a follower. I think he is very suitable. Just him. Ah, Bailey Shang said with a smile with a slight lift in the corners of his mouth. And when his followers are like servants, they are like servants for him to drive. Such a Tianjiao can't let other families take it into his pocket, although the growth is still relatively slow now. But once there are enough cultivation resources, it can also grow to an amazing level. That's why he wanted to take the lead and take Chen Fan as a follower, and he would become a combat force around him in the future. This Chen Fan is really lucky to be favored by you. The young man next to him complimented. Unconsciously. It has been half a month, and in the cultivation room, Chen Fan has finally refined all the crystals. He really didn't expect that the 2 5th-level crystals given to him by the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion turned out to be the highest grade. So he spent a little time refining. Of course, the most important thing is that he often came out to bask in the sun and practice martial arts, otherwise the refining speed would be much faster. At this moment, in the cultivation room, Chen Fan's true chi was like the sea, giving people a feeling of vastness and unfathomability. A golden sun slowly appeared behind him, and the golden little man, under the blessing of the terrifying vision, exuded a kind of coercion that made people's souls tremble. In the past half-month, Chen Fan has made breakthroughs one after another. Coupled with the energy obtained through basking in the sun, he has now successfully stepped into the 7th level of the Grandmaster. That is, the late stage of the Grandmaster. His combat power has also skyrocketed by 3 million again, and now his basic combat power is estimated to be above 8 million, which is still without the blessing of visions. Once the combat power is used, it can directly reach 12 million, and if the power of artistic conception is superimposed, the combat power will be enhanced. So now Chen Fan doesn't know what level his strength has reached? Anyway, if he was allowed to participate in the genius selection competition in Jiangnan province again, with the power of Qi and blood, and the strength of true Qi, even if he used the lowest level of martial arts, he could easily defeat all opponents with one punch. Of course, in addition to improving his cultivation in the past half-month, he will also obtain A-level martial arts, and successfully cultivate to perfection. But it took him a full 5 days. The name of this martial art is Shengyi Yanquan, and it is a large-scale attack. The effect is also very simple. It can triple your combat power with a burning effect. It doesn't look as good as the previous Crazy Young Fist technique, but Chen Fan has already sensed the limit of the Crazy Young Fist technique. This B-level boxing technique can no longer burst out 5 times the combat power, and the highest can only explode twice as much, because his basic combat power is too high. As for the new martial arts he had just practiced, he hadn't tried the burning effect yet. So after Chen Fan left the customs, he immediately came to a special testing place. There are a lot of expensive machines here, but there is a fee for each test. And the highest combat power that these machines can test has reached an astonishing 20 million, so there is no need to worry about breaking it at all. In addition to machines, there are other things to test, such as testing the effects carried in martial arts, and there are special puppets. These puppets are made of special materials, and even the Grandmaster cannot break them. Chen Fan paid tens of thousands of yuan to get the opportunity to test. Coming to the machine, Chen Fan exhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and swung forward. The machine shook violently, and the value was quickly frozen at 8.2 million, which was similar to what Chen Fan expected. His original estimated combat strength was about 8 million, which seemed to be not much different. Then, Chen Fan tested the burning effect again, and the golden flames wrapped around his fist and fell on a black puppet. This puppet, burned by the flames, turned black directly, and would have been shaking, but now it can't even move. It looks like it has been burned. This burning effect is a bit scary. Chen Fan was secretly shocked. The speed of burning is extremely fast. If it is used against the enemy, the opponent is not strong enough, and he can't resist. I'm afraid afraid he will be burned to ashes. After all, even the puppets that could resist the great grandmaster were burned like this. Chen Fan was particularly satisfied with the improvement during this period and was ready to return to Jinling. He also called his parents to report his safety during this time. Chen Fan's blood is like wolf smoke, and his true chi is like a vast sea, so he is full of confidence in this national selection, and he is confident that he will not be weaker than any genius. Even if there is a town general in the national selection competition, he dares to take action against him. After all, he is now fully exploding, and all kinds of forces are superimposed, and his combat power can also reach the level of a town general. Damn it. In a luxuriously decorated room, a man had a distorted expression and kept pounding the wall. There are a large number of cracks on the wall, densely packed, and it looks shocking. And this man was Morong Yunhai, who was preparing to secretly attack Chen Fan during this time, and received a warning. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion sent someone to their Morong family and warned them, if Chen Fan suffers any harm before the national selection competition, he will put this account on the head of their Morong family. Even the head of the Morong family came over and persuaded him earnestly, telling him not to take action against Chen Fan during this time. As a big man in Jiangnan Prefecture, Morong Yunhai has never been so aggrieved, and after his son died, he couldn't even take action against the murderer. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion is just a town general. You wait, when I step into this realm, I must settle this account well today. Morong Yunhai's eyes rose with hostility, like a mad wolf, as if he wanted to devour people's minds. If you want to break through the town general, in addition to qualifications, you must also obtain enough cultivation resources. He is actually similar to the current head of the family, but as the head of the family, all cultivation resources will be supplied first, so the probability of the head of the family breaking through is the highest. And if he wanted to break through the town general, he had no choice but to find another way. At this time, he thought of the Morong family, which was a big family in Kyoto, but their branch had broken away. However, 2 years ago, a town general from the Morong lord family approached him and told him that as long as he surrendered to his master, he could provide enough cultivation resources for him to break through. It's just that after breaking through the town general, if you want to do what you want to do, you have to go to the master's house and be a follower of that big man. To put it nicely, it is a follower, and to put it badly, it is a thug servant and the like, although it is also a scenery. But since ancient times, there has been a saying, it is better to be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. In Jiangnan Prefecture, it can call the wind and rain, but once it reaches the main house, even if it is a town general, it is just a character who is called around. So he has been hesitating, but today he experienced an unimaginable grievance. So he didn't hesitate and started dialing the number. The hatred of killing Zhaozi is unshared. If you don't break through the town general for a day, you will be shrouded in the shadow of the Jiangnan Mansion lord for a day, and you will be restrained. Hey, my lord, have you thought about it? Okay, this is a wise move. Come to Kyoto within 3 days. Soon he discussed it with the figure on the other end of the phone. At the high-speed rail station in Jinling, a tall boy with a warm temperament like jade walked down from the car. The people around them looked hurried and got out of the car, but many women secretly looked at the young man a few more times. There is no way. The young man's appearance is too eye-catching, more handsome than the big stars on TV, and the good skin is envied by women. The young man was Chen Fan, and he walked towards the station, but unexpectedly saw a banner. It reads, "Warm welcome, Chen Fan, the first in the Jiangnan Prefecture selection competition, returns home." Chen Fan saw this banner and was a little speechless, but he had already guessed that this should be the handiwork of the Dragon City Lord. He remembers that when he came back, he only called his parents once, probably because they informed the city lord. However, it is also a good thing to have a special car to pick up and drop off. Chen Fan walked in the direction of the banner, where there was a tall woman. The woman was wearing an off-white trench coat, red stockings on her legs, long hair shawl, bright eyes, and obviously a good image. "Hello, I am sent by the Lord of Dragon City. Welcome back to your hometown." After the beautiful woman saw Chen Fan, a smile immediately appeared on her face, revealing a row of neat teeth, which seemed to be a smile that had been practiced for a long time. Chen Fan was still a little uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything, and soon followed the woman and got into a black car. The driver of the special car wore white gloves and a black suit. Chen Fan didn't want to talk much, and the two didn't dare to disturb him, and they were speechless all the way. I don't know how long it took for the car to stop, and Chen Fan walked out of the car. Thank you Lord Long for me. Chen Fan didn't know the woman's name yet, so he had to call it that. "I'll tell you." The woman smiled and nodded. Boom! Chen Fan looked at the familiar community and walked in the direction of home. It's just that when he returned to the door, he found that there were a lot more boxes at the door, including fruits, milk, and all kinds of things, which were placed on both sides of the door, as if the door was like a supermarket. Chen Fan took the key and opened the door, but as soon as he entered the door, he saw that his parents and sister were here, and of course there was an uninvited guest. That person has capable short hair, beautiful and quite beautiful, and can be regarded as a beauty, but Chen Fan has no good impression of this woman. Zhang Lin, did he remember that when the martial artist was assessed, this woman still asked him to give up the first place to others? Such a person is really a a bit disgusting. Anyway, Chen Fan doesn't have a good face for this person. Chen Fan, I'm sorry, I was the one who was a rat in the first place. Zhang Lin noticed that Chen Fan's face darkened at the first glance at him, obviously not liking her very much, so she did not hesitate to bow and apologize, regretting her previous stupidity. Are you here to apologize? Chen Fan looked at her and asked. Zhang Lin shook her head and said, the Dragon City Lord is busy with affairs today, and he has to deal with an important matter, saying that he will visit and confess his crimes tomorrow. What's the news? Chen Fan asked. Zhang Lin informed, the national selection competition is scheduled for 20 days. I hope you are ready. In the game, there are many geniuses, like stars, many of which are peerless Tianjia with half-step town generals, and I tell you that if you are really defeated, you can directly abandon the game and admit defeat. In any case, you will always be the pride of our Jinling. When Chen Fan heard these words, his eyes flashed slightly. Sure enough, the national selection competition is extraordinary, and there are such terrifying peerless pride. But he didn't take it to heart. He was rushing to win the championship this time. Even if he was a peerless Tianjiao, it would become a stepping stone under his feet. However, there are still 20 days left, and it is indeed a bit urgent, and I don't know if I can break through another realm. But it doesn't matter. Even if you can't break through the realm, you can improve your fist intent. Chen Fan clearly knew that his destruction fist intent still had room for improvement, and this space was very large. This kind of artistic conception should also be divided into levels. It's just that he hadn't come into contact with it before, and even the Jiangnan Mansion Lord didn't necessarily know it. There is also the Eye of Martial Arts, which should also have room for improvement. During this time, you can improve it well, and maybe there will be unexpected gains. Okay, I know. Chen Fan responded indifferently. Zhang Lin also knew that staying here was just adding to the embarrassment, and she came here mainly to apologize. Then uncle, aunt, I won't bother you. Zhang Lin stood up, said goodbye to Chen's father and mother, and then left quickly. Xiao Fan, be polite to guests. Chen's mother said. Whoa, a few days ago, the city lord personally came to their home, praised them, and told them that if there was anything, they could ask the city lord for help at any time. This was unimaginable to them before, but now it is really happening. Chen Fan had a smile on his face and said, Mom, there's no need to be polite to that person. He didn't explain much either. Chen's mother didn't ask why, but if she could make her son so angry, I am afraid she must have done something very annoying. Meanwhile, okay, Xiao Fan just came back. He must be hungry. Let's eat quickly. Chen's father pulled Chen Fan to the dinner table. Soon, the family got together for dinner. During the meal, Chen Fan saw the large and small supplements, fruit milk, etc. in the house, and he didn't know what to say. No wonder those things are placed outside the door, and the house is really almost overwhelmed. Brother, you are so powerful. I heard that you won the first place in this Jiangnan provincial selection competition, and even the city lord said that you will become a particularly powerful person in the future, and even he has to look up to him. Sister Jiang Shui was wearing a pink dress and white socks on her feet, and her immature face showed an expression of admiration. Since this incident, her classmates in school have envied her, and people often ask her brother how she practiced. Jiang Shui truthfully replied that she basked in the sun every day, but no one believed it, and everyone thought she was nonsense. But the reality is indeed like this. Do you see our milk and fruit? People come to deliver it every day, and if you want to refuse, they have to force it. Sister Jiang Shui felt very proud when she said this. Lao Lu's family also gave a lot of them, but we didn't accept them. They were all left outside the door. Father Chen took a bite of the meal and said, mentioning this matter, Chen Fan remembered that there was still Lao Lu next door. Mom and Dad, do you want to live in a different community? Chen Fan asked. At the mention of this sentence, the scene was silent for a while. Chen's mother said, forget it, we are all used to living here, and we all know each other, so it may not be comfortable to move to a new home. Chen's father also nodded in agreement, and so did his sister Chen Shui. If you are used to living in one place and suddenly have to change your home, no one is comfortable with it, and they feel that life is already very good now. Chen Fan did not force his parents, and maybe he would change his mind later. After eating and drinking, Chen Fan lay on the balcony to bask in the sun, and on the balcony, a chair had been specially placed, which was prepared by his parents. This chair is a rocking chair, and it can be wobbled when lying on it, which is very comfortable. After Chen Fan came back, in addition to basking in the sun every day, he would also go downstairs to exercise his muscles and bones, and then he could meet some acquaintances, who were all neighbors in the community. Every neighbor looked at him with awe, and some even smiled when they saw him, even a little flattering. You are Chen Fan, congratulations, congratulations, you won the first place in the selection of Jiangnan Prefecture. At this moment, a man in an expensive suit greeted him with a smile. Chen Fan's face showed doubts. He didn't seem to know this man who looked about his age. Chen Fan, this is my son's name is Long Fei. The Dragon City Lord came over, and his special car was parked not far away. Dragon City Lord. Chen Fan said hello. Then, Chen Fan invited the Lord of Long City and the others to drink tea at home. Coming to the living room, Chen Fan's parents warmly received the City Lord and his son. Chen Fan didn't feel much. The Dragon City Lord is a Grandmaster, and he is also a Grandmaster now, and he is much stronger than the Dragon City City Lord. In his eyes, the previous Dragon City Lord could be regarded as a strong man, but now, he felt that the City Lord was too weak. And the Dragon City Lord came this time, firstly, because he was sorry for not personally picking up Chen Fan last time. Because he encountered an emergency, he had to solve it. The second thing is to show your attitude and tell Chen Fan that if he is in Star City, if he encounters any problems, he can ask him for help, and it is unconditional. At the same time, he also ordered the driver to bring in some gifts, including beautiful clothes and some food, which looked valuable. Chen Fan saw that the Dragon City Lord was so good to his family, and secretly wrote down this favor in his heart, and if he had the opportunity in the future, he would also repay this favor. Before I knew it, 20 days had passed. During this time, Chen Fan's cultivation level did not improve significantly, although the speed of energy increase accelerated, but it didn't seem so easy to break through. If you still want to bask in the sun, you have to bask in the sun for another 10 days before you can break through to the Grandmaster Ye. During this time, Chen Fan's martial arts eye has not improved, but he feels that his mental strength is a little stronger. As for the destruction fist intent, it has improved a lot, and the power of artistic conception has become more powerful, but it has not been greatly improved. It can only be regarded as a small amount. And now it's time for him to set off and go to the national selection competition. Chen Fan came downstairs to the community. There was a black car here, and the Lord of Long City was also in the car, and he personally picked up and dropped off Chen Fan to the high-speed rail station and waved goodbye. Chen Fan took the high-speed train to the place where the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion lived. This is the place where the main city Lord of Jiangnan Prefecture told him to come. Chen Fan came to a villa, which was extremely luxuriously decorated, highlighting the precious identity of the Lord of the house, and also showing that the Lord of the house was rich and generous. However, as the only town general in Jiangnan Prefecture and the real ruler, it is normal to have such a luxurious residence. In addition to him, Morong Xingchen and Xian Yuanhui also came, and the aura on the two geniuses was even more powerful, but Chen Fan didn't take it to heart. Although the promotion of these two people is great, is he bigger? You are finally here. When the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion saw Chen Fan coming, he got up directly from the spot, with a kind smile on his face. This time I asked you to come here. I have something to tell the three of you. You come with me first. The three of them followed the Lord to a large screen. He clicked on the big screen, and a video was quickly played on it. In the video, there are terrifying beasts one after another. These beasts have level 5 beasts, and even more ferocious level 6 beasts, exuding an amazing aura. The picture you see is the content of the national selection competition at this moment. These beasts are very terrifying. They emerged from space cracks, also known as plane cracks. I don't know when these cracks were born. They appeared in the sky, on the seabed, or in other more hidden places. From these space cracks, powerful beasts will emerge in a steady stream. They are the biggest hidden danger and enemy of our human race. This time, the beasts you will face are not lacking in 6th level beasts comparable to the level of town generals. This kind of beast is very dangerous. If you encounter it, you must run away without hesitation. The three of them were actually a little shocked when they saw these pictures and heard what the Lord said. This assessment is too dangerous. Compared with the national selection competition, their Jiangnan Prefecture selection competition is simply like playing house. It is too simple. This time, the news I got was that the more levels you pass, the higher your ranking. As far as I know, this level will most likely set up 8 levels, which is the law summarized in previous national selection competitions. All three of you must remember that you must break through more levels at all costs and try to get a good ranking, because the higher the ranking, the better the reward will be. S-level martial arts, a large number of fierce beast crystals, these are there. But this is not the most important thing. If you can reach the top 5, it will reward the top 6th level beast. Essence blood, this kind of essence blood needs to be refined by the strong. It takes a lot of time. It has a great effect on you. If you can absorb it, it will improve the realm and combat power. Hearing these words, Morong Xingchen and Xian Yuanhui both became a little rapid in their breathing, and their eyes were shining. These cultivation resources could not even be given to them by their family. Chen Fan is also eye-catching, but he is only interested in the first place in the top 5. And these rewards, he also wants to get the best. Immediately afterwards, the Dragon City Lord played several more videos, which were the clearance videos of the geniuses of the previous national selection competitions. Morong Xingchen was very shocked, because those peerless heavenly pride, the performance was really too good, and they calmly escaped from the hands of a level 6 fierce beast with outstanding style. After watching the video, let the three of them have a general idea, and then the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion personally took them to the destination of the national trials. And this national selection competition is set in the Valley of the Beasts, which is about thousands of kilometers away from Jiangnan Prefecture, and it takes about 6 hours to get there by high-speed rail. It didn't take long for everyone to sit in the high-speed rail, but this section of the carriage was all chartered by the Jiangnan Mansion Lord. After a period of rushing, the high-speed rail finally stopped and the destination arrived. Chen Fan and the others, under the leadership of the Jiangnan Mansion Lord, came to the human base outside the Valley of the Beasts. There are heavy troops guarding here, and of course there are peerless powerhouses guarding it. On the base wall, there is an old man sitting there. The old old man's hair and beard are white, but his body exudes a burst of vast power, like a world of heaven. The power of chi and blood on his body almost turned into a terrifying pillar of light, soaring into the sky. Morong Xingchen and the others looked up at the base wall, and their hearts were a little shocked. Because the old man was stronger than anyone they had met, he was probably not an ordinary town general. That person is one of the leaders of this competition, he is a marquee powerhouse, and this person is from the temple. The lord of Jiangnan Mansion looked up at the strong man above, his eyes full of awe. The temple is one of the 10 university palaces. It is the place where foreigners want to join the most. It is the place where the human race is integrated, and countless strong people have been born in it. So this time there will be a large number of foreigners who come to participate in the national selection competition. The lord of Jiangnan Mansion explained briefly. Morong Xingchen and the others nodded thoughtfully, but they didn't care. They believe that the geniuses of China are definitely stronger than foreigners. At this moment, there was a whistling sound in the sky, and huge helicopters landed from the edge of the sky and landed in the airport not far away, blowing gusts of wind. The door of the helicopter opened, and the proud-looking Tianjiao slowly walked down from the plane. The most conspicuous of them was a man wearing a golden dragon robe, who looked only about 20 years old, and the clothes he was wearing were like those worn by ancient emperors, as if they were specially customized. There was a domineering spirit in his eyes, a feeling of self-supremacy in heaven and earth, and he didn't take anyone seriously. Behind him, dozens of geniuses followed, all of whom showed flattering expressions, not because of anything else, but because this young man in a dragon robe is one of the famous peerless heavenly pride, the prince. He was empty-eyed, and he had an invincible aura on his body, which became the focus of the audience as soon as he appeared. Then his eyes swept over Chen Fan, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You are the genius of Jiangnan Mansion, Chen Fan." The prince actually took the initiative to ask, but Chen Fan ignored him. "Presumptuous," the prince asked you. "What is your attitude?" A follower scolded Chen Fan. Chen Fan glanced at this person coldly, and the eye of the martial arts was activated, and with the power of the artistic conception, a spiritual attack directly broke out. At that moment, this follower felt like he saw a huge eye with a feeling of indifference to everything, extremely cold and with an infinite chill. The follower was a great grandmaster, but at this moment he was spitting blood, and his eyes were full of shock. It was just a blow, and it actually injured him. "I hate it when people talk loudly," Chen Fan said lightly. The aura on his body converged, just like an ordinary person. The prince smiled slightly and said, "It's a bit interesting. No wonder they were told by Bailey Shan that they want to accept you as a follower, and they do have some skills. It's just that this has to be cheaper for me first." The prince's body exuded an aura like a stormy wave, and the terrifying coercion spread, as if a strong general was releasing coercion. Even the Jiangnan Mansion lord changed his face slightly, showing a jealous expression. The real age of the prince in front of him is by no means more than 20 years old, and he has already cultivated to the level of a half-step town general, and such a cultivation speed is really terrifying. "Prince, this is the follower I fancy." Bang! At this critical moment, an equally strong coercion was released, and a peerless Tianjiao was slowly approaching not far away. This Tianjiao also has an invincible momentum. The power of chi and blood on his body is not much weaker than that of the prince, and there is a round of sword energy like the scorching sun behind him, looming. Muyun has returned. He is also a peerless Tianjiao, and his appearance at this moment has also received a lot of attention. "You want to accept him as a follower too?" The prince's aura was domineering, and his eyes flashed with fierce light. Twilight Yungue was dressed in a golden moire robe, with a sharp breath, as if it could cut everything. "I've long taken a fancy to him." The two of them went toe-to-toe, and they both wanted to take Chen Fan as a follower. Meanwhile, "Ha, it's so lively, why don't you add me one more?" The young man dressed in black walked slowly from not far away, and he also had a domineering aura on his body, and he was also a half-step town general, and he was dying in the north. He is the most outstanding genius at present, and it is said that he once entered a beast testing ground and killed all hundreds of beasts. Among these beasts, there were many level 5 beasts. "It's boring." In the sky, countless blade lights emerged, each of which could cut through the void, and even gave people a feeling that everything was unbreakable. A cold-looking young man was also approaching here, carrying a treasured sword behind him, and the sword light around him made other geniuses dare not approach. Unlike the pomp of Bailey Shang and the others, he didn't have any followers behind him. Unintentional. Outside, seeing this person dying in the north, they actually showed a rare look of fear, obviously not wanting to offend the peerless Tianjiao in front of them. The sword boy was unintentional, and when he passed by, he just glanced at Chen Fan. His eyes were calm, but his face showed a look of disappointment. "It's a pity. If you are also a god-level talent and cultivate to a half-step town general, maybe we can have a good fight." He didn't want to take Chen Fan as a follower, but took the lead in entering the Terran base alone. "Chen Fan, be my follower." Another peerless Tianjiao walked down from the plane. This peerless Tianjiao, it was Xianyuan Honlang of the Xianyuan family. He gave people the feeling of being like an impregnable city wall. The power of artistic conception on the body is to protect the artistic conception. Chen Fan looked at these peerless heavenly pride and just wanted to release coercion on his body to counter-suppress all of them. Anyway, he had a vision of the divine body, and the coercion increased tenfold, and he was not afraid of these peerless heavenly pride. But at this moment, a heavy palm was placed on his shoulder. Don't be impulsive. The person who spoke was the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion, and his eyes glanced at the city wall of the base, as if prompting Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked towards the city wall again at this time, but found that the strong man over there had disappeared. When they reappeared, they had already come not far from them, and a more domineering coercion instantly defeated the aura of the four peerless heavenly pride, making these four peerless heavenly pride have to restrain the aura on their bodies. This is the Terran base, not a place you can give up. The old man spoke, his voice majestic, with a tone that could not be refused. I am Tian Yuan, one of the chief assessors of this national audition from the temple. You all give me honesty before the audition is over, otherwise don't blame me for disqualifying you. Tian Yuan spoke more domineering than the four Tianjiao, and his eyes were like an endless abyss, releasing an amazing coercion that made his scalp tingle. These peerless Tianjiao all snorted coldly, obviously not taking Tian Yuan's words to heart. He is just a marquis and a strong man, but he has been cultivating for a while before them and has become a chief assessor. Do you really think you are amazing? Sooner or later, we will have to find today's field. At this time, the Lord of Tianhe Province, as well as the Lord of Xingyue Province, and the Lord of Kyoto Province, appeared one after another and promised Tian Yuan that they would not make trouble again. This put an end to the matter for the time being. Chen Fan secretly said in his heart that it was a pity, otherwise it would be good to eliminate all these peerless Tianjiao before entering the trials. But since the assessor has spoken, he will not disobey the other party's will. After all, he is the chief assessor, and he has to give the right person more or less. Chen Fan successfully entered the Terran base. The area in it was very vast. It had accommodated thousands of people, but it still seemed empty. You are free to rest here first, and the chief assessor will order someone to take you into the Valley of the Beasts, and I will leave first. After the Jiangnan Mansion Lord entered this place, he parted ways with them and went to where he should go. Watching the Jiangnan Mansion Lord go away, Chen Fan and the others were also preparing to find a place to rest. There is a free lounge with food, massagers, TVs, and much more. Chen Fan found a massage chair and sat down, took a few sips of drinks, and basked in the bright sun, feeling that his mood improved a lot. Ding! Energy plus 40. Above his lounge is like a panoramic skylight, all of which is cast glass, so the sun's rays are refracted. China is becoming more and more waste. I heard that one of their provinces, even a seemingly ordinary talented waste, can take first place. While enjoying the sun, Chen Fan suddenly heard someone next to him chatting in Chinese, who was not fluent. It was a group of black and white people with all white or all black skin, some of whom even had blonde hair, and several of them were chatting while resting. Of course, this group of people is led by blonde white people. This group of foreigners is really a blinding leaf, a frog at the bottom of the well. Morong Xingchen, who was sitting next to Chen Fan resting, smiled coldly. If Chen Fan is really an ordinary talent, then how could he lose so easily? Chen Fan didn't want to explain too much to them. If he could meet them in the assessment later, he wouldn't mind beating these foreigners to their knees and begging for mercy. Edward, I heard that you broke through from the extreme grandmaster before. At this time, there was another group of foreigners, coming from not far away, led by a dark-skinned black man, about 2 meters tall, burly, looking at his appearance very mature, all over his body, like coiled tree roots. The first time he saw him, it was easy to associate the 3 words muscular man. So what? So what? Edward didn't really want to answer the black man's question. Your temper is really as rumored. Grumpy. The black man's name is Li De, and the aura on his body is also extremely powerful, not weaker than the peerless Tianjia that Chen Fan saw just now. But now, he heard something new, which is the Extreme Grandmaster. Extreme Grandmaster. I didn't expect this Edward to be so powerful. Boom. Extreme Grandmaster. That is only when the Grandmaster's combat power reaches 5 million, and it can no longer be forcibly improved, and the combat power of the Grandmaster can directly exceed 10 million. The black people behind the Black Li De began to talk about it. They didn't know at first that Edward was an Extreme Grandmaster who broke through. Chen Fan's face was a little strange. 5 million combat power was the limit? Morong Xingchen and Xian Yuanhui secretly set a goal in their hearts, and they must reach 5 million combat power before the Grandmaster. Stupid guy. Edward, a blonde man, looked at those black men with contempt. The real Extreme Grandmaster is able to reach 8 million combat power, absorb the 4th level beast crystal. It can no longer be improved. You must forcibly break through and step into the realm of the great Grandmaster. This is the real Extreme Grandmaster. The black people were a little angry, but after listening to Edward's words, they realized that they were short-sighted and did not expect that the real Extreme Grandmaster could be so terrifying. If you want to reach the true limit of the Grandmaster, it is impossible to do it with our God-level inferior talent, unless it is the top God-level talent. God-level talents are also divided into levels, divided into 4 levels. They are the top God level, the upper God level, the middle grade God level and the lower grade God level. Top God level talents, rare in 1,000 years. High grade gods, talents are hard to find in 100 years. Therefore, most of the peerless heavenly pride are middle grade God level talents and and low-grade god-level talents. The Black Leader felt that talking about the real extreme grandmaster was too far away. Without that kind of invincible talent, it was impossible to achieve such perverted combat power in the grandmaster realm. Chen Fan heard what these foreigners said on the side, and his heart suddenly understood. No wonder after he absorbed 2 4th-level beast crystals, he had a feeling in his heart that ordinary 4th-level crystals were of little use to him, and the improvement would probably be very small. So he stayed at home for 20 days and did not take the initiative to hunt the 4th-level beast. As for the 5th-level beasts, or even stronger beasts, that kind of place requires a permit to enter, and it must be approved by the Jiangnan Mansion Lord. During this critical period, the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion would most likely not let him hunt fierce beasts alone, so he chose to bask in the sun at home. But now it was different. The Jiangnan Mansion Lord told them that there were a large number of powerful beasts during the assessment, and the crystals in those beasts' bodies would definitely become an important resource for him to improve his cultivation. Now Chen Fan is even a little impatient. As for the 8 million combat power limit, Grandmaster is the pinnacle of the Grandmaster. Who stipulated this? Chen Fan felt that he could break the setting of this extreme Grandmaster, creating a new upper limit. If you continue to improve like this, your Grandmaster should be able to reach tens of millions of basic combat power. Dang dang dang. At this moment, a bell rang. Many geniuses got up one after another, only to see on a high platform, the Chief Assessment Officer Tian Yuan appeared. His eyes were majestic, scanned below, and began to announce the assessment rules. Presumably, you have already heard about the assessment rules from the mouths of the major provincial lords. That's right, this year's assessment rules are the same as those of previous years. There are a total of 8 levels, and there are a large number of fierce beasts in each level. You need to constantly kill fierce beasts to determine your ranking. I can tell you that the weakest beast in the first level is a level 4 beast, and as the difficulty of the level increases, the level of the beast will get higher and higher. Of course, you can also team up to clear the level, but the performance points you get will be halved, and the more people you have, the more you will lose. The ranking of this national selection competition is finally determined by your performance scores. When all the geniuses heard the chief examiner's words, their eyes lit up. Okay, the introduction is over, and the assessment is officially open. After announcing this sentence, Tian Yuan left from the high platform, and soon a large number of men and women appeared, who were also assessment officers, responsible for bringing the thousands of geniuses present to the assessment location. Everyone lined up one after another and came to a gate, above which there was a spatial power, obviously a specially built passage. If you enter from here, you will enter the level of your assessment, and you can enter 100 people each time. If you can't support it, call for help immediately. I want to solemnly warn you that each of you must sign a contract before entering, and if you fall into the checkpoint, we will not be held responsible. These assessors took out some paper, which said a large group of agreements, and only after signing the agreement could they enter the assessment. These geniuses looked at what was written on the paper, and some looked embarrassed. What is a broken contract? And there is a death indicator. I don't sign this. Break the game. Some geniuses directly threw the contract on the ground and left the place, and the assessor did not stop it. After all, some people are cowardly, and he can understand. Because this kind of level is too dangerous, there is no means of protection. It all depends on the strength and luck of the geniuses. At least 40% of the geniuses who die in the national selection every year reach 40%. There are many geniuses here, but there are also many foreigners. After all, there are 36 provinces, several provinces, which are inhabited by foreigners, and are places of human integration, similar to the nature of the temple. In the eyes of the strong people of the human race, only those who have truly experienced the baptism of death can become truly strong. Flowers in a greenhouse can never grow. Some people voluntarily abstained, and there were only 900 geniuses left at the scene, and there was no fear in their eyes. Chen Fan did not hesitate to sign his name, wanting to be the first to enter it. Okay, since you have signed the contract, let's start going in. Next, the person who reported my name stepped forward. Prince Zhang Yu. The last one is Chen Fan. This is the first batch of lists, and Chen Fan entered the channel smoothly. However, when he entered the passage and felt a burst of spatial fluctuations, he saw many small passages, hundreds of passages. You can choose one of the passages to enter, and I will also receive the people behind you. The assessor explained briefly, and then left alone. There is a large amount of surveillance in these channels, and the video will be transmitted directly to the chief assessor. Many geniuses entered it in turn, and no genius wanted to form a team, and the performance points obtained were halved, and no one was willing. Chen Fan chose channel 100. When entering this passage, a desert appeared in front of Chen Fan, which was an endless desert. A head of black scorpions emerged from under the desert land, staring at him with fierce eyes. One of the black scorpions has reached the realm of a great grandmaster. You must know that this is only the first level, and it is difficult to imagine how terrible the subsequent levels are. Let you be the nourishment for my improvement. The power of chi and blood on Chen Fan's body exploded, his eyes became ferocious, and he stepped on the ground, and the ground was dusty. The fist in Chen Fan's hand erupted with terrifying flames, and the violence violent power of the flames swept the audience, like a stormy wave, instantly obliterating all these fierce beasts in front of him. Even a fierce beast comparable to the great Grandmaster was not even qualified to struggle, and it turned to ashes. A large number of fierce beast crystals fell from the ground. Chen Fan took them all into his pocket. He tried to refine a 4th level crystal, and the power of chi and blood on his body almost did not change, only a little more. This made Chen Fan can't help but sigh, and the remaining 4th level crystals seemed to be sold only for sale. As for the 5th level fierce beast crystal, Chen Fan began to absorb it, and a few breaths of the crystal became dimmed, and then Chen Fan's realm easily stepped into the Grandmaster Eightfold. The combat power has increased again, and Chen Fan estimated that the basic combat power has reached 9 million, which is higher than the combat power of the previous level of improvement. This is really my blessed land. After killing these beasts, a black hole appeared in front of Chen Fan that looked black, like an abyss, which should be the passage to the next level. Chen Fan stepped into it and disappeared. In a huge office, there are several screens of hundreds of inches, with extremely high clarity, playing scenes in various channels. There are 5 throne-like seats here, all of which are sitting with a figure, and the Jiangnan Mansion Lord and the others are also here, but they can only sit on the chair next to them. The people sitting on those 5 throne seats were all marquises, and each of them exuded a vast power that was daunting. From a distance, it was like watching 5 rounds of the blazing sun, and the power of thick chi and blood seemed to be able to easily destroy the heavens and the earth. One of them is the Temple Tian Yuan, who is one of the chief assessors. As for the person sitting next to him, it was a man with broken hair. The man looked very young, but he was about 30 years old, looking lethargic, and he didn't seem to be able to lift his spirits. But no one dares to underestimate this lazy-looking man, because he is also one of the 10 university palaces, a strong man from Tianyang Palace, with unlimited potential. Although all those present were in the Marquis realm, he was the youngest, and he was likely to be crowned king in the future. And his name is called Feng Wuji. At this moment, on the screen, the first thing that appeared was the picture of the 5 channels, and in the picture of these 5 channels, there were 5 terrifying geniuses, who easily passed the first level. Even the fierce beasts of the great Grandmaster could not stop their progress in the slightest. Roar! They were so strong that they easily killed them in their gestures. It didn't look like they were assessing at all. It was like playing house. It looked too easy, and there was no difficulty in the slightest. This made the Marquis and town generals who watched the battle can't help but nod. These 5 geniuses, their talents are really amazing. It is said that foreigners also have a few talents. Adjust the monitoring and take a look. Why haven't Edward and Li passed the first level yet? It doesn't look good. Everyone was talking, and when they saw foreigners, some town generals discussed, with sneers in their eyes. The provinces of foreigners often boast about how powerful their genius is, and this is the result? Tian Yuan opened and closed his eyes and said, they just lack the means to attack in groups, and the later levels will be much easier. He had long taken a fancy to Edward and Li De. The strength of these two was actually not weaker than those 5 Tianjiao, and it was worth getting 2 places to enter their temple. Feng Wuji yawned, feeling boring in his heart. He actually didn't want to be one of the chief assessors, because the provinces he arranged to rule were difficult to produce Tianjiao every year, and I am afraid there would not be too many exceptions this year. As for the top 30, he didn't even think about it in his heart, which was almost impossible. The picture was quickly switched, and everyone saw a genius being torn alive by a beast in the video, swallowed it on the spot, and the scene was extremely bloody. But in the eyes of these big people, they don't have any waves. Sooner or later, the real Tianjiao will have to go to the battlefield to fight with more powerful beasts, which is what they will have to experience sooner or later. Roar! In this assessment, even if you die, it is normal. That's my genius in the Western Province. A town general sighed and watched the picture as several geniuses he personally brought died in the mouth of the beast, and his heart ached. But this is also something that can't be helped. If you want to become strong and become a top powerhouse, you must experience this real life and death battle. Boom! Then there are new geniuses in these channels, and they enter it. After another half hour, the picture quickly turned to channel 100, in which there was a very sunny-looking young man with sharp eyes, wandering around the second level, as if looking for something. Chen Fan, what is he doing? The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion was stunned on the spot, not understanding what Chen Fan was doing. He had high hopes for Chen Fan, but those top Tianjiao were probably already in the 3rd level, and Chen Fan was still in the 2nd level. He looked a little ugly and held the cup in his hand tightly. Because of the excessive force, the cup was crushed directly by him, and at this time he suddenly came back to his senses and found that countless pairs of eyes around him were staring at him. He smiled apologetically. He felt that Chen Fan's performance was really disappointing to him. Although he was better than Morong Xingchen and the others, at least he had reached the 2nd level, but this was not what he expected. Logically speaking, Chen Fan should be able to reach the 4th level now when he awakens the power of artistic conception. No, he should be able to achieve better results, but what is delayed now? The Jiangnan Mansion Lord comforted himself, but he still believed in Chen Fan in his heart that he should be able to reach the top 30. In channel 100, Chen Fan slowly came to a fierce beast. This beast's eyes were full of fear. It was hard to imagine what had been done to make a fierce beast show such a frightened expression. You can run so fast. Chen Fan looked at the huge strange bird with pure white feathers in front of him. Flames appeared above his fist, and the surrounding temperature had a burning meaning, and the hot airflow distorted the surrounding air. Ugh! This strange bird spread its wings and wanted to fly, but now Chen Fan would not let him escape. He punched out, and the surrounding air shook, and a terrifying air current flew out like a cannonball, accompanied by fiery golden flames. I lost. Just a breath. This huge strange bird, without even a single hair left, pointed to a crystal beast crystal that fell. Chen Fan took the fierce beast crystal, refined it on the spot, and his combat power increased again, but he did not break through the realm, and he was still one piece away from breaking through to the 9th level of the Grandmaster. Originally, he could have killed this strange bird long ago, but this beast was too vigilant and flew away when he saw something wrong, just like a loach. In addition, there were a large number of level 4 beasts, constantly pending at him and blocking his footsteps, so it took a little time. The next step is to enter the 3rd level. I hope I don't encounter this kind of speed beast, otherwise it will really delay time. Continue to move forward and enter the 3rd level. On the other side, everyone was looking at Channel 1, and the boy wrapped in thunder had already rushed to the 4th level. The boy had many fine blue electric lights flowing on his body, looking like a superhero in a science fiction movie. A large number of thunder, exuding a violent aura, a large number of fierce beasts approaching him, covered in hair, and their eyes were full of fear. You garbage beasts, you shouldn't live here, let's all die. This person was the peerless Prince of Tenjiao. He squeezed it forward with his hand, and a fine electric light rushed out of his hand, condensing a huge thunder palm in the sky, and slapped it downwards. As if the sky was crumbling, a large number of fierce beasts turned to ashes under this move. But at this moment, there was a roar from among the beasts. A huge beast appeared. This beast, extremely strange, with a crocodile head, standing up, covered in muscles, and its eyes were scarlet, exuding a dangerous luster. Is it the late stage of the Grandmaster? The prince felt the dangerous aura emanating from this beast, but his eyes were indifferent. It's a pity that you have to surrender to my thunder. As soon as the words fell, a brilliant thunder erupted, and a fierce beast in the late stage of the great Grandmaster was bombarded into ashes under the violent bombardment of several thunders. After solving this beast, the prince stepped into the 5th level. He came this time to win the National Selection Championship, so naturally it is impossible to stop here. This prince is really too strong. How did Xingyue province come out of such a freak? It's so terrifying. Killing a beast in the late stage of a Grandmaster is like killing an ant. In the office, many town generals were talking, all looking at a middle-aged man with envious eyes. The middle-aged man was smiling at the moment. His face was full of red light, and his eyes were triumphant. And he is the lord of the Star and Moon province. In the past, they rushed into the top 20 at most, which was already the limit, but now it is possible to win the first place, and he is naturally very happy. And he understood that the true strength of the prince was more than that. He will always remember the amazing scene when the prince broke through the Grandmaster. The prince is a real extreme Grandmaster, although he is only a god-level middle-grade talent, but his combat power when he was a Grandmaster reached an astonishing 6.5 million. After breaking through the Grandmaster, it reached an astonishing 13 million, almost close to some ordinary town generals. Now he can't see through the prince. Maybe the real combat power of this Tianjiu is close to that of him, an old town general. Although he knew that except for the prince, the other peerless Tianjiu were not weak, but he believed that the prince could crush everything and ascend to the top of the championship. Look! A provincial lord suddenly exclaimed, and everyone's eyes instantly gathered on a screen. It was a ruthless young man with a long knife behind him, with a murderous aura on his body, and this person also reached the 4th level. This is unintentional. His speed is a little slower than the prince. One of the town generals had just finished speaking, and his eyes suddenly contracted violently, and his heart was shaken. Even he, the town general, was shocked. I saw that on the screen of the screen, the terrifying beast was just glared at by Wuxin, and there was an invisible knife light, which tore the beast into pieces and cut it into countless pieces. The invisible sword light made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Even the town commander kept frowning and was startled, including several marquises and powerhouses. They all stared at the screen, with shocked expressions in their eyes. This is the 2nd stage of the power of artistic conception. Feng Wuji's heart trembled fiercely, and he naturally understood how terrifying this talent was. The power of artistic conception is divided into a total of 6 stages, and the 2nd stage of awakening is enough to kill ordinary townspeople with the body of a half-step town lord. The geniuses of this class are better than the previous ones. Tian Yuan couldn't help but comment. Even he wanted Wuxin to join the temple. This was definitely the core candidate of the immortal seed. With unlimited potential, it was hard to imagine where he would go in the future. As for the other peerless Tianjiao, they are not so dazzling. Most of them have just passed the 3rd level. So the most concerned are the prince and Wuxin. There are 2 screens on many screens, and the scene in their channel has been playing. Someone has passed the 4th level again. It's the return of the twilight clouds. Bailey Shang and Xianyuan Honglang also passed. Edward and Li De are currently in the 3rd level. This is the peerless Tianjiao they focus on. These people have almost reached the half-step town general, and the first 4 levels are actually not too difficult for them. The most important thing is the later level. The 5th level has a half-step general level beast, which is not so easy to solve. Feng Wuji, seeing those peerless Tianjiao successfully breaking through all the way, felt very unhappy. The provinces he controlled invested so many cultivation resources every year, but none of them were outstanding. No one has reached the 3rd level now. Jiangnan Mansion Lord, Southern Province Lord, West Province Lord, what kind of waste are you cultivating? The current human race is in a difficult situation. Is the cultivation resources I distributed to you to let you squander them so casually? What are you doing to eat? Feng Wuji was particularly unhappy, because in such a comparison, it was as if all his geniuses here were waste. He could even feel that some people were secretly laughing at him, but because of his identity, he didn't dare to laugh directly. The lords of Jiangnan Mansion and the others bowed their heads one after another, although they were town generals, but in front of Feng Wuji, they were like children who had done something wrong, and they didn't dare to say a word of rebuttal. At this time, only the lord of Jiangnan Mansion plucked up the courage and said, "My lord, our Jiangnan Mansion has a Tianjiao this year, and now there may be something delayed. I think he should be able to rush into the top 30. When Feng Wuji heard this, he immediately became interested and said, "Who are you talking about?" Chen Fan. The Jiangnan Mansion lord looked up. "Tune in to the scene of channel 100 for me." As soon as Feng Wuji's order was issued, a staff member hurriedly converted the video. Number 100 Beast Passage. Chen Fan killed a level 5 beast and refined it, and his cultivation was successfully promoted to the 9th level of the Grandmaster, and the power of Qi and blood on his body soared into the sky at this moment. He felt that his whole body was extremely hot, like a burning soldering iron, as if some shackles had been opened in his body. His combat power successfully reached 10 million, which was a bit unexpected for him. Originally he thought that he could only achieve this kind of combat power after getting 10 layers of Grandmasters, but he has now reached it in advance. Feeling that some kind of shackles in his body have been unlocked at this moment, his body is ethereal, and his thoughts are clear. Even his understanding seemed to have increased, and in his mind, every brain cell was running rapidly. He felt that the two powers he controlled, the Eye of Martial Arts and the Fist of Destruction, seemed to unlock even more powerful powers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the 2nd stage of Destruction Fist, which will form a special field of 5 meters, imprisoning the opponent, and the power of destruction will continue to cause damage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the 2nd stage of the Eye of Martial Arts, doubling the spiritual power and gaining the power of penetration. The penetrating power will cover all martial arts practiced by the host, ignoring 40% defense. When Chen Fan heard the prompt in his body, he was stunned at first, and then a smile appeared on his face. He also just knew that there was a 2nd stage for the Eye of Martial Arts and the Fist of Destruction, so were there more stages after that? No wonder he always felt that these two powers were far from reaching the upper limit. With the 2nd stage, destroy the fist intent, and you are not afraid of encountering a speed-type opponent, directly imprison the opponent, and then cooperate with the Eye of Martial Arts, the penetrating power that bursts out. No matter how high the defense is, you have to kneel. Wouldn't the person who awakened and guarded the artistic conception touch me? Chen Fan smiled, feeling extremely comfortable. At this time, the roars of fierce beasts sounded, gradually approaching here. Only then did Chen Fan remember that the 3rd level seemed to have 3 fierce beasts in the middle stage of the Grandmaster, and he had just killed one, and there were 2 fierce beast crystals? Chen Fan's eyes bloomed with a fiery light, and his figure disappeared in place, killing the 2 fierce beasts of the middle stage of the Great Master, and the power of destruction was permeated. Feng Wuji saw that in channel 100, Chen Fan was sitting there and didn't know what he was doing, and it didn't take long for him to open his eyes again, with a happy smile on his face, and then his eyes looked at the many fierce beasts. When he saw the scene, his face was very unhappy. Other geniuses are clearing customs quickly. What kind of plane is this Chen Fan doing? What is done inexplicably? He was a little irritable, and looked at the other geniuses, who were also not outstanding at all, and even only got stuck in the 2nd level, difficult to pass the level, and it seemed that he didn't know if he could get through. Although Chen Fan is now in the 3rd level, it seems that he is stuck and does not dare to kill those beasts directly. There is a high probability that there is no drama. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll just rush up to the 2nd. Why stay there for so long? Feng Wuji shook his head, his face full of disappointment, but more anger. This made him look at the Jiangnan Mansion lord and the others with a little disgust. A group of frogs at the bottom of the well, thinking that reaching the 3rd level is considered a genius? The Jiangnan Mansion lord originally had doubts on his face, but when he saw Chen Fan taking the initiative to rush towards the 2 great Grandmaster level beasts, he had a smile on his face. Finally, it was time to make a move. With the intention of destroying the fist, it should be able to successfully kill it, but the realm was too low. I am afraid it would take a lot of effort. But the next moment, he saw the 2 powerful fierce beasts, wrapped in a special force. Their bodies were as brittle as tissue paper, and they turned to ashes in an instant. At this moment, he was extremely excited, and directly exclaimed, "My lord, look at it! Look at the picture of channel 100! Chen Fan!" Hearing the exclamation, even Tian Yuan and the others couldn't help but look at the screen of channel 100. They wanted to see what was worth being so shocked shocked about. Feng Wuji, his heart was full of ups and downs, and at this moment he showed an extremely exaggerated expression on his face. He felt that his thinking had become disordered, and he even felt that the scene he saw in front of him was somewhat false and illusory. Originally, it was impossible for a big man like him to show such an expression, but what did he see? The focus was not on the teenager killing the beast, but on the methods he used, which made him feel numb in his scalp, and even felt that it was too outrageous. In the video, it was shown that the two level 5 beasts did not even move, standing in place, covered by fist light. The flames rolled above the fist, like a roaring fire dragon, baring its teeth and claws, tearing through the void. The two level 5 beasts turned to ashes, looking like they were stupid. But those who have reached his level can see the clues, not that these two fierce beasts do not want to move, but that they cannot move. Just like the peerless Tianjia just now, his opponent did not have any resistance at all, and was easily killed by him. It's good. Did he comprehend the second stage of the destruction fist intent? Temple Tianyuan touched his chin and showed a look of thought. The other powerful people of the whole realm also saw the clues and were shocked. If the great master can comprehend it, it is still within the scope of their understanding. But the boy in the video does not have the characteristics of a great master. What is a grandmaster? That is the realm above the grandmaster. After the breakthrough, the strength of the true chi will far exceed that of the grandmaster, and the muscles and bones of the whole body will also be baptized, which can be said to be a sublimation. Through the strength of the true chi, one can distinguish between the grandmaster and the grandmaster. The true chi of the great grandmaster is the most obvious as thick, which is dozens of times that of ordinary grandmasters. If the grandmaster's true chi is like a stream, then the great grandmaster's true chi is equivalent to a big river. Chen Fan's true chi, although it looks thick, is only 10 times thicker than that of ordinary grandmasters, and it is not yet at the level of a great grandmaster. Quick, hurry up and play back this video of Chen Fan clearing the customs. A strong man who was a marquis reacted and ordered the staff to quickly adjust the video. The staff was also stunned, and after coming back to their senses, they were in a hurry, and after a while, they finally played the previous video. The teenager in the video only used one trick to kill any murderer, and did not use any extra force. Boom! It looks like an antelope hanging its horns, and its control over itself can be described as the extreme. Show me Chen Fan's information. Feng Wuji, at this moment, can't wait to know, what kind of genius is this Chen Fan? Why does he seem to be uninformed? He changed his previous carelessness, his expression was cold, and his eyes were like eagles, and he quickly locked on the tablet handed over by the Jiangnan Mansion Lord. There is information about Chen Fan on it. Name, Chen Fan. Talent, normal fire talent, now uncertain, may detect incorrectly, suspected saint-level talent. Family, ordinary family. Comprehend the power of artistic conception, destroy the fist intention. There are also height, weight, etc., but these are not very detailed in Feng Wuji, because he really can't figure out how such an ordinary family can give birth to such a Tianjia like Chen Fan, which is completely unreasonable. Feng Wuji, this Chen Fan is good. My temple has taken a fancy. Why don't you let him join the temple, and ask you to mention it casually? The temple Tianyuan directly stated that he wanted to include Chen Fan in their academy. In his opinion, Feng Wuji didn't pay much attention to this genius named Chen Fan, and even the other party didn't seem to know about the destruction. Artistic conception, such a genius, if he arrived at Tianyang Palace, it was likely to be buried, so it was better to come to the temple. Wash and sleep, there is everything in your dreams. Feng Wuji looked sarcastic, feeling that Tianyuan was sick, and it was difficult for such a genius to appear. How could he give up to others? Could it be that he is a big fool? At this time, the video of Chen Fan's customs clearance was still playing on the screen, over and over again, but everyone thought it was incredible when they saw it. A grandmaster seems to be a bit too powerful, and the speed of killing fierce beasts is even faster than some half-step town generals. The martial arts he performed seemed to be a perfect level of Holy Yang Fist. This Chen Fan must be a member of a big family, cultivated since childhood, and has a backer behind him. Many town generals talked about it, and they didn't know that Chen Fan was an ordinary civilian. Of course, the most shocking thing was the Jiangnan Mansion. This martial arts book was handed over to Chen Fan by him himself. This cultivation speed is too exaggerated, right? An A-level martial arts has been practiced to perfection for more than a month. He felt that compared to Chen Fan, he was simply a waste. It was really bad. This kind of peerless heavenly pride really can't be compared with them, otherwise I'm afraid I'll get angry and get sick. Jiangnan Mansion Lord, it seems that you have secretly cultivated a peerless Tianjiao. We don't know yet. The Lord of the Star and Moon Province came over and said with a smile, but in the eyes of the Jiangnan Mansion, this was a smirk, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Where, it's still far from the prince. The Jiangnan Mansion Lord said this on the surface, but sneered in his heart, feeling that Chen Fan was not weaker than the prince, but suffered a loss in the realm. When the realm goes up in the future, it may not be possible to press the prince to the ground and beat him violently. The Lord of Xingyue Province just wanted to show a smug expression, but Feng Wuji's words made him stunned on the spot. What can't compare to the prince? When you shouldn't be humble, you should be humble. This prince is far worse than Chen Fan. When Feng Wuji said this, he said it in a flat tone, without any any contempt or disdain, as if he was saying a fact. He recalled the killer move that Chen Fan had just displayed, which easily penetrated the defenses of those two level 5 fierce beasts, and he was even a little suspicious now. Chen Fan had comprehended that kind of power. That is something that only a strong person above the king can master, but now it is just a suspicion and cannot be sure. But once it is really confirmed, it means that Chen Fan's talent is a well-deserved first in this session. Although the realm is weak, this is not a big problem. As long as you join their Tianyang palace and try your best to cultivate it, you will soon be able to truly grow up. The lord of Xingyue province looked ugly, but he didn't know what to say. After all, there was a gap between his identity and the other party. The Tianhe god lord was also extremely confident in his family's genius, but when he saw Chen Fan, who suddenly emerged sharply, he also felt a sense of crisis. This Chen Fan is definitely a dark horse. The front is really deep enough, and it is said that he just comprehended the destruction fist intent. Not long after realizing it, it is suspected that it has reached the second stage. This is obviously completely unreasonable, but fortunately, the realm of this peerless Tianzhou is relatively low, otherwise Wuxin may really not be his opponent. The lord of Tianhe province was secretly happy in his heart. Now Wuxin's biggest competitor should be the prince, a peerless Tianzhou at the level of a half-step townsman. After thinking about it carefully, the lord of Xingyue province also felt that Chen Fan was not a threat for the time being. At least he could not shake the prince's ranking. Thinking of this, he felt a lot more comfortable. There are really many dark horses in China. However, in this ranking, we still have a big move that has not exploded, and when the final sprint comes, it will definitely be unexpected by you. The Lord of Loki is a foreigner, blonde and blue-eyed, looking about 50 years old, thin, and giving people an eerie feeling when he laughs. The province he was in was not large, not even as large as Jiangnan Prefecture, but because the temple gave them a lot of cultivation resources, some amazing Tianzhou also emerged. Edward and Li De, both from Loki province, are the two peerless Tianzhou he values the most. He also got the most important news. This time the 10 Great Palace was going to cultivate immortal seeds, so this time's performance determined the upper limit of the future. Therefore, every peerless pride will try his best to perform and strive to win the championship. The outside world, Star City. In a large room, there was a large screen here, and Lord Long and Principal Wang were sitting here. Looking at the picture played on the big screen, his eyes were excited, and the picture they saw was played out of the national selection competition. The rules of the national selection competition have not changed over the years, but even if you know the rules, you cannot prepare in advance. Those fierce beasts are not fixed. They may be speed types, they may also be strength types, and you cannot pass the level without reaching a certain strength. If it is an ordinary grandmaster, the first level will be eliminated directly. There were several pictures played in the video. Some of them were princes, some were unintentional. Of course, the Lord of Long City was most concerned about Chen Fan, and in addition to them, most people in the entire Jinling are also paying attention, including Feng Chengtian and them. Zhang Lin was also staring at the TV at her home, wanting to see how far Chen Fan could go. However, she looked at the video on the national trials, and the shock in her heart was like a stormy wave, like countless huge waves, constantly rushing towards her, and the next moment it was like being swallowed up by a huge wave. I think she thought that Chen Fan would be at the bottom of the competition in Jiangnan Prefecture, but she broke her cognition again and again. So Zhang Lin doesn't dare to comment easily now, but when he saw the video, Chen Fan had been wandering around the second level. She was still a little disappointed in her heart. Although she felt that Chen Fan was indeed very demonic, it seemed to be much worse than those demons in the national selection competition. Because of this national selection competition, everyone knows that there are several half-step town generals who say that they are contestants. It is unimaginable that young people have cultivated to such a terrifying state. It's a pity. I should have realized that my strength was not strong enough. Zhang Lin opened her mouth to comment, but as soon as she finished speaking, she quickly covered her mouth, looked around, and then breathed a sigh of relief. The old problem is made again, and I like to evaluate this kind of arrogance, and I may slap myself in the face in the end. But fortunately, no one heard it. Otherwise, wouldn't this offend Chen Fan for no reason? However, she still felt in her heart that although Chen Fan's cultivation was not bad now, he had reached the realm of Grandmaster, and even his current strength surpassed that of the city lord. But in that kind of place where the sky was arrogant, it was too difficult to achieve a good ranking. Thinking of this, she actually felt a little regretful in her heart. Lord Long City and Principal Wang, looking at Chen Fan's performance, were actually very satisfied in their hearts. In the first level, there are great Grandmaster level beasts, and if they go, they will only be killed in seconds. But Chen Fan killed this beast in seconds in the first level and successfully entered the second level. Chen Fan is worthy of being the most demonic genius born in the past 100 years. Principal Wang took a sip of hot water from a thermos cup and smiled on his face. The Dragon City Lord nodded in agreement and said, "The future is boundless, and I don't know how much it can be achieved in the future." They don't really care whether Chen Fan can get a place in the national trials, because even if Chen Fan does not get the ranking, he can still reach a very high height and may even be crowned king. This is something they couldn't even think of before. After all, their small place in Star City City is only one of the 36 cities under the rule of Jinling. Channel 1. The prince looked at the huge beast in front of him, which was several buildings high, exuding a tyrannical aura, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. This beast was also accompanied by a strong stench and bloody smell, which was the pinnacle of the 5th level beasts, comparable to the half-step general level beasts. This fierce beast, with a large amount of black hair on its body, looked like a black King Kong, grinning at the moment and letting out a roar. The beast's eyes were full of contempt, because most of the humans who came here were killed by him, and only a few could escape. He believed that the person in front of him would only become his meal. At the next moment, fine and brilliant thunder rushed out, one after another, like a meteor shower, blooming with an amazing aura. The void was constantly exploding, and countless thunderbolts were rapped towards the beast. Humans, damn it! This demonite chimpanzee burst out with an even more violent demonic aura, frantically resisting the power of thunder and fighting with the prince. One person and one beast, the power that erupted shook the sky, and the roar here was almost destroyed. I don't know how long it took. A figure surrounded by fine thunder slowly walked out, and a huge beast fell into a pool of blood. And the figure surrounded by thunder on his body, tall, like a demon god, with endless indifference in his eyes, his gaze seemed to be able to kill the beast. The prince successfully passed the 5th level. The lord of Xingyue, who paid the most attention to the prince, nodded repeatedly when he saw the prince's performance, with a satisfied look in his eyes. This performance is indeed very good. Killing a half-step general level beast is so fast. But he found that the eyes of the people around him did not converge on the prince, but went to see the scene of Channel 100, because in the eyes of everyone, the prince's strength is unquestionable, and he is the favorite to win the championship. There are also those who are unintentional, waiting for a group of peerless Tianjiao who have also passed the 5th level one after another. But what they are more curious about is how far Chen Fan, a dark horse, can rush. Is it level 4 or level 5? In the eyes of most town generals, this should be Chen Fan's limit. After all, the realm is there. No matter how powerful a grandmaster is, how powerful can he be? Could it be that he could use the body of a grandmaster to kill the 7th level town general beast? Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads consciously, thinking that this idea was extremely ridiculous. But there was only one person, and when he looked at Chen Fan, his eyes were still full of a lot of doubts, and even a hint of expect. He is Feng Wuji, and now he especially wants to be sure whether Chen Fan has comprehended that kind of power. After all, he can't be completely sure only through the scene played in a video. At this moment, Chen Fan came to the 4th level. In this level, there are also a large number of fierce beasts. Of course, the most terrifying is a giant wolf covered in snow. The giant wolf had a chill on its body, and with every step, the ground condensed into a layer of frost. The fur of the beast was shiny, and every hair was as white as snow. Even the eyes of this fierce beast were ice blue. Level 5 Beast, Snow Wolf King. Chen Fan recognized this beast at a glance. This was a hegemon among the 5th level beasts, and it was also a beast comparable to the late stage of the Grandmaster. If Chen Fan had not broken through to the Grandmaster before facing this kind of fierce beast, he might have to go all out. But now, seeing the Snow Wolf King, Chen Fan only had a calm in his eyes. His basic combat power has reached tens of millions, and the highest combat power of the Snow Wolf King should be about 16 million. Although it surpassed the basic combat power of ordinary town generals, it was the result of the Snow Wolf King's all-out outburst. The Terran town will encounter the Snow Wolf King, and once he uses martial arts, he can easily burst out with a power of more than 30 million and kill him properly. Snow Wolf King, become the nourishment for me to break through the 10 layers of the Grandmaster. As soon as the words fell, Chen Fan disappeared in place. The Snow Wolf King's cold eyes exuded a faint cold glow as the wind and snow roared, rolling non-stop. His body was shrouded in wind and snow. Then, the Snow Wolf King just wanted to burst into extreme speed, but found a destructive force enveloping him, and his limbs began to tremble, dyed with a layer of black, which was the erosion of the destructive force. The Snow Wolf King roared and wanted to break free, but it was still too late, and he saw a stunning firelight, like a meteor falling from the sky. Without the slightest pain, under the firelight, his snowy hair instantly turned to ashes, and his defense was instantly broken like nothing. The Snow Wolf King let out an unwilling roar and was burned to ashes in the firelight. Outside, a snowy crystal fell. Chen Fan caught it with his hand, wrapped it in true chi, and then glanced at the surrounding beasts. A terrifying spiritual power fluctuation spread, and the surrounding beasts saw a pair of godlike eyes before they died, deep and mysterious, with indescribable power. In an instant, they were deprived of their lives and fell to the ground. Chen Fan looked at the crystal in his hand and began to refine and absorb it. All the marquises and town generals had extremely strange expressions on their faces at this moment. Some frowned, some widened their eyes, and some had dull faces. They even think that the screen in front of them is broken. Why is the picture played so outrageous? This one move to kill the Snow Wolf King in seconds. Is this still a Grandmaster? grandmaster? I'm afraid the extreme grandmaster can't do this easily. Many townspeople felt that all this was too outrageous, and this feeling was like, originally they thought Chin Fan was only standing on the middle floor of the building, but now they found that Chin Fan was standing on the highest floor of the building. Such strength is already qualified to launch a sprint to the top 10. But Feng Wuji in the Holy Temple Tianyuan, these marquises, they sensed something different at this moment. Several strong men looked at each other, and they could see the shock from the eyes on the opposite side. Comprehending the second stage of the destruction fist intention is already terrifying. But they found that Chen Fan's punch seemed to have the effect of ignoring defense. Whether it was the fierce beast in front or the Snow Wolf King, under that fist light, the defense was simply like a fake. Logically speaking, it is not aimless. The stronger the beast, the higher the defense. If Chen Fan is a half-step town general, kill that beast in seconds, they can still understand. But Chen Fan is just a grandmaster, directly ignoring the defense of the great grandmaster? Either there was a problem with the martial arts he practiced, or he comprehended the legendary power. It was the power they dreamed of and wanted to master. This Chen Fan, should he really master that kind of power? A strong marquis, with a solemn expression, said to himself. Temple Tianyuan had a serious expression, carefully watched several replays of this video, and said, there is a 70% probability that it can be determined. And Feng Wuji watched the video 10 times, frowning and stretching. He can now be 100% sure. Chen Fan did realize that the fallen adult, like a mythical figure, comprehended the supreme power. How is this possible? That adult used this power at the beginning, but he hunted 3 terrifying level 10 beasts at a glance, and his deeds are still circulating today. Doesn't it mean that this power will not reappear? How could it appear on the body of a grandmaster? Could it be that this person is an immortal seed destined by heaven? Ahem! All the marquises and powerhouses were unable to calm down at the moment, like turbulent waves, and it was really difficult for them to accept this result. Because of this result, it's simply incredible. If it's true, even if Chen Fan ranks outside 30, I'm afraid the venerable in the academy will come over in person, take him under his door, teach him carefully, and won't skimp on any cultivation resources. Temple Tianyuan said something that shocked everyone, especially the major provincial lords. After hearing these words, their faces were full of surprise and surprise. They didn't understand what these big people were talking about. What kind of power is it? I can't say it clearly. It's really anxious. If you comprehend a power, you can have this chain reaction, and even make the venerable come at any cost. How is this possible? At this time, Feng Wuji suddenly laughed and said, you people are all soldiers. He should be martial arts. He has some characteristics of that kind of power. You must know that the Lord also comprehended that power when he was crown king. How could he be a grandmaster to comprehend it? Obviously we misunderstood. When he said this, it was extremely natural, so that those who were enfeoffed as marquises couldn't help but wonder if they were really wrong. Only Feng Wuji prayed in his heart, hoping that Chen Fan would never use this power again, otherwise he might not be able to let Chen Fan join their Tianyang palace. I'm afraid that the 10 university palaces will rush to dignitaries, which will be troublesome. Only the Temple Tianyuan glanced at Feng Wuji and sneered in his heart. This little fox still wanted to deceive him, an old fox? He already has a high probability of being able to conclude that it is definitely the second stage of the Eye of Martial Arts. Although the comprehensor of the Eye of Martial Arts will appear every few decades, if you want to comprehend the second stage, only that adult has successfully comprehended it so far, and become a killer move for him. When cast, you can directly ignore the opponent's nearly half defense, and this effect was simply indescribably terrifying at the beginning. Especially those strong people who are good at defense, it is even more miserable to meet that adult. Any means of defense have almost no effect. Outside, of course, the ones who hate that adult the most are those beasts. The beasts have always been rough and thick, and their own defense is amazing, but under the eyes of that adult's martial arts, their defenses have become a joke. However, because the adult killed too many beasts, it eventually triggered a shocking battle. It is said that in that battle, the sky collapsed, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and even the heavens and the earth were about to be overturned. The blood flowed for thousands of miles, and the space became disordered and a mess. It is said that the beasts that participated in the war exceeded hundreds of millions, including some of the beasts with unfathomable strength, who besieged and killed the adult for 10 days and 10 nights, and finally paid a terrible price to kill the adult. On that day, there was blood raining in the sky, and countless humans wept bitterly and mourned for that adult. At the beginning, many people even blamed other strong people for why they didn't support that adult. But those strong people also have suffering, because that adult went alone to save the lives of countless humans, and by the time others reacted and wanted to support, it was too late, and by the time they arrived, the battle was over. Now Chen Fan in front of him may become another such powerful figure and become the pillar of the human race. Such a rare Tianzhou must join their academy. Tianyuan had secretly made up his mind to let Chen Fan join their academy at all costs. Missing such a supreme pride, he will definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Even in his eyes, the prince and the others were not as dazzling as Chen Fan. Even if the prince won the first place, it was only cultivated as an immortal seed, and it was possible to become immortal in the future. But Chen Fan was different. This special power he comprehended was almost destined to become immortal in the future. And he is also the top powerhouse among the immortals. Feng Wuji is right, we are all blind. Tianyuan also echoed Feng Wuji's words at this moment and began to mislead everyone. Have you seen a way? A strong man who was entheft as a marquis showed a look of self-doubt on his face. Yes, look away. Feng Wuji nodded. Naturally, he knew that there was a high probability that he couldn't hide Tianyuan, the old fox, but he should be able to hide it from others. If it was just the competition between the two of them, there would be at least half the probability of letting Chen Fan join. But if all the academies joined, the probability would have to be reduced too much. The surrounding townspeople were also relieved at this moment, otherwise they would really be shocked to see these big people discussing like this, especially the Star and Moon Province lords. They thought there was going to be some variable. Fortunately, everything was fine. The Jiangnan Mansion lord glanced at Feng Wuji, and his heart became more and more confused. He could feel that this adult seemed very excited in his heart, because he had been following this adult for a while after all. But what is this excited about? He couldn't figure it out. Is it simply because of Chen Fan's excellent performance? But he thought it shouldn't be that simple. Jiangnan Mansion lord, you did a good job this time. This Chen Fan is a little weaker. If he doesn't rank this time, I will let my master personally accept him as an apprentice and join Tianyang Palace. Feng Wuji's words made the surrounding town generals show envious expressions, which is equivalent to one step into the sky. Regardless of the ranking, you can join the 10 University Palace, which is too enviable. Jiangnan Mansion lord, at this moment, his heart was also extremely excited. Even if he was not a candidate for the immortal seed, he could get this amazing treatment, and his face showed an expression of ecstasy. Thank you, Master Feng. He quickly clenched his fists in gratitude. Lord of Jiangnan Mansion, I also have a sentence to tell you. I hope Chen Fan can join the temple. I will let a venerable personally accept him as a disciple, and I will also give you Jiangnan Mansion a lot of cultivation resources. I hope you will think about it seriously. Tianyuan also threw out conditions at this moment, and it seemed that he didn't care about Chen Fan's ranking at all. Feng Wuji looked at Tianyuan. His eyes were a little unkind. Was this to rob him in front of him? Tianyuan did not show weakness at all. He looked like he was kind and kind-hearted, but the coercion on his body bloomed, and everyone present was a little out of breath. Everyone saw the two marquises facing each other like this, and they also vaguely guessed some questions in their hearts. But no, while they were thinking deeply, someone shouted, "Look, Chen Fan is going to face the beast of the first half of the town general level." Everyone's eyes were drawn to the screen one after another. In the picture, a young man who seems to be a little thin in the body faces a fierce beast that seems to be composed of countless stones. This fierce beast is all covered in black scales, and its defense is amazing at first glance. It has a head like a triceratops, with a pitch-black sharp horn on top of its head, and a pair of eyes are black, looking as if they have been dyed black with ink. The size of this fierce beast was 15 meters high, and between exhaling and inhaling, there was a foul smell and a gust of wind. The body of the beast exuded an amazing coercion, and at this moment, it opened its bloody mouth, and a foul and unpleasant smell came directly to the face in all directions. If ordinary people were here, they would probably be stunned. Chen Fan's face was expressionless, and the golden true chi flowed on his body, isolating this taste, and then there was some excitement in his eyes. He had just refined a fierce beast crystal, and he thought he would be able to step into the 10th level of the Grandmaster, but he didn't expect it to be much worse. But now, with the beast crystal of the beast in front of him, it should be enough. I don't know, can you test the limit of my strength? The opponent he had met before was too weak to test his strength at all. Now in front of him, the scale-armored beast of the half-step town general level happened to be an almost perfect test subject. After all, this is the strongest beast below the town commander, which may bring him a little pressure, but it will not make him feel any fear. Come on, let me see. What is the difference between the Grandmaster Jiuchong and the half-step town general? Chen Fan's true chi flowed, golden flames covered his fists, and the terrifying flames began to distort the surrounding air, and the amazing high temperature filled out. Chen Fan stepped out of the ground, and flames also burned, all emanating from him. With him as the center, the surrounding golden flames kept burning, controlling the endless flames, and at this moment, Chen Fan was simply like the master of all fires. Chen Fan has never understood very well how big is the gap between the half-step town general and his current Grandmaster realm. It is said that after reaching the half-step town, the strength of the true chi in the body is amazing. The destructive power will increase exponentially, and the defense will also usher in a surge. It is said that compared with ordinary Grandmasters, it is almost an insurmountable level. And the unicorn armored beast in front of him, the defense is probably the top among the beasts of the half-step town generals. Ordinary Grandmasters are afraid that they can't even break the opponent's defense, just like a person's fist hitting steel, and it is impossible to destroy it. And today Chen Fan wanted to try, is this defense effective against his martial arts eye? At this moment, this unicorn armored beast looked at the small humans on the ground with an extremely contemptuous look. He could feel that Chen Fan's cultivation was not very strong, but he couldn't understand how such a weak human came to the this level? Tiny humans, go die. The beast's dark pupils flickered, and he raised his huge claws, which looked very bulky, but the speed was so fast that it was difficult to capture with the naked eye, and directly turned into a phantom, emitting bursts of shrill laughter that tore the air. It's okay, just try my current combat power. Chen Fan had no idea of avoiding it, and directly used the martial arts Holy Yang Fist. He did not use the blessing of the power of vision, because he felt that it was not necessary. Although the beast in front of him is terrifying, its real combat power should not exceed 20 million. Although the defense is amazing, with the eye of martial arts, there should be no big problem. The endless flames rolled, condensed into fist marks, and blasted towards the top of his head. This punch looked very small, in stark contrast to the huge claws. Everyone was a little stunned when they looked at this scene, thinking that Chen Fan was crazy. This kid is too confident. That's a unicorn armored beast known for its strength and defense. He's going to suffer a big loss. The townspeople present made an evaluation. They did not think that Chen Fan could withstand the attack of the unicorn beast. In their opinion, this is taking the initiative to seek death. But at this moment, Feng Wuji and Tian Yuan, the two of them had a little headache. Originally thought that Chen Fan could restrain themselves, but they didn't expect that the style of behavior was still so exaggerated, and they did not hide their strength. It seems that Chen Fan mastered the second stage of the eye of martial arts and couldn't hide it. Even if the people present were present, when the half-step town general level beast was killed, everything would be revealed. Look, the beast is dead. Suddenly, a town general exclaimed with an extremely exaggerated expression. The town general, who originally thought that Chen Fan was overpowered, when his eyes were on the picture, the rest of the words were stuck directly in his throat, and he couldn't say anything. In the picture, they thought that among the half-step town generals, the beasts whose defense was close to unsolvable were illuminated by that brilliant fist, which was an unstoppable force that directly tore apart the defense of the scale beasts. The difference in body size between the two is clearly too large, which causes a great visual impact, and a normal person feels that Chen Fan may be miserable. But on the picture, layers of airwaves rolled. The terrifying scale beast, its claws were directly pierced, there were traces of flames burning on its body, and there was an extra hole in his body. It was pierced by a terrifying fist mark, and the scales on his body were like decorations, almost no defensive effect. The huge body was even blown out by this punch, hitting the ground, and the entire ground trembled violently. One hit kill, a half-step town general level beast. This made everyone present unable to help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and their souls were as if they had been electrocuted. Their whole bodies were numb, and they froze in place, silent for a long time. Because the impact on this picture really makes everyone don't know what to say. The head-on collision turned out to be the exact opposite. Is this still a grandmaster? It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a half-step townsman. And what does that mean? This means that the young man in the picture is also a supreme heavenly pride. I am afraid that he has the qualifications to hit the top 10, and the most important thing is that the kind of power he burst out just now seems to directly ignore the defense of the beast. You must know that this is a beast, a half-step town general level beast. How can it be killed in an instant? In the second stage of the eye of martial arts, he definitely awakened that kind of power. A strong man who was enfeoffed as a marquis reacted. His eyes swept over Feng Wuji and Tian Yuan, knowing why these two people had hidden it so much just now. Such a heavenly arrogance. These two people must want to take it into their academy. When the other townspeople heard this, their scalps were numb in fright on the spot, and they couldn't help but recall the incident in their minds. That matter is still circulating, and they naturally know who that adult is. It is an existence comparable to a god, the real pillar of the human race, having killed countless fierce beasts to protect the safety of the human race, and is a legendary figure. It is said that one of the powers he comprehended was the second stage of the eye of martial arts, and with this power he controlled, any beast with strong defense was vulnerable in the eyes of that adult. I didn't expect that kind of power to reappear now, and the comprehension was just a young teenager. This incredible conclusion made everyone's faces full of shock, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. They had just listened to the discussion of the marquises and powerhouses, and they didn't think in that direction at all, but now that they said it directly, they understood. Their vision is really bad. After looking at it for so long, they haven't even noticed it. In fact, it should be said that they dare not think in that direction, because this is a bit ridiculous. Feng Wuji couldn't hide it. He sighed softly, but the more he looked at Chen Fan, the more he liked it. Because the current Chen Fan is the best candidate for the immortal seed. The real combat power is beyond his imagination. The realm of grandmasters is so terrifying. Once they break through the great grandmaster and break through to the town general, those half-step town general level Tianjiu only had the advantage of the realm. But in the same realm, I am afraid that no one can surpass Chen Fan, even those top god-level talents. But what made him feel that it was a pity that Chen Fan was just a grandmaster, and the real peerless Tianjiu was too far away from those real peerless heavenly pride, and he might be able to break into the top 10, but it was limited to that. The penetrating power of the second stage of the eye of martial arts has actually awakened again. Besides that adult, he is the second. This is the real immortal seed. When Chen Fan completely exposed this power, everyone completely understood that Chen Fan was destined to be one of the immortal seeds. Even if he doesn't get too high a ranking, he will still be vigorously cultivated and focused on 10 university palaces. Since the fall of that adult, there has never been such an amazing peerless Tianjiao like Chen Fan. It can even be said to be invincible. At least in the same realm, this kind of heavenly arrogance is unsolvable. This Chen Fan shouldn't be a top god-level talent. There was a town general who looked at the video carefully, looking at the power that Chen Fan burst out of in an instant, which definitely exceeded 20 million combat power. If it is really just a grandmaster, then this must be a real extreme grandmaster, bursting out with the most extreme power. But in his record, it is only an ordinary talent, suspected of being a saint-level talent? After someone checked Chen Fan's information, he frowned, his heart full of doubts. If Chen Fan is really the top god-level talent, I am afraid that the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion will hype it up. But why is there no movement? In fact, the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion was also in a daze at the moment. In his cognition, it was not very possible for Chen Fan to win a good ranking this time. After all, the peerless Tianjiao is too strong, and most of the Tianjiao's realms are extremely high. Chen Fan suffered the loss of the realm, and it was almost difficult to sweep everything. It is also difficult to get to the top 30. Even if he has the intention of destroying the fist, he can enhance his strength, but unless Chen Fan breaks through the great grandmaster during this time, he may be able to fight with those peerless heavenly pride. But he really didn't expect Chen Fan to awaken another power. He had never noticed it. If these two forces are superimposed, it is enough for Chen Fan to sprint to the top 10. This was simply a surprise to him. He was already very satisfied in his heart, and those big people had taken a fancy to Chen Fan's talent, and I was afraid that they would rush to include him in the 10 University Palace. Chen Fan refined the beast crystal, and his skin became fairer, and he couldn't even see his pores. Of course, this is not the most important thing. After refining, Chen Fan finally broke through the 10 layers of the Grandmaster. He had reached the pinnacle of this realm, and the true qi in his body was almost continuous, and a lake of true qi had formed in his body. The golden true qi flowed in his body, and there was a warmth all over his body. Of course, after improving the realm, his combat power also soared. The current basic combat power has directly soared by 2 million, reaching an astonishing 12 million. Now with every gesture, the palm of your hand can easily tear through the wind resistance in the air and make a whistling sound. Even a simple punch is extremely powerful. Chen Fan looked at the new entrance appeared. He outlined a smile on his mouth, stepped in, disappeared in an instant, and entered the 6th level. The scene in front of me suddenly became dark, and I don't know how long it took for it to become bright again. This time he was not in the desert, not in the green forest, but outside a somewhat dilapidated mountain temple. It was dark here, and there were gusts of cold wind blowing from time to time, and no fierce beasts were seen. Chen Fan didn't have any carelessness, his eyes scanned the surroundings, but he really didn't feel any aura of a fierce beast. So what exactly is the test of level 6? No, I didn't see a beast. It doesn't mean there are no beasts here. Chen Fan began to use his mental power to explore, and soon noticed 2 breaths, although the fluctuations were small, but he still found them. Chen Fan opened his eyes fiercely and looked at the broken stone statue of the mountain temple in front of him. The stone statue was also broken, without a head, as if it had been cut off by something very flat and smooth. Ha! Hoo hoo! A gust of wind blew around, and 2 black lights lit up in the darkness, rushing towards Chen Fan with a dark trace visible to the naked eye. Above Chen Fan's fist, the golden flame began to burn, and the artistic conception of destruction was permeated. This is a 2-headed half-step town general level beast, so you can't be too careless. And he also guessed that these 2 beasts were probably dark attribute beast ghost assassins. This kind of beast was good at speed, but as long as he was imprisoned, this kind of beast was also vulnerable. Feng Wuji looked at the screen at this moment, watching Chen Fan enter the 6th level alone. He sighed slightly, knowing that Chen Fan should stop here. This level is not so easy. There are only 2 beasts on the surface, but in fact there is a third, but the last one is very well hidden and not easy to detect. Even the prince and the others almost overturned just now. However, those peerless Tianjiao still had a thrilling time. After all, the realm was there. Their combat power was too strong. Coupled with the power of the artistic conception of comprehension, they had already sprinted to the 7th level. But he didn't care what ranking Chen Fan could get. After he came out, he had to hurry up and grab people, promise all kinds of resources, and definitely let Chen Fan join Tianyang Palace. The temple's Tianyuan idea is similar to Feng Wuji. If Chen Fan is a half-step town general, they will definitely think that Chen Fan is the most popular candidate to win the championship. There is no one. However, the gap between the big realm is difficult to make up. No matter how strong Chen Fan's power is, there is a limit, not to mention that the strongest destructive artistic conception is the destructive power, and the penetrating power is similar, neither of which is a speed type. If you want to imprison the netherworld assassin with the power of destruction, it is not so easy, or even impossible. The confinement of the artistic conception of destruction has a scope. As long as it is not close to that range, it is difficult to be trapped. Ghost assassins, beasts of this level, are much smarter than ordinary beasts, and they have long-range attacks, which are extremely fast and very difficult. However, Chen Fan is also unlucky. if he encounters not this kind of speed-type beast, but other types, he can definitely reach the 7th level. Almost everyone thought so and felt a sense of regret. Only the Lord of Xingyue and the Lord of Tianhe province looked at each other, and a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Chen Fan was eliminated, and they were very happy to see this result, so as not to fight with the prince and the others. Sure enough, it is a beast that is good at speed, and the realm of destruction cannot be imprisoned. It's just that I haven't awakened to the 3rd stage, and the scope of the 2nd stage is too small. How can the 3rd stage be so easy to awaken? Instead of thinking like this, it is better to directly awaken the power of another artistic conception. Are you? The town generals watched the video in disgust. They looked at Chen Fan in the video, using the defense formed by the true Qi to constantly resist the attack of the ghost assassin. Although the power is great, it cannot be easily counterattacked. But this is also a helpless thing. A strong player, when he encounters a speed-type beast, he will suffer a big loss. No matter how strong the strength is, it is useless not to beat the beast. In the middle of the passage, Chen Fan was indeed a little irritable at the moment. These two fierce beasts, seeing him cast the realm of destruction, did not hesitate to turn into black light to dodge, and they couldn't touch it. Speed beasts are really annoying. And at this moment, Chen Fan suddenly felt a chill in the back of his head, and without hesitation, he activated the martial arts eye and scanned the back with a spiritual power attack. A dark shadow behind him quickly retreated, and a pair of dark eyes revealed a violent aura. Chen Fan glanced at it and saw a mantis-like beast with a pair of claws like pitch-black sides, shining with cold light. Another ghost assassin. It's really troublesome. Chen Fan exhaled softly and slowly closed his eyes, countless ideas popping out of his mind, all thinking about how to solve the current predicament. In the face of speed-type beasts, the realm of destruction, if you can't envelop them, you can't touch them at all. If you want to solve the dilemma, maybe you can only. Chen Fan opened his eyes suddenly, and the flames on his fist were beating violently. At this moment, he remembered a sentence from the Holy Sun Fist. What I stand on is the light. Then let the light illuminate the world. As soon as this idea was born, Chen Fan felt that every brain cell in his body was running quickly, like a precision machine. And in his mind, he sensed a kind of artistic conception power again. His body was shining. It was like a burning sun, especially above his fists. The light emitted was bright and a little scary, directly dispelling all the darkness, and endless light enveloped the world. At this moment, Chen Fan once again realized the power of artistic conception, the bright fist intent known for its speed. Chen Fan raised his hand and punched, and at a speed invisible to the naked eye, this punch crossed a trace in the void, and a vortex appeared in the air, which locked on one of the ghost assassins. This fierce beast, without even having time to react, was swallowed up by the golden vortex, and its body instantly exploded and turned into ashes. Chen Fan caught a fierce beast crystal with his hand, and then swept away the remaining fierce beasts with his cold gaze, and the next step is your death. After comprehending the light fist intent, Chen Fan felt that his soul had become transparent. Everything he saw was light, and no darkness could block his vision. For the comprehension of the light fist intent, Chen Fan understood that this was not a coincidence, because after his combat power broke through, his comprehension became more amazing. The terrifying understanding brought to him by the sun god body became stronger and stronger. At this moment, the two ghost assassins felt uneasy, and the eyes that looked at Chen Fan were full of fear. Their companions were wiped out in an instant, which made them feel proud of their speed, which seemed to have no effect in front of this opponent. On the high platform, in the face of fear, the two-headed ghost assassin was about to give it a go, only to see black lights crossing by, like sickle-like claws, blooming with a dangerous aura, slashing towards Chen Fan's neck. When they cut it out, there was black light in all directions, and the cold air was overwhelming. Chen Fan's body was like a scorching sun. He simply raised his fist and swung his fist. This punch once again cut a trace in the void, like a bright meteor that pierced the sky, and the golden flames formed a vortex in the sky, which swallowed all the black light. Then, with one punch, the two beasts were torn apart. The two ghost assassins seemed to have been thrown into a meat grinder. Their bodies were shattered, and finally two fierce beast crystals fell, which were calmly collected by Chen Fan in the palm of his hand. And at this moment, the entire passage was also bright, even affecting the passage next door. Chen Fan looked at the fierce beast crystal in his hand. His heart was full of anticipation. With these fierce beast crystals, you should be able to step into the Great Master. The basic combat power has doubled, and the strength of true Qi has increased, but he has been looking forward to it for a long time. Channel 1, Level 7. The prince, who had just arrived here, suddenly had a surge of divine light and looked at an area where he could see endless light blooming. Channel 9, Level 6. The young man carrying the sword had just killed 3 fierce beasts and was about to enter the next level when he suddenly stopped, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, looking at the bright place. In Channel 30, the 6th level was wearing a golden cloud robe, and the fighting spirit emerged from the eyes of Twilight Yungue, who was full of sword intent, and the sword light behind him was like a bright sun, illuminating everything. It's interesting, Guangming Fist. I can't imagine such an interesting opponent. The other peerless Tianjiao also sensed that the light fist intent, which is known for its speed, will bring endless light to the world, and it is normal to be able to illuminate these connecting channels, but they could only feel it, and they couldn't go to that passage. Edward, the White, frowned when he felt this power, and muttered, "Isn't it right? Isn't that the power that the Pope can comprehend?" Lide, a black man, sat on the ground panting. In front of him was a beast as big as a mountain, and the level he was in was also level 6. But just as he was about to take a break and continue to break through, he suddenly looked at an area where endless light bloomed. "Is it the Pope who is here?" Office. As soon as he finished saying this, he shook his head, feeling that he was really confused. What kind of person is the Pope? His cultivation realm has already reached the sky. How can he come here to participate in the assessment? Then, I'm afraid that there is a new person who has comprehended the bright artistic conception, and in the face of such an opponent, he also feels a little pressure. "It's just that I'm not weaker than anyone." Lida stood up from the ground, and the true chi on his body burst out in a violent posture, and the wind around him was fierce. He is now ready to exert his strength. There are so many geniuses here, and he must pass the customs quickly. All the people gasped, whether they were marquises or town generals. There was an indescribable shock in their hearts at this moment. Their expressions were dull, and their brains had not even reacted. "If I'm not mistaken, that's the intention of the Light Fist." Finally, someone came back to his senses first. And this person was the Lord of Loki Province, and he now felt that his mind was blank, and he kept blinking, and some people even thought it was. The Light Fist intention is the power of the artistic conception of the upper third grade. The power of artistic conception is also divided into 1 to 9 ranks. The upper third grade is 1 to 3 ranks, the top artistic conception. Any comprehension of 1 can be regarded as amazing talent. Almost all can grow into a powerful king, and even hope to become immortal. But what did he see? In addition to the eye of martial arts, Chen Fan destroyed the artistic conception and once again comprehended an amazing power of artistic conception. This kind of person can no longer be called an ordinary peerless Tianjiao. It should be called the top demon, a rare encounter in 1,000 years. Temple Tianyuan slammed the table at this moment, said 3 good words in a row, and his face was extremely excited. "This son should join my temple." There are too few people who comprehend the bright artistic conception, except for the Pope among foreigners, who is destined to comprehend it. Almost no one else can comprehend the power of this artistic conception. It can be said that this is an extremely rare artistic conception power. "Tianyuan, I think my Tianyang palace is more suitable for him to join." Feng Wuji didn't want to give up this peerless demon to the temple at all. Originally, he thought that Chen Fan could only stop at the 6th level, but now it seems that it will bring them miracles. Okay, such a genius is too terrifying to let go. However, the more power of artistic conception is comprehended, the more difficult it will be to break through, which is also a problem. But this is not a question that needs to be thought about now. Let's talk about it later. At this time, he couldn't help but think of that adult, who was as good as Chen Fan, and so evil that he broke people's cognition. Everyone believed that the adult sacrificed his life to save countless human beings, but that adult was actually a little selfish. He went there to seek a breakthrough, knowing that there were many dangers, but he still wanted to use the power of the beast to see if he could break through that step. It's just a pity that after so long of bloody battles, there was still no breakthrough after all, and it completely fell. That's right, that adult is qualified to break through to a more powerful realm, but because the power of the artistic conception of comprehension is too much, and the talent is too against the sky, so he is jealous of heaven and can only seek alternative ways to break through. If it were ordinary, a strong person who only comprehended the power of the artistic conception of the upper third rank would probably have broken through long ago. And that adult, the upper third grade artistic conception comprehended, there are a full 6, and even created a special martial art. With that martial art and penetrating power, there is no opponent in the same realm at all, and they are all crushed. Channel 1. The thunder power on the prince's body surged wildly, and the thunder broke out like a thunder dragon, erupting into a terrifying roar. With him as the center, there is thunder everywhere. Sensing the intent of the bright fist, the prince decided to clear the 7th level as quickly as possible, enter the 8th level, and pass the level in first place. No one can stop him, not even level 7 Beast Town General. Bang bang bang. The ground kept trembling, and a behemoth walked towards here step by step from not far away. The behemoth was 20 meters long, looked like an earth dragon, with a dragon-like head, walking on all fours on the ground. Its whole body was covered with beautiful scales, colorful and shining. Especially behind the head of this fierce beast, there is a black aura, which is the symbol of the town general level, and after the great grandmaster breaks through, the town general divine ring will be born. There seemed to be light on the black divine ring, flowing continuously, and the terrifying true chi condensed into crystallization. The aura emanating from the beast seems to be able to freeze everything and make everything silent. Level 7 fierce beasts, ice armor mysterious beasts. A layer of white fog loomed around the beast, and an amazing coercion shrouded the prince. I saw the beast raise a claw, the halo behind it lit up, and the sky and earth fell into darkness, and a huge claw, wrapped in endless true chi, directly tore through the void and shrouded the prince. That area began to be imprisoned at that moment. It was a force field formed by true chi. The sword boy was unintentional, and after killing the beast in the 6th level, he also stepped into the 7th level, and he was also facing a town general general level beast. However, this beast is not large, it is an ant-like beast, about 1 person tall, with 2 antennae on the top of its head, and its antennae move slightly when it sees Wuxin. The aura behind him, a large amount of black light flowed, the surrounding gravity began to increase, and the void began to twist wildly. Those peerless heavenly pride began to exert their strength as if it was because of the endless light which stimulated them, and began to clear the level at an incredible speed. Channel 50. Level 6. A tall young man, his eyes were like lightning, and his body exuded an endless chill. And under his feet, there was ice permeating, and this ice concentration was extremely high, which directly froze everything and turned the place into a piece of ice and snow. Even the 3 fierce beasts opposite him turned into ice sculptures in this endless ice, and they couldn't even move. And this person is the death of Bailey. The artistic conception he comprehended was the artistic conception of ice. Wherever it passes, everything freezes, which is also the artistic conception of the upper 3rd grade, which is very powerful. So he is the strongest of the younger generation of the Bailey family in this session. The weak beast will eventually be trampled. Bailey Shang glanced forward, and there seemed to be a blue light flashing in the pupils, and the ice sculpture exploded, and the 3-headed half-step general level beast directly shattered to death. And this scene also appeared in the video in the office, which shocked many big people. This Bailey Shang is so strong. How do I feel that he is stronger than the prince? No, it's because the artistic conception of ice he comprehended is a large-scale attack. I'm afraid it has reached the 2nd stage. This is a peerless pride comparable to the prince, and it seems that he is another favorite to win the championship. In their opinion, the only candidates to win the championship were Wuxin and Prince, who cleared the customs too quickly, but now they have to add a Bailey Shang. Look, that twilight cloud is back. I don't know who shouted, and everyone's eyes fell on the young Tianjiao in another passage. Also in the 6th level, the young man wearing a golden cloud pattern robe took a step out, endless sword intent permeated, and countless sword chi burst out like 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Beautiful, like a wonder. The beast of the 6th level was swept away by him like this, and he couldn't stop his footsteps at all. The passage of level 7 opens, and he enters it and disappears. This shocked everyone watching the battle, and they felt incredible watching all this. This kind of peerless Tianjiao seems to be a bit too fierce. It seems that the front is hiding its strength, and it doesn't move at all. Sword Intense Stage 2. Temple Tianyuan squinted his eyes, and he could see what kind of method the other party was using. The lethality of the 2nd stage of Sword Intent has increased significantly, and it is normal to be able to clear the level so easily. It is said that there was once a half-step town general who used the 2nd stage of the Sword Intent to forcibly fight 3 town generals, and finally left calmly, with outstanding style. I didn't expect that in this assessment, such a peerless Tianjiao would emerge, and the quality was much better than the previous ones. In previous assessments, if such a Tianjiao appeared, it would definitely be the 1st place, and there would be no doubts. But now it is different. There are already 4 such Tianjiao. The blonde Loki province lord, looking at the Tianjiao in the video, his face was a little shocked at the moment. Edward and the others do have their trump cards, but they will never surpass these peerless pride. He thought that Edward and the others could be the favorites to win the championship, but now it seems that there are too many competitors and may not be able to win the championship. This Edward is good. He has also rushed to the 6th level. He is performing the 2nd stage, the artistic conception of death. Someone suddenly contracted their pupils and was startled. The artistic conception of death was permeated, and everyone saw that in the picture. It seemed that a god of death wearing black clothes with a sickle appeared from time to time and slashed towards the void, and the beasts of the half-step town general level were harvested and turned into cold corpses. The ranking of death artistic conception is not low, and it is also the upper 3rd grade artistic conception, which is very rare. This black man Li Di has also begun to exert his strength. What he understood was the artistic conception of water. I saw that in the picture. The extremely tall black man was surrounded by a large amount of water, and he stepped on the water as if it were flat ground. This is the artistic conception of the 3rd grade, and it is also the 2nd stage, which can definitely rush into the top 3 in the previous national assessment, but now, I'm afraid the top 5 can't break in. After all, there are too many peerless Tianjiao participating in the assessment this time, and the quality is too high. In channel 100, Chen Fan was refining the beast crystals, and when he was refining, he could even observe that there were some strange patterns on these beast crystals. It was some black lines, with a dark aura, and he even felt that he seemed to be able to comprehend something through these. But I don't know why. It seems to be just a little bit, but I can't figure it out. Chen Fan didn't bother to think about it, and directly refined the 3 crystals, and the combat power in his body kept growing. 13 million combat power. 15 million combat power. Then, breakthrough. The true chi in the body was like a torrent, rushing at this moment, and then converging together to form a vast ocean, as if it was endless. Chen Fan opened his eyes suddenly, and the quality of the true chi in his body was greatly improved, at least 10 times thicker than before he broke through. Moreover, he felt the true chi in his body, and he felt that it was completely different from the Grandmaster before. The current true chi strength can completely crush the Grandmaster level true chi. Even if you want to deal with yourself before you break through, breakthrough, I'm afraid you only need to use one move. Chen Fan felt unprecedentedly powerful, and now he was like a tall building had been built with an extremely solid foundation, and he would stand almost forever. The combat power also soared directly to 30 million. It's hard to imagine that this is a great grandmaster, even surpassing most ordinary town generals. Of course, the target is only an ordinary town general. If you meet a town general at the level of Tianjiao, the result will be different. Once they break through the town general, I am afraid that the basic combat power will reach 50 million, or even higher. So Chen Fan knew that he had to become stronger. And at the time of the breakthrough, Chen Fan was blessed to his heart. Thinking of those dark lines just now, he closed his eyes and saw an incomparably dark world. In this world, only endless darkness can be seen, with an aura of dead silence, like a dark cage, surrounded by cold gusts of cold wind blowing, as if to freeze people's souls. Chen Fan was feeling it with his heart at the moment. He felt that he was about to comprehend the power of an artistic conception again. Meanwhile, when Chen Fan opened his eyes again, his pupils instantly transformed into pitch black, and the black light surged above his fist, and he instinctively swung a punch. A black hole appeared in the void, which was formed by the eruption of the dark fist intent. That's right, at this moment, Chen Fan once again comprehended a kind of third-grade fist intent. The higher the realm, the more vividly the talent of the God-King level was displayed. The power of artistic conception that ordinary people find difficult to comprehend in their lives, the power of the artistic conception of the upper three grades that Tianjiao dreams of, Chen Fan easily comprehended one again. There are three kinds of artistic conception of the upper three grades, and at this moment, in Chen Fan's mind, it was as if something was born. Countless golden lights converged, and these lights were like starlight, combined to form a golden little man. This villain is exactly the same as Chen Fan, surrounded by light, darkness, and destruction, surrounded by the power of three artistic conceptions, giving people an inviolable majesty. Chen Fan also felt his mental power skyrocket at this moment, and his vision suddenly became wider. All movements within 1,000 meters of Chen Fan's thoughts could be detected at the first time. With the blessing of the power of the three artistic conceptions, I'm afraid my current spiritual power will not be much weaker than my own combat power. Chen Fan's eyes surged with divine light, and the power of light, darkness, and destruction flowed in his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were extremely terrifying, and a glance would almost make people sink. Chen Fan restrained this power, and a bright smile appeared on his face. This is really my cultivation treasure land. I'm here at level 7. Chen Fan jumped out in a step, looking forward to the improvement brought to him by the next beast crystal. After breaking through the great grandmaster, Chen Fan felt that his 5 senses had been enhanced and his body had improved in all aspects. Even if he encounters a fierce beast in the town, he will kill it. Channel 1, Level 7. The huge ice armor mysterious beast was covered in scars all over his body at the moment. His beautiful scales were all traces of electric shock. This fierce beast had an extremely painful expression, and his eyes looked at the opposite side with fear. It was a man surrounded by thunder and lightning, and at this moment the other party was raising his palm, and a black hole appeared in the sky, and a large amount of thunder was taken over by him. These thunderbolts even formed a spear in his hand, and on top of this spear, there was an unimaginable power of destruction, which seemed to be able to destroy everything. The ice armor mysterious beast roared, and the aura light behind it bloomed, and the terrifying combat power exploded. The prince looked indifferent, and the spear in his hand flew out, exploding at that moment, and the world resonated. The spear crossed a graceful arc, piercing the claws of the ice armor mysterious beast, forcibly forcing the 7th level beast to retreat. The town general is a fierce beast, but that's it. The prince's eyes were full of contempt. He came this time to break through the 8th level. Level 7 is just an appetizer for him. A 7th level fierce beast that had just stepped into the town general level was still too weak in his eyes. Hearing such insults, the ice-armored mysterious beast spat out cold frost from its mouth and pounced on the prince again, and a large amount of ice condensed, turning into pieces of ice like meteorites smashing from the sky. The prince opened his mouth and spat out, and thunder shattered the ice cubes. Don't waste time with you. Wanlei domain. In an instant, all the ground turned into thunder, forming the home of the thunder, and all the chill was receding. The terrifying thunder turned into chains, firmly binding the 7th level fierce beast in front of him. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. Destiny sanctions. The power of thunder permeating the prince's body condensed a thunderous heavenly sword and slashed from the sky. This level 7 fierce beast was split in half by a single knife. The aura behind its head dimmed and dissipated, and its huge body fell to the ground like this. A rain of blood fell from the sky, which was caused by the death of the beast. However, what makes people feel incredible is that the blood of these beasts did not stick to the prince's clothes at all, and they were all shattered by the power of thunder. The prince took the fist-sized beast crystal and extracted the essence and blood of the beast, preparing to refine it. He knew that the 8th level was likely to be a fierce beast in the middle of the town, at least several times stronger than the beast in front of him, and he needed to face it with the strongest attitude. In the other passage, the sword boy was unintentional and put away his long knife, and what fell opposite him was the ant-like beast. The 2 antennae on the opposite side had been cut off, and black blood flowed from his body. Wu Xin also took took out a 7th level beast crystal from this fierce beast and also extracted the essence and blood from its body, preparing to refine it. The essence and blood of this kind of fierce beast and the crystals on their bodies will be of great benefit to the half-step town. Muyan Gui and Bailey Shang and the others did not clear the level at the moment, and they were still fighting against the 7th level beasts, but it seemed that it would end soon. These peerless Tianjiao all burst out with real strength, and they could all pass the 7th level, but the 8th level was not so easy. In the wide square, Morong Xingchen and Xian Yuanhui walked out of the passage in disappointment. They felt unprecedented pressure just when they challenged the 3rd level, and in the end they still didn't pass the level, and now they were eliminated. Damn it, if I comprehend the power of artistic conception, I will never stop at the 3rd level. Morong Xingchen felt aggrieved like never before. The same is true for Xian Yuanhui. The time given to them is too short, otherwise when they become stronger, they will definitely be sure to rush to a higher ranking, but now it's just too uncomfortable to be eliminated. When I came to the square, I found that in addition to them, there were also a group of whites and blacks who had also been eliminated, and they were staring at the big screen. Morong Xingchen and the others also looked at the screen curiously. They wanted to see how many levels the top peerless Tianjiao had rushed to, but when they saw it, their pupils contracted violently, and their mouths opened slightly, and they couldn't close a little, because the scene in the picture really makes people feel numb to their scalp. Those peerless Tianjiao are actually sprinting to the 7th level. It's too strong. This year's peerless Tianjiao can win the first place in any of the past. Yes, they all have the strength to kill level 7 beasts. Incredible. We can only be their foil. I don't know if Master Edward can win the first place. I think Lordly Day is more hopeful. The blacks and whites watching the game here discussed with each other, and then turned into a quarrel, but the quarrel soon came to an abrupt end. Because in the video, there are 2 level 7 beasts that have been killed by the peerless Tianjiao. All the whites and blacks at the scene gasped, and when they looked at those peerless pride, their eyes were full of awe. These peerless heavenly arrogance were simply outrageous. Originally they thought that Edward and the others could win the first place, but now it seems that the probability will probably be very small. Morong Xingchen and the others also watched the prince in the video with their own eyes, and the demeanor of the swordboy Wuxin killing the 7th level beast. The two of them looked at each other, and both saw the shock from each other's eyes. Sure enough, it's a national selection competition. It's really like a cloud. They are in Jiangnan Prefecture, which can be regarded as the top genius, but when it comes to the national selection competition, there are not a few young grandmasters like them at all, and the first 3 levels were eliminated. It can be said that compared with these peerless heavenly pride, there is an irreparable gap, which is simply a difference between clouds and mud. By the way, what level did Chen Fan reach? Morong Xingchen suddenly remembered that they still had a first place in this session. Chen Fan is stronger than them. He should have reached the 4th level at this moment, right? They believed that although Chen Fan was strong, it was absolutely impossible to compare with these peerless Tianjiao, and he should be eliminated after holding on for a while. But they searched for a long time on the screen, and they didn't see Chen Fan's figure, and they had some doubts in their hearts. Could it be that Chen Fan was eliminated? Isn't that Chen Fan? How did he get to the 7th level? Shen Yuanhui accidentally glanced at the picture of level 7 and saw that there was a familiar figure there. Morong Xingchen looked up to look for it, and soon saw Chen Fan's back, and the whole person was stunned. People like them who were eliminated in the 3rd level really couldn't imagine how Chen Fan rushed to the 7th level. The realm of the Grandmaster. If you want to reach the 7th level, it is as difficult as ascending to the sky. Chen Fan comprehended the artistic conception of destruction, and he should have improved during this time, but the 7th level should be his limit. Xian Yuanhui analyzed. Morong Xingchen also nodded in agreement, thinking that it should be so. After all, the 7th level is a level 7 beast. The strength of that kind of beast is hard to imagine, let alone the Grandmaster. Even the ordinary Grandmaster will surely die when he encounters this kind of beast. In addition to being like those peerless Tianjiao, stepping into the half-step town general, only then did they have enough strength to kill beasts of this level. The Jiangnan Mansion Lord watched Chen Fan rush to the 7th level, and the smile on his face never stopped. Rushing to the 7th level means that the top 10 is basically stable. Although there are many Tianjiao at this moment, the number of those who can rush to the 7th level is very small, and there will definitely not be more than 10. He was already very satisfied that Jiangnan Prefecture could get such a ranking, and as for a higher ranking, he couldn't even think about it. But at this moment, Feng Wuji in the realm of the Marquis, as well as Tian Yuan, were staring at the screen with a pair of eyes, and had no intention of moving away at all. They saw from the picture just now that Chen Fan's fist gesture seemed to form a black hole, that kind of power, although he only used it once, but these two big men had already noticed it. That is the 3rd kind of artistic conception power, the dark artistic conception, which is also extremely rare in the upper 3rd grade. If a person understands 3 artistic conceptions, will he understand more artistic conceptions later? The talent is so strong that it catches up with that adult. Even in the realm of the great Grandmaster, that adult is probably not as good as Chen Fan in front of him. Originally, they thought that Chen Fan had no hope of winning the championship, but now it is a little different. The great Grandmaster realm plus the blessing of the power of the 3 artistic conceptions conceptions may not be able to kill the town general. The Lord of Xingyue Province and the Lord of Tianhe Province, these two people, were now proud of the spring breeze, their faces were full of red light, and the surrounding province lords were almost congratulating them. Because of the genius of their province, they have successfully killed the 7th level beast, and they will all break through to the 8th level. Even they don't pay much attention to Chen Fan. Instead, they are staring at the geniuses in their provinces, and they all hope that the geniuses in their provinces can win the first place. Jiangnan Mansion Lord, looking at the video carefully, recalling Chen Fan's punch just now, always felt that it was like a new artistic conception. But Feng Wuji and the others didn't speak. He thought he had admitted his mistake, and he didn't speak. At this time, Chen Fan came to the 7th level, and the murderer he faced was also manifested at this moment. It was dark here, with a hint of blood, which stimulated Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked forward. Although there was darkness everywhere, he could still see everything in the darkness clearly. There are many dry bones on the ground, which should be the geniuses who broke through the level before. There were also 2 huge ram statues on both sides of the periphery, looking empty and dead, with cold eyes, looking down at everything below, exuding endless chill. And in the middle of the 2 ram statues, there was a fierce beast standing quietly. The beast was not tall, with a wolf's head, and it stood up, looking like a werewolf. He doesn't have any weapons in his hands, and the corners of his mouth show snow-white fangs, which is a bit like a character in the game. A bit like a character in a mobile game. Humans who don't know whether they are alive or dead become my meal. The werewolf spoke, accompanied by a powerful mental fluctuation swept over, the surrounding air tumbling, and a violent whistling sound erupted in the void. A terrifying fluctuation like the vast deep sea, as if to destroy people's souls. This is a spiritual attack, similar to a spiritual chanter. And this spiritual power is so terrifying that it makes people tremble, and the terrifying power of destruction seems to be able to destroy everything and what stands in his way. Chen Fan's whole body was motionless, looking as if his soul had been destroyed by spiritual power. However, at this moment, the golden villain in Chen Fan's body slowly opened his eyes, and with the blessing of the 3 surrounding artistic conception powers, this golden villain was also permeated with a terrifying spiritual power. Facing the werewolf's spiritual power sweeping in, the golden villain simply raised his left hand and grabbed it forward. The werewolf let out a howl of pain, and he felt his soul as if it were a missing piece. Meanwhile, despicable humans. On the werewolf's body, a terrifying true chi erupted, and a huge golden aura formed behind his head, releasing a dangerous aura. It was like a stream of water flowing above the aura, and an even more terrifying spiritual attack hit. In the perception of spiritual power, a huge wolf shadow appeared behind the werewolf, running in the void and pounced towards Chen Fan. This was a terrifying soul attack, at least 10 times more powerful than the attack just now, obviously trying to devour Chen Fan's soul. Chen Fan was extremely calm and ecstatic at the moment, because he found that his mental power just now had become a little stronger. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ah, this is really a good place. There seemed to be divine light in his eyes, and the golden villain in his body was once again powerful, and in the face of the terrifying spiritual power attack, the golden villain released a golden divine light on his body. Where the divine light shone, the huge giant wolf condensed by spiritual power was actually dissolving at this moment, and in just a few breaths, it turned into a light like starlight. The golden villain in his body grabbed the other person's soul fiercely and pulled part of the soul over. The werewolf at the level of the town general held his head in pain, and his pupils were full of disbelief and pain. He couldn't imagine that such a weak human being, he didn't even know how many humans he had killed. Why was he so powerful? You must know that he is a level 7 beast, and he has suffered big losses one after another. The beast's eyes became extremely violent, the aura on his body was rising steadily, and a thick air current surged beside him. The beast was completely angry. The surging aura on his body became earth-shattering at this moment. The earth was tearing, and the surrounding ram statues were completely bursting. This area seemed to be completely destroyed, and his aura was still skyrocketing. It seemed that he was going to go all out. You should accept your own fate. Chen Fan looked at all this coldly, and he found that he had ignored one thing just now. The golden villain was able to ignore the other party's spiritual power attack, so if he used martial arts and cooperated with the golden villain, wouldn't it directly restrain this fierce beast? It seems that the 7th level town general level beasts are nothing more than that. So there was no big fluctuation in his eyes, and he was completely as calm as water. Chen Fan had golden flames burning on his body, and the power converged on his fists, exerting force with the golden villain in his body. A punch blasted out. There was a violent explosion in the void, which turned into a streamer and flew towards the beast as usual. And at this moment, this fierce beast also roared, growing a large number of muscles on its body, and its size also increased several times larger at this moment, reached an astonishing 6 meters, and a pair of eyes were full of terrifying killing intent. There was an invisible undercurrent around him, constantly surging in the air, and an amazing aura filled from him. Then a white light spewed out of his mouth and attacked and killed Chen Fan. These two forces collided with each other, and they were overwhelmed by light for a moment, and it was a little difficult to see clearly. In the office, Temple Tianyuan and Feng Wuji were staring at the screen above above, they saw with their own eyes that Chen Fan completely ignored the spiritual attack of the fierce beast, and it was a little terrifying. Jiangnan Mansion Lord, now his whole mind is in a mess, and he even wonders if there is something wrong with his eyes. Although Chen Fan said that he had broken through to become a great grandmaster, there was no need to be so powerful and perverted. That was a fierce beast at the level of a town general, and he was also a space-time werewolf who was good at mental attacks. This kind of beast can be said to be one of the most dangerous beasts among the 7th level beasts, and ordinary town generals have to turn around and run away when they encounter it, unless they have practiced spiritual martial arts. But what did he see? Chen Fan faced this fierce beast and did not fall behind at all, but seemed to be able to suppress the other party. Can their Jiangnan mansion produce such a demonic Tianjiao? Chen Fan got the top 10, which already surprised him, and he felt that it was very good. But now, Chen Fan's strength is completely beyond his expectations, and it seems that there is still a possibility of winning the championship. This is incredible. Could it be that in this session, their Jiangnan mansion really wants to have an invincible Tianjia who overwhelms the crowd and wins the first place? The other marquises and town generals were still paying attention to other Tianjia at the moment, because in their opinion, Chen Fan's spiritual power was weak, and although he understood the power of artistic conception, it was almost impossible to break through when encountering a werewolf in time and space. Look, so most of them just took a look and began to pay attention to other Tianjiao. The prince is still preparing. Presumably he wants to pass the 8th level with absolute certainty. Wuxin too, he didn't break through the 8th level easily. Bailey Shang and the others also caught up, and they didn't act rashly. Everyone looked at those young Tianjiao who broke through to the 7th level devastatingly, and in the face of the fierce beasts in the early days of the town general, the methods shown were very amazing, and they were easily killed. They couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The peerless Tianjia that came out of this session was really amazing. But at this moment, the Lord of Tianhe province glanced at the video of channel 100, and his eyes were almost straight, his mouth opened slightly, and he couldn't even close it. After a long time, he calmed down and exclaimed, "Chen Fan, I have passed the 7th level." Everyone was startled by the words of the Lord of Tianhe province, and they all set their eyes on channel 100. I saw there was a young man with deep eyes and an amazing temperament, holding a fierce beast crystal in his hand. Quick, call up the previous video and watch it again. A marquis shouted, obviously wanting to see clearly, how did Chen Fan kill the beast? The staff began to play back. In the video, Chen Fan easily broke the attack of the spacetime werewolf, and when he finally finished it, he only used a punch. That punch collided with the spacetime werewolf. The endless light covered everyone's vision, and when the light dissipated, the spacetime werewolf was covered in golden flames, and there was a flame fist mark on his chest. One-hit kill. This town general level beast died at the hands of Chen Fan. How can he be completely unafraid of the spiritual attack of the 7th level beast? One punch kill. This is too unbelievable. This is everyone's first reaction because it is beyond their understanding. Even if it is a marquee powerhouse, it is a bit incomprehensible, because they didn't read Chen Fan's 6th level, the dark fist, meaning they comprehended. Only the Temple Tianyuan and Fengwuji had been paying attention to Chen Fan, and they were even more determined in their hearts to let Chen Fan join their academy at all costs. Kyoto, such a genius, missed one, and I don't know how many more years I will have to wait. At the same time, they also believed that Chen Fan might have given birth to the power that the Venerable could have born, but it was just a guess. Otherwise, it can't be explained. Chen Fan can be completely fearless of mental attacks. How did he do it? Could it be that he is equipped with some kind of spiritual weapon that resists spiritual power? Someone questioned. This is a marquee powerhouse, burly, with a majestic look in his eyes. His guess was not unreasonable, because it was really beyond their expectations. Because Chen Fan's strength was so terrifying, his speed of breaking through the 7th level was even faster than some peerless Tianjiao. Jiangnan Mansion Lord, did you give him this spiritual weapon? The Jiangnan Mansion Lord was speechless. How expensive is the spiritual weapon that can resist the town general's spiritual type? He can't afford to go bankrupt. Yes, Chen Fan is a civilian. How could he get that level of spiritual weapon? Or you would give it to him. Feng Wuji sneered twice and sarcastically said, and the tall and burly marquis, when he heard this, lowered his head and thought for a while, and also felt that this possibility was too small. How could such a precious spiritual weapon be given to a genius who was only at the level of a grandmaster when he participated in the assessment? We should tune the previous video and watch it again. Some people suggested that they wanted to see the clues from the previous video. There is no need for this, and if you look down, you should be able to detect why he is not afraid of mental attacks. The Temple Tianyuan prevented everyone from calling back and playing, although some town generals may not be able to see the dark fist intention that Chen Fan comprehended, but those marquises will almost all notice it, and it is better not to let them know. Feng Wuji also echoed, that's very right, he's going to break through the 8th level next, wait and see. In the square, Morong Xingchen and Xian Yuan Hui, looking at Tianzhou in the same class as them, directly punched through the 7th level, and the two of them were instantly like wooden carvings, motionless. There is a kind of shock in my heart. Indissoluble? Unbelievable. Incredible! At this moment, they were greatly impacted in their hearts, and they felt that their worldview was about to collapse. Although Chen Fan broke through and became a great grandmaster, his combat power could not be so outrageous. Is it so simple to kill a level 7 beast? Damn! This Chen Fan is so fierce. He is the only great grandmaster realm to break through the 7th level. It's really a monster. The white and black people around exclaimed and began to notice Chen Fan. In their opinion, Chen Fan is even more terrifying than the ordinary peerless Tianjiao because his realm is very low and there is still room for improvement. And the combat power shown at this moment has subverted their imagination a bit. This Chen Fan seems to be a genius in Jiangnan Prefecture. How can that broken place produce such a peerless arrogance? Incredible! Soon someone went to call up Chen Fan's information, and when they saw the column of ordinary talents and suspected saint-level talents, they immediately showed a sneer. This Jiangnan Mansion Lord is really stupid. How can such a talent only be a saint level? It's definitely a god level talent. I'm afraid it's a top god level. This is definitely a real extreme grandmaster breakthrough. Almost everyone in the square was discussing this issue, and Chen Fan's attention became extremely high. And after Morong Xingchen and Xian Yuanhui came back from the shock, they had a strong sense of pride in their hearts and a feeling of raising their eyebrows. At this time, no one paid attention to them, but now someone took the initiative to come over and get close to them. Two brothers, you are from Jiangnan Mansion. Come on, come and sit here. Your Jiangnan Mansion is really amazing. There can be such a peerless Tianjiao. Several people ran over and took the initiative to give them the best position to watch. And these people are all Tianjiao, and there are many Tianjiao at the level of grandmasters, and they are all polite to them. In channel 100, Chen Fan did not refine the fierce beast crystal at the first time, but was devouring the soul. In front of the golden villain, there was a wolf-shaped soul, trembling, and this soul is the soul of the spacetime werewolf. After seeing the golden villain, the spacetime werewolf was trembling all over, looking very frightened, and could not hide the fear in his heart at all. This is divinity. Who are you? The spacetime werewolf said these words tremblingly, his eyes full of incomprehensible expressions. He couldn't imagine how such a weak human could give birth to such a thing. The golden villain did not answer his words, but opened his mouth and swallowed his soul into his mouth. No matter how the werewolf struggled, it had no effect, and was refined by his golden villain. After refining, Chen Fan felt that his golden villain looked more solid, and his mental power was much stronger. Even in the face of more terrifying spiritual attacks, he was not afraid at all. Chen Fan now felt that his soul was flawless. Even if it was a marquee level 8th level fierce beast, the spiritual attack he used might not have any effect on him. But what does he mean by divinity? Chen Fan remembered what the werewolf said at the end. After all, he hadn't touched this yet, and it seemed that he went to check the books after getting the academy. Sounds amazing. However, this kind of power is also worthy of this name. It is indeed an invincible means, which directly makes up for the shortcomings of one of his places. Even if it is not a spiritual master, it is not weaker than those spiritual masters at the level of town generals. Next, it's time to refine the beast crystal and the beast essence blood. Chen Fan found a place to sit down, and was not in a hurry to clear the customs, and began to refine it. I saw golden flames lit up on his body. These flames emitted a high temperature of thousands of degrees, and began to refine the beast crystals and essence blood at an incredible speed. And the true chi in Chen Fan's body also began to increase steadily. From a distance, the current Chen Fan is like a burning furnace, as a naturally emitted heat wave, sweeping in all directions. I don't know how long it took. Chen Fan opened his eyes, the flames on his body boiled, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose several times. Chen Fan successfully broke through and reached the second level of the Great Master. However, the increased combat power was somewhat unexpected for him. Boom! Just breaking through one realm increased 3 million combat power, and after absorbing the essence and blood of the beast, it also directly enhanced its combat power by 2 million. So his current basic combat power is 35 million. According to this calculation, by the time he is a great grandmaster, his combat power may reach 75 million, which is still a conservative estimate. If you break through one layer in the later stage, I am afraid that the increase in combat power will be even more. I don't know what kind of surprise level 8 can bring me. Chen Fan looked at the passage to the 8th level in front of him, without any hesitation, stepped into it, and disappeared. In channel 1, the prince who was full of thunder on his body, and the aura on his body was also much stronger. The terrifying thunderous power on his body raged, making an amazing explosion. With him as the center, the ground was densely packed with thunder, as if forming a thunder domain. I will be one step closer to the town. Maybe I will be able to break through the 8th level. The prince looked at the passage in front of him and was ready to enter it, and now his energy and spirit had reached their peak, which was the best time to enter the passage. In the office, some people are repeatedly watching the video of Chen Fan clearing level 7, but no matter how they look at it, they can't see any clues. It seems that Chen Fan's original strength should be like this, but each of them was full of endless doubts in their hearts. How could a great grandmaster be so powerful? Such a talent seems to be too against the sky. Could it be that this Chen Fan is a spiritual teacher? Someone speculated speculated. After all, some people may deliberately hide it as a killer feature. With such terrifying spiritual power, perhaps Chen Fan has cultivated to the level of a town general among the spiritual chanters. Impossible. The difficulty of spiritual master cultivation is several times that of normal martial artists. But soon someone vetoed it, and even thought it was completely ridiculous. If Chen Fan really had such a talent, I am afraid that everyone would have known about it long ago. Listening to everyone's discussion, the Jiangnan Mansion Lord was also confused for a while. After all, Chen Fan's performance was really too eye-catching, far exceeding his expectations. Could it be that there is something wrong with the 7th level of the beast? Speculation has been raised again, but soon someone vetoed it again. The space-time werewolf of the 7th level has always been the most difficult beast to pass through all the passages, and there are already too many young Tianjia who died at his hands. These words show that there is nothing wrong with the space-time werewolf. This made everyone at the scene even more confused, staring at the screen again, but seeing nothing. Only some marquee powerhouses. When they looked at Feng Wuji and Tian Yuan, a hint of strange color flashed in their eyes. They suspected that the two were hiding something and had been obstructing them from watching the previous video. Maybe the previous video has the answer. It's just that even if they want to hide it, when they reach the 8th level, they will all be exposed after all. The beast in level 8 is not simple. It is a monster among monsters. Meanwhile, no matter what kind of beast Chen Fan encounters, he has to go all out, otherwise he may die in the mouth of the beast. Ha! The prince also entered the 8th level. Suddenly someone exclaimed, and everyone looked at the video of Channel 1. There was a change, and the prince appeared in an ancient ruin, which looked very deserted, with traces of damage everywhere, and a large number of stone statues, which had rams, lions, and carved some strange people wearing masks. That's a desolate ruin, a marquee powerhouse. When he saw this, he knew that the prince was about to face some kind of beast. There was a huge roar from under the ground, followed by a huge black shadow rushing out from inside. It was an extremely huge beast with 2 heads, and my eyes stared at the prince coldly. This beast is a giant snake, about 30 meters long, with a tongue sticking out of its mouth and a scarlet light in its pupils. This snake looks colorful and is highly venomous at first glance. This is a desolate 2-headed snake. His venom can melt people in an instant, even a peerless Tianjiu at the level of a half-step town general. As long as he is accidentally contaminated with venom, he will be injured. It seems that my luck is not very good. The prince faced this desolate 2-headed snake, with thunder bands flashing in his pupils, and with him as the center, his body exuded dense thunder power. These thunder powers formed a field, protecting it in the middle. In the face of such a dangerous beast, even he did not dare to be careless. He had to go all out from the beginning. Destiny sanctions. The dense thunder formed a heavenly knife and slashed forward. He directly used his 2 strongest means to kill. Stupid humans, delusional experience with us. The ancient 2-headed giant snake seemed to have extremely high wisdom, and in the face of an amazing killer move, one of the snakes only spat out a cloud of green venom from its mouth, melting the heavenly sword condensed by the thunder in the sky. This made the prince's pupils shrink. His pupils. Obviously he didn't expect that the fierce beast in the middle of the town general was so difficult to deal with. And this ancient 2-headed giant snake. The other scarlet eyes lit up, and all the thunder around the prince was petrified. This is the ability of the ancient 2-headed serpent, and his eyes can petrify all objects. The prince escaped in time and was suspended in the sky not far away, his body filled with thunder again. He knew that the next one was a hard battle, and if he wanted to leapfrog to challenge such a terrifying beast, even if he was a peerless Tianjiao, it would not be so easy to solve. The passage on the other side. Level 8. The sword boy Wuxin also entered it, and the beast he faced was equally terrifying. It was a giant turtle with flames all over its body and seemed to move slowly. But the sword boy was unintentional, but he held his sword tightly, his eyes were sharp, and he looked very nervous, because the beast he was facing was a level 7 fierce beast lava giant turtle, which could emit thousands of degrees of high temperature, and would be melted by his high temperature if he was not careful. If he was a town general, he would not have any pressure in the face of this kind of beast. It's a pity that he is only a half-step general, and it is too difficult to deal with this kind of beast. At this moment, even several marquises in the office felt a little incredible when they saw the fierce beast that appeared in level 8. Because in the past, almost no one was able to reach the 8th level, and even if they did, they would almost give up. And now, there are actually several peerless Tianjiu who have come to the 8th level, and they are not going to give up. Heaven is as proud as a cloud. This is a prosperous world. Tian Yuan sighed. The other marquises also agreed, nodding. Like their age, they were far inferior to those peerless Tianjiu in the picture. Each of these people can almost become kings in the future. Chen Fan also came to the 8th level. The scene in front of him was a scene of heavy snow falling, and the scene in front of him was no longer a desert or something, but a ruined city. The heavy snow fell and laid a silver-wrapped coat on this ruined city. Chen Fan stood in the snow, leaving 2 footprints. He carried his hands on his back, jumped onto the broken city wall. The wind blew his clothes rustling, and snowflakes fell in the air. The snowflakes are beautiful, but they have a desolate feeling. And at this moment, a roar broke all the bottlenecks, and in the middle of the ruined city, a humanoid-like beast appeared. It was a giant holding a huge mace, covered in snow white. This giant was 50 meters tall, his eyes were ice blue, he had 6 arms, and he looked extremely strange. His face is also covered in snow white hair, and he looks like an ape. Snow mountain giant. Chen Fan's eyes were calm, and he recognized this kind of beast, which can be regarded as a hegemon-level existence among the beasts in the middle of the town. It is said that in addition to being powerful, this beast is also powerful and amazing. This is a fierce beast with almost no weaknesses. After many years, I can finally eat delicious humans again. The Snow Mountain Giant's voice shook like thunder. One of his palms, a big hand opened with a bang, 5 fingers in the shape of eagle claws. The true chi on his body rose, and a snow-white halo appeared behind his head, which flowed like mercury like luster. His palms covered the sky and the sun, and one finger was larger than Chen Fan's, grabbing it high from the clouds, like an eagle catching its prey. With this grasped by the other party, the terrifying true chi condensed, the wind and snow solidified, and the ground was full of cracks. The power of the opponent's random blow was already comparable to the attack power of the space-time giant wolf with all his might. Even ordinary town generals will be put to death. However, Chen Fan didn't look at it, and suddenly made a move, only to see the fire surging on his body, and the golden flames condensed into fistprints, like a round of sun illuminating the void. The surrounding ice and snow melted, and the arms of the beasts collided fiercely, and the two forces collided with each other, and the surrounding wind and snow exploded, splashing snowflakes all over the sky. In the square, a peerless Tianjiu has stepped into the 8th level one after another, and those geniuses sitting in the square watching the game, all staring at the screen motionless, everyone felt incredible. They have long been eliminated and have not experienced how terrifying the subsequent levels are, and suddenly feel that this is a kind of luck. Otherwise, if they enter the later levels, they may not be able to say a word, and they will be killed in seconds. This Bailey Shang is too terrifying. His ice seems to be able to condense everything, and everything will return to nothingness. There was a white man who looked at the methods used by Bailey Shang. His pupils contracted violently, and he was shocked. When this Bailey Shang passed the 7th level, his speed was also extremely fast, and it was hard to imagine that this was a half-step townsman. This Twilight Cloud return is not the same terrifying. As soon as the sword energy comes out, who will compete with it? A black man said. There are dense sword chi in the video, and these sword chi all have a deadly aura, ruthlessly destroying and killing the fierce beasts in front of them. The terrifying 7th level fierce beast fell into a pool of blood. Edward and Li De. The strength of these two foreigners should not be underestimated, and their artistic conception of destruction and water artistic conception made them easily pass the 7th level. Morong Xingchen and Xian Yuan we felt eye-opening, and it was the first time they had seen so many peerless Tianjia. The strength of these Tianjia is stronger than their father, and they may even catch up with their ancestors. Sure enough, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. These people are not older than them, but they can all cultivate to such a terrifying realm, and their strength is even more terrifying. The national selection competition is really a holy place for Tianjia to gather. This is the thought in Morong Xingchen and Xian Yuan Hui's hearts. Almost all of Tianjiao, after being ready, stepped into the 8th level. This made all the geniuses watching the game stare at the screen. Their eyes are reluctant to blink, wanting to see who can be the first to break through the 8th level. One first place. Now the screen is playing only 8 channels, and the rest have been adjusted backwards. Because the pictures of these 8 channels are 8 real peerless Tianjiao, they all reach the 8th level, and each of them has an outstanding style. Almost all of them are the top half-step town generals, and among them, the most conspicuous is the great grandmaster, that is, Chen Fan. A great grandmaster actually reached the final stage of the level, which really surprised everyone, and in the face of terrifying beasts, they are not inferior at all. The 5 marquises and powerhouses. Looking closely at the video above, some people are paying attention to the prince and other peerless Tianjiao, and some people are paying attention to Chen Fan. They are all too powerful. I think more than half of them can pass the 8th level. Then how do you determine who is number 1? Maybe I have to start level 9. Several marquee powerhouses discussed it and finally made such a decision. If they really all pass the level 8, then level 9, which has been sealed for countless years, should also be opened. It was not opened before, because almost no one could rush to that level, and the beast in the 9th level was a beast in the late stage of the town general, and it was a bit terrifying. Even at the 9th level, there is a great possibility of falling. Therefore, the 9th level is sealed and will not be opened unless there are special circumstances. I agree to open level 9. Let's start announcing it when someone passes the 8th level. Everyone reached an agreement, and then looked at the screen again. Channel 1. The large amount of thunder on the prince's body formed a gorgeous coat, like a battlesuit. The terrifying thunder on his body enveloped the 4 directions, and the thick true chi distorted the surrounding space. At this moment, he was holding a spear condensed by thunder and lightning in his hand, and cut off one of the heads of the ancient 2-headed snake. His eyes flashed with thunder and were full of pride. In the prince's opinion, there should be no one faster than him, and he has reached the 8th level. Now everyone outside must be watching him kill this ancient 2-headed snake. But this beast is really difficult to deal with, because the head he just killed, the beast strength grew again. This is another powerful ability of the ancient two-headed snake, the ability to regenerate. Stupid humans, how dare you cut off my head? You have completely angered me. I saw this ancient two-headed snake, with two pairs of eyes shining red at the same time, trying to petrify the prince on the spot, but it had no effect. The coat condensed by thunder and lightning on the prince's body seemed to be able to resist his petrification power. It's useless. This is the top A-level martial arts I practiced, the thunder suit, which can resist all negative effects. The prince held the thunder spear in his hand and said in a cold tone. After all, he didn't just practice a martial art, and it was completely effective at this time. The ancient two-headed snake roared, looking extremely angry. Its huge body surged, and the surrounding stone statues exploded, turning into countless rubble and flying around. The spear in the prince's hand was thrown, making a violent whistling sound, and the surrounding air was twisting violently, constantly deforming. A deafening huge impact sounded, the ground trembled violently, and all the surrounding stone statues exploded, and the terrifying impact force forced the ancient two-headed snake to retreat. The prince is powerful at a glance. The Galaxy Province Lord, who saw the scene, was very excited, believing that the final first place should still be the prince's, and no one could surpass him. All the peerless Tianzhou are almost fighting hard, only the prince's side seems to be devastated, and after a while, it should be able to kill him. In another channel, the sword boy was very distressed. He felt that he could easily solve any other fierce beast, but the defense of the lava giant turtle in front of him was too terrifying. Even the knife intent of the second stage he comprehended was difficult to pose a threat to this beast with amazing defense. If only I could comprehend the rumored penetrating power. The young man with the sword, at this moment, is extremely aggrieved. Encountering such a fierce beast will definitely delay him for a long time, and the first place seems to be missing. Muyin returned and had a huge headache at this moment, because the beast he encountered was not a good stubble. It was a plant-type beast, a huge piranha flower. It has a human face and a mouthful of dense sharp teeth, like a shark. This piranha flower was good at the power of restraint, and the vines flying out of him were extremely tough. Even the sword intent could not cut it off at the first time. So he was also dragged back by the beast in the 8th level, which was completely different from the beast he encountered before, and it was too difficult to deal with. The same is true for Edward and the others, who have encountered difficult beasts and don't know how long it will take to pass level 8. But in the eyes of outsiders, this is already incredible. Those who can reach the 8th level are all peerless Tianzhou, and they will become prestigious beings in the future. And at this time, the people in the office were not all looking at the prince, but most of them were staring at channel 100, because they found that Qin Fan was facing a terrifying snow-capped mountain giant, and this beast was attacking Qin Fan with an extremely violent means. In addition to the terrifying power of the body, what is even more terrifying is the giant of the snowy mountain, which also has means to affect people's spiritual power. This kind of terrifying beast, in fact, they had discussed before, should it be placed in the 8th level? Because the strength of this kind of beast is a bit out of line, there is no weakness at all. The power is amazing, the defense is terrifying, and even good at mental power. Almost no one can pass the level. This snow-capped mountain giant has even killed some peerless heavenly pride. So now Qin Fan seems to be in crisis. In the middle of the passage, one of the snow mountain giant's palms collided with Qin Fan's fist, and the two forces cancelled each other out, and even the snow mountain giant was forced to take a step back. This terrifying beast, seeing a small human being able to repel itself, a pair of eyes showed a faint cold light, and the murderous aura on his body was monstrous. It's interesting. It seems that you are the peerless pride of mankind. I don't know if I killed you like a peerless pride. Will they regret it and use me as a tool of trial? As soon as the snow mountain giant finished saying this, his eyes began to glow. The air around was distorting, everything seemed to change, and the city in front of it disappeared. In Qin Fan's sight, he saw a mountain range, where a large number of snow-capped mountain giants lived, each of which held a variety of weapons in his hands. As they swallow and exhale, wind and snow will spit out of their mouths, which can make the ground condense. Even Qin Fan saw a snow-capped mountain giant with a body size of more than thousands of meters, and he didn't know what level he had reached. Just looking at it from a distance, there was a feeling that his soul was about to be torn apart. The giant of the snow-capped mountain was filled with a cold ice all the time, and it seemed to be able to freeze the surrounding air. And at this moment, the giant of the snow-capped mountain thousands of meters glanced at Qin Fan. It seemed that the entire world was instantly frozen, and everything seemed to press the pause button. Qin Fan's mind instantly became blank. In the eyes of outsiders, the current Qin Fan is completely addicted to the illusion, extremely dangerous, and one carelessness will ruin his life. But at this moment, the golden villain's eyes in Qin Fan's body fluttered slightly, the illusion in front of him disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Qin Fan broke free from the illusion and did not suffer any harm. And at this moment, the snow mountain giant was already close, and the huge mace in his hand was raised high and fell towards Qin Fan, with unstoppable divine power. It was also surrounded by endless true qi, and under this blow, there was almost no hope of survival. If you want to kill me, then you can die first. Qin Fan's eyes became extremely dangerous at that moment, and the momentum of the whole person changed drastically at that moment. Endless true qi surged out of his body, and a large amount of golden flames burned in the void, and even behind him, a vision slowly appeared. Boom! It was a huge sun, and there seemed to be a golden little man sitting in the sun, all condensed by flames, and his body was full of noble aura. Poof! It was as if he was a real god. Chen Fan finally used the vision at this moment, and as soon as the power of the vision came out, Chen Fan's combat power skyrocketed again. From the original 35 million, it has been halved again, reaching a staggering 52.5 million. Without using any martial arts power, a simple punch blasted into the sky, and the huge mace was forcibly blasted away, flew out of the hands of the snow-capped giant, and landed on the ground. The huge impact smashed the ground alive, smashing out a deep black pit. The snow mountain giant's hands were numb, and he looked at Chen Fan in surprise. It was hard for him to imagine a person. Why did he have such terrifying power? And this is not the most shocking thing for him. What made him feel most incredible was because of the vision behind Chen Fan, the power of that vision, which he had only felt when he was a child. That kind of power seems to be only found in the ancestor. You must know that the ancestor of their snow mountain giants is a transcendent being. How can a small human being comprehend this power? No, the power of the vision of the ancestor is not so weak. The snowy mountain giant quickly reacted. As soon as the power of the ancestor's vision appeared, no matter what powerful enemy was, it would be frozen by the power of the vision. There is an essential difference from Chen Fan in front of him. The level of strength is not the same level at all. It can only be said that the human in front of him may have been lucky and realized a trace of the power of vision. Otherwise, he would not be able to stand here intact. It seems that your strength is beyond my expectations, which is really jealous. But that's what makes it interesting. Eating you may be able to make my bloodline power go further. The snowy mountain giant stretched out his tongue and licked his lips, and his 6 arms beat his chest frantically, making a drum-like sound, looking like a gorilla. The true chi on his body was even more unscrupulous at this moment, and there was heavy snow around him, but the snowflakes surrounded him, forming a snowflake tornado. I saw his 6 arms stretched out at the same time, and a large number of snowflakes, in his hands, recondensed into a mace. It's just that this mace emitted an aura that was even more terrifying than just now. Moreover, this snow-capped mountain giant also released a kind of spiritual attack one after another, wanting to make Chen Fan fall into the illusion again. But at this moment, the golden villain in Chen Fan's body seemed to be enraged, and the 3 artistic conception powers surrounding him burst out at the same time, and a large amount of bright light lit up on the golden villain. At this moment, Chen Fan seemed to be integrated with the golden villain again, and his mental strength was extremely stable, and the power of the vision behind him also began to exert its power. The terrifying vision seemed to bring the sun to the ground, an amazing coercion permeated, and Chen Fan at this moment did not look like a great grandmaster at all, but like an incomparably powerful town general. The coercion on his body was too terrifying, and he himself was like a burning sun. The golden flames emanating from his body, with an aura of burning everything, melted all the snowflakes around him. The flames on his body became more and more vigorous, and with him as the center, the snowflakes in the surrounding sky were evaporated, and even the falling snow on the ground began to melt, turning into water vapor and steaming into the sky. Ha ha ha! The golden flames on his body automatically condensed into a gas shield, and the intense heat emitted even began to melt the ruined city, and the hard rocks began to soften under the high temperature, and finally a large number of bubbles appeared. It was originally a bitter cold of ice and snow, but now a hot current has replaced the cold and spread to this ruined city. All the snow has evaporated. Even the snowy mountain giant felt a burst of heat, and the mace in his hand was even melting. A stream of high temperature and heat kept spreading out of Chen Fan's body. This made the snowy mountain giant show an incredulous expression. The wind and snow have dissipated, and the power has been weakened by half. How can this be fought? Just when he was stunned, Chen Fan made a move. He didn't have any bells and whistles, only a punch. Oomph! This punch was not only a physical attack, but also a mental attack, and a punch was thrown, and the heat surged around it. The eye of martial arts was activated, ignoring most of the defenses on the opposite side. The surrounding air stirred wildly, all taking on a twisted shape. The power of the 3 artistic conceptions was blessed on the fist, and his punch was swung out, like a black hole-like vortex formed. This vortex presents a sunken, collapsing, and blurry visual effect. The snow-capped giant finally showed a look of fear in his eyes. He angrily took the mace and beat it down. The power of the true chi on his body was used to the extreme, and the speed of the flow of the aura behind him reached the extreme. It's like a machine running at high speed, because he knew that if he didn't use all his strength he would surely die. But the next second, a black hole suddenly appeared, and endless golden flames burned inside, imprinted on his head. He didn't even have time to speak. His figure suddenly froze, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. The huge body exploded, and his body dissolved, and soon turned into water vapor and dissipated into the air like the wind and snow around him. However, when it dissipated, Chen Fan also refined the essence and blood in his body, and a crystal beast crystal fell. The golden flames on his body dissipated, and the visions around him disappeared again. But this ruined city still has a large amount of golden flames left, burning fiercely, turning this city covered in wind and snow into a city of flames. With that blow just now, Chen Fan didn't know how terrifying the combat power was. Even the terrifying beast like the Snow Mountain Giant was killed in an instant, and he couldn't measure the limit of that punch at all. The eyes of martial arts, the power of vision, coupled with the blessing of divinity and the power of the three artistic conceptions, can reach this point of destruction. After Chen Fan killed the beast, he found a place to sit down and slowly exhaled a turbid breath. Although the punch just now was terrifying, the true chi consumed was also amazing, directly consuming more than half of the true chi, and could only be used as a deadly punch. This punch should be named Heavenly Flame Returning to One. Chen Fan gave him a pretty nice name for the punch he had just thrown. If he used this killer move directly, I was afraid that he could only punch at most, and the true chi in his body would be exhausted. I should refine the beast crystal and essence blood as soon as possible. Chen Fan's eyes moved slightly. He made up his mind and began to refine. In the office, everyone looked at the picture in channel 100 and at first saw Chen Fan, who was motionless like a sculpture and fell into an illusion, and many people breathed a sigh of relief. The Lord of Tianhe Province and the Lord of Star and Moon Province, seeing that Chen Fan was not destroyed, they thought that this was normal. After all, even the prince and the others were trapped in the 8th level and could not be easily killed. And now Chen Fan looks like he is about to encounter danger, and the attack of the Snow Mountain Giant is not so easy to bear. However, some people still sneered, thinking that Chen Fan was looking for death by himself, and he was clearly just a great master, but he had to break through to the 8th level. Even if it is a peerless heavenly pride, what if it is? What if you comprehend the power of the two artistic conceptions? Could it be that he could really kill the snow-capped mountain giant? Almost no one was optimistic about Chen Fan, only Tian Yuan and Feng Wuji felt a headache, and in such a dangerous situation, Chen Fan's trump card would be exposed again. At that time, it was really troublesome. Comprehending the power of two artistic conceptions was perverted enough. If you comprehended the three, it would definitely make everyone present fall into astonishment. Maybe today's matter will alarm His Holiness and come in person. After all, there is almost only one genius who understands the power of the three artistic conceptions. Moreover, whether it is comprehending the power of the artistic conception of the three upper three ranks, or in the realm of the great grandmaster, this kind of peerless heavenly arrogance is simply difficult to describe in words. It is truly an incomparable invincible Tianjiao, capable of suppressing the existence of an era. Look, the mace of the Snow Mountain Giant has been knocked away, someone exclaimed. Chen Fan's sudden punch broke out, and a round of sunlight appeared behind him, as if the sun had descended on the world, and the light that shone brightly melted the surrounding wind and snow. Simply using the power of true chi shook the Snow Mountain Giant's mace away, and did not use any martial arts. This made everyone present unable to make a sound, and everyone had a surprised expression on their faces. It's like seeing something impossible. How can it be? Finally, someone broke the silence. It was a marquee powerhouse, and even he felt unbelievable. How could a great grandmaster be so strong? The more he looked at Chen Fan, the more he looked like a powerful town general, and his real combat power was a little beyond the standard, even surpassing other peerless Tianjiao. You must know that those peerless Tianjiao are all half-step town generals. Chen Fan, a small grandmaster, can actually be comparable to such an existence. What is the golden sun-like light and shadow that emerges behind him? Even the powerful people are puzzled. At this time, Feng Wuji and Tian Yuan, who had the highest knowledge, seemed to have lost their ability to think, and only shock remained in their eyes. That kind of power, how is this possible? This Chen Fan is terrible. The two strongest marquises were shocked. Both of them have access to the level of kings, so they know what that power is. The rumored power of vision, that kind of power, it is said that only immortals can spy on all kinds of incredible abilities, which can instantly increase the combat power of immortals. And not every immortal can comprehend this power. The immortals who comprehend and the immortals who do not comprehend are completely two levels. And immortals can only spy on this layer of power. It is said that only beings above immortals can truly master this layer of power. And they only know so much. After all, when it comes to that field, they don't have enough authority to know more things. Look, the Snowy Mountain Giant is angry. Everyone's eyes were on channel 100, and even the prince didn't look at it for the time being. The Snow Mountain Giant was furious, and the strength that erupted was indeed more ferocious and terrifying than just now, and a huge wind and snow tornado was formed. Everyone felt that Chen Fan might be in danger. After all, the angry Snow Mountain Giant was not so easy to deal with. Even the marquee powerhouse couldn't sit still and stood up directly from the spot. Such a peerless heavenly pride must not fall. This is the immortal seed we all want. Open the passage quickly. Some people even wanted to open the channel directly to rescue. They didn't want a peerless Tianjiao like Chen Fan to fall. But at this time, in the picture, the surrounding wind and snow were melting, and a hot air current was stirring in all directions. The young and handsome man in the picture is like a young man who came out of a painting and swung his punch. The power of that punch directly formed a blurry black hole, and there was a golden flame burning in the black hole. At this moment, everyone seemed to have been hit by the immobilization technique, motionless, because they felt that there were three true meanings contained in that fist, as well as various inexplicable power blessings. Even some town generals felt frightened. Although Although they did not face that punch directly, the power of that punch was already able to threaten them. They couldn't even think of words to describe the power of that punch, which seemed profound and mysterious. The tall body of the snow-capped mountain giant exploded, like a mountain collapsing, like the wind and snow melting. This scene is like a frozen movie picture, firmly imprinted in the minds of all the strong people. For a while, everyone's minds were blank, and only shock, stunned, and incredible emotions remained in their eyes, constantly rolling in their minds. They couldn't imagine what Chen Fan was like to burst out with such a punch. I don't know how long it took for someone to come back to his senses and look at Chen Fan's eyes, even with a hint of awe. At such an age and in such a realm, he could actually create his own S-level martial arts. That's right, the punch Chen Fan just threw has already stepped into the ranks of S-level martial arts. However, this kind of martial arts cannot be learned by others. After all, it requires the blessing of 3 kinds of artistic conception powers, and there are various inexplicable powers to cover. Even if others want to learn, it is impossible to comprehend so much artistic conception power. Unexpectedly, the most shocking thing about the national selection competition was that it turned out to be such a great grandmaster. Killing the snow mountain giant in seconds can be called the strongest grandmaster in history. This is the immortal seed I want. I guess those big people will go crazy because of it. Several marquises agreed that Chen Fan's performance today would definitely shock their immediate bosses. Even the real big man would end up and compete for this immortal seed. Originally, Chen Fan was good enough, but now the level of excellence is even more beyond their imagination. It is no longer up to them to decide which academy Chen Fan joins, and what they have to do now is to report everything that happened today and let those big people decide. Is this the real immortal seed? The Lord of the Star and Moon Province sat on the ground like a deflated balloon, his eyes full of lost expressions. He thought that the prince was the first, but now he glanced at the screen, and the prince was still fighting with the ancient two-headed snake with difficulty. Although there are advantages, I don't know how long it will take to clear the level. After all, the ancient two-headed snake has excellent physical strength and strong regenerative ability, so it is not so easy to kill. In fact, the Snow Mountain Giant is even more terrifying, but because Chen Fan is too powerful, it seems that the Snow Mountain Giant is very useless and was killed in an instant. But if it weren't for instant killing, the regeneration ability of the Snow Mountain Giant was not weaker than that of the ancient two-headed snake. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion is really going to soar into the sky. The Lord of Tianhao Province glanced not far away enviously. At this moment, the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion was surrounded by the town generals, and a bunch of people were saying good things to him, congratulations and so on. In the square, Morong Xingchen and the others were also staring at the picture of Channel 100, wanting to see how strong Chen Fan's strength could be. Can you pass level 8? It's just that they are not optimistic about Chen Fan. Chen Fan is a peerless Tianjiao, but unfortunately his family background is too poor, and he has not been cultivated since he was a child. Even if he is amazingly talented, he is still far behind those real peerless Tianjiao. However, when they saw Chen Fan smashing the Snow Mountain Giant with a punch, the two of them were about to stare out. Their mouths were slightly open, and they could stuff an egg. Their afterglow scanned the other passages. The rest of the peerless Tianjiao was still fighting with difficulty. Only Chen Fan was the first to pass the 8th level, and it was with a devastating momentum. It was shocking for a long time, and it was found that there was no sound around, and all the geniuses who had been eliminated also fixed their eyes on the picture of Channel 100. After a long time, there was a gasp. Is this Chen Fan really a grandmaster? Why is it so powerful? What kind of martial art did he perform just now? All the geniuses were talking, and they couldn't understand what Chen Fan's methods were. This is too profound. After all, being able to forcibly kill the Snow Mountain Giant with the realm of a great grandmaster is like a young god. Everyone's eyes fell on the city of burning flames, and on the city walls was a handsome young man, sitting quietly there refining crystals. But there was an invincible general trend that filled the hearts of all geniuses. Although the other peerless heavenly pride are powerful, the peerless heavenly pride in the picture is above the other peerless heavenly pride. Chen Fan, it has only been a while since the Jiangnan provincial selection competition. Have you come this far? Morong Xingchen was unwilling from the beginning, but now his eyes were peaceful, and he no longer had the intention of catching up. The same is true for Xin Yuan Hui. If a person is not much different from them, he may still struggle to catch up, but after the gap reaches the point where it is like a natural moat, it is a joke to catch up again. The current Chen Fan is the existence they need to look up to, and he is a legend in the entire Jiangnan prefecture. In the middle of the passage, Chen Fan is refining the beast crystal. I saw a gas shield formed around him, enveloping him, emitting terrifying heat. The wind and snow falling from the sky are melted immediately when they encounter the air shield. At this moment, the true chi in Chen Fan's body was growing violently, and his own combat power was also improving. The true chi that emerged around him boiled at this moment, like rolling magma, moving around him. At this moment, Chen Fan easily stepped into the third realm of the great grandmaster, but it was not over yet. The essence of the Snow Mountain Giant and the fierce beast crystal could allow him to improve his two realms. The true chi in his body was still increasing, and the golden villain in his body was becoming more and more brilliant, and the divine light on his body was shining, extremely noble. Finally, half an hour later, Chen Fan refined it all, and his own realm naturally stepped into the 4th level of the Great Grandmaster, and his true chi was also saturated, reaching a certain point. His whole body was like liquid, flowing through his body, and his body was filled with a strong coercion. His own basic combat power has directly increased by 10 million, so now it is 45 million, which is much stronger than the average town general. Chen Fan exhaled lightly, feeling that his whole body was full of strength, and he shook his palm casually, and he could feel that his extremely powerful true chi could destroy everything that stood in his way. Chen Fan instinctively waved his fist forward, and the void exploded violently at this moment. This speed was extremely fast, reaching a level that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Chen Fan himself was a little confused. When did he punch so fast? Just when he was confused, the vision behind him resurfaced. A trace of solar true fire flowed in his body, tempering his physical body, and began to enhance the power of his true chi. Chen Fan quickly closed his eyes again and began to practice. Click. Finally, another half hour passed. Chen Fan did not break through the realm, but the true chi in his body became more terrifying. The basic combat power is expected to reach 50 million. This is the benefit of the sun's true fire, which comes once a month. Chen Fan waved his fist again. This time the speed was even more terrifying, as if he had broken through the power of the speed of sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the Sun God Fist, the divine fist that breaks through the power of sound. Comparable to S-level martial arts, growth martial arts, with the strength of the divine body, the level will gradually increase. Meanwhile, the system's pleasant prompt sounded in his mind, and Chen Fan had a smile on his face, which he didn't expect at all. Is this the power that begins to gradually unlock after the God King body becomes stronger and stronger? Just now he simply used his own strength without using a trace of true chi, and he already had such a terrifying speed. Once the true chi is used, it can truly achieve the power that transcends the speed of sound. This move is completely based on speed, and the ultimate speed and the destructive power that burst out are probably extremely amazing. Although it is temporarily not as powerful as the punch of heavenly flame, it is growable, and it will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. Chen Fan suddenly thought that the heavenly flame punch was a world-class killer move that broke out by combining all his strength. So with the enhancement of his artistic conception power, along with other improvements, is there no limit to the heavenly flame punch, and it is also a growth-type martial art? Thinking about this, Chen Fan showed a smile again at the corner of his mouth. The heavenly flame punch could be used as the final killer move, and the Sun God Fist, you could test first how much true chi you would use. When Chen Fan was preparing for the test, suddenly a sound came from an unmanned helicopter in the sky. All of you who participated in the genius selection competition, now someone has successfully passed the 8th level, so after our discussion, we decided to open the dusty 9th level. In the 9th level, you will face the fierce beasts in the late stage of the town general, which will be extremely dangerous. I recommend that you form a team of 4 people, otherwise you are likely to fall into it. The fierce beast guarded by the 9th level is a shadow hunter, known for its speed and extremely dangerous. It is recommended to form a team. The beast guarded by the 9th pass is the late town general, extremely dangerous. The last sentence was prompted several times in a row, and even directly told everyone what kind of beast it was. The beasts that have reached the late stage of the town general have completely ushered in a qualitative change, and the degree of horror is much more terrifying than the 8th level. So they didn't care, directly exposing what kind of beast it was, mainly to remind everyone that it was very dangerous and that they must not go alone. Boom! When Chen Fan heard the notice, he originally wanted to test the power of the Sun God Fist here, but now there is a better object for the test. Shadow hunters, interesting. Roar! Among other channels, the prince cut off the 2 heads of the ancient 2-headed snake, but this ferocious beast actually grew back again, as if it could not be killed. When he heard the broadcast, the whole person was stunned for a moment and was dumbfounded on the spot. How is that possible? Who was the first to pass level 8? Boom! Is it unintentional or the return of the twilight clouds? The prince only thought of these 2 people. These 2 people were amazingly talented, and they comprehended the power of powerful artistic conception. No, I haven't passed yet. How can they pass? The prince fell into deep thought again. I just can't figure out who passed before him. Forget it, I don't want to. The thunder on the prince's body flickered, and in his eyes, there was a large amount of thunder, and the aura on his body skyrocketed. S-level martial arts, extremely thunderous slash. The prince used his strongest move, which was still a little reluctant to use with his current strength, and even damaged his body. But now he can't care so much. He wants to pass the 8th level with a thunderous momentum, step into the realm of the town generals in one fell swoop, and then regain the first place through the 9th level strongly. After Mu Yungue and Wu Xin heard the notice, they both thought that the prince should have passed. After all, they couldn't think of anyone else except the prince. The 2 of them began to exert their strength, wanting to pass the 9th level at a faster speed, and not let the prince be in the limelight alone. The other peerless Tianjiao, when they heard someone pass, were also struggling to pass the level. Chen Fan surpassed everyone and was currently leading the way, which was something that neither the marquis nor the town general in the office expected. After all, It is unbelievable that a small grandmaster won the first place in the national selection competition. So after the discussion of several marquises and powerhouses, it was decided to open the 9th level of dust. The 9th level opened, and these big people also made up their minds to see the limits of this group of peerless Tianzhou. It's a pity, if this Chen Fan is a half-step town general, there will be a high probability of passing the 9th level. A strong marquis commented. After all, the shadow hunter in level 9 is an extremely dangerous existence among the beasts. This kind of beast itself is in chaos and rage, and he doesn't know how many beasts he kills every day. The only fun of this beast is killing. Every shadow hunter is an extremely dangerous existence, and some strong people spend a lot of money to catch the shadow hunter and seal him in the 9th level. Now that level 9 has been dusty for an unknown number of years, if it is open now, the shadow hunter will definitely be even crazier, so the challenge is extremely difficult. Of course, there is also a risk in opening this level, that is, it is very likely that several peerless Tianzhou will fall. They will even be completely too late to rescue. Because the shadow hunter is good at speed, its speed can reach the speed of sound, and it can instantly cut off people's heads. But Chen Fan is not an ordinary grandmaster. Temple Tianyuan, but felt that Chen Fan was likely to team up with others to pass through. Feng Wuji smiled and said, for this kind of invincible Tianzhou, you can't judge it with common sense. He also felt that Chen Fan was likely to pass. This made the other strong people a little dumbfounded. Did these two adults value Chen Fan so much? The most proud is the Jiangnan Mansion Lord. Chen Fan's performance has greatly exceeded his expectations. With the realm of the great master to be comparable to those peerless heavenly pride, it can be said to be unprecedented. He is now even a little looking forward to Chen Fan creating miracles again, and he is even looking forward to Chen Fan creating miracles again and passing the 9th level with those peerless Tianzhou. Star City. The Dragon City Lord, who was watching TV at home, suddenly saw the announcement on the video that someone had passed the 8th level and directly opened the dusty 9th level. He was stunned, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional in his heart. As expected of the national selection competition, there would be such a terrifying Tianzhou. Of course, this is because the video of Chen Fan clearing the 8th level has not yet been played, so he doesn't know who cleared it. However, he knew that the terrifying beast in level 8 was a terrifying existence comparable to the middle stage of the town general. A beast of this level can easily kill him in seconds at will, and it is an existence he needs to look up to. If such a fierce beast appeared in Star City, it would be a terrifying disaster. It would destroy everything, and no one could stop it. But in the eyes of those peerless Tianzhou, it was just their assessment. I don't know which peerless Tianzhou is the first to clear the customs. The Dragon City Lord had been in his heart for a long time, and it was difficult to calm down. But at this moment, the video of Chen Fan passing the 7th level was played, and his eyes instantly froze. Watching Chen Fan easily kill the spacetime werewolf, his eyes showed a stunned and unbelievable expression. A fierce beast at the level of a town general, just like this? Zhang Lin was also watching the video, and also learned that someone had passed the 8th level, but there was not much shock in her eyes, because she felt that the peerless Tianzhou was too far away from her, a level that could not be touched at all. Every beast is extremely terrifying. Anyway, he can't deal with any of them, and he will be crushed by the beast if he goes in. At this moment, the video of Chen Fan passing the 7th level was also played on the screen she was looking at. That peerless demeanor shocked her. The terrifying spacetime werewolf couldn't withstand Chen Fan's punch and was killed on the spot. She was so frightened that she stood up, and the water she had just drunk sprayed out of her mouth, and her whole person seemed to be frightened and stupid, motionless. Chen Fan, is he already so strong? Originally, Zhang Lin thought that Chen Fan was not as good as those peerless heavenly pride, but now it is different. Chen Fan is afraid that he is going to create another miracle. Could it be that Chen Fan was the first to pass the 8th level? Zhang Lin thought to herself, but she felt a little ridiculous. At this moment, the Wind family. Feng Changtian, looking at the screen at this moment, Chen Fan's invincible figure is still so dazzling even in the national selection competition. Chen Fan, you really deserve to be a legend in the entire Jinling. He smiled slightly, and his heart was already a little relieved. Chen Fan's demonic cultivation speed and the ability to challenge the perverted leapfrog, he was completely incomparable. Other geniuses in Jinling were also watching the video, watching Chen Fan in the national selection competition, still belonging to the most top-notch group. The speed of clearing the customs was amazing, and each of them was relieved. Are also geniuses, they are just ordinary geniuses, and Chen Fan belongs to the most absolute line of geniuses, and they are impossible to catch up. On the burning city of flames, there was a figure walking on the fire. Miraculously, those flames did not cause any harm to the person. This person is Chen Fan. Level 9 had already opened, but there was no passage, which made Chen Fan a little impatient to wait. And at this moment, there was a sudden fluctuation in front of him, and a pitch-black passage appeared. Office. Chen Fan did not hesitate and went directly into it. The scene in front of him began to change wildly, and it didn't take long for the scene in front of him to gradually become clear. In front of him was an ancient gate, made of a special alloy, a gate more than 10 meters high, which was currently closing. Chen Fan looked at this gate and knew knew that the cost of this gate was probably extremely expensive. Alloy is the hardest material needed to forge a top-notch 7th level spiritual weapon. The cost of this gate is probably more expensive than some ordinary 8th level spiritual weapons. The alloy gate in front of him could forge at least a dozen level 7 spiritual weapons, and now this gate is only used to keep the beasts. It seems that this shadow hunter is indeed extraordinary. Chen Fan has also heard of this kind of beast, but there is very little introduction about this beast. Shadow hunter is just one of their names. They also have other nicknames, such as the Scythe of Death, the Soul of Death, etc. It is said that this kind of beast is the most dangerous among the 7th level beasts, and their only hobby is to kill wildly, which is the instinct in their bodies. Dear Peerless Tianjiao, please wait patiently and wait for the arrival of others, before the 4 of us can open the door and open the challenge. Office. There was also a robot next to the alloy gate, and when he saw Chen Fan coming, his eyes lit up blue light, and he began to speak the language that had already been woven. Chen fondly ignored the robot, but looked at the alloy door and said, "Is it really only 4 people can open it?" I don't know if he said this to himself or to the robot. "Yes, dear challenger," the robot answered mechanically. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said, "But I don't want to share this opportunity to get performance points with others. Please be patient." The robot is expressionless, and the content is programmed according to the program, and it says mechanically. The true chi on Chen Fan's body surged, the terrifying true chi began to distort the surrounding air, and everything around became blurred. An unimaginable terrifying aura erupted from Chen Fan, the surrounding void was frantically distorted, and his figure gradually became unclear. Only a large amount of golden flames could be seen burning brightly. Chen Fan's 5 fingers clenched into fists, and the golden flames instantly condensed on his fists. Every inch of Chen Fan's body seemed to be beating at the moment, and he swung a punch with a special power technique. The Sun God Fist broke out. The speed of this punch directly exceeded the speed of sound, making it impossible for people to see clearly. The void exploded, and the terrifying power bombarded the alloy gate. The alloy gate kept shaking, as if it was about to burst. Chen Fan withdrew his fist at this moment and felt the degree of true chi consumption in his body, which only took about 1/10. It is much more true than his heavenly flame returning to 1. And that kind of speed is really amazing, and he is also very satisfied with the power, surpassing the Holy Sun Fist. Moreover, it was completely created for his sun god body, which was the most suitable martial art. At this moment, a large number of cracks appeared on the alloy gate, and pieces of fine alloy were constantly falling. Channel 1. At this moment, the prince was covered in blood, but this blood was not his, but the ancient 2-headed snake that fell to the ground and was lifeless. Although this snake's regenerative ability was very strong, in the face of the thunder slash, this domineering martial art was still killed by a single blow after all. Directly shattered all his vitality, a 7th level town general level fierce beast completely died. Ha! The prince kept inhaling and exhaling, his face a little ugly. With his current realm, he used the thunder slash to perform a certain degree of backlash, and felt his heart beating more and more violently. The power of thunder is already extremely violent, especially the extreme thunder slash, which is to use the most violent thunder to attack. But this is all a small problem, and now he has also passed the 8th level. Moreover, the power of the essence and blood of this fierce beast, as well as the crystal, will definitely be able to step into the realm of the town general in one fell swoop. Only by stepping into the real town general can he be absolutely sure to pass the 9th level and surpass everyone to win the first place. No matter who it is, you can be the goalkeeper for me. The prince's pupils shone with confidence. As long as he breaks through, he can pass the level by himself, and he doesn't need to team up with others. In that case, the performance score will still be the first. So even if someone passes the 8th level first, as long as they team up with others, it is impossible to surpass him in terms of performance points. Therefore, the prince is now calm and begins to concentrate on refining the beast crystal and essence blood, and wants to break through to become a town general in one fell swoop. Another passage. The lava giant turtle had tens of thousands of knife edges. Even its hard shell, which had endured too many knife wounds, was shattered at this moment. And the sword boy had no intention of seizing this opportunity, and without hesitation, he used the power of artistic conception to cooperate with martial arts to cut off the head of the lava giant turtle. This powerful level 7 fierce beast fell into a pool of blood with a bang. Thanks to you, let me take the second stage of the knife intent to go one step further, the sword boy said softly without intention. I saw him slowly close his eyes, and then open them suddenly. He swung a knife again, and the power of this knife was like a raptor crossing the river, bursting out at an extremely terrifying speed, and the terrifying power directly split the shell of the lava giant turtle in half. The third stage of the knife intention has become. The power of this knife is probably 3 times higher than what I originally did. The sword boy Wuxin was very satisfied with the improvement brought by the third stage of the knife intent, even if he couldn't break through the town general now. But now he is no weaker than the peerless Tianjia who broke through the town general. This time the first is mine, and no one can compete with me. He was also full of confidence in his heart, and then began to refine the beast crystal and blood, and in the most perfect state, he wanted to step into the 9th level. At this moment, he and and the prince have the same idea, and they want to challenge the 9th level alone, and they don't want to share the performance points with others. In a passage, Mu Yungue also began to exert force, and dense sword chi appeared around him, which were extremely sharp and seemed to be able to cut everything. When countless sword chi flew forward, the huge fierce beast like a piranha flower was torn apart by the sword chi and was killed by him forcefully. S-level martial arts, 10,000 swords returned to the sect. It is indeed extraordinary. Mu Yungue stepped on the piranha flower's body and looked at the beast, his aura gradually weakening until he died completely. There was indifference in his eyes. This was his strongest killer move, and when he killed the beast, he had completely cultivated this S-level martial art to the level of great achievement. This is a martial art that suits him incomparably, so even if he uses it now, although the load on his body is large, it is powerful and terrifying. This is his ultimate trump card and one of his strongest killer moves. Most people in S-level martial arts only cultivate to the point of entry or small achievement, and cultivating to the power of Deshang will produce qualitative changes. Therefore, he also wants to compete for the first place at the moment and does not want to share performance points with others. This is his peerless pride. In the other passage, almost all the peerless Tianjiao killed the fierce beasts they faced. The white man Edward, his face was covered in blood at the moment, and the body of the 7th level fierce beast that fell in front of him was extremely damaged. At this moment, Edward kept chewing the flesh and blood of the beast, eating it raw, looking like a crazy beast. He also had a lot of scars on his body. Obviously he spent a lot of means when he killed this level 7 beast. Damn beast, delay me for so long. Edward spat out a hard bone from his mouth, which was the bone of a beast. He went all out and showed his artistic conception of death to kill the beast with difficulty. So now it is necessary to restore strength and start refining the beast crystal and refining the beast essence and blood. But he also felt that the film of the town general level was about to break through. However, he could feel that his half-step town general had not reached the limit of combat power, but he couldn't take care of so much at the moment. The first place can only be mine. Behind Edward, a phantom figure holding a sickle slowly appeared, exuding endless mortality. Shen Yuan Honglang was standing in front of the beast at this moment, and there was not a trace of scars on his body, just because the artistic conception he understood was the guardian artistic conception and had the strongest defense of the same level. He was also holding a level 7 spiritual weapon in his hand, which was a spear that exuded a faint cold light. It was precisely because of this spiritual weapon that he was able to pass this level quickly. Prince, I will never lose to you in the performance of the 9th level, Shen Yuan Honglang said to himself. Black Li De, his huge body was surrounded by water flowing, and at this moment his true chi was activated, and these water flows formed various weapons, tearing apart the 7th level fierce beasts in front of him, and he was also holding a level 7 spiritual weapon in his hand. This spiritual weapon was a compass-like thing, called the Death of the Vast Sea, which could greatly enhance the power of true chi in his body, and could also double the power it burst out. Originally, he didn't want to come out early to clear the level, but since someone passed the 8th level first, he didn't want to wait. The first person to pass the 8th level is really foolish. Do you think that other peerless Tianjiao have no means to pass the 8th level? Li De, a black man, stared at the beast that died in the water. Stupid guy, the first place is out of luck with you. The last level needs 4 people to open. The peerless Tianjiao behind will definitely not team up with you because of fear of you. You will be the object of everyone's defense. You are against everyone, and the top 4 are destined to be out of luck with you. He knew that the rewards received by the top 5 immortal seeds this time were far more than others. The most important thing is that in addition to the rewards, they will also be vigorously cultivated, and the top 5 have a chance to become immortals. And their ultimate goal is to open the 9th level. Level 8 is just a slightly more difficult level for them. Level 9 is where the real test of strength is required, and every peerless Tianjiao needs to go all out. In the office, everyone watched the peerless Tianjiao exerting their strength, and they all successfully passed the 8th level, and they were all shocked. Even Feng Wuji and the temple Tianyuan felt a little incredible. I didn't expect that these peerless Tianjiao would hide such terrifying methods. The extreme thunder slash practiced by the prince, isn't that one of the most difficult martial arts to practice among the S-level middle grade martial arts? I didn't expect him to cultivate successfully. Wuxin is also terrifying. He comprehended the 3rd stage of the knife intent. It's too terrifying. Mu Yungue is also very powerful. These peerless Tianjiao all have strong trump cards. I really have some expectations. Can they team up to pass the 9th level? Just when everyone was talking, the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion looked at channel 100 and suddenly shouted, "Look at Chen Fan, what is he doing?" When everyone heard this, they all looked at Chen Fan, who was the first to clear the level, and everyone showed surprised expressions. Originally, Chen Fan only needed to wait in front of the alloy gate, but now, they found that Chen Fan couldn't wait. Is it crazy to take the initiative to attack the alloy gate? How could this hard material be shattered? Everyone's expressions froze, only to see Chen Fan throw a punch. The speed of that punch exceeded the speed of sound, like a bright sun descending quickly. Then a large number of cracks began to appear on the hard alloy gate, and they were really blasted open. Does he want someone to pass the 9th level? Temple Tianyuan's eyes were like gods, staring at the figure on the screen, feeling that this move was crazy. Do you really want to kill the Shadow Hunter with the realm of a great grandmaster? This carelessness will fall. There is no chance to do it again, and you can't even rescue it. Good boy, you have such courage. Feng Wuji was greatly amazed when he saw Chen Fan's move. After all, this kind of courage is not something everyone has. Boom! The other marquises and powerhouses looked at each other, and they all saw a strong sense of shock from each other's eyes. This move is just crazy. I hope he doesn't fall in the 9th level, otherwise it would be a pity for such a good immortal seed. As for the damage to the alloy gate, they didn't really care about it. Compared to an alloy gate, they valued Chen Fan more than a powerful immortal seed, the future supreme of the human race. The Lord of Tianhe Province and the Lord of Xingyue Province were also dumbfounded. Originally seeing the efforts of Tianzhou in their own province, they felt hopeful and regained the first place. But now Chen Fan is completely out of common sense. If he is allowed to pass the 9th level alone, wouldn't it be a veritable first, without any controversy? Everyone's thoughts were different, but this did not affect Chen Fan at the moment. The alloy gate shattered, and Chen Fan saw a darkness, and there was the sound of chains shaking in the darkness. It seems that some terrible existence is imprisoned inside. Chen Fan was fearless, stepped directly into the darkness, walking forward step by step, and he didn't know how far he had gone. He looked up and saw a pair of scarlet eyes, exuding infinite murderous and hostile spirit. In the dark, the monster man stood up, with 2 chains on his body, and the ends of the chains were connected by 2 sides like death. His appearance was also fully presented in front of Chen Fan at this moment. This fierce beast was wearing dark golden armor, a pair of eyes like light bulbs, oval in shape, and 2 blade-like things on the top of its head. From a distance, it looked like a person wearing armor, not like a fierce beast at all. No, the Shadow Hunter doesn't look like this? Chen Fan recalled the records in the books that the original appearance of the Shadow Hunter should be a fierce beast similar to an ape, which was completely different from the beast in front of him. Then what is the beast I saw? Chen Fan's eyes flashed with divine light. Many big people, looking at the sudden appearance of the beast, also looked confused, and even looked at each other, all seeing a strong surprise in each other's eyes. That's right, in their sight, they also saw such a strange beast. You must know that behind the alloy gate, they only sealed 1 Shadow Hunter, and there were no other fierce beasts at all. Where did this beast come from? The marquises were puzzled, and many town generals, their eyes were full of doubts, looking at the beasts in the video. Because they had never seen such a beast before, it was like a man in armor, and no matter how you looked at it, there was no appearance of a beast. Master Feng Wuji, what is going on? The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion asked. Feng Wuji's brows furrowed into the word Chuan at this moment. After all, now he couldn't understand why a fierce beast suddenly appeared again. How did this beast get in? The alloy gate was smashed by Chen Fan, and it was impossible for a fierce beast to run in before that. The Temple Tianyuan's eyes deepened, and he was also thinking, what is going on? After all, this change was also unexpected for them. I think the assessment should be terminated immediately. A strong man stood up and said, for this uncontrollable factor, it must be eliminated first. Roar! Otherwise, this would be unfair to Chen Fan's peerless heavenly pride. After all, this is an immortal seed and should not fall here. I also agree. Terminate the assessment immediately. Whoa! Another marquee powerhouse decided to stop the game quickly. But at this moment, Feng Wuji's eyes lit up and he thought of a possibility. Boom! I understand. The fierce beast we saw is actually an illusion, the Shadow Hunter. I'm afraid he has awakened the ancestral bloodline. Their ancestor, also known as the god of illusion, can weave illusion and reality so that people can't see any flaws. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, and a stormy wave broke out in their hearts. Office. The fierce beast awakens the ancestral bloodline, that is 1 in 10,000. The beast that has been sealed for so many years, has it awakened this bloodline silently? They feel numbness in their scalp. According to the sight of the beast that awakened the ancestral bloodline was not much weaker than the peerless Tianzhou of the human race, who is also a cultivator. This kind of beast is extremely dangerous and can no longer be included in the ranks of assessment. Even if the human race breaks through the town general's peerless heavenly pride, it is possible to fall when encountering this kind of fierce beast. You must know that in this kind of illusion, even the marquee powerhouse couldn't see any clues at the first time. Not to mention Chen Fan, a great grandmaster, when encountering this kind of beast that has awakened his bloodline, he will almost surely die. And Chen Fan is still young and should not fall here. Go to level 9 to rescue immediately. This kind of change occurs in the assessment. We can't wait. One by one, the powerful marquis spoke. His body was filled with strong coercion, and he wanted to go to the rescue immediately. But at this moment, Feng Wuji's body was filled with a more powerful coercion, and he said, wait, maybe Chen Fan can create a miracle. If he can defeat the Shadow Hunter who has awakened his bloodline, it will really create an unprecedented record. He will get even more training resources than we imagined. He prevented everyone from going to the rescue, staring at Chen Fan on the screen. Temple Tianyuan lowered his head slightly and thought for a while, and finally agreed with Feng Wuji's words. After all, Chen Fan was not an ordinary peerless Tianzhou. It was very likely that he had awakened the legendary kind of power. If there really was was that kind of power, this illusion could not completely confuse him. So Chen Fan is likely to pass the 9th level. The most anxious was the Jiangnan Mansion Lord. He didn't understand Feng Wuji. Why did they do this? The current shadow hunters are simply dangerous to the top. However, even if he was worried in his heart, he could not influence the decisions of these big people, so he could only continue to watch the video to see what the follow-up changes would be. Can Chen Fan successfully pass the 9th level? Of course, if the shadow hunter had not awakened the ancestral bloodline, he felt that there was still a glimmer of possibility, but if he awakened, Chen Fan would only have a glimmer of possibility of surviving. Even if the prince and the others enter this level, I am afraid it will be extremely dangerous. In the passage, the sound of chains shaking sounded, and 2 sides flew towards Chen Fan, making a violent whistling sound that tore the air. Chen Fan stared at the 2 sides, the faint cold light emanating from them, and before he got close, an amazing tingling sensation came, as if it had been scraped by a knife. But Chen Fan always felt that something was wrong, but he still instinctively raised his hand. The golden flames boiled, and he casually knocked the 2 sides out with a punch. At this moment, the shadow hunter emitted a faint light in his eyes, staring at Chen Fan coldly. The next moment disappeared in place. This disappearance feels inexplicable, as if it has disappeared in an instant and cannot be captured at all. When he reappeared, he had already come behind Chen Fan, and he felt a chill coming from behind him. The golden flames condensed above the fist, and the sun god fist exploded. An instant burst out of power that exceeded the speed of sound, and every inch of muscle trembled, and if this power was not strong enough, it would collapse directly. The power of Chen Fan's punch was terrifying, and this punch blasted out, with an indestructible and unbreakable power. The fist instantly pierced the shadow hunter's body, and there was a large black hole in his body, but strangely enough, there was not a trace of blood flowing out. The shadow hunter instead showed a strange smile towards Chen Fan, which made people a little creepy. Then, under Chen Fan's gaze, the body on this monster quickly recovered, and it seemed that it had not suffered any damage. Even the aura on his body did not change at all. Quick healing? The flame on Chen Fan's fist disappeared, and at this moment, he stared at the shadow hunter in front of him, and suddenly figured it out. No, even if it is a strong healing, it will have a certain amount of consumption for itself, and the breath will definitely change. Since there is no change, it can only mean that everything in front of you is an illusion. No wonder it can disappear out of thin air, and it can appear out of thin air, and it can't capture any trajectory. Chen Fan looked like he was talking to himself, but at this moment, the golden villain in his body began to glow. The power of the 3 artistic conceptions flowed, and then he raised his hand, and the golden villain in his body also made this action, as if they were synchronized. Then, clenching his fists, a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual power filled his body. There were ripples in the void, and the spiritual power spread in all directions. The shadow hunter, who could not be killed at the beginning, turned into a little black light at this moment and dissipated into the air. The surrounding darkness was also dissipated at this moment, and the scene in front of him began to change. I saw a large number of candles around, lined up in 2 rows, all lit, bringing light to this dimly lit space. At this moment, Chen Fan opened his eyes again and saw a huge ape at the end of the candle, about 7 meters tall. This ape was all covered with golden hair, which was a little shiny under the light. In the ape's hand, there was no weapon. The most conspicuous thing was his eyes, which were blue. This is the true shadow hunter. At this moment, the beast was showing its fangs towards Chen Fan, and there was a hint of contemptuous smile. It's interesting, you can break my illusion so easily. Your ability is not weak. The shadow hunter, after seeing Chen Fan break the illusion, did not attack him immediately, but said a lot of nonsense. Perhaps because it was too long in this place to find a person to talk to, it didn't continue to do it. You are the peerless pride of mankind, but your cultivation is too weak. How did you get here? At the beginning, there was a peerless Tianjiu at the town general level, and I crushed the bones inch by inch and ate them, and his meat was full of strength, and I still remember it. But I think your meat is also good. It must be delicious. Shadow hunters, their snow-white teeth under the candlelight, made people feel a little chilled, and he was a little talking to himself the whole time. Chen Fan didn't answer any of his questions. He said a lot by himself. I'm here to kill you today. Chen Fan just said such a sentence simply. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about a fact. Kill me? The shadow hunter suddenly laughed. There are more humans who want to kill me. How old are you? But since you want to die so much, I will fulfill you. The shadow hunter stepped on the ground, only to see the muscles on his body begin to grow wildly, and the terrifying true chi surged in, forming a hurricane, and its feet stepped on the earth, blooming a strange ghostly light, which connected the earth, and a steady stream of power was extracted by it. The aura on his body began to rise steadily, becoming more and more terrifying. Its surroundings were distorted at this moment, and all the air was distorted, and even his figure could not be seen clearly. I have awakened the ancestral bloodline. If I hadn't been imprisoned here by you despicable humans, there would be no limit to the future. Why should you, a weak grandmaster, fight me? At this moment, the shadow hunter's body had risen to about 10 meters, and his body was full of muscles that looked like they were piled up, like steel bars twisted and intertwined. He breathed white gas from his mouth, and the breath on his body was terrifyingly scary, and the terrifying coercion enveloped the audience, making people feel that it was a little difficult to breathe. Awakened the ancestral bloodline? Chen Fan thought of the snow mountain giant in front of him and also said the word ancestor. Maybe it was the thousands of meters of snow-capped mountain giants he saw in that fantasy, and the kind of coercion was simply unimaginable. Is the ancestor of the fierce beast an immortal comparable to humans, or an existence that surpasses the immortal? Chen Fan had never seen such a strong man, so he couldn't easily judge what the strength of the so-called ancestor of the beast was. However, the shadow hunter in front of him was indeed dangerous, much more dangerous than the snow-capped mountain giant he had encountered before. The snow mountain giant said earlier that he wanted to swallow him and enhance the power of his bloodline, and he should want to awaken this so-called ancestral bloodline by devouring him. Once the promotion is successful, it should be extremely dangerous, just like the shadow hunter in front of you. I'm afraid that even if a few snow mountain giants come, they will be easily torn apart and defeated by the shadow hunters in front of them. This is not an ordinary town general late-stage beast, it should belong to the most dangerous kind. No wonder it takes 4 people to come in. This level of danger is really not something that ordinary peerless Tianzhao can bear. The coercion emanating from the opposite side can be described as monstrous, and it can cause a strong wind and howl between breaths. At this moment, without waiting for Chen Fan to think too much, this fierce beast made a move. There was a loud noise in the void, and a huge palm appeared out of thin air, which was condensed by powerful true qi, and even Chen Fan felt a suffocating smell. This method surpassed any fierce beast he had encountered before. It was extremely dangerous, and with one blow, I am afraid that he could shoot the snow mountain giant to death. This is definitely the king among the 7th level fierce beasts. I am afraid that he is not weaker than the peerless Tianzhou of the same level of the human race, with an invincible aura on his body, and a monstrous murderous aura. This murderous aura even condensed into substance. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Even if he broke the illusion, he looked down on himself completely. However, Chen Fan was not afraid, only to see the divine light blooming in his eyes, and the breath on his body became extremely terrifying. The posture of heaven? I'm not afraid of the wind and flashing my tongue. Today I will kill you and break your dream. While speaking, the golden flames in Chen Fan's hands were wrapped, and the golden villain in his body was also clenched into fists, with flames wrapped around them. Their movements were synchronized again, and then a punch exploded, like a bright sun, descending to the world and exuding an astonishing high temperature. The sun god fist exploded, and his fist aimed at the giant palm condensed on the opposite side, defeating it with a devastating force. The true chi giant palm dissipated, and the shadow hunter sneered at the corner of his mouth. I don't know if I am alive or dead. His voice became louder and louder, sharper, and with a tyrannical aura. His huge body flexibly disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it was already above Chen Fan's head, and a pair of fists blasted down towards Chen Fan. The power of his fists, with its amazing whistling sound, was like 2 mountains falling, giving people an irresistible feeling. Under the double superposition of the shadow hunter's physical power and true chi power, it was terrifying and a little scary, and the terrifying combat power blooming on it was expected to reach hundreds of millions. This is a force that can destroy everything, let alone Chen Fan. Even if the average town general is here, he will be beaten to death by this power. Chen Fan's face remained unchanged, and a vision appeared behind him, a golden sun shining, and a golden villain sat inside. Combat power increase. At this moment, Chen Fan's combat power has reached 75 million, but it is obviously not enough to withstand this blow. Therefore, Chen Fan increased again, and the sun god fist broke out. This amazing martial arts directly doubled his combat power. His combat power soared directly, exceeding 100 million, and erupted with an even more violent power. At this moment, he didn't look like a great grandmaster at all, but like a being standing at the top of the town. His aura was extremely vast, and the terrifying power seemed to be able to shatter everything in his way. The two terrifying forces collided with each other, and in that moment the heavens and the earth lost their voices. Everything seemed to stand still, and then the surrounding candles exploded one after another, and countless cracks appeared on the walls, all caused by their aftermath. The shadow hunter's massive body was knocked out, shattering a wall not far away, but it didn't cause him any substantial damage. It's just that the shadow hunter is a little puzzled. He has clearly awakened the ancestral bloodline and has the effect of enhancing combat power. Why can't he still easily kill the small human in front of him? But he didn't think much about it. The murderous aura emanating from his body formed a substance, and then he shot again. I saw that the power of true chi on his body swelled again, and a town general's aura appeared behind his head, but it was a blood-red aura, and there was a red light flowing at this moment, and it could even make people see a picture of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood for a short time. It was a picture of shadow hunters of all generations, slaughtering beasts and humans. The bones are mountains and the blood flows into rivers, which can shock people's hearts and souls and make people feel boundless fear. At this moment, all the true chi on the shadow hunter's body turned red, flowing on his body, and a pair of eyes turned blood red, exuding an even more ferocious aura. What the shadow hunter is best at is speed, coupled with the ancestral bloodline, the enhanced power. It is like an unsolvable beast. The shadow hunter made another move, only to see his body disappear in place again. Fan, attacking Chen Fan. I saw that his blood-red true chi condensed into a blood-red scythe in the sky, a scythe more than 10 meters long, descending with a terrifying murderous aura, and the surrounding ground was shaking violently as if it could not withstand this murderous aura. Chen Fan felt a strong sense of oppression, but he was as motionless as a god, looking at the sky, ready to end the battle. Then let me see who is stronger. Office. The eye of martial arts is activated, the power of artistic conception is activated, the divinity is activated, the power of vision is blessed, and the heavenly flame is unified. Everyone looked at Chen Fan in amazement, easily breaking the illusion that was close to reality, and they didn't know what words to use to express their shock. They felt that Chen Fan was simply a figure who defied the sky, and the realm of the great grandmaster gave people an unmatched feeling. In the face of a terrifying beast like the Shadow Hunter, they can easily break the other party's methods. However, the scene that happened next surprised them even more, and their eyes almost popped out. The true chi on the Shadow Hunter's body expanded, and the methods that erupted were easily broken by Chen Fan. But when the Shadow Hunter approached Chen Fan, a pair of fists were raised high, like a mountain-like coercion, which made the townspeople present feel frightened. This kind of power is no longer something ordinary people can bear. Once hit, they will die without a place to be buried. Even if the town general is strong, I am afraid that he will be beaten to death alive, and there is no room for struggle. The power of that fist was beyond what an ordinary town would be able to withstand. But Chen Fan once again created a miracle. He actually went head-to-head and knocked the Shadow Hunter away with absolute power. At this moment, the scene was silent. All had incredulous, surprised and shocked expressions on their faces. Boom! They looked at Chen Fan's previous performance and knew that Chen Fan was very against the sky, and he was definitely the strongest grandmaster throughout the ages, but this strength was also a bit outrageously powerful. In the face of an attack with hundreds of millions of combat power, he was able to forcibly knock the other party out. Wouldn't it be said that Chen Fan's combat power was even more terrifying? You must know that even if it is a peerless Tianjiao who generally breaks through the town general, the basic combat power is only 50 million. If the martial arts cultivated do not reach the S level, they will not be able to double the power increase, and at most they can burst out with about 80 million combat power. Even if it reaches the S level, there is a limit to how much it can be used, because the consumed true chi is too terrifying. If it is only the peerless Tianjiao in the early days of the town general, I am afraid it can only be used about 3 times. But what did they see? Chen Fan, a great grandmaster, performed S-level martial arts one after another, and this martial arts was not the move he used to kill the snow-capped giant. It was another S-level martial art that they had never seen before, and they could perform it one after another. It was also this move that smashed the alloy gate in front, and now it has been used 3 times, right? It seems that Chen Fan does not have the appearance of running out of true chi, and he is far from reaching the limit. At this moment, the same idea was born in their hearts. What kind of demon is this person in front of him? It's really too unreasonable. Except for Chen Fan, they have never encountered any other such Tianjiao in their lives. Even the prince and the others could not reach Chen Fan's point. The lord of Xingyue province and the lord of Tianhe province sighed almost at the same time. Originally they were expecting the Tianjiao in their province to win the championship, but this time is too unlucky. When encountering Chen Fan, a demon, there is no hope of winning the championship, so try to get the top 3. This is the truest thought in their hearts. Now that Grandmaster Chen Fan is in a mess, let alone what level he can achieve in the future. Not good. The concentration of the ancestral bloodline awakened by this Shadow Hunter is probably much more terrifying than we imagined. Temple Tianyuan stared at the screen and suddenly exclaimed. At this time, everyone recovered from the shock, looked at the fierce beast inside, and the blood-red aura that appeared behind them was also shocked at this moment. It can make the aura completely turn blood-red, and the concentration of this Shadow Hunter's awakening may have reached more than 30%. This battle must be stopped immediately. Everyone was frightened, and no one thought that the Shadow Hunter could be so powerful. Being able to awaken so much bloodline power, real combat power, I am afraid it will be close to the Marquis. Moreover, the General Marquis is not its opponent, and it takes some genius Marquis to defeat it. And while everyone was discussing, the beast condensed into a blood-red scythe, which had already killed Chen Fan. The power of this move made even the Marquis powerhouses who watched the video a little frightened. This is the Scythe of Shadows. This is the most powerful attack of the Shadow Hunter, and it is not weaker than the S-level martial arts performed by us humans. The power of his move is probably going to exceed 200 million combat power. Almost everyone thinks that Chen Fan is finished, and now he can't save him even if he wants to rescue him. The combat power of this level has reached the combat power of ordinary marquises. After the General Marquis powerhouse breaks through, the basic combat power is about 100 million, and it is necessary to use S-level martial arts to reach this level. So this assessment is really over the standard. After all, no one expected that the Shadow Hunter would awaken such a strong bloodline power. Chen Fan, I hope you can still create miracles and don't fall here. At this moment, Feng Wuji couldn't sit still, and he couldn't rescue him now because he didn't have enough time. But if Chen Fan died, this Shadow Hunter, he would also go and kill him himself, and the 9th level will be be resealed, and he will go to capture new beasts. A dangerous beast like the Shadow Hunter should not keep his life, otherwise when this kind of beast grows up, it will become the enemy of the human race in the future. In Channel 100, Level 9, Chen Fan had fallen into the point of selflessness at this moment, and when he used this punch again, under the crazy blessing of various forces, Chen Fan felt like a real god at this moment. The heart is very ethereal, and everything you see becomes very fragile. The surrounding void seemed to be shattered with a little force, and the power of this punch, he felt that it was much more powerful than the last time he used it, because, at this moment, his light and dark fist intent had unknowingly entered the second stage. The terrifying understanding of the Sun divine body made him easily understand the second stage of artistic conception that other people could only step into with difficulty. And after these three artistic conception powers reached the second stage, they were used together to produce qualitative changes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Artistic conception fusion. Comprehend the artistic conception field. Cover the surrounding range of 20 meters, and the enemy who steps into the field will be weakened by 20% of the combat power and will continue to cause damage. Chen Fan threw this punch, and the power of the artistic conception field also emerged from his body, shrouding his opponent. This punch hit Chen Fan's peak, and it was his strongest blow. This punch is extremely brilliant and terrifying. The Shadow Hunter, shrouded in the artistic conception field, suddenly felt that his combat power began to decline, and even the blood-red scythe that had condensed became a little dim at this moment. My combat power has been weakened? The Shadow Hunter's heart was full of doubts, and he couldn't understand why this situation occurred. Then his eyes looked at Chen Fan, looking at the punch that Chen Fan flew towards him. That punch contained the bonus of spiritual power attack and various artistic conception powers, as well as the power of visions like the sun burning. Meanwhile, thousands of degrees of heat had formed around him, and a terrifying heat stream emanated from Chen Fan's body, starting to melt the surrounding walls. In a trance, he also saw a golden little man, full of majesty, as if standing in another space, with golden divine light flowing, giving people a mysterious and invincible feeling. And at this moment, the golden villain seemed to open his eyes, and a vast divine power filled the sky, and the terrifying golden light even dispelled the murderous aura on his body. It can be described as a monstrous and unparalleled power. Divinity. At this moment, the Shadow Hunter, whose eyes were full of madness and killing, actually showed a rare look of fear in his eyes. Isn't this something that only the existence of the ancestor level can comprehend? Why does it appear in a small human being? In front of the divine, he felt like an ant, like a low-level beast facing his ancestor, with a feeling of trembling in his soul. Who is he? At this moment, the Shadow Hunter made a roar, and he couldn't understand it at all. But before he could think about it, a black vortex formed, and the golden fire burned brightly, appearing in front of him at an incredible speed. Then wrapped his body, he condensed into a blood-red scythe, which dissipated silently. His body was like the scythe, and it began to destroy in an instant, and it could not resist this invincible power at all. Being suppressed by the dual suppression of the artistic conception realm and divinity, the power of his final blow could not be exerted at all. It's just that this fierce beast can't figure out why Chen Fan can comprehend the legendary divinity in this realm. The Shadow Hunter's body dissipated, and Chen Fan had an extra beast crystal in his hand, as well as the essence and blood of this beast. Surrounded by a large amount of burning golden flames, Chen Fan stood in the flames, like a god. In the office, all the strong men were in a daze, looking at the scene in the picture, their eyes a little fascinated. In their hearts, they have already stirred up turbulent waves, and the shock in their hearts is simply difficult to describe in words. Chen Fan was so against the sky, facing a terrible beast like the Shadow Hunter, and killed him with one punch? After a long time, there was a gasping sound at the scene, and everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. They tried to calm down their moods, and the last Marquis commanded the staff and played the scene just now. The strong general only felt terrified and couldn't pay attention to the mystery of Chen Fan's punch. But the two most powerful marquises, Feng Wuji and Temple Tian Yuan, the two of them seemed dumbfounded. The power of the vision was terrifying enough, but the punch that Chen Fan had just unleashed seemed to contain power. The previous perception was not too strong, they hadn't seen it yet, but now with this punch, they felt that kind of power. It's just that that kind of power can only be mastered by immortals, and only those who surpass immortals, truly invincible powerhouses, can completely master this power. Originally, the two people thought that what Chen Fan understood was just the power of the divine soul, which was the power that the venerable could comprehend. But now they suspect that Chen Fan has comprehended divinity. That kind of power can generally only be seen by those who have reached immortality, and only those who are truly peerless immortals can comprehend it. But what is Chen Fan's state now? A small grandmaster can actually comprehend this power. If their guess was correct, Chen Fan's qualifications, I am afraid that even the immortals would rush to accept him as an apprentice. But they still can't be completely sure. Maybe they are wrong. Everything has to come out before they can know whether Chen Fan really understands divinity. What kind of demonic talent is this Chen Fan? A town general spoke. He really didn't expect that it was Chen Fan who won the championship in the end. This is just a great grandmaster. Grandmaster, and he is able to overwhelm the peerless Tianzhou of those half-step town generals and win the first place. If such deeds spread, the whole country will be shaken, and everyone will be shocked. After all, this is the most outrageous thing in all these years. The strength of this great Grandmaster has far exceeded everyone's understanding. This Chen Fan, the basic combat power is probably not weaker than the combat power of those peerless Tianzhou who broke through to become a town general. A strong marquis commented. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt an unparalleled shock in their hearts again, and it was really difficult to calm down. Such a great master can no longer be regarded as an extreme grandmaster, but can be called an invincible grandmaster. If those peerless Tianzhou and Chen Fan were in the same realm, they would be a group of waste in comparison, and no one could compare with Chen Fan. This kind of talent is definitely a top god-level talent, the same as the one from the Morong family in Kyoto. Temple Tianyuan said. Boom! When it came to the peerless Tianzhou of Kyoto, everyone thought of that one in unison, and the moment he detected his talent, he directly joined the 10 great palaces, and there was no need for any assessment at all. He was even personally accepted as a disciple by a peerless immortal, and now he doesn't know what level of cultivation he has reached. That person is the top god-level talent. And the Morong family also benefited from this, obtained more cultivation resources, and it was very likely that a peerless immortal would be born in the future. These people in front of them, Chen Fan and the others, can only be regarded as immortal seeds, and there are some even more outrageous geniuses who can obtain cultivation resources that are unimaginable to ordinary people without any assessment. It's just that such geniuses are too rare in number, and once the test talent is discovered, it will be a major event that shocks the whole country, and the real top powerhouse will take the initiative to take apprentices. If he is a top god-level talent, why is he just an ordinary talent when detected? What the hell is going on with Jiangnan Mansion Lord? A strong man asked. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion, in the face of everyone's inquiries, he was also speechless in his heart. After all, he didn't know very well that Chen Fan came from a small place and crushed all the way to win the championship, which he only discovered during the trials. Later, he went to check Chen Fan's information. When this person first started testing, it was indeed just an ordinary talent, and he didn't know why he suddenly rose. So he suspected that Chen Fan should have had a wrong talent test, but he didn't ask more. And Chen Fan gave him a huge surprise, and now he has won the championship in the national selection competition. He knew that this move would make the entire Jiangnan prefecture develop, and he would also obtain enough cultivation resources to potentially become a marquis in the future. Thinking of this, he couldn't close his mouth a little. Everyone, when Chen Fan first started testing, it was indeed just an ordinary talent, perhaps because the top talent was too strong, and the detector in my Jiangnan mansion was too poor, so it was not detected. He casually answered the strong man's question just now. Then he looked at the screen again, and his eyes were full of excitement. Chen Fan is not only the first place, but also cleared the dusty 9th level in one fell swoop with an unbelievable speed, which can be described as the fastest speed in history. 1,000 years of unprecedented heavenly pride. Everyone, let's stand up together and congratulate an invincible Tianzhou on the birth. Feng Wuji and Temple Tianyuan both stood up at the same time, and the strong people around them also stood up one after another. When the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion saw this scene, he was even more excited. Everyone stood up to welcome the birth of the invincible Tianzhou. This treatment was too high. Hiss. Of course, there were also some people who were unwilling in their hearts, that is, the Lord of the Star and Moon Province. He looked at the prince's passage, watching the prince still cultivate, and his heart was full of regret. Prince, just a little bit, you may be able to win the first place. I believe you are no worse than any Tianzhou, but sometimes, one step slow is step by step, and the first one has no chance with you. The Lord of Kyoto Province felt the same way in his heart, feeling sorry for his genius. The strength shown by Bailey Shang and Mu Yungue is not much worse than that of the prince, and they are all likely to win the championship. Click, click. But now the road is broken. The first place was taken away by Chen Fanxian, and the remaining peerless Tianzhou can only compete for the second place. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would definitely have felt that today's events were ridiculous. But he saw with his own eyes that Chen Fan's terrifying martial arts were still self-created, and it was directly at the level of perfection, and he knew that Chen Fan and these peerless Tianzhou had really widened the gap. The power of Chen Fan's last punch is probably comparable to S-level high-grade martial arts. Just when everyone was shocked, Chen Fan walked a distance outside and then saw the broken alloy gate not far away. He hesitated for a moment, thinking that it was better to refine the beast crystal and golden blood first. There was no need to go out so early. Anyway, the first place must be him. Chen Fan sat down and began to refine the beast crystal and essence blood. He could feel the powerful energy contained in this beast crystal and essence blood. If you can absorb and refine all of them, you may be able to step into the 7th level of the Great Grandmaster in one fell swoop. At that time, its own basic combat power will be at a higher level. Chen Fan was not in a hurry to go out, but began refining on the spot. The ferocious beast crystal turned into pure energy and continued to pour into Chen Fan's body, like warm currents, flowing in his body. Chen Fan's refining speed is accelerating, and he can also feel that the speed of the warm current is getting faster and faster, and his own true chi is also constantly increasing, and his combat power is rising steadily, constantly getting stronger. Channel 1, Level 8. At this moment, the prince's body was filled with thunder and madness, and with it as the center, a thunder and lightning shield was formed, exuding a dangerous and violent aura. At this moment, a huge air vortex formed around it, as if it was about to tear everything into pieces. This terrifying power emanated from the prince, and he was attacking the realm of the town general. And soon he will succeed and become a peerless town general. Once he broke through, he would be sure to suppress all the other peerless Tianjiao. You must know that as a peerless Tianjiao, who is worse than whom? Under the same realm, no one can say that they will be able to defeat the other party steadily, and they must fight to no office. Hiss. But once you break through the town general, you are not in the same realm, then the gap will reach an amazing level. All the Tianjiao will not be afraid, and they will become a stepping stone for him to win the championship. At this moment, the prince had violent true chi flowing in his body, and there were small arcs in the true chi. The strength of the god-level thunder talent was shown by him at this moment, and every meridian contained the true chi of thunder. These thunder true chi are extremely dangerous. If ordinary people contain them in their meridians will be cut off immediately. The prince, on the other hand, looked like he was enjoying himself. He could feel that the true chi in his body was constantly getting stronger, and it was about to enter the final stage. At this moment, a voice rang in his ears, and at this moment, he felt like he had entered a special area. This area was full of tiny thunder particles. He reached out and grabbed a thunder particle, feeling the scene in front of him change again and return to reality. Okay, good. And at this moment, this thunder particle melted into his body, gradually forming a halo behind his head, which was formed by the power of pure thunder and lightning, showing a blue color. The aura looks extremely exquisite, and there is thunder power flowing on it. He finally broke through the realm of the town general. At this moment, the aura on his body was much stronger, and the violent thunder around him seemed to have the power to destroy the world, and the terrifying thunder was centered on him, spreading everywhere. His own combat power has reached 50 million at this moment, and he is confident that he can face any enemy, even the beasts in the later stages of the town general. This kind of fierce beast will eventually become the ghost of his subordinates. Then he looked up and stepped into the passage in front of him, and his figure quickly disappeared. In another passage, a boy with jade-like skin also opened his eyes. This boy's skin was white and crystal clear, almost no pores could be seen, and the whole person had no blemishes. He looks perfect and handsome. He was surrounded by sword energy, terrifying knife energy, exuding a dangerous aura. These sword chi were all condensed by its true chi, exuding an aura that could cut through all things. At this moment, the sword boy Wuxin had also completed his cultivation, and he had successfully refined the fierce beast crystal and essence blood, but it was a pity that he was still one step away from the town general. It's just that it's nothing to him. Comprehending the sword intent of the third stage, the power has doubled, and he is no longer afraid of the ordinary town general level Tianzhou. The first place can only be mine. The young man with the sword also stepped into the passage without intention. In another passage, a man with a tall posture, the sword light behind him filled like the scorching sun, and also opened his eyes. Rumble. The sword light he released loomed, illuminating the entire passage. This person is Mu Yungue, and his strength is even stronger at the moment, but he has not yet reached the level of a town general. It's time to go to the 9th level. The performance points can only be mine. He didn't know at the moment that someone had already passed the 9th level, so he stepped into the passage confidently. To be precise, this is also a passage, but all the ground is frozen. And there was a figure standing on the ice, and there was a terrifying flow of true chi on his body, which had boundless chills, as if it could freeze everything. This person is Bailey Shang. As a peerless Tianjiao, he has already killed the beast of the 8th level, and now he is about to enter the 9th level. Only Waste needs to team up with others. If you don't dare to be the first to enter the 9th level, then let me come. Bailey Shang smiled slightly, stepped on the ground, with him as the center. All the ice cubes within 10 meters around him were shattered. His whole person stood in the air, and the ice true chi on his body seemed to be able to freeze even the air. He still thinks that the first person to pass the 8th level is the prince. At this moment, he also slowly disappeared into the passage and entered the dusty 9th level. Shenyuan Honglang, who was completing his training, was holding a spiritual weapon at the moment, and he was full of confidence and stepped into the final level. The other peerless Tianzhou have also begun to step into the 9th level one after another, all wanting to compete for the first place. Level 9. A noble-looking figure slowly appeared, although he was young, but there was an arrogance between his eyebrows and eyes, and there was also a majesty on his body, giving people a sense of solipsism. The prince arrived at this level. At this moment, he broke through the town general, feeling extremely confident in his heart, and at the same time feeling of excitement in his heart. In the dusty 9th level, he will break through this level alone today and create a miracle. However, his eyes still scanned the surroundings first and found no one, and then glanced at the broken alloy gate. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Shattering the alloy gate, he can do it now. And the 9th level has been dusted for so long, who knows if the alloy gate has been broken a long time ago. It may not be the first person in their group to rush here and smash it. So he was just curious about who went first. Is the twilight cloud returning or unintentional to them? The prince didn't think much about it and continued to walk forward. He didn't go far, and suddenly he saw a candle lit in front of him, and saw a figure sitting there. The man seemed to be refining the spar, which made him sneer. Is the spar of level 8 not refined until level 9? Just to get a name for being the first to break through level 8 and build momentum for yourself? The prince felt that such behavior was stupid, so he was a little dismissive. But when he looked at Chen Fan's face carefully, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes again. It's you, Chen Fan. The prince felt that this was really unexpected, and a great grandmaster was able to rush here. But it seems that breaking through the 8th level should be his limit. After breaking the alloy gate, this Chen Fan may have felt the aura of the beast here, and did not dare to move forward. We must improve our strength here. You have this strength, but I underestimate you. But I still want to thank you for helping me guard the door. The prince smiled and prepared to continue walking into the depths. I am afraid that the deepest part is where the beast is staying. Chen Fan in front of him is only worthy of guarding the door for him, and he doesn't want to win the first place. And at this moment, Chen Fan, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, trembled slightly, but he did not open his eyes and continued to practice. Of course, he also heard the prince's words, and he knew who it was as soon as he heard this nasty voice. The megalomaniac who wanted to take him in as a follower from the beginning. But now that he has not fully refined, he doesn't bother to pay attention to the prince, but continues to concentrate on cultivating. It didn't take long for another young man to come here. This young man looks 20 years old, with a good temperament, angular, and a knife aura on his body all the time. The sword boy Wuxin also came here. His spine was straight, and his body seemed to contain a long knife that could pierce the sky. At this moment, he also saw Chen Fan, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the first person to pass the 8th level was Chen Fan? He hadn't looked at Chen Fan much in the first place, because he felt that Chen Fan could not be compared with a peerless Tianjiao like him. But now it is different. Those who can pass the 8th level are all peerless Tianjiao, and Chen Fan's realm is much worse than theirs, and it can be said that it is extraordinary to be able to reach here. Did you make the broken alloy gate outside? No. I also sensed the prince's aura. It should have been done by the prince or someone else. Your strength has not yet reached that level. The sword boy was unintentional, similar to the prince's cognition, and also thought that although Chen Fan had the ability to pass the 8th level, he did not dare to enter the 9th level deeper, probably because of cowardice. So I want to refine the fierce beast crystal and essence blood of the 8th level. But he didn't think so much, and went deeper, directly ignoring Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan heard a voice that peerless Tianjiao hated again, and he was a little unhappy in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that the refining had not been completed now, he really wanted to punch these peerless Tianjiao with one punch. Everyone thinks they are great, everyone thinks they are invincible in the world, and they really owe a beating. But it's fast. His current cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Great Grandmaster, and he is about to fully refine and break through to the 7th level of the Great Grandmaster. Level 9. There was another burst of space fluctuations. A man in a cloud robe appeared. His body was filled with terrifying sword intent, and the bright sword light behind him illuminated everything like a scorching sun. Meanwhile, Twilight Cloud returned. His eyes were like lightning, his whole body exuded a sharp aura, and he was like a divine sword soaring into the sky. At this moment, he glanced at the broken alloy gate. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he also walked deeper. But he didn't go far, and he also saw a figure cultivating there. The true chi on that person's body was simply unbelievable. Just sitting there gave people a feeling of being like a mountain, standing still. Chen Fan? After Mu Yungue saw this person's appearance clearly, he felt even more incredible. He remembered that Chen Fan, his cultivation should not be so strong, and he could rush to the 9th level before him. How is this possible? So Chen Fan in front of him may just be an illusion? His guess was not unreasonable, because one of the means that the ancestor of the Shadow Hunters was best at was illusion. Perhaps the Shadow Hunter had awakened the power of the ancestor's bloodline, so he was able to confuse the real with fake, and even he couldn't see it. However, any illusion will eventually be torn apart in front of his sword intent. Illusion, break it for me. Mu Yungue's thick true chi condensed into a long sword and slashed forward. This sword chi was operated to the extreme by him, easily breaking the wind resistance, tearing through the surrounding air, and slashing at Chen Fan's head at an astonishing speed. He wants to split Chen Fan to death and smash the illusion in front of him. And Chen Fan, who was cultivating at this moment, gently fluttered his eyes, feeling the sword energy attacking, and the unhappiness in his heart completely erupted at this moment. You can really make up for it. Chen Fan opened his eyes completely, the aura on his body vibrated, and then a thick flame true chi burst out from him. The blazing flames burned the void, and the air was whining. Chen Fan faced the sword chi in front of him, but just stretched out his hand and grabbed it, without using any martial arts, and directly crushed the sword chi. Chen Fan let out a light breath. Feeling his improved terrifying combat power, he was very satisfied. Now he has reached the 7th level of the Grand Master, and his basic combat power has reached 65 million at this moment. At this time, he was much stronger stronger than when he killed the Shadow Hunter, and his basic combat power had increased by tens of millions, and now when he looked at the peerless Tianzhou on the opposite side, he only felt weak and pitiful. Boom! The opponent's basic combat power was only 20 million, and even if he used martial arts blessings, it was not as good as his current basic combat power. Boom! It can be said that the way he looked at Mu Yungue was already full of a sense of looking down. The peerless pride of the half-step town general is nothing more than that, and seeing that the sword chi was broken, Mu Yungue, looking at Chen Fan, who was emitting golden light on his body, covered in golden flames, and looked like a young god, actually had a kind of fear in his heart. Damn illusion! At this moment, Mu Yun returned and was even more sure that Chen Fan was an illusion. How could the real Chen Fan have such an anti-heavenly combat power? A great grandmaster can easily shatter his sword chi. This is impossible. The sword shines on the sun and the moon, and the breath swallows the scorching sun. At this moment, he displayed a powerful A-level martial art, only to see a long sword flying out behind him, which was a level 7 spiritual weapon, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. A large amount of true energy on his body was all melted into this spiritual weapon, making the aura emitted by this spiritual weapon even more terrifying, under the blessing of such terrifying power. This level 7 spiritual weapon exudes a power that can break everything, as if it can open up the world. The terrifying sword energy soared into the sky, and then with an amazing force, it slashed towards Chen Fanli. It's really ridiculous that you are so weak that you can be called a peerless Tianjia. The true chi around Chen Fan began to emanate with a terrifying power. He still didn't use any martial arts, but with him as the center, the true chi he exuded went straight into the sky. Chen Fan slapped one palm over, and the terrifying combat power exploded, using his physical strength to shake the power of the spiritual weapon. The terrifying power knocked all the 7th level spiritual weapons out and stuck them on the wall not far away. This terrifying spiritual weapon was as hard as mud, but it was not as hard as Chen Fan's fist. Of course, there was also a layer of true chi wrapped on top of Chen Fan's fist. Mu Yungue saw that one of his killer moves was easily broken by Chen Fan, but he laughed instead. Ha! Sure enough, it is worthy of being a shadow hunter. Such an illusion almost scared me, but you have to die at my hands today. Chen Fan was a little speechless, and as soon as he came up, he attacked him, and said that he was an illusion, and the person in front of him was even more dull than the prince and the others. Roar! This kind of person is still peerless? But Chen Fan didn't bother to explain. It just so happened that he also wanted to try this peerless Tianjiao. Is there any other stronger means? Shadow Hunter, it is your luck that you can die under this sword. Today I will break the illusion and kill you. Mu Yungue stared at Chen Fan with burning eyes. He now figured out that the illusion Chen Fan in front of him was likely to be the main body of the Shadow Hunter. It only needs to be killed, and the Shadow Hunter will surely die. At this moment, Chen Fan still didn't know what Mu Yungue was thinking. However, the look in Mu Yungue's eyes made him feel a little unhappy, as if he had regarded it as prey. S-level martial arts, 10,000 swords returned to the sect. At this moment, the level 7 spiritual weapon was wrapped in his true chi and flew back again, held by Mu Yungue in his hands and held high above his head. At this moment, the long sword in his hand exuded a brighter light, and countless sword chi was released densely, converging into a 10-meter long sword chi above his head. This is the 10,000 swords returned to the sect, his strongest killer move. There is no one. It's your luck to die under my sword. The power of true chi on Mu Yungue's body was mobilized to the extreme, and he slashed towards Chen Fan with a sword. It gave people a mighty and irresistible aura that rushed towards Chen Fan. Poof! His move has always been a devastating killing of enemies, and there has never been an exception. And that brilliant sword chi also wrapped Chen Fan after all, and he wanted to completely annihilate him. The corner of Mu Yungue's mouth had already raised a smile, but soon his smile froze, because his sword chi was forcibly resisted by a fist. Chen Fan easily performed the Holy Yang Fist. This kind of martial art is no longer the strongest killer move for him now. It can only be regarded as a small skill. But because his own combat power is too terrifying, even if he uses such a small skill, he can easily resist the S-level martial arts displayed by Twilight Cloud Gui without any pressure. Chen Fan applied a little force to this 10-meter long sword chi, and like broken glass, it began to shatter, turning into countless fragments and falling down, falling on the ground and turning into starlight, completely dissipating. Chen Fan's eyes had golden light, and he was staring at Mu Yungue at the moment. At this moment, Mu Yungue felt a chill in his heart, and there was no trace of temperature all over his body. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: run away. Even the strongest killer move could not do anything to the other party. This level of fierce beast was not something he could deal with now. Without hesitation, Twilight Cloud Gui turned into a sword light, skimmed past Chen Fan, and fled deeper. Outside. Now there is no way out. But he felt the aura of the prince and Wuxin. Those two people should have come here too, but they didn't see through the illusion at the first time. Therefore, if you want to deal with the beast in front of you, you must find someone to help. Attack me? Still want to escape? Chen Fan looked at Mu Yungue's figure and was about to catch up, but at this moment, he felt another wave of space fluctuations outside, and a new peerless Tianjiao had arrived. And this new peerless pride is none other other than Edward. And there was another person next to him who also appeared at the same time, that is, the Black Leader. The two of them had just arrived here, and they felt that not far away there was a powerful fluctuation of true chi. It was like two peerless heavenly pride were killing each other. The two of them hurriedly rushed over, but when they saw the peerless Tianjiao Twilight Cloud returning with their swords, they ran away, as if they had encountered some terrifying opponent. Their eyes fell on a young man who was handsome, just like a god who came out of a myth. The golden true chi on his body seemed to be able to melt everything, exuding a terrifying and dangerous aura. The air around the boy was also distorted and blurred, making the boy's figure loom. Who is this person? Edward and Lida were stunned on the spot. They remembered that there was no such number one person among the peerless Tianjiao. The twilight clouds that could be killed fled in embarrassment, and they didn't even dare to look back. Hiss. No, he seems to be the Chen Fan who understands the artistic conception of destruction. Li De, a black man, thought about it at this moment, because he remembered that he had swiped it on the video. It's just that Chen Fan shouldn't be so powerful. 2. You came just in time. He is the main body of the Shadow Hunter. You help me hold him back, and I will ask someone to help. The loud voice of Twilight Cloud return came. He saw two foreigners coming in and was about to pit these two people. Shadow Hunters are by no means something that 2 or 3 people can deal with, and more peerless Tianjiao are needed to kill them together. This level said that 4 people should form a team, but he felt that there were too few 4 people, and I was afraid that more peerless Tianjiao would have to join forces. What? Is he a Shadow Hunter? Edward and Li De, the eyes that looked at Chen Fan at this moment lit up on the spot. It was as if the beast saw its prey, full of greed. As long as the Shadow Hunters are killed, they are veritable number 1, and everyone else is useless. At this moment, Chen Fan's cold eyes looked in the direction of Mu Yungue, clenched his fists, and made a crackling sound. Why does the brain man with the sword think he is the Shadow Hunter? What? The imagination is too rich. But even if you misunderstand, there is just a reason to teach these peerless Tianjiao a lesson. When he first came in, they all wanted to accept him as a follower, but this tone hadn't come out yet. Now you can knock them all down. Edward was the first to strike at Chen Fan, and a huge black shadow appeared behind him, like a god of death, holding a huge scythe and slashing towards Chen Fan. This was not a physical attack, but a mental attack that wanted to defeat Chen Fan's soul. However, the golden villain in Chen Fan's body stood still, and there were some strange textures on his body, which were constantly intertwined, exuding endless golden light. Office. At this moment, the golden villain in his body was like a god who could dominate people's life and death. A stronger spiritual power fluctuated out, and the artistic conception power used by Edward was instantly shattered. Edward's spiritual power collided with Chen Fan's spiritual power, like hitting an egg on a stone, completely vulnerable. Even with just one move, Edward felt that his soul had been cut off, and he had a headache and a distorted and painful expression on his face. At this time, a large amount of water flowed on the ground, and these water flows condensed into various weapons. There were knives, swords, and guns, and they slashed towards Chen Fan. The black man Li Di made a move, holding the spiritual weapon How High Death in his hand, enhancing the power of true chi in his body. However, a strange scene happened. Chen Fan did not take the initiative to resist the weapons condensed by these water flows, and was easily dissolved by the golden flame true chi naturally emitted by his body. It didn't cause any harm to him at all. After all, he awakened to the sun god body, which was the most powerful physique with flame talent. In the face of water attacks, it is completely Tianka. The high temperature emitted by the flame true chi was enough to evaporate any water flow. Chen Fan saw the black man Li De at this moment, with a confused expression, and it seemed that the whole person was a little dumbfounded. These two unlucky bastards, one of whom was best at spiritual attacks, should be a powerful spiritual chanter, was restrained by his divinity. The other is a water talent, which is also restrained by his fire talent. Dealing with these two peerless heavenly pride is much easier than dealing with Mu Yungue. Chen Fan smiled, but at this moment his smile was like the smile of death in the eyes of the black man Li De, which frightened him all over. Water spout. He ran wildly with the true chi in his body, and the spiritual weapon in his hand was also urged by him to the extreme. A large amount of water swirled around the sky, eventually condensing into a huge waterspout more than 20 meters high. This is an S-level martial art, but for Chen Fan, it is completely vulnerable. Broken. Chen Fan casually performed a martial art, and the golden flame burned fiercely, turning into a bright fire. The fire instantly pierced the waterspout, completely evaporating it. As long as the temperature of the flame is too high, all the water will evaporate and turn into water vapor. At the same time, Chen Fan's figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already come to the black man Li De. He grabbed the other person's neck with one palm and held it high. At this moment, Li De, a black man, was full of fear, and it was almost difficult to breathe. Please, let me go. He struggled to speak. Now he feels that ranking is not important, his life is important. Chen Fan smiled coldly, waved his palm, threw it aside, and cut a crack on the ground. Edward was very frightened, and the methods of the two of them, in the face of the shadow hunter in front of him, were simply a joke. Whoa! If you don't leave now, you will die later. These two foreigners did not hesitate hesitate to say the word admit defeat. Just as they finished speaking, a light shrouded them in the sky, and then they disappeared in place and completely withdrew from the assessment. It's interesting, with fake and true, the shadow hunter really lives up to its name. Those two foreigners are so useless that they took the initiative to admit defeat. It seems that the top 5 have no chance with them. At this moment, there were footsteps not far away. It turned out that when Chen Fan was fighting, there were 2 more peerless Tianjiao who came to the 9th level. One of them was Xian Yuan Honglang, and the power of his guardian artistic conception at the moment had already emitted, shrouding it to form a shield. The other person had a chill on his body, and with every step, the ground condensed into a layer of frost. This person was Bailey Shang. They witnessed the scene just now, and they also mistook Chen Fan for a shadow hunter, because they don't believe that the real Chen Fan can break into this place at all. A genius who only comprehends the artistic conception of destruction. The cultivation realm is just a grandmaster, and being able to rush to the 7th level can be regarded as a miracle. Whoa! Not to mention coming to the 9th level, which is simply impossible. Chen Fan saw these 2 people, but a smile appeared on his face, but he remembered these 2. They were people who wanted to take him as a follower. Now is the right time. Give them a lesson that will never be forgotten. Let them know not to talk nonsense in the future. Stop being so arrogant. I'm going to kill you. Shadow Hunter, you can only die at my hands. Bailey Shang looked proud, and a large amount of chill on his body began to spread, and then slowly raised a palm. The true chi in his body began to kick in, and at this moment, countless snowflakes fell from the sky, and these snowflakes condensed together, turning into a snowball, constantly expanding. In just a few breaths, it has formed dozens of meters in size, like a small meteorite, suspended at an altitude of more than 20 meters, and may fall at any time. Xian Yuan Honglang pulled out a spear from behind him and held it tightly in his hand, which exuded a faint cold glow. Bailey Shang, don't think about being alone. Take away all the performance points. At this moment, black lines appeared on his spear, and a large amount of his true chi was injected into it, and this spear exuded an aura that could pierce the sky, firmly locking Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at the 2 of them getting serious, and said calmly, have you ever heard a sentence that says the most awesome thing and is beaten the most severely? Level 9. The deepest. Boom! The prince, who was surrounded by thunder and lightning, came here, and he looked around and found that there were traces of shattering all around. Obviously, there was a big battle here. At this moment, the endless knife intent was permeated, and the sword boy Wuxin also appeared here. His eyes were bright, like bright stars. What did you find? The young man with the sword asked unintentionally. The prince said domineeringly, why should I tell you? Don't forget, we're still competitors. On the other side, even if it is a competitor, we have to find out where the shadow hunters are first, and each of us will kill them according to our strength. Wuxin said lightly. The prince snorted coldly and did not speak again. The 2 began to investigate, but found that there was no trace of the beast here, only the scene of ruins after the war. It seems that someone has taken the lead in the first place. Has the shadow hunter already been beheaded? The prince had such an idea in his heart, but quickly shook his head again. If you are killed, there should be a notice. Impossible, there is no notice yet. The staff were all looking at the scene on the screen and completely forgot about the notification. Because they saw the invincible Tianjiao and the peerless Tianjiao colliding, it turned out to be a devastating scene, which was really shocking, and no one urged them to pass the 9th level and broadcast it to inform everyone. Apparently they also want to see what happens next. At this moment, the lord of Loki province had a dark face like the bottom of a pot, looking at the peerless Tianjiao of his province, and he was eliminated like this, and he was very unhappy. There was a chance to compete for the first place, and no matter how bad it was, it could compete for the top 5, but now it was directly eliminated. This made him feel like he was holding his breath, unable to vent it, and the whole person died uncomfortably. There's nothing to see. He threw his sleeves and left, wanting to go out to catch his breath, not wanting to stay in this somewhat depressing place anymore, otherwise he would be angry and sick. Level 9. The sword boy had a similar idea to the prince, thinking that no one had passed this level now. Although there are traces of the Great War here, the shadow hunter should not be dead. The 2 of them thought for a while, and then they both thought of a possibility. Chen Fan. Just now they only saw Chen Fan there. Could it be that he was transformed from a fierce beast? Their thoughts at the moment were similar to those of Mu Yungue, who thought that Chen Fan should be an illusion transformed from an illusion. If you think about it this way, everything makes sense. The real Chen Fan overestimated his strength to break through to the 9th level, thinking that he could be the first to pass, and then was killed and devoured by the shadow hunters. Then the shadow hunters could transform into Chen Fan's appearance to confuse them. Thinking of this, these 2 peerless Tianjiao felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. They didn't notice it at the first time. In other words, the shadow hunter is probably awakened to the power of the bloodline, and the concentration is extremely high, so it can be false and true. Even they were deceived, which is really a good method. How is this possible? A sword light fell to the ground, and Mu Yungue was a little embarrassed at the moment, but when he saw the 2 peerless heavenly pride in front of him, he knew that he had come to the right place. The aura of these 2 people was obviously stronger than those 2 foreigners, especially the prince, whose momentum and coercion actually made him feel like he wanted to give in. Prince, could it be that you have have broken through to become a town general? Mu Yungue asked. The prince did not answer his question, but asked rhetorically, why are you so embarrassed? Only then did Mu Yungue remember the main purpose of coming here. The shadow hunter is outside. He used the illusion to transform into the man named Chen Fan. I am not his opponent, so I want to ask you to take action together. He expresses his purpose. The response was only 2 sneers. Mu Yungue, you are really degenerate. Dealing with a shadow hunter, you still have to ask the 2 of us for help. The young man with a sword was full of contempt in his eyes, and he felt it was ridiculous. Twilight Cloud returned, shadow hunter. I can kill it alone. You can watch it honestly. The prince said domineeringly. The true chi on his body exploded, and the violent thunder condensed between his legs. Behind his head, a blue aura loomed. Town General, someone asked. The sword boy's pupils shrank unintentionally, obviously not expecting the prince to break through so quickly. However, he was only a little surprised, and he was not afraid of anything. He believed in his 3rd stage of the sword intent, and he was absolutely not afraid of any town general. When Mu Yungue heard the prince's words, he was extremely unhappy, because he felt that the prince and him were just peerless pride of the same level. He couldn't win, and the prince basically couldn't win. However, the moment he saw the town general's divine ring, he immediately understood the gap between him and the prince in his heart. Now, even if there are 2 of them combined, I am afraid that he is not the prince's opponent. The gap between them is too big. At least now, the prince is the strongest among all the peerless heavenly pride. The prince incarnated as thunder and lightning and disappeared in place. Outside, the true chi on the sword boy's body was also flowing at this moment. He did not have the divine ring of the town, but the power of artistic conception permeating his body actually formed a 10-meter field. In this field, there was actually a dense sword aura, exuding an aura that made him tremble. Prince, shadow hunter, I won't give it to you. When he finished saying this, the terrifying power that erupted from his body turned him into a heavenly knife that could split everything, ignoring the pressure of wind resistance and sweeping outward. Mu Yun returned, looking at the backs of the 2 peerless Tianjiao, knowing in his heart that he was temporarily outdated. The power of his artistic conception completely crushed my artistic conception power, and he was even able to form a 10-meter field. I am afraid it was the 3rd stage of the knife intent. It is difficult to break through the town general, but it is also difficult to comprehend the sword intent of the 3rd stage. These 2 people are completely the 2 most powerful peerless heavenly pride. The others are much weaker than the 2 of them. At this moment, his eyes were a little lonely. They were all peerless pride, and he was surpassed by 2 competitors who were originally walking side by side, and he inevitably felt a little lost in his heart. But he still turned into a sword light and chased after him. Even if there is no hope of 1st and 2nd place, then you have to get a 3rd place, hoping to rub some performance points. As for wanting to surpass the prince and the others, he felt that it was completely impossible for him to do it now. A thunderbolt flashed in the void, forming the figure of the prince, and the prince came back to the place where Chen Fan was at this moment. The young man with the sword had no intention of following closely behind, but there are no traces of fighting here. The surrounding walls all melted, as if they had been melted by magma. There is a hot and dry atmosphere everywhere. I'm afraid it's the other peerless Tianjiao who fought against the shadow hunters, but they haven't gone any further. They shouldn't be any match for the shadow hunters. The 2 talked for a while, and continued to walk outside with their breath. At this moment, when they were about to walk to the alloy gate, the 2 of them stopped. Not far from them, Shen Yuan Honglang, who was known for his defensive power, was lying on the ground like a dead dog at the moment, with a blue nose and a swollen face, and his eyes were full of fearful expressions, as if he had just experienced some great horror. And the spear in his hand also fell not far from him, but the spear was twisted and a little out of shape. He still had blood overflowing from his mouth at the moment, and when he saw the prince and the others coming, his eyes were full of surprise. Great, you are finally here. Go and save Bailey Shang. Shen Yuan Honglang asked the prince and the others for help. The sword boy was heartless and expressionless, turned into a heavenly sword that could break the wind resistance, and rushed outside. Meanwhile, he and Bailey Shang still have a bit of a friendship, and he doesn't want the other party to fall into the hands of the beast. The prince was expressionless, and walked up to Shen Yuan Honglang unhurriedly, with disdain and contempt in his eyes. Shen Yuan Honglang, you are really a waste. If you don't have such strength, don't come to the 9th level. It's embarrassing. This sentence can be said to be murderous, making Shen Yuan Honglang's face as dark as the bottom of a pot, very ugly. However, he did not refute the prince, because he saw the town general divine ring and knew that the current prince was much stronger than him. The prince walked past Shen Yuan Honglang and disappeared into thunder. Outside the alloy gate, Bailey was dead, disheveled. He no longer had the pride he had just now, and even his eyes showed horror. The aura on his body was a little sluggish, and his invincibility was shattered. Thinking of his life, he has never failed in the younger generation, but now he has tried the taste of failure. The shadow hunter in front of him was simply an unsolvable existence. Whether it is speed or strength, it is much stronger than him. Especially just now, Shen Yuan Honglang, who was known for his defense, could not stop Chen Fan from using the guardian artistic conception, and was crushed by a trick. Even the level 7 spiritual weapon in the other party's hand was distorted by an amazing power. Thinking of this, his scalp was also a little numb in his heart. If I can break through the town general, I will definitely have the power to fight, Bailey Shang thought to himself, but he also knew that it was too difficult to break through the town general, and it was almost impossible now. At this moment, Chen Fan's body was still boiling with golden flames, and he was walking towards Bailey Shang step by step. The ice condensed on the ground of Bailey Shang was melted, evaporated almost instantly, turned into water vapor, and floated into the sky. Ice moves everything. The power of true chi flowed on Bailey Shang's body, and he raised a palm again, and a huge ice ball condensed in the sky, exuding a dangerous aura. Then the puck fell from the sky. Chen Fan just glanced at it and then casually punched a brilliant fist that pierced the sky, and the huge ice ball was instantly torn apart and dissipated into the air. At this moment, Chen Fan had already come to Bailey Shang, his eyes shining with sharp light. A palm slapped on Bailey Shang's body. Bailey Shang vomited blood and took dozens of steps back before he stood firm, looking at Chen Fan with some resentment in his heart. He could feel that the shadow hunter in front of him did not use all his strength, as if he was teasing him, using it as a toy. Otherwise, he will die with one move. Bailey Shang was a little crazy, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the opponent was too strong, so strong that he was a little desperate. However, at this moment, terrifying knife chi emerged and tore through the void and flew towards Chen Fan. Every sword chi has terrifying power. It seems to be able to cut everything, and the power is terrifying. The terrifying heat flow naturally emanating from Chen Fan's body spread, dissolving those knife chi in midair. At this time, the sword boy unintentionally revealed his figure, and a pair of cold eyes stared at Chen Fan with infinite killing intent. Obviously, he also recognized Chen Fan as a beast. Wu Xin, run away, Bailey Shang shouted. But Wu Xin, there was no movement on his face, but he looked light. Seeing Wu Xin, the sword behind him automatically flew out and was held in his hand, and a lot of knife chi appeared around him again. These sword chi converged one after another, and finally formed a 5-meter-long divine sword, suspended in midair. Then this divine sword began to fly everywhere, and within 20 meters of his range, it formed a world of knives, the realm of knives. Shadow Hunter, you hide so well that you almost deceived me. But today is your dead day. You are destined to become my stepping stone, a speck of dust on my immortal path. His tone was so arrogant that even Bailey Shang was stunned. However, Bailey Shang quickly reacted, because he felt the power of this artistic conception, which was too powerful and terrifying. It is the third stage of the power of artistic conception. The terrifying power cuts through the void, and the divine sword form seems to be able to cut down all strong enemies. He also knew at this moment that he and Wu Xin were no longer on the same level. The other party realized that this power was already above him. Is it the knife intent of the third stage? Chen Fan could naturally feel it, and there was some emotion in his heart, indeed, worthy of being a peerless Tianjiao, and he could actually comprehend the power of his artistic conception to such a deep extent. However, this is still not enough for him, and the artistic conception field spreads. On Chen Fan's body, the artistic conception field composed of 3 artistic conception power forces spread out and formed a field of tens of meters. This artistic conception realm is intertwined with light and dark, and the power of destruction is permeated, which is not weaker than the sword intent of the third stage, and even stronger. The sword boy was unintentional, and the field he released actually felt a hint of oppression. It seems that you are stronger than I imagined. Although the sword boy said this in his mouth, he didn't have any idea of retreating. I saw that he urged the true chi in his body, and the condensed divine knife directly slashed towards Chen Fan. This knife was mighty, as if it had the power to sweep everything, and the terrifying coercion made Bailey Shang a little out of breath. Chen Fan's face was expressionless, and the golden flames of his fists were burning, and the power of true chi converged on his fists. The sun god fist broke out. A punch blasted out, and the terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound made people's eyes a little unclear, and they couldn't catch any traces at all. Only the brilliant divine flame could be seen, directly cutting through the sky, colliding with the divine sword. In an instant, the sword boy Wu Xin actually had a feeling of being controlled by someone. The shadow hunter was harvesting his own life, and this feeling made him feel very bad, ominous, and terrifying, representing the impact of his soul power. Even if he was unintentional, he couldn't keep calm at the moment, and began to roar, gathering more true chi power on the divine sword. The terrifying divine knife released a sharp blade chi, cutting through the void, and slashed down on him with a terrifying power that could open up the world. With him as the center, within 20 meters, all the knife marks left by the knife chi were cut by the knife chi, and the originally broken alloy gate was cut by the knife chi again, and the hard alloy was torn apart. That kind of sharp knife chi, sharp and overwhelming, surrounded by the sound of knives, as if to destroy everything here. Rumble! The knife chi and the fist light collided together, and at that moment it exploded, and the endless sword chi was all shattered. Even the divine sword he condensed was shattered under the power of the fist light, and it could not really resist at all. Even the body of the sword boy was forcibly repulsed, rolling a few times in midair, and finally crashed into the broken alloy gate, making a dull sound. This was the first time Wu Xin felt frustrated. It was too strong. That fist light directly shattered him, the proud killer move. At this moment, footsteps sounded, and a man man surrounded by thunder appeared. The prince appeared. Although he looked young, he had a terrifying majesty on his body, and behind his head was a blue golden halo, with the power of thunder and lightning flowing on it. He has a good temperament, a tall figure, standing in place, like a straight spear, capable of piercing the sky. He exuded a violent thunderous aura, and these thunderous powers, just as simple diffuse, made people's hearts feel trembling. Wu Xin, I didn't expect you to be so embarrassed. The prince looked at Wu Xin with sarcasm on his face. Wu Xin said angrily, you can do it, Yugo. He knew that even if he comprehended the knife intent of the third stage, he could not be the opponent of the Shadow Hunter. This fierce beast is too strong, completely beyond the scope of assessment, and only the prince may be able to kill it. Anyway, he doesn't have this strength now. This first place, it's mine. All the peerless Tianjia were injured. Even Wu Xin was no exception, so there was no one who could compete with him for performance points. However, what surprised him was that the Shadow Hunter was indeed a little too powerful, and it was able to sweep away all the other peerless heavenly pride. But only such a fierce beast is more interesting after being killed by him. He is destined to be above other peerless heavenly pride. Everyone is staring at the scene of level 9. Many peerless heavenly pride gathered together, all dealing with Chen Fan. Those peerless heavenly pride that Chen Fan swept directly with an invincible attitude, no one could stop his footsteps. Any peerless Tianjia who regarded him as a fierce beast was now all injured, especially when they saw that the sword boy was easily defeated. Their hearts were even more shocked. Chen Fan is much stronger than when he killed the Shadow Hunter. This sword boy has no intention. He has comprehended the knife intent of the third stage, and normally he is qualified to live a few moves with the Shadow Hunter, but in Chen Fan's hands, he can't hold on to a single move. Jiangnan province really has an invincible Tianjiao. Maybe it can be comparable to the one of the Morong family. Everyone was talking, and all the focus was on Chen Fan. Even if the prince breaks through and becomes a town general, I am afraid that he will not be Chen Fan's opponent, but will become a stepping stone for Chen Fan. At this moment, the Star and Moon God Lord's face was a little dark. Originally he hoped that the prince could suppress everything and win the first place, but now I am afraid there is no hope. And if the prince didn't win the first place, the one in the Thunder Palace would probably be angry. Meanwhile, Thunder Palace is one of the 10 university palaces and is located in Kyoto. The highest ruler of the Thunder Palace, one of whom is surnamed Tai, is the ancestor of the Tai family. Although he is the lord of the Star and Moon province, the real ruler of the entire Star and Moon province is actually the Taijia, and he is just the supreme ruler on the surface. But he had to comply with all the instructions issued by the Taijia, otherwise he, the lord of the Star and Moon province, would also be in trouble. Roar! At this time, Feng Wuji was thinking to himself that after this assessment competition, he would quickly send a message to notify the Venerable of Tianyang Palace that he was coming, and he must not let others snatch away the invincible Tianjia like Chen Fan. This is a powerful existence that can truly embark on the path of immortality. As long as it grows up successfully, it is destined to become a strong person who dominates the side in the future. Temple Tianyuan also had this idea in his heart. No matter what, this kind of invincible Tianjia must be snatched over. However, it was also to inform the Venerable and let those Venerables discuss which academy did Chen Fan join. The prince has already faced Chen Fan. The prince's body had an invincible momentum. Standing there became the focus of everyone, and the thunder true chi on his body flowed around him, setting him off like the Lord of Thunder. You are so bold, you dare to hurt the peerless pride of my human race. When the prince said this, there was thunder surging in his eyes, and the aura of the town general behind him turned, and then two rays of light burst out of his eyes, piercing the void and landing on Chen Fan's body. But this is not an attack, but a power to break the illusion. When he first came in, he didn't pay much attention to Chen Fan and didn't use this method at all. And now he used the Eye of the Void, which is a powerful martial art of the Tai family, which can see through all illusions. Even the power of the bloodline awakened by those fierce beasts had no place to hide under the Eyes of the Void. It's just that Chen Fan didn't change anything he saw. The prince frowned, with a puzzled expression in his eyes. Outside, logically speaking, the Eye of the Void can see through all disguises and illusions, but now it has no effect, which is obviously a big problem. Now there are only two possibilities: either Chen Fan in front of him is made by the Shadow Hunter illusion, but the Shadow Hunter has successfully broken through to the level of level 8, that is, the existence of becoming a marquis. But if this is really the case, those assessment officers should not allow this kind of beast to continue to let them experience. This is already a beast that is completely out of line. Then there is only the second possibility: the person in front of him is indeed the civilian Chen Fan, but I don't know why he has risen strongly and reached the point where he is comparable to their peerless arrogance. The prince was quick-witted and figured it all out at once. The Shadow Hunter may have been killed by Chen Fan, so the first place in the performance score is actually Chen Fan. However, there is another possibility that he can get the first place. That is to kill Chen Fan. There are not many rules in the assessment, and he can also pretend to mistake Chen Fan for a beast and kill him directly. In this case, the first place in the performance score is still him. However, it is too tiring to disguise, so it is better to expose Chen Fan's identity and kill him on the spot. A Tianjiao who came out of an ordinary family can defeat so many peerless Tianjiao to come here, which is already a proud thing. Now, his road should be broken. Prince, why haven't you done it yet? Wuxing saw that the prince finished saying that, and he was thinking about something on the spot. You must know that the prince's personality is extremely domineering, and logically speaking, he should be more impulsive than him. Wuxing, you are such a waste. The prince suddenly said this. The sword boy was unintentionally full of knife intent, and the sharp knife intent pointed directly at the prince. What do you mean by that? This peerless Tianjiao was very unhappy. Office. In his heart, he thought that the prince was just one step ahead of him to break through the town general, and he would catch up sooner or later. Because they are peerless Tianjiao who belong to the same echelon. Not only are you a waste, but other people who were defeated by Qin Fan in front of him are also waste. You can't imagine that the Qin Fan in front of you is not the illusion displayed by the Shadow Hunter, and he is the real Qin Fan. You have all been defeated by him. Do you think you are waste? As soon as these words came out, those peerless Tianjiao were all stunned. The brains were buzzing, and only shock and incredulity remained in their minds, waiting for the emotions to keep rolling and surging, and even some people began to grit their teeth. The peerless Tianjiao of these big families were all defeated by a commoner-born Tianjiao, which was a huge blow to them. Years of pride shattered. You must know that they have not lacked any cultivation resources since they were children, but now they have been surpassed by a commoner. Doesn't this make them look useless? No wonder the prince wants to say this. And at this moment, Shen Yuan Honglang, who was full of embarrassment, also came to the outside of the broken alloy gate, and after hearing these words, he looked at Chen Fan with extremely shocked eyes as if he had been struck by lightning. I couldn't help but think of some time ago. He also said that he wanted to accept Chen Fan as a follower, and he just thought that idea was very ridiculous. Bailey Shong roared, difficult to accept this fact. The same was true for the sword boy Wuxing, and his heart was greatly hit, but he didn't say a word, just a gloomy head. The prince saw the appearance of the peerless Tianjiao and sneered, you don't have to be like this, because the nightmare in your heart, I will help you cut it off today. Okay. Bailey Shong and the others looked up at the prince, not understanding what this sentence meant, but the prince had already come to the opposite side of Chen Fan, looked at Chen Fan with an arrogant face and said, Chen Fan, you are a commoner from Jiangnan Prefecture, and it is very good that people can come here, but your mistake is that you should not compete with us peerless Tianjiao for the first place. Shadow Hunter, although I was killed by you, as long as you die, the first place will still be me. When he said this, he had a sense of pride, and he didn't take Chen Fan seriously at all, as if he was the king who could dominate everything. You want to kill me? A murderous aura emerged in Chen Fan's eyes. For those who want to kill him, Chen Fan will not show mercy. He will not care who the identity of the other side is. Just like Morong Tu at the beginning, if he was murderous to him, then he would never let the other party go. It's not about killing you, it's about judging you, the prince said domineeringly. His voice was like the power of heaven. A thunderous sound exploded in the sky, and the terrifying coercion pressed towards Chen Fan. Then, dense thunder erupted from him, and the ultimate thunder power converged in the sky, forming a thunder heavenly sword. This heavenly sword looked only more than 2 meters long, but the power it exuded was much stronger than that of the sword boy Wuxing. At this moment, the town general's divine ring behind him completely lit up, and the terrifying thunder power was running rapidly. Thunder slash. Chen Fan, accept my judgment. The prince was extremely strong, and directly used the most powerful martial arts, wanting to directly kill Chen Fan in front of everyone. Damn it! His purpose in doing this was also to prevent those big people from being rescued in the first place. As long as Chen Fan did not admit defeat and was beheaded in the 9th level, even those big people couldn't say anything. Boom! Anyway, they all signed an agreement, and he died only blaming him for being too weak. This thunder heavenly sword was extremely sharp, and before it approached Chen Fan, it had already emitted a power that could tear everything apart. At the same time, a thunder field of more than 20 meters condensed around the prince, making the power of his thunder heavenly sword even more terrifying. This is the thunder artistic conception of the 3rd stage. It seems that you still have hidden strength. No wonder you have always been so confident. The sword boy looked at the prince and felt a sense of frustration at this moment. I thought he could compete with the prince, but before he broke through the town general, he was still not as good as the prince after all. Chen Fan could feel that this move contained murderous intent, obviously wanting to put him to death. He had a certain degree of retention for those peerless Tianjiao. Most of them just injured them, and did not really kill them. But the prince in front of him obviously knew his identity, and in order to win the first place, he wanted to kill him. People don't offend me, I don't offend people. If anyone offends me, I will kill them. Prince, I want to see how you judge me. The golden flames on Chen Fan's body beat wildly, and the terrifying true chi gathered on his fist. Sun God Fist. Artistic Conception Field. Chen Fan only used these two means. The powerful artistic conception field forcibly weakened 20% of the prince's combat power, coupled with the power of the Sun God Fist. It was enough to completely kill the arrogant prince in front of him. The thunder heavenly sword, at this moment, fell with an unstoppable aura and slashed towards the top of Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan's fist light also bombarded out at this moment. His fist was like a round crown of sun-blooming divine light condensed into a fist seal and flew out, and the brilliant divine flame pierced the sky. The thunder heavenly sword tore through the void, leaving a perfect trail that fell from the sky with unparalleled lethality. With this knife from him, ordinary town generals have to die, and they can't bear this kind of power at all. With the blessing of the third stage of artistic conception, no one can resist the prince's confident move. Even the shadow hunter would die under his move. The thunder heavenly sword was condensed by extreme thunder, and its power was naturally more terrifying than ordinary thunder. This knife seemed to be able to shatter everything and launch an attack on Chen Fan. At this moment, the prince is like a truly invincible existence, and this knife seems to be able to send people to reincarnation. And Chen Fan's sun god fist also burst into fire at this moment. A large amount of divine flames appeared in the void, and a terrifying heat stream emanated from him, falling on the broken alloy gate, and even the alloy began to melt. The fist marks condensed by the flames burst out at an incredible speed, and there was an astonishing high temperature, colliding with the thunder heavenly sword. The moment the two forces collided, the heavens and the earth lost their color, and the next moment they exploded on the spot, and the bright fire soared straight into the sky. In such a collision, the prince opened his eyes wide and watched his thunder heavenly sword being shattered, and a shocked expression flashed in his eyes. He could feel that the power of his knife was forcibly weakened. It seems to be the power of the realm. But before he could think about it, a divine flame flew in his direction, and after the sun god fist broke the thunder heavenly sword, it had unmatched power, like the sun descending, wanting to engulf his body. The prince's face changed slightly, and the true chi in his body was activated, and the violent thunder formed a shield, wanting to withstand Chen Fan's blow. In this regard, Chen Fan just sneered. The true chi in his body burst out, and the eye of the martial arts used power to bless him, ignoring most of the opponent's defenses. He burst out with a fist of light again, tearing the air in an instant, and with an earth-shattering aura, he easily shattered the shield condensed by the thunder on the opposite side. There was a rare hint of pallor on the prince's face. He never expected that Chen Fan, a commoner, would be so powerful that he could forcibly break his methods. Even his strongest thunder slash could not resist the opponent's fist light. As the saying goes, if you are careless, you will lose the whole game. The current prince has this feeling. I could only watch the fist light fly in, about to end my life. The prince's eyes were full of unwillingness, staring at Chen Fan, as if he wanted to see through Chen Fan completely. Why can a weak civilian perform such a powerful martial art? He could sense that the sun god fist was not weaker than the extreme thunder slash he had cultivated, and the other party's martial arts cultivation has reached a higher level. The power of the artistic conception comprehended by the other party was also stronger than his. A closer look can reveal that Chen Fan's artistic conception power is composed of three forces, light and darkness destruction, intertwined with each other, forming a field that is even more powerful than his thunder field. That's why he will be crushed to death. Prince, go to hell. At this moment, Chen Fan didn't want to stay at all, and wanted to kill the prince in front of him. Boom! He had an unstoppable momentum, and no matter who came, he couldn't stop him. In the office, everyone looked at this scene, and everyone changed color. Apparently no one realized that things would happen to this point. Originally, this kind of peerless arrogance was a good thing to compete with each other, but now, his life is in danger, and the prince may be dead. No, the prince cannot die. The Lord of the Star and Moon province suddenly roared, and his face changed drastically. At this time, Feng Wuji smiled and said, if the prince wants to kill Chen Fan and wants to ignore the rules, then he will have to bear the price. He admired Chen Fan's courage to kill decisively. The temple Tianyuan also stared at all this indifferently, not caring about the prince's life and death at all. How dare you say such arrogant things in the video? Want to kill people directly, break the rules, and win the first place? This kind of behavior made him very unhappy. The same is true for the other marquises, and no one sympathizes with the prince. But at this moment, the words spoken by the Lord of the Star and Moon province made everyone's faces change drastically. The prince is the great-grandson of the ancestor of the Thunder Palace, and he is his direct descendant. Hearing these words, the most shocked thing was Feng Wuji. He knew how domineering and unruly the ancestor of the Thunder Palace was. It was a true immortal, possessing boundless power and standing at the top of power. And that immortal has always been protective of his shortcomings. If he knew that someone dared to kill his great-grandson, according to that person's personality, he would definitely retaliate wildly and not talk about any rules. Chen Fan, you can't kill the prince. This trial does not allow killing. Feng Wuji hurriedly passed through the transmission, wanting Chen Fan to let go of his murderous intentions. He cared more about Chen Fan, a genius, than about the prince's life. Once he kills the prince, that person will not let Chen Fan go. Chen Fan stopped. This person has a noble status, and he must not be touched, otherwise it will harm his family, and I am afraid no one can save you. The temple Tianyuan also transmitted the voice. However, he was also kind-hearted, and he didn't want Chen Fan, who had not yet grown up, to fall. Stop. The assessment competition does not allow you to kill each other. Stop it quickly, otherwise you will be in big trouble. Stop quickly, leave the prince's life. A strong man who was a marquis spoke, wanting to stop Chen Fan from continuing to kill, and even they rushed to the 9th level as soon as possible. This matter can still still be controlled, but the premise of all this is that Chen Fan cannot kill the prince. Otherwise, everything will be over, and it will cause truly unimaginable turmoil. Level 9. Chen Fan heard the scolding of many big people and their advice, and he was unmoved. If you don't kill the prince, there will be endless troubles. This kind of person dares to kill him unscrupulously. He must rely on his strong identity and background, thinking that others will not dare to kill him. But today, he is going to let the prince know that he has caused the end of someone who shouldn't have messed with him. Chen Fan, if you insist on going your own way, no one will really be able to protect you. The prince is the direct bloodline of the Thunder Palace, an immortal lord. If you dare to touch him, you will definitely be implicated by the 9 clans. The lord of the Star and Moon province, seeing that Chen Fan's murderous intent had not weakened at all, quickly sent a message to Chen Fan again, hoping that people would be merciful. Otherwise, he would definitely be blamed. The anger of an immortal, he could not bear it. The sword boy Wu Xin and Xian Yuan Honglang were a little surprised to learn that there was a terrifying immortal behind the prince. At the same time, they thought in their hearts that Chen Fan would never dare to make another move. What is the immortal? Especially the prince, who is still the direct blood of that kind of person. If the prince dies, it will really be turned upside down. In a single thought, I am afraid that everyone present will have to die. Every immortal possesses boundless power, and with a single glance, they can turn tens of thousands of fierce beasts into ashes, and can protect a large amount of territory of the human race. If the immortal is good, he can protect the 8 directions, and one person can resist tens of millions of fierce beasts, just like the Great Wall of Immortality. If immortality is evil, the Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea, thousands of living beings will be devastated, the bloody moon will appear on the horizon, and the earth for millions of miles will turn into scorched earth. The prince saw Chen Fan's eyes hesitating for a moment, and he said even more arrogantly at this moment, Chen Fan, if you kill me today, your parents will be implicated by you, and all your relatives will go to hell because of your stupid decision. Boom! Your only way to survive now is to kneel in front of me, kowtow to me and beg for mercy, and abolish all your own strength, and be a waste honestly. He believed that a commoner like Chen Fan would never dare to kill him again when he heard the name of the ancestor. At this moment, he was still in a state of relaxation physically and mentally, looking at the fist prince suspended in front of him, and he never moved forward at all. At this moment, Chen Fan did hesitate in his heart. The prince's backstage was indeed too strong. A character like an immortal, although he would also reach this level, it would take a long time. The most important thing is that it will harm his family, so he hesitates. No, even if he is a direct descendant of an immortal, he wants to kill me. Why can't I kill him? Moreover, he also wants me to self-destruct my strength so that I can no longer continue to practice martial arts and become stronger. And if I let the prince go, will he really let me and my family go? If practicing martial arts is so aggrieved, then why do you need to practice martial arts? Chen Fan's eyes lit up at this moment, and his heart became completely transparent. Practicing martial arts should not be fearful, even if the other party's backstage power is monstrous and terrifying. Prince, please die. On the other side, Chen Fan made up his mind that the stagnant fist seals would continue to erupt, penetrating the prince's head. Even if the immortal came in person today, he couldn't stop him from killing the prince. The prince saw that Chen Fan was merciless, and his face changed drastically at this moment, and fear appeared in his heart, and every pore of his body seemed to be about to explode. A hot air stream came. What was reflected in his eyes was the fist mark condensed by endless firelight. Chen Fan's terrifying fist seal erupted when he was about to kill the prince in one fell swoop. At this moment, the prince's body was filled with a terrifying spiritual power, and then the light shone brightly, which was an extremely dazzling divine light with an unparalleled power and a terrifying majesty. This kind of force forcibly formed a defense, wanting to resist Chen Fan's power. However, the terrifying nature of the martial eye defies most of the defenses, and it is on display at this moment. Even if there was a divine light to block it, the prince's head was still pierced by the fire attack, and the blood was evaporated at that moment, turning into white steam and dissipating. The domineering and invincible, which can be called the first peerless Tianjiao, died here. The Lord of the Star and Moon province watched this scene and found that he could not stop it, and at this moment he was slumped on the ground, his hands trembling. It's over. It's all over. The prince is dead, and it is about to cause a tsunami-like wave, and Chen Fan in front of him will never be able to leave this place alive, unless there is a big man who will do anything to protect him. But offending the immortals, there were not a few big people who would do this. The other town generals were silent, watching this scene happen. Their hearts were also full of powerlessness. Although the marquises rushed over, it was still too late. The prince is dead, and this national selection competition will set off a bloody storm. Originally, they all valued Chen Fan, believing that Chen Fan is now a veritable number one and has a bright future in the future. But now it's over, and whatever the future is, it's all a joke. Still, think about how to face the revenge of the immortals first. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion, seeing Chen Fan impulsively killing the prince, sighed heavily in his heart. Although he felt that Chen Fan did the right thing, the consequences were too serious. Level 9. After the death of the prince, Bailey Shan and Wu Xian were a little stunned and looked at Chen Fan dumbfounded, especially when they thought of the absurd idea that they had to accept Chen Fan as a follower at the beginning, they felt sick. This Chen Fan is simply a madman. Even the direct bloodline of immortals dares to kill. If there is such a follower, he will not cause trouble for himself and cause trouble to the sky. Even you will be implicated. At this time, the dazzling light transmitted a cold, majestic and inviolable voice. Bold, how dare you kill my great-grandson? In the endless divine light, a figure gradually emerged. When this figure was about to manifest, the surrounding peerless Tianjiao all found it difficult to stand, and they couldn't control themselves, bowing and worshipping. This is the power of the immortal's divine soul. At this moment, Feng Wuji and the others all rushed here. Even under this terrifying power, their bodies felt unable to move, and any power was suppressed. This is the immortal. The power possessed by immortals was unimaginable. Finally, the figure condensed. It was a tall and terrifying man. The man looked very young, looking a few years older than the prince, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes. There was also the coercion emanating from him, which directly swept the audience. The air around him was frozen and stopped flowing, and when he appeared, everything stood still, as if he had pressed the pause button on a movie. He seems to be a god, a great existence that no one can defeat. The immortal's soul descended. When the divine soul descended, everyone felt a sense of suffocation, and their hearts were beating violently. A fear spreads in the heart, and of course there is awe and adoration. Immortals, this is the ultimate goal of this peerless heavenly pride of theirs. An inexplicable force emanated from the immortal's body. Everything around him began to unlock, the air returned to flow, and everyone could move. Sure enough, it's him. The immortal one is the beginning. Temple Tianyuan said with a solemn expression. This is one of the strongest people in Thunder Palace, extremely domineering, and has been cultivating for a long time. Although they look young, they can't guess their real age. After all, when they were not yet born, this Taichu was already famous. As an immortal, he has a lifespan of thousands of years, and he can still maintain his appearance, always in a young state. The next moment, no one can imagine how powerful a strong person of this level is. At this moment, the terrifying coercion was all gathered on Chen Fan's body, obviously the immortal Taichu, specifically targeting Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan felt that there was a huge pressure on all sides, which made him feel breathless. It's like a person being put into a box. The small space is extremely uncomfortable. This terrifying sense of oppression even made Chen Fan almost kneel. If it weren't for the golden villain in his body, with the majesty of a god, forcibly resisting this kind of oppression of will, he might have coughed up blood in the next moment. The immortals were really too strong. Even if it was just an immortal divine soul power, it was still not something that the great grandmaster could resist. I'm afraid that even the king's powerhouse can't withstand this vast coercion of will. Immortal Taichu saw that Chen Fan did not kneel on the ground, and his face showed a hint of doubt. The coercion he unleashed, let alone a small grandmaster, even the higher level powerhouses had to kneel on the ground and kowtow to him. Even the mind will be imprisoned, filled with awe and fear of him. Under the immortal are ants. Becoming an immortal was a real qualitative change. Even if dozens of venerables were added together, they could not be his opponents. But Chen Fan in front of him was unmoved in the face of his coercion. This made him feel a little interested. His direct blood is dead, which is already an unchangeable fact. But there may be some kind of opportunity in this person in front of him that he doesn't know. The immortal Taichu once again released an even more terrifying coercion, spreading frantically towards Chen Fan. This power made Chen Fan can't help but take a few steps back. A vision appeared behind him, a round of sun rose, and the golden villain sat in the scorching sun, increasing Chen Fan's combat power while strengthening Chen Fan's coercion. But all this was not enough. The coercion of immortals could not be resisted by vision. The golden villain in Chen Fan's body emitted divine light, and the power of divinity spread out. The artistic conception field broke out, and under the superposition of these three forces, it completely broke free from the coercion of the immortals. No wonder you dare to kill my great-grandson. You have some skills, but you have to die today. The immortal Taichu had a young appearance, but his temperament was extraordinary. Even if it was just a divine soul power, standing in place attracted the attention of everyone around him. The terrifying aura emanating from his body made people can't help but worship on the ground and kowtow to him. Outside, if it weren't for Chen Fan's blessings with all kinds of powers, he would have fallen to his knees now, because the difference in strength was too great. What the immortal Taichu said was even more domineering. He didn't care at all. Chen Fan was the first place in this national selection competition. It seems that he can kill whoever he wants, completely as he pleases, ignoring the rules. So strong, so domineering immortal, it is like a god, so powerful that it makes people's hearts full of despair. But sooner or later, I will be promoted to an immortal, awakening more power in the sun god body, and then I will have a good battle with this immortal, and even trample him under my feet, but not now. Chen Fan is now full of all three forces, but he is also struggling to support them. After all, the gap between the realms was so great that even divinity could not make up for it. The people around him were even more surprised. One of the immortal's divine soul power was so terrifying. If his main body came, how terrifying it would be. Everyone is a little afraid to think about this kind of thing. Hiss! The immortal Taichu was no longer ready to say any nonsense to Chen Fan, only to see him stretch out a finger, ready to kill Chen Fan. In his eyes, Chen Fan is a tiny ant, and he can kill this person thousands of times with a single blow. Feng Wuji couldn't bear it anymore. This was the invincible Tianjiu he fancied. He would become a strong among the immortals in the future, and he would never be able to fall here easily. Lord Taichu, this is the place of the national selection competition, the place where our 10 great palaces screen Tianjiu, not your Thunder Palace. Even if you are an immortal, you have to abide by the rules. He also bit the bullet and said this. After all, the immortals were too powerful and could kill themselves in a single thought. But he believed that Taichu did not dare to do this. After all, he was a person from Tianyang Palace, and he still had a whole card on him. He really couldn't release the whole card, and he had to resist the immortal in front of him and save Chen Fan. Bold, even a small marquis dares to talk to me like this. The immortal Taichu, his voice was like heavenly might, pressing towards Feng Wuji. At this moment, Feng Wuji felt that the bones were ringing, even if he had spy on the realm of the king, but in front of the immortals, he was still vulnerable. That kind of terrifying coercion can tear apart all obstacles, and no one can stop it. Immortal Taichu, this national selection competition, I assessed with all my might, rushed to the 9th level. It was your great-grandson who first killed me, and killed me. Why can't I kill him? If you rely on your own strength to bully others and break the rules, aren't you afraid of being punished? Chen Fan saw that the big man who was helping him at this moment was also under the coercion of the immortals, so he spoke directly to divert the other party's attention. Immortal Taichu, hearing Chen Fan's words, suddenly laughed. In the face of absolute strength, all rules are jokes, and today this seat is the rule, you go to death. The immortal Taichu spoke more domineering than the prince, as if he was the supreme lord of heaven and earth. Any rule can be easily trampled on in front of him. This is the immortals, the true supreme powers of the human race. They don't care what others think, they are above the rules. I saw that his fingertips lit up, and there was a vast power condensed on it. Master, please take action. At this moment, Feng Wuji's face was pious, and he had to call out his master. His master is a top venerable. Maybe he can stop all this. This is also his last trump card. I saw that his body also burst out with a dazzling light at this moment. This light distorted the surrounding space, eventually forming a blurred figure. It can be seen that the figure is also a seemingly young man, like a star standing in the sky, exuding a terrifying coercion. Taichu, you have crossed the line. This sound was also like the power of heaven, shaking the sky and resisting the coercion released by the primordial beginning. Boom! The energy between the primordial fingers was also dissipating. The man standing in the sky like a star revealed his true face at this moment. This is a man who looks gentle and elegant, dressed in white, like a scholar. But the aura emanating from his body made people's souls tremble. Venerable Ningchuan, do you want to offend me for this matter? The immortal was high. He was not afraid of a venerable, even if the other party was the top venerable, but without breaking through to become an immortal, he would not pay attention to it. This is our 10 university palaces jointly preparing to screen out the immortal seeds. You break the rules like this, it is equivalent to offending other academies. Do you want to be embattled? Ningchuan said calmly. It seemed that he had no intention of doing anything, and wanted to persuade Taichu. Ha ha ha. Taichu laughed and said, it's just a small immortal seed. Even if I kill him, who dares to trouble me? He was unscrupulous and didn't care what the rest of the university palace thought. As a powerful immortal, he traversed the world, bathed in the blood of countless beasts, and carried a shocking murderous aura and domineering aura on his body. Moreover, he is not afraid of others getting into trouble with him at all. This is the advantage of being strong. As long as it is strong to a certain extent, it doesn't matter what others think, it is the rule itself. Every word you say represents the truth. Ningchuan, I'll kill this stinky boy in front of you. I'll see how you can stop me. No! In an instant, terrifying energy emerged from his palm and slapped it directly towards Chen Fan. I saw a flash of light, and the invincible divine power of the immortals was vividly displayed by him. His casual move was like the sky collapsing. The sky exploded, and in an instant, the airflow surged, and this area seemed to be completely destroyed. Broken! However, under this terrifying power, Ningchuan just stretched out a finger and pointed towards the void. I saw countless stars appear behind him, which glowed at the same time, and finally the power converged between his fingers. A pure white light pierced the sky, forcibly breaking the immortal's primordial palm print, turning its power into nothingness. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise, even Feng Wuji. His eyes were full of shock. The only way to easily break an immortal was a powerful immortal, which means that his master was likely to have broken through. This made him extremely excited. The immortal's apprentices and the venerable's apprentices were treated very differently. Unexpectedly, you have also stepped into this realm. Immortal Taichu, a trace of shock flashed across his face. Obviously he was also surprised. There were quite a few of the top venerables in each university palace, but the number of immortals was extremely rare. Being able to become immortal means that the other party is qualified to chat on an equal footing. In the beginning, don't think that if you are immortal, you will be invincible in the world. Chen Fan, I will be invincible. Immortal Ningchuan, at this moment, had a hint of domineering in his elegance, as if he was informing the other party. As an immortal, how How much weaker is whom? Although the immortal Taichu was an old immortal, now he had condensed his divinity and was not afraid of this kind of old immortal. Once you do it, it will definitely turn upside down. But who wins and who loses, this is not necessarily. Okay, since you want to protect him, then I'll give you this face. But you have to remember, you can keep him for a while, but you can't keep him for a lifetime. He killed my great-grandson, and I will avenge this revenge sooner or later. Immortal Taichu did not continue to do it, but said some harsh words. There were other immortals, and it was indeed not that easy to kill Chen Fan. More importantly, it is also necessary to consider the cost of offending an immortal. Taichu, today's matter is over. I probably understand what happened. It was your great-grandson. He wanted to break the rules, so he was killed. This is the path he took himself. It is the way to die. If you let the younger generation take action, I won't care about this matter. If you want to continue to rely on the old and sell the old, then we might as well have a fight. Although Ning Chuan looked gentle and elegant, he was also extremely strong, and he was not afraid of triggering the immortal war at all. The strong people who reach this level are all people with invincible hearts, with thousands of years of life, and even if their souls are immortal and their divinity is not extinguished, they can be reborn with blood. Immortal Taichu felt Ning Chuan's determination, but there was not much fluctuation in his heart. As an old immortal, he was even about to condense a divine being. He was naturally not afraid of Ning Chuan. If there were enough interest disputes, the immortal war was also possible. But just for a little Chen Fan, he felt that there was no need for this at all, offending a powerful immortal. But his great-grandson can't die like this. This is his great-grandson who values him the most, and he can become one of his 9 major dharma bodies, but now he has to find someone to cultivate him separately. That's right, he practiced a special martial art, which was found out from ancient ruins. It is necessary to refine the 9 dharma bodies, and the cultivation of these people must be cultivated to the realm of the venerable. To put it simply, when the person he likes cultivates to the venerable, he will directly take the house, or take the house in advance and use the other person's body to cultivate to the venerable. As long as the 9 dharma bodies are unified, they are qualified to impact the realm of demigods. However, the martial art he practiced did not tell others, because this martial art was considered an evil martial art, and he might even be punished to a certain extent for it. But he didn't care, for his own strength, even if he sacrificed some tianjiao. It is their honor that those people can become his dharma body. As for the prince's life, he didn't care much, and what he valued more was that after the prince cultivated to the realm of the venerable, he could become one of his most perfect dharma bodies. What if it is your own direct bloodline? On the road of martial arts, it is destined to be lonely. His strength alone can make the entire Tai family extremely prosperous. What is it to sacrifice a few peerless tianjiao? But now Chen Fan ruins his good deeds, and he has to pay with his life. Ning Chuan, I can guarantee that I will not personally take action against Chen Fan in the future. The immortal primordial stood tall in the sky, with his hands on his back. His eyes were brighter than the stars in the sky, and the coercion emanating from his body made people bow and worship. However, he has to withstand my trick today. If he can't bear it, then he deserves to die. Immortal Taichu's gaze looked at Chen Fan, and a strong fluctuation came, and his gaze contained the power to take the soul. Immediately afterwards, his divine soul power turned into a ray of light and disappeared in place, rushing directly into Chen Fan's sea of consciousness. Jinling. He wanted to forcibly take Chen Fan. Anyway, as long as he devoured Chen Fan's memory, he could also imitate everything about Chen Fan. He was the new Chen Fan. Immortal Ning Chuan wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Even if he wanted to capture the other party's divine soul, it was still one step too late. The primordial divine soul has rushed into Chen Fan's sea of consciousness. At this moment, in the sea of consciousness, the immortal Taichu still had a high-ranking expression, looking for Chen Fan's soul. As an immortal, a wisp of divine soul itself has invincible power. No matter how powerful Chen Fan is, he will undoubtedly die, and he is destined to be taken away by him today. Let me find out. Where is your weak soul? Taichu's eyes scanned in all directions, wanting to find Chen Fan's soul and devour it. Fengwuji, they watched this scene happen, their hearts full of grievances. The immortal Taichu was really a bit unreasonable, and he directly invaded Chen Fan's sea of consciousness with the power of his divine soul. Was this trying to replace it? It really ruined an invincible Tianjiao. The other marquee powerhouses also felt regretful. Offending an immortal, even if there is another immortal to protect him, he still can't escape death. I told him not to kill the prince, but he didn't listen to the persuasion, and now it's good. It's too late to regret. On the other side, it's really a pity. He has such talent. Most people think that Chen Fan is too impulsive, and he can be calm for a while, so why should he kill the other party? And at this moment, the temple Tianyuan didn't have much waves in his eyes, but a calm, even thoughtful expression. The power of the divine soul has invaded Chen Fan's sea of consciousness, and I can't save him. As strong as Ningchuan, he also felt a sense of powerlessness. In the sea of human consciousness, it is the most fragile place of people's spiritual power. If he forcibly enters and fights with the primordial being, I am afraid that Chen Fan will also become demented and his soul will be shattered. Lord Ningchuan, maybe it was a wrong decision for Lord Taichu to enter Chen Fan's sea of consciousness. Temple Tianyuan suddenly said such a sentence, causing a trace of doubt in immortal Ning Chuan's eyes. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Chen Fan now has divinity. Feng Wuji also thought at this moment that the kind of power that Chen Fan awakened, the soul power, would be extremely terrifying, especially in the sea of consciousness. He was really not afraid of the power of the immortal souls. Immortal Ning Chuan showed an expression of disbelief at this moment. The realm of the great grandmaster awakens divinity, which is really a bit terrifying, and can even be said to be unbelievable. Impossible. Normally, even if it is a good talent, it is impossible for the realm of a great grandmaster to awaken that kind of power. Unless Chen Fan is the reincarnation of a certain demigod? Immortal Ning Chuan thought of this possibility. Others don't understand demigods, but he does. That is the realm of immortal apex. It also has all kinds of incredible abilities, such as reincarnation. As long as a little divinity remains, you can reincarnate and cultivate and return to the top. Meanwhile, however, this is only a demigod's ability. However, this guess is not necessarily correct, because in the past 1,000 years, there has been no news of the fall of a demigod. So divinity, how was Chen Fan, a great master, born? Could it be that it is a fragment of divinity that devours, thus giving birth to divinity itself? Even Ning Chuan was in deep thought at the moment. He was no longer worried about Chen Fan's safety. In front of divinity, the power of the divine soul could not be overturned. Especially entering the other party's sea of consciousness, this is simply sending experience to the other party, and this wisp of divine soul power in the primordial is destined to be lost. No, the sea. What a big hand. It is extremely wide, a space where people's consciousness is concentrated, and it is also the place where the soul is. At a glance, it was hazy, and it was impossible to find out where Chen Fan's soul was. But the immortal was not in a hurry at the beginning, but was slowly exploring. His divine soul entered this place. Chen Fan was already mortal, and he wanted to become his new dharma body. He walked deeper into the sea of consciousness, and soon he saw bursts of golden light shining. This made him show a hint of doubt. It is impossible for a normal person's soul to emit light. It can be said to be translucent in shape. Even his soul had no color. With doubts, his eyes stared ahead, clearly seeing the figure emitting golden light. It was a golden little man, sitting there calmly, the golden light emanating from his body shining on this sea of consciousness. But at this moment, immortal Taichu felt a chill all over his body, and he had already regretted coming to this sea of consciousness. Divinity? How can a great grandmaster have divinity? The immortal Taichu was shocked beyond words at this moment, and even felt that he had seen it wrong. But the power emanating from the golden villain is indeed the power of divinity, referred to as divine power. There is an essential gap between divinity and divine soul, which can be seen at a glance. Taichu, didn't you want my life? Come here. The golden villain spoke, with a terrible sense of oppression, pressed towards Taichu. In the beginning, he could call the wind and rain outside, and in his gestures, he had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. But in the sea of consciousness, his power was suppressed. Unexpectedly, you are the reincarnation of a demigod. No wonder you dare to kill my great-grandson unscrupulously. At this moment, the immortal Taichu suddenly calmed down, as if he had figured everything out. Only a demigod can give birth to divinity when he is a grandmaster. No, it should not be called birth, but it has divinity in itself. If the demigod is reincarnated, then everything makes sense. No wonder Chen Fan in front of him is so bold. Chen Fan didn't want to talk too much nonsense to the immortal Taichu at this moment. He felt that he was in a state of invincibility in the sea of consciousness, and he had infinite power all over his body. Boom! I saw him raise his hand and grab it forward. That area was directly imprisoned. His palm, with the power of the magnificent shore, was enough to forcibly crush the immortal's primordial divine soul power. Chen Fan, I remember you. Immortal Taichu, knowing that struggling was of no use, watched Chen Fan's palm quickly approach, directly crushing his divine soul. His soul was defeated by this terrifying power, turning into starlight and dissipating. But Chen Fan instinctively opened his mouth and began to absorb the power of these divine souls. After absorbing it, he could feel that the power of his divinity was constantly getting stronger and stronger, and the golden villain emitted a brighter light. Surrounding light, darkness, and destruction, the power of the three artistic conceptions is flowing. Thunder Palace. It was built in midair, and it seemed to use the power of some kind of formation to keep thousands of buildings in a place shrouded in clouds and mist. From a distance, it looks like a fairyland. And deep in the Thunder Palace, there was a huge thunder pool. The thunder pool covered an area of hundreds of acres, and it was densely packed with violent thunder. And sitting here was a young-looking man, with deep eyes and an invincible aura on his body, as if he could intimidate the sky. This person is the immortal primordial being. A trace of the power of his divine soul shattered, and he opened his eyes at this moment, but his eyes were full of excitement. He could feel the last trace of feedback from the power of the divine soul, so he knew what was going on there. It's actually the reincarnation of a demigod. It's so interesting. When he cultivates to the venerable realm, he will definitely become one of my strongest legal bodies, enough for me to impact the demigod realm. He was extremely excited at the moment, and he didn't plan to go to Chen Fan's trouble in person now. The strongest legal body of demigod reincarnation, where can I find it? Even Chen Fan had strong divine power, but he had spiritual weapons to restrain divinity. So the faster Chen Fan practices now, the happier he is, all because he made a wedding dress for him in the future. Come on, pass on the decree of this seat. The younger generation of the Fan Tai family is arrogant, and kill all Chen Fan when he encounters it. His voice was like thunder shaking, spreading throughout the area occupied by the Thunder Palace Taijia. Subsequently, Chen Fan's appearance was displayed on the screen, as well as his current cultivation level, as well as his combat power so far, all of which were transferred out. Of course, the reason why he did this was not to really want them to kill Chen Fan, because those younger generations couldn't do it. A reincarnated demigod cannot easily fall into the hands of the younger generation. He did this just to make Chen Fan feel the pressure, grow faster, and cultivate to the venerable realm as soon as possible. At that time, he will personally take action, erase the other party's divinity, and take it away. Chen Fan had completely devoured a trace of the power of the divine soul in the beginning, and his spiritual power had directly skyrocketed several times at this moment. In the surrounding area of 10,000 meters, he could easily perceive everything. Ugh! His spiritual power has increased several times, and he feels that his divinity is even stronger. Now in the field of spiritual power, even if he encounters a king, I am afraid he will not be able to use spiritual power attacks to wipe him out. Taichu, you really have a way to die. Chen Fan's eyes showed a chill. Just destroying a trace of the other party's soul is not enough at all. When he becomes an immortal, he must find the Taichu liquidation. This account is not over yet. After all, he had never been so aggrieved, being treated like an ant by an immortal, and even if it weren't for his awakened divinity, he might have been forcibly taken away. Thinking of this, he even felt chills all over his body. So isn't this life in vain? On the other side, I have to become stronger, so powerful that no one can control my fate. Chen Fan secretly made up his mind that he would never want to suffer such a crisis again. If it weren't for the immortals appearing to protect him this time, forcing Taichu to enter his sea of consciousness, he was afraid that his physical body would also be crushed and turned into ashes and disappeared. This sense of powerlessness he never wanted to have a next time. Chen Fan. Suddenly, a voice came from Chen Fan's ears. It was the immortal Ning Chuan, who looked gentle and elegant, like a scholar. Thank you, Lord Immortal, for saving me. Chen Fan bowed his hands in thanks. Immortal Ning Chuan said with a smile, it seems that you have successfully devoured a trace of the power of the divine soul of the primordial beginning. It seems that your divinity is stronger than I imagined. Dare to ask Lord Immortal, what is the use of divinity? Chen Fan wanted to thoroughly understand this power. Ning Chuan was not surprised to see Chen Fan's puzzled expression, but said, divinity, which can greatly improve spiritual power, can ignore general spiritual attacks. Generally, only after stepping into immortals can one be qualified to comprehend, but not all immortals can comprehend it. Once you succeed in comprehension, you will be qualified to set foot in the realm of demigods. Divinity is a necessary condition for demigods, but such a realm is still far away from you. You don't need to think too much, just practice well now. You have divinity now, and if you grow up all the way, sooner or later you will become a demigod. He was full of expectations for Chen Fan, knowing that sooner or later Chen Fan would reach the immortal realm, and even surpass him and reach the demigod realm. He didn't know whether Chen Fan was the reincarnation of a demigod, or if he absorbed the divine fragments by chance and realized the divinity. But all this is not important. In the future, the human race will produce another powerful demigod, which is a good thing for the entire human race. Chen Fan thanked him. Now the doubts in his heart were completely dispelled. It turned out that divinity was so important. No wonder he always felt that the power of divinity was a little beyond the standard in his realm. Chen Fan, this assessment is over. Have you thought about which academy to join? Ning Chuan asked suddenly. This time Chen Fan is the first place, and he can choose one of the 10 palaces at will. Of course, he hoped that Chen Fan would join Tianyang Palace in his heart, and he was very optimistic about Chen Fan, who was destined to become a peerless powerhouse in the future. When Chen Fan heard the other party's words, he probably knew what Ning Chuan was thinking. However, he was not disgusted. Ning Chuan was the one who saved him after all, and he did not hesitate to be an enemy of an immortal, and it was worth joining such an academy. Dare to ask Lord Ning Chuan, which academy does it belong to? Chen Fan asked directly. Tianyang Palace. Ning Chuan said. Then I've thought about it, let's choose Tianyang Palace. Chen Fan didn't want to consider other academies. An immortal took an interest in him and invited him to join. Such an opportunity was not available to everyone. Okay, when you arrive at Tianyang Palace in the future, you can come to me directly. Immortal Ning Chuan turned into a light and disappeared. Feng Wuji saw Master leaving and said, send Master off. Then, he came to Chen Fan and said, Chen Fan, you performed really well this time. I am also a person from Tianyang Palace. If you encounter difficulties in the future, you can come to me. He now regards Chen Fan as his junior brother. Looking at the appearance of the master, he also moved the idea of accepting disciples, and when Chen Fan entered the Tianyang Palace, he was afraid that he would be accepted by the master as a personal disciple and ascend to heaven directly. After all, not every immortal seed will be accepted by the immortals as a personal heir. The temple Tianyuan sighed slightly, Knowing that his temple was hopeless, the immortal personally opened his mouth to ask Chen Fan and directly appeared to protect Chen Fan. Therefore, Chen Fan, the invincible Tianzhou in the national selection competition, is destined to join Tianyang Palace. By the way, this national selection competition should also be announced. Feng Wuji, as one of the general managers, announced the end of the game. Everyone had no opinion and nodded in agreement. Everyone began to walk outside towards the square. The big screen in the square is now lining up the top 30 in order. There is naturally no surprise in the first place, and Chen Fan deserves it. Number 2, unintentional. Number 3, Bailey Shang. Number 4, Twilight Cloud returns. The following rankings have also been manifested in turn, but the most dazzling is the first place after all. The next moment. Only the first can be remembered by others. At this moment, in the square, there is an audience seat. Chen Fan is sitting here, ready to go on stage to receive the award later. Next to him, there was a group of people. The closest to him was the Jiangnan Mansion Lord, and Murong Xingchen and Xian Yuanhui were also followed by him. Especially Murong Xingchen and Xian Yuanhui. When they learned that Chen Fan was the first place, they couldn't say a word of surprise. The eyes that looked at Chen Fan were full of admiration. In particular, the scene where Chen Fan forcibly killed the prince on the screen made them all feel their blood boiling. As a young Tianzhou, he should be happy with revenge. If the other party has murderous intent and he still cowers, wouldn't it be in vain to live this life? However, later, the screen suddenly went black, as if it had been forcibly destroyed by some powerful force. Until the Jiangnan Mansion Lord told them that an immortal was coming, they were shocked. After all, such a strong man is too far away from them. Every immortal is terrifying. In the national selection competition, although it is said that 30 immortal seeds will be selected, I am afraid that there will be only 2 at most who can become immortals. The rest had little hope. After all, the resources of the human race are not endless, and they will only pour more resources into stronger immortal seeds. Therefore, immortals are difficult to be born. However, the Jiangnan Mansion Lord didn't specifically say what happened. After all, the immortals made a move, and this matter couldn't be easily spread. Otherwise he, the Jiangnan Mansion Lord, would probably have to do it. If someone else spreads it, it has nothing to do with him. However, the Jiangnan Mansion Lord was still very excited in his heart. Chen Fan won the first place, and the large amount of cultivation resources he obtained were qualified to impact the realm of marquises. Wow! The stronger the strength, the more voice you can get. And with more resources, they will definitely give birth to a steady stream of Tianzhou after Jiangnan Mansion, and even give birth to peerless Tianzhou. But like Chen Fan, he didn't dare to ask for extravagance. This kind of person who was originally a miracle, Jiangnan Mansion can give birth to one. It is already considered to be burning incense. Chen Fan, it is a good thing that you can be valued by Lord Immortal, and the academy you joined is also the top 3 academies among the 10 great palaces, which is an extremely correct decision. Jiangnan Mansion Lord said with a smile. The world only knows the 10 palaces, but they don't know what the ranking of the 10 palaces is. Lord, is the Thunder Palace very strong among the 10 university palaces? Chen Fan asked. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion explained, the 10 great palaces, there is the Sea God Palace, built on the seashore to suppress the beasts under the sea. There is the Tianyin Palace, which has cultivated countless strong people and went to the front line to suppress the beasts. Thunder Palace, good at cultivating thunder martial arts, ranks 3rd among the 10 university palaces, naturally relatively strong, and Tianyang Palace ranks 2nd in the academy. Meanwhile, office. As for the most powerful academy is Tiandu Palace, it is the one that has given birth to the most immortal powerhouses. The temple, the reincarnation palace, the mythological palace, the legendary palace, the fire palace, these are the complete 10 great palaces, each of which has a long history, cultivated a large number of powerful warriors, suppressed fierce beasts, and made great contributions to mankind. Chen Fan showed a clear look after hearing this. Tianyang Palace ranks 2nd not badly, although it was not the first, but he didn't care, as long as he had enough cultivation resources. Chen Fan, but after you enter the 10 great palaces, you must not offend people easily. The Jiangnan Mansion Lord suddenly admonished with a serious face. The Tianyang Palace you joined, in fact, is not much worse than the Tiandu Palace. There are countless peerless Tianzhou in it, and even they can directly join the 10 University Palace without going through any assessment. Although you are invincible here, after joining the 10 great palaces, I am afraid it will be different. This is completely unreasonable. When the Jiangnan Mansion Lord said this, his heart was also full of powerlessness. Chen Fan's talent should be the top talent of the god level, and it can even be said that it is rare in 1,000 years. But that's only for them. Those truly powerful and invincible families, the top talents of the god level, are not few. But he didn't know much about it. After all, he didn't have the qualifications to contact those people in the first place. But he also found out that those truly powerful and invincible families did not live in the 36 provinces, but in special areas. It is said that kind of area was built by real gods, and the cultivation in it was twice the result with half the effort. And some heavenly arrogance can awaken the power of the elements when they are born, and they don't have to wait until they are 18 years old. However, those Those people are generally the descendants of the gods, and he is not qualified to touch them, but he has only heard of them. After you enter the 10 great palaces, you may encounter the geniuses of the immortal family, or you may meet the parents and children of the gods. The backgrounds of those people are very terrifying, especially the people of the god family. They will be robbed by the people of the 10 great palaces every year, and they don't need to go through many assessments like you. Although the prince is dazzling in the national selection competition, he can only be regarded as the most ordinary compared to the people of the real god family. The words of the Jiangnan Mansion Lord seem to open the door to a new world for Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, above immortality, in addition to the realm of demigods, there is also the realm of gods. The gods can also create their own areas in a space and provide them to their descendants to cultivate, which is really incredible. Morong Xingchen and Shen Yuanhui were both stunned when they heard it. They had not joined the 10 University Palace, and they didn't know these things at all. Now that I think about it, it's really a bit scary, like this peerless pride in the national selection competition. When it comes to the 10 University Palace, it directly becomes obscure to everyone. So how terrifying will the peerless Tianjiu of those god families be? Once you become a god, you will directly bless all generations. I know. Chen Fan nodded, but there was some excitement in his eyes. It was interesting to be able to meet the peerless Tianjiu of the god family. Even if the other party was young, it was very likely that he would cultivate to an incredible realm, but he didn't care. He was confident that his sun god body was not afraid of any peerless heavenly pride, and sooner or later he would surpass them. The strength of those people is only because they inherit the power of the god's bloodline, and he is destined to become the first god. Now, what he wants to do is to receive rewards and become stronger quickly. Thinking of this, Chen Fan slowly closed his eyes, leisurely basking in the sun and listening to the sound of increased energy in his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully won the National Selection Championship, awakened the second stage of the Sun God body vision, and obtained double the energy. A pleasant prompt sounded in Chen Fan's body. At this moment, behind Chen Fan, a round of scorching sun began to faintly emerge. This round of scorching sun is lifelike and exudes amazing heat. The surrounding air began to twist silently, and even the ground began to shake slightly. On top of this round of scorching sun, there was also a golden little man sitting on a seat, and the aura emanating from his body gave people an indescribable sense of suffocation. It was like a real god descending into the world, and the heaviness and oppression made everyone around him feel unable to breathe. Solar God Body Vision, Phase 230 times the coercion. The combat power is permanently increased by 100%, and 3 rays of Sun True Fire can be summoned every month, tempering the body and increasing combat power. When the vision appeared, the Jiangnan Mansion Lord and the others quickly retreated and did not dare to approach this place at all. There was a shocked expression in his eyes, especially the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion, because he had felt this kind of aura, but he was in Jiangnan Mansion at the time, and he thought it was an illusion. And now Chen Fan exudes an aura, especially like those gods and heirs, and the coercion is really too terrifying, like a young god standing in the world. It seems that with every gesture, he can set off an infinite tsunami, set off a terrifying hurricane, destroy everything, and dare to stand in his way. The energy of basking in the sun increased sharply, and at this moment, Chen Fan's body also had an option to improve. Wow! Chen Fan did not hesitate to make a decision, and naturally stepped into the 8th level of the Great Grandmaster. When he stepped into this realm, the combat power in his body skyrocketed in an instant, and his combat power increased by tens of millions in an instant, reached a base combat power of 75 million. If you cooperate with the vision, the combat power will double and become more terrifying. You must know that this is still without using any martial arts. Once you use martial arts such as the Sun God Fist, it will be even more terrifying. Chen Fan was very happy with this reward, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for starting a new mission to kill the immortal Taichu who strayed into the wrong path. After completing the task, you will receive rewards, double the amount of solar energy, awaken the 3rd stage of the Solar God Body Vision, and awaken the realm of the gods. The prompts in his body sounded one after another, and Chen Fan became even more determined to kill Taichu. In the beginning, you actually walked into the evil path. Damn it! Boom! Chen Fan's eyes exuded fire, that terrifying fire. It seemed that it could burn all objects in the world. At this moment, Chen Fan cooperated with the vision behind him. It was simply terrifying, and even the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion naturally had a sense of awe in his heart. Just when Chen Fan was giving out a vision, he directly alarmed the Marquis. Among them, the person who pays the most attention here is naturally Feng Wuji. His eyes were looking in the direction of Chen Fan, feeling the blazing sun, and there was a shocked expression in his eyes. Originally, Chen Fan's vision of awakening had not yet reached this stage, although it was terrifying, but it was still within the scope of human understanding. But now, Feng Wuji's whole body was stunned, and his mouth was slightly open, as if he could stuff an egg into it. The surrounding Marquis and strong people were similar, and there were turbulent waves in their hearts, and this shock was even difficult to describe in words. This is a vision of God. What a terrifying coercion. It's clearly just a great master, and the coercion is not much weaker than ours. I'm afraid his vision has awakened to the 2nd stage. age, that is the power that only a demigod can awaken. Is this person the reincarnation of a demigod? Even the strong people who were in theft encountered something incomprehensible to them. Boom! The only possibility is that Chen Fan is really the reincarnation of a demigod, so it is so terrifying. Temple Tianyuan carefully felt the power of Chen Fan's vision. He was different from the guess of others. He felt that the real reincarnation of a demigod should not awaken so late. If Chen Fan is really like this, at his current age, I am afraid that he is cultivated to the point of being crown king, and it is even very likely that he is a venerable demigod. Reincarnation will break the rules. Just like those god bloodlines, as soon as they are born, they will awaken the power of the elements, and they can even practice directly. And the reincarnation of demigods, they can choose by themselves. They generally choose a big family, not a commoner. After all, they want to return to the top as quickly as possible, not slow cultivation. But it cannot be ruled out that this demigod reincarnation wants to hide. But he always felt that all this didn't make sense, and it was entirely due to his sixth sense. But all this has nothing to do with him. Chen Fan did not join the temple, chose to join Tianyang Palace, and he didn't need to worry too much about Chen Fan's safety. This kind of troublesome thing should be left to Feng Wuji. Jiangnan Prefecture. Morong family. In a room, Morong Yunhai returned to this place, but his mood at the moment was different. Because he has now successfully broken through to become a town general, he is not afraid of the Jiangnan mansion lord at all. At this moment, when he returned to this place, the people of the Morong family came out early to greet him, and even the head of the Morong family smiled at him when they saw him, and even had a hint of respect in their eyes. This is the benefit of breaking through the town. Once this realm is broken, identity and status will usher in qualitative changes. In the past, he was only the second in command of the Morong family, and everything had to look at the face of the head of the Morong family. But now it is different, and the status is reversed. He looked at the people of the Morong family lined up in 2 rows, and greeted him with a great pomp, and a sense of confidence arose in his heart. He has always been overwhelmed by the head of the family, but now he can let these people obediently come to greet him, and only he knows this feeling. However, he came over this time, and there was something more important, that is, to solve Chen Fan's revenge for killing his son. This is a hatred that is unparalleled. He only has that son. Chen Fan killed Morong too, which is equivalent to making him the last one. No, he didn't want to continue to have children, but because he resisted the beast at the beginning, he left it trauma, so he could no longer have children. Is that stinky boy Chen Fan back? Morong Yunhai found a leather sofa, sat on it, and then asked the Morong family head opposite coldly. I'm still participating in the national trials, but it's only been a couple of days since I came back. The Morong family head replied respectfully. Morong Yunhai's eyes surged with cold light, and he said, then let's arrest his family first. I have lost my loved ones, and I want him to experience this feeling. The head of the Morong family showed a hesitant expression on his face. When the Jiangnan mansion lord left, he repeatedly warned him that he must not touch Chen Fan's family, otherwise the entire Morong family would collapse. He really didn't dare to offend such a person, so he hesitated in his heart. What? Can't do this little thing? Morong Yunhai had a murderous intent, and it seemed that as long as the head of the Morong family dared to say a word of refusal, he would turn into a corpse on the spot. I'll do it now. The head of the Morong family nodded helplessly. Morong Yunhai in front of him climbed up to the Morong lord's house in Kyoto, and climbed up to a certain big man inside. It is said that the younger brother of the big man, because of his amazing talent, was ranked first in the 10 university palaces, and personally sent someone to accept him as a disciple, and he was directly a disciple. Such people are not something they can offend. If he dared to refuse, Morong Yunhai would probably really kill him. Even the ancestors of Morong branch now would probably not offend Morong Yunhai because of him. The head of the Morong family reluctantly withdrew, preparing to arrange for someone to arrest Chen Fan's parents. But before doing this, he hesitated for a moment, and was still ready to make a phone call to the lord of Jiangnan mansion in person. Morong Yunhai can't afford to offend, and he can't afford to offend the Jiangnan mansion lord. Whether he offends any of these 2 people, he will definitely die. It was really difficult to survive in the cracks, and in his heart, he now also had a great desire to break through the realm of the town general. Rumble. Weakness is the original sin. The head of the Morong family came to an uninhabited corner and dialed the phone on his mobile phone. In the square, the Jiangnan mansion lord was in shock when suddenly his mobile phone rang. He picked up his mobile phone and answered the phone, and said absent-mindedly, Morong Yuan, what do you have to do with me? Lord, Morong Yunhai is back. He has broken through the town general, and there is a backer behind him, and now he wants to command me to attack Chen Fan's family. Morong Yuan, the head of the Morong family, is a long story short. Hearing these words, the Jiangnan mansion lord almost couldn't even hold his mobile phone steadily, and quickly said, at all costs, protect Chen Fan's family. You drag Morong Yunhai for me. If Chen Fan's family is hurt in any way, your Morong family doesn't want to gain a foothold in Jiangnan mansion. It may even be destroyed because of this. Morong Yuan heard the words on the other end of the phone. His face was a little ugly, and he listened to the tone of the Morong mansion, as if Chen Fan had something great and achieved the same. Dare to ask, Chen Fan, did he get any good ranking in the the national selection this time? Morong Yuan asked tentatively. He didn't pay much attention to the national trials because he saw that his son was eliminated and he didn't bother to watch the rest of the game. Chen Fan is the first in this year's national selection competition and has been valued by an immortal. As long as he joins the 10 great palaces, he is likely to be accepted as a personal disciple by the immortals. If you move his family now, the entire Morong family will have to be buried with you. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion said these words seriously. This made Morong Yuan on the other end of the phone shudder, and even the whole person was a little frightened. Chen Fan was able to get such a terrifying ranking? That is a place where Tianjiao is like a cloud. Those peerless Tianjiao, they are all half-step town generals, each of them is stronger than him, and the result is that Chen Fan won the first place? Doesn't it mean that Chen Fan may have broken through the town general? Thinking of this, he directly made up his mind to guarantee, "Don't worry, Lord, before you come back, I will definitely ensure the safety of Chen Fan's family, at all costs." Morong Yunhai, although he can't afford to offend, but he can still hold it back. When Chen Fan returns and personally kills Morong Yunhai, then this matter can also come to an end. Boom! The Jiangnan Mansion Lord hung up the phone, then looked at Chen Fan in front of him, restrained the vision on his body, and the terrible coercion on his body dissipated. He was about to step forward and tell Chen Fan about this, but at this time, Feng Wuji took the lead in coming to Chen Fan and said, "Chen Fan, it seems that you have made another breakthrough, and I will award you the reward for the first place now." I saw a flash of light in his hand, and a large number of rewards suddenly appeared in a storage ring. "In view of your excellent performance this time, I specially reward you with an extra S-level martial art. This breathing technique is my personal reward." Feng Wuji handed over the two martial arts to Chen Fan's hands. The name of the breathing method is called the wind breathing method. The other martial art is called Hurricane Fist, which is a low-grade martial arts. However, Chen Fan is very interested in the breathing method, but Chen Fan is not very interested in another Hurricane Fist. Of course, there are more other rewards for the first place, such as the essence and blood of the 8th level Fierce Beast, and even the Fierce Beast Crystal, as well as some elixir rewards, and most importantly, it is also rewarded with 10,000 merit points. You have to keep this token. These merit points are extremely precious. You will know when you join Tianyang Palace, and you can use merit points to exchange for the martial arts and cultivation resources you want. Feng Wuji instructed. Chen Fan took these things and nodded slightly. With these cultivation resources, maybe he can try to break through the town general. Since you have chosen to join Tianyang Palace, you can report in 2 months, and I will pick you up in person when the time comes. Office. Feng Wuji said with a smile, obviously treating Chen Fan as his own. Chen Fan could feel the kindness. At this moment, the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion interrupted the conversation between the two. "Chen Fan, something big has happened. Morong Yunhai has broken through the town general, and now I want to deal with your family. I have now sent Morong Yuan, the head of the Morong family, to delay time as much as possible. We have to go back quickly." The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion knew that Chen Fan was a person who valued love and righteousness, and if his close relatives encountered danger, he would definitely rush back as soon as possible. A terrifying aura erupted from Chen Fan's body, an amazing coercion filled the audience. The vision just now resurfaced, the surrounding temperature rose sharply, and even the ground had a tendency to melt. Family is his reverse scale. Morong Yunhai is a member of the Morong family when he hears it. Combined with the people who have a grudge against him recently, I am afraid that Morong Yunhai is Morong 2's relatives or something. It's okay for this person to come to him for revenge, but if he dares to touch his parents, he wants Morong Yunhai to die. How long will it take us to rush back now? Chen Fan asked anxiously. Jiangnan Mansion Lord said, "You need to transfer stations, and it will take a day at the fastest." This made Chen Fan frown, feeling that it was too slow, and he now wanted to go back immediately. When Feng Wuji heard this, he said, "I can send a private jet to take you back, and it will probably be enough to spend 3 hours back to Jiangnan Prefecture." His private jet is generally not for other people, but Chen Fan is different. He is the person his master values. "Then thank you." Chen Fan bowed his hands in thanks. "It's a small matter, let's go back quickly." Feng Wuji nodded. A small town general dares to touch Chen Fan's family casually. This kind of person is really looking for death. Then Feng Wuji took Chen Fan and the others to a private airport, and then watched Chen Fan and the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion get on the plane and leave. The plane whistled and headed into the distance. And Chen Fan, who was sitting in the helicopter at the moment, was no longer in the mood to refine cultivation resources. "I want to go back now. I don't want to delay the slightest time." "Lord, who is Morong Yunhai and Morong 2? Chen Fan asked. Jiangnan Mansion Lord said, "It's his father. When you killed Morong 2, I also warned him not to attack you, nor to your family. But recently he broke through to become a town general, and it is said that he still has a backer, so he wants to take revenge on you." When Chen Fan heard these words, his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Family is his bottom line. If Morong Yunhai only deals with him, then he will only be Morong Yunhai alone. However, now only killing Morong Yunhai alone could not calm his anger. "How many people are there in Morong Yunhai's lineage?" Chen Fan asked. The Jiangnan Mansion Lord said, "He is the second in command of the Morong family, but the population is thin, and his lineage is only about 100 people. However, his nephews and brothers are not good people, and they have secretly done a lot of harmful things, but because the Morong family is powerful, those people can't resist. This is something I secretly investigated recently. I originally wanted to liquidate Morong Yunhai's vein after this national trial. When Chen Fan heard these words, his heart became even more determined to kill. Morong Yunhai deserves to die, and so do his lineage. As for the rest of the Morong family, for the sake of the Morong family head's ventilation report, let them go. After all, Chen Fan is not a person who kills innocents indiscriminately. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion felt the amazing killing intent on Chen Fan's body, and even he felt palpitations. Now Chen Fan is much stronger than him, and it is not easy to kill a Morong Yunhai. Morong Yunhai, you have a backer behind you. If you hide honestly, there may be a way out, but if you offend Chen Fan, no one can save you. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion knew in his heart that Morong Yunhai was dead this time. Whoever told this guy not to listen to the persuasion, he warned the other party, and this person also thought that he could ignore all the rules after breaking through the town general. Now it's time to pay for your actions. Morong family, what? Ran away. When Morong Yunhai heard the news of Morong Yuan's return, he was so angry that he threw the cup directly on the ground. The cup exploded, turning into a large number of pieces and scattering on the ground. What a waste, get out! Morong Yunhai shouted angrily, looked at Morong Yuan, and turned to leave the place. It seems that you have to use your own people to do things efficiently, but Morong Yuan, don't let me catch the evidence of your disobedience, otherwise you, the head of the family, will also be in trouble. Morong Yunhai's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he was ready to send people from his own line to find the whereabouts of Chen Fan's parents. The southern border defense line of Jiangnan Prefecture. A tall city wall was built here to block the beasts outside, and a large number of humans guarded it. There were people patrolling the city wall, but at this moment, a pair of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness. The soldiers on patrol felt cold all over their bodies at that moment, and they couldn't even move, only feeling trembling all over their bodies. Whoa! A wolf howl came, and the sound contained terrifying fluctuations, terrifying spiritual power, which directly shattered the souls of the soldiers guarding the city. Immediately, the giant wolf in the darkness slowly appeared. It was a 15-meter-tall giant wolf, snow-white all over, but there was a golden horn on top of its head. He was surrounded by terrifying power, and the evil energy on his body was extremely terrifying, and from a distance, it made people's minds shake. Be alert! A large number of patrolling soldiers on the city wall panicked, and the beast killed more than a dozen of them with a single blow just now. I saw this giant wolf, its figure turned into a white light, breaking through the air, and there was another roar from its mouth, and a large number of people died in an instant. The tall city wall could not stop the attack of this terrifying beast, and his claws shone with cold light, tearing apart the hard city wall with a single blow, and then began to kill. On top of a helicopter. Jiangnan Mansion Lord's mobile phone suddenly rang again, and he thought it was Morong Yuan's phone, so he connected it directly. This is the southern border defense line. It's not good for the Lord. Our side suddenly encountered an attack by the Golden Horn Silver Wolf, and we have lost a lot of losses, and we have lost the trace of the Golden Horn and Silver Wolf. According to the detection of the detector, this Golden Horn Silver Wolf is likely to be a level 7 top existence. There was an anxious voice on the other end of the phone. This made the Jiangnan Mansion Lord stunned, with a shocked expression in his eyes, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. How could the 7th level top beast Golden Horn Silver Wolf suddenly attack the defense line? You know, a fierce beast of this level already has a high level of wisdom, and it cannot be without a purpose. Is it gold, silver, and iron ore? The Jiangnan Mansion Lord suddenly thought that the Golden Horn Silver Wolf's favorite thing must be the gold, silver, and iron ore used to forge spiritual weapons. For humans, gold, silver, and iron ore are used to forge powerful spiritual weapons, and have no other use. But for the Golden Horn Silver Wolves, there are great benefits, which can strengthen their strength and even help them break through to a higher level. Could it be that he wants to use this to break through to level 8? The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion quickly figured it out. It all makes sense, and it was the Morong family who guarded the gold, silver, and iron mines. Boom! What happened? Chen Fan saw the restless appearance of the Jiangnan Mansion Lord and asked. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion sighed and told Chen Fan everything that happened. Are you going to ask for help from above? It takes at least one day to get over? Chen Fan shook his head when he heard the words of the Jiangnan Mansion Lord. Isn't it just a Golden Horn and Silver Wolf? When I get rid of Morong Yunhai, I will hunt him down. Chen Fan promised. He was now greatly strengthened, and he was not afraid of any level 7 top beasts. Even if this beast broke through to the 8th level, he was sure to kill it. Thank you. The Lord of Jiangnan expressed his gratitude. It's good to have someone yourself, otherwise such a crisis will be passed on to the top, and when they send someone, I don't know how many innocent people will die. And with Chen Fan here, this loss can be reduced to a very small extent. Hiss. How long will it take to get to Jiangnan Mansion? Chen Fan asked the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion. It looks like it will take about an hour. The other party replied. Chen Fan slowly closed his eyes. Morong Yunhai, in an hour it will be your death. Chen's father and mother, and sister Chen Shui, they were taken to a large villa. The The villa is extremely luxurious, and even comes with a dedicated swimming pool and a variety of voice wake-up equipment. Mom and Dad, it's so big here. Chen Shui's eyes lit up when she saw such a big house. To her, this house was like a palace. Any room in it is several times the size of his own room, and the decoration is extremely luxurious. Behind Chen Shui and the others, there were a large number of bodyguards dressed in black. These people were all warriors, sent by Morong Yuan to protect them. However, at this moment, a sound of footsteps came, and the Dragon City Lord appeared. Are you satisfied here? The Dragon City Lord asked with a smile. Chen Fan's family came forward to invite them over, saying that it was Chen Fan's arrangement. I'm quite satisfied, but how long are we going to stay here? Chen's father was a little unaccustomed to it. After all, inexplicably inviting them to come over and live in such a big place, I always feel a little uneasy. You can stay as long as you want, the Dragon City Lord said with a smile. Ever since he learned from the Morong family that Chen Fan had won the first place in the national selection competition, he treated Chen Fan's parents better than his own. This is a private villa of his, but it doesn't matter if it is given to Chen Fan's parents. The first place in the national selection competition, and he came out of Star City, such a big credit. The cultivation resources obtained later were enough for him to become a great grandmaster. Moreover, Chen Fan's current strength has also reached an incredible point. It is said that he is stronger than the Jiangnan Mansion Lord, and he will join the 10 great palaces later, and his identity will be extremely noble. If you don't flatter now, you won't have a chance in the future. But fortunately, Chen Fan's parents are from Star City. As long as he tries to be good to Chen Fan's relatives, the other party will remember his kindness. When the time comes, it can be used at critical times, such as promotion. In his seemingly rare position, it may be Chen Fan's words in the future. So when he learned that someone in the Morong family wanted to harm Chen Fan's relatives, he immediately cooperated with Morong Yuan's people to protect Chen Fan's relatives. Uncle Long, when will my brother come back? Chen Shui asked. It's coming soon, it should be here today, the Dragon City Lord responded with a smile. Morong family. Morong Yunhai was sitting on the sofa, drinking expensive red wine, slowly enjoying. He had just sent people from his own lineage to look for the whereabouts of Chen Fan's parents, and if he found them, he would kill them on the spot. Now, he just wants to wait for Chen Fan to come back and see what Chen Fan's face will look like. The pain of bereavement. He also wants that stinky boy to remember firmly. Now he knows that with a strong cultivation, there are benefits of being covered by big people behind it. Originally, he thought it was more humiliating to be a follower for others, but now he feels good. At least in the entire Jiangnan prefecture, it has also become a unique existence, and anyone who dares to disobey him will all die. Presumably, the person who is good friends with Chen Fan must have secretly notified him, but I don't care, you should come back and die early. Morong Yunhai put down the wine glass in his hand, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. As long as the strength reaches a certain level, it can be completely unscrupulous. Star City. Several luxury cars were parked at the city gate. A few men wearing famous brands walked down from the luxury car, all of whom were full of evil energy. Watching the defenders stop them, he rushed down and slapped him, directly stunned the soldiers defending the city. The leader was a man wearing a black suit who looked a bit of a refined scum. He also wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and he was the one who did it. He is Morong Yunhai's nephew, Morong Han, who is now 30 years old. His strength is that of a grandmaster, so when he came to this small place of Star City, he was completely unscrupulous. The guy who doesn't have long eyes. Do you know who I am? Dare to block my way? Who gave you such courage? After Morong Han finished fighting the defenders, he still looked contemptuous and looked down on him at all. The soldier who was beaten had no fear in his eyes at the moment, as if he had known his identity for a long time. Morong Han, I didn't expect you to be so majestic outside. A middle-aged man walked out, the terrifying flow of true chi on his body, much stronger than ordinary grandmasters, and he was a great grandmaster. Seeing the middle-aged man, Morong Han would still hold his tail between his legs on weekdays, but now it was different. It turns out to be Uncle Gu. Morong Han had a smirk on his face. I heard that you haven't found Chen Fan's family for several hours, and the efficiency is really low. When he said this, he still had a strange aura of yin and yang. Now his uncle is a town general, and their identity is naturally rising. Even if you meet someone from the head of the family, you don't have to bow down anymore. Morong Han, it's not that I can't find it, but I haven't found it at all, Morong Gu said calmly. Morong Han was stunned for a moment, and didn't understand what Morong Gu meant for a while. Morong Yunhai, I don't know if I dare to offend Chen Fan or his family. Do you know that this is a capital crime? The true chi on Morong Gu's body burst out, and the terrifying coercion and oppression around him were trembling. You, how dare you protect Chen Fan's family? Morong Han understands no matter how stupid he is now. The people he brought were nervous. The strongest of them here was only a grandmaster, and they couldn't deal with a grandmaster. It's not about covering up, it's just about knowing the current affairs. Morong Gu, his body flashed with the power of thunder, and he used a martial arts thunderbolt palm, and the thunder condensed into a 5-meter-long palm print, like the collapse of the sky dome, bursting out with terrifying power. A huge roar sounded, and Morong Han, in including the people he brought, all died under this palm. After killing Morong Han, Morong Gu turned around and left calmly. The order he received was that Morong Yunhai's lineage, whoever came here had to be killed, and they must not endanger Chen Fan's family in the slightest. On the helicopter, the Jiangnan mansion lord hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Fan, your family is fine, Morong Yuan sent people to protect them all. We can go directly to Morong Yunhai now and kill Morong Yunhai. He told him the news he had just gotten. Hearing these words, Chen Fan's heart also calmed down, but fortunately, his family was fine. However, Morong Yunhai is really a cancer, and this time it must be eradicated so that it does not threaten the family behind him. The governor of Jiangnan wanted to speak but stopped. What do you want to say? Chen Fan saw that the other party said nothing and didn't say anything, and asked, as far as I know, Morong Yunhai's backstage is not small. He is a big man in Morong's family, and Morong Yunhai is already his follower. If Morong Yunhai is killed, the other party may be held accountable or even send someone. In the end, he still told Chen Fan everything he knew. When Chen Fan heard this, his expression did not change much, and he said, immortals can't take my life just because the person behind him has this qualification, and in 2 months, he will join Tianyang Palace, one of the 10 university palaces, and there will be a big force behind him at that time. He didn't care about the people behind Morong Yunhai at all. The big man behind Morong Yunhai, his younger brother, joined Tiandu Palace, and it is said that he is amazingly talented, and it is very likely that you will deal with him in the future. Chen Fan didn't care much about this matter at all. If it was a Tianjiao of the same level, he was not afraid of anyone. Boom! Even if he leapfrogs, he is not cowardly at all. After he enters the academy, he may even face the descendants of the god's bloodline, because he wants to embark on the path of the strongest. Since he wants to become the first generation of gods, he is destined to be invincible all the way, crushing all his opponents, creating an invincible momentum, and creating an invincible heart. The Jiangnan mansion lord looked out the window and saw the helicopter slowly landing at this moment, and the place where it landed was the exclusive parking airport of the Morong family. The Morong family is coming, in a luxurious villa. Sister Chen Shui was lazily sitting on a chair watching TV, and the picture played on the TV was the picture of the national selection competition. Number 1 Chen Fan. Chen Shui saw this scene and stood up directly from her chair, with a pretty face full of surprise. Mom and Dad, my brother won the first place in the national selection competition. Meanwhile, she immediately called her parents and came over to look at the rankings above, and there was even an amazing picture. The young man in the picture was burning with golden flames, and a terrifying vision appeared behind him, as if a sun had descended on the world. The boy punched and burst out with an unimaginable power, incredibly fast, and it seemed that his eyes were just shaking. The beast the boy was dealing with fell to the ground and exploded directly into ashes. Seeing this scene, Chen's father and Chen's mother were stunned, because they had only seen the beast that Chen Fan dealt with in the illustrated book. It was the Shadow Hunter, an extremely dangerous and terrifying beast, only to be killed by their son. This kept them in place and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. At this time, the Dragon City Lord appeared and said, Chen Fan will join the 10 great palaces, and he is also the strongest invincible Tianjiao in the entire Jiangnan mansion. Hearing these words, Chen's father and Chen's mother felt a sense of pride in their hearts that their son could have such a bright future. Chen Shui looked at the young man in the picture, secretly determined in his heart that he would be as beautiful as his brother in the future. And Chen Fan's first place was like a hurricane, which began to sweep through the entire Jiangnan prefecture. The screen recording and playback have not been fully played until now, and almost everyone watching TV at home has seen this scene. Tianjiao, the first in Jiangnan prefecture, won the championship of the national selection competition. When Zhang Lin, who was sitting at home watching TV, saw this scene, her whole thinking seemed to stop. Thinking of her, she tried her best to persuade Chen Fan not to be strong, but now she feels that her idea is too wrong and stupid. A miracle-creating arrogance like Chen Fan cannot be judged by common sense at all. In a piece of ice and snow, even in the national selection competition, she still won the first place strongly, and she completely knew that Chen Fan was the Tianjiao that she would never be able to see, and I am afraid that she would be famous throughout the earth in the future and become an invincible existence high above. In one room, there was a chubby man sitting in the room, sitting in front of the computer, also paying attention to the national trials. And this person was Chen Fan's close friend Zhao Hong. He was originally going to go to the front line, but the Dragon City Lord learned of his relationship with Chen Fan and directly exempted him from the obligation to go to the front line. Zhao Hong looked at the young man with infinite scenery on the video, the figure of a young god burning with golden flames. Chen Fan, I didn't expect you to come to such a point. Zhao Hong suddenly felt a sense of distance. The close friend who used to mingle with him every day has now become a big man. Even people like the Dragon City Lord have to curry favor. And now he has won the championship in the national selection competition and has become the pride of the entire Jiangnan prefecture. However, he was more happy for Chen Fan, and his friend stood in that shining position with his own efforts. In addition to him, other Chen Fan's former classmates also saw the video, and at this moment they only had 2 words in their hearts, that is, shock. Especially especially Wang Long. He was still Chen Fan's competitor at the beginning, and he also questioned Chen Fan. But then he woke up and knew the gap between himself and Chen Fan, and even asked the Grandmaster to give way. Now that I think about it, it was a completely correct decision. Otherwise, if you offend Chen Fan to death, I am afraid you will not be able to stand here properly now. Feng Changtian, Bai Chouyue, Ying Baiqi, and the others were also in extreme shock at the moment. After all, they could never have imagined that a Tianjia who went out of Jingling could walk to such a height. This is simply a person who creates miracles. Of course, in addition to them, in the Jiangnan Mansion trials, the Tianjia who had fought with Chen Fan were also full of awe and shocked. Eyes on their faces at this moment, looking at the TV, the slender figure, covered in golden fire, like the sun god who came out of the myth. Morong family. Morong Yunhai was also watching TV, but suddenly put forward a prompt on the screen, saying that it was pushed from all over the country. He clicked on it curiously, and then saw a familiar figure, and saw a picture that shocked him. The boy in the video easily hunted the shadow hunter, and his own strength was even more powerful and incredible. Chen Fan. His voice raised a few degrees, and he stood up from his seat in shock, and the remote control of his mobile phone was crushed directly by him. But he didn't care, and fear even appeared in his heart. He thought that Chen Fan could be manipulated at will, but now the pictures broadcast on TV all showed how stupid his behavior was. How could he grow up so fast, even more terrifying than those peerless heavenly pride? His whole mentality was about to collapse. If Chen Fan really has the strength on TV, then how can he be Chen Fan's opponent as a town general? I was full of confidence, but now I don't have any confidence, just thinking about how to escape this killing. No, the only lifesaver now is to personally arrest Chen Fan's parents and threaten him. This idea was born in his mind, but he quickly rejected it. There is still some distance from Star City. Even if you rush over as quickly as possible, you must find Chen Fan's parents. If Chen Fan comes back during this period, it will be over. By the way, I am now a follower of that lord. I go to ask that lord for help. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the phone and prepared to call the number above. But at this moment, in my mind, I remembered what the other party said when I met the adult for the first time. The followers I want must be able to stand on their own, not the bunch of waste who ask me for everything. If he asks for help now, with the indifferent personality of that adult, I am afraid he will not help him. After all, he is not the only follower of that adult's town general. Just when he was hesitating in his heart, footsteps sounded outside the door. At this moment, Morong Yunhai was like a startled bird, staring at the door with a pair of eyes, showing a frightened and fearful expression. However, the person outside the door did not answer him, but continued to walk towards here. Could it be that Chen Fan is here? Morong Yunhai was so nervous at the moment that fine sweat even appeared on his forehead. The true chi on his body began to flow, and the golden aura behind his head emerged, ready to launch a fatal blow directly. Now he is like a taut string, in extreme tension. Yunhai, why are you sweating so much on your forehead? The owner of the footsteps finally appeared, and to Morong Yunhai's surprise, this person turned out to be his wife. He breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. His tense muscles began to relax, and the Zhenjiang divine ring behind him slowly dissipated. His wife quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Morong Yunhai suddenly grabbed his wife's arm with his hand and said, "You hurry up and leave now. Don't come back." The beautiful woman had a puzzled look on her face, not understanding what her husband meant. That Chen Fan, now it's not something I can afford to mess with. I was too careless to investigate this Chen Fan specifically. I don't know that he can easily kill the overlord among the 7th level beasts now. The beautiful woman was stunned when she heard this, and after a while she calmed down and caught a glimpse of the repeated picture on TV. At this moment, a chill also appeared in her heart. She has always wanted to avenge her son's murder, but her enemy has grown to such a terrible point, which means that this revenge cannot be avenged. And her husband is making a big fuss to deal with Chen Fan's family, and the other party will never let them go. Let's go together. The beautiful woman looked at her husband and said. Morong Yunhai was just about to speak, but at this moment he suddenly felt that a terrible strong man was approaching, and instinctively made him feel a sense of danger. No, a strong man is coming. He hurriedly looked out the door, and sure enough, he saw a few figures. Among these people was Morong Yuan, who was standing behind a person with a respectful face at the moment, walking step by step, and the leader was a young boy, just standing there, like a burning sun, extremely conspicuous. The terrifying true chi and the powerful power of chi and blood make people palpitate. Just by looking at it, you can tell that this person is much stronger than him, and it is extremely dangerous. Chen Fan. Morong Yunhai gritted his teeth, wanting to hide the fear in his heart with this. At this time, Chen Fan had an amazing killing intent on his body, and looked at Morong Yunhai coldly. "You are Morong Yunhai. I heard that you found someone to deal with my family. You are looking for death yourself." A murderous intent emerged from Chen Fan's body, and the terrifying flame true chi burst out, flowing like a liquid, surrounding his body. "Chen Fan, there is nothing to say about the king and the defeat. I just wish I could avenge the murder of my son." Morong Yunhai's eyes were full of unwillingness and resentment at this moment, and he knew that he would not be able to survive. "Please let us go." The beautiful woman suddenly knelt on the ground with a pop and kowtow to Chen Fan to beg for mercy. Even if she knew that Chen Fan was her enemy, she had to do so at this moment, otherwise her husband would have to die. Chen Fan was unmoved, and the murderous aura in his eyes did not weaken at all. Don't beg him, he won't let me go. Morong Yunhai let his wife get up from the ground. At this time, Chen Fan no longer wanted to talk to Morong Yunhai about any nonsense. I saw him throw a punch, flames wrapped around his fist, and burst out at an astonishing speed without using any martial arts power, but the power of this punch was enough to kill the ordinary town general in front of him. The town general divine ring behind Morong Yunhai's head resurfaced, shining with golden light, and he condensed all his true chi together to form a shield, but it could not play any role in resisting. The golden fist light, with the power to destroy the decay, directly defeated all his true chi, just like the fire of the sun descended on the world. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, and it seemed that even the 1,000-year-old black ice could melt it. Morong Yunhai screamed and shattered the spirit ring of the town general behind him. His body was forcibly torn apart, and he flew out like a rag, directly smashing the TV on the wall and vomiting blood in his mouth. This punch hit him in the chest and pierced his body. Chen Fan's flame true chi was already much more terrifying than ordinary true chi, and his combat power was several levels higher than Morong Yunhai's, so he could naturally easily do this scene. A town general died here. Sea of clouds. The beautiful woman cried with rain, and she felt that the sky was about to fall. You go down and accompany him. Chen Fan did not have the slightest mercy, and a wave of true chi flew out and killed him. Then he looked at the Morong family head and said, "Where are the other people in the Morong Yunhai lineage?" Reporting back to my lord, they want to deal with your family, and they have sent several groups of people one after another, but they have all been solved by the people I arranged. Morong Yuan, the head of the Morong family, informed Chen Fan of this matter. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Cutting grass must be rooted, otherwise, it will only be endless troubles. After killing Morong Yunhai, Chen Fan's heart also calmed down a lot, and he was ready to find a place to practice breathing, and by the way, refine the cultivation resources he had obtained to improve his cultivation. Find me a training room. Chen Fan said, in addition, if the golden horned silver wolf appears again, notify me directly. Boom! This fierce beast was of great benefit to him, and after killing it, the fierce beast crystal obtained could improve his cultivation. Okay. The lord of Jiangnan Mansion nodded. Training room. Chen Fan took a deep breath and began to refine the ferocious beast crystal and essence blood in his hand. I saw him sitting cross-legged, and the thick flow of true chi in his body began to refine. The fierce beast crystal in his hand was slowly disappearing, flowing into his body, turning into pure power, flowing in his body. It didn't take long for him to naturally step into the 9th realm of the great grandmaster, but it wasn't over yet. There are also fierce beast essence blood that can be refined, and it can also improve his own cultivation and enhance his own combat power. However, it is not enough to rely on the essence and blood of the fierce beast, and it is also necessary to refine the elixir, but even if it is all refined, it is still not enough to break through the town general. It would be nice if there was still a level 8 fierce beast crystal and essence blood, then it would definitely allow me to step into the realm of the town general in one fell swoop. Chen Fan thought to himself. Then he slowly closed his eyes and began to concentrate on refining. About half an hour later, Chen Fan refined all his fierce beast essence and elixirs, but he had not yet stepped into the 10th realm of the great grandmaster. He opened his eyes and frowned, feeling his thick true chi, unable to go further. By the way, I almost forgot, and the sun is really hot. Chen Fan thought that there would be 3 strands of sun divine fire in the second stage of the sun god body, and he only used one this month. Then he mobilized the solar divine fire in his body to temper and enhance his true chi. The true chi that erupted from his body formed a furnace-like shape, all of which were burning with flames, protecting his whole body in it. At this moment, he felt as if he had the power of a volcano in his body, omnipotent. Finally, after about half an hour, Chen Fan opened his eyes, he felt his true chi, and he had reached a critical point. Its own combat power has also soared wildly. Now he has stepped into the 10th realm of the great grandmaster, but his face is not very happy, because he felt a layer of boundary. His current combat power may have reached 99.99 million. If he wanted to improve his combat power again, he had to reach the realm of the town general, and he had a feeling that once he broke through the town general, I am afraid that he would awaken a kind of sun god body ability again, and this ability will be extremely powerful. While his combat power soared, his soul power also became more powerful, in addition to the extremely large scope of the shroud, and he could see more clearly. Bang! It's like the 1080 resolution on the screen has been changed to 2K. After raising his combat power to the limit, Chen Fan began to practice the wind breathing technique. I saw him sitting in place and swallowing and exhaling, running the true chi in his body according to the requirements of the breathing method. His breathing began to become very regular, and this wind breathing method was obviously much more advanced than the sun breathing method. It took a full hour, and Chen Fan finally cultivated this breathing method to the most complete level. What a powerful breathing technique! In addition to increasing an additional 30 million combat power, it can also make your body lighter and faster. Chen Fan ran the breathing method and felt that his body seemed to have become a light feather, as if there was no weight. This breathing technique is more like a speed-type martial art, which can make itself extremely fast and can even soar in the sky. As for the Hurricane Fist, Chen Fan also began to practice, but this S-level lower-grade martial art was too small for him to improve, and the power of the Sun God Fist he mastered was even more terrifying. Not to mention that his killer move, Heavenly Flame, was unified. After the promotion was completed, Chen Fan went directly out of the customs. Looking at the bright sunshine outside, he stretched. Now that he is only half a step away from the town general, he should now be regarded as a half-step town general. Chen Fan, you just got out of the customs, and I found traces of the Golden Horn and Silver Wolf. The Jiangnan Mansion Lord hurriedly ran over. When Chen Fan heard these words, his eyes lit up with a cold light. Where is this beast? Chen Fan asked. In the gold and silver mine of the Morong family. It is absorbing gold and silver ore inside, and it seems that it wants to break through and become an 8th level beast, and it will be troublesome then. He told Chen Fan what he knew. Break through level 8? Chen Fan said slowly. In that case, there is no need to worry. I am worried that I can't find the 8th level beast to kill, and there is no one who will come to the door. Morong family. Outside the gold and silver mine cave. There is still a lot of blood left here. Apparently not long ago, a killing was experienced here. There were still some undried blood stains on the ground. Of course, the most important thing is the terrifying aura left in the air, which is left by the beast. From time to time, there was a wolf howl in the mine, and this wolf howl was full of pleasure. When Chen Fan came here, the people guarding here gave way. Chen Fan glanced at the gold and silver mine, closed his eyes, his spiritual power spread over, and he felt the situation of the beasts inside. At this moment, what appeared in his mind was the figure of the Golden Horn and Silver Wolf, which was frantically devouring gold and silver veins inside, strengthening himself. It can be seen that one of his golden horns is shining brighter and brighter, and the silver hair all over his body is also glowing. There was a terrifying evil aura around him, and ordinary people who approached him would probably be fascinated by this evil aura. As soon as you look at this Golden Horn and Silver Wolf, you know that there are many human lives on it, and it is completely a crime that deserves to die. However, Chen Fan did not do it immediately, but waited for him to truly evolve. The energy contained in the 7th level Fierce Beast Crystal and the 8th level Fierce Beast Crystal was very different. My lord, the Golden Horn and Silver Wolf is now absorbing gold, silver and iron ore inside. Should we take the opportunity to make a move? Morong Yuan asked Chen Fan for his opinion. Since he learned that Chen Fan was the first in this national selection competition, his whole person's posture was very low, and he was respectful to Chen Fan. No need, wait for it to absorb the ore vein and evolve completely. Chen Fan said this lightly. Morong Yuan was stunned for a moment, thinking he had heard it wrong. Die. The same is true for other people from the Morong family. The top beasts of the 7th level are already very dangerous, not to mention that once the evolution is completed, they will turn into 8th level beasts. Once it cannot be stopped, it will be a huge disaster. The entire Morong family will have to die, and even the entire Jiangnan mansion will be affected, and I don't know how many innocent people will die in the mouth of this fierce beast. Are you sure? The lord of Jiangnan mansion looked at Chen Fan and asked. Chen Fan didn't answer him, but burst out with thick true qi on his body, which flowed like liquid, and a terrifying coercion made everyone stiff. Boom! But this is not the end. A vision of the sun god body appeared behind Chen Fan. The coercion increased by 10 times, the combat power increased by 100%, and a more terrifying coercion, and everyone who pressed it was a little out of breath. Everyone looked horrified, not even a finger could move, only felt trembling and fear all over their bodies. At this moment, Chen Fan was like a true god in their eyes, and a single look could annihilate them. However, this kind of coercion came and went quickly, and when Chen Fan completely took it back, the surroundings were calm again. Everyone gasped for breath, and at that moment, they all felt that they were about to suffocate. They felt that Chen Fan in front of them was simply too terrifying, much more terrifying than the lord of Jiangnan mansion, and he really deserves to be the first place in the national selection competition. And now Chen Fan's strength is obviously stronger. Others couldn't perceive how powerful Chen Fan was, they just thought it was extremely powerful. But the Jiangnan mansion lord, the horror in his eyes at this moment could not be concealed at all, and the coercion exuded by Chen Fan was no longer weaker than those powerful marquises, even more powerful than the early stage of the ordinary marquis. No wonder there is such confidence, and it is necessary to wait for the evolution of the Golden Horn and Silver Wolf to be completed before making a move. Chen Fan, the speed at which you improve your strength is really terrifying. The lord of Jiangnan mansion sighed. How long has it been since then? Chen Fan's strength has become stronger, as if there are no bottlenecks and limits at all. And he could also feel that Chen Fan was now in a half-step town, and he was already so terrifying before he stepped into the realm of the town lord. Once you step into that realm, how powerful will it be? He didn't dare to think about it, and he thought it was indeed incredible. He felt that Chen Fan was definitely not weaker than those immortal parents and children, and could even be compared with the descendants of the gods. It is completely beyond the standard combat power, and it cannot be judged by ordinary principles at all. He even had some expectations. Chen Fan entered the Tianyang Palace of the 10 great universities, sweeping many truly invincible Tianzhou. Competing with the descendants of the gods, stepping on the descendants of the immortals. It makes people excited to think about it, full of anticipation. It seems that this golden horn and silver wolf will take about 2 days to devour the gold and silver veins. Bring me a chair. Chen Fan decided to stay outside for the past 2 days, bask in the sun, and relax himself. Morong Yuan hurriedly ordered someone to get the chair over. Chen Fan was lying on the rocking chair, leisurely basking in the sun, and now he was waiting for the golden horn and silver wolf to come out. Boom! Chen Fan's video was also seen by the descendants of those powerful immortal families across the country. Leaving home in the north, immortal ancestral land. It is also a special space, built and a separate space, and cultivating inside is much faster than cultivating outside. This was the ancestral land that the immortals of Bailey had worked so hard to create, and generally only those who were strong kings or direct bloodlines of immortals could cultivate here. If you are summoned, you can also enter this place. Of course, the ancestral land is not as good as the divine domain created by the gods. Although they are all special spaces created, the divine domain is much more stable than the ancestral land, and it is not at the same level at all. But for the average peerless Tianjiao, the immortal ancestral land was also the place they yearned for. In a reproachful, palace-like place, sat a young man, looking about 20 years old, with bright eyes and the majesty of a superior on his body. Behind his head, a brilliant divine ring could be seen. Obviously this was a young town general. And in the palace, there is another person Chen Fan knows, that is, Bailey Shang. Outside, the confident and arrogant Bailey Shang, known as the first genius of Bailey's family, looked humble in front of this young town general at this moment. Not because of anything else, but because of this young man's noble status. He was the biological son of the immortal ancestor of Bailey family. This was the youngest son of the immortal ancestor and the most favored son, Bailey Yen. As an immortal, it is difficult to give birth to offspring. Bailey Shang, you have lost my face in Bailey home. Bailey Yen looked at the scene played in the video, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Bailey Shang in the video was chased and beaten by Chen Fan, and there was no power to fight back at all. What's more important is that Chen Fan's realm is actually lower than Bailey Shang, and it is completely crushed. At this moment, Bailey Shang clenched his fists and lowered his head slightly, but he didn't dare to say anything. He was indeed inferior to Chen Fan. Chen Fan gave him the feeling that he was like an invincible heavenly pride like the immortal bloodline, and it was not something he could deal with at all. I heard that you also want to join Tianyan Palace? Bailey Yen asked. Bailey Shang nodded. I want to avenge my shame. During this time I will improve my cultivation and defeat Chen Fan in the opening assessment. This is the goal of Bailey Shang. The opening assessment is an assessment that every 10 university palaces must go through when they enter. The better the performance, the more he will be favored by the big people in the academy, and even personally accept him as a disciple. You are not as good as him. Unexpectedly, Bailey Yen suddenly shook his head and said such a sentence, which made Bailey Shang stunned for a moment. However, I will help you defeat him. The majesty of Bailey home is not something that a civilian can trample on. Bailey Yen said calmly, as if he was talking about a fact. It seems that defeating Chen Fan in the video is an easy thing for him. Bailey Shang was startled, but he knew that the heir of the immortal in front of him, because of his amazing talent and noble bloodline, even if he did not participate in the opening assessment, there would have been an immortal early on, and he would have been designated as a true disciple. Unexpectedly, he also had to participate in the opening assessment, which made others compare. Not only me, but also other immortal family members will also participate in the opening assessment, and even as far as I know, there is also an invincible Tianjiao of the divine bloodline, he will also participate. He said such amazing news at this moment, which startled Bailey Shang. With so many invincible Tianjiao participating, how could he get a better ranking and be favored by the big guys? You must be very strange. Why do you think we should take such a boring assessment, right? Bailey Yan seems to be able to see through the thoughts in people's hearts. Actually, it's not that we want to participate. In addition to regaining the majesty of Bailey's home, more importantly, there is a big man in Tianyang Palace who has set new rules. Only the top 10 in the opening assessment can be accepted as personal disciples by powerful immortals, otherwise they can only improve their status step by step from the inner door. Bailey Yan answered the doubts in Bailey Shang's heart, which made him feel extremely stressed. Now his opponent was not just Chen Fan, but those terrifying immortal bloodlines. Although not every one of them is like Bailey Yan, they are the parents and sons of immortals, and some may be grandsons, great-grandsons, etc., but they are also extremely terrifying. If you compare the prince, you can understand. And the prince may be just an ordinary existence among that group of people, and you can imagine how competitive this time is. The Xianyuan family immortal ancestral land. In a hall, there was a girl with a pair of ponytails and a pure and sweet face. Meanwhile, office. In the girl's mouth, she was eating a lollipop, looking harmless to humans and animals. However, Xianyuan Honlang, who was standing behind him at this moment, was already sweating profusely, which showed the dignity and horror of this girl. Xianyuan Honlang, you were so weak, you were actually punched through the defense, and even the spiritual weapon was destroyed. The sweet girl looked at Xianyuan Honglang's extremely embarrassed appearance appearance on the video and even laughed. But Xianyuan Honlang didn't dare to say a word. He just felt chills all over his body. This is the granddaughter of the immortal. Her strength is terrifying and scary. In his eyes, the sweet girl in front of him is much more terrifying than Chen Fan.
Xianyuan Honlang, you said you were so embarrassed by my Xianyuan family. How can you let me go out? Wouldn't the other immortal family members laugh at my Xianyuan family?
The sweet girl took out a lollipop and said something lightly. Xianyuan Honlang was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, trembling. The sweet girl did not look back, but continued to stare at the figure in the video that swept everything in burned golden flames. Chen Fan, it's a bit interesting. Being able to kill the prince is considered to be a good strength, but the mistake is that you shouldn't win the first place in this national selection competition. Step on the peerless Tianzhou of my Xianyuan family and use it as a stepping stone. At this moment, the sweet girl's eyes suddenly changed and became ice blue, as if there were countless ice condensations. I saw that with her as the center, a terrifying wave of air broke out, and Xianyuan Honlang, who was kneeling on the ground, was directly blown away. The sweet girl stood up, but at this moment she no longer had a half-sweet appearance, and her body exuded an endless chill. The ground was all frozen with ice, and even Xianyuan Honglang's body was covered with ice. Even if he used his true chi to resist, it was still of no use. Chen Fan, above the opening assessment, I will let you know how miserable the fate of offending the immortal family will be. Xianyuan Fengxue looked out the window at the moment and said calmly. Xianyuan Honlang was about to be unable to hold on at this moment. His whole body was frozen, and he felt that he was about to freeze to death. But at this moment, the ice receded and the chill around it disappeared. Xianyuan Honlang looked up and looked at Xianyuan Fengshue's back, but he shivered in his heart. Although he was a peerless heavenly pride, he was still too different from the bloodline of an immortal like Xianyuan Fengxue. Ugh! Xianyuan Fengxue, the power of the immortal bloodline on his body was obviously much stronger than that of the prince, and he was a grandmaster when he was just born, and a person like him who needed to cultivate step by step to climb up was completely 2 levels. The immortal ancestral land of the Twilight family. On a balcony, a man with clear eyes was lying on a chair, basking in the warm sunshine, and behind him, Mu Yungue stood respectfully aside. Yungue, you lost so badly on the video. The man with clear eyes, looking at the video, used all his strength to deal with the young man who was blocking the golden flame on his body. He frowned at the moment.
Disappointed uncle. Mu Yungue quickly knelt on the ground.
The man with clear eyes looked like he was only about 20 years old, and he seemed not much older than Mu Yungue, and when he heard Mu Yungue's words, he shook his head. Yungue, I've told you how many times, the two of us are not much different in age. When there is no one, just call my name. This man doesn't look like he's on the airs, but he's senior.
I dare not go back.
Twilight Yungue didn't dare to call him by name. After all, the one in front of him was the grandson of the immortal, and he had awakened the terrifying power of the bloodline, and he was not even weaker than his father. This kind of person is almost destined to become a powerful immortal, not like him, who needs to cultivate hard, and may not be able to become an immortal in the end, but it is possible.
Boring. Mu Qingyang spread his hands, feeling that it was really boring.
With a powerful immortal bloodline, everyone was born with respect for him, his parents doted on him, and even his grandfather, as an immortal, would often guide him. Since he was a child, he has enjoyed glory and wealth, and enjoyed a large number of cultivation resources. But he didn't like any identity difference between people, even if he didn't care. But the world had such clear rules. Just like his friend Mu Yungue, although he regarded the other party as a friend, Mu Yungue always respected him with respect, as if it was engraved in his blood. Moreover, there is another thing that bothers him more, that is, he joined Tianyang Palace this time, and his parents asked him to get the top 3 in the opening assessment. The most annoying thing about him was the assessment. It was really boring. Almost every time it was swept away. Even if he knew that there were other immortal bloodlines participating this time, he still felt bored. Yungue, this Chen Fan's strength is good, but since he has also joined Tianyang Palace, I will personally defeat him in the opening assessment, which can be regarded as helping you find the field. Mu Qingyang said casually, as if he could defeat Chen Fan. It was as simple as eating and drinking for him.
Thank you, uncle. Twilight returned respectfully.
And Twilight Lightsun, at this moment, slowly closed his eyes, leisurely basking in the sun. He has never paid much attention to cultivation, because as long as he practiced a little, he could surpass his peers by a large margin, which was really boring.
None of them can be beaten.
Maybe only the descendants of the god's blood can make him take it seriously. Chen Fan won the first place, and after the major immortal families learned the information, the invincible Tianzhou and the clan were all ready to defeat Chen Fan on the opening assessment of Tianyang Palace.
They were a high-ranking immortal family. How could they be suppressed by a commoner and step on the face of their immortal family? Tianyang Palace.
This place was also built in the air, and from a distance, a large number of buildings appeared like shining suns, emitting bright light. At this moment, in a villa, Feng Wuji's face was solemn, holding a list in his hand, on which were the top 10 invincible Tianzhou.
Boom!
This was handed to him by his master Ning Xuan, and he instructed him to show Chen Fan the list.
Ugh!
And let Chen Fan try his best to win the top 10. otherwise he will not be accepted as a personal disciple. And from his master he knew that this order was given by a demigod in the academy, so even the immortals had to obey.
Will the top 10 be too difficult for Chen Fan? Feng Wuji looked at the list and let out a long sigh. Chen Fan's talent was undoubted. As long as the realm was improved, it was not much different from the invincible Tianzhou of those immortal families.
But the difficulty is that Chen Fan's current cultivation is still too low. Those invincible Tianzhou, which one didn't break through to become a town general early, and now I don't know what level of cultivation they have reached. Especially the descendants of the god's bloodline, they were born as great grandmasters, and perhaps their current cultivation has reached the rank of marquis, but it is not necessarily.
Chen Fan, whether you can worship under the master and become a personal disciple, it depends on your creation.
Feng Wuji did not tell Chen Fan immediately, but decided to let Chen Fan go home to reunite with his family first and wait for half a month before telling him. After all, telling Chen Fan in advance may put pressure on Chen Fan, so let him rest for a while.
2 days later,
in the gold and silver mine, the golden horn and silver wolf with shiny fur has evolved at this moment. His 15-meter body actually shrank, becoming about 10 meters, but the aura on his body became more powerful.
After breaking through the 8th level fierce beast, the evil aura on his body became even more terrifying. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up, and the stones on the spot flew into the sky one after another, stirred by an invisible force, and turned into powder. The entire gold and silver vein had been completely absorbed by him.
Damn humans, occupy gold and silver veins. Today I will go on a killing spree and kill you all. The golden horned silver wolf was filled with an amazing murderous aura, and after breaking through, he felt that he could do anything. His own strength had directly doubled several times, and this huge increase in strength swelled in his heart, feeling that no one could kill him.
However, just when he wanted to go out,
there was a whistle of wind outside the door, and then he saw a figure standing in mid-air. It was a small human being, running a certain breathing method, and his breathing had an inexplicable rhythm. At this moment, the human actually stared at him with a pair of happy eyes. That look was as if she was happy to see him, treating him as prey. However, what made him feel a little puzzled was that this human realm did not seem to be high, that is, a half-step town general. Even if he had not broken through before, he could easily kill this person.
It's okay, let you be my appetizer. The scarlet eyes of the golden horn and silver wolf flickered.
And that young boy is naturally Chen Fan. He was very happy to see the successful breakthrough of the golden horn silver wolf. After all, not every level 7 beast can successfully evolve into a level 8 beast, and there is a high probability that the breakthrough will fail. Golden horn silver wolf, you are my chance to break through the town general. Chen Fan's body erupted with amazing power, and the terrifying true chi soared into the sky, forming a pillar of flame light, directly melting the surrounding stones, and the temperature in the entire cave rose sharply. The golden horn silver wolf's pupils shrank slightly, and the contempt in his eyes was put away, and the true chi on his body was mixed with the surging evil energy, permeating a powerful coercion.
It looked like it was facing a great enemy outside the mine.
Morong Yuan and the lord of Jiangnan Mansion, they waited outside and sent a large number of people to come. They also did this to arrange the backhand. Once Chen Fan accidentally let the golden horn and silver wolf inside escape, they could also kill him outside.
For Chen Fan's strength, the Jiangnan Mansion lord was not at ease, but he was afraid that the golden horn and silver wolf would be too cunning. And just as they waited, in the mine, a real battle has begun. After the golden horned silver wolf became an 8th level fierce beast, the aura of his whole body was not at the same level as the original. I saw his evil energy flowing, and the sky above the cave became dark, turning into a gray, and black mist enveloped the place. Poof! The golden horned silver wolf made a move, only to see one of his golden horns shining with thunder and lightning, and wrapped in terrifying evil energy. The red electric light flickered in the darkness, giving people an eerie feeling. The blood-red electric light swept towards Chen Fan like a stormy wave, looking like it was about to destroy the mine. Damn it!
The golden horned silver wolf did have such terrifying strength, and after reaching the 8th level of the beast, he himself could already be said to have changed qualitatively. It was a very different strength from the previous 7th level beast, and the power of a random blow could easily kill a town general. But unfortunately, he met Chen Fan. Boom! The golden flames on Chen Fan's body soared, forming a circular shield, and any attack from the other party would not hurt him easily. The blood-red thunder fell on the shield, and the shield shone with fire, easily resisting the opponent's attack. The golden horned silver wolf looked at Chen Fan with cold eyes at this moment. His heart was full of doubts, and said, "Who are you, a small half-step town general? Why are you so powerful? You must know that with his current strength, if he were an ordinary town general, he would die without a place to be buried. And the person in front of him, his cultivation is not very outstanding, but his strength is powerful and terrifying."
He even wondered if Chen Fan was the heir of a certain god? Get up! Only those freaks who inherit the blood of the gods may be so terrifying. I'm just the one who came to kill you.
Chen Fan did not show his identity because he felt
felt that there was no need at all. Anyway, the beast in front of him will soon become a revenant in his hands. That's it, since you don't want to say it, then fall here. The golden horn and silver wolf, his eyes suddenly emitted an eerie light. He had a terrible smile on his face, and two fangs appeared in his mouth. Then with him as the center, the surrounding air currents rotated wildly, and the stones on the ground also flew up at this moment, surrounding it, forming a hurricane to the sky. The terrifying force directly shattered the sky above the mine, tearing it apart abruptly. A large number of stones fell one after another. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed it forward, and the terrifying flame Tru Chi melted these stones one after another, turning them into ashes, without hurting him in the slightest. At this time, the sun outside shone in, and I saw the golden horn and silver wolf suddenly step out and rush into the sky. I saw him roar. The sky was surging. The sky was originally clear, but now it became black clouds overwhelming, layers of black mist overlapping, like blackened rice paper. Deafening thunder sounded in the sky, and red lightning flashed across the sky. I saw the golden horn and silver wolf's head and golden horn lit up, and the moment it lit up, thunder gathered one after another. His golden sharp corners gradually turned blood red, giving people a strange feeling. It's your luck to be able to die under the blood thunder. The golden horn silver wolf had a very loud tone, and seemed to be very confident in his move, thinking that he could kill all strong enemies. When his power was condensed to the extreme, a terrifying blood thunder condensed into a giant axe in the sky and slashed towards Chen Fan. The breath was terrifying. It seemed like there was a danger of extinction. Chen Fan's expression did not change much in the face of this move, but he was a little more serious. At the same time, he also felt that the gap between the level 8 beast and the level 7 beast was really big, but there was not much change in his heart. I saw a vision of the sun emerging behind him, a golden sun, as if it was about to burn the void, exuding amazing coercion. Chen Fan's combat power skyrocketed directly, and even his pupils turned into gold at this moment. Boom! The eye of martial arts was also activated at this moment, and Chen Fan was ready to make a quick decision. There are too many warriors nearby, and this fierce beast is fierce, and if it is not solved quickly, it will affect the innocent. Sun God Fist. The golden flames on Chen Fan's fist burned fiercely, and the terrifying Tru Chi wrapped around his fist. Damn! From a distance, his fist looked like a burning sun, exuding an amazing temperature. Immediately afterwards, the divine flames were monstrous, and a fist light cut through the void, tearing through the darkness, with indomitable power, as if it could destroy everything. Soon, the blood-red battle axe and Chen Fan's fist light collided fiercely. A deafening sound sounded in the sky, like thunder exploding. Boom! This voice spread hundreds of miles away, making countless people can't help but look up at the sky, showing shocked and inexplicable expressions. At this time, the Jiangnan Mansion Lord and Morong Yuan, who witnessed this battle with their own eyes, were already stunned, and their ears were still buzzing. These two forces collided together, as if they were about to destroy the sky, and the power was incredible. As strong as the Jiangnan Mansion Lord, he also felt that if he was hit by this force, he would die without a place to be buried. Stepping on it, it's just terrifying. The 8th level beast is so terrifying, it is still reasonable. But Chen Fan seemed to be even more powerful than he imagined, because after this blow collided, it was the golden horn and silver wolf that fell from the sky. Morong Yuan's eyes were about to bulge out at this moment. Looking at the figure in the sky with blazing flames burning on his body, he felt that he would never forget it in his life. No wonder Chen Fan was able to win the first place in the national trials. Such a strength is simply so powerful that it makes people desperate. It is really like those young gods. Ha! At this moment, the golden horned silver wolf felt the sound of breaking the air around him, and he felt that there was a voice calling him, which was the call of the god of death. He couldn't figure out that the strongest blow after his breakthrough was not as good as the brilliant fist light. His golden horn was also broken, shattered by the burning fist light, and even hit his head. His skull had exploded, and his consciousness was gradually fading. His body fell to the ground, smoke and dust billowed, bright red blood flowed in all directions, and his huge body had lost all vitality. Chen Fan slowly landed from the sky, calmly looking at the dead beast in front of him. Using the solar vision, the wind breathing method, the martial arts eye plus the sun god fist, such power, there is no difficulty at all in killing a fierce beast that has just entered the 8th level. However, this is also for the sake of safety. Only one blow kill can reduce casualties to the minimum, otherwise you can have a few more moves with this beast. Chen Fan walked forward, looking at the skull of the beast, which was completely shattered, and his eyes darkened, without a trace of life. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and directly tore the body of the beast, grabbing a beast crystal from it. This beast crystal was larger than the beast crystal he had refined before, and it contained even more powerful energy. Office. Chen Fan exhaled lightly, not in a hurry to refine immediately, but wanted to find a place where no one was around. Originally, he could go to the cultivation room, but he had a feeling in his heart that once he broke through ordinary cultivation this time, he might not be able to withstand his strength, because he felt that once he broke through and became a town general, his strength would change dramatically. Taichu, immortal family, sooner or later I will trample you under my feet. Chen Fan still has the arrogant appearance of Taichu in his mind now. Thinking that he is an immortal, he can stand high and ignore all the rules. Sooner or later
later, the immortals will also become the ghosts of his subordinates. But now the top priority is not to think about this, but to improve your strength first and join the 10 great palaces. He knew that the 10 great palaces contained stronger martial arts and more cultivation resources, which could make it break through faster, so that he could take revenge earlier.
My lord is really divine.
At this time, Morong Yuan came over and complimented with a smile on his face. He was actually relieved in his heart, but fortunately, he was helping Chen Fan, otherwise once he became an enemy, it would become a nightmare.
Chen Fan said, "You can clean up here, I still have some things to do, so I will leave first."
Then he looked at the Jiangnan Mansion Lord, waved his hand at him, and then cast the wind-breathing technique. His body became light, soared into the sky, turned into a streamer and disappeared in place. The Jiangnan Mansion Lord looked at Chen Fan's back as he left, and it was still difficult to calm down at the moment.
It's so strong. His body was even trembling slightly.
Originally, he thought that if Chen Fan entered the 10 great palaces, he would have to be humble, and he couldn't easily provoke other invincible Tianjiao, otherwise, he would probably be taught a hard lesson. But now he doesn't have this idea, he feels that Chen Fan is really too against the sky. How long has it been for such a terrifying improvement? Although a large amount of cultivation resources have been obtained, it is not so easy to convert these cultivation resources into one's own strength, and it will take a long time.
Meanwhile,
for example, if he had those cultivation resources, I am afraid it would take a month to fully refine them, which is still a conservative estimate.
It may even take 2 months or more.
From this, it can be seen that Chen Fan's talent is powerful. It was definitely the kind of top divine body, otherwise the cultivation speed would not be so outrageous. Chen Fan came to a place on the sea, where the waves were rippling and there were no people around.
Chen Fan found an uninhabited island and landed, ready to break through here.
He has gradually developed an invincible momentum on his body now, although his cultivation is not the strongest, but he has a true strong heart.
How big the heart is, how big the stage is.
The real strong have no limits, and the road under their feet is as wide as possible.
Ha!
Coming here, Chen Fan directly began to refine the fierce beast crystal, and a steady stream of energy flowed into its body, helping him start to impact the realm of the town general. The true chi in his body was flowing rapidly, including around his body. There were golden flames, and in the rapid flow, it was the true chi he surrounded his body. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was hot, his skin became a little red, and even his body had a tearing feeling. But he felt very happy. As the speed of his refining became faster and faster, the true chi in his body became thicker and thicker, and a pillar of flame light rose into the sky, dyeing the entire sky golden.
The surrounding seawater evaporates in large quantities and dissipates into water vapor. Cracking sound.
At this moment, his true chi actually condensed, and some kind of armor-like shape covered his body. It can be seen that this somewhat illusory armor, each scale is golden, and there are flames burning on it, covering Chen Fan's body. This armor, which looked a little illusory, even covered Chen Fan's face and wrapped it all. As the true chi in Chen Fan's body grew stronger and stronger, his illusory armor gradually became solid. The surrounding air was wailing violently, as if it could not withstand the golden flames. Chen Fan was trying his best to operate the true chi in his body at this moment, trying to go one step further and impact the realm of the powerful town general. He was a powerful sun god body, destined to become the king of gods. His breakthrough was completely different from the breakthrough of others, and the movement was not at all a level. If the Jiangnan Mansion Lord were here, he would be surprised to find that this was not at all like a person breaking through the town general, but more like a terrifying peerless Tianjiao attacking the marquis, and the movement was too big. This small island was in turmoil, and even there were a large number of cracks on the island, which seemed to be unable to withstand the strength of Chen Fan's body. At this time, he saw Chen Fan open his mouth and inhale, and a large amount of spiritual energy poured into his body, and these spiritual energies formed a huge vortex, continuously providing strength to Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan felt that his bones were undergoing some kind of transformation, his life was undergoing some kind of sublimation, the origin of life became stronger, and his true chi became more stable. His physical body is also getting stronger, and he can even feel that his lifespan is also increasing, and his mental strength is also getting stronger, which can be described as an all-round surge. The realm of the town general is a leap in life which can make oneself invincible. Once ordinary people become town generals, they can become the lords of a province and glorify their ancestors. Behind Chen Fan's head, a huge golden divine ring was also slowly condensing into formation, which was the symbol of the town general. It's just that the town general divine ring behind Chen Fan is only half condensed now, and the remaining half still needs him to continue to become stronger, and it can only be fully condensed after reaching the critical point. The surrounding turmoil was surging, and these turmoil were all caused by Chen Fan. I don't know how long it took, the aura on Chen Fan's body became stronger and stronger, and a large amount of true chi was sprayed out of each of his pores, and his true chi reached a critical point. Ha! I saw him take a simple breath. With him as the center, an invisible true chi power directly penetrated the island, and even went straight to the sky, and the white clouds in the sky were torn apart, revealing the blue sky. Chen Fan is immersed in a situation where he is about to completely break the realm. It's like a butterfly,
butterfly. As long as you break out of the cocoon, you can become a butterfly. But at this time, Chen Fan was surprised to find that the energy of the beast crystal in his hand had been completely consumed, and it turned into black ash and dissipated in his hand. But now he is still a little short. Without energy, it meant that he would fail to attack the realm of the town general, and that feeling was extremely uncomfortable. It's like something that was within your reach, but it was suddenly snatched away. Chen Fan sighed. The surrounding true chi dissipated and returned to his body, and the town general divine ring behind him was still a little bit short of fully condensed. Although he felt that he had become stronger, he still had some unwillingness in his heart. This is impossible. Although I have broken through the limit now, I still want to become stronger and improve again. Chen Fan looked inside at this moment, but found that there was an additional option on the panel that could be improved. That means that the energy in your body to bask in the sun is sufficient. Chen Fan smiled at this, activated the true chi in his body again, and chose to improve. At the moment of ascension, he felt that the true chi in his body was like a flash flood, and the terrifying power seemed to be able to wash away the earth. And the fact is that this uninhabited island where he is located was directly destroyed by the powerful power of true chi. The earth was torn apart, trees collapsed, and raging flames burned them to ashes. The town general divine ring behind his head was completely condensed, with golden lines on it, which gave people a mysterious and noble feeling, completely different from the ordinary town generals. When he was activating his true chi, these lines lit up and shone on the sea, and the sea water instantly became hot. Finally successfully broke through the town. After reaching this level, he understood why this realm was so powerful. His combat power directly skyrocketed several times, and his basic combat power reached 300 million. Bang! But that's not the most important thing. There are still stains on his body overflowing from his pores. However, when his flame true chi burned slightly, it directly turned into ashes. Now his body remains spotless, and he even feels that even if he doesn't eat for a month or even a year, he won't feel any hunger. Directly relying on the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, you can maintain the energy needed for life. And at the moment of promotion, his thinking became more sensitive and he thought about problems faster. It's like a sophisticated machine running fast. The island under his feet had been completely shattered, and he was stepping on the sea surface at the moment, but the sea surface could not withstand the terrifying true chi on his body, forming a vacuum zone. Moreover, the golden villain in his body has also become more solid, several times more than before, and his divinity has become more powerful. Of course, the most important thing is that he has awakened the sun god body again, a powerful means. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully awakening the sun god armor. Sun god armor, with incredible defense, can weaken the damage received by 50%, regardless of any attack, and can resist a fatal blow without being killed. And his sun god armor was also condensed at this moment. It was a pair of golden armor, condensed from true chi, forming a substance, extremely hard. When it was condensed on his body, it had already covered his face. On this armor, there are some mysterious lines, densely spread all over the body. Each scale on the armor has this special pattern, which looks noble and gorgeous. And when this armor was condensed on the body, Chen Fan felt a sense of security. And the most important thing is that maintaining this sun god armor does not require too much true chi, and it seems to have no weight when worn on the body. But what he brings is amazing defense and the power to withstand deadly attacks. Sure enough, his hunch was not wrong, and he successfully awakened this power when he broke through. You must know that the power to protect the artistic conception is far less powerful than his armor. Any attack can weaken the damage by half. Even if the gods make a move, the power can only be half. This is simply like an unsolvable defensive martial art. In terms of defense alone, I am afraid it is comparable to the highest level of SSS level martial arts. Chen Fan was very satisfied with this, and quickly restrained his true chi, and the armor on his body disappeared. Then, Chen Fan cast a sun god fist, only to see him punch out, and the fist seal turned into a light riding the wind and waves, tearing the sea level and evaporating a large amount of seawater. The punch fell to a sea hundreds of meters away and exploded, making a deafening sound, and there was a huge whirlpool there, hundreds of meters long. The power can be doubled. Chen Fan was a little surprised. Some of the martial arts he usually practiced, as long as his strength reached a certain level, could not improve with his combat power at all. The sun god fist is different. It seems that it will gradually improve as his strength becomes stronger. Moreover, not only can it be simply doubled, but the speed is also faster. And he didn't use all his strength just now, he just experimented a little. The current sun god fist should be of S-level quality. Chen Fan estimated the power of his martial arts, which was comparable to the heavenly flame returned to one not long ago. However, because of the improvement of the vision, the heavenly flame is unified, and now it is probably comparable to the SS level lower grade martial arts, and it is still stronger than the sun god fist. His own strength has ushered in qualitative changes, and Chen Fan is very satisfied. I saw him turn into a streamer and disappear in place, several times faster than before coming. The surrounding wind resistance did not play any blocking effect on him at all. Now it's time to go home and get together with your parents and family. Boom! Outside the gate of a community, a teenager walked in the sun and came here. The golden sunlight shone on his body as if it was plated with a layer of gold edge, which further enhanced the heroism of the young man. That's right, this person is Chen Fan, who rushed home. Looking at the familiar place, he has an inexplicable sense of tranquility in his heart. It was as if there was a tight string in my heart, but now it has completely relaxed. When he learned that his family was in crisis, he put down all the things in his hands and rushed back as soon as possible, and he must not let his family be hurt in the slightest. He doesn't want to implicate his innocent family because of his own affairs. Although he had already killed Morong Yunhai and offended the people of Morong's family, this was still a trivial matter for him. The most dangerous thing now is that the immortals are primordial. Although this person did not continue to attack him, he still remembered the way the other party looked at him at the beginning. This is definitely a person who is more unscrupulous than Morong Yunhai, and as an immortal, once he wants to deal with him in the future, his family will suffer with just one word. Even the Jiangnan Mansion Lord may not be able to save his family. Ugh, I can't stay at home for too long this time. I have to grow up quickly. There is still more than a month before joining Tianyang Palace, less than 2 months. I have to hunt more fierce beasts and improve my strength. Also, in the second stage of the Eye of Martial Arts, I have already realized the limit, but I always feel that there are some shackles, and I can't enter the third stage for a long time, so I have to check some information to improve it. For Chen Fan, the improvement of the Eye of Martial Arts is the heaviest, and the terrifying ignorance of 40% of the defense is already extremely terrifying. But what he is looking forward to more is what the third stage of the martial arts I will bring. After thinking about this all at once, Chen Fan entered the community with a smile. In the community, some acquaintances greeted Chen Fan after seeing him. Xiao Fan, I'm back. Xiao Fan, I heard that you won the first place in the national selection competition, and you are promising. If that stinky boy in my family had Xiao Fan, it would be good if he had 1,000th of a future. When these neighbors in the community saw Chen Fan, they kept praising it, just like seeing a star. Chen Fan nodded slightly at them, which could be regarded as a greeting. Meanwhile, then, when he finally came to the door, he opened the door with the key and walked in. But as soon as he entered, he saw a scene that surprised him. His father was playing chess with a person, and that person was the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion, and the two were playing chess there, and they seemed to be very happy, fighting back and forth. Chen Fan shouted. Hearing this, Chen's father immediately stood up excitedly and quickly apologized to the Jiangnan Mansion Lord, saying that he would not be able to go down for the time being. The Jiangnan Mansion Lord smiled slightly, understood very well, and said, "It's okay, we'll continue to come next time when we have time." Xiao Fan, you're back. Chen's mother also walked out of the room and looked at Chen Fan with a smile on her face. Have you eaten? I think you have lost weight again during this time, so you must not have eaten well. Chen's mother looked at Chen Fan and said with concern. Chen Fan felt a warmth in his heart. Chen's father looked at Chen Fan, feeling a little speechless, feeling that what his wife said was too exaggerated. During this time, Chen Fan has a lot of muscles on his body, although he is slender, but it can be clearly seen that he is slightly stronger than before. However, in the eyes of Chen Fan's mother, she has become thinner. Brother, you are so powerful, the champion of the national selection competition, beating those peerless pride. Chen Shui heard the movement and walked out of the room, her face full of excitement and admiration. Now in school, even teachers often ask her if Chen Fan is her brother, saying how powerful her brother is. She is already a big man, and what status she is, I am afraid that she will be higher than the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion in the future. For ordinary warriors, Chen Fan is now the biggest person they can come into contact with. It's like a legend, famous all over the country, and they all have a sense of pride when they live in the same place as Chen Fan. Since Chen Fan, you are back, then I won't disturb your family reunion. The Jiangnan Mansion Lord stood up, obviously very interesting. Chen Fan thanked him. He knew in his heart that the Jiangnan Mansion Lord was probably also to protect his family, so he stayed here during the time he did not come back. After all, he killed Morong Yunhai, and the person behind the other party was likely to send someone to retaliate. Moreover, a character like the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion is usually in charge of everything every day. How can he have the leisure to play chess with his father here? So it's easy to guess why. The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion soon left, and Chen's father sent him to the door, looked at a black car, and drove away, and then returned home. Dad, do you know that person just now? Chen Fan asked. Chen's father was stunned for a moment and said, he said he was your friend, didn't he say anything about his identity? Chen Fan was a little speechless in his heart. No wonder his father was so calm. It turned out that he didn't know the identity of the other party. Maybe the Jiangnan Mansion Lord also deliberately concealed it, and did not want to alarm others because of his identity. Maybe he wants to protect his parents secretly. Brother, what kind of big man is that uncle? Chen Shui asked innocently. Chen Fan smiled and said, he is the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion. He didn't hide it from his family and told the man's true identity. As soon as these words came out, several people were stunned, because they only treated the Jiangnan Mansion Lord as a friend of Chen Fan, and the other party was gentle and had no airs. Chen's father chatted with him the most. The two of them talked a lot, and they talked about everything. As a result, it is a little embarrassing now. The other party's identity is so noble, and he even listens to him brag here. Chen's father remembered that he bragged
bragged to the Lord of Jiangnan just now, saying that he had an excellent relationship with the Lord of Long City, and if there were any difficulties, he could tell the Lord of Long City to help the other party settle it. As a result, Chen's father feels very ashamed now. The Dragon City Lord, a grandmaster, in front of this big man, I am afraid he will have to be respectful.
Xiaofan, the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion is a strong man at the town general level, right? Father Chen asked. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Father Chen's eyes almost darkened, fainted, and he didn't slow down. That uncle is the town general?
Chen Shui was also startled. He naturally knew what level of strong people the town generals were. Almost all of them were the lords of a province, and they were extremely powerful. For ordinary people like them, they can be regarded as characters with hands and eyes, and they are not even qualified to see them on weekdays, and they will not have the opportunity to connect and touch them.
The strong people in the town are high. How can they pay attention to what they think in the hearts of civilians?
Don't be surprised, now your brother and I are also the town general, Chen Fan said calmly.
Told his family where he was now.
Chen Shui had a pretty face, and at this moment she opened her mouth slightly, as if she could stuff an egg.
Because she thought this was too incredible, the brother who would play with her, the brother who liked to read, had now become a high-ranking town general? Xiaofan, are you the town general?
Chen's father was also shocked. His son's cultivation suddenly became so strong, which made him feel unbelievable. Although he had seen the video and knew that Chen Fan could kill the beasts of the town general level people, he did not have any signs of the town generals on his body, and he should be fighting by leapfrogging the level and had not yet broken through. But now he said to them, that is, his son made a breakthrough recently.
What's so surprising? Isn't it normal for your son to be excellent? Chen's mother just smiled.
She didn't care what height Chen Fan could reach, all she cared about was that Chen Fan was his son.
Yes, my son is so good. I should be happy.
Father Chen had a smile on his face at this moment, obviously happy from the bottom of his heart. His son, now that he has reached such a height, can be regarded as a real hope for his son Jackie Chan far exceeded expectations. By the way, Xiaofan, the Dragon City Lord picked us up to live in a villa for a while some time ago, and he didn't say anything why. Chen's mother asked about this thing that puzzled her. After all, at that time, there was a large group of black-clothed bodyguards guarding the villa at all times, which made her almost think that she was imprisoned. There was a little thing at that time, but now it has been solved. Chen Fan sat on the sofa.
Chen's mother didn't say much. However, his sister Chen Shui pulled Chen Fan and asked Chen Fan to tell him how powerful the Tianjiao people he met in the national selection competition were.
Chen Fan said, that group of Tianjiao is indeed extraordinary, but compared with your brother and me, your goal is not to be on par with them. You have to win the first place in the national selection competition in the future, otherwise you will not be my Chen Fan's sister. Chen Shui was startled. Although she wanted to become stronger, she also knew that Tianjiao in those national trials was too strong. Compared with those peerless Tianjiao, she felt impossible. After all, not everyone was a freak like her brother, and suddenly became amazingly talented. Just kidding, just practice well during this time. Tell me if you lack cultivation resources.
Chen Fan saw Chen Shui's frightened look and thought it was very interesting.
My sister is not afraid of the sky and the earth on weekdays, and she is scared when she is challenged.
Scared me to death.
Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief and gently stroked her chest. Seeing his sister's appearance, Chen Fan knew that the other party was pretending. After all, he knew his own sister too well. Soon night fell, and it was time to go to bed after eating. Chen Fan returned to his room and began to consult information on the computer. The third stage of the Eye of Martial Arts. What do you need to break through?
Office. Chen Fan typed these words on the computer and quickly searched for them. There is still a third stage of the Eye of Martial Arts? What is the Eye of Martial Arts?
Chen Fan clicked on a post but found no useful information, which made him frown. But it soon unfolded. It's normal not to find out. After all, the real peerless powerhouse, who has nothing to do to comment on you on the internet every day. They are also busy defending against fierce beasts and doing their own thing. I have to find someone who knows and ask. Chen Fan quickly thought of the Jiangnan Mansion Lord and then dialed the phone. When they came back, the other party gave him a phone number so that he could call at any time if he had anything to do, and he also informed the other party of his phone number, which had been remarked. The phone was quickly dialed, and a response came from the other end. Hey, Chen Fan, it's so late. Do you have anything to do with me? Lord, do you know what conditions are needed to break through the third stage of the Eye of Martial Arts? What? You start trying to understand the third stage? The other side of the phone was obviously surprised and frightened by what Chen Fan said. However, Chen Fan knew that there was a drama as soon as he saw the other party's performance. Chen Fan, wait first, don't hang up the phone. I'll call Master Fengwoji. I don't know as much as he does. You can ask Master Fengwoji directly if you have any questions later. Subsequently, the Lord of Jiangnan Mansion quickly used his other mobile phone to dial a number.
Chen Fan waited in the room for a while.
Chen Fan, this is Lord Fengwoji's number. You talk to that adult directly.
Thundered, 1938.
The Lord of Jiangnan Mansion directly reported a string of numbers. Chen Fan hung up the phone and then dialed the new number again, and a response soon came from there.
Chen Fan, I heard that you are about to comprehend the third stage of the martial arts eye?
Fengwoji's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Yes, but I always feel like something is missing. Chen Fan expressed his doubts.
The third stage of the eye of martial arts cannot be directly comprehended. According to the information I have learned, it is necessary to obtain something called the martial arts stone. But there is no such thing in the academy for the time being, and that kind of thing needs to be collected at the number 9 defense line. Hearing these words, Chen Fan remembered the records in the books. The 9th line of defense is one of the powerful iron walls of mankind. It is said that there is a powerful venerable guard there, and it is the front line of the human race, defending against some terrifying beasts. However, those things that had been recorded for a long time, for example, he had come into contact with the immortals now, and he suspected that the current 9th line of defense should also have immortals guarding there. It is said to have been built on the outskirts of the 36 provinces, guarded by strong men throughout the ages, repelling powerful beasts and preventing them from rushing into the inner areas. As for the golden horned silver wolf, it should be a fish that escaped the net from the front line of defense.
Can you tell me the specific location? Chen Fan asked.
Yes, Feng Wuji said on the other side of the phone. The specific location of the martial arts stone is the Qingyun Mountains outside the 9th line of defense, which is the place where the fierce beast lava boulder group lives. There may be the existence of level 10 fierce beasts, which is very dangerous. I personally suggest not to go first and wait until you have a certain strength and then go.
Boom! You don't need to be too anxious now. You can wait for a while, and when you are completely under the master may personally help you get the martial arts stone.
When Chen Fan heard the other party's words, he had the idea of wanting to go. Even if I encounter a level 10 beast, I can still resist a fatal blow when I awaken the sun god armor, and I may not be able to take risks. The ability to awaken in the third stage of the eye of martial arts, I always feel that it will bring me an unimaginable improvement. Maybe I can give it a try. Chen Fan thought in his heart. You have to improve your strength as soon as possible, and there are still many fierce beasts there. You can kill the beasts to obtain crystals and improve your cultivation. However, the disadvantage is that it is very dangerous there. Even if you encounter the most fatal life and death crisis, no one will come to help, and a careless person will fall there. But the greater the crisis, the more opportunities there are. By the way, Chen Fan has something that he was going to tell you about in a while. Since you have already called, why don't I just tell you? This time Master told me that you must get the top 10 in the opening assessment, otherwise he will not be able to accept you as an apprentice. I have a detailed information here. I will add you as a friend later, and send it directly to you. You can take a closer look. Chen Fan heard the other party's words and nodded. Then he heard the voice of applying for a friend. Chen Fan clicked to agree, and then sent a picture to the opposite side.
Opening assessment, top 10 prediction list.
Number 1, Bailey keeps the covenant, the heir of the gods, the youngest son of the Bailey gods, 16 years old, and is a marquis. Ha! Seeing the first place, Chen Fan showed a surprised expression. I feel that the descendants of the gods are terrifying. Born with powerful bloodline, others still need to wait until the age of 18 to honestly awaken the power of talent. The 16-year-old is a marquis. It is outrageous. Second place, Twilight Light Sun, a member of the immortal family Twilight family, now the grandson of the immortal ancestor, 22 years old. The power of the bloodline is amazingly comparable to the immortal ancestor, and the realm is suspected of being a marquis. Third place, Bailey Yen, a person from the immortal family Bailey family, now the parent and son of the immortal ancestor, 23 years old, amazing blood power, and the realm is suspected of being a marquis. Number 8, Xian Yuan Wind and Snow, a member of the Xian Yuan family of the immortal family, is 20 years old, has amazing blood power, and has cultivated as a town general 9 folds. The list is very detailed, and the top 10, even the weakest, are all town generals. Yay. And these are all some invincible Tianjiao. Almost all of them are people from the immortal family. Each of them will have the strength to leapfrog the challenge, not at all like the Tianjia that Chen Fan encountered before. No wonder these people can directly join the academy without going through any assessment. The prince is really too weak compared to them. Chen Fan thought of the prince he killed, and the qualifications of these people were too different, so he barely broke through to become a town general, and the power of the bloodline should be far inferior to these invincible Tianjia.
Feng Wuji on the other end of the phone saw that Chen Fan had been silent for a long time, and thought it was Chen Fan, and felt great pressure, and said, Chen Fan, don't have too much psychological burden, just do your best. After all, these people are born with an advantage over you, and the power of their bloodline allows them to have extremely high cultivation when they are born. Even if they don't compete for the top 10, it doesn't matter, just do your best. He repeated the last 4 words twice, obviously thinking that Chen Fan would not reach the top 10. After all, this kind of school opening assessment is too difficult. Chen Fan came in at the wrong time. It is simply hellishly difficult. A bunch of immortal direct bloodlines gathered in, and it was even more difficult to rank in the top 10 than to ascend to the sky. Chen Fan, do you have any other questions? If not, I'll hang up the phone first.
Feng Wuji said over there.
Thank you, it's okay. Chen Fan responded.
The other end of the phone hung up quickly. Chen Fan looked at the list and fell into deep thought. These terrifying immortal bloodlines and god bloodlines all had extremely high cultivation and should not be weaker than their current selves. Especially the first place Bailey show is simply a freak, and the power of the bloodline is absolutely powerful and terrifying. At the age of 16, he is so strong, and the blood of the gods is really powerful. However, there is not much fear in his eyes, although the first place is not easy to take, but the top 10 is still certain.
It's just that what's the point of not taking the first place in the opening assessment?
Chen Fan stared at the list on the screen, and his heart became even more determined to go the Qingyun Mountains outside the 9th line of defense, and got the martial arts stone.
Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully activating the hidden quest.
Stop. Mission goal: win the championship in the opening assessment, and randomly reward a demigod skill, immortal, demigod martial arts. When Chen Fan heard the reward, his eyes lit up.
Demigod skills, is it a martial art above SSS level? Maybe his sun god armor is a demigod skill, but before, he didn't know much about SSS level martial arts. What other martial arts were there? Since there is a reward, I should win the championship.
Chen Fan's eyes bloomed with confidence, because this kind of demigod technique is too heaven-defying and amazingly powerful. But it's a pity that the sun god armor can't be improved, and it's just complete. Chen Fan looked out the window. The moonlight tonight was very beautiful, everything was silent, and all households turned off the lights.
Chen Fan also turned off the lights and went to sleep. In the past 3 days, Chen Fan has been staying with his family, often basking in the sun on the balcony, and there are not too many ups and downs in life. But today, he was ready to leave for the 9th line of defense. He had to raise the eye of martial arts to the 3rd stage, and he couldn't delay too much time. Brother, why are you coming back and staying for a few days before leaving? Chen Shui was a little reluctant to hold Chen Fan's arm.
There is nothing I can do. The pressure of the opening assessment is a bit high, and we must improve our strength, Chen Fan said with a smile.
Is the opening assessment of Tianyan Palace so difficult? Chen Shui showed a puzzled expression.
Chen Fan said, it is indeed difficult to win the championship. Chen Shui was directly silent.
The car is coming. I'm leaving. Parents, sister, you all go back.
Chen Fan glanced at his family behind him, waved at them, and then got into a black car. This was specially sent by the Dragon City Lord. The special car came to the parking airport, which was a private parking airport and belonged to the Morong family, and Chen Fan chose the fastest way to go to the 9th line of defense. If you take the high-speed rail, it will take at least 9 days, but the helicopter only takes 2 days, which directly saves a lot of time.
Morong Yuan personally came out and sent Chen Fan on the plane, respectfully.
Morong Xingchen was also next to him. Seeing his father respect Chen Fan so much, he didn't feel good in his heart. Chen Fan is younger than him, but he can achieve such terrifying achievements that even his father has to flatter him. Watch the helicopter take off and disappear from sight. Morong Xingchen said, Father, I will definitely cultivate harder, and after I join the 10th University Palace, I will work harder and rise step by step. But at this moment, Morong Yuan seemed to have looked away, and said, Very good, but you don't have to force yourself like this. It was my father's fault before. You are still very far from the real peerless Tianzhou. There is no need. It must be compared with these demons. Morong Xingchen was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that his father, who had always been strict with him, would say such things. The helicopter landed slowly and stopped at an airport.
Chen Fan walked down from above and successfully came to the 9th line of defense.
A huge city was built here, which was more majestic than the mountains, with thousands of meters of city walls pouring into the clouds.
When he entered this city, he could feel that every warrior here was in a hurry and seemed to be very busy. And there are many strong people, and there are a bunch of people here who are difficult to see on weekdays. And you can also see the existence of the marquee level, and even from time to time there is a terrifying aura in the sky, which makes people feel depressed and shocked. That should be the existence of the king's level, which is extremely terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying aura is still guarded on the city wall, the figure like fire in the night. Even from a long distance, Chen Fan could detect that there was a terrifying aura, which could even isolate his spiritual power. In his discovery, that person was like a volcano that could erupt at any time, and his body contained infinite power. Without even thinking about it, this kind of strong person should be the terrifying venerable. Coming to the city was an eye-opener for Chen Fan.
However, this was not unexpected by him. This kind of defense line is the most solid city of mankind, and it is destined to be guarded by peerless powerhouses.
Thundered. Otherwise, once the defense line is broken, the 36 provinces behind will suffer. Outside the 36 provinces, there is also a line of defense against fierce beasts. Could it be that those fierce beasts were deliberately put in? Chen Fan thought of such a possibility.
Logically speaking, it is impossible to put a beast in this terrifying line of defense.
Like an iron wall, it was impossible to be easily broken by a fierce beast. Rumble.
If it was deliberately put in, I am afraid it was to give the people of the 36 provinces a sense of crisis, and let them always know that they must become stronger.
If that's the case, it makes sense.
The strength of the beasts put in should be screened. If they are too strong, they will be killed, and the weak ones will stay.
But Chen Fan can also understand this pattern.
If this strongest line of defense resists the beasts and makes the people of the 36 provinces not have any sense of crisis, then the growth will be very slow. Even if one day the defense line is really breached, it will be a real catastrophe. The people of the 36 provinces may not have any power to resist. However, this is just a guess in Chen Fan's heart, and it is not necessarily deliberately put in. Perhaps those fierce beasts bypassed the most solid defense line of the human race through other channels and entered the area of the 36 provinces. Chen Fan didn't think too much, thinking that he should still look for the martial arts stone first.
Hello, do you know where the Qingyun Mountains are?
Chen Fan stopped a middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man was a town general, glanced at Chen Fan, and said, "The Qingyun Mountains are very dangerous. You want to go there to get the martial arts stone, you want to get rich, right? Young man, I advise you not to have such an idea."
The middle-aged man didn't want to tell Chen Fan where the Qingyun Mountains were.
Chen Fan was a little helpless, so he had to ask others, and the answers he got were similar, and he knew from the reactions of those people that the Qingyun Mountains might be more dangerous than he thought, because he saw that many people had fear in their eyes.
You want to know where the Qingyun Mountains are, right?
Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Chen Fan. He turned around and saw a man about 30 years old, looking at him with a smile. This man's realm is not high, and it seems that he has the strength of the Grandmaster.
Yes, do you know where it is?
Chen Fan was also helpless in his heart. The Qingyun Mountains were not recorded on the map at all, otherwise he would not have asked anyone. I'll tell you 3 4th-level crystals. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand. Chen Fan's hand flashed with light, and several fierce beast crystals appeared, which were directly paid to the other party. The Qingyun Mountains are in the north. You only need to go out of the city and walk 100 kilometers north to reach it. The middle-aged man took the beast crystal and smiled happily.
After Chen Fan learned the exact location, he left this place. Shortly after he left, the people next to him talked about it. This old Lu is harming people again.
For the sake of some fierce beast crystals, it is really hateful to harm other people's lives.
Forget it, don't meddle in your business.
The people around him talked about it, and they all thought that this old Lu, this kind of behavior was very hateful. The Qingyun Mountains are extremely dangerous places for people in the city, and they are the gathering place of lava boulder beasts. Basically, the people who went there had no return, and they all wanted to go there and obtain the precious martial arts stone, but they lost their lives in vain. Chen Fan had already left the number 9 defense line and went directly to the Qingyun Mountains. After a while, you will see a huge mountain range with endless peaks towering as far as the eye can see. Although it is vast, it is completely uninhabited, with only terrifying beasts, a complex geographical environment, and even a harsh climate. There are plenty of desert areas that look like a Jedi. Chen Fan entered it, and after walking only a few dozen miles, he immediately ushered in a storm formed by wind and sand, whistling towards him. The terrifying wind and sand covered the scorching sun, and the sky was full of fine sand, and under the blowing of the wind, the power was extremely terrifying, as sharp as a divine weapon. Fortunately, Chen Fan used his true chi to protect his body for the first time, but the collision of these sand shua and Chen Fan's true chi also produced a large amount of sparks. Such power is enough to make the Grandmaster's defense have no effect. Fortunately, now Chen Fan is already a town general, but he is not afraid of such an attack.
After passing through the desert area of the Qingyun Mountains, what came into view was a magma area. Not good. There is extremely hot magma everywhere, and you can see some fierce beasts soaking in the magma.
Chen Fan found a position, covering his figure, and then his eyes fell on a position in the middle of this magma area. There are some fiery red stones there, which are the stones of martial arts, also known as lava stones. The price is extremely expensive, but it only takes 10 yuan. Chen Fan to refine it to successfully comprehend the 3rd stage of the eye of martial arts, so you have to take a risk. Of course, he learned that the strongest in the Qingyun Mountains was a level 10 beast, which was not something he could deal with now.
Meanwhile, and he also learned that this level 10 ferocious beast was very ferocious, even killing the venerable and killing countless strong people of humanity in the Qingyun Mountains. Even some immortals could not help him. It's just that it was extremely bad luck to encounter the level 10 beast. Chen Fan hit his breath and then operated the sun god armor, wrapped his whole body, and dived directly into the magma. After entering it, Chen Fan did not feel uncomfortable at all. After all, he is a sun god body, naturally resistant to fire, and although the temperature of magma is high, it cannot cause any harm to it. In the magma, you can see pieces of rock, like fierce beasts made of rocks.
These beasts are actually fighting each other and devouring each other. It can be described as the weak and the strong. Chen Fan saw with his own eyes 2 lava boulders fighting each other there, one of which smashed the head of the other lava boulder, and then opened his mouth to inhale and swallowed it all. After devouring it, the size of this lava boulder directly expanded, about twice as much, exuding an even more terrifying aura. The surrounding lava boulders remained motionless, clearly surrendering, and the strength of this lava boulder has reached the point of about 6 layers of the town general. But Chen Fan didn't care. His goal was to seize the martial arts stone. There are 3 such martial arts stones in this area, and Chen Fan got them smoothly. However, just when he was included in the Tsanlong ring, the 6-fold lava boulder of the town general directly locked Chen Fan. The beast let out a roar in the magma, and a big hand slapped towards Chen Fan.
Fan. What? These lava boulders were all in human shape, and a fiery red divine ring appeared behind their heads. Chen Fan didn't want to alarm the lava race, but there was no way at this moment. Chen Fan burst out the Sun God Fist, a terrifying fistlight, instantly defeating the lava boulder. With a terrifying combat power of 300 million, it is completely easy to kill an ordinary town general with a 6-fold 7-level beast. After killing, Chen Fan obtained a beast crystal and beast essence blood, and the other beasts retreated and fled, obviously knowing that Chen Fan was not easy to mess with. After all, even their newly born leader was killed. Chen Fan successfully left this place and then entered the next area. He continued to walk deeply, during which he refined the fierce beast crystal and essence blood, and although his combat power improved, he did not break through the realm. Now the average level 7 beast crystal provides not too much energy for himself. You still need to kill the 8th level beast. This is also something that can't be helped. My physique is too terrifying. Chen Fan advanced about 100 kilometers, but never found the stone of martial arts again. Just when he was a little disappointed, he felt a strong coercion. His spirit probed the past and found that he could not detect the strength of this lava boulder at all. The lava boulder was still hundreds of meters away from him, and he had already found him. How dare a small human dare to break into this place without permission? In a piece of magma, a lava boulder more than 30 meters high rushed out of it. This lava boulder, with a pair of eyes full of crimson, seemed to be burning non-stop. Level 9 beasts. It was clear that there was magma all around, and the temperature was extremely high, but at this moment Chen Fan felt chills all over. I saw this 9th level fierce beast. His eyes glared at Chen Fan, and 2 crimson fires turned into beams, attacking with terrifying power. The surrounding magma boiled, as if stirring up stormy waves, and the overwhelming force drowned Chen Fan. Sun God armor. Chen Fan condensed it the first time and wrapped his whole body. A terrible beam of light fell on Chen Fan's body, and a mushroom cloud immediately lit up here, and a terrifying explosion occurred, a rolling heat wave surged, and the raging fire engulfed everything. The 9th level lava boulder, after performing this move, returned to the magma. He didn't look at Chen Fan at all, because he felt that Chen Fan could not survive. As a 9th level beast comparable to the king of the human race, he had this invincible confidence. And he also killed such ignorant humans, I don't know how many. I want to come here to steal the martial arts stone, damn it. When the fire in the sky dissipated, you could see a figure wearing armor. This armor is golden yellow in color and has strange patterns on it, which seem to form a sun. And at this time, the armor dissipated. Chen Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now the 9th level fierce beast directly hit the deadly protection of the sun god armor with a casual blow. If it weren't for this armor, I would probably be cold now. The 9th level beast is too terrifying. It seems that I have to reach the level of a marquis before I can kill that level 9 beast just now. Chen Fan looked at the place where the 9th level fierce beast disappeared just now, but there was a fighting intent in his eyes, and the flames on his body floated like flowing water. But now, he is not the opponent of this fierce beast, and he has to leave this place first. Chen Fan did not hesitate and turned to flee. Sun God armor can weaken damage by 50%, regardless of any attack, can resist a critical blow, refreshing, remaining time is 60 minutes. But fortunately, the Sun God Kai can refresh every 60 minutes to resist fatal blows, which can bring him safety. Death. Chen Fan withdrew from this area and came to another area, because it was a vast area, so it took an hour to travel. This is also a place where magma is surging, but this time Chen Fan did not spread his spiritual power on a large scale, so as not to be detected by the level 9 fierce beast just now. It was too dangerous. He saw that there were 5 martial arts stones in the magma in front of him, and Chen Fan's eyes lit up. However, he still moved forward cautiously, first covering his body with the sun god armor, and approaching quickly in the potential magma. Boom! Bold humans, how dare they covet the treasures of my race? At this moment, a majestic voice came, and a lava boulder appeared in the magma, exuding a terrifying aura, and the surrounding magma was boiling violently. This scene shocked Chen Fan, and he almost thought it was a 9th level beast again, but when he sensed it, it was a 7th level peak beast, and his power was doing well. Chen Fan was angry and had nowhere to go, only to see a dazzling light blooming on his armor. The eye of martial arts was activated, and the sun god fist exploded. Meanwhile, Kyoto, a brilliant divine flame crossed the sky, and the surrounding magma was torn in half, unable to close at the first time. The level 7 lava boulder lit up with crimson flames on its body, like a red-hot soldering iron, and its whole body was turning red, which was a manifestation of his true chi running to the extreme. But in the face of Chen Fan's blow, he still couldn't resist in the end, and was forcibly penetrated through his body, and was directly killed in seconds. The other lava boulders in the magma began to flee one after another, and no one wanted to protect the martial arts stone at all. After all, on weekdays, the martial arts stones are not their share, and they can only be used by the leader alone. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed it. His true chi wrapped the fierce beast crystal, and by the way, refined a drop of fierce beast essence blood. He shook the beast crystal in his hand, feeling a little soft, not very hard. Unlike the beast crystal of other beasts, it seemed to be full of life. It is rumored that some fierce beasts that have cultivated to an extremely high level can transform into humans and abandon their own beasts' bodies, but I
haven't seen them yet. Could it be that they have to be level 10 beasts to do it? Chen Fan thought of the 9th level fierce beast just now, which was not a human body. But he didn't think much about it. After taking away the martial arts stone, he found a place to refine the fierce beast crystal and essence blood. After the refining was completed, Chen Fan finally broke the mirror again, reached the dual realm of the town general, and his combat power directly increased by 50 million. In other words, his current combat power is 350 million.
This made Chen Fan more satisfied. Such a terrifying combat power, ordinary Marquises, by no means his opponent.
But this was not Chen Fan's goal, because he knew that his opponents were all invincible Tianjiao, and it was impossible to recognize them according to common sense. Ordinary Marquis has a combat power of 100 million, and those invincible Tianjiao are likely to be several times that of ordinary Marquises, and they are by no means so easy to deal with. So he still had to become stronger. After all, in the 10 University Palace, it was a place where there would be truly terrifying opponents. It is the gathering place of the real Tianjiao. The tiger sits on the dragon plate. This made Chen Fan feel very excited, and his eyes flashed with golden light. Only where there is competition will you grow faster. Unknowingly, when night fell, Chen Fan did not sleep but explored around, and after a night, he did not find the stone of martial arts. On the other side, at this time, the golden crow in the distance had slowly risen, and the golden light shone on the earth. It also illuminated Chen Fan's body. 8 martial arts stones were still not enough for Chen Fan. I hope to find the remaining 2 pieces today. Chen Fan turned into a streamer and continued to search. However, at this moment, Chen Fan suddenly looked up and saw 2 streamers flying in the sky unscrupulously, not caring at all, and would be discovered by the strong in the lava boulder. One of the breaths was extremely terrifying, and Chen Fan felt that it was even stronger than the 9th level beast. King the Powerhouse. Chen Fan stared at the sky, thinking in his heart, the kings and powerhouses have all come here. I'm afraid they are also here for the martial arts stone, and I'm afraid it will cause turmoil later, so they still have to quickly find the remaining 2 martial arts stones. Thinking of this, Chen Fan accelerated his speed and began to explore. And just as Chen Fan was exploring, the 2 streamers flying in the sky suddenly parted ways and moved in 2 different directions. And the direction of a streamer is the direction Chen Fan is exploring. Chen Fan continued to explore, and finally came to a magma area, in which a terrifying lava boulder sat in the magma. The lava boulder exuded an extremely dangerous aura, although it was not as good as a level 9 beast, but it was also very terrifying. Human, are you here for the stone of martial arts? This lava boulder sensed Chen Fan's traces and took the initiative to ask. Chen Fan did not answer him, but murderous aura welled up on his body. People and beasts are inherently incompatible, and the beast doesn't know how many people it has killed, and it is the great enemy of the human race. You don't need to be polite at all to deal with the beast, you just need to kill it mercilessly. Submit to me and be my servant, I can reward you with the stone of martial arts. At this time, this lava boulder expressed the purpose in his heart. Chen Fan smiled coldly, the golden true chi flowed on his body, and the flames burned fiercely. The terrifying true chi condensed in his hands. Chen Fan glanced at the martial arts stone next to the lava boulder. There were 12 of them, and he wanted them all. I'll give you another choice, die at my hands and become a ghost, Chen Fan said unceremoniously. The lava boulder saw that Chen Fan was so ignorant, his face became gloomy, and his body exuded a terrifying coercion. The crimson flames burned all over the sky, turning the sky into a color like a fiery cloud. I don't know what to do, give me death. Thank you. The beast spewed out a crimson light from its mouth, emitting an astonishing high temperature. Chen Fan slashed his palm forward, and this crimson light was forcibly split in half by him. Without using any martial arts, he easily broke the killer move of this fierce beast. The sun god armor directly weakened half of the damage, so it couldn't cause any fatal damage to Chen Fan at all. If you only have this little strength, you can die. Chen Fan was murderous and prepared to fight quickly. The lava boulder's face changed slightly. Obviously he didn't expect Chen Fan to be so difficult to deal with. Good means. Suddenly, a terrifying aura approached here. Chen Fan's spiritual power spread over and he saw a young man in a blue suit, handsome, with some fine white hair, but his temperament was a little cold. However, this person's face looks a little immature, as if he is a minor. He exuded an astonishing cold air, which could freeze even the magma on the ground. The lava boulder stared at the white-haired boy, feeling cold all over his body, and felt a fatal sense of danger. Marquis. Chen Fan could sense the cultivation of this young man, and he was a marquis powerhouse. But the lava boulder was now full of fear in his eyes, and he seemed to be very afraid of the white-haired boy in front of him. However, Chen Fan also noticed that this young man was not an ordinary marquis, and the true chi flowing on his body was a bit terrifying. In particular, the chill emanating from him can simply freeze everything, which makes people feel incredible. Chen Fan had also met people who had awakened their ice talent before, but compared with the boy in front of him, it was not a great at all, and the gap was too big. Chen Fan suspected that the boy in front of him might be the top kind of ice-type god-level talent. Brother, discuss something with you, and give me those martial arts stones. The white-haired boy looked at Chen Fan and asked politely. Chen Fan shook his head and said, I also have a fancy,
if you want to take it away, you have to defeat me. How could he give up what was about to be obtained to others? When the white-haired boy heard this, he suddenly laughed. You are really interesting, but I am a marquis and bully you as a town general. There is no challenge. Then, the white-haired boy's eyes fell on the lava boulder and said, look at you, can you let me have fun? I saw that a large amount of true chi was emanating from his body, and circles of frost were permeated, and more magma around him was frozen. He seemed to be able to control the power of all the ice in the world. The powerful ice could freeze almost everything, and no one could escape. Damn human, if you dare to touch me, our leader will not let you go. The lava boulder roared, its eyes filled with fear. The leader you are talking about is the 9th level lava boulder, right? The white-haired boy said slowly, I have sent someone to deal with him, and you should be able to reunite in hell later. Hearing this, the lava boulder in front of him was startled. Ice frozen. The white-haired boy snapped his fingers, and the true chi on his body flowed rapidly, and a large amount of ice condensed into an ice dragon, exuding an overwhelming chill, and rushed towards the lava boulder. The 8th level lava boulder struggled to resist, but in the end it was frozen by the ice and turned into an ice sculpture, without any resistance power. They are clearly at the level of marquises, and the strength of lava boulders is vulnerable in front of the white-haired boy, just like ants. It's too weak, it's boring. The white-haired boy shook his head, glanced at the martial arts stone, and didn't move to take it. Brother, the martial arts stone has been frozen by me now. If you can get it, I'll give it to you. He showed a sunny smile at Chen Fan. Chen Fan was expressionless, the golden flames on his body rose, and he grabbed it forward, landing on the ice, but found that these ice were harder than steel and could not be grasped at all. The true chi in Chen Fan's body flowed rapidly, the golden flames were like flowing water. The martial arts eye burst out, and a brilliant fist light fell on the ice again. The ice began to explode, and the true chi wrapped 12 martial arts stones in his pocket. Then, Chen Fan broke through the ice again in front of the white-haired boy, took out the beast crystal of the lava boulder, and refined it into a drop of beast essence blood, and collected it all. He didn't care what the white-haired boy thought. He could probably guess that this white-haired boy definitely had a big family behind him, and when he came here, he could send a king powerhouse to protect him, and he could also hunt the 9th level beasts. Your strength is very good. The white-haired boy showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, obviously not expecting Chen Fan's strength to exceed his imagination. A town general was able to break the ice he had condensed, and it looked easy. And at this moment, a sound like an earthquake and tsunami suddenly came not far away. The earth shook and the mountains shook, and it looked like the sky was about to collapse. And that direction was the direction where Chen Fan had encountered the 9th level beast before. It seemed that the kingly powerhouse he had sensed before was hunting the 9th level fierce beast. However, this shaking feeling quickly disappeared, and it was clear that the battle was over. I saw a streamer appear in the sky, approaching here quickly. It seems that he is not an ordinary king powerhouse. Chen Fan had seen the horror of the 9th level beast, but he was so easily killed by others, ending the battle, which showed that the king powerhouse behind the white-haired boy was stronger than he imagined. Perhaps it is the existence of the middle or even late stage of the kingship. Chen Fan didn't want to stay here for a long time, so he turned into a golden fire and left this place. He was not ready to share his harvest with the white-haired teenager. Even if the white-haired boy didn't appear, he could still kill the level 8 lava boulder, and the martial arts stone was still his. The white-haired boy did not pursue, but looked at Chen Fan's back as he left, and said, it's really interesting outside. It's not like the divine realm, it's too boring. His eyes were calm, and he didn't care at all, that little cultivation resource. After all, he was born in the divine realm. Shortly after Chen Fan left, a streamer landed, manifesting the figure of a middle-aged man. Promise keeper young ancestor, this is the crystal and essence blood of the 9th level fierce beast, and 50 martial arts stones. Although the middle-aged man was crowned king, he was extremely respectful to the white-haired boy, and even called him the young ancestor. Because of the white-haired young man, although Bailey kept the covenant young, he was a god and son of a very high seniority. You did a good job. Bailey kept his promise and took over those resources. By the way, can you break the ice I condensed when you were the town general? Bailey Show US suddenly asked. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and shook his head. The young ancestor is joking. You are a person who has awakened the blood of the gods, and the ice you condense cannot be broken even by ordinary marquises and strong people. What if I tell you, just now a town general broke my ice? Bailey Show US said lightly. The king powerhouse was startled, and then murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Dared to offend the young ancestor. Do you want me to kill him? As a family of gods, it is naturally unscrupulous, and anyone who dares to offend will all die. Why are you so murderous? I just think that person is interesting. We should go, otherwise my brother will have to nag again. Bailey kept the promise and said, the lesson of the young ancestor is, the king is strong, restrain the killing intent on his body, and be respectful. Then the two left the place and disappeared. The two breaths that Chen Fan sensed left, and then found a place to start refining. Finally, the third stage of the eye of martial arts can be opened. But before that, let's refine the crystal and essence blood breakthrough first. I saw his true chi running and began to refine it. After an hour, Chen Fan opened his eyes, his cultivation level directly broke through, reaching the triple realm of the town general.
general, and his combat power increased by 50 million again. Next, it's time to comprehend the third stage of the Eye of Martial Arts. But just when he was about to comprehend, he suddenly felt that he had comprehended some kind of inexplicable power again. I saw that there was golden true chi flowing on his open palm, and the blazing flames were burning and beating. The artistic conception of fire. Chen Fan felt that the inexplicable power was blessed on top of the true chi, and the power was even stronger, and it could definitely improve the combat power. This was the fourth power of artistic conception that he comprehended, and in this place, it seemed that it was much easier to comprehend the artistic conception of fire. After I improve the Eye of Martial Dao, I will comprehend the artistic conception of fire here, and maybe I can be promoted to the third stage. Chen Fan had such an idea in his heart. Then he took out 10 martial arts stones and began to refine them. In the process of refining, Chen Fan felt that his martial arts eye was becoming more and more mysterious, like the shackles in his body, which were being unsealed step by step. It took half a day, and the 10 martial arts stones had been completely refined by him, and now Chen Fan had successfully comprehended the third stage of the martial arts eye. I saw that in his deep pupils, there was a bright light like a star. The third stage of the Eye of Martial Arts, ignoring 50% of the defense, the true chi is stored, and it can store twice the true chi of itself. In Chen Fan's body, a small golden ball was condensed, which could absorb a large amount of spiritual energy around it and turn it into true chi and store it in his body. Chen Fan had a smile on his face, which was simply cool. His own heavenly flame was originally the strongest killer move, but the disadvantage was that the consumption of true chi was too intense. Even in his current realm, using the heavenly flame to return to 1, using it twice at most, this is already the limit, and the true chi in his body will definitely be squandered. But now there is the effect of true chi storage, and the 4 moves of heavenly flame are one who can bear it. Even the strong man in the later stage of the General Marquis will be blown up by him. Qingyun Mountains. A fair-skinned, handsome, and extraordinary young man was here unscrupulously killing lava boulders, and what he was chasing was a level 7 lava boulder. The lava boulder is usually the overlord of the Qingyun Mountains, and anyone who dares to break into this place will be killed by them. But now, the location has been reversed. All the martial arts stones are for you, don't kill me. The lava boulder ran and begged for mercy. He felt that he was unlucky today, and as soon as he came out from under the magma to take a breath, he encountered such a terrifying human. Chen Fan burst out a sun god fist in the direction where the magma was, and the artistic conception of fire exploded, increasing in power. A large amount of magma splashed, and the level 7 lava boulder was also killed by him forcefully. Then he had more fierce beast crystals and essence blood in his hands, and then wrapped the martial arts stone with true chi, and left this place calmly. Then he came to a place and began to refine it, and it didn't take long for him to open his eyes again. Because his strength is getting stronger and stronger, the speed of refining is getting faster and faster, and after he discovers the spar of the lava boulder, he will comprehend the artistic conception of fire faster. In this way, Chen Fan stayed directly in this mountain range for about a month, during which he kept hunting lava boulders. Coupled with the daily sunbathing, his cultivation was also steadily growing, reaching the 5th level of the town general. Its own combat power has also reached an astonishing 500 million. The time to enter Tianyang Palace was getting closer and closer. Chen Fan did not leave the Qingyun Mountains, because he realized that, if he wanted to awaken, the 4th stage of the Eye of Martial Dao would probably require at least 100 martial Dao stones, and what he has collected now is only 30. This is also something that cannot be helped. He does not dare to set foot in some areas at all, where he can feel a terrifying aura lurking from a distance. They are definitely some level 9 beasts, which are enough to kill their own existence in one blow. Although he had the sun god armor and could withstand the fatal blow, Chen Fan still didn't want to take this risk. In case that level 9 beast makes up for another knife, he may not be able to withstand it with his current strength. Level 9 and level 8 are completely different. Another half a month passed, and on this day, Chen Fan broke through to the 6th realm of the town general, and the aura on his body was once again much stronger. He couldn't remember how many lava boulders he had killed during this time. Chen Fan exhaled softly, and this breath actually had a fiery breath, directly shattering a stone not far away. The combat power is getting stronger and stronger, and there is terrifying power between every move. Even exhaling can destroy a lot of ordinary people and a lot of ordinary beasts. During this time, his fire artistic conception had also entered the 2nd stage, and the power of the amplification was stronger. Stay here for another 3 days, and I'll leave. Chen Fan estimated the time. He had to go to Kyoto, and participate in the opening assessment, and he really couldn't stay here for too long. However, Chen Fan still wanted to comprehend the 3rd stage of the artistic conception of fire within these 3 days. Once you successfully comprehend it, your strength will definitely be stronger. Thinking about this, Chen Fan opened his eyes and went to hunt the lava boulders again. Deep in the Qingyun Mountains, in a piece of magma, a lava boulder covered in crimson suddenly opened its eyes. The aura of this lava boulder was much more terrifying than that of ordinary lava boulders, and it was a level 8 fierce beast. However, the aura on his body was even more terrifying, obviously awakening the existence of the
bloodline. Someone is slaughtering the tribe. I can feel a large amount of my clan's life breath dissipating. This lava boulder erupted with a dangerous aura in its eyes, and the surrounding magma boiled violently. Then the lava boulder left the magma and turned into a crimson fire, heading outside. Chen Fan was still hunting lava boulders and collecting martial arts stones. He had collected 40 now, but there were still 60 left, and time was not enough. I can only come back later, but I don't need to be on this periphery later, and I can enter the deeper Qingyun mountains. Just like those kings, the powerful strength directly killed the 9th level beasts, and the speed of obtaining the martial arts stone would definitely be much faster than it is now. Meanwhile, and at this moment, Chen Fan suddenly felt a powerful force locking on him, and even he felt a suffocating smell. A strong man made a move, and came with an invincible momentum, and in the sky, I don't know when it had turned crimson, and the sky was covered with fire clouds. Not an ordinary level 8 beast. Chen Fan sensed at this moment that the aura of this fierce beast was completely different from the 8th level fierce beast he had encountered before, and he was afraid that he had awakened the powerful power of the bloodline. Fall. At this time, a loud sound came from the sky, and then on the sky, fireballs like meteorites condensed. These fireballs rained down and burst out with a devastating aura, which could annihilate almost anyone who wanted to resist. This kind of power, even if it is a marquis and a strong man, has to avoid its edge and dare not confront it head-on. There was a strong sense of oppression towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan stood still at this moment, looking at the sky. The golden flame true qi on his body burned fiercely, and then punched out into the sky. The brilliant divine flame crossed the sky, and a beautiful arc emerged. Bang bang bang! There was a deafening explosion in the sky, and fireballs exploded. Ha! There are some skills. The strong man's voice in the sky was stunned for a moment. No wonder you dare to kill in the Qingyun mountains, but with your little ability, you should stay and become a dry bone. Immediately afterwards, the powerful beast struck again, only to see a large amount of crimson fire lit up on his body, and his eyes gradually turned crimson. Then the terrifying power condensed into a larger fireball in the sky, reaching an astonishing hundreds of meters, burning in the sky. This time the power was obviously stronger than just now. I don't know how many times. It rotated violently in the sky, making a heavy whistling sound, and it contained amazing terrifying power. Chen Fan's face was solemn at the moment. He felt that the Sun God Fist might not be able to shatter this fireball. Obviously this level 8 beast was much more terrifying than he imagined. However, no matter how strong the 8th level fierce beast is, can it withstand 2 fists of heavenly flames to return to 1? Chen Fan's artistic conception field spread at this moment, and a vision appeared behind him, a terrifying sun, with an amazing temperature, and the golden flame seemed to be able to burn everything. The eye of martial arts exploded, all laws were one, and the heavenly flame was one. Chen Fan broke out a killer move again at this moment, and when he blasted out with this punch, the power was already much stronger than at the time of the national trials. The terrifying fist light, with the power to crush everything, was unstoppable, and crushed the 100-meter fireball in the sky. The powerful beast in the sky was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Chen Fan to be so terrifying. But Chen Fan's second punch followed, its fist light swung, and a black swirling black hole was formed, with golden fire burning inside. The surrounding air distorted, and everything seemed to stand still. Only this punch broke through the frozen space and landed on the body of the 8th level fierce beast at an incredible speed. Before the beast could scream, it was unified by the heavenly flames. The terrifying power was torn apart, its body was twisting and collapsing, and there was a terrified expression in its eyes. Chen Fan wrapped the beast crystal and essence blood with his true qi, and landed smoothly on the ground. The true qi in his body had been consumed, but he immediately activated the martial Dao Eye, and the golden ball in his body exploded, turning into pure true qi that filled his whole body, and regained his peak. Refining this fierce beast crystal will definitely allow me to break through to a higher realm and comprehend the 3rd stage of the fire artistic conception. Chen Fan's eyes were like lightning. I thought there would be something too great in these 3 days, but a fierce beast sent him such an opportunity, which was really wonderful. Then, he found a quiet place and began refining. This fierce beast crystal and essence blood contained a large amount of energy, and Chen Fan began to refine it rapidly. He could clearly feel that the combat power in his body was growing wildly, as if it was about to soar to an incredible situation, and this span was extremely terrifying. However, Chen Fan didn't think much about it, but concentrated on starting to refine. Time passed so quickly, and before I knew it, it was the 3rd day. At this moment, Chen Fan was motionless, but his body was flowing with terrifying true energy, which was stronger than before. Suddenly, Chen Fan opened his eyes, but in his body, there was a new force boiling. This power was not like true qi, pushing everything with violent power, but more inclined to an invincible suppressive force. Chen Fan looked inside his body, and he could feel that he had some power, which had condensed into a solid state. Under this power, a feeling that could suppress everything even emerged in his brain. Even the level 8 beast just now could be killed without using the heavenly flame to return to 1. And his realm at this moment has also successfully stepped into the 7th layer of the town general. But this is not the most important thing. I saw him stretch out his palm, and a terrifying power burst out of his body, condensed into a sword in his hand, condensed into a
pagoda and condensed into the shape of a knife which could be infinitely transformed. And this kind of power is much more terrifying than true chi, more like the power of countless true chi forcibly compressed.
Could it be that this is a congenital chi?
Chen Fan remembers that it is recorded in the books that the strength of the king is because of the condensation of innate gangchi. The true chi in their bodies had all condensed into innate gangchi, which was the power of true chi compressed to the extreme, and the liquid true chi would turn into a solid state, resulting in a surge in combat power.
The power of every move will be even more terrifying and amazing.
Of course, it is difficult to distinguish between true chi and innate gangchi, and the two powers are very similar.
But now Chen Fan is almost sure that the new power he has born is the innate gangchi,
and his combat power at this moment has skyrocketed by more than 200 million, reaching an astonishing 800 million. Of course, the most important thing is that the innate gangchi was born, so it led to a surge in combat power. It's just that only part of the power in Chen Fan's body has been converted, and the other part of the power is still true chi.
Okay.
A condensed innate chi condensed on Chen Fan's fingers, splitting forward. A huge mountain peak was torn apart by the innate gangchi like cutting tofu, and there was an extra crack more than 10 meters long, and countless gravel rolled down from the mountain and began to collapse.
What a terrifying innate gangchi. I have only transformed about 1/30th now.
So terrifying.
Then those king-sealed powerhouses will transform all the true chi in their bodies into innate gangchi. How strong will they be? Chen Fan can probably understand now the gap between the king powerhouse and the following realm.
In the eyes of the powerful king, I am afraid that all the kings are ants. Just like the knife-level beast, after just one blow, he thought he was dead, and he had no idea of mending the knife at all. The powerful king is high, and they alone can guard a piece of land, and as far as their eyes can see, they can suppress all turmoil. They themselves have the ability to cross the sky for a long time, and they can smash mountains and rivers with one punch, and rivers can be diverted with one punch. In Chen Fan's previous cognition, the king's powerhouse was simply like a mountain, standing between heaven and earth. They were majestic and could ensure the prosperity of the party. It's just that sooner or later he will step into this realm. Chen Fan didn't think much about it. He sensed that in addition to comprehending the innate chi, the artistic conception of fire had also entered the third stage at this time. The light and dark artistic conception, as well as the destruction artistic conception, also entered the third stage at this moment. Congratulations to the host for integrating the power of 4 artistic conceptions to form a new artistic conception field. Artistic conception field covers the surrounding 100-meter area, weakens the opponent's combat power by 30%, and uses any martial arts to increase the combat power by 30%. Chen Fan had a smile on his face, and the more terrifying artistic conception realm made him not afraid of any opponent at all.
Okay, it's time for me to leave now and go to Tianyang Palace to participate in the assessment.
Chen Fan got up, walked towards the rising sun, left the Qingyun Mountains, and prepared to take a plane and go directly to Kyoto.
Tianyang Palace.
In front of a round table, there were a total of 10 people sitting here, each of whom had a vast aura, unfathomable.
What?
They were the immortals of Tianyang Palace, and they were all gathered here at the moment, because the school opening assessment was about to start. In fact, they all have people who have long taken a fancy, and the opening assessment is just a formality. This year's Bailey keeps the promise, no one should grab it from me. The first place in previous years was accepted by you as a disciple. It's time for me this year. One of the old men with a white beard said towards the other immortals. But the others were either silent, and did not agree to his request at all. Although they had accepted disciples in previous years, they also accepted people with immortal bloodline as disciples, and some even received descendants of God bloodline as disciples, but they would not give up this time. They learned that the strongest bloodline of Bailey keeping covenant was expected to become a god, and the power of the bloodline was much stronger than the bloodline of the gods they had encountered before. Once this kind of person is accepted as a disciple, when he grows up and becomes a god in the future, even immortals like them will gain boundless benefits.
And there is a god disciple, this spreads, the demigods have to be respectful to him. So this time, almost all the immortals present wanted to take Bailey's show as a disciple.
There was only one person exception, and that was Ning Chuan. He was a new immortal, knowing that he could not compete with these old immortals. Each of these people's qualifications was extremely high. I want Twilight Sun. This son's immortal bloodline is powerful, and he is almost destined to become an immortal in the future.
A strong-looking immortal dressed in black said. Everyone had no objection to this.
Because this strong-looking immortal was qualified to say this, he was immortal Tianyan and the oldest of the immortals present.
And his strength can also be ranked in the top 3.
Xian Yuan Fengxue, I will take him as a disciple. I took a fancy to Bailey Yen, and after the assessment, let him come directly to my door. These immortals began to divide the disciples they liked. After all, this kind of invincible heavenly pride, they were all rushing to ask for it. They all have to grab one of the top 10. After all, there is only so much share. The other immortals all said the disciples they wanted, and in the end only Ning Chuan was left.
Since you have all chosen, I will choose Xiaodu. Immortal Ning Chuan originally wanted to report Chen Fan's name, but after thinking about it, he still forgot it. He can only accept one person
personal disciple this time, and Chen Fan will most likely not be able to break into the top 10, so he can only accept him as an ordinary disciple first. Although he knew that Chen Fan's awakening divinity might be the reincarnation of a demigod or something, but unfortunately, because of the rules set by the emperor, he could not accept Chen Fan as a true biography. The difficulty of the top 10 was too high, and it was almost impossible with Chen Fan's cultivation now. He can sweep everything in the national trials, but it is different in the opening assessment. Which immortal bloodline can't fight by leapfrogging? Therefore, Chen Fan, the cultivation realm is the biggest disadvantage. After all, he was not a town general at that time, and now these powerful immortal bloodlines, god bloodlines, the top 10 are almost all marquises, even the weakest. I am afraid that they will become half-step marquises before the assessment. By the way, Ningchuan, I heard that there was a Lengtoqing in this national selection competition who offended the Taichu of the Thunder Palace. An immortal asked. Taichu nodded. The immortal with a white beard said darkly, "What a stunned youth. It is said that he is still the first in the national selection competition, and he is really getting more and more collapsed. I don't think the national selection competition is actually necessary at all, but it's just to pick out a person who can watch from a group of waste, and it's actually getting worse and worse year by year." The immortal completely looked down on the champion at the national trials and didn't even watch TV, because he didn't look down on such a person at all. Ningchuan, it is said that he wants to join our Tianyang Palace. Do you want to accept him as a disciple? An immortal asked. Ningchuan nodded. Yes. The other immortals shook their heads when they heard this, looking like they wanted to laugh. Although Chen Fan is the immortal seed of this session, he is the most top-notch existence in the eyes of ordinary people. Bang! But how can they compare to those powerful immortal bloodlines and god descendants? Since Ningchuan wants to accept him as an apprentice, we can't send him away at will, so let's arrange him in the third school. The immortal darkness said coldly with a hint of disdain in his eyes at this moment. Ningchuan frowned. The third academy was almost all some saint-level talents, there were very few god-level talents, and the cultivation resources were much less than those of other academies. This is completely casual. Immortal Ningchuan stood up. He wanted Chen Fan to enter the first academy, which was full of immortal seeds, all of which were some terrifying god-level talents. Of course, the first school also has the most resources. Okay, let's be quiet. Let's wait until after the school opening assessment about Chen Fan's distribution. Seeing the tense appearance of the two immortals, Tianyan spoke. In fact, he also looked down on Chen Fan in his heart and felt that Chen Fan's distribution didn't matter. For the allocation of the first place this year, I decided to join a place to enter the semi-mysterious realm. I wonder if you can agree. The immortal darkness said to everyone. This made the surrounding immortals frown. The reward for the first place was already enough, 1 million merit points, as well as the crystal that rewarded the 9th level beast, and the essence and blood. It will even reward level 9 spiritual weapons, level 9 elixirs, and even a copy of SS middle grade martial arts. In addition to these, there are also elixir rewards, artistic conception fruits, and so on. Ugh, now it is too extravagant to add a place in the semi-mysterious realm. The semi-mysterious realm is a special space opened up by demigods. Meanwhile, after the demigod falls, it will be called a secret realm and will become an ownerless thing. It was a place full of opportunities, and it was even possible to leave demigods left behind by demigods, and even get demigod essence and blood, etc. Hey, you must know these things. Even the venerable will be greedy, and the king strong will be crazy because of it. One of the immortals raised his hand. The other immortals hesitated for a moment and all agreed. These rewards are most likely prepared for Bailey to keep the contract, and for them, there is only benefit and no harm to them. Bailey kept the promise as the well-deserved first. His qualifications are not weaker than his father, which is equivalent to the god when he is young, destined to crush the existence of the same level. Bailey Shinyu. In a splendid hall, there were two white-haired men sitting opposite each other, and they were playing chess at the moment. On the chessboard, the black and white pieces are fighting each other, and it looks indistinguishable. Keep the promise, your chess skills have improved again recently. One of the white-haired men spoke, a young man. His eyes were very bright, and he also had a sharp feeling, and there was a sense of majesty in his conversation, as if he was a natural king. Brother, I said that one day I will surpass you. Bailey Shou ate the black seed with a white seed, and a smile appeared on his face. Bailey Dongjun smiled slightly, not caring. He is now 30 years old, and at this age, he is already a powerful king. But Bailey Dongjun knew that although the god bloodline he possessed could bless his combat power, his cultivation speed far exceeded that of other geniuses. Hey! But he also felt the shackles now, and the speed of cultivation to the later stage was getting slower and slower. And he also knew that he did not perfectly inherit his father's first god bloodline, and the blood contained impurities, and he was afraid that the demigod would be the pinnacle in this life. But the younger brother in front of him is different. Bailey kept the promise and perfectly inherited his father's first god bloodline, and there is a high possibility that he will become a god in the future. However, at this moment, a man walked in quickly, a man who looked about 20 years old, wearing a black suit. Seeing the two young ancestors playing chess, he did not dare to disturb, but stood aside and waited slowly. It's a draw again. Bailey Shoyue looked at his brother, glanced at the chessboard again, and sighed lightly. At the last step, he couldn't win his brother. Your servant has been waiting by your side for so long. He should be looking for you to have something important to say, so I'll leave first. Bailey Dongjun stood up and prepared to leave. However, before leaving, he said, by the way, my father got the first place in the opening assessment of Tianyang Palace, which should not be difficult for you, right? Brother, I am the best genius of the Bailey family. How difficult is it to face a mere opening assessment? Bailey kept the promise and felt that his brother was too long-winded. Bailey Dongjun noticed his brother's impatience, smiled and turned to leave. In fact, he also thought so in his heart. Bailey kept the contract stronger than when he was young, and he was in the realm of being a marquis. The other immortal bloodlines would definitely be crushed by his younger brother. On the other side, young master of the promise, this is the list of those geniuses. The servant handed over the tablet, which was covered with figures and various information introductions. All of them were thoroughly investigated, even the martial arts they were good at, all recorded on it. But Bailey Show only glanced at it lightly and lost interest. Who is he? He didn't disdain to study his opponent's information at all, which was his pride as a god. Even the guy named Twilight Sun who was behind him, saying that his own bloodline power was comparable to that of an immortal ancestor, he didn't pay attention to it. Stepping on it. In the same realm, he thinks that he is invincible, and he must be like his father, sweeping away strong enemies all the way, and finally achieve the divine position, which is his goal. The reward for first place is still good. Bailey Shoyue looked at the introduction on the tablet. He didn't care about what SS level middle grade martial arts, because he was not lacking. As a god family, he naturally collected more martial arts, stronger martial arts. What he cares about is the quota in the semi-mysterious realm. After all, in the semi-mysterious realm, no one knows what good things will be obtained. It is even possible to obtain demigod skills and demigod inheritance. These are all for you, young ancestor, the servant said respectfully. Bai Li Shou smiled. He naturally knew that the reward for this first place was probably also deliberately increased to himself in order to please his father. After all, no one in the same realm will be stronger than him. This is his invincible confidence. On the contrary, he was a person of the god bloodline of Tendu Palace, and he was still a little jealous. Hey, why is this Chen Fan also on this list? Bailey Shoyue saw that there was a person who was specially marked as a civilian, and his face showed a puzzled expression. And Chen Fan was in the top 15, which surprised him a little. Although it is recorded above that Chen Fan's record is extraordinary, he has killed the prince of the immortal family Taijia, but he didn't care at all, because this kind of record was too bad and average for him. He can rank 15th, mainly because there are rumors. It is said that the new immortal Ning Chuan intends to take him as an apprentice. The servant explained from the side. Ning Chuan, the immortal who hopes to become a demigod? Bailey kept the promise, remembering that he seemed to have heard of this name. The servant replied respectfully. No wonder the ranking can be so high. Bailey kept his promise and showed a clear look. At this moment, he couldn't help but think that when he met the man covered in armor in the Qingyun Mountains, he could be sure that it was definitely a powerful martial art. That person is still a bit interesting. The realm of the town general is probably not weaker than that of ordinary marquises, and it should be the direct blood of a certain immortal family. As for the ordinary bloodline, Bailey Show didn't pay attention to it at all. He had a powerful god bloodline, and he was born to cultivate faster than others, and he was more powerful and invincible in the same realm. Ordinary bloodlines from ordinary people, although it is possible to improve their realm in the later stage, but they are far inferior to them in the early stage. My opponent should be the son of heaven and the emperor of Tendu Palace, Bailey Shoyue said slowly. Hearing these two names, the servant trembled with fear, his eyes full of awe. It is said that when he was born, 30,000 miles of purple clouds converged and were born, and colorful petals fell from the sky, as if celebrating the birth of a great being between heaven and earth. So he was named the Son of Heaven and was given high hopes when he was born. And the Son of Heaven also showed amazing talent, sweeping all the way to the invincibility, and any enemy was crushed by him. There is also the Emperor. He is a member of the imperial family. Although this person was born without any vision, and even frail and sickly, his godfather did not pay much attention to this son at first. But later, everything changed, opportunities followed, and at the age of 5, he fell into a deep pool and received a demigod inheritance. When he was 15 years old, he went outside to practice, and as a result, he obtained a semi-artifact chariot, and even obtained an artifact sword. You know, the artifact is a weapon that only gods can have, and it takes countless materials and hard work to build. Not every god has an artifact, but the emperor has this opportunity. Later, he was vigorously cultivated by the imperial gods and poured countless cultivation resources, and the gods of the imperial family once said, "My son emperor has the qualifications of a god king." Snap! The king of gods, the king of all gods, can be seen that his evaluation is high. The Son of Heaven and the emperor, a natural vision, an amazing opportunity. Even the gods have praised them. They are destined to become gods, and even countless people in this era call them the strongest first generation. Many gods believe that the power of the bloodline of these two people is stronger than their fathers, surpassing the first generation of gods, and is a stronger invincible first generation. Thinking that they are the strongest invincible Tianzhou in this era, they are destined to look down on the realm of gods. The servant could not help but be shocked by the master's ambitions, because although Bailey kept the promise strongly, there was actually a gap between him and the emperor. Those two people were not very old, but they had never met any opponents in the same level. Countless descendants of the gods and bloodlines have challenged them, but they have all failed miserably and become their followers. In the major divine domains, it is said that the Son of Heaven and the Emperor are simply invincible beings. They also began to agree that the Emperor were beings beyond the bloodline of their father's gods, and they would stand above the gods. The Son of Heaven and the Emperor are just a few years older than me, and if they are the same age, I am confident that they will not be weaker than them. Bailey kept the promise and muttered to himself, his goal is to surpass these two people and become the strongest first generation. In fact, he was not the only one who thought so, but the other gods and bloodlines of the 10 great palaces also had this idea and goal, who called the Emperor too famous, and their talents were too terrifying, like hanging above the sky, so countless Tianzhou wanted to pull the sun down from the sky. A few days later, in the sky, a huge helicopter landed at the airport in Kyoto. On the plane, a large number of people walked down, including Chen Fan. It was too wasteful of time to take a separate helicopter, so Chen Fan came by passenger plane. Leaving the airport, Chen Fan took a taxi directly and went to Tianyang Palace. When the driver heard that Chen Fan was going to Tianyang Palace, he immediately became a lot more enthusiastic. Then the two started chatting in the car. It's really promising, you can join Tianyang Palace at a young age, and you have a bright future in the future. The driver was a middle-aged man with vicissitudes of life, sitting in front and saying, Uncle, do you have a son? Chen Fan asked. When the driver heard this question, he sighed, my son, his academic performance is average, and I don't know what talent he will awaken in the future. As an ordinary person, he naturally knew that his son might not awaken to any amazing talent. By the way, where are you from? The driver asked casually. Star City, Chen Fan replied. But, the driver thought for a moment and showed a puzzled expression. He hadn't heard much of the name, because it was a small place after all. There was a lot of traffic jam today, so it took a few hours to successfully arrive at Tianyang Palace. After Chen Fan paid the money, he got out of the car and left. At this time, the driver glanced behind him, took a careful look at Chen Fan, and suddenly froze. Then seeing Chen Fan's back gradually fade away, he remembered at this time that the first place in this year's national selection competition seemed to come out of Star City. Thinking of the few pictures that had been playing on TV some time ago, he quickly opened it at this moment and looked at the somewhat familiar figure in the picture. He completely understood that his guest turned out to be the champion of the national selection competition. It is said that he was also from an ordinary family, but the result was a counterattack. Beep beep. It's okay. Front, why are you parked there for so long? Hurry up and drive forward, the back is blocked. The driver was stunned in the car when he was suddenly frightened back by the sound of the horn, and it turned out that someone was urging him behind. He quickly started the vehicle and drove forward, and at this moment, Chen Fan had already come to the door of Tianyang Palace. He looked up and looked at the 10 great palaces suspended in the sky in front of him, and couldn't help but be surprised. As expected of the 10 great palaces, ordinary people are afraid that they will not be able to go up. However, it was not difficult for Chen Fan. The wind-breathing method was activated, he became lighter, and his body began to float in the air, flying towards the Tianyang Palace in front of him. Coming to the high sky, Chen Fan saw that in the clouds and mist, there were actually all kinds of strange beasts hovering. It has wings, like an eagle-like beast, about 10 meters in size, and many people stand on it. There are also strange beasts like lions, with a pair of golden wings on their backs, soaring in the sky. It's just that these strange beasts have been tamed. A fierce beast can be called a strange beast without ferocity, and these are. These strange beasts all look very gentle. They should have been raised since childhood. They don't have any strong aggression, but they are very suitable as mounts. I saw batches of students not entering the 10 University Palace at the first time, but waiting outside. At this time, Chen Fan saw several acquaintances. A young man with a sword behind him stood in the crowd with a cold face. There were also several men standing next to him, all of whom Chen Fan was familiar with because they had seen them at the national trials. They are all people who have been convinced by him. See you again. Chen Fan landed and said hello to them. Seeing Chen Fan unintentional, their eyes were full of fighting intent and wanted to avenge their shame. Although Chen Fan killed the prince, it gave them a sense of invincibility at that time. But now it's different. In 2 months, their strength has changed amazingly, and now they have all broken through the townspeople. Chen Fan, in this school opening assessment, I will defeat you and shatter the nightmare in my heart. The sword boy had no intention of speaking, and now the aura on his body was stronger than that of the original prince, and countless knife intents were permeated, making people feel frightened. But for Chen Fan, there was not much feeling. This sword boy Wuxin is now at most in the realm of the general, which is several levels different from him, not to mention that he has other improvements. The original sword boy Wuxin was not his opponent, and now he is even more not. On the other side, Wu Yungue, who was wearing a cloud-patterned robe, looked at Chen Fan at this moment and said, Chen Fan, I have worked hard to improve my realm in the past 2 months, and I have suffered a lot. I want to prove to everyone that I am not weaker than you, or even stronger than you. He also had an obsession in his heart, wanting to defeat Chen Fan, otherwise he would feel very uncomfortable. Then Bailey Shang also spoke. He was also a peerless pride, who ranked 3rd in the national selection competition, and also said bold words to defeat Chen Fan. Chen Fan saw that these people were highly motivated, smiled slightly, and said, You were not my opponent at the beginning, and now you are even more not my opponent. Those who are defeated by him will eventually be left behind by him, and they still want to catch up with him. Dream. With his current strength, he could easily beat these people in front of him without even using visions, and one palm should be enough. After all, the combat power of 800 million is not a joke, and there is innate Gangchi, and he has more trump cards now than at that time. When Wu Xin and the others heard this, they all snorted coldly. See you later. They knew that such an argument was meaningless, so it would be better to wait and speak with strength. This is also in line with Chen Fan's ideas. That's Chen Fan, the champion of the national trials. It's really enviable. If he joins Tianyang Palace, I'm afraid he will directly become an inner door or core disciple. It is said that there are immortals who take a fancy to him, and he has an extraordinary future. Some of the Tenjiao people around who were preparing to enter the Tianyang Palace looked at Chen Fan with envy. Although they can all join Tianyang Palace, they are probably some outer disciples, and they are completely incomparable to Chen Fan's inner disciples and even core disciples. But when Chen Fan heard everyone's talk, he shook his head in his heart. How could a core disciple satisfy him? He had to win the first place and become a true disciple, so that he could get more cultivation resources. And at this moment, the majestic gate of Tianyang Palace slowly opened. 2 people soon appeared inside, and those 2 people exuded a coercion of the Marquis realm, which made most of the people present feel depressed. Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Kai, he is Lu Rong, we are sophomores, and we are also your seniors, and this time I will take you into the college. But don't think that each of you can enter our Tianyang Palace. You may be geniuses in other places, but here, it is the dragon lying down for me, and the tiger lying on my stomach. This year, we must go through a strict back-to-school assessment, and those who do not meet the requirements will be directly eliminated. The 2 people who called themselves seniors had a kind of condescending and disdain in their tones. This made the people below start to talk. What's going on? I have never heard of such an assessment. It may be a temporary addition. It seems that we have to work hard, and we must pass the assessment. Geniuses from all over the country secretly made up their minds to pass this assessment. Chen Fan frowned. He didn't care about the difficulty of the opening assessment, but the 2 sophomores were too arrogant, with eyes above the top, and there was that kind of overlooking feeling in their eyes, which made him unhappy. Can we go first? The young man with the sword asked unintentionally. Wang Kai, one of the thinner men, glanced at him and said, I can help you arrange it first. Because he saw the twilight clouds behind Wuxin returning to them. These people were all famous Tianjiao, and there was a big family behind them, so they could naturally be treated preferentially. And when he saw Wuxin and the others, he didn't have that sense of looking down on his face, but with a hint of a smile. And at this moment, in the sky, a powerful strange beast suddenly descended. It was a strange beast similar to a dragon, and there was a man standing on it, breaking through the air. As soon as he appeared, the people around him gave way, and even Wang Kai and Lu Rong took the initiative to greet them, smiling and even with a hint of compliment. Welcome, welcome. The 2 of them treated this person in a completely different way, with a humble attitude and with flattery. Who? But the man who came down from the dragon didn't pay much attention to them. Young ancestor. Bailey Shang hurriedly ran over to say hello, and also looked like he was bowing down. Come in with me, Bailey Yan said to Bailey Shang, and then the 2 walked straight in. The dragon-like beast, Wang Kai and Lu Rong arranged it. Even if the other party's attitude was very bad, the 2 of them didn't dare to complain. That was the biological son of the immortals, and their status was much more noble than theirs. Not long after, another powerful beast descended, and a woman with a double ponytail walked down from it, eating lollipops in her mouth, looking sweet and cute. Seeing this person, Wang Kai and Lu Rong also took the initiative to greet them, with flattering smiles on their faces. But this sweet girl didn't pay much attention to them. It's so annoying. I don't know the way. You can show me the way. The sweet girl Xin Yuan Fingxue pointed to Lu Rong. Lu Rong immediately nodded and led the way personally. These were all immortals' bloodlines, and their identities were all extremely noble, so they had a respectful attitude, even compliments in their words. As for some ordinary people, or ordinary families, they do not have this treatment. It didn't take long for another genius to arrive, and the person who appeared now made Wang Kai cheer up and entertain him, because this person is Twilight Sun, and there is even a glimmer of hope to win the championship. Wang Kai can't get in touch with such people on weekdays, and only when he entertains freshmen, he is qualified to contact them, so he works extremely hard in praises and compliments. It's just that Twilight Yang looks casual and doesn't seem to be very interested in anything. He is Twilight Sun. It's really terrifying, and the coercion unintentionally emanating from his body makes me tremble. His aura is more terrifying than those sophomore seniors, this kind of freshman is really perverted. The people around him talked a lot, and their eyes were full of envy and jealousy.
In the end, the last Tianjiao, belated, attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared.
Countless women's eyes were shining, staring at the white-haired boy. Bailey kept the promise, his pomp was extremely great, and there were more than a dozen servants who came alone, scattered in 2 rows, looking like a big man. Wang Kai and Lu Rong, the 2 seniors, were more enthusiastic when they saw Bailey keeping the contract and even had respect in their eyes. This is the true bloodline of the gods, with a terrifying boy comparable to the first generation of the gods, even the immortals of Tianyang Palace. Their attitude towards them will be different from ordinary people. That's 100 miles of keeping the promise, the blood of the gods,
someone exclaimed.
Chen Fan looked at the familiar white-haired boy, remembered what happened some time ago, and finally knew the identity of this person. No wonder the king's powerhouses are willing to contribute to him. It turns out that the origin is so big. However, he was a little disgusted with Wang Kai's attitude, and treated ordinary people with disdain, treating these nobles like pugs.
This was a little different from the Tianyang Palace he imagined.
As Bailey kept his promise, everyone began to enter the academy. There were a large number of buildings here, and Wang Kai and the others led everyone to a wide square. Bailey kept the promise, and the invincible Tianzhou of those immortal families were all arranged in their positions, sitting on chairs waiting for them.
As for them, they all have to stand.
At this time, directly in front of them, an old man appeared on a high platform. The old man's hair and beard were all white, but there was a terrifying innate chi flowing on his body.
Obviously a kingly powerhouse. Ugh, today is the opening assessment of Tianyang Palace, and the top 10 will be rewarded generously.
Please see the big screen for specific rewards. He pressed a button, and a large screen directly in front of the playground began to manifest. The reward for the first place is more eye-catching for everyone, especially the semi-mysterious realm. But everyone also has self-knowledge, which should be prepared for Bailey to keep the promise. There is also a reward for the second place, SS level middle grade martial arts. The reward of the fourth place can also get SS level lower grade martial arts, and you can also get the crystals and essence blood of the 8th level top beasts, as well as the elixir reward. The reward for the 10th place is also very good. In addition to the SS level lower grade martial arts, you can also get the level 8 spiritual weapon, and there are 100,000 contribution points. The top 10 rewards are excellent, making everyone want to be among them. More importantly, there is another opportunity to enter the enlightenment pool to enlighten, and the top 10 can do it. The enlightenment pool is also specifically described above, and its function is that it can make people understand martial arts, and it can also make people improve the speed of cultivating martial arts. This time you have 400 people, but we only need 200 people in Tianyang Palace, which means that half of you will be eliminated. The elder on the high platform said such a thing, which made many geniuses below feel uneasy. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, as bright as the stars. I want the first place, and whoever dares to grab it will be subdued. Because these rewards are too important to him, if he can get them all, he may be able to break through and become a marquis. There is also a semi-mysterious realm. The records on it are also very detailed, and it is even possible to obtain a semi-artifact. Who is not excited? Okay, that's all there is to it, and the next step is the formal assessment. The assessment rules are to break into the Tower of Babel. Look to your left. Everyone's eyes moved over. It was a black tower hundreds of meters high. This is the Babel Tower of my Tianyang Palace, which has a total of 49 floors, which will simulate the scene of the battlefield of beasts, and will also simulate some strong men of all dynasties. The higher the floor, the stronger the opponent you will encounter. Only those who can break through the 20th floor can qualify. Okay, that's all there is to it. The assessment has officially begun. You can go in one by one according to the order of queuing. The white-haired old man waved his hand and let everyone in. At this time, Bao Dao Wuxin suddenly stood up and asked, "Dare to ask the elder, the 20th floor is qualified, so what is the highest record?" The question he asked was also what others wanted to know, and they all looked expectant. If you are talking about the entrance examination, then the highest record is 40 floors. This person has become an immortal existence of my Tianyang Palace, about to impact the demigods, and can also become a high-ranking god in the future. When he said this, there was a respectful expression in his eyes, obviously that the person's identity and status were extremely noble. When everyone heard this, their eyes were a little hot, full of fighting spirit. In other words, as long as you reach the 40th floor, you have the qualifications to become a god. Some Tenjio are secretly gearing up, ready to work hard to pass the level later, and they must rush to a higher ranking at all costs.
40th floor?
When Chen Fan heard these words, he felt that he should be able to sprint to a higher level, and maybe he could get through. The only pity is that the fierce beasts and the phantoms of the Protoss powerhouse in it are all fake, otherwise, they will definitely be able to step into a higher realm. However, he also felt that the artifact was unpredictable, and it was able to simulate the phantom of the beasts and the strong of the human race, and it was indeed an artifact. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, in the Tower of Babel, every time you pass a level, you can get some rewards, and the higher the level you pass, the more generous the rewards will be. The white-haired elder added. waited. For those who have additional cultivation resources, the Tianjiu of some ordinary families have fiery eyes, but those of those truly powerful families are dismissive and look down on the previous rewards at all. Bailey kept the promise, and said slowly at this moment, these broken rewards, only more than 35 layers of rewards, are a bit useful to me, and the rest are not worth looking at all.
Babble, he has detailed information.
The rewards for the first 10 floors are suitable for ordinary town generals. The rewards of the first 20 floors also have a role in the later stage of the town general, and the rewards of the first 30 floors only have an effect on those in the early stage of the Marquisate. But he is now in the middle stage of the Marquisate, so there are only rewards above 35 floors, and he still thinks it can be seen. But he didn't care. These resources were a drop in the bucket for the god family behind him, and they cost as much as they needed on weekdays. In the end, what he valued was the semi-mysterious realm quota to win the championship.
Those immortal families Tianjiu also did not show much interest in these rewards. Mu Qingyang yawned and had a bored expression on his face.
Shen Yuan Fengxue, still eating lollipops in his mouth. There were no waves in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't care much about the extra rewards in the Shen Yuan Tower.
The same is true for Bailey Yan. As a member of the immortal family, he really doesn't take these rewards seriously.
Only those civilians who lack cultivation resources will go crazy for this reward. Chen Fan, when I enter the Tower of Babel later, my ranking will definitely be higher than yours. At this time, the sword boy stood next to Chen Fan without intention and said confidently. Chen Fan glanced at him, shook his head, and said, this child is hopeless, and he has begun to be delusional. The sword was so angry that he didn't know what to say, and finally snorted coldly and decided to speak with strength. Bailey Shang and Mu Yungui saw the sword boy, and they did not take any advantage in facing Chen Fan as a dumb man eating yellow lotus, and they did not intend to speak, and decided to tell Chen Fan with the record of the Tower of Babel. They are not the same as they were in the first place. Chen Fan didn't care about their thoughts. In the early days of a group of small town generals, none of them reached the triple level of town generals, and they still wanted to surpass him? He didn't break through the town general before. He could deal with this kind of punch with one, not to mention that the current realm is higher than theirs. Immediately afterwards, they began to line up in an orderly manner to enter the Tower of Babel, and soon it was Chen Fan's turn, and he also entered it. Just when all the Tianjiu entered it, countless Dao projections also appeared outside the Babel Tower. This is one of the effects of this artifact, and if the comprehensive evaluation reaches the top 100, it will be placed in the center of the square so that they can see it clearly. Because this is an artifact, no one can fake everyone's information. The picture in this naturally includes people from the immortal family, as well as the Bailey Keeper of the God family, and they account for more than half. This was also expected by these elders.
Is this Chen Fan so strong? Not weaker than the bloodline of those immortals. Suddenly an elder noticed Chen Fan. Age, 18.
Strength, the 7th weight of the town general. Basic combat strength to be assessed. Whoa! The other elders cast their eyes one after another, looking at the information that appeared on it. They also showed surprised expressions, obviously feeling surprised by Chen Fan's strength. Although Chen Fan was the champion of the national selection competition, he had not yet broken through the town general, and such a cultivation speed was indeed a bit outrageous. It was so fast that he didn't know where he got his cultivation resources from. What's the use of a high realm? He doesn't have any powerful bloodline power, and his strength is definitely not as good as those of the immortal family. There was an elder who mocked and didn't take Chen Fan seriously at all. A commoner is a commoner. No matter what he does, it is impossible to surpass those who are arrogant. Most of the elders nodded in agreement.
That's not necessarily.
At this moment, an inopportune voice came from behind the elders, and a man came over. It was Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji, with a smell of blood on his body, seemed to have just returned from killing the beast somewhere, and should have gone to complete the task.
Feng Wuji, what are you doing here? The white-haired elder asked.
Feng Wuji did not break through, and he was not an elder yet to become a king, but just a teacher in Tianyang Palace. Naturally, he came to see my junior brother, but he wants to worship under the master.
Feng Wuji said lightly.
Ha! The other elders frowned slightly and didn't say anything. After all, this was common sense. I don't know what Lord Ningchuan likes about this Chen Fan. He is just a civilian, mediocre. An elder said sarcastically, with a disdainful expression on his face. In his opinion, people have classes. Immortal families are aristocrats. Chen Fan's background is extremely ordinary. He should not compete with the nobles. Feng Wuji was a little unhappy when he heard this, but he was sneering in his heart.
If this group of old guys knew that their junior brother had divinity, or maybe even the reincarnation of a demigod, would they kneel and lick it?
A group of stupid guys only know how to see the appearance and appearance. No wonder the achievements in this life are just an elder. A rat eye.
Feng Wuji deliberately didn't say anything about Chen Fan's divinity,
just waiting to see this group of old guys and being slapped in the face. This is because he knows that with the strength of this group of old guys, they will definitely not watch the national trials. After all, they don't watch them on weekdays, and they feel that the national trials have no gold content. Feng Wuji found a seat and sat down, looked at Chen Fan on the screen, and entered the first floor of Babel, wanting to see the performance. And the picture that the elders paid attention to was Bailey Shoukai covenant because Bai Li Shou was the predetermined champion and his strength was also the strongest and it was impossible for others to surpass him. And Bailey kept the promise and lived up to expectations, and his speed through the first layer was beyond their expectations. I saw Bailey keeping his promise, and with a wave of his hand, a large amount of ice attracted the beasts inside to freeze, and passed the first level in an instant. As expected of 100 miles to keep the promise. The god's bloodline is powerful, maybe he can also pass the 40th floor. These elders talked a lot, and they all felt that Bailey's performance of keeping the promise was too fierce, and they were worthy of being invincible. Then their eyes all looked at an elder, who was a person from the immortal dark line. The elder's name was Yuran, and he was a powerful king, with a smug smile on his face at the moment, thinking that the first place favored by his ancestor was indeed extraordinary. Bailey Shou is obviously better than the first place in previous years. Feng Wuji ignored the words of these elders, but wanted to see how Chen Fan was going to clear the level. After all, the first level is not so easy to pass, and there are more fierce beasts. In the Tower of Babel, Chen Fan felt the scene in front of him change, and then a city wall appeared, and he was standing on the city wall at the moment. Under the city wall was a black fierce beast. It seemed that there were hundreds of them, all exuding a terrifying aura, and there were several 7th level beasts. However, Chen Fan was very calm. In the face of so many fierce beasts, the true chi on his body exploded, and he slapped it downwards. He didn't need to use any martial arts at all, and the terrifying true chi could blow them all up. After all, this first level is not worth his use. Innate gang chi. Okay. He also passed the first level easily, but when Chen Fan passed the first level, Bailey had already rushed to the 6th level. No matter what level he faces, he is a one-shot instant kill, and the endless ice freezes everything. Meanwhile, the other immortal bloodlines also rushed to the 3rd level, and they were also devastated all the way. Through the first level, Chen Fan was rewarded with a fierce beast crystal, but he just put it away and was too lazy to refine it. Because of the refinement, there was no big improvement for him, so he still had to have the 8th level fierce beast crystal. Then Chen Fan also entered the 2nd level. There was only one beast here. Chen Fan solved it easily, and then entered the next level one after another. Feng Wuji looked at Chen Fan's performance, with a surprised expression on his face, obviously a little beyond his expectations. After 2 months of not seeing Chen Fan's strength, it became more and more terrifying, and he didn't use the power of martial arts, so he swept all the way. Chen Fan may be in the top 20. Feng Wuji thought to himself. Those elders didn't pay much attention to Chen Fan. They didn't even look at it, but stared at them and kept their promise. Especially Elder Yuran. There was a smile on his face at the moment, because the speed of Bailey Keeper's clearance was too terrifying, and now he had rushed to the 15th level, and it wouldn't take long to break through the 20th level. The previous level is like giving points to Bailey Shoyue, and there is no difficulty at all. Twilight Yang's strength is also very strong, and he has also rushed to the 12th level. An elder said, I saw that Mu Qing Yang in the picture, with an extremely lazy appearance, was a sword chi with a casual blow, and easily killed the beast in front of him. There is also Shen Yuan Wind and Snow in another picture. She masters the power of wind and snow, and wherever she passes, everything is also frozen, accompanied by a large number of snowflakes falling. Every snowflake was extremely sharp, and when it fell on the beast's body, it left bloodstains, and it was easily killed. There is also Bailey Yen. The elemental power he masters is fire. Countless flames burn fiercely, and any fierce beast that touches the flame will be burned to ashes in an instant. However, his flame was crimson, different from Chen Fan's golden flame. The Tenjo of the other immortal families also performed extremely brightly, especially the top 10. Almost the first 20 levels were swept away. It was just a matter of speed and slowness. At this time, they glanced at Chen Fan, and when they saw Chen Fan rushing to the 6th level, someone sneered on the spot. Why is this Chen Fan so useless? The speed of customs clearance is too slow, and I can't even reach 30 like this. The national selection competition has no gold content at all, so it should not be established. It is simply a joke. First in the national selection competition, I am afraid that I won't even be able to enter the top 30 of the school opening assessment. Why do such civilians come here? These elders were all born into nobles and big families, so they completely look down on commoners like Chen Fan. Although there are some civilians who have risen, they are also rare and pitiful in number. The real strong are almost all born from these big families. If it weren't for the words from above, saying that he would give the civilians below a chance, the so-called genius selection competition would be set up so that they would be qualified to practice in the Tianyang Palace, so that they could see strong hope. Otherwise, none of these civilians would be eligible to enter Tianyang Palace. But even if they entered the Tianyang Palace, most of the civilians were still mediocre, and it was impossible to compete with the immortal family's Tianjiao. Listening to the words of these elders, Feng Wuji was a little unhappy, but he didn't say anything. It's just that he felt that this group of old people was stubborn and had too short-sightedness. And he looked at Chen Fan in the picture projection, and his heart was also a little strange. Logically speaking, Chen Fan's customs clearance speed should not be so slow. He looked at Chen Fan in the video and quickly noticed something was wrong. Because Chen Fan did not replenish any true chi until the 6th level. You must know that when those immortal families Tianjiao cleared the level, they almost needed to refine the fierce beast crystal to replenish their lost true chi. What? Because the Babel Tower cannot absorb the spiritual energy from the outside. Is his true chi so thick? Feng Wuji showed a somewhat surprised expression. At this moment, Chen Fan had already reached the 7th level, and he did not replenish any true chi because its consumption was very low, and he also realized that it was impossible to naturally absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish the true chi here, so it was very economical. After all, he was in existence to clear the level, and these fierce beast crystals that supplemented the true chi must be used at the end, not in the front clearance speed. He was not like the children of those immortal families. The supply of fierce beast crystals was almost infinite, which could keep them at their peak forever. But even if Chen Fan knew that he was not very fast, he was not in a hurry. Babel does not mean that whoever clears the level quickly will get the first place. It's about seeing who can reach a higher level. His goal is to clear all levels, so naturally he doesn't care about other people's clearance speed. The beast in level 7 was a green beast, like a lizard, sticking out its tongue and pounced towards Chen Fan. In the face of this kind of beast, he directly killed it with a single move and sprinkled blood on the spot. It's completely a one-hit kill, with minimal consumption, killing it and then entering the next level. At this moment, in the outside square, all the elders stared at a picture in the projection, and Bailey Show had reached level 20 in the picture, almost passing the level in one breath, which was very amazing. This 100 miles of promise is so powerful, and the speed of clearing the customs can be compared with that adult. Yes, it's really incredible. It seems that my Tianyang Palace will be able to give birth to another god in the future. These elders were very happy and had high hopes for Bailey to keep his promise. Even Feng Wuji couldn't help but take a look, and felt in his heart that a freak like Bailey Shoyu should not be compared with him at all. It was too terrifying. Who told him to inherit the blood of the first generation of gods? This is a natural advantage, and ordinary people can't envy it. And even Twilight Light Sun, who has only now stepped into the 15th level, is still a bit different from this kind of god bloodline. At this moment, Chen Fan stepped into the 10th level unhurriedly, and his performance among many Tianjiu was not bad, probably ranking around 50. In the 10th level, there was no fierce beast here, but a phantom of the human race, which looked like a strong man of the human race, wearing black armor and red light in his eyes. Puff! This phantom of the human race powerhouse, holding a long black knife in his hand, with a knife intent on his body, slashed towards Chen Fan, and this person's strength has also reached the late stage of the town general, but now it is completely insufficient in Chen Fan's eyes. A martial art broke out casually. It was a low-level martial art, but in his hands it burst out with amazing power, and the figure in front of him exploded instantly with a punch, and was directly killed in seconds. After killing this figure in seconds, the light in Chen Fan's hand flashed, and there were a few more bottles of potions, and these were chi replenishment waters. Each bottle can instantly restore a large amount of true chi and gang chi, and 5 bottles are given at once. Chen Fan immediately consumed a bottle, and all his true chi was instantly restored. Is there such a potion in every 10 levels? Chen Fan was a little speechless at the moment. If this is true, then there is no need for him to save the true chi in his body at all. Just pass the level quickly. There is no need to pass slowly. However, the elder didn't even explain this rule clearly, and those from the immortal family and the god family probably knew about it for a long time, so they cleared the level so quickly. Chen Fan looked up at the Tower of Babel. There was his own ranking on it, and his overall performance was now 51st, probably because the speed of clearance was average, so the ranking was not very high. The previous level is too boring. Let's hurry up and advance to the later level. Chen Fan decided to clear the level faster and didn't want to waste time. If he didn't save his true chi, his clearance speed would be several times faster. Chen Fan's eyes were like electricity at this moment, and the fierce beast on the 11th floor had just manifested, and he was exploded by his thick true chi, instantly cleared the level, and entered the next floor. It was the same as before, and the devastating instant kill almost took just a breath of time. Now Chen Fan, who is fully open, has reached an extremely terrifying level in the face of these levels, and is not weaker than the top 10 invincible Tianjiu. How did Chen Fan rank in the top 30? Suddenly an elder glanced at it and exclaimed, his eyes full of shock, because they saw that Chen Fan had reached the 13th level. But when the elder finished saying this, the fierce beast in level 13 was also killed in seconds, and Chen Fan directly entered level 14. Chen Fan's ranking immediately rose again, reaching the top 20. The other elders were shocked when they looked at Chen Fan's ranking and clearance speed, and they didn't even pay attention to Bailey keeping the promise for the time being. Feng Wuji also showed a surprised expression at this moment, because Chen Fan's sudden explosion of customs clearance speed caught him off guard. It was too fast. For Chen Fan, these levels are like playing house, and there is no difficulty at all. And this kind of clearance speed can be compared with Bailey keeping the promise. It's another second kill. He has entered level 15. One of the elders exclaimed, and even slapped one hand on the table and stood up directly from his position. The elder's body erupted with terrifying coercion. The power of the king level spread, and the terrifying innate chi stirred up the surrounding air. At this moment, the air around him was distorted. This is equivalent to slapping him in the face. Just now he commented that a civilian like Chen Fan should be eliminated
reincarnated and is not qualified to come here at all. As a result, he was now slapped in the face. Impossible, this Chen Fan is by no means an ordinary bloodline. The elder was like lightning, stubbornly believing that Chen Fan might have other hidden bloodlines. Feng Wuji was a little speechless and said, Elder Wang, as far as I know, he doesn't have any immortal bloodline, he just has amazing talent. Elder Wang glanced at Feng Wuji coldly and said, what do you know, only a strong bloodline can have such terrifying combat power at this age. People without the power of blood are difficult to reach the top after all. Seeing that Elder Wang was so stubborn, Feng Wuji didn't bother to say it was not necessary at all. Anyway, no matter how the two argue, the other party is stubborn in what he thinks. Lao Wang is right, this Chen Fan definitely has the blood of immortals, or the blood of gods. Maybe he is the son of a certain god. The more these elders guessed, the more outrageous they became, and they didn't know what to say. It's really a group of old stubborn people who can't accept new things and are only immersed in their own world. However, he could also understand that these people were proud of their bloodline all their lives, and naturally thought that bloodline represented everything. Bailey has passed the 20th level. At this time, an elder spoke and brought good news. Everyone moved their eyes one after another and saw that Bailey kept the contract, easily killed in seconds, and the existence of the 20th level entered the next level. On the other side, they were also relieved in their hearts. After all, the reward for the first place in this session was specially prepared for this god's heir, and it was absolutely impossible for others to snatch it over. Otherwise, the immortals above would blame them and do not do things well. After all, the places in the semi-mysterious realm are extremely precious, and even they are not qualified to have them. Twilight Yang has also reached level 18. He is also very strong, and he doesn't seem to be very serious. One elder noticed the second place. Twilight Yang looked very lazy, but his clearance speed was extremely fast, and his sword energy was like a tide, and any beast that stood in front of him would be overwhelmed by the sword energy. Xianyuan Wind and Snow has also reached level 18. Someone looked at a woman with a ponytail in the projection. He was just walking slowly there, which affected the surrounding environment, and a large amount of snowflakes fell in the sky, causing amazing lethality. That was the Wind and Snow artistic conception she comprehended, which was also a powerful artistic conception of the upper third grade. In fact, the first 20 levels are not too difficult for them, but it is just a matter of how fast they are cleared. Moron Yan's speed was also extremely fast, and he followed closely behind him, and he also quickly cleared the customs there. But just for such a while, the ranking suddenly changed again. Chen Fan rushed directly into the top 10 this time, almost catching up with the invincible Tianzhou of those immortal bloodlines. The elders were stunned for a moment, just about to speak, but the ranking was refreshed again, and Yifan rushed into the top 10. At this moment, everyone was silent, and these elders didn't know what to say, and only a strong shock and incredulity remained in their hearts. This Chen Fan, which immortal bloodline is it? Elder Wang spoke, but no one answered him, because they were already consulting Chen Fan's information, and the answer they got was that Chen Fan was a civilian. His parents are ordinary, his relatives are ordinary, and the place where he was born is also an extremely ordinary place. But they couldn't believe it. Why did such a small place cultivate a freak like Chen Fan? Could it be that it is a hidden god bloodline, or is he a reincarnated demigod? An elder guessed. The hidden god bloodline, they also know one, that is the illegitimate son of a god. The god wanted to break through to a higher realm, perform a martial art, experience in the red dust and fall in love with an ordinary person, and finally gave birth to a son. It's just that when he came back, he didn't care about this red dust experience. As a result, the illegitimate son later awakened the terrifying god vein, became stronger all the way, and finally even hit the divine domain where the god was, and a shocking battle broke out. That's right, that illegitimate son, who went through many hardships and relied on the bloodline of the first god, finally became a god. So they think there is such a possibility. Another possibility is that the fallen demigod will be reincarnated and reborn. As for why, it is not the reincarnation of the gods, because if the gods are reincarnated, they cannot be reincarnated in a small person's family. If they want to be reincarnated, it is not as easy as a demigod, or even impossible. Because the gods are too powerful, it is because of this strength that they cannot be easily reincarnated, and the probability of failure will be extremely high, and most of them will choose to give up. As a high-ranking god, few will choose to be reincarnated. After all, once it fails, it means falling. If it is a reincarnation, he must have divinity. Let's continue to read the following levels. With spiritual power, extremely terrifying beasts, his trump cards will also be exposed when the time comes. That's right, let's continue reading. The words discussed by these elders suddenly came to the point. This made Feng Wuji touch his chin, feeling that this group of elders is not too stupid, although they are indeed a little old and stubborn, but they still guessed the idea. But it doesn't matter, Chen Fan is destined to worship under his master. It would be better if he could enter the top 10, and he could become a personal disciple. And he saw that Chen Fan also had this strength. Demigod level junior brother, when my junior brother's strength recovers to its peak, can I go sideways in the future? Ha ha. Feng Wuji thought to himself in his heart. He had long regarded Chen Fan as his junior brother. At this time, Chen Fan has reached the 18th level, and the rank
ranking has also come to 5th.
Destruction, destruction.
The fierce beast condensed in level 18 was a monster with 3 horns that looked a bit like a rhinoceros, and at the moment it was staring at Chen Fan with vicious eyes, and its body was full of murderous intent. The aura on this beast was also extremely terrifying, spraying white gas from its mouth, and it looked very ferocious. But Chen Fan was not moved, although this beast was strong in the eyes of others, but it was too weak for him. It has not yet reached the level of the 8th level beast, and there are several 8th level beasts that have died in his hands.
Boom! There are even some 8th level fierce beasts that have awakened their powerful bloodline.
Chen Fan didn't bother to take a look. The terrifying true chi burst out. Like a flood, a large number of flames burned and burst out of high temperature, melting the surrounding walls. Before this fierce beast could attack, its body was already melting and quickly turned to ashes. Chen Fan continued to step into the next level, and the beast in level 19 was also extremely easy for him, and he passed it directly.
Finally came to level 20. Passing this level means being able to enter Tianyang Palace.
However, this level is a little different from the previous level. There are no fierce beasts here, only a man in a white robe. The man had long hair draped over his chest and back, looking as warm as jade. Seeing Chen Fan, he smiled and waved. Chen Fan himself was strong, so naturally he was not afraid and came to this white-haired man.
Little friend, can you play a game of chess with me?
The man in white opened his mouth to invite. Chen Fan was a little confused, but he didn't feel malice and murderous intent. He restrained his breath and sat in front of the man in white, wanting to see what kind of medicine was sold in the other party's gourd. In the outside world, Chen Fan's ranking jumped to 2nd, and the projection he was in became blurred, and he couldn't see what was going on inside at all. All the elders had puzzled expressions on their faces at this moment.
What the hell is going on? Why did the projection screen disappear? Could it be that the Tower of Babel is out of order? Impossible, this is an artifact. How could it malfunction?
These elders couldn't figure it out, and it was the first time they encountered this kind of problem with the artifact.
Boom!
Feng Wuji lowered his head, as if he was thinking about something. He remembered that his master had told him that the Babel Tower, an artifact, was extremely mysterious. It has all kinds of magical abilities, and there may even be adventures.
I know.
Whoa! Elder Wang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly thought of something.
Rumble!
All the elders looked over one after another, wanting to see what Elder Wang said. Babel, as the artifact of my Tianyang Palace, has the ability to distort and shatter space, and can even send people to the past and future, but it cannot change history, but it is enough to witness history, and it's triggered randomly, and the big guys call it an adventure. Hearing these words, all the elders remembered that those immortal lords above had indeed said such things.
Now all connected. Boom! This Chen Fan's luck is too good.
This is the first time I've seen someone enter the Tower of Babel, which can trigger an adventure. Forget it, let's observe the other Tianjiao first. Everyone was not prepared for the time being. Pay attention to Chen Fan, because they couldn't see Chen Fan until he jumped out of the adventure. Soon Chen Fan's 2nd place was overtaken, because he had been in the 20th level. Chen Fan had already played a game of chess with the man in white, and he found that the man in white was very good at chess, and he had almost no way out to kill him.
I lost. Chen Fan admitted frankly because he was not very strong at chess.
The man in white smiled slightly and said, I have been studying chess for tens of thousands of years, so you don't have to be depressed. Chen Fan was shocked when he heard this.
Can live for tens of thousands of years, this is probably not a god, right? Why did you meet the gods in level 20?
Just when Chen Fan was a little puzzled in his heart, the man in white continued, Little friend, I see that your bones are amazing, your talent is amazing, I don't know what era you came from. Before Chen Fan could answer, the man in white continued, I am the one who started the Tao, why should I care about this? Xiaoyu doesn't have to tell me.
Boom!
This made Chen Fan feel a little speechless. This god likes to talk to himself. Originally, in Chen Fan's imagination, the gods should be high and untouchable, with a majestic face, but the gods in front of him were very different from what he imagined.
Xiaoyu was breaking into the Tower of Babel? The white-clothed god asked. Chen Fan nodded.
The god in white smiled and said, If Xiaoyu can clear the last floor, I will tell Xiaoyu a secret to becoming a god.
Who are you? Chen Fan asked.
The god in white spoke, but he couldn't hear the voice clearly, as if some force had silenced it and could not be transmitted to him. The god in white saw Chen Fan's puzzled look, and probably knew that Chen Fan couldn't hear what he said later, so he didn't continue, but looked up at the sky. At this time, the sky did not know when, it had become extremely dark, the black clouds were layered on top of each other, and the terrifying aura was permeated, as if people had come to the abyss. A large amount of black mist began to spread towards this place, drowning the white-clothed god in front of him. Then Chen Fan heard the sound of fighting in the black mist. He could feel the fluctuations coming from inside. It was the power that surpassed the immortals, and a single wisp could destroy mountains and rivers. Then, Chen Fan felt a huge force pushing him away from the place, and darkness fell in front of him. By the time the light was restored, he had already arrived on the 21st floor, and in his hand, there were more than a dozen bottles of chi rehydration water, as well as a few 7th-level beast crystals. Bang! Chen Fan immediately took a bottle, restored the true chi in his body, and put away all the rest.
What does the god in white want to tell me? What is the secret secret of becoming a god? This is the doubt in Chen Fan's heart. He looked at the fierce beast rushing towards him, and the golden flame true chi burst out, instantly drowning it and strangling it. The beast's difficulty of level 21 was also very easy for him to pass, but when he looked at the rankings, he had fallen to 10th. He probably guessed in his heart at this moment that his 20 levels were probably different from other people's 20 levels. Chen Fan abandoned these messy thoughts in his heart and said, "Why do I want to do so much? I will naturally know when I open up the Tower of Babel." Firmly determined the goal in his heart, Chen Fan continued to start rushing through the level and began to overtake again. He rushed to level 25 all of a sudden, and at this moment his ranking came to 5th place. The elders noticed Chen Fan immediately and began to pay attention to him. "We're all looking away. This son is too powerful. This person has an adventure. Maybe he is stronger. Maybe he can win the championship." This group of elders, now some of them have begun to break out in a cold sweat on their heads. They were afraid that Chen Fan would win the championship, and once they won the championship they would be unlucky. "Why are you worried so much? The bloodline of the gods who keep the promise of Bailey will not be weaker than anyone else, and his realm is stronger. Chen Fan cannot be stronger than him," the powerful King Yuren said. He still stubbornly believes that Bailey will keep his promise and will not lose to Chen Fan. After all, the current Bailey show has reached level 31 and is fighting with the 8th level beast. That's right, but this Chen Fan's clearance speed, if it continues like this, he will definitely get the top 3, and it is not easy for other immortal families to explain. The immortal family does not lack cultivation resources, they are just fighting for a face, but this is also a helpless thing. The invincible Tianjia they cultivated is not as good as others. What can we do? The elders began to discuss, and the result was to let nature take its course. As an artifact, the Tower of Babel had no way to intervene, it could only be opened and closed. It's too strong. If you really want to cheat, I'm afraid the god who built the Tower of Babel has to come here in person. The sword boy rushed to the 20th level with no intention of difficulty, and he had already used all his strength and used his strongest means. Now level 20 is facing a level 7 beast, but the top level 7 beast is looking at him with a pair of cold eyes. His scalp was numb, but he didn't have any fear. Even if the assessment is difficult, he has to pass the Tianyang Palace. Anyway, there is chi replenishment water. He doesn't believe that he can't pass the 20th level if he keeps using killer moves. As for Chen Fan, he has already forgotten. He thinks that although Chen Fan is strong, his current situation will never be much better than him, and he is afraid that he has also fallen into a difficult situation. He didn't pay attention to the rankings at all, because he didn't feel the need. Anyway, the top few were those powerful immortal bloodlines, which was already common sense. If you want to see the ranking, let's wait until we go out. Mu Yungue and Bailey Shan were also struggling to pass the customs. Their scalps were numb at the moment, and they regretted saying big things. Meanwhile, because it is too difficult to join the assessment of Tianyang Palace, even with their realm and strength, it is a huge challenge to pass the 20 levels. And it is said that after entering level 30, the beasts encountered will be level 8 or above, and they are all particularly dangerous, not ordinary level 8 beasts. And at this moment, a large number of people have been eliminated. They are all extremely genius beings in their respective provinces, and as a result, some people have been eliminated without even rushing to the 20th level. This made them very disappointed and hit them hard. After being eliminated, no one was in a good mood, and they all looked at the projection in the sky, wanting to see what was the difference between them and those truly invincible Tianjia. This 100-mile promise is too terrifying. Killing a level 8 beast is so easy. A genius who was eliminated exclaimed, with a shocked expression on his face. He could sense that if he entered that level, he would definitely be eliminated in an instant. Twilight Yang is also very strong. The 8th level fierce beast he dealt with has now died in his hands, and he has also killed the 30th level. Shen Yuan Fengshua, this woman is so beautiful. Her strength is also very strong, and she has also reached the 30th level. They moved their eyes down while discussing, and finally saw Chen Fan, their eyes almost popping out, showing extremely surprised expressions. How can Chen Fan be 5th? Isn't he a civilian like us? He is actually stronger than the bloodline of some immortal families. These people couldn't help but exclaim, feeling incredible. Why are they so useless? Chen Fan inside is so strong? This makes some people jealous and unwilling, but in the end, it can only turn into a deep sense of powerlessness, because they will be blocked from the Tianyang Palace and will not be able to spy on the scenery inside. In the future, I can only join other academies. The ranking has changed again. Chen Fan has reached 4th. At this time, everyone exclaimed, watching Chen Fan drop several 7th level peak beasts in seconds at once, showing a surprised expression. They couldn't resist such a beast, let alone a few, and it was impossible to block the general who besieged the general together, and they would be eliminated on the spot. But Chen Fan was extremely strong. It was like an invincible existence, like a powerful immortal bloodline owner, directly swept over. Second kill is second kill. Why can't the 8th level fierce beast stop his pace of progress? He is already 3rd. Those who were eliminated looked at this scene, and some couldn't help but roar in a low voice, feeling that the scene in front of them broke their cognition. Because of this strong contrast, they felt that they were too weak. It would be nice if they had Chen Fan
Fan's strength. What was even more surprising at this moment was the group of elders on the stage. They were all silent now, staring at the projection, and their hearts were even more determined. Chen Fan was the reincarnation of a demigod or had a hidden god bloodline, because Chen Fan's strength now was no longer weaker than that of Twilight Light Sun. Of course, they could also see that Mu Qingyang and Chen Fan did not use all their strength but used very simple means. Who is stronger and who is weaker depends on the final ranking. And among this group of people, there is one person whose eyes are now on fire, that is, Fengwuji. He is extremely excited in his heart. He thinks that Chen Fan's performance far exceeds his master's expectations. It is even possible to actually win the championship. He really wanted to see that scene now. And what was the expression of the elders after seeing Chen Fan win the championship? But this is also what he thinks in his heart. After all, winning the championship is not so easy, but the top 3 Chen Fan should have a chance, at least with the current speed of breaking through. Chen Fan's strength should be qualified for the top 3. At this moment, Shen Yuan Fengshuet and the Babel Tower also passed the 30th level and entered the next level. Her goal is to compete for the top 3, and she thinks she has the quality to maybe compete for second place. It's really too easy. The top 3 can only be from the immortal family. Those civilians should be almost eliminated. It's that guy named Chen Fan. Maybe he's still struggling to hold on. Shen Yuan Fengshuet didn't look at the rankings at all, and she was very confident in herself. And just when she wanted to enter the next level, she accidentally glanced at the ranking. Just glanced at it, her eyes suddenly froze, and she stopped. The expression on her face was extremely wonderful, shocking, incredible, unbelievable. Why can he be ranked higher than me as a civilian? Shen Yuan Fengshuet showed his snow-white teeth and rattled his bite. She was not in the mood to eat at the moment, so she drank a bottle of qi water and was ready to start exerting her strength. The top 3 were actually occupied by Chen Fan. She couldn't bear this. As a powerful immortal bloodline, she would never allow herself to be weaker than a civilian. At this moment, Bailey Yen, who was ranked 5th, casually looked at the previous rankings when he killed the fierce beast in front of him. He only looked at the top 5 rankings, and he didn't bother to look at the names behind him, because he was confident and the people behind him couldn't catch up. Everyone thought he could only be in the top 10, not in the top 5, and there was even a list for him to rank. But no one knows that before he came to the assessment, his strength had made a breakthrough, and his goal this time was the top 3. In other words, one of Mu Qingyang and Shen Yuan Fengshuet had to be squeezed out, but he had this confidence. But when he saw the new name that suddenly appeared on the ranking, his eyes immediately straightened, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. Chen Fan, why is he ranked 3rd? Shen Yuan Fengshuet, that waste, actually handed over the 3rd place. I must surpass him and win the 3rd place. Bei Lian was extremely confident in himself and wanted to squeeze Chen Fan's ranking down, and he began to enter the next level, ready to pass the level at a faster speed. Chen Fan reached the 3rd place, and was immediately noticed by those top 10 invincible Tianjiao, and all of them wanted to surpass him, and they all began to exert their strength and show their truly powerful means. At this time, Chen Fan had already come to the 31st level, and this time the beast he was facing was also an 8th level beast, probably with the cultivation of a marquis, a pair of cold eyes, staring at Chen Fan. This beast is a huge tiger-shaped beast with a large number of black stripes on its body, as if it is wearing a pair of armor, and its body is full of evil energy. This is the overlord among the 8th level beasts, the black armored tiger. In the face of such a powerful beast, Chen Fan was very calm, and even felt that this beast was not very good. The beast let out a roar, and the evil energy on its body surged in like a tide. But the next moment, the sound of the beast stopped abruptly, and a brilliant divine flame crossed the sky. Chen Fan used the Sun God Fist, the terrifying power, to penetrate the body of this fierce beast and directly killed it with one punch. He passed level 31, and a passage appeared in front of him to enter the next level. Chen Fan entered it without hesitation, in the middle of the Tower of Babel. At this moment, Bailey Shou had reached level 39, and the aura of the beast in front of him was extremely terrifying, and it was a terrifying beast in the late stage of the marquee. This beast is not huge, about 2 people tall, and it stands up. He also had dark blue flames burning on his body, a horse's head, and a pair of turquoise eyes, holding a black scythe in his hand, like a god of death from hell. Netherworld Ghost Horse. Bailey Shou looked at the fierce beast in front of him. His eyes were like lightning, exuding an amazing murderous aura. He naturally knew the beast in front of him, which was an extremely powerful race among the beasts. They can even fight by leapfrogging, which is equivalent to the pride of heaven among humans. Even if Bailey kept his promise and dealt with this kind of beast, he had to take out his weapon at this moment, only to see a flash of light in his hand, and an extra golden spear, which he held in his hand. This is a level 9 spiritual weapon, the Void War Spear, although he cannot exert all his strength, but its material is hard. Even the king's powerhouse has the ability to split, and it can completely ignore the defense formed by their innate gang chi. Bailey Shoyue exuded a piercing killing intent, which simply made all living beings tremble, like a young god from ancient times. With this word spit out, his figure immediately disappeared in place, waving the war gun in his hand, and slashing forward, the terrifying power tore the void at will, distorting the surrounding air. And the Netherworld Ghost Horse was not cowardly hardly at all. The scythe in his hand flew, exuding a faint cold light and colliding with the war gun. There was an earth-shattering explosion here. They began to fight. Their speed became faster and faster, more and more intense. Even the people watching the battle could only see two figures fighting non-stop. One was the power of the underworld, the other was the power of ice. The two forces kept colliding, constantly exploding in the void. This area seemed to be completely destroyed by them. The spectators outside also noticed this scene. A strong man who was crowned king, stunned, was surprised by Bailey's amazing combat power in keeping the promise. Fongwoji was also shocked, standing up from the spot, looking at the screen, his eyes flashing, full of shock. Because the scene in the picture is so incredible, Bailey's combat power is beyond his imagination. The netherworld ghost horse he dealt with was almost close to the combat power of the king's level, but Bailey kept his promise but could press the opponent to fight, which was simply too powerful. That's the Void War gun. This kind of level 9 spiritual weapon is extremely precious, even I don't have it. An elder who was crowned king noticed the weapon in Bai Li's hand and his eyes were full of envy. That's right, because this void battle spear is extremely precious among the 9th level spiritual weapons, which is equivalent to the luxury among spiritual weapons. Building such a battle gun can even create a higher level spiritual weapon. Only the god family would be so extravagant. Although the war gun created was the top among the 9th level, it was not as good as the 10th level spiritual weapon. However, it is not that Bailey's family does not have a level 10 spiritual weapon, but because it should have been specially created for Bailey to keep the contract, which was the most suitable spiritual weapon for him, thus consuming a lot of cultivation resources. Building this spiritual weapon is probably just to make it easier for him to use. The heritage of the god family is really enviable. Although Tianyang Palace also had gods, more cultivation resources were also tilted towards the top Tianjiao, rather than ordinary elders like them. The reason why they also had to consider the feelings of the immortal family was because the immortal family had an interest connection with them, and they would provide them with a lot of cultivation resources every year. This is the benefit of joining Tianyang Palace. Even if it is just an ordinary elder, there are still a large number of people flattering him. Even if the requests they promised were not fulfilled, the immortal family's people would turn their faces. They would just not provide them with cultivation resources. Chen Fan has always maintained the second, and at this moment he has reached level 35. In front of him, a fierce beast in the middle of the marquee was condensed, and this beast turned out to be an old acquaintance, lava boulders, and the area here was also a magma, exuding an amazing high temperature. Chen Fan was very familiar with the lava boulders' moves. After all, he had been killing lava boulders for the past few months. Sun God Fist. Chen Fan instantly burst out with amazing murderous aura, terrifying power, explosion, the spread of the artistic conception field, and the eyes of martial arts bloomed. This lava boulder exploded and was killed in seconds. If he changed to another beast, Chen Fan would have to spend a lot of effort, but the beast in front of him really didn't give him any challenge difficulty. Moreover, the lava boulder in front of him obviously did not have the power to awaken the bloodline, and its strength was even worse than the lava boulder he killed at the beginning. However, Chen Fan did not move forward, because at this moment he had an additional level 8 beast crystal in his hand. The 30th level actually rewarded a piece, and now there are 2 pieces in total, plus the level 7 spar he obtained before. Refining all of them, he should be able to step into the 9th layer of the town in one fell swoop, and even reach the 10th level. Chen Fan did not move on, but stayed here to start refining. His goal was to open up this Babel Tower, which was obviously a bit difficult with his current strength. Chen Fan began to operate the innate Gang Qi and True Qi in his body, and began to refine it rapidly. A large amount of pure power poured into his body, flowing in the meridians. Chen Fan felt a burning sensation, but he did not feel uncomfortable, but felt very comfortable. The terrifying energy surged in the meridians, and finally all of them gathered in the body and turned into pure True Qi, and then began to transform into innate Gang Qi. Only after about 10 minutes, Chen Fan successfully broke through to the town General Ye, and the combat power in his body increased by hundreds of millions again. But Chen Fan did not stop, but continued to concentrate on refining. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger, and I don't know how long it took. Chen Fan felt the opportunity to break through again. As if some shackles in his body were broken, Chen Fan successfully stepped into the 9th layer of the town general, but at this moment, the fierce beast crystal had almost been consumed. The sun is really hot. Dad. Chen Fan has 3 rays of solar true fire every month, which are used to temper his body and enhance his strength, and he will use it every month. And now he also used the 3 rays of sun true fire of this month, flowing in his body, tempering his body and enhancing his combat power. Just after a few tens of minutes, Chen Fan opened his eyes, exhaled a turbid breath from his mouth, and showed a disappointed expression in his eyes. After all, I still haven't stepped into the town. It seems that we have to continue to break through. Chen Fan moved his muscles and bones, feeling the amazing strength in his body, and he also changed from disappointment to a smile. His basic combat power has now reached 1 billion, and more importantly, the innate Gang Qi in his body is already 1/10. You must know that the power of the innate Gang Qi burst out is more powerful than the true Qi. Chen Fan looked at his ranking and saw that he was still still in second place, but there were already two people tied with him. One is Twilight Light Sun, the other is Xianyuan Wind and Snow, and they have also come to the 35th level. Chen Fan shook his head slightly and entered the 36th level directly. Soon in front of him, a large amount of dirt condensed, turned into a mud giant, and slapped at him. Chen Fan's spiritual power spread, the power of artistic conception exploded, the earth giant disappeared in an instant, and the surroundings turned into a turquoise grassland. On the grassland stood a sheep-headed man, with an amazing evil aura on his body, and a pair of scarlet eyes were staring at Chen Fan. Ghost sheep. This kind of beast has always been known for its cunning, and they are good at using illusions to trap and kill their opponents. And at this moment, this fierce beast didn't know what strange spell was being recited in his mouth. Anyway, Chen Fan couldn't understand it, and then a fan he was holding in his hand waved it towards this place. The scene in front of Chen Fan changed again, turning into a battlefield densely packed with fierce beasts attacking the city. Thank you. Among them, there are many terrifying beasts of the king's level. A long howl is about to shatter the sky, and the voices of countless fierce beasts are also roaring at this moment, one after another, deafening. When ordinary people see this scene and see such a terrifying beast, I am afraid that their hearts will be frightened. And this illusion is extremely real, so people can't tell whether it is true or false. And at this moment, the divinity in Chen Fan's body, the eyelashes trembled slightly, and all the illusions burst open. Now Chen Fan's divinity is even more terrifying, many times more terrifying than in the national selection competition. The illusion was broken, and the ghost sheep obviously showed an unexpected expression, saying, "Damn human." It's just that before he finished speaking, he saw a brilliant fist light, and an amazing offensive broke out, which was so fast that he couldn't see clearly at all, and in the blink of an eye, he shattered his body. Another move to kill in seconds. Chen Fan entered the next level with an expressionless face. Now he is not a king-level beast, and he is not qualified to stop his footsteps at all. He went straight into the 37th level. The elders watched Chen Fan show off their might, and easily passed the 36th level, and their expressions were very wonderful at this moment, incredulous, shocked, and their scalps were numb. It was hard for them to imagine how Chen Fan was just a town general, knowing that the fierce beasts on the 36th floor were already difficult to deal with. Even if Bailey keeps the promise, he needs to use a few tricks to determine the winner, and Chen Fan only used one move to solve it, and it was perfectly crushed, which made them suspect that Chen Fan's divine bloodline was probably extremely powerful. Which god's illegitimate son? Shenyan, if you really guessed it, that god will have a sense in the dark. But this person's god bloodline is too terrifying, definitely not an ordinary first-generation god. I'm afraid it's an old powerhouse among the gods, but these are not what we should guess. Let's continue watching. They have now put Chen Fan in the same position as Bailey Xiaoyu, and even feel that Chen Fan should be stronger if he is in the same realm. They now felt that Chen Fan should not be the reincarnation of a demigod. Even if he was reincarnated as a demigod, it would be impossible for the town general's realm to have such terrifying combat power. At this moment, Feng Wuji was also shocked and his scalp was numb. He originally thought that this future junior brother was the reincarnation of a demigod, but now he was not sure. How can a demigod be so perverted? I'm afraid that his junior brother's combat power is not weaker than his own. Could it be that my junior brother is the reincarnation of a god? Even Feng Wuji had to doubt Chen Fan's true identity at this moment. He originally thought that a demigod junior brother could already walk sideways, but if it was really a god junior brother, he felt a little unreal. Although the demigods are high, they still do not have the deterrent power of the gods. Although the demigods and gods are only half a realm apart, they are very different. It can be said that even a few demigods together cannot be the opponents of the gods. The power of the gods can single-handedly open up a divine realm, making the spiritual energy of heaven and earth inside strong, more than 10 times that of the outside world, which can accommodate tens of millions of people and bless the younger generation. It can be said that cultivating in the divine realm will get twice the result with half the effort. Although the demigods can also open up their own demigod domains, both in terms of the concentration of spiritual energy and the number of people they can accommodate, they are far inferior to the real divine domain, about 1/10 of the divine domain. The power of the gods is unimaginable. Even Master Ningxuan has to look up. His master said that he was fearless in the face of demigods, believed in himself, and could step into that realm in this life, but when he mentioned the gods, there was a trace of awe and yearning in his eyes. There is no absolute certainty that you can step into that realm. Moreover, his master also said that in this era, not a single person among hundreds of demigods may be able to step into the realm of gods, and it will be extremely difficult. Of course, except for those who have the blood of the first generation of gods, the power of their bloodline can help them break through the shackles and step into the realm of gods. And there is no need to explore by yourself like people without bloodline. Study step by step and step into the realm of gods. People with the first generation of bloodline are equivalent to having predecessors open a path for them, and they just need to follow this road. And those who do not have the bloodline of the first generation have to overcome obstacles and break out of a way by themselves, and the difficulty can be imagined. Thinking that he would have an additional junior brother who might be the reincarnation of a god, Feng Wuji felt as if he had been electrocuted, and there was a tingling feeling. After all, the gods who can be successfully reincarnated must not only have good luck but also have great courage, and I am afraid that they are also hegemon-level figures among the gods.
That's right.
I'm afraid my master didn't expect that the origin of his junior brother might be very scary. Chen Fan has reached the 37th level.
There is a clear lake with a turquoise blue sky and many oddly shaped reefs around it. Ha!
At this moment, the water in the lake surged, ripples, a huge bull's head appeared. His body was like a snake, his body was colorful, his body was more than 30 meters high, and he looked at Chen Fan with a pair of cold eyes. This is a terrifying 8th level marquis beast, more powerful than the beast encountered before, probably with the strength of about 7 marquises. I saw the beast open its mouth and let out a roar, and the terrifying power of sound waves was transmitted, and the surrounding reefs exploded one after another, turning into lime and dissipating into the air. Chen Fan stood still. At this moment he seemed to be one with heaven and earth, and there was an invincible momentum standing there. Today's Chen Fan is getting stronger and stronger. He has killed strong enemies all the way. He has never been defeated. He has developed an invincible momentum. No matter what opponent he encounters, he cannot have the slightest fear. Seeing that the normal attack was ineffective against Chen Fan, this terrifying beast spewed out a blue light from its mouth, turning into a torrent and directly submerging Chen Fan's body. But the next moment the torrent burst out, a large amount of white smoke came out of the lake, and the surrounding temperature rose violently, suddenly becoming extremely hot. Subsequently, the fierce beast saw the endless golden divine flames, burning fiercely, with an aura that burned everything, illuminating everything, and completely illuminating the area. A golden fist landed on his eyebrows like this, and the beast had already exploded before it could let out a second roar, completely dead.
It's another one-hit kill. It's too perverted.
The champion of the 100 miles of keeping the contract is hanging.
How should I explain to the immortal lord behind me?
The elders were a little panicked. If the place in the semi-mystical realm was snatched away by others, the immortals behind them would probably peel off their skins.
But they didn't expect how such a perverted Chen Fan would appear.
The strength is incredible, completely incomprehensible. Elders, you don't really need to worry. At this time, Feng Wuji spoke. Everyone's eyes fell on him, and there was a puzzled expression on his face.
Feng Wuji explained lightly, Chen Fan has such strength, it means that he is likely to be the reincarnation of a real god. Isn't it good to have another powerful god in Tianyang Palace? As soon as these words came out, the elders were shocked, obviously shocked. Originally, they guessed that Chen Fan was the heir of a god, but now Feng Wuji actually said that he was the reincarnation of a god. He must know some inside story. Indeed, if Chen Fan is really a god reincarnated to join Tianyang Palace and grows up successfully, he will be the god of Tianyang Palace in the future, and there is indeed no problem in giving him a place in the semi-mysterious realm. Even the immortals behind them would probably be happy to see this scene. The big deal is to add another place in the semi-mysterious realm and stuff it to Bailey to keep the promise.
Thinking of this, they had nothing to worry about. They just felt that the luck of Tianyang Palace was really good, and there could be 2 people with the qualifications of gods this time. They began to watch with a peaceful mind.
On the other hand, those geniuses were eliminated,
but their hearts were a little unbalanced. They were clearly all civilians. Why could Chen Fan be so good? They looked at the projection. Chen Fan had been occupying the 2nd place, sweeping all the way, chasing the 1st place tightly, and the 3rd and 4th have been completely left behind by them. Now Chen Fan has rushed all the way to level 39, while the 3rd and 4th are still struggling at level 37, and it seems that it will take a long time to pass.
Is this Chen Fan really an ordinary civilian?
How did he cultivate? Why is he so strong?
It's outrageous.
Those geniuses who were eliminated couldn't help but sigh. Their hearts were extremely shocked, and there was a kind of discomfort. And at this moment, Mu Yungue and the Sword Boy also came out of the Babel Tower, and of course Bailey Shang, but they were heading in different areas. They all passed the 20th level and were able to successfully stay in Tianyang Palace. Junior, congratulations to you for successfully joining Tianyang Palace. Senior Wang Rong smiled at them and led them to another area. The 3 of them came to this area, found a seat to sit down, and then looked around for Chen Fan's figure, but they didn't find it.
Chen Fan shouldn't be eliminated, right?
Bailey Shang laughed gloatingly, because those who advance will come to this area.
If the 1st place in the national selection is eliminated, it will be a real joke. Twilight shook his head.
At this moment, the Sword Boy looked up at the projection in front of him, looking for Chen Fan's traces on it. He believed that Chen Fan was not so weak and should not be eliminated, but he looked from behind and didn't see Chen Fan's figure at all.
Could it be that Chen Fan went to the front?
With doubts, the Sword Boy began to look at the top characters. Then, his eyes stayed on the 2nd place, looking at the slender figure with an invincible momentum on his body. His whole person was like a sculpture, petrified in place. The huge shock made him not know what to say.
2nd place.
Chen Fan actually reached such a terrifying ranking.
Who is he? Who is his true identity?
At this moment, the Sword Boy was completely convinced, feeling that he and Chen Fan were not people from the same world. To be able to reach the 2nd place, it is the existence that can compete with the god's descendant Bailey to keep the covenant. And he also knew that Chen Fan was not very old, and it was simply amazing to have such an amazing performance. Why is Chen Fan in second place? Soon, the gloating Bailey Shang also discovered that his expression was full of shock at this moment, and his eyes were all shocked and puzzled. Originally, Chen Fan was indeed stronger than them, but they felt that Chen Fan was not much stronger, and compared to those immortal direct bloodlines, it was not worth mentioning. Ding! But now, they felt something broken in their hearts, which surprised him. Chen Fan, a freak, actually surpassed many immortal bloodlines, which was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Mu Yungue swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his palm grabbed the handrail next to him, and crushed the handrail. Chen Fan's current performance was even more powerful than Mu Qingyang's, and that was the figure he had wanted to catch up with all his life. It was as if something had collapsed in his heart, and he was extremely uncomfortable at the moment, and he couldn't help but lower his head. Level 39. Chen Fan came here, and the beast that appeared opposite him was not tall, only about 5 meters, and his whole body was crimson. This fierce beast also stood like a human, holding a bone knife in his hand, a bit like the rumored Azura. The aura emitted by this fierce beast was also extremely terrifying, completely different from the fierce beast encountered before, and it was obviously more dangerous. At this moment, the beast sensed that someone had come in, and suddenly opened its eyes. A crimson flame burned in the void, and the terrifying power seemed to be able to burn everything. However, Chen Fan's body quickly lit up with golden true qi and resisted this power. He found that these crimson flames also had the ability to make people fall into illusions, because in the moment just now, countless ghosts appeared in front of him, all of whom rushed towards him fiercely. Death is the end of mankind and the destination of all souls. The fierce beast raised the bone knife in its hand, its breath rising steadily, and the terrifying crimson flames covered the bone knife filled with an amazing coercion. Then he slashed out, and the void was torn apart in an instant, erupting with a tsunami-like destructive power, rushing towards him, and the power was so strong that he was forced to become king. Ordinary marquises and strong people have to tremble in the face of this move. This is unparalleled combat power, so powerful that it makes people palpitate. Chen Fan was fearless, the artistic conception field spread, the eye of martial arts exploded, the vision behind him doubled its combat power, and the terrifying solar vision illuminated the earth with endless golden light, as if to dispel all the turbidity in the world. The power of divinity exploded. The firepower is full, and the heavenly flames are one. Chen Fan didn't want to waste time, he wanted to pass as quickly as possible, and he didn't save the strength in his body at all. Without any surprise, the terrifying power tore apart the sword light, and a black vortex drowned out the fierce beasts in front of him, and the area became blurred. When the scene recovered, the beast was dead and completely shattered, and Chen Fan passed strongly like this and entered the 40th level. I saw that the space was blurred, and when Chen Fan opened his eyes again, he had already come to a vast grassland. There are gusts of breeze here, a large number of tents, and herds of cattle and sheep. But at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, a large number of tents began to collapse, and the cattle and sheep on the ground fled in horror. But the next moment, these cattle and sheep exploded into blood mist, and a huge beast appeared. This beast is a beast with golden scales all over its body and huge limbs, like an elephant. He has a long nose, but the nose is also covered with golden scales, giving people a strange feeling. And the fierce beasts in this level have reached the level of being crown kings, and the aura they exude is incomparably terrifying. Just standing there makes people's hearts feel a sense of fear. Level 9 beasts, golden armored demon elephants. Facing this 9th level beast, Chen Fan couldn't help but think of the feeling of powerlessness when facing a 9th level beast in the Qingyun Mountains. The feeling of being instantaneous, he never wanted to feel it again. I'm not the same person I used to be. This time, the 9th level fierce beast also has to die at my hands. Chen Fan drank a bottle of qi replenishing water, and the true qi he consumed immediately recovered, and he returned to the top. Facing a beast of this level, today's Sun God Fist can't cause much damage, so it can only use killer moves. The more he broke into the back, the more Chen Fan felt that the pressure was getting bigger and bigger, but this pressure was also the motivation for him to become stronger. If you pass this level, you should also be rewarded with a level 9 beast crystal, and you can try to break through a higher realm when the time comes. And at this moment, the golden armored demon elephant had already begun to attack, only to see his golden proboscis rolling towards the void, instantly sweeping the wind and clouds, with an earth-shattering force, towards Chen Fan. 3 days later, the sky suddenly became dark, and the surrounding void exploded heavily, and all the proboscis was covered with innate qi. Ordinary attacks can't even break through defenses. Such a power can easily knock a mountain peak of hundreds of meters into powder, and can evaporate a river, which is terrifying. Chen Fan stood in place, feeling the distorted air around him. Like a wave, the terrifying coercion swept in. A breath of death enveloped his heart. It was the same as at the beginning. The power and coercion of the 9th level fierce beast were really shocking. Kings and marquises are completely 2 levels, and the gap is too big. Even Chen Fan now is not sure of victory. His artistic conception field spread, his breathing became rhythmic, and his whole body became light. The breathing of the wind is activated, and the power increases. The vision behind him doubled its combat power. power, the martial arts I was activated, and the divinity in the body opened its eyes at this moment, and a vast spiritual coercion erupted. At this moment, Chen Fan reached his peak state. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at this moment and stopped flowing. Everything around seemed to slow down. Only Chen Fan's eyes became brighter and brighter.
Heavenly flame returns to 1.
Chen Fan swung a punch forward. This time he used all his strength to swing. All the true chi and innate chi in his body were all fused on his fist at this moment. At this moment, his fist light was equivalent to a round of erupting volcanoes, erupting with a vast and surging force, frantically twisting the surrounding void, and even his figure became blurred. Then it blasted into the sky, and a twisted black hole formed, colliding with the golden armored ghost. Two terrifying forces collided. The air here squeezed in an instant, and then exploded wildly, layer by layer of terrifying fluctuations, spreading in all directions. Everything was crumbling, the earth was torn apart, the clouds in the sky were shaken off, and everything around was blurred and could not be seen clearly. The elders of the king stared at the projection, but they paid attention to keeping the promise in 100 miles. 3 days later, because Bailey Show had broken the record and came to the 41st floor, the Void War gun in his hand was invincible. A random hit can cut through the void and deal amazing damage. Even the king beast in level 40, which had amazing defense power, was still easily pierced through its body by the Void War spear and nailed to death on a pillar. Although Bailey kept the promise and used a spiritual weapon, he is worthy of being the heir of the gods, too powerful.
The combat power in the middle of the marquee can actually kill the king. We are all old. I think I was in high spirits back then, and I wanted to challenge the king with a marquee, but I was defeated by a finger of the king, and I am still my inner demon. But today I saw such an amazing scene. They were shocked in their hearts. After all, this is the record of Tianyang Palace, but now it has been broken by Bailey Shoyue. This person is destined to become the future god of Tianyang Palace. The talent is so powerful that it is simply enviable and jealous. When Feng Wuji saw this scene, his eyes were also full of shock. As a top powerhouse who was enfeoffed as a marquis, he naturally knew what terrifying combat power he had to have if he wanted to kill the queen bee. The weakest king in powerhouse will also have a basic combat power of 3 billion, which is completely 2 levels from the marquis. Moreover, the beast that Bailey Show faced was not an ordinary king beast at all, and his own combat power was naturally even more terrifying. Bailey Show can kill him, although with the help of the power of the spiritual weapon, but his strength cannot be denied. You know, Feng Wuji himself is not absolutely sure that he can kill such a powerful king. Even if he had a Void War gun, it would be impossible to solve the Mad King Beast cleanly like Bailey Shayu. It's really more popular than people. Feng Wuji shook his head. He himself was considered a genius, and he was even more favored by the immortal Ning Chuan and accepted him as a disciple. But when he saw the bloodline of the invincible Tianjiao gods like Bailey Shoyue, there was always a deep sense of powerlessness. You must know that the other party is only 16 years old, which has already exceeded the strength of his 30s, and this kind of person is destined to stand on a high place, become a god high above, and look down on all living beings. He did not hide his emotions. After all, even the elders of the Fengwang were frustrated one by one, and his heart was full of shock. You say that Bailey Show will not create a record of unprecedented and unprecedented? Elder Yuren said excitedly. The more he thought about it, the more excited he felt, and he was worried that the first place in Bailey would be snatched away, but now it doesn't seem to be necessarily. Although Chen Fan is strong, his realm is relatively low, and he does not have any powerful spiritual weapons in his hands, so the 40th level will definitely be stuck, and it will not be so easy to pass. And Bailey keeping the covenant is the existence of reaching the 45th level. Once Bailey keeps his promise and really breaks through the 45th level, it will be really an amazing record, and I am afraid it will alarm the demigods. Of course, if you can get through the 49 levels, I'm afraid even the gods will appear in person. But this is just thinking about it. He has not yet seen a person who can enter the 49th level in the opening assessment, which is a completely impossible thing to complete. After all, after 40 levels, the fierce beasts and human race powerhouses will become stronger and stronger, and it will become extremely difficult to pass one more level. The elders were silent, they didn't say much, and continued to watch the 100 miles in the picture keep their promises, reaching the 41st floor, and fighting with powerful beasts. Even at a higher level, Bailey kept the promise with ease, and the ice power on his body spread, forming a domain and enveloping the beast. The Void War spear immediately slashed down, with amazing power, tearing through the air with a single blow, and bursting out in extremely terrifying power. The power of a casual blow makes people's hearts tremble, and they can't help but feel a kind of fear. At this moment, Bailey kept the promise, just like a powerful king, leaving everyone with a majestic figure. Even the elders of the kings were now full of a hint of awe for Bailey to keep the covenant. He was so powerful at the beginning of school, and when he entered the academy, he would get more resources and tilt, and he would soon enter the realm of being crowned, and he would be above these elders at that time. Chen Fan has reached level 40, he has no spiritual weapon, and the power that burst out actually repelled all the golden armor ghosts. Suddenly, an elder of the Fengwang kingdom noticed Chen Fan's projection, and watched him burst out with a punch, repelling the 9th level fierce beast, and a surprise
surprised expression appeared on his face on the spot. The other king powerhouses also cast their eyes one after another, feeling that Chen Fan's performance was very strong, even a little outrageous. After all, he is only a town general, and his strength is so strong that it is really beyond their imagination. No, was that a vision of God just now? He cast it too fast. I didn't see it clearly, it just flashed away. But when you said this, it really seemed to be a vision of God. Isn't that a power that only demigods can comprehend? Why can he understand now? The elders were shocked and incredulous. The vision of God, even the strongest Tianjiao, needs to reach a certain level to comprehend. Of course, normally, you have to reach the demigod realm. But there were also some outrageous invincible Tianjiao. They were able to comprehend it in the venerable realm, but that was already unbelievable. But now that Chen Fan Kai is the town general, why can he comprehend this power? Could it be that he is really the reincarnation of a god? At this moment, the elders were even more sure that Chen Fan had a great possibility that he was really the reincarnation of a god. Only in this way can everything be explained. Thinking about this, their eyes were also full of awe when they looked at Chen Fan, a god who could be successfully reincarnated. Before he was reincarnated, he was probably also famous. This kind of character is not something they can offend. On the other side, you must know that the king is just an ant in the eyes of the gods, and he can be pinched to death with one finger. When the gods blow a breath, the king will also turn to ashes. Although the immortal family looked powerful, if it offended a god, even the immortal ancestral land would be destroyed, and all the immortal family members would be killed. They also heard that Chen Fan had offended an immortal in the national selection competition, and thought he was looking for death by himself. But now it seemed that the immortal was going to have a headache in the beginning, and when Chen Fan returned to his peak, I was afraid that the gods of the Thunder Palace would not protect the primordial being, unless the god wants to have a divine war. But once the divine war is defeated, it means the decline of the entire family behind him. No god wants to offend another powerful god for the sake of one immortal. At this moment, all the king elders were mourning for the immortal Taichu in advance. The reincarnated gods grew very quickly. They had no bottlenecks at all. As long as they had enough cultivation resources, they would grow rapidly. It is only a matter of time before he returns to the realm of gods. At that time, the entire Tai family would also die because of him alone. But this was also a long time later. They temporarily put this idea behind and continued to look at Chen Fan, wanting to see how he dealt with the king-level beast. However, they thought more in their hearts that Chen Fan should be eliminated. Even if he was reincarnated as a god, his own combat power was enough to defy the sky, but it was too difficult to cross the two major realms and defeat the opponent, as difficult as ascending to the sky. But in any case, Chen Fan's identity can be roughly determined. Even if he wins the second place, he will be vigorously cultivated. After all, everyone wants to make friends with a future god, not offend such a person. Audience. The sword boy was unintentional, and at this moment he held the knife in his hand tightly, only to see him exhale deeply, and then exhale slowly, trying to suppress the shock in his heart. Thinking of the bold words he said to Chen Fan not long ago, his face is hot now. He didn't expect Chen Fan's growth speed to be so terrifying, and now he was at level 40, fighting against such a powerful beast, and he was not left behind. You must know that the beast is a level 9 beast. This kind of beast can blow him to death in one breath, and the combat power is not at the same level at all. Maybe I shouldn't be compared with Chen Fan, a freak. He is an existence that can be compared with a person of god blood. What am I? At this moment, Wu Xin received some kind of strong blow and gave up the idea of catching up. There is no need to continue to catch up. The gap between the two will only get bigger and bigger. He was confident that if he were a town general, he would never be able to do something like Chen Fan, and he would be able to overwhelm the king's beast. As for Bailey Shang and Mu Yungue, their eyes were full of shock, and their hearts were even more frightened. Looking at Chen Fanwei's body in the projection, they even had an urge to bow down and worship now. Rumble. As for what they said to Chen Fan before, they all felt that they were stupid and stupid. Even if they were not in the Tower of Babel now, they could still feel an amazing sense of depression at this moment, and even their breathing became cautious. The two stared at the projection motionless, wanting to see if Chen Fan could pass the 40th level next, and once he passed, it would be a miracle. Not only them, but almost everyone who came out early is now staring at Chen Fan in second place. There are some ordinary geniuses who look at Chen Fan's figure with jealousy in their eyes. There are also some people, although they were born as commoners, but when they saw Chen Fan sweeping all the way, a kind of hope also emerged in their hearts and regarded Chen Fan as an idol. At the same time, the 38th level of the Tower of Babel. Roar! Mu Qingyang looked at his ranking, still ranked third, and he was a little unhappy at the moment. He has extraordinary qualifications, he can overlook countless Tianjiao, and he doesn't take them seriously at all. But now in the school opening assessment, there are two people who are better than him. Kill. Forget about the bloodline of the gods. What kind of thing is this Chen Fan? Why is a person from an ordinary family so strong? Reached level 40? You must know that now he is a little struggling in level 38, and the beast he faces is too powerful, giving him a great threat. His goal at this moment is to pass level 40. Chen Fan, I don't believe you can be better than me. At this moment, Twilight also took out a weapon, which was a turquoise long sword. Level 9 spiritual weapon, blue sea sword. Holding the spiritual weapon, Mu Qingyang regained his confidence again and killed the beast in front of him. He originally wanted to use the opponent of Babel to hone himself, and he didn't want to use the spiritual weapon in advance. But now he couldn't help it, and he had been ranked 3rd, which made him extremely unwilling, so he wanted to regain the 2nd. At level 38, Shen Yuan Fengxue was also holding a spiritual weapon in his hand, which was an umbrella. Whenever she opened this umbrella, a large amount of wind and snow would condense into countless sharp blades, bursting out with amazing power, sweeping the heavens and the earth, and killing the fierce beasts in front of her. This is the 9th level spiritual weapon in her hand, the 1000-change umbrella, and she had already used this level 9 spiritual weapon, and she didn't want to fall behind anyone. In addition to them, Bailey Yen, there are some other top 10 invincible Tianjiao. Almost all of them are holding spiritual weapons in their hands, and the speed of breaking through the level is faster, because the powerful spiritual weapon can greatly enhance its combat power, and it can also easily destroy the defense of the beast, and the power is extremely powerful. Babel level 40. Boom! Chen Fan made a move to return to the heavenly flame, but only repelled the golden armored demon in front of him, and the aura on the other party's body was only weaker, and it did not cause fatal damage to him. And this terrifying king-sealed beast had been completely enraged, and it burst out with an extremely amazing force, forming a unique force field. Chen Fan saw a rough wave rushing towards him, as if to drown himself. This terrifying coercion made him feel a sense of suffocation. However, his divinity was extremely terrifying, and a slight display of power counteracted this feeling, and the illusion that had just appeared in front of him dissipated. Still not good? Chen Fan felt extremely pressured, and his strongest move could not cause any fatal damage to the king's beast in front of him. Could it be that I want to stop at level 40? Chen Fan was unwilling in his heart. He didn't know the secret of becoming a god yet, and he had a feeling that once he cleared the level, he would get an unimaginable reward. This is a huge opportunity, and if he misses it, he will definitely regret it. Since one trick is useless, let's do it again. Chen Fan's gaze gradually became firm. He didn't believe it, and he couldn't turn over a king's beast. Chen Fan broke out again. His strength converged into a little explosion, and he took the initiative to kill the golden armored ghost. The ghost roared, shook its nose again, and bombarded it, but this time it was obviously more terrifying than just now, and it was obviously using stronger power. The two forces collided with each other at a very fast speed, erupting into a deafening sound. The ground was shaking violently, and the surrounding grass and trees rustled. A mushroom cloud rose in sight, followed by the spread of smoke and dust, drowning their figures. The terrifying force of the impact shattered the area around them for hundreds of meters, and countless stones flowed like liquid and exploded in midair. A gust of wind swept in all directions. This time Chen Fan heard a crisp sound, and several scales of the proboscis of the golden armored ghost elephant were exploded. Obviously, even if it was a kingly beast, it was not omnipotent. Chen Fan saw hope. The eye of martial arts was activated, the golden ball in his body exploded, countless powers returned to himself, and he returned to the top. Chen Fan moved his muscles and bones and said, if you don't slaughter a king today, how will you slaughter immortality in the future? Golden armored golem, accept the arrangement of fate. Hearing this terrifying 9th level fierce beast was obviously enraged, and endless innate energy erupted from his body, permeating the surroundings, surging like a spring water. Then the beast raised its foot, and the amazing power converged, and then stepped on it hard, like a mountain descending, bringing an amazing sense of oppression. It makes people feel extremely uneasy, as if death is coming. Chen Fan's artistic conception field spread, the combat power was blessed, and it was used again, and the heavenly flames were unified. Death. It's just that when he swung his punch out, the power suddenly skyrocketed. With an earth-shattering loud noise, with him as the center, hundreds of meters of surrounding earth and rocks directly exploded and shattered into fine pieces, and finally turned into black ash and dissipated. His area was constantly collapsing, and everything was collapsing and destroying. Even the golden armored demon elephant showed fear and uneasiness in his eyes at this moment, and he felt the threat of death. What was even more unbelievable was that Chen Fan's punch directly burst the scales on his body. Countless scales exploded, and his huge body fell back one after another, smashing the mountain not far away, splashing dust all over the sky. At this moment, Chen Fan had countless thoughts born in his mind, which burst out, collided, and then extinguished at the same time. With a smile on his face, the power of the martial arts he performed just now skyrocketed because he comprehended the power of the new artistic conception. At this moment, next to his divinity, there were once again two more artistic conception powers, which were the artistic conception of life and death. Just now, he completely comprehended these two artistic conceptions, plus the original 4 artistic conceptions superimposed, and now he has reached the power of 6 artistic conceptions. And it was at that moment that there was a qualitative change, causing the punch he had just burst out to be more powerful than ever. At this moment, Chen Fan's aura was as vast as an abyss, and the power of 6 kinds of artistic conception was permeating him beside him, and his aura was extremely powerful, like a young god. At this moment, his pupils also turned golden, exuding a majestic aura. He now had the feeling that he could could crush everything with a random punch, and the power of that blow just now had definitely reached an incredible level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the power of 6 artistic conceptions, which are being integrated to form a new artistic conception power. Successful integration. Congratulations to the host. Get the artistic conception of God. Artistic conception domain. New. You can trigger critical hits at will, up to 9 times critical hits, and every shot may trigger. At this moment, the effect of Chen Fan's original artistic conception field has disappeared, and a new artistic conception field has been born. I saw him use the artistic conception of God and immediately spread out from him a field composed of 6 kinds of artistic conception, enveloping all directions, with a range of a full 1,000 meters. Although there is no increase in combat power, nor does it have the ability to weaken the opponent's combat power, this new artistic conception field is simply a powerful pervert. Randomly trigger critical damage, up to 9x? What kind of concept is that? After using the power of vision, if 9 times the critical hit is triggered, it will be a full 18 billion combat power. Which King Powerhouse can withstand it? Even if you can bear it, you have to be seriously injured. You know, this is only a critical hit triggered by using basic combat power. If you add the amplification of martial arts, the power will only be more terrifying. Golden Armor Ghost, I saw it. Your Death Omen star is shining. A vision appeared behind Chen Fan. A round of scorching sun shone, blooming with divine brilliance and illuminating the earth. Chen Fan clenched his fists and burst out the Sun God Fist, and there was no need to use the larger heavenly flame to return to one at this moment. The golden armored demon elephant naturally would not be captured, and the aura on his body began to increase wildly, and all the power converged on his proboscis. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, as if the end of the world was coming, and the breath was terrifying. I saw his proboscis sweeping in, and the power that erupted this time was many times more terrifying than just now, as if it could destroy the world. The fist and the proboscis collided together, erupting into amazing fluctuations. The void burst layer by layer, and the aftermath spread in all directions, destroying everything like ripples. Anything they touched in the aftermath exploded in an instant, and then completely shattered and turned to ashes. And Chen Fan's punch directly triggered a 4x critical hit. The terrifying divine flame bloomed, as powerful as a golden armored demon. Elephant was whining, its proboscis shattered, and countless cracks appeared in its huge body. These cracks were dense and shocking. The defense formed by the innate gang chi on his body could not have any blocking effect, and in the face of absolute combat power, even if it was as powerful as a fierce beast that was Crown King, it exploded on the spot at this moment and fell to the ground with a bang. When he fell to the ground, the golden divine flame also directly tore through the dark clouds in the sky, and rays of light fell again, illuminating the earth. Chen Fan withdrew his fist, looked at the scene in front of him calmly, and then took a sip of replenishing water, feeling unprecedentedly happy. It turned out that if he had known that the power of the divine artistic conception had such a terrifying effect, he would definitely have comprehended the power of the new artistic conception first. But it's not too late to realize now. At least he successfully passed the 40 levels. Suddenly, there was a spatial fluctuation in front of Chen Fan, and there was a level 9 beast crystal directly in his hand, which was a reward for passing the 40th level. Of course, there was also a drop of the essence of a level 9 beast, which quietly appeared in his hand at this moment. Chen Fan had a smile on his face, ready to use these to break through to the realm of Marquis in one fell swoop. After all, Chen Fan also felt it now. His realm was too low, and it was really too difficult for the town general Zhou Chong to clear the level. If it weren't for the artistic conception of God, he would probably have lost in this 40th level. Then Chen Fan did not continue to clear the level, so he found a place to sit down and began to refine the beast crystal and essence blood, and a steady stream of energy poured into his body. It didn't take long. The aura on Chen Fan's body was much stronger, and his body exuded amazing coercion, and a large amount of innate chi flowed outside his body. His basic combat power reached 1.2 billion at this moment, because Chen Fan broke through to the 10th level of the town general. But this was not the end. At this moment, he had not yet completely refined a drop of level 9 beast essence blood before he had successfully broken through. Therefore, the remaining cultivation resources should be enough for him to successfully step into the Marquis 8. Chen Fan began to concentrate, continued to refine, and made the final sprint towards the realm of the Marquis. All the strong people were silent and silent. Their eyes were all fixed on the projection where Chen Fan was, and they felt countless noisy sounds in their minds. They were all stunned, not understanding why Chen Fan suddenly killed the terrifying ghost in one blow. It was really incredible. It's like someone telling you that a carp jumped over the dragon gate and successfully turned into a dragon. That's two big realms apart. They had never seen a town general who could kill the king, and they had never even heard of it. What the hell is going on? After a long time, an elder softly asked the doubts in his heart. No one in the crowd answered. He was all thinking, because they couldn't figure out for a while, how did Chen Fan do it? Only Feng Wuji was staring at the screen at the moment, with a terrifying idea stirring in his mind. Even if there is divinity in vision, this scene is still not possible. The only possibility is that Chen Fan is likely to have comprehended the artistic conception of God. Thinking of this possibility, he trembled all over, as if he had been struck by thunder and lightning, and felt numb all over. The artistic conception of God, that kind of terrifying power, generally has to be cultivated to the 6th stage before it can be born. Otherwise, it would be like the original adult, comprehending the power of 6 artistic conceptions at the same time, and the artistic conception of God was born. Of course, the last possibility is to completely determine that Qin Fan is the reincarnation of a god, and he realized it in his previous life. Feng Wuji did not say this matter at this time, after all, it was his guess. Moreover, Qin Fan has shown enough, and he doesn't want others to know more of Qin Fan's trump cards. In fact, the other elders also had this guess in their hearts, but they didn't say it because they couldn't directly determine whether Qin Fan had comprehended God's artistic conception. Bailey has passed the 41st level. Coming out, an elder of the king exclaimed, and everyone instantly shifted their attention to Bailey Shoyue. At this moment, Bailey Shou in the projection, a war gun pierced the head of the beast, completely killing the terrifying monster. This son is simply stronger than his father when he was young. Inheriting the bloodline of the first gods, the lowest achievements in the future will reach the level of his father, and may even surpass his father. No wonder the big people above value Bailey to keep the promise so much. These elders were also shocked when they saw Bailey's performance of keeping the promise, because they were too powerful. Moreover, Bailey Shou is so young, he may not be able to surpass his father to become a stronger god in the future. Even made these elders feel a little envious and jealous in their hearts. This is the benefit of having a good father. Feng Wuji looked at Bailey keeping the contract, and he actually had envy in his heart. After all, a teenager who was so much younger than him was actually stronger than he is now. This strengthened his confidence that he must step into the realm of the king as soon as possible. Babel level 42. A white-haired teenager appeared here, and his body condensed into substance with a terrifying murderous aura. He held a void war gun in his hand, like a killer god who came out of hell. He was surrounded by chills, which could freeze everything and make people's souls tremble. Bailey kept his promise all the way here, but he was still at his peak. Because there is chi tonic water, it can continuously replenish the true chi it consumes. It's just that now he feels more and more difficult, and at the 41st level, he has done everything he can to kill it with difficulty, because it was a 2nd level beast of the king. A beast of this level, even if it is a small level, will expand its strength and be more terrifying. Bailey kept his promise, scanning his eyes around him, but he did not encounter any fierce beasts. Could it be that he is a strong man of the human race? Boom! Click! Click! As soon as the words fell, a man in a black robe appeared in the void, and the black robe was carved with countless black patterns, and the man in the black robe was also looking at him coldly. The aura emanating from the other party was similar to the fierce beast he encountered before, but he didn't know why Bailey kept his promise but nervously clenched his battle gun, feeling extremely dangerous. It's really surprising that you can break into this place at such a young age, but it's time to stop here. As soon as the words fell, a vast coercion erupted from the human race king, shaking the area. Bailey kept his promise with a solemn expression, and he actually felt a tremor in his heart, and an amazing meaning penetrated into his bone marrow. Boom! God's bloodline. Bailey Shou sensed the person in front of him, who had the bloodline of a god like him, but he was not as pure as him. But the other party's realm is too high, and the god bloodline of the king can also fight by leapfrogging, so it cannot be judged by common sense. However, even if you want to block my remaining path, it's not qualified. Bailey Shou held a battle gun in his hand, exuding a world-class divine power, and then swung a shot through the void, bursting out with amazing power. Between heaven and earth, the air was frozen, and a surging force split towards the king in front, and the horror of the breath shook the heavens and the earth. But the king was fearless, covered the sky with one hand, and slapped it with a big hand, and actually shook the spiritual weapon with the power of his body, and he was not afraid at all. Even the Void War spear could not break through the opponent's defense at the first time. It was as powerful as 100 miles to keep its promise, but it was also slapped by the strong man on the opposite side and flew out, planting itself in midair, until it was stuck on the ground with a war gun, and a crack of hundreds of meters was drawn, which stopped its figure. He looked at the human race powerhouse opposite with fear in his eyes, knowing that it would be difficult to break through this level. But he was a little unimaginable. Why was the 42nd level so difficult? Is there a venerable person in the next level? But soon, he left this unrealistic idea behind him, thinking that it should not be there. There is really a venerable. How can this be cleared? No one can stand in my way, even if it is a king-level god bloodline. I am the only god. At this moment, Bailey Shoyue stood up from the ground. He began to stimulate the power of the bloodline in his body, only to see a large amount of ice spread around him, with him as the center, freezing everything in an area of hundreds of meters. A large amount of frost flew in the sky, forming tornadoes. Everything in the world can't escape withering after all. He raised the war gun in his hand high, and the terrifying true chi on his body surged like a tide, and at this moment his gaze became deeper than the starry sky, without any expression, as if there was no human emotion. Then the war gun in his hand was struck, and it was such a simple action that a force erupted that made everyone tremble. The surrounding ice power was all condensed, and all the tornadoes were shattered and reorganized, turning into 100 100-meter-long ice war gun, piercing the clouds and falling from the sky, blooming with unparalleled divine power. At this moment, even his opponent was a little chilled, and countless flames emerged from behind him, which condensed into a huge fire phoenix. The fire phoenix let out a loud chirp and rushed towards the ice battle gun in the sky. What? Elders, looking at this amazing scene, many people even felt chills in their bodies, because of the power of this move. Some of them couldn't resist. This is the horror of the god's bloodline, and the two people in the picture have used their own bloodline power. The killer moves that erupted were all comparable to SSS-level martial arts, which were the moves of their bloodline inheritance, and they all had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It will even be accompanied by the strength of their cultivation, and the power of bloodline inheritance martial arts will become more and more terrifying. However, these are basically their killer moves. Although the bloodline inheritance martial arts are powerful, the consumption power is also amazing. Feng Wuji could feel that if he fought against one of these two people, he would definitely be killed in an instant, and his combat power was not at all a level. The bloodline of the gods is really terrifying, Feng Wuji exclaimed. Meanwhile, the other elders thought the same in their hearts, which was why the upper echelons valued the god bloodline so much. Because the blood of the gods is too powerful, far beyond the powerhouses of the same level, they are all the overlords of the same level. Each of them has a brilliant record, swept all the way, and has never been defeated. Those who can defeat them have always had the same god bloodline. Of course, there are exceptions, that is, some special invincible Tianjiao. These Tianjiao have an amazing growth trajectory and will become extremely powerful step by step. But this kind of Tianjiao is difficult to appear in almost thousands of years, which is equivalent to looking for a needle in the sea. Level 40. At this moment, Chen Fan had already refined all the fierce beast crystals in his hand, turning them into pure power surging in his body. At this moment, every meridian was filled with a large amount of energy, and he felt that his blood vessels were about to burst. However, all these energies eventually converged deep in the body and turned into pure innate qi. At this moment, most of the true qi in Chen Fan's body was converted into innate gang qi, only a small part was missing, and the transformation had not yet been completed. Chen Fan could sense that once all the transformations were completed, it was the time for him to break through the Marquee 8. Finally, with the passage of time, the last trace of true qi was transformed into innate qi. Chen Fan felt that his body seemed to have undergone a rebirth, and the strength in his body began to rise. 1.5 billion, 2 billion. However, when it was raised to this stage, it suddenly stopped, and Chen Fan felt as if a gate appeared in the depths of his spirit, and countless ancient patterns were carved on this gate. He felt that his divinity was standing in front of the gate at this moment, and only by pushing open this gate could he truly step into the realm of the Marquee. Chen Fan tried to exert force, but found that the gate did not move at all. This made Chen Fan show a puzzled expression. As far as he knows, ordinary people break through the Marquee. Will there be such a strange scene? I still don't believe that I can't push this door open. Chen Fan's divinity exerted force again, but found that it was still unmoving, and even the diffusion of the artistic conception field had no effect. It seems that only soul power can be used here, and any other means seem to be ineffective. Chen Fan exhaled lightly, performed breathing techniques, and then patted it again, still motionless. Sun God Fist. Chen Fan swung his punch again, but at this moment, the gate in front of him was forcibly blasted open by him. Endless golden light bloomed in the gate, making Chen Fan can't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had come to a world full of gold. Opposite him stood a figure who looked extremely majestic, wearing a golden robe to leave him aback. And at the next moment, the clouds and mist suddenly surged on the horizon, and countless black mist emerged. A huge figure appeared in the black mist, hundreds of meters long from just one head, staring at him coldly. Death. Chen Fan felt it at this moment. An unparalleled coercion, like the air in this world was constantly squeezing. Boom! It was a fierce beast, but Chen Fan couldn't tell what race it was. He could only feel that this beast was extremely powerful. Just the coercion emanating from his body made the surrounding air wail and shatter the space, as if he could not withstand the power of his body. Ancestor! Ancestor! Chen Fan also vaguely heard countless shouts, and there were countless scenes of fierce beasts worshipping in front of him. This reminded him that the beasts he had killed before, the ancestors they spoke of, turned out to be such terrifying beings. Suddenly the void exploded, and the terrifying ancestor held a giant axe that was hundreds of feet long, like Pangu opening up the world, rippling with the sharp power of space. This kind of power, which was simply incredible, slashed towards the majestic figure in front of him. In an instant, it can shatter space, destroy an endless mountain range, and even cut off the sea. At this moment, the mighty figure in front of him made a move, and a large amount of golden light condensed into a war spear in his hand and threw it forward. The terrifying golden war spear burst out with even more terrifying power, like a round of scorching sun, with an astonishing temperature that could burn everything in the world, and suddenly smashed the menacing giant axe, and even killed the terrifying beast ancestor with a single blow. At the next moment, everything disappeared and Chen Fan returned to reality. The combat power in his body began to rise steadily, until it was raised to 3 billion, and it was completely stabilized. At this moment, he had a large large number of memories in his mind. At some point, the innate chi on his body condensed a golden spear in his hand, exuding an amazing aura. Congratulations to the host. Comprehend the Sun God Spear, SSS level middle grade martial arts, growth martial arts, with the strength of the Sun God body, will become more powerful. At this moment, the spear in Chen Fan's hand bloomed with endless light, like a scorching sun, which could dispel all the chill in the world. As Chen Fan's mind moved, the Sun God Spear in his hand dissipated, as if it had never appeared. He has awakened a powerful martial art of the Sun God body, and with his own strength, the current Sun God fist has also reached the level of SSS level inferiority. Of course, the strongest means is still the heavenly flame returning to one. This martial art he created has reached the peak of the SSS level, and if it is improved again, it will be a demigod skill. Chen Fan originally wanted to get the reward of first place and let himself break through the marquee, but he didn't expect it to be completed in the Tower of Babel. After the breakthrough, Chen Fan stepped into the next level without hesitation. When the space fluctuations disappeared, an even more terrifying beast appeared in front of Chen Fan, which was a strange lion with 9 heads, 9 golden lions. The aura was even more terrifying than the ghost, surrounded by a large amount of evil energy, and saw Chen Fan appear in 9 heads, spewing fire at the same time, wanting to burn Chen Fan to ashes. Just try you, the power of the Sun God Spear. The terrifying innate chi in Chen Fan's hand condensed into a long spear and bloomed with bright light, like a scorching sun, directly descending on this place. The spear, like the scorching sun, collided with the 9-headed lion in front of it, and a violent explosion broke out. The airflow shot wildly, the ground exploded layer by layer, and the area of hundreds of meters collapsed and shattered. The terrifying heat permeates the air, as if it can burn everything. When the light dissipated, the 9-headed lion had been killed in place by the Sun God Spear, and the figure began to dissipate. After the breakthrough, Chen Fan's own strength has reached a point where he far exceeds that of a marquis, so even if the beast of the Double King is in his hands, it is like an ant. It's so easy that I don't feel the slightest difficulty. After killing this fierce beast, Chen Fan continued to step into the next level, without even using the chi replenishment water. Because of the martial arts he comprehended through the Sun God body, he consumed very little innate ganchi. And at this moment, this is the case with the Sun God fist, and the same is true for the Sun God Spear, which can be used as an ordinary small move. Chen Fan came to level 42, but this time he did not encounter a fierce beast, but a white-haired man. To be precise, it should be a teenager. This person is Chen Fan's familiar Bailey Shoyue. It's just that Bailey kept the promise of the realm of the king, and a pair of cold eyes were staring at Chen Fan, exuding thousands of chills on his body, as if he could freeze everything. Interesting, Chen Fan smiled. At the beginning, Bailey Show was extremely powerful in front of him, and even he was not sure that he would be able to defeat him. But now it is different. After breaking through the realm of being in theft, he feels that it seems that it is nothing more than 100 miles to keep the promise of reaching the second level of being crowned. I really want to see how powerful the god's bloodline is. Chen Fan smiled at the corner of his mouth. Rumble. The outside world has completely exploded, and countless people have seen Bailey keep the promise and successfully step into the 43rd level, and their faces are full of astonished expressions, because this has set an amazing record. The performance of Bailey Kichua's opening assessment has surpassed too many people, and it is already a legend. And he passed the 42nd level, and the Babel Tower had already condensed him into the gatekeeper of the 42nd level. This makes it much more difficult for the later breakers. You must know that if you face the double level of the king, what kind of person can you defeat? In other words, Bailey kept the promise and almost cut off everyone's way behind. Even if he was as strong as Chen Fan, I am afraid he would fall under the 42nd level. Even Feng Wuji thought so. But the next moment, they noticed that Chen Fan had passed level 41, which seemed to be extremely fast, faster than Bailey Kishi. Play the projection back quickly. There is an elder who directs the staff, because these projections are recorded on the screen and saved. So the staff began to play back the picture just now. Bang! But this replay shocked everyone, and it turned out to be a direct instant kill. This made everyone feel that it was difficult to breathe, and they felt that seeing this scene in front of them was more like an illusion. He just broke through to the realm of being a marquis. Why is his whole body covered with innate ganchi? Isn't this a sign of being a king? Who is this Chen Fan? The elders of the kings felt that their minds were buzzing at the moment, and they didn't understand what was going on with this scene in front of them. How can a marquis and a strong man be covered with innate chi all over his body? What's even more outrageous is that one move kills the existence of the two kings, as if their strength is reversed. Chen Fan Kai is more like a double king, and the 9-headed lion is more like a marquis. Otherwise he would not be killed in an instant like an ant. The scene in front of them really completely subverted their cognition. Even if Chen Fan was the reincarnation of a god, it would be impossible to do this. They have never heard of such a person, and killing a king is like killing ants. Feng Wuji looked at the screen and couldn't say a word. Even he couldn't figure it out. In front of Chen Fan, who was able to kill the king-level beast, it seemed that he was full of firepower, and any means were used, and he had a fight before he was difficult to kill, which is understandable. It may be because Chen Fan has awakened to the artistic conception of God, but now he couldn't understand the scene completely.
completely. The artistic conception was not used, it was simply using a martial art, and it seemed that it was a martial art with extremely low power consumption. I didn't even drink chi replenishment water to replenish the innate chi I consumed. Just killed the beast of the second king so easily. Did he feel that he was hallucinating in front of him? What kind of freak is this Chen Fan? An elder couldn't help but say. The more I looked at it, the more shocked I felt, and I felt even more perverted than Bailey keeping the contract. Elder Yuren, his eyes flashed at this moment, and he felt that Chen Fan's performance was too unexpected for him. Breaking through the marquee is simply like breaking through the king, and the combat power is perverted. But fortunately, it is not Chen Fan's first time to pass the 42nd level, otherwise, Bailey may not be able to pass. No matter how strong you are, in the face of the kingship of the first generation of gods, you can only stop here. He thought to himself that he didn't want Chen Fan to break to a higher level than Bailey kept his promise. After all, Bailey kept the promise to join his lineage, and Chen Fan would most likely join the Ningchuan line. Then everyone looked at the projection again, watching Chen Fan and Bailey keep their promises. They were all staring at the scene in front of them seriously at the moment, and they were reluctant to even blink their eyelids. If you want to see this dragon fight, who will win and who will lose? However, most people are still more optimistic about Bailey keeping the promise, and the first generation of gods will be crowned king, and the combat power will be raised to an amazing level. The double of the king can even kill the existence of the 6th level, and it can even be said that the difficulty of level 42 may be higher than the next level 46. Of course, Feng Wuji hoped that Chen Fan could win, but he also knew that this probability was almost impossible. Even if Chen Fan's combat power was against the sky, he would probably not be able to defeat the bloodline of the first generation of gods who were a great realm higher than himself. Almost everyone thinks so. Audience. Wang Kai and Lu Long, who received the freshman, were extremely regretful at the moment, because they saw Chen Fan's performance on the screen, surpassing those immortal bloodlines and approaching the gods' bloodlines, and also broke the record, reaching level 42. Who is this Chen Fan? It is impossible for ordinary bloodline to reach level 42. I also want to know who he is. When we received him just now, we ignored him directly. I hope he doesn't hold a grudge. Go! These two people are a little scared now. Boom! Once Chen Fan joins Tianyang Palace, having such a talent will definitely be a call, and there will be a group of followers at that time. As long as Chen Fan showed a hint of displeasure, the two of them would be unlucky, and I am afraid that Chen Fan's followers would be targeted and doubted about life. But what happened today also made them understand that they must not underestimate any Tianjiao. They must be treated equally. After all, who knows if a dark horse will suddenly appear in it? The sword boy had no intention of killing them with Bailey, and several people got together, looking like I was a clown on their faces. Seeing Chen Fan's performance getting more and more eye-catching, they no longer had the intention of catching up, and the awe in their hearts gradually deepened. He sighed at the same time and didn't say anything, but his attitude was completely clear. Don't say anything provocative to Chen Fan in the future, otherwise the other party can kill them with one finger. There is still a gap between people, and some people are beings who cannot be compared with them even if they work hard all their lives. In the future, you have to keep your eyes open, and don't offend people who shouldn't be offended. Babel level 42. Bailey kept his promise and made a move. He didn't have any weapons in his hands, but between his gestures, there were thousands of ice condensations, and these ice densities were extremely high, which was comparable to a magic weapon. They are all condensed by innate gang chi, indestructible, and invincible, and at this moment they are turning into various swords and weapons of various shapes, attacking Chen Fan. Chen Fan was naturally fearless. The sun god fist blasted out, the brilliant divine flame bloomed, and countless ice broke out one after another, melting on the spot. The high temperature of the sun god fist is enough to melt all ice. But Bailey shot you a shot again, only to see him strike casually. Countless dense spikes appeared in the sky. Each spike could easily penetrate the defense formed by the innate gang chi. Chen Fan made another move. The sun god fist shattered everything, and the terrifying fire cut through the sky, destroying the opponent's attack. Meanwhile, Kyoto. At this moment, the Babel Tower in front of him seemed to know that ordinary methods could not help Chen Fan, and began to use real killer moves. I saw Bailey keeping his promise, slowly closing his eyes. The innate energy on his body surged like a stream of water, and then above his head, a cold ice battle gun was condensed. This battle gun is only more than 10 meters high, but it contains an amazing chill and a piercing killing intent. Everything in the world can't escape withering after all. The inheritance martial arts and the bloodline exploded, although the battle gun he condensed was much smaller than the battle gun condensed by the main body's 100 miles of covenant, but the power was more powerful. The shot fell, and everything froze within a kilometer, and everything around it froze. Even Chen Fan felt that his innate chi seemed to be unable to operate smoothly. Is this the strength of the god's bloodline? But it seems to be nothing more than that. Chen Fan's innate gang chi erupted, and a solar vision appeared behind him, doubling his combat power. The golden flames burned fiercely, and a large amount of light condensed into a divine spear in his hand, emitting a brilliant light like the scorching sun. Chen Fan held the divine spear in his hand and threw it forward without hesitation. At that moment, the surrounding
ice melted one after another, evaporated by the astonishing high temperature, and dissipated into gas. The divine spear collided with the war gun in the sky, and an amazing fluctuation broke out. It is equivalent to a scorching sun and a moon colliding together, reflecting each other and constantly shaking. The two forces collided with each other and directly turned into two heavens of ice and fire, with endless flames burning on one side and endless ice freezing on the other. In the end, the ice war spear was shattered by the divine spear like the sun, and the power of the divine spear was not diminished, like the scorching sun shining, directly nailing the condensed 100 miles of covenant to a wall. Chen Fan looked at this scene calmly, feeling that the blood of the gods seemed to be nothing more than that. However, he always felt that the Babel Tower condensed by the 100 miles of covenant should not be as strong as the 100 miles of the Queen. After all, it is just a person condensed by the Tower of Babel, and it is fake after all. He didn't believe that the real god bloodline would be so weak. Bailey Xiaoyue's body completely exploded, and the endless flames drowned it out. Chen Fan looked at the reappeared space passage and stepped into it calmly. He didn't have enough fun before it ended, and this fake Bailey kept the contract too weak and did not meet Chen Fan's expectations. He just hoped that the guards behind him could bring him some surprises. Otherwise, it would be very boring to break through such a level without difficulty. Just when Chen Fan passed the 42 level, it was completely like a pot exploded outside, and all the elders of the Fenghuan kingdom, at this moment, the muscles in their faces seemed to be hardened, and they couldn't make expressions. They stood in place tense, like living sculptures. At this moment they have lost their thinking. Their eyes were reflected in the blazing golden flames, as well as the existence of the king-level 100 miles of covenant keeping in one blow. It was an extremely tall-looking figure, infinitely high in their hearts. At this moment, there was a sense of awe in everyone's hearts. You must know that they are all king-level beings, and even their souls are trembling at this moment. I don't know how long it took, but an elder finally came back to his senses and said, "This person's future achievements are simply unimaginable." The elders also nodded consciously, and their thoughts were the same. They had never seen such a terrifying Tianjiao, which simply subverted all their cognition. Say it's the reincarnation of a god? They are a little unsure now. Is the reincarnation of an ordinary god so terrifying? They now feel that Chen Fan is likely to be a Tianjia who will be difficult to appear for thousands of years, just like the Son of Heaven and the Emperor. The same was true for those two, rising like a comet, standing at the peak, and any god-level primary bloodline could only crawl under their feet. And they also had such a terrifying invincible Tianjiao in Tianyang Palace, which made them feel that their blood was boiling a little. I thought that Bailey kept the contract and was already Wang Bam, but Chen Fan came out again. This is the real Wang Bam. In contrast, Bailey's contract-keeping performance does not seem to be as eye-catching as Chen Fan's. How does the light of fireflies compete with the bright moon? Although Bailey Show called him the light of the fireflies, he was a little too underestimated, and he should be called the light of the stars. What do you mean by that? But even the light of the stars will eventually be shrouded in the light of the bright moon. The most shocking thing was Feng Wuji. He really couldn't say a word at the moment, and the huge sense of impact made him not come back to his senses now. His eyelids kept shaking because he was so shocked that he kept an expression. It's really shocking. After a long time, Feng Wuji sighed heavily and said such words. He originally regarded Chen Fan as his junior brother, but now he felt that he should be called a senior brother. Even though he is older than Chen Fan, his strength is far behind. Where is this a marquee? It is completely a powerful existence in the king, and it cannot be recognized in the ordinary realm at all. Not to mention him, even if his master Ning Xuan arrived, his jaw would drop. This child is extremely talented, difficult to find through the ages, and should be under my master Tianyin. An elder suddenly said such a shameless thing. He knew that with Chen Fan's talent, his master would definitely come to grab it after he knew it. The other elders were stunned for a moment, and then began to speak one after another, all ready to let Chen Fan enter the immortal gate behind them. They knew that such an invincible Tianjia that could suppress an era would be fought for even by immortals. So what if Chen Fan offends an immortal? I agree. When he grows up, he will definitely become an extremely powerful existence among the gods, and even become a legend. It is an honor of a lifetime to be able to accept such a person as a disciple. Even immortals may only have this one opportunity in their lives to accept an invincible Tianjia like Chen Fan as a disciple. If you miss this hope, you may never meet it again in the future. Only Feng Wuji, he didn't feel anything. He watched the elders arguing there, but he shook his head in his heart. Chen Fan's qualifications are really terrifying, let alone immortals. I am afraid they will attract demigods, or even gods to come. They argue here, it is meaningless. Now it depends on whether Chen Fan can pass the 49th level. Once he can really pass it, the gods will come, and the immortals still want to take him as their apprentice? That's just a matter of thinking. Originally, he regarded Chen Fan as his junior brother, but now he didn't dare to think that once such a person was accepted by the gods as a personal disciple, it would soar to the sky, and his status would be more noble than that of an elder, and he could walk sideways in Tianyang Palace. Even the immortals had to be respectful. At this moment, he looked up at the picture. Bailey Xiaoyue was struggling to impact level 43. I don't know how many moves were used, the sky was dark, and the terrifying ice power kept freezing the beasts. But the beast he faced was extremely powerful, breaking through his ice again and again, making a roaring sound. It was a giant bear with brown hair, but it had 6 giant palms, which looked very strange. But his combat power is extremely terrifying. This is a beast with a triple king. The physical strength is extremely strong. The defense is amazing. It seems to be a beast that has awakened some kind of bloodline power. It is particularly difficult to kill. The more terrifying the battle tower reaches the later level, although the realm may not be too outrageous, but they are all honored beings of the same level, and their strength is unbelievable. After looking at Bailey Shoyue, he moved his gaze to Chen Fan again. At this moment, Chen Fan also entered the 43rd level. It was a place full of wind and snow, and the ground was covered with white snow, and it was pure white at a glance. In the snow, a fierce beast appeared. It was a fierce beast shrouded in black mist, about 15 meters in size, with 3 heads, which was a canine beast. The beast also had a pair of black wings behind it. Demon 3-headed dog. Seeing this beast, he immediately recognized it. The overlord of this kind of king-level beast is particularly easy to identify. The number of such fierce beasts is extremely small, but each one is the king of the same level, and it is even more terrifying than Bailey keeping the promise to face that fierce beast. It may be the Tower of Babel, perceiving that Chen Fan's strength is too strong, so it is more difficult. But Feng Wuji had a feeling in his heart that this fierce beast would never be able to stop Chen Fan's footsteps. In the middle of the Tower of Babel, a young man with deep eyes and a handsome face, his eyes calmly stared at the demonic 3-headed dog in front of him. From his line of sight, he could see that the 3 dog heads seemed to be laughing, which was a very strange smile, clearly laughing, but creepy. But the boy was very calm and didn't seem to feel any pressure at all. As the beast got closer and closer, the earth kept shaking, and the outline of the beast became clearer and more obvious, and 3 pairs of eyes full of evil aura stared at Chen Fan coldly. The beast stopped. "You will be crushed, tiny human." The beast spoke, accompanied by an evil voice, and a large amount of black mist was permeated with it, which was actually corrosive, and the snow on the ground could be seen, and when it encountered the black mist, it instantly made a snort sound and dissipated into the air. Chen Fan squinted his eyes and watched the black mist rush towards him, and his heart was peaceful. In the face of absolute strength, there is no small word. The golden innate chi on his hand condensed into a golden divine spear, and his artistic conception domain had spread out at some point. An absolute force field formed around him, and the air around him was twisting wildly. Chen Fan looked up at the behemoth in front of him and said, "I hate a beast like you the most, with average strength but a very arrogant tone, so please die." The next moment, there was a vacuum around him, and he saw him raise the divine spear in his hand, aim it at the head of the beast, and throw it out without hesitation. The air froze fiercely, and then there was a violent sound of breaking the air, and a golden divine aura pierced the sky, with an amazing force and speed, swept towards the demon 3-headed dog in front. The beast felt a crisis, and black light erupted from the 3 heads at the same time, like a beam of light, trying to shoot down Chen Fan's divine spear that burst out. A violent explosion sounded, and the golden divine spear broke everything, easily tearing the black beam of light, with an unparalleled force, directly piercing the head of the 3-headed dog in hell. This terrifying beast was pierced by the divine spear through 3 heads at once, and its huge body exploded directly and turned into black gas and dissipated. Chen Fan clapped his palms, as if he had done something extremely easy. In the snow in the sky, there was a slender young man standing, and he had an invincible momentum at this moment. Just standing there gives people a feeling of invincibility. After Chen Fan killed the beast in front of him, he didn't feel any joy, he just felt that it was right. Just now, a triple critical hit broke out directly, and the power of that move had exceeded 10 billion. Yes, you must know that the average king has a basic combat power of only 3 billion. Even in the midst of the kingship, his blow was a powerful attack. Another space passage appeared in front of him, and he stepped into it and disappeared. It didn't take long for Chen Fan to feel the end of the space fluctuation, and he appeared in level 44. When I came here, I didn't see the beast for the first time. I only saw a large amount of black mist, and in the endless black mist, there were some dilapidated old buildings, looming. Chen Fan stepped forward, feeling that this level 44 was a bit interesting, not a beast that appeared as soon as he came in. Walking into the endless black mist, Chen Fan found that his spiritual power was hindered, and the effect of these black mists seemed to be to block the spiritual power. But he didn't care and continued to walk forward. He didn't go far, he stopped, and in front of him stood a man with blood-stained eyes, staring at him. "Kill, kill, kill." The man rushed towards Chen Fan as if he was crazy. Chen Fan just raised his hand slightly, and the innate gang chi exploded, and he lifted the person over, vomiting blood. However, at this time, terrifying blood power erupted from the old buildings, and a powerful warrior appeared and surrounded Chen Fan. "Damn beast, get out of this area. Humanoid beasts, don't think that you are strong enough to do whatever you want." One after another, angry rebukes sounded, all of which looked very real. But Chen Fan didn't have any fluctuations in his heart, knowing that this might be some kind of method of being good at illusion beasts. However, this beast is still relatively smart, and knows how to condense a figure to rebuke itself. "Do you think I
will be kind-hearted?
Chen Fan's eyes were indifferent, his innate anger erupted, and he grabbed forward fiercely, and the surrounding air instantly exploded, and countless figures exploded one after another. Those who angrily reprimanded him all turned into blood mist and dissipated at this moment.
The surroundings became quiet again.
Then he heard the door slam, and it all felt real. But Chen Fan knew that this was fake, but this fierce beast, the ability to cultivate illusions, was really strong.
It is difficult to distinguish between false and true.
Chen Fan slowly closed his eyes, and then opened them suddenly. The divine power in his body spread, and the terrifying spiritual power instantly tore apart the surrounding black mist.
At this moment, those old buildings dissipated, the illusion was shattered, the black mist disappeared, and everything returned to its original appearance.
It was an endless desert, and standing opposite him was a humanoid scorpion, with a black scorpion tail behind her, emitting a faint cold light. This scorpion has a human face, but it is constantly changing, sometimes an old man, sometimes a child, sometimes a woman, and sometimes an adult man. This beast gave him a strange feeling, which was a little different from the previous beast.
It's been a long time since I've met a human as powerful as you.
The face of this beast is still changing, which makes people feel more and more uncomfortable the more they look at it, and even produce a sense of dizziness. It's like an umbrella spinning non-stop, which makes people a little dizzy.
Level 9 Fierce Beasts, 1000 transformations of poisonous scorpions.
The identity of the beast, Chen Fan can also confirm, which is the most difficult beast in the records. In addition to being good at the power of illusion, he also has various special abilities.
Am I beautiful?
The ever-changing poisonous scorpion suddenly turned into a melon seed face, with a small cherry mouth, and the skin could be broken, which was a standard beautiful face, with a shallow smile on her face. If it was a human, it would indeed make people's hearts move. But at this moment, Chen Fan felt disgusted. One of the abilities of the 1000 transformations scorpion is to devour a person, and the face can change into that person's appearance. This beast can change so many forms, which means that it is unknown how many people have been harmed. Although Chen Fan knew that this was fake and that the real beast had probably been killed, he still felt unhappy. This face is beautiful, but what does it have to do with you, you ugly bastard? You better die quickly. It's upsetting to look at. Chen Fan's body was surrounded by golden aura, a round of scorching sun condensed from behind him, and the solar vision broke out, doubling its combat power. His fist bloomed like a scorching sun, and the sun god fist burst out with a terrifying divine flame, and the surging aura bombarded forward, and the power of one punch seemed to be able to shatter the sky. I don't know if it's alive or dead. The 1000 changeable poisonous scorpion, hearing Chen Fan's evaluation, his eyes burst out with amazing killing intent. I saw a red blood mist around her, and her eyes became extremely scarlet, exuding a dangerous and eerie aura. At this moment, a huge phantom condensed behind her, more than 30 meters high, like a Dharma statue. She did not dodge Chen Fan's attack, but took the initiative to attack. The phantom with a vast aura, the innate chi that erupted from her body, condensed a blood-red giant hammer in her hand, and bombarded Chen Fan. The two forces collided violently, cancelled each other out, and finally exploded in the sky, like bright fireworks. No one took advantage of this move, which made Chen Fan show a surprised expression.
It seems that your ugly scorpion strength is really interesting.
Chen Fan had a smile on his face at this moment. It's too boring to kill with one punch, and Chen Fan also finds it very interesting to be able to meet an opponent who has a few moves with himself. The 1000 transformations poisonous scorpion slapped towards Chen Fan with a palm. With an amazing momentum, the air collapsed, and this area seemed to be suppressed by him. Her momentum was like a rainbow, her palm power was as fierce as the sea, and she was overwhelmed in all directions. The surrounding air was frantically compressed at this moment, and countless dusts filled the air. Chen Fan's eyes were bright, and the sun god spear broke out again, but he used the artistic conception field at this moment, and at this moment he triggered a double critical hit. But it is enough. Through the solar vision doubled, the double critical hit at this moment is equivalent to the previous quadruple critical hit. The terrifying combat power made his sun god spear shine brightly, like a fierce sun descending on the world, and the terrifying temperature could melt everything in the world. The power of this blow directly shattered the phantom condensed by the 1000 transformations poisonous scorpion, and the golden flames filled everywhere. In the end, the golden sun god spear directly pierced the body of the beast and then exploded. A terrifying sound sounded, and the golden flame gas spread wildly, turning the area into a sea of flames, with golden flames burning everywhere, illuminating the surrounding hundreds of meters in gold. This terrifying beast was eventually buried in the sea of fire. Chen Fan looked at the raging sea of fire in front of him, and the fighting spirit in his heart receded again, showing a somewhat disappointed expression. Once he gets serious, these king-level beasts are really weak and pitiful. However, Chen Fan didn't think too much, but was ready to enter the next level. Since these beasts are too weak, then clear the level as soon as possible to know the secret of becoming a god. Chen Fan stepped into the newly appeared space passage and entered the next level. The scene in front of him changed again. This time it was an ancient city, and the city also looked a little dilapidated. And he appeared on the city wall at this moment, and looking forward, he could see a statue hundreds of feet high, but it didn't have a head, and he didn't know where
where it was thrown. It looks desolate here. And at the next moment, Chen Fan saw a person. That person was full of thick black hair, his eyes exuded a cold glow, he was wearing a gorgeous black robe, and his body had a majestic aura. This person was holding a black mirror in his hand, standing on the city wall a few hundred meters away, looking at him from a distance. But at this moment, Chen Fan actually felt a sense of danger. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a fighting spirit emerged from his body. The man in the black robe made a move, only to see a blazing light erupt above his mirror, and an incredible speed erupted, flashing in the void. It can't be caught at all, it's too fast. Chen Fan instinctively used the sun god armor, which covered the whole body and weakened the damage by 50%. The innate gang chi in his body burst out, forming a second layer of defense, completely resisting it. Interesting. Now this opponent aroused the fighting spirit in his heart. Sweeping several levels all the way to this place, I thought that he would have to go to the final level to make him feel the pressure, but I didn't expect this 45th level to be so interesting. The strong man of the human race in front of him was the strongest person he had ever met, and even gave him a hint of danger, and he was afraid that he had even more terrifying methods. Everyone stared at the opponent Chen Fan was facing on the screen. Each of them had a solemn expression on their faces, obviously not expecting that the guardian of level 45 was actually this one. It's all over now. Even though Chen Fan has a defying posture, he is just a marquis after all. It seems that he is going to stop at level 45. All the elders reached a consensus at this moment. There is really no way, because the one in the Tower of Babel is really terrifying, and it is still famous in the world. Feng Wuji lowered his eyebrows and felt that Chen Fan was difficult to pass. Since the characters and beasts condensed by the Tower of Babel are random, no one knows who the condensed opponent is? But Chen Fan was so unlucky that he actually met the gods when he was young. That's right, Chen Fan is now facing the gods of the Tuoba family. In the past, when the god of the Tuoba family was still in the realm of kingship, he once borrowed the Babel Tower to use it. However, only the Immortals' high-level officials had seen that battle, so it was not leaked, so no one knew. How many floors did this person break into the Tower of Babel? But now it can be determined that at least he has broken through the 45th floor, so his imprint will emerge and manifest into his phantom. Feng Wuji didn't dare to say the name of the god directly, because he would be sensed and cast a gaze. As a god, he has all kinds of incredible abilities, and even when his real name is called, his projection will descend. So Chen Fan will face an invincible king. Every god is almost the strongest person who suppresses an era. They sweep countless strong enemies, and finally achieve the divine position. In the audience, the sword boy had no intention of watching Chen Fan's opponent's pupils contract violently, and he was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees. He remembered that when his father followed him, he saw a figure from a distance, which was an extremely majestic figure, surrounded by endless divine light, wearing a gorgeous golden robe. At the beginning, he looked at the figure and almost lost his soul. Fortunately, his father made him kowtow in time and knelt down religiously, and this feeling of horror dissipated. Later, he heard from his father that it was a supreme god and could not be looked at. In a single thought, the gods can kill countless strong people. They are the true invincible beings of the human race. Every god is the real sea god needle of the human race. As long as they are there, the fierce beasts will never be able to tear apart all the defense lines. Wu Xin, do you know him? Bailey Shang saw Wu Xin in a daze and asked. He had not seen this god and did not know his true identity. Mu Yungue also cast curious eyes. He always felt unintentionally as if he knew the identity of Chen Fan's opponent. It's better if you don't know. The sword boy had no intention and did not tell them, but shook his head. But the more he said this, the more he made Mu Yungue and Bailey Shang full of curiosity. Wu Xin hid with us. You are really not interesting enough. Is that person's identity still a god? Hearing the last sentence, the sword boy's unintentional eyes suddenly lit up, showing a nervous expression. Shoo! The tense appearance of the sword boy directly made Bailey Shang and Mu Yungue quickly shut up, and their hearts beat violently. Apparently their guess was correct. That is a god, Tuoba. Saint. The sword boy was unintentional, and deliberately said the last word after a while. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yun returned and Bailey Shang immediately regretted it, and he was really a god. Tuoba Saint, the current god of the Tuoba family, the posture of heaven. When he was young, he crisscrossed the sky and the earth, killed countless fierce beasts, and had a great reputation. However, there are rumors that he is the illegitimate son of a certain god. But because that god was performing some kind of martial arts and going to the red dust to practice, when Tuoba Shang was born, he did not inherit any talent from the gods and was abandoned since he was a child. The god returned to the divine realm and didn't care about this relationship and this illegitimate child. As a result, Tuosheng's mother was spurned by the family and was hailed as a family shame, and the mother and son were kicked out of the family, and the mother and son lived a difficult life outside. But fortunately, when he was 18 years old, the hidden bloodline was activated, and the hidden talent was completely awakened, starting a legendary life. He also showed amazing talent, growing up step by step, defeating powerful enemies from all directions, and becoming a terrifying invincible Tianzhou. At the beginning, even the gods who had become gods personally praised his qualifications. Okay. As expected,
Tuoba Saint was invincible all the way, swept all the enemies, and finally achieved the divine position. It is said that after this person achieved the divine position, even the space mirror was stained with divine blood. He entered a divine domain with an artifact in his hand, and a divine battle broke out, making his opponent bleed. They didn't expect that the opponent Chen Fan was facing now turned out to be a god when he was young, although he was only in the realm of the king, but he was probably the strongest king, because Tuoba Saint, among the many gods, although he is only a rising star, his strength is so strong that all the gods are unwilling to offend him easily. The weapon in his hand could be the artifact that grew with him, the space mirror. Mu Yungue thought of some rumors that the god only had one weapon, and that was the space mirror. However, the current space mirror should not be an artifact. After all, that god only collected countless materials after reaching the realm of the gods and completely made the space mirror into an artifact. The crowd didn't speak anymore, just stared at the screen, wanting to see the dragon fight. However, they also felt that Chen Fan had almost a 1 in 10,000 chance of defeating the other party. Babel level 43. Holding a void battle gun, a white-haired boy in a suit, bathed in blood, killed the terrifying beast in front of him. The 6 arms of the beast were cut off, and the huge body was split by force. Bailey Shoyue's eyes were like lightning. His body exuded a terrifying murderous aura. An endless chill swept in all directions. He immediately drank a bottle of chi and blood and returned to the top. Then, looking at the new passage in front of him, his eyes were shining. I said that I am the only god, and any beast or person who dares to stand in front of me will die under my war gun. Bailey Show believes that he is still number 1, and no one can surpass him. He is confident, and his performance is not weaker than when his father was young. With the fluctuations of space, he came to level 44, and the beast he was facing at this moment was a fierce beast similar to a dragon, with 3 heads and a body size of about 20 meters. At this moment, the beast was lying on the ground, and the 3 heads stared coldly at Bailey to keep the promise, exuding a shocking evil aura. The beast roared, as if it was about to shatter the void, and the terrifying power of sound waves spread, and the surrounding air was violently distorted. Bailey Shoyue held a war gun in his hand and stabbed forward with a shot. A large amount of cold air erupted, and countless cold ice froze everything. His goal is to pass all the levels. Naturally, it is impossible to fall here. In addition to Bailey keeping the contract, the other invincible Tianjiao are also struggling to pass the level, but almost all of them are stuck in the 40th level, and each of them has a hard time fighting in the face of the king-level murderer. Even though Twilight Yang was strong, at this moment, facing the 40-level king beast, he already had dozens of scars on his body. He had never been so embarrassed. As an immortal's bloodline, even if he was holding a spiritual weapon, he was still so embarrassed. On the other side, Shen Yuan Fengxue was not much better, and the beasts she faced were extremely ferocious, but fortunately, she was fast enough to keep dodging, but she didn't suffer any harm. However, they were unwilling to fall here, and they were all ready to use their last hole cards to stimulate the power of the immortal bloodline and unleash the strongest blow. I saw Mu Yungu holding his spiritual weapon high above his head, and the power of the blood in his body was frantically activated, and a dragon roar sounded. Dragon slaying technique. He used his final killer move, and a 30-meter-long sword chi condensed, erupting with amazing murderous energy, and slashed forward. The Xianyuan wind and snow on the other side also urged the power of the bloodline. Thousands of winds and snows surged. The sky and the earth were white, and countless winds and snows broke out with the final attack, drowning out the king's fierce beasts in front of them. Babel level 45. Chen Fan's opponent, Tuoba Shang, attacked again, but this time he didn't use his weapon, but only used his palm, and he waved forward calmly, and it skyrocketed in the air. A loud sound sounded in the air, like a horn, rushing directly into the sky and crashing towards Chen Fan. For a time, thousands of troops appeared between heaven and earth, coming with a rolling murderous intent to crush Chen Fan. SSS level martial arts, 1,000 armies, thousands of troops and horses, all of which are condensed by innate gang chi, and their figures are vivid. This martial art burst out with unparalleled power in the hands of Tuoba Shang. Even Chen Fan couldn't help but change his face slightly, but he quickly became calmer. He is a sun god and he is fearless against any opponent. Chen Fan also understood now that the opponent in front of him seemed to be stronger than he imagined, although it was only a quadruple realm of the king, but the attack power of the moves he performed definitely exceeded 10 billion combat power. Every move has a power that can destroy the world. Those who can do this are probably god-level kings. Sun God Fist. Chen Fan did not show weakness at all. The vision behind him emerged, the artistic conception field spread, and a punch blasted out a brilliant divine flame that swept forward. The two forces collided with each other in mid-air, and even if they exploded, Chen Fan triggered a double critical hit at this moment, but he still didn't take any advantage. The young god in front of him was simply too powerful. It's interesting, a marquis can break into this place. What's your name? Tuoba Shang did not continue to shoot, as if he recognized Chen Fan's strength. The one who defeats you, Chen Fan said calmly. A fake one is still pretending to be like this. Even the gods when you were young will crush it for you. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Shang laughed. I, Tuoba Shang, am traversing the heavens and the earth thirsting for a defeat but can't. Even the royal family among the fierce beasts is is still trampled under my feet, and many immortal bloodlines and god bloodlines have to crawl under my feet.
If you can defeat me, then make a move.
When Tuoba Shang said this, his eyes were full of confidence, as if he really wanted to be defeated. Chen Fan was also a little surprised. He thought that the Tuoba saint in front of him was just an ordinary god bloodline, but it seemed to be so high. I am afraid that among the first generation of gods, it was also the top. However, there was no fear on his face, but a fighting spirit emerged, and he was finally able to come to a strong opponent. Sun God Spear. A large amount of golden chi in Chen Fan's hand condensed and turned into a spear with golden flames burning on it. His target was directly aimed at the Tuoba saint in front of him, and then swung it out. I saw the trajectory of the Sun God Spear, with an aura that wanted to be higher than the sky, blooming with divine brilliance, shining like the sun, wanting to kill the Tuoba saint in front of him with one blow. At this moment, it directly triggered a double critical hit, a terrifying power. Even the void could not withstand the collapse. However, the invincible Sun God Spear was blocked by a palm. Tuoba Shang raised a hand, and actually directly held the divine spear. With a slight force, the Sun God Spear actually collapsed directly. It is indeed extraordinary. Even those royal families and ordinary god bloodlines are not as good as you in the realm of marquises. Tuoba Saint collapsed and commented after shattering Chen Fan's attack. He always looked at Chen Fan with a downward gaze. This made Chen Fan feel more and more unhappy. The fake Tuoba Saint in front of him really thought that he was invincible in heaven and on earth. At this moment, Tuoba Shang suddenly launched another attack, and his innate chi changed into a word, which was the word town. When this word appeared, Chen Fan felt that the void around him was frozen, and his body seemed to be imprisoned by some invisible force. What kind of martial arts is this? Chen Fan didn't feel any crisis, he just felt a little uncomfortable. However, the next moment, his sun god fist burst out, shattering the void and directly blasting this town into pieces. Tuoba Saint suddenly sneered, and once again condensed a word. This word was full of killing energy. Cracks appeared everywhere around it, and a destructive force struck. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was rioting wildly, and the surrounding void kept exploding, as if it could not withstand the power of this word. Young man, it is impossible to defeat me with the realm of marquises. Tuoba Shang was extremely confident, and seemed to believe that Chen Fan would die under his word. He scold. I saw that in the endless collapse, a laughter came out, and the laughter grew louder and louder. Chen Fan burst out with amazing power. Golden flame chi once again condensed a divine spear, and the terrifying power gave a triple critical hit trigger. The word extinguishing in the sky exploded instantly and dissipated into the air. There are some skills, and I can break my wanziju one after another. Tuoba Shang knew at this moment that his method could not help Chen Fan, and he did not continue to use this martial art. Instead, he picked up the space mirror in his hand and looked in the direction of Chen Fan. It was such a simple action. In the area where Chen Fan was, everything seemed to have pressed the pause button, all frozen. Even Chen Fan's thinking was frozen in it, and he couldn't even think. Broken. The divine power in his body exploded, and Chen Fan managed to break free. But the next moment, Chen Fan found that the light in the mirror shone again. A scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood suddenly appeared in front of him, and he saw an ancient city of vicissitudes, and fierce beasts climbed up one after another. And the warriors on the ancient city were struggling to resist, and they all burst out with a strong aura to kill the beasts in front of them. There were bursts of violent long howls, and the heavens and the earth were shaken. Countless corpses fell like meteors. There were corpses of fierce beasts, and there were also corpses of warriors. Countless blood turned into rivers, and the air was filled with blood mist. And at this moment, a mirror appeared. It was a black mirror. It was a space mirror. At the next moment, a large amount of light erupted from the mirror, and the bright white light shone on any beast, and the beast lost its vitality in an instant, but there were no scars on its body. The beast died silently, as if its soul had been deprived. And at this moment, Chen Fan also felt this way, as if his soul was about to be forcibly sucked away by this mirror. But his soul had now turned into divinity, so no matter how the suction power of this mirror burst out, it could not absorb Chen Fan's divinity. Ha! You actually gave birth to divinity. Tuoba Shang, who was holding a space mirror, felt some kind of obstacle, and saw the golden little man in Chen Fan's body through the mirror, with a surprised expression on his face. Divinity should not have been born in a small marquee, but now it has broken his cognition. However, Tuoba Saint quickly figured it out, and there was a high probability that he was a demigod or something, so he was born in advance. Since you can't absorb your divinity, then destroy it. I saw him flip the mirror in his hand, and then a terrifying thunder and lightning erupted from the mirror, which was extremely powerful and flew directly towards Chen Fan's divinity. This move made Chen Fan feel a sense of crisis, and at this moment he felt that his divinity was threatened. At the same time, he also understood that Tuoba Shang was no wonder that he was so arrogant. He did have the qualifications to be arrogant, and he had all kinds of extremely powerful means, especially the strange mirror in his hand. If he didn't break it, he might really be in danger. Heavenly Flame returns to 1. At this moment, Chen Fan had to burst out his final killer move. The artistic conception field spread. The solar vision bloomed with divine brilliance. The martial arts I broke out. The wind breathing method method was activated, and other means also broke out at this moment. All the power was condensed on the fist. It turned into a blurred, space-distorting black hole vortex, and then swung a punch. I saw a golden fist mark flying out of this black hole vortex, bursting out with a vast aura, turning into a golden torrent, roaring forward. The terrifying golden brilliance seemed to dispel all the darkness in the world and bring endless divine light to the earth. At this moment, Chen Fan's eyes were sharp, like two magic lamps, and there seemed to be flames swallowing and spitting inside, making this place particularly bright and breathtaking. Tuoba Shang, your era is over. The space mirror exploded and was completely destroyed by the golden aura. When the space mirror is shattered, Tuoba Shang no longer had the calmness he had before, but a surprised expression appeared on his face. It seemed that he didn't expect that Chen Fan's blow could shatter his weapon. At this moment, the surrounding darkness was dispelled, and only endless golden flames were scattered on the ground and burning. There was also a part of the flame that was falling from the sky at this moment, falling on a figure surrounded by gas all over the body and emitting golden light. It gives people the feeling of a young god, as if they came out of a myth and legend. It's Chen Fan. When Chen Fan swung this punch, he felt very happy in his heart. Now Heavenly Flame Guyi has undergone a great transformation from the inside out, and when he used this move just now, he felt unprecedentedly powerful. At that moment, he felt that his whole body was sublimated, and everything around him became extremely slow in his eyes. It's like a slow-moving movie. Even if it only hit twice as many critical hits, the power directly destroyed the opposite weapon. Chen Fan stared at the figure in front of him. Tuoba Shang came back to his senses from surprise at this moment. There was no strong aura around him, and the air around him flowed normally. The two stood opposite each other like this, and everything became calm. The two of them did not continue to shoot, but chatted as simply as ordinary people. You are very strong, but it's a pity that my main body is not here, otherwise I really want to fight with you in the same realm. Tuoba Shang looked into Chen Fan's eyes and said seriously, you in the same realm can only be my defeated general. Chen Fan replied strongly. Tuoba Shang frowned, shook his head and said, you underestimate me too much. My space mirror is not so fragile. If the main body is here, your blow will not be able to break my weapon. And a simple brand, the strength is only 1/6 of my body. He said these words calmly, as if he was talking about a fact. 1 in 6. Chen Fan frowned, then the body of this Tuoba saint was indeed extraordinary. But so what? Isn't it defeated in your own hands? I want to know your name. Tuoba Shang continued. Chen Fan. This time Chen Fan took a breath and informed the other party. He felt that the imprint in front of him seemed to be a little different from other imprints. This Tuoba saint should have become a god, and the other party may have perceived the imprint left in the Tower of Babel by defeating him. Chen Fan? Good name. Tuoba Shang looked at Chen Fan, as if he wanted to remember him firmly. The martial arts you just made are very strong. It seems to be a self-created martial arts, and it is also a growth type of martial arts. I really look forward to the day when you become a god. Tuoba Saint's eyes were full of fighting intent. As a strong man who swept an era, he really wanted to lose. But his body is too invincible. No one is his opponent. No matter what powerful opponent he is, he will be defeated by his feet. At the beginning, many gods and bloodlines, all of whom boasted of their unparalleled talents, all thought they could suppress him, but in the end they were defeated by him. After becoming gods, those gods even set a set of rules, saying that they could not easily launch god wars. When he entered a divine realm, several veteran gods appeared to dissuade him, saying that he wanted to focus on the overall situation and retain the strength to deal with the ancestor of the fierce beast. Said a lot of words for the righteousness of the human race. Sooner or later, that day will come. Chen Fan said calmly. He didn't think it was difficult to become a god. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely become a god. Stop talking nonsense. Let's have the final showdown. Chen Fan felt that Tuoba Shang still had strength in front of him, but he didn't care. Tuoba Saint lost that space mirror, so he couldn't pose much of a threat to him. No need, the main body is not there. I am not your opponent, you have passed this level. It's just that you have to be careful of level 49. It's particularly dangerous there, and you may not be able to pass your current realm. Tuoba Shang left such a sentence, and his body gradually became illusory. Chen Fan, the era that belongs to me has ended, and the next era will be dominated by you. You are very strong, not even weaker than when I was young. Looking forward to the day you become a god. We will meet again. After he finished his last words, he dissipated into the air like the wind. Chen Fan stood in place, watching 2 level 9 beast crystals appear in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. You can continue to improve your realm again. Although the current strength is strong, even Tuoba Shang said that the 49th level will be difficult, which means that he still has to improve his strength. Chen Fan did not rush forward, but sat on the ground and began to refine the fierce beast crystal. The energy contained in these 2 fierce beast crystals was several times that of those fierce beast crystals he had obtained before. Chen Fan ran the innate gang qi in his body and began to refine it rapidly, and a large amount of energy poured into his body, making his body glow. Every pore of him was cheering, exuding a golden divine brilliance. He could feel his combat power growing rapidly at this moment, becoming stronger and stronger. I don't know how long long it took. Suddenly Chen Fan opened his eyes. He felt that a new energy was born in his body, causing his combat power to suddenly skyrocket. And it was the kind of unreasonable surge. An amazing power continued to emerge from the body.
Is that Babel level 44?
The white-haired boy, holding a war gun, fought against the terrifying beast in front of him. The three heads of the beast spewed out different elemental powers, sometimes spewing thunder and lightning, sometimes spewing flames, and sometimes spewing strong winds. All three powers are extremely powerful, and a single blow it will have the power to destroy the world. Wherever the flames passed, everything would melt, and wherever the thunder passed, everything would be shattered. Wherever the wind passes, anything will be shattered. But the void war gun in Bailey Show's hand could easily resist this elemental power, and a large amount of ice condensed, forming a special field. He had already comprehended his artistic conception field to the fourth stage. Any blow has amazing power, and in his ice field he himself is invincible, and any enemy will be defeated by him. This is his invincible confidence. Everything in the world will wither under the ice. Bailey Shoyue swung a shot, extremely sharp, like a piece of training, slashing at the head of the beast. But this king-level beast was not so easy to deal with. The aura became extremely terrifying in the next moment, and a large amount of black mist filled its body, which was evil energy. These terrifying evil spirits directly invaded the ice field of Bailey Promise. At the same time, a thunderous lightning bolt erupted from the beast's mouth again, knocking the war gun away. Bailey kept the promise and took a few steps back to stabilize his figure, and there was a hint of hesitation on his face. In the end, as if he had made up his mind, his eyes exuded a cold light. Damn beast, I didn't want to use this trick so quickly. This is your own death. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils turned snow white at this moment, looking white and flawless, but giving people a very strange feeling. Behind him, a pair of snow-white wings slowly grew, which were formed by the condensation of ice, and the moment the wings opened, the spiritual power between heaven and earth rioted, the air became disordered, and this area was in turmoil. Everything was frozen, and a large amount of ice spread overwhelming, and there was an extremely cold atmosphere in the sky and on the ground. Subsequently, Bailey Shoyue raised the ice war gun in his hand, and at this moment it bloomed with white light, like a star shining in the sky, shining brightly. The fierce beast he was fighting against was uneasy at this moment, and let out a low roar, and among the three heads, three elemental powers were sprayed out at the same time to converge in the sky. But the next moment, a war gun like a star flew over, tearing through the air and shattering the beast's attack. The huge body of the beast was nailed to the place alive by the war gun, showing a painful wail. Bailey Shoyue looked indifferent, and at this moment he was like a god in charge of ice, without a trace of human emotion. This is also his final strongest form, but this form is extremely consuming. He pulled out the battle gun from the beast, and the beast dissipated like smoke, and he also retreated from the form just now. Then he drank a bottle of chi replenishing water and rested in place, entering level 45 in the most peak state. He always had a feeling in his heart that the opponent at level 45 would be extremely terrifying. When those elders were crowned, they saw that Chen Fan even had the brand of Tuoba Shang beheaded. At this moment, there was a stormy wave in their hearts. Chen Fan broke their cognition again and again, and now they couldn't say a word of shock. They were all stunned, staring at the projected scene, their bodies frozen motionless. It's like a living sculpture. They don't know how to evaluate Chen Fan now. Not only did he surpass Bailey to keep the covenant and reach the top of the top, but even the god Tuoba Shang when he was young could defeat him. Although Tuoba Saint is not really here. But this deed is proud enough to spread out. The realm of the Marquis, defeating the brand of the god of the king. This is simply a miracle. Which ancient god is this Chen Fan reincarnated? One of the elders spoke. But no one answered him, because no one else could guess. Even if the gods are reincarnated, they feel that there are only a handful of people who can do this. It can only be those oldest gods. However, those gods have a long lifespan, and one by one they stand tall and standing at the top of the world, and logically speaking, they will not be easily reincarnated, unless they want to break the realm. There are some gods whose strength has reached the peak. They are not willing to be trapped in this realm for the rest of their lives, and if they want to break the realm and become god kings, they may be reincarnated. And Chen Fan in front of him was suspected to be the reincarnation of such a god with great courage, and with his current qualifications, it is possible to break the realm and become a god king. Hurry up and report to the immortals and inform them of the situation here. Some elders reacted and knew that this matter had to be reported quickly. Now they knew that Chen Fan's origin was too big, and he had to let the immortals decide. All the elders were hurriedly sending letters to their immortals. Feng Wuji looked at the elders in a hurry, and he smiled slightly, because he had already passed on the information here to his master Ning Xuan. Just when these elders were in a daze, he did it immediately. In a divine realm, a man with sharp eyes and a golden robe opened his eyes. He has black hair, as bright and thick as a galaxy. Chen Fan, the luck of the new era. This person is the god Tuoba Shang. He can perceive everything that happened in the 45th level of the Babel Tower, and the information has been transmitted back. The Son of Heaven, the Emperor, plus a Chen Fan, this era will be very exciting. Tuoba Shang said softly. But in this era, he would no longer longer intervene, and now as a god, even if he suppressed the realm, it was not something those juniors could deal with. So he expects that the three strongest invincible Tianzhou of this era will grow up, so that they can become his opponents. I hope that after the three of you become gods, you can let me taste the taste of failure. Tuoba Saint slowly closed his eyes and continued to practice. As a god, once you retreat, it is a long time, and unless you have a very special reason, you will almost never get out of the customs. Tiandu Palace. In a magnificent villa, there is a floor made of black marble, the tiles are as bright as mirrors, and there are a large number of gorgeous crystal chandeliers. There was a figure standing under the light, his tall stature, leaving only a back. At this moment, this person slowly turned around, revealing an extremely handsome face. His face was like a knife, the bridge of his nose was very high, and his body had the aura of a superior person. His gaze was majestic and made it impossible to meet him. At this moment, the man looked up at the sky, and the direction he was looking was the direction where Tianyang Palace was located. Qiluk is condensed. It seems that Tianyang Palace is also going to produce a truly invincible Tianzhou. And this person is the son of heaven, the strongest Tianzhou in Tiandu Palace. Except for the emperor, he never took other Tianzhou in his eyes, they were all weak guys. Even the god bloodline couldn't hold on to a few moves in his hands. As the top invincible heavenly pride, he can sense luck, and the stronger the luck, the more invincible the heavenly pride will be born. However, there are many bones on the divine road, and not all invincible Tianzhou can successfully grow into gods, and they have to go through many hardships. Bailey Shou adjusted himself to the strongest state and entered the 45th level. He knew that he had broken the record and no one should be able to catch up with him, but he wanted to surpass himself. He wanted to be like the son of heaven and the emperor. Hearing the name makes people shiver. He wants to be a truly invincible Tianzhou. He wants others to mention him, not to mention his god bloodline first, but to mention him as a person. Just like the son of heaven and the emperor, their god bloodline, on the contrary, no one would take the initiative to mention it. Most people mention them and will only say that they are powerful and invincible, not that their blood is invincible. These two people have become a mountain in front of all Tianzhou, and they are also the target of everyone chasing. With a burst of space fluctuations, Bailey kept the contract and came to the 45th level. This is a desolate ancient city, and there is a figure standing on top of the ancient city. The man stood there leaving him with a back and did not turn around for a long time. Is the human race strong? Bailey Shayue held the void battle gun in his hand, pointed to the back and said, "Come down and fight." At this time, the person slowly turned around, but when Bailey Shayue saw the face of this figure clearly, the whole person was stunned, showed an expression of disbelief. Chen Fan? He felt that the world was crazy. Why was the 45th level Chen Fan's brand? This seems a bit wrong. You are so weak, how did you come here? Chen Fan spoke, his tone looking extremely arrogant. Bailey Shayue looked gloomy, no longer thinking about it. No matter whose brand he was, just hit it. Arrogant guy, I'll kill you today. The void battle gun in Bailey Shoyue's hand waved and burst out with a sharp light, inducing a large amount of ice to slash towards Chen Fan overwhelmingly. All the ice was melting, and he saw a golden fist shining like the sun, bombarding towards him, and countless ice directly turned into steam. Sun God Fist. He knew the name of this move, but his whole body was stiff at the moment, and he couldn't even use the ice field, and his whole body was fixed in place. An unparalleled terrifying coercion made him unable to move, even the depths of his soul trembled, and he even had an urge to kneel. Bailey kept his promise, his expression was shocked, although he was in front of Chen Fan, who was at the level of a king, but he should be much weaker than Chen Fan's body. But even so, he couldn't resist the other party's blow? The fear of death enveloped him, although he knew that after dying here, he was just teleported. Death! But he was unwilling. At this moment, he broke through the limit, a pair of snow-white wings behind him condensed, his pupils turned into pure white, and the void battle gun in his hand shone like stars, rushing towards the round of fist marks like the scorching sun. The two forces collided with each other, and there was a shocking explosion here, and the terrifying power swept in all directions, and everything around was collapsing. The ancient city exploded inch by inch and began to collapse. Everything was covered by these two lights, and the terrifying power shook the sky and the earth, and waves of madness surged layer by layer. Anything you touch will turn to ashes in an instant. At this moment, Bailey Shoyue was gritting his teeth, and his arms were covered in blood, because the recoil force from this collision was too great. The other party's fist simply felt like Mount Tai was pressing down, and he even felt that his void battle gun was about to crumble. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and sprayed a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and then saw the divine flames flooding him in the sky. Bailey kept the promise and was eliminated. Just as he was eliminated, Chen Fan's figure slowly dissipated, as if he had never appeared. Outside the Tower of Babel, Bailey's covenant appearance appeared here. He still couldn't figure out why that person was so terrifying to pretend to be Chen Fan. Maybe that person is not Chen Fan, but a human race powerhouse who is somewhat similar to him. As a powerful god bloodline, he felt that if it was the real Chen Fan, he would not be defeated. After all, Chen Fan was just a genius without bloodline, not to mention compared to him, even compared to other immortal bloodlines, it was much worse. Bailey kept his promise and gathered his mind, and walked forward forward with a victorious attitude. He broke the record, and he believed that the first place this time was definitely his. He was so confident that he didn't look at the rankings at all. There was a sudden roar in the sky, and there was an unparalleled spread of coercion. Everyone couldn't help but look up at the figure coming. It was an old man, but the light emanating from his body was brighter than that of the big sun, and the coercion permeated by his body made people can't help but crawl on the ground. Immortal. Everyone felt their hearts beat faster, and their souls were about to die. The immortals are coming in person. Who is this to greet them? Two elders on the high platform quickly walked over. Among them was Elder Uyurin, but this elder looked a little ugly now, because Bailey Show has now been eliminated, although he broke the record and came to the 45th level, but it still failed after all. Now Chen Fan is still breaking through inside, and the other party is the real champion. Thinking of this, he didn't know how to explain to his master. Meanwhile, meet Master. The two king-crowned elders respectfully saluted the immortals in the dark. What level has Bailey broken into to keep the contract? The immortal Darkness asked. Level 45, but it has been eliminated. An elder who was crowned king said, biting the bullet. The immortal who stood in the sky had a peaceful expression, neither joy nor sorrow. Nothing seemed to move him. You said there is a person who was suspected of being the reincarnation of a god. What level is he in now? The immortal continued to ask. I have passed level 45, and I am still challenging above. An elder replied respectfully. It's interesting, relying on the reincarnation of an old god to grab the opportunity of young people. The place in the semi-mysterious realm is still up for debate. The immortal was dark and said coldly. That place in the semi-mysterious realm is very precious, and it is impossible to easily give it to a guy who is suspected of being the reincarnation of a god. Who knows if these reincarnated gods will be white-eyed wolves and ungrateful? The two Feng Wang elders looked at each other, not knowing what to say. But do they think it's really good to offend a reincarnated god like this? But the will of the immortals was not something they could shake. Outside the Tower of Babel, bursts of light flashed, and the bloodlines of the immortals were also eliminated one after another. They all fell at level 40. The first to come out was Twilight Light Young, followed by Shenyuan Fengshui and others. They never thought that level 40 of Babel would be so terrifying. The king-level beast, even if they used any means, could not kill it. After all, the realm is too different. If they were of the same level, they were confident that they could kill the king beast in an instant, but the difference in level made them stop here in the end. My awakened immortal bloodline is so strong, I should work harder to cultivate, otherwise I won't fall at that level 40. Twilight was very regretful. His talent is amazing, and he thinks he is no weaker than anyone else, but he still fails to pass level 40 even with a weapon in his hand. It's hard to imagine how the first and second places rushed over. Forget about the bloodline of the gods. How did he do this as a commoner? What I couldn't figure out was Shenyuan Fengshui, this innocent and cute woman, who looked gloomy at the moment, was obviously unable to accept this result. She ranked fourth, one place behind Twilight Light Sun, and broke out, and all the means were easily destroyed by the king-sealed beast. It's simply desperate. Outside, if I can reach the middle stage of the Marquee 8, maybe this result will change. Shenyuan Fengshui clenched her palm nails and pierced her skin, and she didn't feel any pain herself. I just felt extremely unwilling in my heart. Isn't that 100 miles to keep the contract? Twilight suddenly saw a figure standing in front of him. It was a young man with white hair, and his body was filled with a powerful aura. He hurriedly stepped forward and came to Bailey Shoyu. Mu Qingyang waved his hand in greeting. Bailey kept his promise and calmly looked at the people behind him, and said, is there something wrong with you? He has a cold temperament and doesn't seem to be very close to people. Even if it was an immortal bloodline, there was still a sense of condescension in his eyes. This made Mu Qingyang a little unhappy, but he didn't say much. What level have you reached? Mu Qingyang asked. Bailey Shoyu said lightly, 45 levels. As soon as these words came out, Mu Qingyang and Shenyuan Fengshui both gasped, obviously frightened. Is the bloodline of the gods really so powerful? Meanwhile, they couldn't even break through the 40 level at all, and the person in front of them actually broke through the 45 level. I'm afraid he was the champion this time. When they broke through the level, they were so engrossed that they didn't continue to pay attention to the rankings at all, and they all wanted to catch up with Chen Fan. Kill. Now they feel that Bailey should be the first to keep the contract, and Chen Fan's guy should be the second. However, this ranking also made them feel a little uncomfortable. Why was Chen Fan able to break through the 40th level? This is something they can't even think of when they rack their brains. Bailey Shoyu looked at the reaction of the two, with a hint of pride in his eyes. As a powerful god bloodline, he should suppress all championships. The other side. The two immortal bloodlines in front of him were only worthy of being his stepping stones in forging his reputation. Several people didn't say any more, but walked outside. At this moment, they came to the outside square and saw countless people looking at them with envy. Some people even stared at the projection and exclaimed, as if they had seen something incredible. Bailey kept his promise very arrogant, holding his head high, thinking in his heart that everyone should be shouting for me. But he was used to it for a long time, so he naturally enjoyed it all. After all, he also broke the record and created a legend of the opening ring assessment. Bailey keep the promise, come here. An elder who was crowned king came, saw Bailey keeping his promise, and took the initiative to land on the ground. Bailey kept the contract and was a little confused. Master is looking for you for something, he is a powerful immortal, and this time he wants to take you as his apprentice. Elder Feng Wang explained. Bailey Shoyue nodded slightly, and followed the elder to a high platform. There was a chair here, and on it sat an old man. The old man's eyes were deep, and his breath was like the sea, boundless. Just sitting there gives the feeling that everything can be suppressed. This is truly a powerful immortal. Master, I brought someone here, the elder said respectfully. You just keep your promise. I am Immortal Dark, and I was instructed by your father at the beginning. The immortal faced Bailey keeping the promise, a smile appeared on his face, and even said something like this to close the distance. You performed very well in the Tower of Babel, and this time I came here to accept you as an apprentice. The immortal was dark and kind-eyed, and in the face of 100 miles of keeping the promise, he did not have the majesty of an immortal, but was very kind. Disciple, meet master. Bailey kept his promise and took the initiative to salute. From today onwards, you will be my true disciple, and when the Babel Tower trial is over, I will ask your senior brother to arrange a villa for you, and you can live there with peace of mind. With a smile on his face, the immortal arranged everything for Bailey Show to keep the promise. Bailey Shoyue nodded slightly. Suddenly, the immortal in front of him sighed. Master, why do you look unhappy? Bailey Show had some doubts in his heart. Shouldn't he be happy to accept a god blood as his apprentice? The immortal smiled darkly and wryly. I am sorry for you. I was originally going to give you a place in the semi-mysterious realm, but it was robbed by a dark horse that suddenly appeared. But don't worry, I will definitely get this place back for you. Bailey Shoyue was stunned for a moment when he heard these words, obviously a little incomprehensible. Isn't he number one? Who else can grab his spot? And there is a family of gods behind him. Which thing that doesn't know life or death dares to open the back door? Bailey Shoyue turned to look at the projection behind him at this moment. He wanted to see which dark horse it was. It's just that when he saw the projection showing that someone had passed the 45 level, he froze in place, his expression a little dull. How can it be? I'm not the first place? Bailey kept his promise, and his expression was very wonderful at the moment, angry, unwilling, shocked, confused, and all kinds of expressions kept changing, and finally turned into a sense of humiliation. Impossible, how could this Chen Fan pass the 45th level? Why can he be so powerful with a small civilian bloodline? Why? Bailey Shoyue almost roared and said this sentence, and his whole mentality collapsed. Invincible self-confidence was hit. Since he was a child, his father and brother have told him that he is a powerful god bloodline, destined to dominate the world and become the ruler of an era. As a result, before competing with the emperor and the emperor, he was crushed by a Chen Fan at his feet. What a humiliation this is. The immortal was gloomy, looking at Bailey's gaffe for keeping his promise, and said, it's normal for you to lose to Chen Fan, because he's not just an ordinary person. He is likely to be a reincarnated god who has awakened his divinity in advance, and there are various means. I believe that if you become a god, you will not be weaker than him. When Bailey Shoyue heard these words, his expression calmed down. Reincarnated god? Hearing these 4 words, Bailey Show was a little more acceptable. Sooner or later, I will defeat Chen Fan. Bailey Shoyue's eyes were like fire, his body was full of fighting spirit, and he thought of the Chen Fan he fought against in the Tower of Babel. He was confident that sooner or later he would defeat Chen Fan and wash away today's humiliation. The immortal looked at Bailey Shoyue's face full of war, and he smiled slightly. Bailey Shoyue is his most valued disciple, and he is destined to become its existence in the future. As long as he still has an invincible heart, sooner or later he will reach Chen Fan's level in the future, or even surpass him. Everyone thought that the reincarnated god was very powerful, but those people didn't know. How could a truly powerful god be easily reincarnated and seek an opportunity for a breakthrough? Those gods who have been reincarnated are just nowhere to go, and if they want to live a lifetime, even if they grow into gods again, they will only stop at the realm of gods. This is a genius that is difficult to find for thousands of years, perfectly inheriting the bloodline of the first generation, and will eventually become an extremely powerful god with unlimited potential. Maybe it will break through to the god realm in the future. Roar! It was because he knew this that he dared to say that the quota in the semi-mysterious realm was debatable. I believe that other immortals will also support his decision. In the Tower of Babel, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, and there was an extremely powerful force flowing in his body. At the center of his eyebrows, some cells had turned into gold, exuding divine brilliance. This is the source of the powerful power. Where these golden cells, where they are, the other cells are far away, forming a vacuum zone. Could this be an immortal cell? Chen Fan gasped and felt a little surprised. Golden cells are called immortal cells. It is said that only by becoming an immortal can you transform into an immortal cell. If you want to step from venerable to immortal, you must have immortal cells. If you don't condense it, you can only be stuck in the venerable realm for the rest of your life. As far as he knew, countless venerables had exhausted all kinds of means and obtained various opportunities to create an immortal cell. And now Chen Fan, the immortal cells in his mind have condensed more than a dozen, and they are still increasing. His realm was easy, and he stepped into the second level of the marquee, and another piece of fierce beast crystal was also quickly refined, and he stepped into the third level of the marquee in a few breaths. But the breakthrough of the realm was still a trivial matter, and the immortal cells in the body had already condensed 30. If this matter gets out, it will definitely cause a sensation in the whole world. An ordinary venerable, condensing an immortal cell, can break through to the immortal realm. Kill. And when he was just made a marquee, he condensed 30 pieces, which can be described as unprecedented. Even if a god is reincarnated, it cannot be done. Boom. After giving birth to the immortal cells, he felt that the form of life was changing, and his lifespan increased significantly. In particular, the increase in combat power has directly sprinted to 7 billion combat power. And at this moment, if Qin Fan was a venerable realm, he could immediately break through to become an immortal, and he was also a strong among immortals. After all, the more immortal cells are condensed, the stronger the strength will be after the breakthrough. At this moment, a terrifying air current suddenly erupted from Qin Fan's body, and a golden heatwave rolled in, sweeping through everything, and the terrifying shockwaves spread like ripples. The surrounding ancient city exploded with a bang, and it could not bear the spread of his aura at all. At this moment, Qin Fan was filled with golden light, and he looked like a golden light man from a distance. The sacred aura emanating from the body makes people feel awe and fear. At this moment, he was stronger and more terrifying than his previous self, and his body was surrounded by innate ganqi constantly flowing. At this moment, Qin Fan felt that his body had reached an unprecedented level, and his lifespan was probably several times larger. Even if he did not become an immortal, he would have a lifespan of thousands of years. And Qin Fan had a feeling that as long as he continued to break through, more immortal cells would awaken. Every immortal cell almost brought him hundreds of millions of combat power increases. I need more cultivation resources. Qin Fan looked at the space passage in front of him and entered it without hesitation. At this moment, he appeared at level 46. What appeared here was a terrifying beast. This beast had 9 tails, with the power of charm, and was a 9-tailed fox. At this moment, casting an illusion on Qin Fan, countless women wearing tulle and beautiful postures appeared around Qin Fan. The next moment, the illusion exploded, and the 9-tailed fox was choked by a big hand before he could even use the second method. On the other side, the terrifying golden flames burned and quickly turned to ashes. But after giving birth to the immortal cells, Qin Fan's speed also doubled incredibly fast. Killing a 5-fold beast that is good at illusion is as simple as pinching an ant to him. Qin Fan stepped into the next level again, and the beast he encountered this time was a fierce beast like a dragon, with 2 pairs of dragon horns, and it seemed that he was about to turn into a dragon. This fierce beast is also a 5-fold king, but it is obviously much stronger than the fox just now. Boom! The dragon opened its mouth, a white beam of light spewed out of its mouth, and the terrifying power struck, and a terrifying mushroom cloud immediately erupted from the place where Qin Fan was, with smoke and dust billowing and the explosion shaking the earth. The power of this blow had reached tens of billions of combat power, but when the smoke and dust dissipated, Qin Fan inside was unharmed, but a solar vision appeared behind him. A round of scorching sun emerged, as if to dispel all the darkness in this world and bring endless light to the earth. At this moment, Qin Fan, just standing there, gives people a feeling of being the only one in heaven and on earth. The blood energy emanating from his body soared into the sky, and the innate chi flowed like a sea tide, giving people a feeling of being powerful and invincible. Qin Fan raised his hand and did not use any martial arts, but slapped forward plainly. There was a sound like thousands of thunderous explosions in the void, and the power of this slap had reached 14 billion combat power, which was simply incredible. The dragon beast in front of him, the scales on his body exploded layer by layer, and then turned into a phantom and dissipated. Level 47 was easily passed without any difficulty at all. Qin Fan then stepped into level 48. He felt that he had not yet enjoyed himself. After giving birth to the immortal cells, his whole body was filled with a strong fighting spirit. I feel energetic. Even if I fight for days and nights, I don't feel any fatigue. This is the power of the immortal cell. When he entered level 48, a fierce beast appeared in front of him again, and this beast seemed to be wearing a thick armor, standing like a human. This is a fierce beast like a minotaur, with a 6-fold strength reaching the king, holding a black battle axe in his hand, swallowing white gas in his mouth. His eyes are sharper than a sharp blade, and he exudes a breathtaking aura. When this fierce beast saw Qin Fan, he immediately slashed at it with an axe, and the surrounding void exploded layer by layer, and the air let out a violent wail, and a huge black hole appeared directly, and a terrifying aura flowed. This beast was different from the beast Qin Fan had encountered before. Its high combat power was terrifying, and it was obviously not an ordinary 6-fold beast of the king. However, he was unlucky to meet Qin Fan, who had awakened his immortal cells. If there is no awakening, it will have to go through a big battle before it is possible to kill it. But now, just one simple trick. Sun God Fist. The artistic conception field spread, the power of martial arts exploded, and a brilliant divine flame like the sun pierced the sky, but it simply triggered a double critical hit. The terrifying flame fist seal directly destroyed and broke the black battle axe in front of him. The terrifying power ran through the body of this minotaur. Minotaur. This powerful king-sealed beast was killed in seconds with such a blow, turning into ashes and dissipating into the air. Chen Fan withdrew his strength and calmly looked at the space passage that appeared next. Tuoba Sheng said that he should be careful of level 49, but now Chen Fan feels that he has not yet had the fun of fighting. I want to see if these 49 levels can make me enjoy myself. Chen Fan's eyes seemed to have golden fire beating, full of fighting spirit, and then stepped into it without hesitation. Watching Chen Fan sweep all the way and was about to step into the 49th level, their faces all showed shocked expressions. Even at this moment, countless people gasped. They couldn't imagine why Chen Fan was so powerful that he was so powerful that he passed the level continuously. Those beasts were like ants in his hands. You must know that they are fierce beasts at the level of kings, although they are all simulated, but their strength is extraordinary, especially the bull-headed beast in level 48. It is a beast that has awakened the power of a powerful bloodline, which is much stronger than the ordinary king-sealed beast. But even so, it was killed by a single blow, and it could not resist at all. This Chen Fan is too against the sky. I'm afraid he will become the new god of my Tianyang palace. Elder Yufeng Wang exclaimed. The surrounding elders also nodded repeatedly, with smiles on their faces. Only the immortals were gloomy. Their expressions were gloomy at the moment. The better Chen Fan was, the more likely it was to snatch the place in the semi-mysterious realm. So he wanted to stop the other party. Even if he forcibly smeared Chen Fan, he couldn't let him take away the place. Bailey Xiaoyue lowered his head unwillingly at this moment. He was confident that his strength was not weaker than anyone else, but now he was hit. He was able to understand that the gap between himself and Chen Fan was too big. Outside, those king-sealed beasts, even if he was holding a Void War gun, could not necessarily kill them. But Chen Fan's realm is lower than him, but his strength is more terrifying than him. Is the reincarnation of a god really so powerful? Bailey kept his promise and was full of frustration. He was confident that he was invincible with the bloodline of the first generation, and any enemy would only be defeated in his hands. But now it has taught him a profound lesson. There are people outside the world and mountains outside the mountains, and the strong are like clouds. Even if he is the bloodline of the first gods, he still can't cross the lineage. Bailey Xiaoyue saw the shadow of the Son of Heaven and the Emperor in Chen Fan, and felt that Chen Fan was very likely to become a peerless figure on par with the Emperor of the Son of Heaven. But he is going to be a stepping stone for Chen Fan today. That kind of unwillingness filled his heart, making his face a little hideous. Keep the promise, don't worry, a god of unknown origin is reincarnated. Even if he passes level 49, the demigod quota will not fall into his hands. The immortal darkness spoke. There was a hint of certainty in his tone. The gods are also divided into camps. Chen Fan's current identity has not been fully verified. In case they are reincarnated in the camp of the hostile gods, then they will really lose a lot. So as long as he bites this point, he believes that other immortals will definitely consider it carefully. Because in their camp, there is no news of the reincarnation of an ancient and powerful god. Bailey kept his promise but didn't listen, because he didn't care about any demigod quota at all. What he cares about is that he is a loser, completely defeated by Chen Fan, and has become a joke. At this moment, he looked up slightly at the projection in front of him, wanting to see Chen Fan's next performance. And at this moment, an amazing sound of breaking the sky came, and another existence like the sun came. This person exuded amazing coercion. The aura of immortality was permeating, and he was an immortal. Feng Wuji hurriedly stepped forward to salute, and the person who came was the immortal Ning Chuan, a rising star with demigod qualifications. He was the youngest among the many immortals, but he was not the weakest, because he had awakened his divinity in advance. Ning Chuan landed on the ground at this moment, sat on a chair, restrained his breath, and stared at the projection, gently tapping the armrest on the seat with his fingers. I didn't expect this Chen Fan to rush to the 49th level. Could it be that he is really the reincarnation of an ancient god? When he mentioned this, his expression was a little solemn. Obviously, his heart was extremely uneasy. Originally, he wanted to accept Chen Fan as an apprentice, but Chen Fan's identity made him a little hesitant. At the top of the level, the gods are also allied with each other. The reason for everything is that the materials needed to create the divine domain are extremely precious, but there are not many resources found at present. So many gods will have disputes because of this. Those ingredients are equivalent to a piece of cake, only that big, but it needs many gods to divide it. So it began to be divided into several camps. And at this moment, these camps are all hostile, all vying for resources from each other. You must know that the more complete the divine domain created, the stronger the strength of the gods, so these resources for building the divine domain are extremely important. Even divine wars occurred, most of which were due to cultivation resources. So if Chen Fan is really the reincarnation of an ancient god, it will be troublesome. If it weren't for his camp, the upper echelons would definitely neglect Chen Fan and not hesitate to offend him. Roar! After all, no one wants to fund a god of the opposing camp. Even Chen Fan, through the rewards of the Tower of Babel, is likely to be deprived. Even if he wanted to help Chen Fan, this matter was not something he could decide alone, and it was likely to attract demigods, or even gods. So the better Chen Fan's qualifications, the more worried he is. Only those elders who were NFEF thought they had picked up the treasure, but they didn't know that this was a hot potato. Because their knowledge is limited and they cannot contact the demigods, they think that Chen Fan's appearance is a good thing. But this was an extremely tricky and troublesome thing in the eyes of them immortals. Outside, another powerful aura descended. Another immortal has arrived. This person is burly, very strong, and looks extremely majestic, and his temper looks very hot. Immortal Tianyan arrived, and when he saw that Chen Fan was about to break through level 49, his face was also extremely ugly.
Obviously, Chen Fan was also regarded as the reincarnation of an ancient god of the hostile camp.
What bad luck! He even bluntly said such a sentence, which made the people around him a little inexplicable. He was clearly an extremely powerful Tianjiao. Why did the immortals of Tianyang Palace say such a thing? But this was not the end. One immortal after another descended, all here to watch the battle. However, their eyes were full of coldness, and they didn't seem to want Chen Fan to pass level 49. Feng Wuji saw the immortals descending one by one, and seeing the increasingly solemn expression on his master's face, his mind was full of doubts. Because he still couldn't get in touch with the news that his master could reach, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, why do I think you are not happy enough?" Immortal Ning Chuan did not answer his apprentice's words.
"Hey, Chen Fan's performance is too good. I'm afraid he won't be able to join Tianyang Palace."
Immortal Ning Chuan hated this kind of camp very much. He believed that they were all strong people of the human race, and they should unite to fight against the fierce beasts. But those powerful gods are separated because of cultivation resources, which is also something he cannot change. As an immortal, he couldn't do much about many things. After all, he hadn't yet stood at the true peak of the human race. If he was an invincible god king, he could naturally change the rules easily, but unfortunately he was not even a god.
Feng Wuji listened to the clouds and fog, and didn't understand what master meant at all. Chen Fan, such an excellent young Tianjiao, why can't he join Tianyang Palace?
But he observed his words and looked at the master as if he didn't want to say anything, and at this moment he didn't ask any more questions. Some people here began to take pictures with their mobile phones, edit the information, and post this information online. Shocked, there is an invincible young Tianjiao in Tianyang Palace who has successfully broken into the 49th layer of Babel Tower on top of the opening assessment and is likely to set a new record. He took a photo, then edited a caption and posted it on Weibo. It immediately attracted countless views and likes. The number of fans rose, and the following messages filled thousands of floors in almost a few breaths.
This is a blockbuster news that immediately dominated the headlines, and the top 10 in a row are all this amazing news, sweeping like a hurricane. Awesome! I heard that in the previous school opening assessment, the highest record of Babel was 40 levels, and now there is such a powerful invincible Tianjiao who has broken into the 49th floor. It should be the next emperor and emperor. This person's name is Chen Fan. Why was he born in an ordinary family, more powerful than the blood of the gods? It's against the sky. This Chen Fan is probably also an invincible existence, and he will be like the son of heaven in the future, making Tianjiao tremble when he hears the name. Countless people on the internet have made their own statements. Babel, level 49. A man with deep eyes and standing like a javelin appeared here. He had an extremely strong fighting spirit, and the golden innate chi flowed on his body, setting him off like a god who came out of a myth. Chen Fan came here, his eyes were like lightning, and he wanted to see how difficult it was to see this 49th level.
Chen Fan looked forward and saw that the scene here was a low mountain and some simple thatched houses. In front of the thatched house, there are grape trellises with some vines hanging. Coming here, Chen Fan didn't see any enemies, frowned slightly, and had some doubts in his heart. There were suddenly bursts of roar in the sky, and hundreds of things like meteorites emitted bright light, bombarding towards here. Chen Fan's face changed, the meteorites like stones in the sky, each about 50 meters long, and there was even thunder surrounding it, swaying with a long taillight. It was like it had the power to destroy the world. Sun God's spear. A large amount of innate chi condensed in his hand, and a golden divine spear emerged, and he aimed the divine spear at a spear in the sky. There was an explosion in the void, directly shattering dozens of meteorites like thunder and lightning stones. He didn't stop attacking, because there were still many meteorite blocks. The sun god fist exploded, and the golden fire soared straight into the sky, and the terrifying power seemed to penetrate the sun and moon, and the amazing aura spread. There was another roar, and countless meteorite blocks exploded in midair. Then Chen Fan kept waving his fists, and finally they all shattered. He fell to the ground and exhaled softly. If level 49 was just that simple, then he would be too disappointed. Seemed to feel Chen Fan's emotions, and suddenly a white light flew over. It was a bright beam of light, bursting out with astonishing speed, and it couldn't be avoided at all. Chen Fan's body was covered with the sun god armor, and the innate gang chi in his body flowed to form a defense. There was a big explosion here, and the light was dazzling. But Chen Fan was not harmed in any way. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his eyes were like two bright lights in the dark night, emitting dazzling light. He looked forward, his face trembled a little, and he was even a little speechless in his heart. The one in front turned out to be an acquaintance. Tuoba Shang, the 49th level you said is very difficult, and it turns out to be you again? However, the Tuoba saint in front of him obviously had a higher realm, reaching the 6th level of the king.
Chen Fan, we meet again.
Tuoba Shang smiled at this moment and said, but I am branded here, with 1/3 of the strength of my body, you have to be careful.
Chen Fan didn't care, because he was stronger now. Tuoba Shang, if you were just guarding here, you might not be able to let me enjoy myself. Boom!
Now his strength is even more terrifying, especially after awakening the immortal cells. He feels that his whole body is filled with amazing fighting spirit, and he can't wait to fight the heavens and the earth to defeat all the enemies in the world. Even if the immortals were here, he dared to punch now. He had a great fearlessness in his heart. Even if a real god came, he would not bow to him, but would look directly at the god. It seems that your strength has improved a lot, and your tone is really arrogant.
Tuoba Shan laughed.
I feel that Chen Fan has the same momentum as when he was young, and he has a momentum to fight upwards.
Fellow Taoists, it's time to appear, Tuoba Shang said behind him.
Immediately afterwards, a large amount of light condensed and another figure appeared. It was a man with white hair, but his face was very young, and his face was like a baby, without any flaws.
And this person looks a bit like Bailey keeping his promise. This person was wearing a blue robe and boots on his feet, which looked a bit like the ancients. He is 100 miles of heavenly monarchs, and now he is also a god realm, which is also a wisp of imprint he left in the Babel Tower. Boom! Tuoba Shang introduced to Chen Fan.
Immediately afterwards, another light surged, and a figure appeared again. This person was covered in crimson flames, and there was a huge furnace next to him, quietly suspended. This man looks very majestic, his eyes are majestic, and just standing there gives people an extremely terrible sense of oppression. This Taoist is the Star Emperor, and now he is also in the realm of gods.
Tuoba Shang introduced to Chen Fan again.
Now these three people are all gods when they were young. Each of them is extremely powerful. They are all invincible in an era, invincible.
Everyone looks unique and has a different temperament.
However, when Chen Fan saw these three figures, his pupils exuded a stronger fighting spirit. Okay, great, so many gods when I was young have made my blood boil. Chen Fan laughed at this moment. It's not that he is rampant, but that he is really full of fighting spirit, and he wants to fight a hearty battle.
Junior, the tone is quite loud.
A majestic voice came from the sky, and once again a large amount of light condensed. This time it was a woman. The woman wore a lot of jewelry on her head, a golden robe with dragons and carved phoenixes tattooed on it, a bit like the queen of ancient times, looking dignified and majestic. And next to her was a tower, a golden pagoda, slowly rotating in the void, exuding amazing coercion. This Taoist friend, his name is Wu Zhao. You have to be careful of her tower of the heavens. When this person was mentioned, even a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of Tuoba Saint. Although he is a god, he is still young after all, and Wu Zhao is an old god who was said to be already trying to impact the realm of the God King. And Chen Fan could also feel that the most dangerous among these people was Wu Zhao, and his golden pagoda always gave Chen Fan an extremely dangerous feeling.
Sure enough, it's young and hot-blooded, which reminds me of when I was young.
Another young god appeared. This person was surrounded by countless thunder and lightning. His hair was disheveled. He did not have any weapons in his hand, but when Chen Fan looked at this person, he also felt an amazing sense of danger. At this moment, even Tuoba Saint showed an unexpected expression. When he broke through this level, only 3 gods from his youth appeared.
Perhaps because Chen Fan was too arrogant, there are now a full 5. And there are 2 extremely dangerous characters.
This is the Thunder Ancestor God, who has been a god for many years and is an ancient god.
Chen Fan, your luck is really bad.
This one is also an invincible god who wants to impact the realm of the God King, and the power of thunder and lightning has killed an unknown number of strong enemies. Even some gods trembled when they saw his thunder and lightning. After all, this fierce man once killed the ancestor of 6 fierce beasts by himself, and his reputation was great. Suddenly, there was another explosion in the void, countless golden lights condensed, and another young god appeared. The most conspicuous thing about this god is a large bell suspended above his head. His face looks a little blurry, and Chen Fan can't see clearly. Seeing this person, even Tuoba Saint showed a surprised expression, and his face trembled several times. Meet the beginningless God King. He even took the initiative to salute this figure. Even the other gods saluted respectfully at this moment. Even if they were just branded, they were still full of respect for this beginningless God King who suddenly appeared. This person was dressed in white. Chen Fan always felt that he had seen it somewhere, but after all, this young God King did not manifest his face, so he couldn't be sure. Boom! Chen Fan, I think you should quickly withdraw from the 49th level. The beginningless God King's beginningless heavenly clock thousands of miles away can kill the ancestor of the half-step God King level with one blow. Even if it is his realm, it is only a king, but it is the most dangerous among us.
Tuoba Shang reluctantly told Chen Fan.
Outside, before he became a god, he grew up listening to the legend of the beginningless God King. It is said that this beginningless God King has cultivated to the extreme realm in every realm, and his combat power is unmatched among the same level, and any enemy will be killed by him in seconds. There is a huge difference between his title and the title of king of other gods. The existence of this level can no longer be judged by the realm. Back then, he killed the ancestor of the fierce beast who killed the half-step God King, not in the realm of the God King, but only in the realm of the
the half-step god king. Even Tuoba Saint has invincible confidence and is eager for defeat. But he was not confident that he would fight at the same level as the beginningless god king, because the more he studied the record of this god king, the less he was sure of the same level. His ultimate goal is to become something like the beginningless god king. The god king when he was young? It's so interesting. Come on, let me suppress you all.
When Chen Fan heard this, the innate chi on his body suddenly erupted, and the terrifying power distorted the surrounding void. A solar vision appeared behind him, doubling its combat power, and the golden immortal cells exuded a golden divine aura. Let these gods and god kings be branded as stepping stones on his invincible road. Bailey Tianjun took the lead, only to see the light in his hand flickering, and there was an additional weapon like a halberd. The power of ice was densely covered on it, and with one blow, the overwhelming chill hit, which could simply freeze everything into ice. The ground has begun to freeze, and the surroundings have become extremely cold. Chen Fan was not afraid at all, and swung out the sun god fist with a punch, which was as bright as a round of sun, blooming endless light and heat, as if it could illuminate eternity. The two forces collided with each other, and this place instantly exploded, turning into ice and fire. But at this moment, a crimson stove flew over, and endless fire erupted from it, and every ray of fire seemed to be able to burn mountains and boil seas. Chen Fan let out a long howl, condensed into a divine spear in his hand, and flew towards the crimson furnace. Infinite divine light bloomed on the divine spear, knocking the furnace away. After the red flame divine furnace was knocked away, it was once again controlled by the Star Emperor and fell from the sky. This time it was the flames pouring down all over the sky, and the power was even more powerful. The imprint of the two gods when they were teenagers was extremely terrifying, and they were completely different from the opponents Chen Fan had faced before. With a random blow, they have the power to destroy the world and burn mountains and boil the sea. And these people's realms are higher than him, although they only have about 1/3 of the strength of the main body, but each of them is extremely dangerous. They are all the strongest in every era, they are all invincible Tianjiao who suppresses an era, and each of them is the most dazzling and powerful existence in their respective eras.
Chen Fan, be careful, Tuoba Shang reminded. Then, a blazing light erupted, solidifying the space around Zhang Chunfan.
He didn't move too much, but Chen Fan couldn't escape, because next, there would be an attack from a stronger person to kill Chen Fan. In such a battle, he does not need to exert much force at all. Needless to say, the beginningless god king is here, Lei Zhu god and Wu Zhao, these two half-step god kings. Their outburst of attacks will definitely be earth-shattering. Although it is just a wisp of branding, which one of the people who can achieve the half-step god king is not an amazing talent? Each of them is the supreme of the times, and even each of them has personally suppressed the gods, which is extremely powerful. At this time, Wu Zhao made a move. I saw her wave her hand, and the surrounding towers of the gods flew out, shining with colorful divine light, bursting out with thousands of rays of light, each ray of light as if it could destroy heaven and earth, and the sun and moon became dim compared to it. Chen Fan felt the threat of death at this moment, and the brand of the god who shot now was too strong. However, Chen Fan did not intend to give in. His eyes were upside down, and there was a brilliance flickering in the depths of his pupils, like two bright lights, wanting to illuminate the world. The opportunity is rare. It is said that the gods of the youth are invincible in the same realm. No one can fight against them. They are all the strongest in the era of suppression. Then I will share with you today. Chen Fan was ruthless. The artistic conception field spread, the combat power was blessed, the eyes of martial arts surged, and the pupils turned into a piece of gold. The sun god armor was possessed, and the wisps of colorful streamers fell on his body, and he could feel the pain coming from his body, as if a knife had scraped against him. The defense formed by the innate gang chi in his body was as fragile as tissue paper. Chen Fan, the heavenly god tower of Wu Zhao Daoist is the top demigod king weapon. I don't know how many fierce beasts have been killed, even the gods will tremble when they see it. You should admit defeat. Tuoba Shang sighed. It can only be said that Chen Fan is too unlucky, and even this level of imprint can be induced, probably because his qualifications are too against the sky. Chen Fan didn't speak, his body was already covered in blood, but the golden cells in his body began to surge, and his injuries disappeared in a few breaths. This is the immortal cell. As long as it does not die, it can quickly repair the body. The more immortal cells awakened, the faster it healed. Will the gods tremble when they see it? Chen Fan raised his head slightly and watched the heavenly god tower fly towards him, collapsing the void, as if he wanted to smash him to death. Heavenly flame returns to 1. In the face of such a strong man, Chen Fan had to take the lead in using his trump cards, and at this moment he triggered a triple critical hit, and the terrifying power exploded. This area collapsed directly, and a huge black hole appeared, and a golden fist seal seemed to be able to overwhelm the heavens, containing various powers and breaking everything. The terrifying fist seal bombarded the pagoda, shaking the towers of the gods of the heavens, and finally flew back to Wu Zhao's hands. No wonder it's so rampant. This trick does give you rampant capital, Wu Zhao commented. She didn't continue to shoot. If it was the same realm, she would make a second move, but Chen Fan's realm was too low. Even if he defeated and crushed him, he didn't feel anything. The difference in realm is too big. Daoist Wu Zhao, since you only make one move, then I will make a move too. Lei Zhu
Zushin stood up, and lightning kept flowing in his pupils.
He was surrounded by dense thunder, and he was the true ancestor of 10,000 thunders.
Heavenly Thunder Finger.
He stretched out a finger and clicked in the direction of Chen Fan. The 100-mile void collapsed, a huge roar sounded, and a finger hundreds of meters long, completely condensed by thunder, bombarded towards Chen Fan. The ground under Chen Fan's feet exploded, the thatched house shattered into pieces, and the stones on the ground were dissipating, turning into powder by the violent thunder. Tuoba Saint's eyelids jumped. He knew the domineering nature of the thunder ancestor god, and this terrifying being also wanted to take the path of invincibility of the beginningless god king.
So he always used only one move to kill the enemy.
Even if this move was for him, it would only turn into pieces under the fingers of the heavenly thunder. The foundation of the half-step god king is too strong. The stronger they are, the more terrifying the power of the brand will be.
Although this is only the brand of the sixth king, it is actually more terrifying than the ordinary ninefold of the king, and the power of this move has almost reached the peak of the king.
Wu Zhao looked at this scene calmly and said, Leizu god, the heavenly thunder finger is your famous stunt. Use this trick to deal with a junior. You want to cut off his martial arts path. She wore a golden robe, carved with dragons and phoenixes, soaring through the clouds and fog, lifelike. She didn't use all her strength in dealing with Chen Fan, she just used a martial art casually. And this move of the thunder ancestor god, even if it is a strong person of the same level, may not be able to withstand it.
Lei Zushin said lightly, the lion fights the rabbit and also goes all out. Since this kid said that he wants to suppress us all, don't I have to give him a chance to suppress it?
There was majesty in his voice, and there was an indifferent expression in his eyes. As a half-step god king who has traversed the heavens and the earth, defeated countless strong enemies, and suppressed the existence of countless gods, he has never been defeated so far. Chen Fan dared to say that if he was suppressed, he would have to bear the price of arrogance. Lei Zushin made a move. Bailey Tianjun and Star Emperor, the two of them each stood on the void, watching this scene indifferently.
The winner is decided, and this arrogant junior will eventually be eliminated.
Even if he burst out with the punch just now, it would be impossible to shatter the famous stunt of the thunder ancestor god. At this moment, Chen Fan felt an unprecedented sense of threat, facing the strongest of several eras.
He is also under great pressure at the moment,
and he discovered that the half-step god king and the gods were not at the same level at all. It was truly an invincible supreme who could traverse several eras, and a random blow could make the gods tremble. Chen Fan hoped to have a great enemy to be his whetstone. He is indeed terrifying and invincible in this era, and he can't find any opponents of the same level across the world. But this time it was outrageous. He was not afraid of the gods of his youth, but the half-step god king in his youth was really amazing. One move is a lore, and countless gods in their youth will tremble under this move.
Am I really going to lose? It is not a shame to be defeated in the hands of such a strong man. If I am in the same realm, I will never be afraid of him, and I can even kill him. But my current realm is indeed too low. I haven't even stepped into the king. How can I defeat such a strong enemy?
Chen Fan watched the huge thunder finger in the skyland. The opponent's attack speed was very slow, but the power of this blow was like freezing time.
Everything slowed down.
Such a killer move had already surpassed the attacks of the 100-mile Heavenly Monarch and the Star Emperor, and it was completely a lore. Before it even completely fell, Chen Fan's bones were ringing, and blood flowed out of his body. This sense of powerlessness was like when he faced the immortals, unable to struggle, unable to break free, only watching the other party do whatever he wanted.
On the other side,
if it weren't for the end, the other party would have taken away himself and been swallowed up by the divine power, and he would have died at that time. Faced with such a fatal crisis, Chen Fan slowly closed his eyes, because he knew that he only had a chance to make a move. If you rely on critical hits in the field of gambling artistic conception, once you don't hit a high multiplier critical hit, you may be crushed by this finger in an instant and eliminated.
What am I worried about?
I am a sun god body, destined to become the existence of the god king, destined to let the brilliance of the sun shine on the existence of this era.
Why am I afraid in my heart? Afraid of failure? No,
I am the body of the sun, so I should be fearless. Chen Fan opened his eyes at this moment. The immortal cells quickly repaired the injury. At this moment he was determined, and there was no longer the fear and worry he had before. And at this moment, a lot of inspiration was born in his mind, and every brain cell was running quickly. He could feel that he was about to awaken a martial art that surpassed the heavenly flame and return to one. The divinity in Chen Fan's body also bloomed with endless brilliance at this moment. Chen Fan's understanding was constantly improving, and a special picture appeared in his mind, which was like a memory. It was a barren wilderness. There was black mist everywhere, and it was aggressive and devouring everything. In the endless black mist, there were bursts of beast roars, which were black beasts, and those fierce beasts were attacking here like a tide. At this moment, Chen Fan actually felt fear in his heart. Of course, it was not he who was afraid, but the person in the picture was afraid, and his consciousness at the moment was attached to this person's body and could be perceived.
There were too many beasts, densely packed, like a tide.
Among them, there are some invincible beasts, which are some fierce beasts that cannot see through the realm at all, but the terrifying evil aura emanating from their bodies can be known.
This kind of beast is an existence that can destroy a city at any time. Boom!
They came overwhelmingly, and it was a terrifying disaster. Roar! Chen Fan even felt that there were some fierce beasts in it, which were the ancestors of terrifying beasts.
Bang!
Don't be afraid, I learned the news, there will be big people coming, and these beasts will eventually be killed. An old man next to him said kindly. However, the dense beasts gradually approached, and people couldn't help but feel despair and fear in their hearts.
I am an immortal, my will is immortal, and my soul is immortal, why am I still afraid? In this case, even the gods will be torn apart in an instant. Click!
Chen Fan had just felt a strong fear from this person, and suddenly a light lit up. It was a figure emitting bright golden light, like a rising sun. Chen Fan stared at the figure. I saw the other party slowly raise his palm, and then an amazing scene appeared. There are 10 suns in the sky at the same time. That's right, it is the real sun, dazzling, with an amazing temperature and a bright light, as if it can shine on the past and the future. Even Chen Fan couldn't help but shed tears. He couldn't look directly at it, and he could only see a bright golden light when he opened his eyes, as if illuminating eternity. I don't know how long it took. Peace returned to heaven and earth. The 10 suns in the sky disappeared. The endless fierce beasts dissipated. The black mist disappeared. The heavens and the earth were empty, and everything was purified. The majestic figure just now also disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Boom! Chen Fan looked around, but found nothing. Have you seen it clearly? Suddenly a voice came from my ears. Chen Fan turned around and saw a blurred figure. This person was emitting endless golden light, and the surrounding space was distorted.
God King? Chen Fan showed a puzzled expression.
It seemed that only the God King could not see clearly, as if there was an invisible force that distorted the surrounding space and would not reveal its true face. The strong man did not answer him, but continued. That move is called 10 days Tong Kong. When you awaken the Sun God armor, Sun God spear and Sun God fist, you will awaken the final divine skill. In ancient mythology, the son of the heavenly emperor is the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow will dry up the rivers and shatter the earth, and the infinite light and heat will burn all things. Any living being will turn to ashes in the 10 days of light. You are the Sun God body. You should inherit the divine skill and expel the beast. The picture shattered at this moment, and countless words appeared in Chen Fan's mind. At this moment, Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes, but his eyes became bright, like 2 suns emitting endless light and heat. Chen Fan said to himself, the divine skill is in the same sky for 10 days, and it is time to reappear in the world at this moment. This is the supreme martial art inherited, and it is also the supreme divine skill that best suits the Sun God body. At this moment, that thunder finger was less than a meter away from Chen Fan. 10 days in the same sky. Chen Fan simply raised his hand, clenched his fist and swung it forward. A surging heat wave rushed out of his fists, and the light and heat distorted the air around him. Behind Chen Fan's head, 10 rounds of illusory golden sun appeared. Golden light was everywhere in the sky and on the ground, and the 10 rounds of the scorching sun seemed to recreate the scene of ancient times. The earth cracked, the water dried up, and light and heat enveloped everything. Chen Fan had never felt such a powerful feeling. He did not trigger any critical hits in the artistic conception field, but the power of this punch was completely transcendent.
The power of this move reached 100 billion, 200 billion, or more.
Chen Fan didn't know either, but he only felt that the thunder finger in the sky seemed to have become extremely fragile. With Chen Fan as the center, the surrounding ground all exploded, and his whole person soared into the air, directly shattering the fingers condensed by the thunder with one punch. When that thunder finger touched the 10 rounds of the sun, it was like an egg hitting a stone, and it shattered all at once, and the endless thunder instantly dissipating into the air.
This scene changed everyone's expression in surprise. Tuopa Shang stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaim, this is divine skill. Boom! A marquis can actually master divine skills and display them. What kind of special physique does he have, or is he the reincarnation of a god? Bailey Tianjuan's eyes showed a surprised expression. The Star Emperor looked solemn and said, what a terrifying divine skill, even the heavenly thunder finger can be broken. In Wu Zhao's majestic pupils, he also showed a surprised expression, and muttered to himself, is the divine skill the same sky for 10 days? What a powerful magic skill. Lei Zushin did not continue to shoot at this moment, and his face also showed a surprised expression. He could feel that Chen Fan had not exerted the true power of this divine skill at all, and even so, he could easily break his heavenly thunder finger, which showed its horror. After performing this move, the 10 illusory suns behind Chen Fan disappeared, and he quickly drank 2 bottles of qi replenishing water. At that moment just now, he felt as if all his strength was about to be drained, although the divine skill was powerful, but the consumption had also reached an unbelievable point. Boom! There was no trace of innate qi in his body, but fortunately, there is qi replenishing water, which can quickly replenish one's innate qi. Although the divine skill is terrifying, it must not be used easily. Chen Fan thought in his heart, if it weren't for the effect of storing innate gang qi, he would have erupted without hesitation, and he would have been drawn into a human by now. But even so, the power of the 10 days in the same sky just now is far from being fully exerted. After about a minute, Chen Fan returned to the top, staring at the God King who didn't do anything at the end. A cool breeze blows. A large
huge golden bell was suspended above the head of the beginningless God King, exuding vast coercion. To Chen Fan's surprise, the invincible God King did not make a move, but seemed to be watching himself. This God King is transcendent and has the power to dominate the world, and from beginning to end, he doesn't seem to have taken many young gods seriously. As a God King level existence, the beginningless God King can be said to be the strongest person Chen Fan has encountered. Outside, even if the realm is only one king, the pressure it brings to him is stronger than that of other young gods combined. It's like an invincible existence. The breath naturally emanating from his body makes people tremble. It is conceivable that this beginningless God King must have been an invincible existence when he was young. It's time for you to leave. The beginningless God King spoke, and the big bell was leisurely, emitting golden light, spreading in all directions like ripples. The first to suffer was Tuoba Saint, whose brand was destroyed in an instant and dissipated into the air. The 100-mile heavenly monarch and the Star Emperor, the two of them couldn't resist at all, and they dissipated in an instant. In the endless golden light, their imprint is simply weak and pitiful. Beginningless God King, I only hate that I am not in the realm of the God King, and I can't fight you, but I won't lose to you easily. Thunder Ancestor God danced wildly with black hair. The whole person looked very wild, wide open and closed. Terrifying thunder condensed on his body, and behind him condensed a huge thunder dragon. The thunder dragon let out a roar and rushed towards the beginningless God King. Overwhelming thunder and lightning filled the air. This move was obviously also a terrifying move. It is even more terrifying than the thunder finger. Divine skill. Wu Zhao stared at the thunder dragon and said softly, although the thunder god finger is powerful and is the famous stunt of the thunder ancestor god, it is only a demigod skill and does not reach the category of divine skill. Obviously, when dealing with Chen Fan just now, this thunder ancestor god did not go all out. But it's normal to think about it, the realm is so high, and if you use divine skills, it will be too big to bully the small. And Lei Zushan also has his own arrogance, and may feel that he does not need to use divine skills to deal with Chen Fan. And now facing the beginningless God King, it was obvious that this thunder ancestor god felt extremely terrible pressure and did not hesitate to use his divine skills. What was surprising was that the golden bell slowly flew out and made a sound in the void. The golden divine bell shone on the ancient and modern times, with unparalleled divine power, and instantly blasted the thunder dragon into ashes. The terrifying magic technique dissipated into the air. Then the golden light shone, and the terrifying divine bell blasted the brand of the thunder ancestor god into pieces. Seeing this scene, Wu Zhao's pupil shrank slightly, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, it is worthy of being the beginningless God King. It seems that I am half a step away from the God King, but in fact, there is still a long way to go. She sighed helplessly, feeling that the road ahead was difficult. Although the half-step God King and the God King were only half a realm apart, she thought that she was no weaker than the beginningless God King when she was young, but she now felt the gap. The God King is the God King after all. The golden bell flew towards Wu Zhao, obviously trying to smash it too. Beginningless God King, one day, I will stand at the same height as you. In the countless golden lights, Wu Zhao's body slowly dissipated. When Chen Fan saw this scene, his face showed a puzzled expression. Is this beginningless God King here to help him? Xiao Yu, we meet again. At this moment, the beginningless God King slowly revealed his true face, and it turned out to be the man in white that he met in level 20. But the person in front of him had deeper eyes and was full of majesty. In every gesture, there is a unique temperament, transcendent. So you are the beginningless God King. Chen Fan was also a little surprised, thinking that he was just a god, but he didn't expect it to come to this extent. It has been tens of thousands of years since I parted ways with my little friend, the beginningless God King said slowly. Chen Fan was a little surprised. 10,000 years? Could it be that the last time he went to a crack in space somewhere for 10,000 years? No wonder he became the God King. Xiao Yu might as well play another game of chess. The beginningless God King waved his hand, and a chessboard appeared in front of Chen Fan. There is no doubt that this time Chen Fan lost again, and the beginningless God King's chess skills became stronger and stronger, and he could no longer find any weaknesses. Chen Fan said calmly, he is indeed not very good at playing chess, and Chen Fan does not blush if he loses. The beginningless God King smiled and said, Xiao Dou's magic skills just now are really extraordinary. It reminds me of a close friend back then. He is also like Xiao Yu. His talent is amazing, unparalleled. Even I was not as good as him back then, but unfortunately, in that beast disaster, everything was destroyed, and my best friend also died heroically in order to expel the beast. But I saw his shadow from you, his 10 days in the sky, and you actually let you show it. I'm afraid you are a new generation of sun gods. The beginningless God King looked at Chen Fan, as if he wanted to see through everything in Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan was also shocked. He was a sun god body, and no one knew yet. Unexpectedly, the God King in front of him could see through it at a glance. Bang! However, Chen Fan could also feel that there was no malice in this God King. Chen Fan nodded directly in acknowledgement. Everyone in the world knows that my innate holy body is unparalleled in the world, and it is the strongest physique in the world, but I don't know that the real strongest divine body is the sun divine body. Your qualifications are stronger than mine, amazing, and I look forward to the day when you become the God King." The beginningless God King actually said such a thing to Chen Fan, and he had no intention of doing it at all.
"I passed the 49th level?" Chen Fan asked.
The beginningless God King nodded. "If it weren't for you, my brand would not have been activated here, and your current realm is too low. I would like to fight with the realm even more. If you are a king, I will not hesitate to do it to you, but you are just a marquis. Such a duel is meaningless." These words can be seen that the beginningless God King has his own arrogance in his heart.
Dare to ask the beginningless God King, "What is the secret of becoming a god that you said last time?"
Chen Fan asked the doubts in his heart. This question had been in his heart for a long time, and it was mysterious, and he wanted to know it as soon as possible.
"It's this."
I saw this God Prince looking at Chen Fan's eyebrows. The scene in front of Chen Fan immediately began to change, and he saw a picture. It was a huge building, carved railings, and jade masonry, carved with flowers, birds, insects, and fish, as well as countless pavilions and pavilions, as well as countless figures.
Boom!
Chen Fan was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him for the first time, because all of this seemed a bit magnificent and magical.
Outside,
there are jade towers and jade buildings everywhere, surrounded by thunder seas and huge portals, and above the portals, there seemed to be 3 words written on them, but it was written in 3 ancient characters, and it looked like the South Heaven Gate.
Could this be the Heavenly Court? Chen Fan pondered.
In ancient mythology, the Heavenly Court is high above, standing outside the world. Qiangli Yuyu, there is a legendary peach, eating it can prolong life. Chen Fan walked forward and suddenly saw countless thunder dragons hanging down, as well as golden heavenly knives slashing down from the sky.
It's even a bit like the legendary immortal cutting platform.
Even the head of the immortal would be cut off, causing people to have palpitations. Chen Fan immediately changed direction and went in another direction, and after not going far, he suddenly stopped. Because at this moment, he saw a large hall, and there were countless powerful beings in the hall. There are gods with 3 eyes, gods with pagodas in their hands, and gods with majestic faces, and gods with white hair and beards who look kind. Chen Fan couldn't see through the realm of these people, he only felt as unfathomable as the sea. Of course, the most terrifying thing is the man sitting on the throne at the front. The aura emanating from that person seems to be able to intimidate endless time and space, heaven and earth, and I am the only one. The blessing of the gods, the supreme mark, only those who have obtained the seal of the gods can achieve the supreme divine position.
Countless voices suddenly sounded in Chen Fan's ears, each full of majesty. Then, Chen Fan saw a purple gold little man flying towards his eyebrows.
Chen Fan opened his eyes suddenly, and everything around him dissipated. It seems to be a dream from Nank.
Boom!
Chen Fan looked up. The figure of the beginningless God King disappeared at some point, and there was silence here. What happened just now was both real and illusory, and it actually made him feel unreal. It's just that in the center of the eyebrows, there is an extra purple gold villain. This is the so-called mark of the gods, and he stays quietly in his sea of consciousness. However, when he got the mark of the gods, Chen Fan felt that his spiritual power was skyrocketing. The spiritual power became more and more terrifying, and the huge spiritual power began to contract wildly. The golden light condensed, and behind the divine head in his body, it condensed into a small sun halo wheel. Every time the divinity breathed, its own spiritual power became 1 point stronger, and countless black spiritual impurities were dispelled under the golden light. He could feel his divinity growing rapidly. My spiritual power is undergoing some kind of qualitative change. Chen Fan was a little shocked, because his current spiritual power was outrageous enough, surpassing countless kings and powerhouses, and now he was getting stronger towards a higher level of spiritual power. Moreover, the current spiritual power is not only much stronger than the previous spiritual power, but also the quality has become higher. Chen Fan closed his eyes. He could perceive that it should be the imprint of the gods that brought him a spiritual boost. I don't know how long it took, but the improvement of mental strength slowed down. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes.
My mental strength has increased by 10 times now.
The divinity in Chen Fan's body almost directly became larger, and his spiritual power was even higher to a terrifying level. Although the enveloped range has now only become thousands of meters, Chen Fan has never felt so powerful.
Of course, what we are talking about here is strong spirituality. If my previous mental power was gas, my current mental power is solid. The progress is too great. Chen Fan's mind moved, and his spiritual power spread out.
In an instant, with him as the center, the ground exploded layer by layer, the area of thousands of meters collapsed, and countless stones were suspended in midair, all controlled by him. Chen Fan's eyes were burning. My current spiritual power is probably not weaker than the venerable, and the spiritual power attack is enough to threaten the powerful king. He didn't go out of his way to cultivate his spiritual power, but his current spiritual power was extremely powerful.
Boom! The secret of becoming a god must be improved simultaneously with the strength of the martial artist. If you want to embark on the road of invincibility and become an invincible god, this is a must. At this moment, the stones around Chen Fan formed a storm, whistling in the void. Chen Fan sensed the mark of the gods at this moment, and the purple gold villain brought him not only an increase in spiritual power, but even he felt that the speed at which he devoured spiritual
spiritual energy was getting faster and faster.
It's like a hang.
It can increase the speed of cultivation and continuously improve spiritual power. The harvest in Babel this time was simply beyond Chen Fan's imagination. But now I should go out, and I have cleared 49 levels, which is probably a record that no one can break. Chen Fan looked at the newly appeared space passage in front of him and walked out without hesitation. The projection has become blurry, and since Chen Fan stepped into level 49, they could not see the scene inside. Everyone was waiting outside, and they didn't know if Chen Fan could pass level 49.
Master, if Chen Fan can pass level 49, will he get the rumored mark of the gods?
100 miles of keeping the promise, looking at the darkness of the immortal. Bailey Shou is a member of the god family, so he naturally knows some secrets.
The mark of the gods, it has not been in the world for a long time.
Chen Fan has cleared the customs, he may not be able to get it, but even if he gets it, he has to spit it out.
The immortal darkness said categorically.
This is something from their Tianyang palace, and it is impossible for the reincarnated ancient gods to obtain it. If it really doesn't work, please invite the gods of Tianyang palace. This is on their territory, no matter how strong Chen Fan is before reincarnation. As long as it is in Tianyang palace, it is a dragon that has to be coiled, and a tiger has to lie on its stomach. Don't worry, keep your promise. Even if you were lucky enough to let this kid Chen Fan get it, I will help you snatch it.
Airplanes.
The mark of the gods, that is one of the most precious things in their Tianyang palace. As long as they have that thing, the road to achieving the invincible gods will be smooth.
That's something that even a demigod would be jealous of.
But unfortunately, the mark of the gods will choose the master by himself. But as long as he chooses a master, as long as his owner takes the initiative to hand it over, the mark of the gods will be actively transferred to another person. That thing is a blessing from the gods, and it has all kinds of incredible powers. But all this he just listened to legends.
After all, what he knew so far was only the beginningless god king who had ever owned it, and no other gods had it, because they were not chosen by the marks of the gods.
Bailey kept the promise and did not speak. The reason why he joined Tianyang Palace was actually to obtain the seal of the gods. It's just a pity that he didn't pass the level and didn't qualify to be selected by the mark of the gods.
That civilian Chen Fan, even if he clears the customs, he shouldn't get the mark of the gods.
Bailey kept the promise and comforted himself in his heart.
Ding!
Congratulations to Chen Fan for successfully passing level 49 of Babel, setting a new record and obtaining the mark of the gods. Suddenly, the projection in the sky became clear again, and the following passage was drawn on it.
Everyone's heads were buzzing, especially those immortals. Their bodies were trembling slightly, full of shock and disbelief. Mark of the gods.
Immortal Ning Chuan couldn't sit still and stood up from the spot.
On the other side. But did he know what the marks of the gods represented? Could it be that this Chen Fan is the reincarnation of a god king?
It is said that the only person who can obtain the mark of the gods can only be the rumored god king. After all, beings as powerful as half-step god kings could not be recognized by the marks of the gods when they were young. No, the god king powerhouse is like the sun hanging high. Each of them is an invincible existence. There is no need to reincarnate.
Ning Chuan quickly calmed down.
However, it can also be seen from here that Chen Fan's qualifications are probably comparable to those of the god king when he was young.
Such an invincible Tianzhou must join Tianyang Palace.
Immortal Ning Chuan made up his mind to accept Chen Fan as his personal disciple no matter what,
even under pressure from all sides.
However, the other immortals did not think like this. Their faces were ugly.
Damn guy, a god reincarnated actually took away the treasure of my Tianyang Palace.
The mark of the gods, that is something more precious than the place in the semi-mysterious realm. He must be handed over.
How is that possible?
If I obtain the mark of the gods, I may be able to break through immortality, become a demigod, and become a god. Those immortals had different thoughts in their minds. Although they had not received the mark of the gods, they had all heard of the incredible effects. Although the marks of the gods returned to the Tower of Babel after the beginningless god king became a god, none of them got them. So when I saw Chen Fan get it, I felt a little unbalanced. If Chen Fan is not a reincarnated god, then forget it. He can definitely become an invincible existence in their Tianyang Palace. But now there are all kinds of signs that Chen Fan is the reincarnation of an ancient god. So no matter what, the marks of the gods must be handed over to him. And at this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Chen Fan's figure slowly emerged.
Chen Fan! Chen Fan!
Countless people cheered at this moment, their eyes full of excitement and worship. However, these people are almost all from some small families, and they have come here with difficulty through their own efforts, but they have been crushed by the geniuses of those big families. Now seeing Chen Fan win the first place, they see hope.
Knowing that even civilians can still crush the immortal bloodline and the god bloodline.
The sword boy was unintentional, and there were Bailey shine in them, and now in the eyes of Chen Fan, there was only worship. I feel like this is a man who can do miracles.
One of the 10 university palaces. Fire Palace.
In a splendid hall, there was an old man who was surrounded by countless mysterious powers, and he exuded a vast coercion and fluctuations, which made people feel awe.
Palace Master.
There was a sudden sound from outside. The old man opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes were deep, as if they contained endless starry sky. sky. Tianyang Palace, someone has obtained the mark of the gods. As soon as the words fell, the old man's figure had disappeared in place, and appeared outside the door in an instant, completely ignoring the distance of space. And outside the door was a middle-aged man, and when he saw the old man who suddenly appeared, he seemed to have become accustomed to it. Because the one in front of him is one of the 4 deputy palace masters of their fire palace, Tuoba Tianxiong. In this era, there can be people who have been recognized by the marks of the gods. Is this going to produce another beginningless god king? Although Tuoba Tianxiong has a lot of white hair, his skin is more delicate than that of babies. He was wearing a golden robe with many clouds tattooed on it, which looked noble and gorgeous. His dress is a bit old-fashioned, not modern. The other side. Palace master, what is the effect of this mark of the gods? The middle-aged man couldn't help but ask. He had heard many legends that the mark of the gods had all kinds of incredible effects. It is even an essential item for the supreme divine road. It can be said that obtaining the seal of the gods is destined to embark on the path of the supreme gods. Everyone who gets the mark of the gods is a person with great luck. This kind of person is gifted, and it is difficult to find it forever. Each of them has their own path to invincibility. The effect of the marks of the gods is just a treasure to hone them in the final stage. Tuoba Tianxiong looked up at the sky. As a demigod, he didn't have a trace of thinking about snatching the mark of the pig god in his heart. As far as he knows, the reason why the mark of the gods chose his master was because he felt that the chosen master could pass the final test. A demigod like him, even if he gets the mark of the gods, will not pass the test and will even die divine. Many people think that the marks of the gods are the treasures, but they don't know that if they don't have strong strength, they will be disasters when they become gods. The blessing of the gods will have the effect of increasing the speed of cultivation and enhancing spiritual power in the early stage. But once it reaches the final stage, when it becomes a god, it will turn into a tribulation of the gods. It is like a fish jumping across the sea. The sea is wide and the sky is wide, and it becomes the strongest god. If it is not passed, the divinity will be erased and fall into the world from now on. At the beginning, the beginningless god king used this trick to kill several demigods. Some greedy demigods all wanted to embark on the path of the strongest gods, but under the calamity of the gods, they were like ants, without a trace of resistance. Palace master, why don't we snatch people over? Middle-aged men are encouraged. Tuoba Tianxiong smiled at the person beside him and said, okay. The middle-aged man was stunned. He was an immortal, but at this moment he was frightened by his master's words. Yes, he is a disciple of Tuoba Tianxiong, but his master likes others to call him the lord of the palace on weekdays. Why, are you afraid? Shao He. The group of fools in Tianyang Palace, they will not accept that Chen Fan as a disciple. At this moment, I don't know when, Tuoba Tianxiong has already taken out his mobile phone, searched for the video on it, and also knows who the person who obtained the mark of the gods is. He especially understood the character of the group of people in Tianyang Palace, which was the academy with the most serious racial infighting, and they would only recognize each other as powerful beings reincarnated in the face of civilian geniuses. Therefore, it is not the first time that Tianyang Palace has done this. Besides, Tiandu Palace had robbed them of Tenjia once. Why couldn't he do this? The middle-aged man was sweating on his forehead and was a little silent. Tuoba Tianxiong didn't say anything more, and directly toward the space in front of him, and a dark passage appeared in front of him. He stepped into the passage and disappeared in an instant. As a demigod, he can already travel through space and move forward in the space channel. Thunder Palace. In a thunder pool, the immortal Taichu opened his eyes, and a man knelt beside him, respectfully handing over a tablet. The picture played on the tablet made the immortals frown slightly. This Chen Fan, interesting. Even he didn't expect Chen Fan's qualifications to be so rebellious. But he was not in a hurry. Now Chen Fan's realm was still too low, and it was not the best time to take the house. Boom. I hope you grow up quickly. Immortal Taichu slowly closed his eyes and threw the tablet to the person next to him, not taking it seriously. Even if the qualifications were against the sky, he didn't care, because as a powerful immortal, he only needed to wait for Chen Fan to reach the venerable realm and kill him. The invincible Tianjia who has not fully grown up is just a Tianjia. However, the more talented Chen Fan is, the happier he is. After all, the stronger the Dharma body in the martial arts he cultivates, and the higher the potential will be when the fusion breakthrough. Bang! Maybe in the future, he can also achieve the supreme divine position. In the office of the Jiangnan mansion, when he saw Chen Fan's sky-defying performance on the video, his Adam's apple surged, and his eyes were full of shock. He never thought that such an invincible Tianjia would appear in their Jiangnan mansion. Stepped on many immortal bloodlines and god bloodlines under his feet, and cleared the legendary Babel Tower, directly obtaining the first place in the assessment. He looked a little excited at the moment, knowing that Jiangnan mansion was going to develop. Star City. Lord Long was eating at Chen Fan's house. He has a lot of things to do on weekdays, but he always takes time to visit Chen Fan's parents at Chen Fan's house. At this time, they also saw on TV that Chen Fan had cleared the Tower of Babel, which was even broadcasting news. Because this is another new record of Tianyang Palace, one of the 10 university palaces, it means that in the future, there may be another powerful god in the human race. So almost all of these TV channels are broadcasting and directly dominate the screen. Brother is too fierce. Chen Shui was originally cooking, but when she saw the news broadcast above, the whole person was stunned, and her beautiful pupils were full of shock. Chen's father and Chen's mother were also full of surprise. They often chatted with the Dragon City Lord, and they also knew what a terrifying opponent their son would face when he joined Tianyang Palace. However, those opponents seemed to be very weak in the hands of their sons. They are also very proud of it. But now it is played, and it exceeds their expectations. Because the Dragon City Lord told them that it was the artifact Babel Tower. If it could be cleared, it would represent the qualifications of the gods. You must know that people like them, let alone gods, cannot even see the face of immortals. Now, their son may become a god in the future, which gives them a dreamlike feeling. At this moment, the Dragon City Lord was extremely excited, feeling that he had indeed read Chen Fan correctly. If one day Chen Fan becomes a god and asks him for something, Chen Fan will probably do him a favor. After all, he was good friends with Chen Fan and often visited Chen Fan's parents. This is a favor from a future god. It is completely worth bragging about for a lifetime. In a school, a female teacher was giving a lecture, and at this moment the bell rang after class, and the female teacher swiped the mobile phone in her hand, and suddenly her eyes froze and focused. On the mobile phone, Chen Fan's deeds are reported. Shocked. Chen Fan of Tianyang Palace, the future god? Here is the title. She couldn't help but click in to take a look, and after reading the content, her whole mind was buzzing. She is Zhang Lin, Chen Fan's assessor at the beginning. What a stupid thing I did in the first place. Zhang Lin lowered her head and regretted it. I feel that I shouldn't look at others with colored glasses in the future. People from civilian backgrounds can still defy the sky. She used to be short-sighted, too narrow-minded, and stupid. Tianyang Palace. In the midst of the eyes of the crowd, Chen Fan came to the podium. At this moment, there is no doubt that Chen Fan is the first place. Standing next to him was a white-haired Bailey Shoyue, who stared at Chen Fan with a somewhat complicated expression. He is the bloodline of the first generation of gods and has the invincibility of the world. At this moment, the guards of level 45 kept coming to his mind. That should be a brand of Chen Fan. He was defeated with a single blow. This caused a rift in his invincible heart. At the moment, 200 people are standing on the podium, but the ranking is not announced on the screen. Dear students, since the ranking is still up for debate, to be comprehensively evaluated, you can all go back to the dormitory to rest now, and there will be seniors to help you arrange. An elder stood up and informed the crowd. What is this? This ranking is still up for debate? Forget it, don't complain, go to the dormitory to rest first. The freshmen complained, but it couldn't be helped. Although they all want to get rewards early, the rankings are not announced, and they can't help it. Under the leadership of the old students, they came to their respective dormitories. Junior brother Chen, this is your dormitory. This time it was Lu Rong who brought Chen Fan to the dormitory, a senior in the realm of marquises, and now his attitude towards Chen Fan has changed 360 degrees. Chen Fan pushed open the door and went in, and found that it was fully equipped, with computers and everything, and the bed was also a very large deluxe version, a single room. It looks like a luxury private room. Chen Fan took the key, then lay down on the soft bed and stretched his body. Although the ranking will be delayed, Chen Fan believes that his ranking is definitely the first. Then he sat up again, thinking in his heart, did he have to get a powerful spiritual attack martial art? Otherwise, such a powerful spiritual power would be a bit of a waste. It's just that the problem is coming. There is no money. I hope that when the rankings are announced, the martial arts rewarded will be spiritual martial arts. Chen Fan was looking forward to it. It was noon, and after taking a shower, Chen Fan walked out of it and prepared to go to the cafeteria for dinner. Presumably, the food should be very good in the 10 University Palace. Chen Fan was walking on the cement road, and countless people looked at Chen Fan with awe. Now everyone knows that Chen Fan is likely to become the supreme god in the future, that is, the so-called strongest god. Therefore, most people are in awe of Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Suddenly a girl with a double ponytail greeted Chen Fan. Chen Fan glanced at this person. The girl looked pure, beautiful, and had no flaws. He remembered that this person seemed to be a descendant of a certain immortal, and he had also entered the Babel Tower for assessment. Is there something wrong? Chen Fan asked expressionlessly. Your performance is very strong. I've always liked strong people, so why don't you stay with me? This girl was Xian Yuan Fengshui. She didn't take Chen Fan seriously, but it was different when Chen Fan got the first place. She has always liked strong people, so she is outspoken. The surrounding students were all stunned when they heard this confession. I didn't expect this sweet-looking girl to say such a thing, which made countless people a little ashamed. Among these freshmen, there are also many girls who have thoughts about Chen Fan, because after all, Chen Fan is a god in the future, and his qualifications are two against the sky. What's more, Chen Fan is also handsome, just like the boy who came out of the painting, with a handsome appearance. If you can combine with such a person, you will have children in the future. I am afraid they will be invincible and arrogant against the sky. It can be said that once Chen Fan gets married, the family behind them and their descendants will receive endless favors. But none of them dared to rush out up directly to confess. Rumble. It can only be said that Xian Yuan is too brave. When Chen Fan heard this, he frowned slightly and said, I'm sorry, I don't have such an idea yet. Boom. Chen Fan didn't stop and left directly for the canteen. Women or something, how can there be the fragrance of dry rice? Besides, this woman just likes the strong. She just takes a fancy to her qualifications. In the face of such a highly targeted person, Chen Fan will not have much interest in his heart. More importantly, the ultimate goal in his heart is to keep getting stronger and becoming a powerful god king, and he has no intention of falling in love at all. Chen Fan soon came to the canteen, where the meals were really sumptuous, all made from the meat of fierce beasts, cheap and delicious. After Chen Fan had a hearty meal, he left the cafeteria and prepared to go back to the dormitory to practice. Chen Fan stopped. He felt an inexplicable power. This power was incomparably vast, and the heavens and the earth around him instantly changed. The whole person suddenly disappeared in place. Chen Fan felt that there was darkness in front of him, and by the time he opened his eyes again, he had already come to the suburbs. In front of him stood an old man. Although he was an old man, he could only judge by the white beard on his mouth and the white hair on his head, because the person's skin is so good, as smooth as a shelled egg. Chen Fan, first time we meet, let me introduce myself. My name is Tuoba Tianxiong, and I am one of the 4 deputy palace masters of the Fire Palace. This person took the initiative to introduce his identity. But when Chen Fan heard the 3 words of the deputy palace master, he immediately knew that the one in front of him was a powerful demigod. Only demigods can hold the position of deputy lord. But what did the demigod of the Fire Palace bring him here for? Could it be that he wants to snatch his mark of the gods? No, I didn't feel any murderous intent from this person. Chen Fan shook his head and shook off the idea. I transferred you here to discuss one thing with you. Are you willing to join my Fire Palace? If you wish, we will open the Babel Pool and the Hall of Fire. Maybe you don't understand, but you can use your mobile phone to look it up online. Chen Fan heard the other party's words, did not hesitate, and took out his mobile phone to check. Tongtian Pool, only the core disciples of the Fire Palace and the disciples of the Emperor can enter it to practice. And you must make great contributions before you can enter it and wash the essence and cut the marrow, which contains vast energy and can make people break through several realms. Seeing this reward Chen Fan, he was a little moved, and then he checked again, and the rest of the Torch Hall. Fire Hall, the oldest inheritance of the Fire Palace, there are a lot of opportunities in it, and entering it may be possible to obtain demigod skills or even divine skills, as well as all kinds of incredible inheritances. The latter thing is less introduced, but the rewards are extremely exciting. Chen Fan naturally knew how powerful the divine skill was, and once it was displayed, the power increased many times. I didn't expect the other party to be able to offer such conditions. Let me think about it. Chen Fan did not agree, because he felt that the things given by Tianyang Palace were not bad, and as the second-ranked academy, as long as the performance was good enough, the resources obtained by entering it would be more. Then you can think about it and then notify me. A flash of light flashed into Oba Tianxiong's hand, and a token appeared with a desolate character written on it. As long as you inject this token with your spiritual power, I will perceive it to appear again. As soon as the words fell, Tuoba Tianxiong waved his hand, and a space passage emerged. Chen Fan soon returned to school. He looked at the token in his hand and put it away. In a conference room, 10 immortals gathered together. They are discussing rankings at the moment. I think Chen Fan is a well-deserved first. Immortal Ning Chuan stood up and expressed his attitude. None of the other 9 immortals spoke. This made Ning Chuan frown and felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. A more powerful aura directly enveloped the audience, and the terrifying coercion made people's souls tremble. Even immortals seemed small in the face of this power. Meet the Lord of the Twilight Palace. 10 immortals stood up at the same time and saluted the man. This is one of the 4 deputy palace masters of Tianyang Palace, Mu Qianjun. Immortal Ning Chuan's expression was a little ugly. He didn't expect to alarm the demigod. Now it was not something he could decide. Under the gaze of everyone, a middle-aged man wearing a black and gold robe, thick hair, and a burly figure walked out. The first time I saw this person, I couldn't help but think of the word honorable. He had the temperament of a long-time high-ranking person, and sat directly in the middle of the conference room. Regarding Chen Fan, have you discussed the result? Mu Qianjun asked. Not yet. Immortal Tianyan shook his head. Boom. I think that an invincible Tianjiu like Chen Fan should be the first place. Ning Chuan, who was dressed in white and had an outstanding temperament, stood up. His eyes were deep, like stars. He really valued Chen Fan. After all, this was a future god, which was a good thing for the human race. Don't you just want to accept Chen Fan as a disciple? Why do you need to say it so high-sounding? An immortal sneered, directly pointing out this matter. Death. Ning Chuan, you are supporting the enemy. Your idea is too stupid. Don't do these whimsical things. It is already certain that this Chen Fan is the reincarnation of an ancient god. If we train him, after he becomes a god, he will return to the hostile camp. What should we do then? All of you immortals, you and I are all attacking Ning Chuan, all with a mocking tone. Ning Chuan was so angry that he didn't know how to fight back against them. He could only say that the immortals in front of him were too pedantic. pedantic. However, he also knew that no matter how much they argued, the final decision-making power was still in the hands of Mu Qianjun. But now Mu Qianjun only spoke one sentence from beginning to end, and then listened to everyone discussing, and had no idea to speak at all.
Boom! Twilight Palace Lord, I think this number one should keep the covenant for Bailey. He is the bloodline of the first god, and Bailey Tianjun is also an ally of the gods of our camp.
If Bailey Shoyue succeeds in growing up, he is also a powerful god, which is of great benefit to our camp. The immortal darkness said such a thing at this moment. That's right, I support it. I also agree, give the first place to Bailey to keep the contract. The quota of the semi-mysterious realm must not be given to Chen Fan. One by one, the immortals all supported this decision. Mu Qianjun was sitting there upright at the moment, not saying a word, and he didn't know what he was thinking. You are unfair, and if it spreads, it will also say that the assessment rules of our Tianyang Palace are unfair. The immortal Ningchuan argued based on reason. But there has never been absolute fairness in this world. Chen Fan, the reincarnation of a hostile ancient god, we didn't expel him directly, it's already a gift. If you still insist on your ideas, then we have to fire Chen Fan.
The immortal darkness said categorically.
Immortal Ningchuan was silent.
Boom! He knew that he probably couldn't change it.
Most of the immortals' thoughts are probably the thoughts of demigods,
because these ideas are passed down from generation to generation.
The Twilight Thousand Lord in front of him was the immortal Dark Master, and he was also the master of most of the immortals present.
Okay, no need to quarrel.
I have checked Chen Fan's information, although he is extremely talented and awakens his divinity, but it is not worth vigorously cultivating, depriving him of the qualification of the first place, and just give him an 8th place. An ancient god from another camp still wants to obtain cultivation resources in Tianyang Palace and return to the top. It's simply a dream.
Mu Qianjun said with an indifferent expression. Outside, what about high qualifications? As long as it is not the same heart as their Tianyang Palace, it should be kicked out. It is better to give Bailey to keep the promise, and even to other immortals' bloodlines, than to Chen Fan. And it's not the first time they've done it. Just like the White-Eyed Wolf Emperor at the beginning, didn't he just give him the first place? As a result, he was poached by Tiandu Palace, so he hated these powerful Tianjiao even more. Each of them is extremely self-satisfied and never thinks about Tianyang Palace.
Although the Emperor's talent is strong, he is also suspected of being the reincarnation of an ancient god, and it is difficult to determine whether he will completely join his side. So after comprehensive consideration, he was given a 2nd place, but because of his careful eyes, he directly joined Tiandu Palace, making them a joke in the 10 University Palace. Now that Chen Fan can be given an 8th place, it can be regarded as a gift, and he should kowtow to thank him.
This is what Mu Qianjun thinks. Lord of the Twilight Palace, there is one more thing. This Chen Fan has obtained the mark of the gods. Do you want him to hand it over too? An immortal stood up and said.
He wanted to get this thing in particular. Maybe it was his chance to break through the demigods or even gods. The seal of the gods should indeed be handed over by Chen Fan. After all, it is the treasure of my Tianyang Palace.
Mu Qianjun nodded affirmatively. The immortal was overjoyed and said, who should the mark of the gods be given to? Mu Qianjun thought for a moment and said, keep the promise for Bailey.
The immortal's face darkened, knowing that his abacus had failed, but in front of the demigod he quickly restrained his mind. Mu Qianjun noticed the slight change in expressions on the faces of the immortals, and said, I know you all have thoughts in your hearts to obtain the marks of the gods, but this thing is not something you can bear. Back then, there were some demigods who coveted the marks of the gods of the beginningless god king when he was young, forcing him to hand them over, but when he attacked the divine throne, countless gods appeared and attacked him. On the other side, the Sea of Thunder covered 100,000 miles back then. Even a demigod couldn't survive this catastrophe. There were as many as 10 demigods who fell at the beginning, all thinking that they had obtained the mark of the gods and could become the supreme god, and wanted to take the path of the strongest god. Twilight Qianjun told such a secret that only demigods were qualified to know, but now he told everyone. Everyone felt a chill after hearing this, because they didn't understand these inside stories. They only knew that the seal of the gods was the treasure, but they didn't know that it was so dangerous. You must not obtain the mark of the gods because of the difference in thought. For those who are not talented and strong enough, this is a deadly weapon. Mu Qianjun warned everyone earnestly. I'm waiting to be taught. Everyone saluted day and night. Lord of the Twilight Palace, I can barely understand depriving Chen Fan of the first place, but if you snatch his mark of the gods, it will be unfair, right? Ningchuan and White felt that the people in front of him had gone too far, and couldn't help but say a word of justice. Mu Qianjun sneered. How can there be absolute fairness in the world? As an immortal, don't you also be a warrior who is high above and looks down on other realms? In this world, the powerful are the biggest rule, and the strong are respected. The weak who are not strong enough can only obey the arrangements of the strong. You don't have to say so much, this matter is decided. Twilight is 1,000 gentlemen. Immortal Ningchuan sighed heavily. Even if he felt it was really unfair, he couldn't change this rule. This demigod is also right. The rules of this world are set by the strong. You are not strong. Even if you want to resist, you have no ability. As an immortal, he felt so powerful powerless for the first time, and he made up his mind to break through the demigod as soon as possible.
Chen Fan, although I want to help you, I can't do it after all.
His heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness. Ning Chuan, I know you are unwilling, but a person like Chen Fan should not let him join our Tianyang palace. It is a wrong decision for you to invite him. The immortal darkness stood next to Ning Chuan, his eyes contemptuous as he said this. An immortal who has just been promoted and still wants to accept an invincible heavenly pride like Chen Fan to keep the promise for 100 miles, dream about it. He knew in his heart that Chen Fan's arrogance was arrogant, and if he was treated so unfairly, he would definitely resist, and then he could abolish Chen Fan.
What if it is the reincarnation of an ancient god? Before it grows completely, it is an ant. In the dormitory,
Chen Fan sat cross-legged, and the purple gold villain in his body glowed, which was the mark of the gods. Chen Fan could feel that his mental power was constantly getting stronger and stronger, and this perception was very clear. It was like having a progress bar in front of him, and he could clearly see the progress. At the same time, a few rays of solar true fire appeared in his body and began to temper his body. The immortal cells in the body begin to awaken.
1, 2, 5.
In just 10 minutes of cultivation, the 3 rays of sun true chi in Chen Fan's body were consumed, and 5 immortal cells in his body awakened again, directly increasing his combat power by 500 million. This made Chen Fan happy, and his cultivation speed seemed to be faster again. This should also be the effect of the mark of the gods.
This thing is really a treasure.
Chen Fan closed his eyes and began to explore this mark of the gods to see if there were any other effects. But just as he was probing, he suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was changing rapidly. A colorful snail appeared in front of him, and a burly giant who looked taller than a mountain peak was blowing, emitting bursts of Dao sounds, deafening. As his gaze narrowed, Chen Fan saw 2 pillars, which were 2 golden pillars, entrenched with dragons and phoenixes, pouring into the sky and into the clouds and mist, making it impossible for people to see the end at a glance. Chen Fan continued to walk forward, and gradually came to a gate, which was a pure white gate with golden light shining on it. There is also a huge plaque on it that reads Nantian Gate. But suddenly, a knife light flew out. It was difficult to describe that knife light in words, exuding an invincible aura. Even the heavens and the earth could be easily torn apart. This blade light fell like a galaxy, with a terrifying knife intent that crossed the ages, and it came with a knife like this. This is like a heavenly sword, capable of cutting through everything in the world. This knife fell completely, and a earth-shattering sound broke out. The majestic Nantian Gate in front of him was actually shattering, the surrounding stone pillars were collapsing, and this portal exploded in front of Chen Fan. Then the amazing sword light disappeared. Roar! Chen Fan stood there but was a little stunned, because he could feel that the heavenly sword was made of spiritual power, and it was able to burst out with such terrifying power. Chen Fan had always ignored the cultivation of spiritual power before, and only felt that it was good that his spiritual power was sufficient, but his current thinking had completely changed. If he could wield such a knife, then his spiritual power would also become his killer move. Chen Fan kept recalling the scene of the knife just now in his mind, and wanted to deduce it. At this time, there was a fluctuation in the void, everything dissipated, and Chen Fan returned to reality. He stared at the marks of the gods in front of him and did not continue to explore. He felt that although he had a strong comprehension, he obviously couldn't do it if he wanted to directly deduce that move of the heavenly sword. You have to get something that can improve your comprehension, and maybe you can comprehend that move of the heavenly sword. However, Chen Fan could clearly feel that his mental strength had become much stronger. This mark of the gods, for his spiritual power cultivation, is simply too heaven-defying. He could sense that when he broke through the title of king, his spiritual power would probably be comparable to that of immortality. Chen Fan got up from the spot and did not continue to practice, but came to Tianyang Palace, the place where items were exchanged.
The front desk here is a beautiful woman with exquisite makeup. Hello, what do you want to exchange?
Beauty, the front desk asked.
Chen Fan asked, is there anything that can improve understanding?
The beautiful front desk smiled and said, yes, there is a 100-fold understanding pill here, which can last for an hour, but it requires 1 million merit points.
So much?
Chen Fan was shocked by the price. He was only 10,000 yuan now, and he couldn't afford to change it at all.
No need, thank you.
Chen Fan left from here, thinking that he should look forward to the reward given to the first place in this opening assessment. After Chen Fan saw the heavenly sword, he felt that other spiritual martial arts seemed to be a bit ordinary. That spirit condensed from the heavenly sword was definitely a semi-divine skill, and it could even be a divine skill. Chen Fan walked on the path of the academy, his mental power exploded, and an illusory knife condensed. But compared with that heavenly sword, the gap was still too big. Chen Fan's mind moved, and a spiritual knife condensed directly cut a crack more than 20 meters long on the ground, but Chen Fan was still very dissatisfied and felt that the power was not good.
Xiaoduo's mental power is very strong.
With a fluctuation in space, an old man with some gray hair appeared in front of him.
It is the Tuoba Heavenly Dome. Bang! Senior came to me again, what's the matter?
Chen Fan was a little strange, he had come twice this day. Did this demigod have nothing else? I came to inform you that if you join the Torch Palace, in addition to the reward
reward from last time, you will also be rewarded with an additional place to enter the heavenly realm. You can stay there for a day, and you can improve your comprehension by up to 1,000 times. The demigod threw out such a condition again, which made Chen Fan can't help but be a little moved. It's just that Chen Fan still remembers Ning Chuan's kindness at the beginning. After all, the other party is willing to stand up for him, and he can't be ungrateful. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but let me think about it again. Chen Fan politely refused. Tuoba Tianxiong said, you may be looking forward to the reward of first place, but I want to tell you, Tianyang Palace will most likely not give it to you. At the beginning, there was a Tianjiu who was as amazing as you, and he was originally in first place, but he was forcibly arranged to be in second place, so you have to be mentally prepared. After saying this, a wave of space fluctuations dissipated, and the demigod disappeared again. The demigod powerhouse is really elusive. Chen Fan shook his head, but he also took these words to heart. So strong? If Tianyang Palace is really so unfair, then don't join. But I can't listen to the words of the demigod powerhouse. Anyway, the reward is about to be awarded, and I'll take a look at it then. All freshmen who are starting school, please gather in the square, and the rankings will be announced today and rewarded. Suddenly a voice came from the speaker. Everyone in the entire academy can hear it. Chen Fan showed an unexpected expression, originally thinking that it would be tomorrow, but he didn't expect to discuss it today. He smiled and walked towards the square. When Chen Fan came here, he could see Bailey keeping the promise, Morong Fingxue, Mu Qingyang and others already waiting there. It's just that Chen Fan found that these people looked at him a little differently, as if they had a hint of pity. Chen Fan, although I feel unfair for you, you have to accept the reality later. Morong Fingxue, who was wearing a double ponytail and looking pure, kindly reminded Chen Fan, because she also got the news in advance. Boom! This reminded Chen Fan of Tuoba Tianxiong's words. Could it be that Tianyang Palace is really like what the demigod said? Now that you are all here, it's time to announce the rankings. A white-haired elder stood up, pressed a button, and on the big screen, he began to manifest the first place first. Ranking of the opening assessment. Extinguish. Number 1. Bailey keeps the promise. As soon as this ranking came out, most of the geniuses who participated in the opening assessment with Chen Fan had astonished expressions on their faces, obviously not expecting this result. Because in their cognition, Chen Fan is the first and well-deserved. Number 2. Twilight Sunday. Number 3. Morong Fingxue. The rankings manifested one by one, but the scene was silent, and even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Don't be ashamed of it. Chen Fan didn't say a word, just looked at the screen, clenching his fists tightly. Boom! Number 8. Chen Fan. With the announcement of this ranking, everyone around them showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. Feng Wuji was also here, and he looked at Master Ning Chuan on the high platform with an incredible gaze. However, at this moment, Ning Chuan's heart was also full of helplessness. He knew that he was sorry for Chen Fan, so he shouldn't let Chen Fan join Tianyang Palace. That group of immortals is a group of old stubborns, even demigods. Last time he offended an emperor, and now he has to offend Chen Fan, and when these two grow up completely, Tianyang Palace is probably over. The demigod Mu Qianjun, sitting at the highest place, was like a star that was radiating light and heat all the time, and he stared at this scene coldly. As long as they are not gods from the same camp, even if Chen Fan and the emperor's qualifications are against the sky, they will not be able to get the best cultivation resources after all. Now being able to give Chen Fan the 8th place is already a gift to him. Kill. The other immortals were extremely indifferent and didn't care about Chen Fan's thoughts at all. This is not fair. Feng Wuji stood up. He couldn't bear this result at all. At first glance, there is a shady scene, and in the comprehensive evaluation, it is obvious that Chen Fan is the first. After all, Chen Fan had set a record, and Bailey kept his promise far inferior to him, not to mention the invincible Tianjiu of other immortal families. It's not up to you to decide whether the public is fair or not. There was an elder who was a king, his face darkened, and he stared at Feng Wuji, exuding the coercion of the Wind King level. Feng Wuji, why don't you step back quickly? Are you questioning the decision of the palace master? Someone scolded. We also feel unfair. Yes. Why is Chen Fan so good at performing and can only rank 8th? Is this the case with Tianyang Palace? There was a lot of noise below, and many freshmen who had just joined the academy felt a chill. In their cognition, the 10 university palaces are all holy places and extremely fair places. As a result, as soon as they came in, they encountered such a terrible thing. It is true that Chen Fan is a civilian, but Chen Fan will be treated like this today, and it may not be their turn in the future. Lips and teeth are cold. I think it's fair. You bunch of trash. You just don't want to accept reality. Bailey's show is the blood of the gods, and he will eventually become an invincible god, and it is normal for him to be the first. Boom! Mu Qingyang and the others are all immortal bloodline, which one has infinite potential. It is normal to rank above Chen Fan. Some people from the immortal family, as well as the people of the god family, spoke out one after another, their tones filled with arrogance and arrogance. In their cognition, there is a gap between people. The words just fell. People with divine blood and immortal bloodline are born to be superior to others. Saying that everyone is equal is just something that fools the common
common people, and in this world, after all, the strong are respected, and blood comes first. The two groups of people began to make noise with each other, and it was as noisy as a vegetable market. At this moment, Chen Fan didn't say a word. Looking at the conspicuous 8th place, he suddenly laughed. Ho ho ho. Sure enough, it is worthy of Tianyang Palace, ranking 2nd among the 10 university palaces. Chen Fan's actions instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Almost everyone was staring at Chen Fan, wanting to see what he wanted to say. What do you mean by that? An elder who was crowned king asked. I mean to say that you can only rank 2nd and never compare to Tiandu Palace, Chen Fan said unceremoniously. One after another, a wave of astonishing coercion permeated, and a terrifying sense of oppression was enough to make the king's powerhouse frightened, trembling, and fearful. Chen Fan was expressionless, feeling the terrifying coercion. He stood in place, like a majestic mountain, standing still. Chen Fan, do you still want to join Tianyang Palace? Based on what you said today, the 8th place should not give you this kind of white-eyed wolf. You actually said something insulting to Tianyang Palace. You are not worthy of being a disciple of Tianyang Palace. Countless accusations came, and even the two groups of people who were quarreling below closed their mouths and watched the sudden changes at the scene. Because none of them thought that Chen Fan would dare to say this was completely on the opposite side of Tianyang Palace. Did I say something wrong? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Chen Fan, you are too obsessed. You have gone astray. Some people look regretful, but in fact their eyes are full of irony. Chen Fan said such a thing, and it was logical to deprive him of the seal of the gods later. Chen Fan listened to the words on the other side and felt very ridiculous in his heart. There is no fairness in the huge holy land of a human race. Isn't it funny to forcibly deprive him of 1st place and put him in 8th place? I, Chen Fan, announced my withdrawal from Tianyang Palace today and will never join in this life. Chen Fan's voice contained a thick innate qi, which spread throughout the audience like thunder, so that everyone could hear it clearly, which was deafening. Everyone was silent, and some even sighed softly. Many people are wondering if they were treated so unwillingly, would they be like Chen Fan and directly quit Tianyang Palace? The answer is yes. Chen Fan, I feel very sorry for you to withdraw from Tianyang Palace, but I respect your choice. A white-haired king stood up and said with a smile. But the next moment, he changed his mind. However, since you have announced your withdrawal from Tianyang Palace, do you have to hand over the treasure of Tianyang Palace, the mark of the gods? A gust of cold wind hit around, and Chen Fan heard the other party's words, without any surprise, but with evil in his eyes. He was able to obtain the mark of the gods entirely by his own luck, and it was also given to him by the beginningless god king. How could it be handed over to this group of despicable villains? What if I don't hand it over? Chen Fan asked. The white-haired elder Feng Wang smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, then you don't want to walk out of the gate of Tianyang Palace today. If you don't believe it, you can try. There are many immortals sitting here, even the demigods have arrived in person. Today Chen Fan goes against the sky. If he doesn't hand over the mark of the gods, he will have to die here. Chen Fan looked up. Sitting at the highest place, the dozen figures, each of which was extremely powerful, were looking down at this place. He could see the guilt and entanglement in Ning Chuan's eyes, and he could also see the contempt of other immortals. And the strongest demigod, always expressionless, looking at him like looking at an ant, as plain as water. It seems that the senior is right. Tianyang Palace is really rotten to the bone. I really don't know why there is still a need for such an academy. A group of short-sighted immortals. The upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked. Sooner or later, they will be removed from the 10 great palaces and replaced. Since you don't join, there is no need to be polite to them. Ding! If the host fails to start the school and start the school assessment task, the reward will be deducted. Ding! Detect the host's angry will and unfair treatment, and reformulate the task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for starting a special mission. The mission period is 10 years. Destroy the Tianyang Palace to replace it and reward the God King's wings, the God King War Halberd, and the God King's skill heavenly indestructible skills. The system prompt sounded. This time the reward was very terrifying. Just by looking at the name, you can tell that this is definitely the most generous reward in the system. But this is still far from me. But Chen Fan had completely written down that sooner or later, Tianyang Palace would destroy it and replace it. At that time, it should be renamed the Sun Palace. Write down this grudge today first and settle it later. Just an ant, how dare you say such a thing to an immortal? Who gave you the courage? The immortal darkness was overjoyed when he heard this, and quickly exuded a terrifying coercion, sweeping towards Chen Fan. Since Chen Fan himself wants to die, then fulfill him. Insulting the immortals, insulting the academy, and killing Chen Fan, whoever comes here can't pick out a reason. But before killing Chen Fan, he had to hand over the treasure. The pressure like the vast deep sea kept sweeping towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan did not hesitate to inject spiritual power into the token at this moment. There was a burst of space fluctuations in the void, and a more powerful coercion permeated out, and everything around it seemed to freeze at this moment, and time seemed to stand still for a short time. Shout you have finally made a decision. I saw that in the space passage, a white-haired old man wearing an ancient golden cloud-patterned robe appeared. His eyes seemed to to contain an infinite starry sky, which looked extremely deep.
Meanwhile,
Tuoba Tianxiong, emerging from the broken space channel, gave people a feeling like an ancient god. Everyone felt suffocated at the first sight of this person. Many of them started to beat violently because of nervousness and fear. Because Tuoba Tianxiong, a demigod, released coercion as soon as he came. As long as the gods did not come out, he was one of the strongest in this world. But the gods, almost all of them are high, living in the divine realm, and almost never appear.
Unless it is the time of life and death in Tianyang Palace, the gods will not intervene easily.
A demigod descended, and the coercion emitted made the immortals almost fall to the ground. The immortal was dark, his face was extremely ugly, his coercion was like a firefly competing with the bright moon for brilliance, not at all on the same level. And this demigod seemed to be deliberately targeting him, unleashing endless coercion towards him.
Tuoba Tianxiong, are you really good at bullying the small with the big? The sound like a flood bell in Dalo sounded for a long time at this moment, and Mu Qianjun also released the demigod coercion. The two forces collided with each other, and thunder could be seen flashing and flames rushing in the void. Before the two of them really did it, they had already let the space around them begin to shatter. Bully the small with the big? Tuoba Tianxiong laughed. Ha ha ha, he can take action against the Marquis as an immortal. Why can't I take action against him?
The immortal darkness, hearing this, his expression was gloomy, but he had no way to take revenge on Tuoba Heaven. After all, the other party was a demigod, and his identity was very different from that of him, an immortal. Don't look at him on weekdays, but in the eyes of the demigods, it's nothing more than that.
Mu Qianjun snorted coldly. Are you here today to stand up for Chen Fan?
If so, I can let you take him away, but you must hand over the mark of the gods. He didn't want to break out into a demigod war, so he said something like this. That's not good. The mark of the gods is the master he chooses, then he should leave with his master.
Tuoba Tianxiong refused without hesitation.
Just kidding, this is something that achieves the supreme divine position. How can it be given to the group of waste in Tianyang Palace?
Do you want to go to war with Tianyang Palace? Mu Qianjun exuded a terrifying fighting spirit. Heaven and earth resonated with it, and the terrifying power emanated from him. He seemed to be able to support the sky, and the coercion permeating his body made people can't help but kneel down and worship. In fact, countless people were doing this, and they couldn't help but bow to the two demigods. I can do anything for Chen Fan. Tuoba Tianxiong's tone was strong, and he didn't care about starting a war.
Although they ranked fourth among the 10 university palaces, there was no shortage of demigods. The difference between them and Tianyang Palace is only the number of gods, and the gods generally don't intervene in this matter.
Outside,
Mu Qianjun hesitated when he heard this, because he didn't really want to go to war, which didn't do him much good.
I can hand over the marks of the gods to you.
At this time, Chen Fan suddenly stood up and looked directly at the demigod in the sky.
Mu Qianjun raised his eyebrows and said, "What are your conditions?"
He didn't believe that Chen Fan would be so kind. As long as you defeat me, it doesn't matter if you send a king-level Tianjiao. Whoever defeats me will be handed over to whom? Chen Fan said calmly.
Chen Fan, you are too rampant.
Bailey Shou stood up, the void war gun in his hand, pointing diagonally at Chen Fan. His body was filled with endless fighting intent.
Don't be impulsive. You are not his opponent now.
The immortal is dark, but I don't want something to happen to Bailey Shou. Now Chen Fan is in a state of rage, and it will not be good if the Bailey promise is abolished, and he cannot explain it to the gods. Moreover, Bailey Shou is now his disciple, so he naturally can't watch his precious disciple have an accident.
Who dares to fight me? Chen Fan's eyes swept over everyone.
But almost all the people who looked at him left their sight. They all knew how unlawful Chen Fan's combat power was, and now they rushed forward, just looking for abuse. Only Murong Fingxue stared at Chen Fan with a pair of beautiful eyes, and said softly, so domineering, "This is my ideal future partner." She thought that Bailey was keeping the promise, but now the gap with Chen Fan is really too big. Although it is the blood of the gods, it seems that Bailey keeps the promise just like this. I'll meet you. In the crowd, a young man came out, looking 30 years old and with a good temperament, wearing a gray top and jeans. But the coercion he exuded reached the level of being crowned.
This is the senior of the junior year, Zhao Wuhan.
Someone in the crowd exclaimed and recognized this man of the moment in Tianyang Palace. It is said that this person, although he is only a threefold king, has a brilliant record, has killed 9th level fierce beasts, and even some of the king elders have been defeated by him. Originally, he didn't want to stand out, but what Chen Fan said was obviously provoking everyone in their Tianyang Palace. Since he came here today, he shouldn't back down. On the other side, Zhao Wuhan came to the opposite side of Chen Fan and said, "You and I should have a friendship with classmates, but today you are walking on the opposite side of Tianyang Palace, and I have to take action against you." Chen Fan was expressionless and said, "You talk a lot of nonsense." At the next moment, a golden light shone, and Chen Fan had an extra golden spear in his hand, with flames beating on it. Chen Fan threw out the sun god's spear in his hand, crossing the sky like a meteor and locking Zhao Wuhan. Zhao Wuhan made a starting gesture, and then the light in his hand flowed, forming a Tai Chi pattern. This is a strong defensive martial art that he is good at, Tai Chi Divine Map, which has resisted the attacks of countless strong strong people. But the moment he touched the sun god's spear, his Tai Chi pattern exploded, blood spurted from his mouth, and his body smashed into the wall, smashing the wall. One-hit kill. Take him down for treatment. An immortal hurriedly said, because this person was his disciple, with extraordinary talent, and had the hope of becoming an immortal in the future. Chen Fan was expressionless. Just now he just used the artistic conception domain and triggered a double critical hit. The other party couldn't bear it. It was really weak and pitiful. Who else wants the mark of the gods? Chen Fan faced everyone and asked them for their opinions. But now no one dares to answer. It's hateful. Our best group of disciples of Tianyang Palace have gone out to practice. Otherwise how could Chen Fan be allowed to do whatever he wants? Is it possible that today it will come true and let him take away the mark of the gods? All of you immortals, your hearts are full of unwillingness. Tuoba Tianqiong admired Chen Fan's behavior. This door blocking was really cool. However, he also knew that the reason why Chen Fan was able to do this was because the most outstanding disciples of Tianyang Palace went to the latest desolate ruins. Including their outstanding disciples of the Fire Palace, they also went to that place, and the same was true for other academies. After all, the ancient ruins are full of opportunities and you can potentially get anything. It was an ancient battlefield, and I don't know how many strong people have fallen, and they have only recently reappeared. Since no one answers, then I will take away the marks of the gods, and anyone who has an opinion can come to me to challenge, even if they are strong enough to be a big realm higher than me. Chen Fan let out a contemptuous laugh and turned to leave. Tuoba Tianqiong nodded with satisfaction and took Chen Fan into the space passage in front of everyone and disappeared. Meanwhile, Mu Qianjun looked at Chen Fan and the others leaving and did not make a move but set his sights on Bailey Shoyue and said, Bailey Shoyue, you inherited your father's first generation of god bloodline, but it has not yet been fully developed. I hope you will reach the king realm as soon as possible and completely burst out with the advantage of the god bloodline. Today, I will also personally teach you the first volume of one of the 4 strange scriptures, Emperor's Sutra, and when the 10 Palaces competition is held, I want you to personally defeat Chen Fan and get the seals of the gods back. Bailey kept the promise and heard the words, and his heart was happy. He nodded, full of confidence in his heart. The complete Emperor's Sutra is a divine skill with 4 volumes, but even if it is only 1 volume, it is still a semi-divine skill. It is said that to exchange it in Tianyang Palace, the merit points required reached hundreds of millions, but now it is taught for free. By the way, the quota for the semi-mystic realm is also given to you now. You need to get in as soon as possible. Maybe you can get the semi-artifact. Boom! There are other rewards, which will be distributed to you in turn. Mu Qianjun attaches great importance to Bailey keeping his promise. In order to allow you to improve your realm faster, I have decided to give you another place to enter the ice pool. As soon as these words came out, the immortals were dark and excited. The ice pool is also one of the treasures of Tianyang Palace. Cultivating in it will get twice the result with half the effort, and the understanding will also be improved, especially for those who awaken the elemental power of the cold attribute. The cultivation effect will be better. This is simply the best reward for Bailey Shouchang, and it can definitely improve a lot of strength. Chen Fan, I have got so many opportunities now. When I cultivate to the realm of being crowned, what will you fight me with? Bailey was also extremely happy to keep the contract, and he couldn't help but get excited when he thought of stepping on Chen Fan under his feet. Chen Fan, that damn guy, the phantom that was condensed, actually eliminated him with 1 punch. Such a shame. He must be returned fiercely. Besides, he is also a person from Tianyang Palace now, so naturally he has to think about Tianyang Palace, and he can't let Chen Fan step on Tianyang Palace and ascend to the sky in 1 step. Immortal Ning Chuan, seeing this scene, turned around and left without looking back. He really couldn't stand this approach of Tianyang Palace, but he was helpless in his heart. Everything is because of strength. He wants to become stronger, strong enough to change the rules. A burst of space fluctuations filled the air, and 2 figures appeared in the sky above the Fire Palace. The next moment, boom! It is Tuoba Tianqiong and Chen Fan. Standing here, you can see buildings one after another, and a majestic gate has also been built, which looks similar to Tianyang Palace, and can even be said to be more spectacular. After all, the current Tianyang Palace is an existence that will be destroyed sooner or later in Chen Fan's eyes. What do you think of the Fire Palace? Tuoba Tianqiong asked with a smile. How is that possible? Chen Fan said, the momentum is magnificent, the aura is permeated, the palace is magnificent, built in the sky, just like the palace is built in the world. Very good. From here, he could also feel that there was a terrifying aura like the scorching sun in the palace, which should be an immortal. Of course, there were also aura that was weaker than the immortals, but they were also strong enough to be venerable. He felt that compared with the Fire Palace and the Tianyang Palace, the number of strong people was not weak at all. No wonder he dared to be so domineering and dare to start a war at will. My Fire Palace has a deep heritage and many strong people, leaving behind a large number of opportunities, no worse than that young palace. Break it for me. You practice hard here, and when the 10 Palaces competition comes, those who are truly top kings in Tianyang Palace should also return from the desolate ruins. Boom! If you want to take revenge on Tianyang Palace, you must improve your strength strength as soon as possible and defeat all those top Tianjia who are crown kings, Tuoba Tianxiong said. He obviously knew that in the 10 palaces competition, Chen Fan's opponent was not just 100 miles to keep the contract, because although Bailey kept the promise, he was too young and had not fully grown up. It will take a long time for him to grow up. And those who were originally the top kings were different. They practiced for a longer time, and they practiced a lot of powerful martial arts in Tianyang Palace, and even practiced demigod skills. At that time, those people will be Chen Fan's real opponents. These people are extremely dangerous, and none of them are good stubble. All the Tianzhou of Tianyang Palace will be trampled under my feet. Chen Fan mentioned those 3 words, and his eyes showed hatred. Deprived him of the first place, made him fail in all his tasks, and made him lose a semi-divine skill. If the skill is inferior to others, the key is that the other side must forcibly deprive the first person, completely ignoring his feelings, which is not taking it seriously at all. It is to treat it as a soft persimmon that can be held at will. He will make those people completely regret it later. You have this self-confidence very well. The 10 palaces competition, set for 3 months, they can almost take the 2nd place every year. In these 3 months, you have to improve your strength as soon as possible, Tuoba Tianxiong informed. Chen Fan nodded and said coldly, I can't let them get the top 5 this year. Okay, young people must be energetic and invincible. I promised you that if you join the Fire Palace, you can enter the Tongtian Pool, but you must also be a student of my Fire Palace, Tuoba Tianxiong said slowly. Hearing this, Chen Fan immediately clenched his fists and said, Disciple Chen Fan pays respects to master. Ah, okay, from today onwards, you will be my personal disciple. Tuoba Tianxiong was very happy. Of course, Chen Fan was also very happy. He found that he was completely treated as two in the Fire Palace and the Tianyang Palace. The demigod in Tianyang Palace treated himself with a condescending attitude, while the demigod in front of him treated himself with gentleness and value. Since you are like this, why not worship a demigod as a teacher? You come with the teacher. Tuoba Tianxiong took Chen Fan to a large hall. Naturally, there were people guarding the door, but after seeing that it was Tuoba Tianxiong, he directly saluted and gave way. There was a pool in this hall, which was full of golden liquids, which exuded a fragrance that made people smell and feel uplifted. Chen Fan looked at the golden liquids and felt that every pore of his body seemed to be about to stretch, wanting to swallow those golden liquids. This is a vast energy that can definitely allow you to break through several realms. This is Tongtian Pool. Chen Fan, you can cultivate here first. This can allow you to break through to a higher realm, and it can also enhance your chi and blood, and after you leave the customs, you should be strong enough to go to the Hall of Fire to accept the inheritance. The human race has 4 strange scriptures, all of which are divine skills, and the one in Tianyang Palace is the Emperor's Scripture. What is the Tiandu Palace is that after the successful cultivation of the Immortal Sutra, the body will be immortal and immortal for eternity. The Thunder Palace is the Earth Emperor's Scripture, and our Fire Palace is the Void Scripture. The 4 wonders of the human race, each of which has all kinds of incredible abilities. And the Void Scripture, there was a god king who practiced when he was young. His qualifications were ordinary, but because of the cultivation of the Void Scripture, the law of space was born, and he was invincible after the great achievement. When that god king was in the realm of the half-step god king, even when facing the 5 half-step god kings of the same level, he was not cowardly at all, and he did not fall behind. The deeds of that god king are still circulating today, and he is revered as the god king of the void. When Chen Fan heard this, his eyes lit up, and he was able to give birth to the law of space. You must know that the law stands above the power of artistic conception. When the artistic conception encounters the law, it can only be completely crushed. The power of the law can generally only be comprehended by the gods, which is also the foundation of the god's strength. Of course, there are also some demigods who can comprehend it in advance, but the number of such demigods is very rare, and it can be described as rare. Are the 4 strange scriptures created by the god king of the human race? Didn't the beginningless god king leave the beginningless sutra on the other side? Chen Fan asked. You are right, there was indeed a beginningless scripture, which was the strongest strange scripture of the human race, but almost no one can successfully cultivate. It seems that some kind of special physique is needed. Later, the beginningless god king disappeared, and no one knew where he went, and the beginningless sutra was completely lost. When Chen Fan learned such news, a surprised expression appeared on his face. The beginningless god king is missing? That's right, no one knows where the beginningless god king has gone, although his reputation is still circulating in this world, but he has indeed disappeared. The gods don't even know where he went, and some people speculate that he wants to break through the god king and break through a higher realm. Tuoba Tianxiong told Chen Fan that's such a secret. Do you want to break through above the god king? Chen Fan was a little surprised. As expected of the beginningless god king, he was really bold. The highest realm he knows now is the god king, and the human race should not have broken through above the god king, right? This beginningless god king wants to walk out of a road by himself and open up a realm above the god king. Chen Fan shook his head, no longer thinking about it. The realm of the god king was still relatively far away from him. Let's enter the Babel pool first. Chen Fan glanced at the golden pool water. jumped down directly, and the moment he entered the Tongtian pool, he felt that every pore of himself was cheering, frantically devouring these golden liquids, a steady stream of energy surging in his body. Chen Fan had never devoured so much energy at once. These golden liquids contained surging vitality and vast energy. He could feel that his combat power was constantly rising. High, 8 billion combat power, 9 billion combat power. At the same time as his combat power rose, his realm was also constantly breaking through, and he almost sprinted to the 6th level of the marquee. But all this is not over yet. The realm is still improving, and the combat power is still increasing. This feeling was so cool, he felt that his body was like dry grass that had been nectar-like for a long time, and suddenly it came to life and came to life. His body shone with golden light, and the divine fire surged, looking sacred and peaceful. If this continues, it is even very likely that it will even break through directly to the 10th rank of marquises. Hiss! This is simply a great opportunity. The energy in Chen Fan's body was surging, the golden aura behind his head emerged, his divinity was actually growing, and his spiritual power was constantly increasing like a progress bar. The entire Tongtian pool was visible to the naked eye, and those golden liquids were decreasing in large quantities. Tuoba Tianxiong stood beside him, watching Chen Fan absorb the energy with his own eyes, and as a demigod, he was stunned, because he had never seen someone who devoured the Tongtian liquids so quickly. This kid, could it be the reincarnation of a god king? Tuoba Tianxiong guessed boldly. In fact, he had some doubts that Chen Fan was likely to be the reincarnation of the beginningless god king. Of course, this is just speculation, and he can't be sure. It is also possible that there are reincarnations of the void god king and other god kings. After all, the god kings are high and transcendent, and they have countless followers. The reincarnation of the god king will not be announced, and his identity will not be revealed until he stands at the top again. Of course, it is also possible that it is just the reincarnation of an ancient god, or that in this era, the invincible Tianjia that is difficult to find for eternity was suddenly born, but he didn't care. They didn't care what Chen Fan's identity was. The gods of their camp are more neutral, only hoping that the human race will become stronger and stronger to fight against the beasts together. Don't look at the present, the rear of the human race is peaceful. That is because there are strong people guarding the defense line to resist the beasts. Sooner or later, after these Tianjiao grow up, they will also go to the front line to resist the beasts. At this moment, Chen Fan's realm has directly reached the 8th level of the marquee, and his combat power has successfully exceeded 10 billion. After breaking through the 10 billion combat power, Chen Fan felt that some kind of shackles in his body had been opened, and the dormant instinct in his body was awakening. What's the matter? His whole body exuded golden light, and from a distance, it looked like a golden Buddha statue. He exuded vast fluctuations, sweeping around like a hurricane, and the entire hall was shaking. The water in Tongtian Pond is rapidly decreasing again. This time Chen Fan did not continue to break through the realm. He felt that more energy was injected into his body, enhancing his sun god body, and giving birth to more immortal cells. At this moment, Chen Fan is also like a statue of the sun that exudes endless light and heat, making it impossible to look directly at. Such a big movement quickly alarmed the strong people of the fire palace. I saw a pair of eyes open, and a strong man came through the air, all exuding a powerful aura. The aura of immortality permeated, one by one immortals descended, and 10 immortals appeared. These people are both male and female, but they all have one common characteristic, that is, they all exude amazing coercion and are daunting. Tuoba Palace Master, what's going on? An immortal asked. The immortal had an ordinary face, an ordinary appearance, dressed in a coarse cloth linen robe and a long sword behind his back, looking like an ascetic. But his eyes were sharp and frightening, and his pupils seemed to contain the birth and death of all things. He is the immortal Gu Yun. It's nothing, it's just that I accepted a disciple. This disciple of mine is cultivating in the Tongtian pool, so don't disturb him. Okay. At the door, Tuoba Tianxiong did not let these immortals in. Master, are you really going to rob someone? A middle-aged man asked. He was the immortal He Chao Yang, but he had heard from his master that he was going to rob someone. Hey! The other immortals showed puzzled expressions. Who is worth grabbing? You'll know later. Your little junior brother's talent is stronger than yours, and you have to work harder to break through the demigod. Tuoba Tianxiong stroked his beard, and it could be seen that he was very happy. The immortals were shocked. They didn't expect that this demigod would speak so highly of his disciples. Could it be the blood of the gods? Master, He Chao Yang sighed heavily and felt a headache. Now it is completely offended by Tianyang Palace. It's difficult. One of the important reasons why Tianyang Palace can rank second is that there are many god bloodlines among their disciples. Once he grows up completely, he is an invincible powerhouse who can suppress the enemies of all directions. Palace Master, although you have accepted a disciple, it is unfair to others to jump the queue now, right? A female immortal stood up, wearing golden earrings on her ears, long hair with a shawl, bright eyes, and wearing a white dress. She looked only about 30 years old. She is an immortal, Morong Baihua. She wanted to speak up for her disciple, and her disciple was extraordinarily qualified. Moreover, her disciple also made a significant contribution and was fully qualified to enter the Tongtian pool. But now it was robbed by a person who suddenly appeared, and no one would feel uncomfortable about this. You know, the Babel pool can only be opened once a month, and you have to wait for the next time, so you have to wait for another month. Zishianjin, the qualifications are indeed extraordinary, and now he has reached the peak of the marquee. If he can enter the Tongtian pool, he will definitely be able to break through the realm of the king in one fell swoop. And the other party is a demigod bloodline, so he will definitely not give up. You immortals are discussing here. For Zitianjun, they all value it very much, because it is destined to become a demigod in the future, and even qualified to impact the realm of gods, although it is very difficult, but there is also a glimmer of hope. I'm sorry about Zishianjin, but I'll compensate him. I can only trouble him to wait another month. Tuoba Tianxiong, although he knew that Purple Heavenly Monarch was going to enter the Tongtian pool, but he didn't pay much attention to it during this time. It was all decided by those immortals. Therefore, it caused cognitive errors, and it was not known when the Purple Heavenly Lord would enter. But there is no way. You can only let the other party wait another month, and you can give other compensation. The next batch of people who enter the desolate ruins, let my apprentices go too, Morong Baihua said. Tuoba Tianxiong thought for a moment, nodded and agreed. To enter the ancient ruins, you must have the strength of the king. As long as the Purple Heavenly Monarch enters the Tongtian pool in the future, he is destined to be able to break through the title of king. Although the number of places is limited, it is reasonable to take out one for Zitianjun. Compensation was successfully negotiated. The immortals were a little curious, who was the disciple of Tuoba Tianxiong. In the cultivation rooms, geniuses also opened their eyes and walked out one after another. One of them was dressed in purple. He looked very young, about 20 years old, with thunder beating on his body, and his body exuded an overwhelming aura. He was the Purple Heavenly Monarch, and when he felt the change in the Tongtian pool, he frowned on the spot. Zishianjin, it seems that your chance to enter the Tongtian pool has been cut off. A man with a smile on his face and long black hair came over and said with a smile. Meanwhile, his physique looked strong, surrounded by invisible winds. The elemental power he awakened was the power of the wind. He is also a Tianzhou of the same level as Purple Heavenly Monarch named Bailey Feng. Zitianjun didn't say a word, and in a pair of pupils, lightning occasionally crossed, exuding amazing coercion. The other Tianzhou didn't dare to speak, because Zitianjun was one of the best people in their class, and some time ago, because he went to the battlefield, he killed countless fierce beasts and made great contributions, and he had an amazing power on his body. Bailey Feng was interesting, and he didn't speak anymore, but he was also a little strange in his heart, who was cultivating in the Tongtian pool. You know, if you want to enter Babel pool, there are very strict requirements, and how many people are qualified, and there is no need for them to offend the Purple Heavenly Monarch just to be a month in advance. Whoever it is, I will challenge him and defeat him. Zitianjun said domineeringly. Since he dares to grab it, he must fight him in a dignified manner, and he wants to see what that person is capable of. Bailey Shan looked at the scene in front of him and felt that it wouldn't take long for a good show to watch. Zitianjun is very low-key on weekdays and will not take the initiative to make enemies, but now that he says this, he must be angry. At the entrance of Tongtian pool, all the powerful immortals wanted to know who was cultivating inside. Seeing this, Tuoba Tianxiong smiled and said, "My disciple is very ordinary, that is, he has suppressed the bloodline of the gods, and he can fight in the greater realm, and for him, it is as simple as eating and drinking." All the immortals were silent. Immortal He Chaiyang smiled bitterly, indeed feeling a little pressure. His junior brother's talent was too terrifying. It was very likely that he was the reincarnation of an ancient god, and it was difficult for him to break through the demigods. Perhaps in the future, his own strength will be surpassed by his junior brother. Boom! Robbing people? With such a high talent, could it be that Chen Fan? Morong Baihua, thinking of the recent events of concern, seems to be exactly the same as Chen Fan. When the other immortals heard this, their faces showed surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect this palace master to be so bold that he dared to rob people directly, and he successfully snatched them back. If it's him, let him use Babel Pool first. I think it's no problem. An immortal one spoke. The other immortals nodded one after another. They all know Chen Fan's talent, because there is a lot of noise on the internet, and they can also see the video. Such a person is placed in Tianyang Palace, and it is indeed a pearl dusty. And in their Torch Palace, it is different. They can bloom enough brilliance. They are not as stingy as Tianyang Palace. You say, how long can Chen Fan last in Tongtian Pool? Morong Baihua asked the immortals with a smile. Everyone was silent. They were thinking. The highest record of Tongtian Pool is half an hour. With Chen Fan's talent, it should be able to last for half an hour. That's right. I agree with this view. Boom. You must know that this half-hour record was created by the gods of their youth in the Torch Palace. So they felt that Chen Fan should be similar to this record. Tuoba Tianxiong smiled and said, "You underestimate my disciple too much. I think he can last at least an hour." As soon as these words came out, all the immortals showed shocked expressions, thinking that this was too exaggerated. Although Chen Fan is strong, he can't be compared to the God King when he was young. Palace Master, are you trying to build momentum for him? Boom. Everyone's first first reaction was disbelief, thinking that this was absolutely impossible. Even if Qin Fan was the reincarnation of an ancient god, it was impossible.
Why don't we make a small bet? Just bet on a level 10 beast crystal.
If I lose, I will give you one. If you lose, give me one.
Tuoba Tianxiong scammed the crowd. The next moment,
a level 10 fierce beast crystal is nothing to them.
Rumble. Okay, since the palace master said so, we naturally agreed. Morong Baihua nodded.
The other immortals almost all nodded in agreement.
They want to see, how long can Qin Fan last?
If you can really last an hour and witness the birth of a person with the talent of a young god king, then a level 10 spar is nothing. If Qin Fan hadn't lasted so long, they would have earned a level 10 crystal. Tuoba Tianxiong, seeing that his disciple He Chaoyang also agreed, smiled slightly. I feel that this kid really has no vision, and he doesn't believe in his junior brother. In fact, He Chaoyang can't be blamed, because he feels that although Qin Fan's qualifications are terrifying, it is impossible to really be comparable to the god king of his youth.
What kind of existence is the god king? In several eras, there may not be one.
Once they appear, they are the strongest Tianzhou of an era, and they can even be directly called the Young Supreme.
It means supreme, only I am the only one.
Almost all of them are people who have stepped on the capital of countless young gods, and finally stand at the top of the Shinto path.
Such a person can create an invincible force.
For example, the original beginningless god king, he was invincible in the world, and no one was his opponent, his family, so he became the top force. Although it is not ranked among the top 10 university palaces, that ancient family has a profound heritage, and it is not weaker than the top 10 university palaces, but it is not so famous.
It is said that the family of the beginningless god king still has the backhand of that god king, so no one dares to offend him.
Qin Fan felt that explosions kept coming from his body, and golden cells were born one by one.
His meridians and blood vessels have an extremely thick flow of innate qi. These immortal cells were born in almost 50 breaths.
Qin Fan's combat power directly increased by 5 billion again, and his basic combat power reached an astonishing 15 billion. But this was not the end. Although more immortal cells were not born, Qin Fan felt that his sun god body, stronger abilities were stimulated.
Outside,
as he ran martial arts, all the meridians were rushing with extremely powerful energy, and the speed of devouring was even several times faster than before.
Hiss!
A large amount of golden liquid poured into his body like crazy. I saw countless golden liquids in his body turn into energy, and finally came in to form a mirror-like thing. When his eyes looked at the golden mirror, he felt in an instant that everything around him was disappearing, and time was infinitely stretched at this moment. The deepest memories of the sun god body began to emerge. This is the inheritance of the sun god body bloodline, and only by developing the sun god body to a certain extent can more sun god body inheritance be awakened. Qin Fan felt that he had traveled through an endless black hole, and finally possessed a person's body, and countless memories poured into his mind. Xian Yuan Zhantian, congratulations on breaking through immortality. From today onwards, you are the new demigod. The situation is getting worse and worse. The beasts are too powerful. Countless gods have fallen. Countless cities have fallen. Now, the territory of the human race has been reduced by half. Only the last piece of pure land remains. Tuoba Zhantian, leave with us.
Dad, why don't you leave?
I am a half-step god, and I should shed the last drop of blood to protect the human race.
I'll stay with you. The human race needs someone to protect it.
Beginningless, the ancestor of the half-step god king level fierce beast is too terrifying. Just looking at it from a distance, it is surprising that countless gods have fallen.
Beginningless, have you ever regretted staying with me? You and I are both human demigods. If you don't regret it, how can I regret it? Another god has fallen. Where is the future of the human race? The city has completely fallen. I have killed countless beasts, but the tide of beasts, dense, there is no end in sight. Am I going to die?
The immortal god king is here. He is too powerful, too shocking. With such a strong man, this battle will be won.
The power of countless laws is intertwined. All the fierce beasts are like ants, instantly expelled and destroyed. Even the ancestral beasts can't resist. Is this the god king skill? One day I will be so strong and create my own god king skills.
Brother Zhan Tian, congratulations on creating the demigod skill Sun God Tower. Even the gods praised it. You should call it a divine skill, but why do you want to call it a demigod skill?
I have an idea that the real divine skill should contain the power of 10 laws, just like the god king skill is intertwined, so that it can be truly invincible of the same order.
Brother Zhan Tian, you really can't see through it. Your idea is too correct. I will also create a real magic skill in the future. The memory came to an abrupt end here, and then a figure appeared in front of Qin Fan, which was a new memory. That figure, the power of the law flowed on his body, and the interpretation condensed into a pagoda. It was a 9-story pagoda, shining gold, all condensed by the power of the law, filled with a grand aura that could suppress almost all beasts.
Demigod Sun God Tower.
Just after reading it, Qin Fan found that this move resonated with his sun god body. Sitting in the Tongtian pool, he opened his eyes directly, and the immortal cells in his body were born 30 more silently. Qin Fan opened his eyes, and the innate gang-chi in his body flowed, instantly condensing a golden pagoda. However, the pagoda condensed by the figure
figure deep in his blood was completely 2 levels. It was completely condensed by the power of the law above his innate chi. Boom! At the same time, he also felt that the previous generation of the sun god body was simply too powerful. No wonder the beginningless god king, who said that his best friend was amazingly talented and unparalleled. Master, the demigod skill created is actually comparable to the divine skill. The most important thing is that he said that he had an idea that was conceiving, which was probably 10 days in the same sky. It seems that I haven't exerted the power of 1/10,000 in the same sky for 10 days at that time. The 10 days of the same sky he cast did not have a trace of the power of the law, but simply condensed with innate gangchi, and the 10 rounds of scorching sun phantoms were also not perfect. Chen Fan felt that his 10-day emptiness was probably only temporarily mastering some prototypes, and when his realm improved, he might be able to awaken to a complete 10-day emptiness. Chen Fan looked around, all the golden liquid disappeared. He walked out of the babble pool. At this moment he didn't know how long it took, just walked towards the door. The sun god tower he condensed, as his mind moved, withdrew his innate chi and dissipated into the air. As for the power of the sun god tower, he didn't know for the time being how strong it was. However, it should be considered one of his strongest trump cards. He was still completely unable to exert his true power. After all, this was a demigod skill comparable to divine skills, and I was afraid that only when he became a demigod could he burst out with all his divine power. It's just a pity that this is not a spiritual demigod skill. Chen Fan walked out of it, and at this moment the sun was shining outside, shining on the ground a little hot. As soon as he appeared, he saw a group of immortals, and this group of immortals looked at him with surprise, shock, and curiosity in their eyes. Good disciple, you have been holding out for 2 hours. Tuoba Tianxiong laughed happily and explored the Tongtian pool by the way. Then the smile on his face froze, and even his face twitched. Tongtian pool was actually sucked dry? He was shocked, knowing that even a king-level Tianjiao might not be able to absorb all the energy of the Tongtian pool. Is there a black hole in his apprentice's body? Can swallow everything in the world? The other immortals also probed one after another, with even more shocked expressions on their faces. Although the energy of the Tongtian pool will still be nurtured, if it is all absorbed cleanly, it will take a longer time. However, Tuoba Tianxiong did not expect that Chen Fan would have such a terrifying absorption ability, so he didn't tell him at all not to absorb it all. Boom! Sure enough, he is talented, just like a god king in his youth. Our fire palace finally has a real young supreme. It's too early to say this, until he truly accepts the inheritance of the Torch Hall and gets the Void Sutra, then he will be able to become the true young supreme. Maybe Chen Fan can recreate the glory of the Void Emperor back then. These immortals were a little excited and shocked at the moment. After all, they had never appeared such an outstanding Tianjiao in all these years. Now that Chen Fan has appeared, if he can really get the inheritance and get the top 3 in the 10 palaces competition, their ranking in the fire palace may be able to rise. When Chen Fan really grew up and became the god king, it was even possible for their fire palace to directly become the head of the 10 great palaces. However, it is still too early to say this, and Chen Fan must be allowed to accept the inheritance first. Good disciple, I will take you to the Torch Hall now. I hope you can successfully obtain the Void Scripture. Tuoba Tianxiong felt a little excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. This is a real young supreme. He believed that Chen Fan would definitely be able to inherit and recreate the glory of the reincarnation of the Void God King. But at this moment, several figures were rushing towards here, and they quickly came to stand in front of everyone from far to near. I have seen the palace master, I have seen the deans, and I have seen the master. The leader was dressed in a purple robe and had an extraordinary temperament, and he was the purple heavenly lord. And next to him was Bailey Feng, along with other companions. Disciple, what are you doing here? Morong Baihua, knowing the character of his precious disciple, although he is very gentle on weekdays, but in some things he is very stubborn, and he doesn't listen to anyone who advises him. She was afraid that her apprentice would cause trouble on the spot. Master, I just want to see who robbed me of my place in Tongtian Pool, Zitianjun said without humility or arrogance, and finally his eyes were fixed on Chen Fan. Chen Fan showed a puzzled expression when he heard this, because Tuoba Tianxiong didn't tell him at all. It was he who robbed someone else's place. Meanwhile, this is a misunderstanding. I have made it clear to your master. Tuoba Tianxiong looked at Zitianjun and explained. But Zitianjun was stubborn like a cow, and said, I don't care if it's a misunderstanding. I just want to see if the person who grabbed my place is really more talented than me, stronger than me. There was lightning in his eyes, exuding a breathtaking aura. Chen Fan, I saw on my phone that you passed the Babel Tower of Tianyang Palace, and your strength should be very good. Although I don't know why you joined my fire palace, I want to tell you that only strong enough talent and strength here can you get what you deserve. So I'm going to challenge you. If you can defeat me, then I won't care about this matter. If you are defeated by me, then I will not be convinced. I want you to kowtow to me when you see me in the future. He said that this was very domineering, and he didn't care what other people thought at all. Tuoba Tianxiong frowned, feeling that this purple heavenly monarch had kicked his nose on his face. Morong Baihua sighed, and he didn't know how to persuade himself as a disciple. people. Chen Fan said, first of all, let me state one thing, I don't know, I robbed you of the place in Tongtian Pool, this is not my intention. Then I have to tell you another point, you are not my opponent, you are too weak, and you are just humiliating yourself. Since the other party speaks politely, there is no need for him to be too polite. Do you want him to kowtow in the future? Dream and go. When Zi Tianjun heard this, he was stunned on the spot. Obviously he didn't expect Chen Fan to say such a sentence. Is he too weak? Isn't this an insult to him? You must know that he is a top 20 genius in the Tongtian list. Boom! Tongtian list, the top 19 are all king-level existences. It can be said that he can be called invincible in the realm of marquises, and even some kings are not his opponents. He knew that Chen Fan could pass through the Babel Tower, but he also understood that those king-level beasts and human race powerhouses in the Babel Tower had no real strength at all. Bailey Foam was also a little surprised when he heard this. He is the existence of the Tongtian list, ranked 21, so he naturally knows how powerful the purple heavenly monarch is. Boom! And Chen Fan in front of him dared to say without shame, Zi Tianjun is too weak. This tone is really arrogant. Even he had a feeling of wanting to step on Chen Fan under his feet. It's really annoying to be so arrogant and domineering when you rob other people's things. Okay, then I will officially challenge you. Do you dare to fight? Zi Tianjun stared at Chen Fan, his body flashed with thunder, obviously a little angry. The immortals did not stop it. The geniuses competed, which was also a good thing. And they also wanted to see how strong Chen Fan's real strength was, and whether he could defeat Zhixianjun. Since you want to taste defeat, then I will fulfill you. Chen Fan agreed. It's not that he wants to be so arrogant, but the current purple heavenly monarch really doesn't have any challenge for him. His current basic combat power has reached 18 billion, which is much stronger than at the beginning, not to mention a marquis level Tianjiao. Even if a stronger Tianjiao comes, he can only be his subordinates. After all, he has mastered the divine skill, and as soon as the divine skill comes out, who will compete with it? However, to deal with the purple heavenly monarch in front of him, he couldn't use so many powerful moves at all, and the Sun God Fist could deal with it. Chen Fan was confident and could easily defeat him. The tone is quite loud, so let's go to the competition table. Zi Tianjun said. The competition table, which was a place for people to compete, was made of special materials. Even if the immortal powerhouses fought there, they could not destroy and collapse it. This is also to protect the buildings in the academy. After all, the strong are fighting, and the destructive power is too great.